Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the first part of our last talk about starting with a broken raft, he must have children with more women to infinitely upgrade his base. Our protagonist Lin Jian caused chaos in the elf forest in order to obtain the 5 elements law. He even captured an elven female ranger, from whom he learned that Xavier was planning a siege aimed directly at him. However, Xavier, who was far away in the kingdom, was able to clearly grasp Lin Jian's whereabouts through a crystal ball. Moreover, it seemed that they had long anticipated that Lin Jian would discover the encirclement plan, and did not even take it seriously. Instead, they sent people to capture Mana and Romeia, hoping to use this to threaten Lin Jian. This makes people wonder whether every move of Lin Jian is under the control of the other party. Will Xavier's conspiracy succeed? And can Lin Jian escape from this crisis unscathed? Starting with a broken raft, he must have children with more women to infinitely upgrade his base. Part 2 is officially here. Lin Jian raised his hand and gently touched the head of the elven female ranger. The female ranger shuddered, then stood up straighter obediently to make it easier for Lin Jian to touch her. She forced a smile on her face, trying to please him. "What's your name?" Lin Jian asked. "My name is Niwei, and I'm the captain of this ranger team," she answered timidly. Lin Jian seemed a little surprised. "Oh? And a captain?" As he spoke, he lifted Nivea's head with one hand. The force was not strong, but Nivea couldn't help but let out a soft cry and stood up with his strength. She was tall, but she still had to look up in front of Lin Jian. She looked at him cautiously. "Master, they are catching up." Lin Jian didn't say anything, but just stroked her face with his hand. Nivea was a little anxious. "Master, aren't you going to take Nivea with you?" She knew that Lin Jian was always good at escaping, but she was also there this time. With her strength, let alone fighting against those elf masters, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to kill her. "Don't worry," Lin Jian said calmly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly stagnated. An unfamiliar energy came like a huge wave, and the sky and the earth seemed to be blocked together. He looked up and saw that the top of his head covered the entire area like an inverted bowl, and an unfamiliar, sluggish earth element energy flowed under his feet. Lin Jian smiled, his expression leisurely. "It seems that I can't leave this time." He continued to comfort Nivea, as if he was not panicked at all. Soon, dozens of powerful spirits descended one after another, and Axie, Brett, Cecilia, Carol and others appeared together and surrounded Lin Jian. "Human bastard!" Axie stood up with a sneer. "Aren't you good at running away? This time, let's see where you can run." Lin Jian just smiled after hearing this. His eyes swept over Axie, then returned to Nivea, and continued to play with her cheeks. Although Nivea was not as beautiful as Miana and Urula, she was fresh. Seeing his attitude, Axie's face darkened, and with a roar, he swung the axe towards Lin Jian, and the blade was so fierce that he didn't even care about Nivea who was standing beside him. Just as the axe was about to fall, Lin Jian took his hand away from Nivea's face. Clang! The sky suddenly changed, and it turned bright red like a waterfall. A blood-stained long knife appeared in Lin Jian's hand at some point, and with a swing of the blade, a wave of blood rolled towards Axie. The blood wave rushed at him like a ferocious beast, and Axie's intuition told him that if he was hit by this blow, he would definitely die. But at this time, he had already drawn his axe and could not stop it. Puff! The blood wave directly penetrated Axie's body, with a teeth-grinding sound of flesh tearing. He paused and his eyes widened. A few seconds later, the axe slipped from his hand and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a line of blood appeared on Axie's body, and he fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. "Axie?" Cecilia and Carol exclaimed. They had never expected that Lin Jian would seriously injure the elf leader with just one move. What was even more terrifying was that those powerful elves who were on good terms with Axie didn't think much about it, and rushed towards Lin Jian with a roar, wanting to save him. Lin Jian did not retreat but advanced. The bloody knife rose again and swept out. The sky became even darker, and the knife light came with an overwhelming sense of oppression like a sea of blood. They wanted to hide, but it was too late. "Mental attack?" One of the elves with stronger mental power bit his tongue and forced himself to wake up. But just as he regained consciousness, the blood blade was already in front of him. Puff! After a flash of blood, all the powerful elves who rushed up fell in a pool of blood. The scene was instantly quiet. Everyone looked at Lin Jian, his face pale, and shuddered in their hearts. He severely injured Axie with one blow, and killed several strong men with one sword. How strong has this human become? Cecilia's expression was complicated, and Brett was lost in thought. Carol remained silent, for she knew that although she was in the enemy camp, she had long been Lin Jian's man. Lin Jian raised his hand and handed the bloody knife to Niwei. Kill him! Niwei was stunned. She stared at the seriously injured Axie, then looked at Lin Jian. Really? Let me kill him? Her voice trembled. Lin Jian didn't say much, just looked at her quietly, with a smile on his lips. Niwei's heart was beating like a drum. She looked down at the blood blade in her hand, her fingers trembling. Axie knelt on the ground, glaring at her like a wounded beast. His eyes were so fierce that they made people feel cold. Niwei trembled subconsciously, and could hardly hold the knife. She looked at Lin Jian timidly. I'm scared. Lin Jian smiled calmly. You are afraid of him, but not me? This sentence made Niwei shudder. Although Axie was covered in blood, he still had an imposing aura, while Lin Jian was someone who was hard to fathom. She gritted her teeth, finally took a step, and slowly walked towards Axie. Lin Jian stood quietly, as if observing her choice. The powerful elves around who were about to take action no longer dared to act rashly. At this moment, the entire battlefield was focused on only Niwei and the blood blade in her hand. Lin Jian had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were cold enough to chill people's hearts. Although his tone was gentle, Nivea seemed to have fallen into an ice cave and suddenly woke up. She suddenly felt that the lion-like Axie in front of her was not so scary. After all, although he was strong, he was now seriously injured and had no power to fight back. What really frightened her was Lin Jian's calmness, a calmness that could take her life at any time. At this moment, she realized that if she didn't listen to Lin Jian, she would die, but if she listened, she might still be able to survive. For the first time, she felt that her mind was working so fast. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "I'm sorry." Tears flashed in her eyes, but she raised the knife without hesitation and slashed at Axie. "You dare?" Axie roared, her eyes full of shock. She didn't expect that this low-level elf would dare to do it. Nivea did not respond, only uttered a choked, "I'm sorry," as the long knife fell. The blade accurately cut Axie's neck, and blood splattered. The harsh sound of the blade entering the flesh made people's scalp numb, and Axie let out a scream. His body was strong, and even though his neck was split, he did not die immediately. He roared violently, trying to fight back before dying, and pounced on Nivea. But at this moment, Lin Jian's mind moved, and the law of blood was activated instantly. Axie's movements immediately stopped, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Nivea was so frightened that she screamed and swung her knife. She slashed at Axie like crazy, one knife after another. The only sound in the forest was her crazy slashing. Even Lin Jian frowned. He couldn't help but sigh that when women are ruthless, they are no match for men. Axie was already dead, but she kept finishing him off, just like whipping the corpse. "Enough, stop it!" The powerful elves around them finally couldn't bear it anymore. They could tolerate Lin Jian's attack, but Niwei was also an elf. How could she treat her own kind like this? Rage rushed to their heads, and a group of elf warriors rushed directly towards Lin Jian and his men. Lin Jian's eyes turned cold, and he snatched the Shura blood blade from Nivea's hand. He swung the knife again. This time Brett was well prepared. He knew that this knife was not only powerful in attack, but also had a mental impact. He immediately activated mental defense magic to block the shock of consciousness at that moment. The elves gradually regained consciousness, their morale was boosted, and they began to counterattack. Magic, sword energy, and arrows attacked Lin Jian one after another. But the next moment, the magic power in their bodies suddenly stagnated. The Shura blood blade was not just an ordinary weapon, it was fused with the law of blood and could interfere with the blood flow in the target's body. This made their magic release unstable and their strength greatly reduced. Despite this, they still tried their best to cast magic defense, and countless magic and weapons bombarded the blood-red blade light. Smoke and dust flew, and explosions continued. "We blocked it!" The elves looked at the smoke with excitement, and hope rose in their hearts. But the next second, A beam of blood rushed out from the smoke, like the scythe of the god of death, sweeping across. Ah! This scene was so horrifying that even Brett couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. He couldn't figure it out. They had been suppressing Lin Jiu's attack a few days ago, but why did he suddenly change today? And where did the knife come from? Lin Jiuan, however, looked relaxed, looking at the sure blood blade in his hand with satisfaction. Sure enough, a good blade goes with a good man. He smiled softly, as if he had obtained a treasure he had always dreamed of. The improvement of his bloodline, coupled with this divine weapon that was extremely compatible with him, doubled his combat power. Before he used his real killer move, the light and dark field, he easily crushed this group of powerful elves. Of course, there was also the reason that the other party underestimated the enemy, and Axie was the first to be killed in an instant, without any defense. If they had known that Lin Jiuan's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, they might have joined forces to fight back and avoid ending up like this. But now, it was too late to say anything. Axie and his main force were almost dead, and the rest were mages, assassins, and archers. Their frontal combat power was simply not enough to stop Lin Jiuan. At this moment, Lin Jiuan's eyes slowly fell on Brett. Brett's heart was chilled, as if he was a prey being stared at, and his whole body was stiff. His voice was hoarse, and he shouted, "Run!" But as soon as the voice fell, his face was full of despair. It wasn't that Lin Jiuan took action, but he realized that they couldn't escape at all. This magic circle was set up by them, specifically to trap Lin Jiuan. It was indeed powerful and could firmly suppress a strong man like Lin Jiuan. But this formation also has a price. If they want to trap Lin Jiuan, it means that even those who set up the formation cannot enter and exit freely. They can only leave after the energy is exhausted or the formation is slowly lifted. But how can Lin Jiuan give them this time? Now everyone is trapped here, and Lin Jiuan has become the only master. Looking at Lin Jiuan's sunny smile, Brett's heart was filled with endless fear. Xavier was in an unusually good mood because his subordinates had brought him satisfactory news. Lin Jiuan, the human who had always given him a headache, was finally trapped in the magic circle and could no longer escape. In his opinion, as long as this rat died, he would no longer have to worry about the cooperation between the other party and the elf mother tree. It didn't even matter whether Bayer was dead or alive, because the child in Romifia's belly still lacked a nominal father. At that time, he could simply blame the child on Bayer, and take the opportunity to kill him and divorce Romifia. In this way, he could naturally marry Ranran, who had become an elf, and kill two birds with one stone. Thinking about all the arrangements for the future, Xavier looked at the barrier that looked like an upside-down bowl in the distance, and his mood became more and more cheerful. He walked slowly towards the direction of the magic circle, as if victory was just around the corner. Lin Jiuan was fast, but in the face of strength, that speed was nothing. Even if Carol and Cecilia suddenly turned against them, it would not be a big deal. Xavier had already warned Brett and Axie to be careful. Lin Jiuan could only delay for a while, and could not really threaten the situation. According to his estimation, the battle would be almost over by the time he arrived. He would let Bright untie the magic circle, and then he would personally go out to capture the person and interrogate this human to see what was going on. He hoped that everything would go as he wished, that Bayer would be dead and the child would be his. If not, he would simply throw the dirty water on Bayer and Romifia and get rid of them together. He had been in the Elf Mother Tree Kingdom for more than 30 days. If someone really replaced his father, he would be marginalized sooner or later. Without the support of the elves, he would not be able to go far on his cultivation path, let alone dominate the trial. He walked to the edge of the magic circle with a feeling of victory, but the scene in front of him made him stunned on the spot, and the smile on his face instantly froze. The battle was indeed over, but the result was completely beyond his expectations. In the magic circle, it was not Lin Jiuan who was trapped, but Brett, Axie and others, all of whom fell on the broken ground. The barrier was full of broken limbs, but there was almost no blood, which looked particularly weird and terrifying. "Your Majesty?" A terrified cry came, and Brett ran towards Xavier with blood all over his body and disheveled hair. His old face was full of panic, but his eyes were filled with hope of surviving the disaster, as if he had finally seen his savior. But before he could say anything, a blood blade pierced through his chest from behind. Brett's body froze, and the hope in his eyes turned into despair in an instant. In the end, he fell down without even leaving a last word. Bright? Xavier's eyes widened, his anger filled with disbelief. He had used almost all the powerful elves he could mobilize in this battle, and originally thought he had a sure win, but now it became a joke. Even Bright and Axie were dead, and looking around, there were corpses of elves everywhere. Here I come. A lazy voice came, and Lin Jian walked out from the edge of the barrier with a relaxed smile on his lips. Xavier looked up at him, his eyes bloodshot, the rage in his heart almost burning out his rationality. You damned little bastard! I must kill you! His voice was low and cold, without the previous calmness in his tone. This group of powerful elves was the foundation of their lineage that had been accumulated for thousands of years, and now it was all destroyed. The elves were seriously injured, and after this trial, they would probably have to stay in seclusion for 1,000 years to protect themselves. Not to mention becoming the hegemon, they would be lucky to be alive. Lin Jian alone destroyed all his ambitions, calculations, and future. Even if he really held in Ranran in his arms, even if he gave birth to a child of royal blood, he would not be able to survive until the child grew up. In the end, the elves were just paving the way for the aliens and becoming a stepping stone for others' power. Facing Xavier's roar, Lin Jian just yawned lazily, smiled and turned away. Hurry up, I'll wait for you. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and walked into the depths of the forest, stepping into his territory without fear. Xavier could only watch as Carol naturally leaned into Lin Jian's arms. And Cecilia, although she stood there with a look of reluctance on her face, was still gently pulled into his arms. She hated Lin Jian in her heart, but the bloody massacre scene and the fact that Bayer was still in his hands made her dare not resist. So, in front of Xavier, the Elf King, the culprit who killed the elves, hugged 2 female elves and a weak female ranger, and walked into the forest leisurely. Ah! Bastard human! Bastard! I will kill you with my own hands! Xavier roared, his voice heartbreaking, as if he wanted to vent his anger on the entire earth. After entering deeper into the forest and away from the sight of the outside world, Lin Jian did not do anything immediately. He just turned his head slowly and looked at Cecilia, whose eyes were full of reluctance and anger. Cecilia met his gaze, and her original hatred was immediately suppressed by instinctive fear. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end no sound came out. Kneel down! Lin Jian's voice was not loud, but there was no warmth in his tone. Cecilia's face changed, her eyes were full of struggle, and she gritted her teeth unwillingly. This was not in private, this was in public. Kneel down! The tone became even colder, like a mountain pressing down on one's heart, making it hard to breathe. Cecilia's body shook violently, fear overcoming pride, and she knelt down on the ground, lowering her head and trembling all over. Lin Jian had a sneer on his face, looking at this once arrogant and indifferent elf ranger, who was lying at his feet like a little quail. He knew in his heart that he liked this woman very much, and her strength was not bad. Although she could not be a main warrior, she was still enough to guard the house. During this period, Lin Jian has been focusing on one thing, which is to completely change Cecilia's perception of herself. He wants her to change from succumbing to Bayer's oppression at the beginning to fear and respect him instinctively. Judging from her current performance, this goal seems to have achieved some initial results, but it is far from complete. Lin Jian knew that he had to continue to suppress her remaining self-esteem, and leave a mark of fear deep in her heart. Only in this way would she truly submit, and even become dependent on him, or even addicted. About half a cup of tea later, the ground suddenly shook, and Lin Jian felt that the sky seemed to be bright. He subconsciously raised his head and found that the large formation that originally covered the sky had quietly dissipated. He immediately waved his hand, controlling the blood to gather into a red shield, tightly wrapping up Cecilia, who was lying on the ground and trembling all over. It seemed that her trembling was not only due to fear, but also mixed with other emotions. Carol, who was standing by and watching the fight, suddenly changed her expression. She grabbed Nivea, who was beside her, and quickly took her away. Nivea's face was also as pale as paper, and it was obvious that she had just seen some horrific scene. Then, a loud bang exploded in the distance, and golden light swept in like a raging tide. This force was so terrifying that it engulfed the entire land where Lin Jian was in the blink of an eye. When the light faded, A huge hole 100 meters long appeared on the ground, and everything nearby had already evaporated. The originally lush trees and grass were now only a barren wasteland. In the air, a figure was quietly suspended, his golden hair fluttering, his eyes shining with golden light like stars. That person was Xavier, holding a golden longbow with complex patterns in his hand, his expression as cold as frost. His eyes fell on the center of the ground, where there was a blood-colored shield that had not yet been completely extinguished. It was constantly being eroded by the burning of the light element. But at the same time, the power inside the shield was constantly recovering, and the blood-colored barrier was once again generated. Soon, the shield completely dissipated, revealing Lin Jian. He held Cecilia in one hand, and put the other hand lazily in his pocket, looking up at Xavier in the air. Cecilia was now dazed, like a walking corpse, with empty eyes and no spirit. Lin Jian spoke with a smile, his tone teasing and frivolous. "Thank you for the reminder. I almost forgot that the light element also has a burning effect." Xavier did not respond. He raised his longbow, and the light element gathered at his fingertips and turned into an arrow of light. As he gently loosened his grip, the arrow of light shot out, quickly splitting into countless tiny arrows in flight. These arrows were like a torrential rain, instantly covering the sky and firmly blocking all the retreat routes around Lin Jian. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Lin Jian remained relaxed, even grabbing Cecilia to block the way. "Look, your brother is really ruthless," he said calmly, as if chatting. "He looks like he's planning to get rid of you too." Cecilia had no expression on her face. She did not reply, and her eyes were empty. She had just experienced how Lin Jian had destroyed her dignity in front of Carol and others. Being humiliated in public made her feel hopeless. At this moment, the blood law in Lin Jian's body was surging, bringing a burst of intense pain, causing Cecilia to groan in pain and wake up briefly. When she came to her senses, she saw the light arrow that covered the sky and the sun suddenly pressing towards her and Lin Jian. She also saw Xavier in midair, still with a cold and ruthless face, without a trace of hesitation or wavering. Cecilia's lips moved slightly, but she didn't say a word. She finally understood that Xavier was not only her brother, but also a completely cold-blooded king. She had once fantasized that this brother would at least be different when facing her. She always felt that no matter how cold-blooded Xavier was to others, he should have some affection for her, his biological sister. The scene before her was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing all of Cecilia's fantasies. She thought that no matter how difficult it was, Xavier would not be cruel to her. After all, they were brother and sister. But Xavier's cold eyes were like he was facing an enemy, without any warmth of family affection. She never thought that her most trusted brother would show such an expression to her. Cecilia's body began to tremble slightly, staring at Xavier in disbelief. She didn't even notice that a faint light suddenly appeared on Lin Jian's body, weakening the sharpness of the arrows, even though the rain of arrows from the sky was whistling down. Then, a layer of blood-red shield spread out, swallowing up all the arrows. The scene was shocking. But she didn't read a word of this. She only saw Xavier looking at Lin Jian in surprise, and this surprise, in her opinion, was even more ironic. How could this happen? For thousands of years, I have never caused trouble. I have been practicing silently and fighting desperately, all for him to ascend the throne and stabilize the country. Now, I have become a hostage, and I have to be eliminated by him. When Xavier took action, he did not hesitate at all, as if the years of brotherhood and sisterhood were not worth mentioning at all. Cecilia smiled. A cold and sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After thousands of years of hard work, they were treated like this. The father and son were indeed cut from the same cloth, cold-blooded and ruthless in their bones. The emotion she had been suppressing in her heart finally broke down at this moment, almost bursting. "Let me go!" Her roar was mixed with frustration and unwillingness. Lin Jian just smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and didn't say much, and just let go. He had already controlled her body and blood. Even if she regained her freedom, she could not really escape his control. Every drop of her blood had been fused with Lin Jian's blood essence. She would be in agony with just the thought. Even if the powerful Mother Tree Nimue wanted to purify it, it would not be done in a short time. As soon as she was released, Cecilia raised her hand reflexively, and a green longbow instantly gathered in her palm. Without hesitation, she almost immediately raised the bow and drew the arrow, aiming directly at Xavier in the sky. Arrows fell like rain, sweeping towards Xavier densely. Xavier was startled, and his heart sank. He thought Cecilia was useless and a useless hostage, so he might as well just get rid of her. But when she attacked, her aura was surging and her fighting spirit was boiling. How could she look weakened at all? He then realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. His mind raced, and he quickly pieced together a possible truth. In his opinion, Cecilia had long been bribed by Linnan and became the other party's insider. This was a carefully planned game by Brett, who thought he had a sure win, but unexpectedly Cecilia betrayed him at the critical moment. It was because of her betrayal that Linnan seized the opportunity to turn defeat into victory, causing Brett and his men to be completely wiped out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xavier could hardly suppress the rage in his heart, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Without any hesitation, he formed seals with both hands, and a powerful forbidden spell took shape instantly. Linnan watched all this, but there was always a faint smile on his face. He had predicted all this. From the beginning, he knew that Xavier would attack Cecilia without mercy. Cecilia seemed to be free, but in fact she was always under his control. Her counterattack was just part of his plan. This play was so realistic that even he himself was somewhat impressed. The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense, the brilliance of magic and the rain of arrows intertwined, and the battle was about to break out. But behind this fierce scene, there was a deep vortex of conspiracy and betrayal. From the brother-sister relationship thousands of years ago to the war now, everything has changed beyond recognition. Cecilia's heart has long been cold. She will no longer be naive enough to think that family affection can overcome power and interests. At this moment, she just wants to shoot the arrow into Xavier's chest with her own hands to put an end to the betrayal she has suffered for many years. Xavier roared, and forbidden magic burst out. A column of black light shot straight into the sky, tearing through space and heading straight for Cecilia. Cecilia no longer hesitated, the bow in her hand was already fully drawn, and a dazzling light burst out from her body. She ignored Linnan standing beside her, and aimed the arrow directly at the forbidden spell that was overturned. The two of them belonged to the Linguang family and practiced light-attributed techniques. At the intersection of the two forces, it was like two suns colliding, and the strong light almost illuminated the distant elf city. The wind was raging, the ground was blown away, and large areas of trees were uprooted. The scene seemed like the end of the world. However, Xavier was still more skilled and had more abundant training resources, so he finally overwhelmed Cecilia. The light above crushed the arrow below, smashing it to pieces. With a loud bang, the shock wave swept down like a raging tide, rushing directly towards Cecilia. Xavier stood in the air, his robes rustling, his expression grim, as if the person he was attacking was not a relative, but an enemy. But at this moment, an arrow suddenly shot out from the smoke, so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Xavier's protective necklace activated instantly, creating a golden shield to block the attack. However, the arrow, shining with golden light, easily shattered the shield. One protective equipment after another was activated, but in front of the arrow, it was like paper and was instantly broken. Finally, the arrow penetrated all the barriers and shot directly into Xavier's shoulder. His body swayed, and blood fell from the air, but he did not pull out the arrow, but stared at the smoke in front of him. As the smoke and dust cleared, a figure slowly emerged. It was Cecilia. She was covered in wounds, her armor was broken, her hair was messy, and there was blood at the corners of her mouth, but she still stood there straight. She looked down at the ground, then looked up at Xavier in midair, with a sarcastic smile on her face. "Dear brother." Her voice was hoarse, but it revealed a hint of madness. "Have you forgotten that you have never been my opponent since childhood? If you were not a man, and if I was not too lazy to fight, how could you have gotten the throne?" Xavier's face instantly darkened. This was indeed the truth he didn't want to face. From childhood to adulthood, his sister had always been gifted and her cultivation speed was far ahead. If she hadn't had no desire for power, it would have been hard to say who would take the position of Elf King. But he relied on his gender advantage and accumulated resources to reverse the situation and thought he had erased the past. Unexpectedly, today, the wound was ruthlessly torn open. What made him even more embarrassed was that he was not much stronger than Cecilia, but she still hurt him. You're looking for death. Xavier was furious, and with a wave of his hand, countless golden arrows shot towards Cecilia. These arrows did not hit her directly, but fell around her, accurately blocking all her escape routes. The next moment, the arrows burst into light on the ground, forming a huge golden light net that trapped her in the center. The golden ropes wrapped around her hands and feet, and continued to burn her body, and even her weapons fell to the ground. But even so, Cecilia still had that mocking smile on her face, and her bloody face looked particularly beautiful. Xavier slowly raised his hand and began to gather strength. He decided not to give his sister any chance of survival. The sky was changing, and a huge vortex formed with him as the center. The light gathered in his palm, and a huge, sun disk was taking shape. He stood on the clouds, looking down at the earth like a god, his eyes flashing with ruthless golden light. In the name of the Elf King, I grant you death. His voice was cold and firm, as if he had already sentenced him to death. But before he could finish his words, something strange happened. With a puff, the sun that was originally full of power suddenly collapsed. He looked down suddenly. He saw a bloody black knife piercing his heart, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His eyes were full of shock, as if he didn't understand what happened. At this moment, a somewhat helpless voice sounded behind him. Have you forgotten about me? Lin Jian began to doubt his life. The actions of the brother and sister were completely beyond his expectations. He could understand Cecilia's actions. After all, she might have deliberately clashed with Xavier to draw attention to herself. So when the two of them just started arguing, he decisively hid far away to avoid being affected. But what Lin Jian couldn't accept was that Xavier completely ignored his existence. Lin Jian sneered and complained. I just killed all your men, and also took care of your son and slept with your sister. Do you think it's worth it to make you so angry? As he spoke, he raised the hand holding the Shura blood blade, and Xavier was lifted up by him. Xavier was a little stunned just now. Obviously he didn't expect to be controlled, but the next moment, he was filled with anger and spit out blood several times. You deserve to die! Xavier roared, desperately circulated the magic power in his body, intending to fight Lin Jian with the blood-burning technique. Even if that forbidden technique would sacrifice his talent, weaken his strength, and shorten his lifespan, he didn't care. For him, everything had lost its meaning. All his subordinates were gone, his son died, and his sister turned against him because of him. However, Xavier's face changed drastically soon he found that he couldn't mobilize the magic power in his body. The blood seemed to be completely out of control. He finally realized that Lin Jian could actually control blood. If you were seriously injured by him, it would be like being sentenced to death, and there would be no chance of a comeback. Lin Jian raised his lips and was about to say the famous line, I will take care of your wife, don't worry about it. But a sudden golden emblem interrupted him. A burst of dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, and Lin Jian subconsciously closed his eyes and leaped back suddenly. But he did not relax. Instead he quickly swung out several blood-colored blades, all slashing towards Xavier's position. The sound of a knife tearing flesh could be heard by my ears, and when the light faded, Xavier's figure had disappeared. Only some bloodstains with a golden sheen remained on the ground. He has too many life-saving items on him. Cecilia's weak voice came from the side. Lin Jian turned around and saw her sitting on the ground, covering her bleeding arm. Her voice was hoarse and a little self-blaming. I miscalculated just now. I must kill him as soon as possible. Lin Jian was also a little annoyed. He relied too much on the suppression power of the blood law. Indeed, once the enemy was injured, he could almost completely control the situation, but he ignored those strange life-saving props that were not affected by the blood law. Lin Jian walked to her side, squatted down, and gently placed his hand on her wound. He mobilized the laws of blood and water at the same time, extracted the refined low-level blood essence from the ring and injected it into her body. Although this blood essence had no buffing effect, it could quickly replenish her blood and magic power. Combined with the restorative power of the law of water, the effect was almost immediate. The pale color on Cecilia's face quickly faded, and she clenched her fists, amazed at the speed of recovery. Originally, she would have to lie down for at least half a year for such an injury, but it healed in just a few minutes. She stood up slowly and looked at Lin Jian with a gloomy face. Lin Jian was about to speak, but she saw her eyes turn cold and suddenly stretched out her hand to strangle his neck. "What did you say just now? Bayer is dead?" Her voice was cold, and her eyes were murderous. At this time, Carol and Nivea rushed over. Seeing this scene, Carol was instantly alert, and a sharp blade appeared in her palm. Although Cecilia has been her sister for many years, Lin Jiuan is her man, her boss, and even her future backer. As long as Lin Jiuan was still there, she could walk sideways in the elf forest in the future. If something happened to him, she would not even have a place to stand and might even be wanted. So between Lin Jiuan and Cecilia, she didn't have to hesitate at all. Lin Jiuan gave her a look that said, "Don't move," and Carol suppressed her murderous intent. Lin Jiuan looked at Cecilia with a disdainful smile on his face. "Why, are you really going to come and settle accounts with me for the son of your brother who killed you without hesitation? Or do you want to think about whether you want to continue to follow me in the future?" Cecilia's face darkened, but the strength in her hands gradually loosened. If it were in the past, when she heard that Bayer was dead, she would definitely do it regardless of the consequences, even if she would die with him. But these days, she had to admit that she had already developed a certain dependence on Lin Jiuan. More importantly, he was right. If she attacked him now, she would be doomed no matter whether he died or not. Even if she wanted to avenge Bayer, it was not now. After a long silence, Cecilia finally let go of her hand, slowly sat back on the ground, and buried her head in her knees. Lin Jiuan smiled softly, walked over and hugged her. She did not struggle, but leaned in his arms and sobbed softly. After escaping, Xavier did not look back, but rushed towards the elf city. He ignored the shocked looks from the people in the city, and rushed into the palace with his last bit of strength. As soon as he entered the palace, he immediately activated the palace's defensive barrier, trying to buy himself a moment to breathe. The next moment, he couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood violently. His chest felt like it was burning with fire. The maids and guards in front of the palace gate panicked and rushed over, shouting what had happened to His Majesty. But Xavier no longer had the strength to respond, and their voices seemed to come through the thick mist, seeming particularly far away. The intense running all the way to escape and the suppression of the serious injuries in his body have exhausted him, and he just wants to stabilize his injuries as soon as possible. At this moment, a calm and familiar female voice broke the chaos, coming from his queen Romeia. She calmly ordered everyone to take their positions and asked them to quickly gather the clan leaders. It was clear that a turmoil was about to come. Listening to the queen's orderly command, everyone gradually quieted down, which also made Xavier feel a little relieved. He was thankful that he had his capable wife, Romeia, to help him at this critical moment. But just as he felt comforted, he felt an inexplicable sense of disobedience, as if he had overlooked something crucial. He tried to gather his strength and was about to calm down and practice his skills to suppress his injuries, but he heard the queen approaching him softly, asking him tenderly if he was okay. Xavier slowly opened his eyes and saw Romeia's incredibly beautiful face, with tears in her eyes. He coughed up some blood and shook his head to indicate that he was fine, but the enemy's abilities were strange and he had to stabilize his injuries as soon as possible. He asked Romeia to help him back to his room, and while recuperating, he waited for the clan leaders to gather and meet the enemy. But halfway through his words, Xavier suddenly shuddered and realized the crux of the matter. Wasn't Romeia already in collusion with that human Lin Jiuan? How could he have forgotten this? His pupils suddenly shrank, his face changed drastically, and he wanted to jump up and dodge immediately, but it was too late. With a light, puff, sound, a dagger had quietly pierced into his chest and deeply penetrated into his heart. He looked down, his face full of horror, but when he looked up, he saw Romeia smiling at him, so beautiful that it was blinding. "Your Majesty." She spoke softly, and her tone revealed an unprecedented ease and relief. "Since you really have something to do, then I am really happy." Xavier was filled with shock and anger. He wanted to speak, but his breath was already weak and he couldn't even utter a complete word. He thought he was well prepared, wearing several life-saving magic weapons, but now there was no reaction at all. As his queen, Romeia naturally knew his trump card and had prepared a special method to restrain him. The dagger not only avoided his defensive props, but after piercing his heart, it also released chains that wrapped around his body, completely destroying his body structure. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't even say, "You bitch." He could only tremble his lips and widen his eyes. At this moment, he was full of regret. He regretted indulging in Romeia and regretted not seeing through her disguise earlier. However, Romeia's smile became brighter in the face of the resentment and annoyance in his eyes, as if she was completely liberated. No one knew how cautious she had been after marrying Xavier, and even her breathing depended on his expression. She often wondered if she had not chosen Xavier and married a man from a family of equal status, would she be happier now? Although there is no regret medicine in the world, at this moment, she finally got through it, and she no longer had to endure it. From now on, she is the true queen of the elves and no longer needs to hide behind others to survive. Although she still relies on men, Lin is different from Xavier. He understands women's hearts better and knows how to respect them better. Your Majesty, don't worry. Jiuan has promised me that after you die, I will succeed the throne of queen and the elves will not be in chaos. As for your family, I will not act rashly. After all, Jiuan does not like cruel women, she said, smiling, lowering her head and gently stroking her belly, very tenderly. By the way, do you know? He is much more powerful than you. I got pregnant with his child in just a few days. This sentence completely ignited Xavier's last rage. He roared and wanted to fight back, but unfortunately he was exhausted. He spat out a mouthful of black blood before he could finish his words. He fell heavily to the ground and died. Romeia stood there, looking at the fallen body. The smile on her face gradually faded, and she regained her composure. She glanced around, and saw that the maids and guards around her, including the commander of the Imperial Guards who had just arrived, were all terrified and at a loss. Well, he's dead, she said calmly, as if the scene just now was just an ordinary reckoning. She turned to the commander of the guards. Her tone was gentle but with pressure. You have two choices now. One is to serve him, become my enemy, and then die at the hands of the next person to arrive. The other is to work for me, and after I take control of the situation, receive a generous reward and enjoy your old age. She smiled gently, and her voice became more meaningful. If you want, I can personally recommend you to Jiuan. Oh, by the way, your Aunt Cecilia is also his woman. These words were like a knife cutting into the heart of the Royal Guard commander. As a member of the Linguang family, he understood what this meant. He was silent for a moment, and after hearing Cecilia's name, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, and then he knelt on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a firm voice, I swear to be loyal to the Queen until death. With the support of the commander of the Royal Guards, Romeia quickly took control of the Elf Palace. Without any hesitation, she threw Xavier's body into an empty room, then turned around and greeted the clan leaders and elders of various tribes as if nothing had happened. What was even more surprising was that many of the clan leaders and elders were not invited by her, but rushed to the palace on their own. They had already seen Xavier's appearance when he returned seriously injured. It was in the sky, and all the elves saw the embarrassed scene of him flying back to the palace. Romeia, what happened? What did Xavier do outside the city? Before she could calmly deal with the arrangements for Xavier's body, a group of people rushed in questioning her. Romeia did not panic, but asked them to calm down and wait in the meeting room, and she would explain everything later. Although some people began to express dissatisfaction and doubt, the opposition was quickly suppressed due to the Queen's status and the tough attitude of the commander of the guards. At the same time, Lin, Cecilia and others had already arrived outside the elf city, and Miana had been waiting for them outside. Miana led them all the way into the elf city unimpeded, and when they finally arrived at the gate of the palace, Lin saw Romeia wearing a royal robe, standing in front of the door waiting. You are finally here. They are all waiting in the conference room. Romeia came forward. Are you confident that you can convince them? Lin asked calmly. If you have confidence, I will have confidence too. Romeia smiled brightly, looking particularly relaxed. Lin didn't say much, but put his arm around her waist and led her straight to the meeting room. When he pushed open the door, the noise in the meeting room suddenly stopped, and all the elves looked towards the door. They were shocked when they saw a human walking in with their queen in his arms. But these elves were all shrewd people, and they soon realized that Xavier was dead. Otherwise, Romeia would not be so intimate with a human in public, and the commander of the guards would not stand silently by and have no reaction. So, for a moment, All the elves could only watch Lin Jian sit on the throne of the Elf King, hugging Romeia as if no one was around. After Lin Jian sat down, he did not rush to speak, but leisurely adjusted his posture to make himself sit more comfortably. Then, he motioned for Romeia to sit on his lap and gently placed his hand on her thigh, without any hesitation. "Xavier is dead," he said calmly. "I know you may not be used to this situation, but I have a solution." He paused and his tone became relaxed. "From now on, Romeia will be your queen. I have finished what I want to say. Who is in favor? Who is against?" The air suddenly became frozen. At this time, an old elf with white hair stood up and said angrily, "I object. This is the elf tribe, not a place for you humans." But before he finished speaking, the commander of the guards drew his sword and pierced the old man's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Blood was flowing all over the ground, and the elves present were furious, yet full of fear. The guard leader had a cold expression on his face, and he slowly took a step back, staring at everyone vigilantly, while Lin Jian looked down at Romeia as if nothing had happened. After a while, he raised his head with a hint of sarcasm on his face. "No one objects?" The entire conference hall was silent. Lin Jian nodded with satisfaction, then snapped his fingers, and several elf maids came in with trays. On the tray, there were glasses of red wine, and the goblets were shining with a charming luster. Just when everyone was still confused, Lin Jian cut his finger, and drops of blood were controlled by him to fly into the wine glasses in front of each elf, except for his and Romeia's. He raised his glass and said with a smile, "Let's drink to celebrate Romeia becoming the queen of elves." Lin Jian had a smile on his face and looked very friendly, but all the elves present knew that once they drank that wine, there would be no turning back. Some elves hesitated, but some decided to drink it. But at this moment, several young elves suddenly stood up and turned around to escape from the meeting room. But before they could run a few steps, several blood-red blades cut through the air and cut them in half. Screams cut through the oppressive air, and the bloody bodies fell to the ground. Others did not dare to turn around to look. The palace guard leader wanted to continue the pursuit, but was stopped by Lin Jian. "Forget it, don't dirty the carpet," Lin Jian said in a relaxed tone, as if he was talking about today's weather. The elves who fell to the ground and groaned gradually lost their voices in pain. The remaining elves were covered in blood, but they were still alive. The air was filled with blood and despair. Lin Jian spoke slowly at this time. "I am very disappointed. They are unwilling to drink even a glass of wine. This is a lack of faith for me and a lack of respect for Romeia." He looked at the other elves present and asked word by word, "I wonder if you are willing to give us this face?" After a short silence, the elves finally understood the price of their choice. One by one, they silently raised their glasses and drank the red wine mixed with Lin Jian's blood. In the back garden of the elf palace, Lin Jian lazily leaned on a soft chair, looking comfortable. Surrounded by several beautiful and hot female elves, they accompanied him in soft voices, either giving him massages or feeding him wine and fruit, which was really enjoyable. Their flirting and laughter filled my ears, like the wind blowing through the woods, making me feel relaxed and happy. Looking around, on one side is the lush forest and colorful garden, and on the other side is the newly built swimming pool. The elf girls in swimsuits were having fun in the water, splashing water, as if the entire palace was in a leisurely holiday atmosphere. Xavier had been dead for some time. Ever since Lin Jian made his move that day, he had been staying in the palace, living an extremely luxurious life. He even ordered each elven family like a tyrant to pay tribute to him with beautiful women according to the size of the family. This policy, coupled with Xavier's death and Romeia's rapid rise to power, caused dissatisfaction and resistance among many elves. After all, no one is willing to accept a human being as the ruler, even if this human is powerful. So in a short period of time, there were constant resistances in secret, but Lin Jian did not personally take action many times. Cecilia and the others, as well as the elves controlled by his blood essence, quickly suppressed all the unrest. Several families were slaughtered, and the royal city was like a vegetable market for several days, with heads rolling around, and the resistance was quietly extinguished. As the situation stabilized, Lin Jian returned to his previous carefree life, eating and waiting for rewards every day, and not having to worry about anything. Although he hadn't gotten any big rewards recently, he had successfully integrated the 5 elements law with 4 of the 5 methods laws, and was only one step away from completing them all. He sat on the chair, carelessly touching the ears of the female elf in his arms, but his mind had already drifted away. He thought to himself, "It's almost time for Ranran to come out." He had seen a lot of these long-haired elves, and he began to miss the soft skin of mermaids, or the feeling of human women of the same kind. Although the elf girls in front of him were all good-looking, only a few of them could really move him. The stunning beauties like Miana, the Eurola sisters, Romeia, Carol, and Cecilia were all very busy recently, each with their own important matters. While managing the country, Romeia restored order and tried to smoothly transition the changes brought by Lin Jian. She also took the opportunity to push Miana to the position of crown prince, which did not take much effort. After all, the two were of the same race, and Miana was a pure-blooded elf with enough reputation. Although the elves were reluctant to be ruled by humans, it was better than accepting human offspring directly. Miana temporarily became a buffer zone, which was an acceptable choice for them. Miana was now very busy, having to deal with various ceremonies and congratulations, and assisting Romeia in handling the government affairs of the royal city. Cecilia took over the post of the head of the royal guards, and it was said that Romeia was planning to make her the supreme commander of the entire elven army. Carol, based on Lin Jian's suggestion, integrated resources to form a secret organization similar to the human Jinui, and she was in charge of intelligence and purge work. As for Eurola, who had been raised as a canary, Miana wanted her to go out and gain experience, but was rejected by Lin Jian. As a result, the little girl stayed by his side alone, and seemed a little overwhelmed. Just as Lin Jian was daydreaming, he suddenly felt a special energy fluctuation. His expression changed, and he immediately stood up from his seat, pushed away a few coquettish elf girls, and disappeared in a flash. In just a few seconds he used the law of earth to transfer directly from the back garden to the ancestral land of the elves, the area at the entrance to the kingdom of God. The world tree in front of him shone with a strange light, and circles of energy fluctuations spread out. Lin Jian did not hesitate and stepped in directly. In a flash of light, his figure disappeared in the ripples of the world tree and entered the core area of the elf kingdom. The lively scene was gone, replaced by silence, with only Erica, the elf who had taken him in last time, standing by. When she saw Lin Jian, she immediately smiled and saluted, saying, "You are here. Mother had expected you to come and asked me to wait for you here. And Ranran's reincarnation ceremony is almost complete, please follow me." Lin Jian nodded, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and followed her towards the lake. Although Ranran's appearance was not as outstanding as Romeia and Eurola, she was the first girl that Lin Jian had really come into contact with since he entered this world. She helped him a lot and had a likable personality. This kind of relationship could not be simply measured by beauty. They walked through the forest path of the kingdom of God and soon came to a familiar lake, where Lin Jian first met Nimue. At this moment, many female elves had gathered by the lake. They stood in a circle, looking solemn and cautious. When they saw Lin Jian coming, their expressions became complicated, shy, respectful, and a little ambiguous. Obviously, Nimue had told them something in advance. Lin Jian glanced around and didn't see Nimue. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed a layer of ripples on the lake. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on it. The lake was sparkling, as if something important was brewing. Lin Jian's heart tightened, and his eyes became serious. He knew that this moment had finally arrived and Ranran was about to return. The atmosphere at the lakeside suddenly became tense, and a group of female elves stared at the lake with unblinking excitement in their eyes. They whispered to each other, discussing the new elves that were about to appear, and their tone was as if they were welcoming a legendary existence. "I heard that she might be of royal bloodline," someone whispered. "Really? That's too exaggerated," another elf next to him responded in surprise. The discussion surrounding this rebirth ceremony seemed to push the atmosphere of the entire lakeside to a climax. These elves, who were once famous in the history of their tribe, were now as excited as mortals, and their eyes would fall on Lin Jian from time to time. But Lin Jian didn't care about it, and his attention was always focused on the lake's gradually calming but slightly rippled water. Suddenly, a soft light rose from the water, and the ripples seemed to respond to everyone's expectant gazes, approaching the lake shore little by little. Then, the water surface broke open, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure slowly walked out. It was Ranran. Lin Jian's eyes lit up. She hadn't changed much from before, except that her ears had some elf-like features, long and pointed. But what attracted his eyes the most was her creamy white skin, which shone softly in the sun, and her whole person seemed as perfect as if she had been sculpted by a god. From a beautiful girl with a score of 95, she seemed to have suddenly leaped to a state of beauty that could not be measured by scores. "Brother Lin!" When Ranran saw Lin Jian, her eyes suddenly lit up, and like a happy little deer, she trotted all the way and jumped into his arms. Lin Jian opened his arms and hugged her, rubbing her head with a smile. "Our Ranran has changed a lot. Do you like it?" She raised her head, her eyes full of anticipation. "Of course I like it." Lin Jian gently rubbed her elf ears, and Ranran's body stiffened, and her cheeks immediately turned red. "You're so annoying! Don't touch my ears casually," she added in a low voice. "Even if you want to touch it, you have to wait until no one is watching." Lin Jian smiled and stopped teasing her. In his heart, he was impressed that the elves' ears were indeed much more sensitive than humans. Not only was their hearing good, but their sense of touch was also very good. "How does it feel?" he asked. "Great!" And Ranran raised her chin with pride. "Then I'll rely on you to protect me from now on," Lin Jian teased her. He could clearly feel that in Ranran's blood was already unusual, and that spirit aura was even higher than that of Romeia and Cecilia around him. She is no longer an ordinary elf, but a being with royal blood. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the European emperor. Without doing anything, she has completed the transformation that others may not be able to complete even if they work hard for a lifetime. And he, even though he received the gift from the Lord of Life, has not yet reached the threshold of the royal family. It's like he successfully skipped a level and got the ultimate account at the beginning. "Leave it to me!" And Ranran patted her chest, her eyes full of confidence. Lin Jian watched her figure become more attractive, his heart moved, but his eyes turned to Erica standing beside him. "Where is Nimue? Mother has used up too much of her divine power for this reincarnation and has fallen into a deep sleep," Erica said respectfully. "But before she fell asleep, she asked us to follow your arrangements." Lin Jian nodded, feeling a little regretful. What he wanted to do most was to talk to Nimue, and see if he could get some rewards from her, even in exchange for time. After all, among all the strong people he had seen, Nimue's existence was closest to the level of God. Even though her power might not be completely pure, the fact that she was able to create the entire elven kingdom and transform Ranran into a royal bloodline speaks for itself. If one could really extract the gift from her, it would be worth it even if it took a year. Unfortunately, Lin Jian couldn't figure out whether Nimue was really exhausted or was deliberately avoiding him. Although the other female elves were stunning, they were less interesting to him without rewards. "Ranran, can you come with me?" Lin Jian turned around and asked. Erica shook her head slightly. "It might be more appropriate to leave her here. We elves are all historical figures. Ranran can grow up quickly if she stays here. Of course, if you insist on taking her away, we won't stop you." Lin Jian looked at Ranran and finally gave her the right to choose. After all, she was already a member of the elves, and it was indeed easier to improve by learning from these legendary female elves. And the only way she could grow by following him was probably some special experience. "I want to become stronger, and I also want to help Brother Lin," and Ranran said seriously. "But I don't want to be away from you for too long, so—" She bit her lip and added softly, "Can Brother Lin come to see me more often?" Seeing in Ranran's eyes full of expectation and reluctance, Lin Jian couldn't help but chuckle and rubbed her hair. Of course. Not only for her, but also for Miao. He didn't believe that Miao could really sleep for a lifetime. If he came every few days, he would bump into her waking up one day. After the discussion, Lin Jian took Ranran away from the elf kingdom. He first returned to the elf palace and briefly told Romeia that he would take Ranran away temporarily. He was originally going to leave directly, but at Romeia's request, he decided to stay for another day. On this day, he called Miana, Cecilia, Carol, and Urola, and they all had a meal together. Although Ranran still had some resistance to Romeia, the little girl's emotions came and went quickly. At first, she was still muttering in her heart that the other party was bad, but after playing with Urola for a while, she forgot everything. After dinner, Lin Jian took Ranran to meet several other elf ladies. After all, she would live in the elf palace from now on, so it was always good to get familiar with them in advance. Afterwards, Lin Jian led her back to where he lived, which was the room of the elf king Xavier. Now this room has been greatly renovated, becoming extremely spacious and luxurious, even more magnificent than a palace. Not only has the room become larger, but the entire second floor has been opened up by him, connecting it to a private indoor hot spring area. Moreover, the maids here are all young and beautiful female elves, each one more pleasing to the eye than the other. In order to please Lin Jian, almost all the elf palace was replaced by young maids and female guards. Although no one said it explicitly, it was obviously arranged by Miana or Romeia, and Lin Jian himself did not interfere. Especially in his room, the elves who served him all had a look score of at least 85 points. And they were all dressed sexy, obviously not like ordinary maids. Although Ranran had always lived a good life, she had always been like a canary, trapped in the room before this. Now, suddenly being in such a luxurious environment was like opening the door to a new world for her. From soaking in the hot spring to receiving massage from the elf technician, she found everything new and enjoyable. After she and Lin Jian stayed in the hot spring for a while, he carried her into the bedroom. The bedroom was large enough, and the bed could even accommodate more than a dozen people. It was obviously not a living configuration for ordinary people. The female elves left one after another, and the bedroom door slowly closed, leaving only Lin Jian and Ranran. At this time, Ranran suddenly realized what might happen next, which made her a little panicked. She looked at Lin Jian and called softly, "Brother Lin!" But soon, she was embraced in his arms, and what happened next happened naturally. Late at night, Lin Jian sighed softly, looking at Ranran who was sleeping in his arms. There were still traces of tears on her face, but she was sleeping soundly, and she was still whispering, "Brother Lin." He carefully moved her arm away, got out of bed quietly, and walked out of the bedroom. This time, he was not as calm as before, because this experience was of extraordinary significance. Thanks to Enai Miao's guidance, Ranran was like the most special existence after Gu Yuru to him. She not only satisfied him physically, but also brought him a kind of spiritual bond and resonance. But the most practical change was that the elven blood in his body had undergone a qualitative leap. Originally, he had absorbed the blood of powerful men like Xavier, which had already allowed him to advance from an ordinary elf to an elven royal family. As Ranran was of royal blood, her appearance directly pushed him into the ranks of the elven royal family. This change in bloodline brought about a radical change in his temperament. He became more handsome, more charming, and it could even be said that he was moving towards perfection. Especially for the elf women, this kind of temperament is simply fatally attractive. Strong-willed women like Miana and Romeia still felt a little shaken. Not to mention the maids, they were completely attracted to him almost from the first sight. "Go call Miana and Romeia." After hearing the order, the maid outside the door looked at him slightly confused, nodded and left immediately. Not long after, Lin Jian was sitting in the bathtub, surrounded by the familiar group of female elves. Although they were used to serving him, they were shocked when they saw him again. When they looked at him, their eyes were full of admiration and intoxication, as if they were meeting their lovers for the first time. After a while, Miana and Romeia also walked into the bath. The moment they saw Lin Jian, they both looked a little dazed. It was only a few days since they last met, but it was like facing a completely new person. The inexplicable admiration and attachment made them feel uneasy. However, they were not ordinary people after all, and they quickly calmed down their inner fluctuations. The two sat on both sides of Lin Jian, and Romeia asked first, "Jian, what's going on?" Lin Jian smiled slightly, with a mysterious look on her face. "What do you think?" She pondered for a moment, and soon realized the crux of the problem. "Bloodline promotion?" she asked tentatively. Lin Jian nodded and admitted, "Yes, it is the promotion of Bloodline." And Ranran was the key to this change. Apart from some reasons that are not convenient for public discussion, the biggest benefit she brought to him was the transformation of Bloodline this time. From the original royal bloodline, he directly crossed into the threshold of the royal family, which was a completely different level. And this qualitative change of bloodline not only increased his strength, but also completely changed his sense of existence. In terms of temperament, he was more attractive, and his appearance was closer to the ideal, perfection. For the elves, especially those of lower status or weaker mental strength, it is almost an instinctive attraction. Even people with strong minds like Miana and Romeia will unconsciously become addicted over time. If they are close friends, they will be more easily attracted and unable to extricate themselves. And those maids with weak wills and average strength are naturally even more powerless to resist this attraction. Of course, this charm does not work on everyone. If the other party is hostile or has a distant relationship, the effect will be greatly reduced. Xavier's desire to upgrade his royal bloodline did seem to be justified. The changes brought about by the upgrade of bloodline were far greater than what Romeia and Miana had imagined before. They listened to Lin Jian's description of the changes after the bloodline was promoted, their faces full of envy, as if they were facing a door leading to a higher realm. Lin Jian did not say much about this. He sat back in the bathtub, his arms open naturally, allowing these two most noble women in the elf kingdom to massage him to relax. At the same time, he called up the system panel. Congratulations, a new life was born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. 1 chance to merge the laws. The moment he saw the first reward, Lin Jian made his choice without hesitation. He just needed a chance to merge the 5 elements law and the 5 methods law. After receiving the reward, he immediately began to merge the 2 laws. A powerful force erupted in his body, as if the heaven and earth were resonating. Romeia and Miana were concentrating on massaging, and suddenly noticed the energy fluctuations coming from Lin Jian's body, and they couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them showed deep shock and disbelief in their eyes. Although they already knew that Lin Jian had the gift of the Lord of Life, he was not an ordinary person. But this change still made them feel an instinctive awe. Even their noble elven royal bloodline could not compare to the oppression brought by this power. Even though they knew that Lin Jian would not hurt them, the two still felt palpitations, as if they were on the edge of a storm. Time passed little by little, and Lin Jian finally opened his eyes. Congratulations, the 5 elements law and the 5 methods law have been successfully integrated. They have been integrated into 5 elements and 5 methods law. He looked at the system panel, feeling the power surging in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The original fusion of 5 attributes was already extremely powerful, and the current fusion was almost the unification of 10 powers. More importantly, this fusion is far from a simple addition, but a high-level superposition and amplification of attributes. The effect of the metal attribute on the force attribute is more than 10 times stronger than the enhancement of a single attribute. Now, a single punch from him would be enough to smash the elf king Xavier's body. Now I should only need 1 strike to send him to the west. Seeing the smile on Lin Jian's face, Miana and Romeia immediately congratulated him in a sweet voice. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The joy and respect on their faces made Lin Jian feel better, and he couldn't help but stand up with a big laugh. In the next few days, Lin Jian did not immediately take Ranran away from the elf forest. Knowing that he was about to leave, Romeia and Miana took the initiative to put down their work and accompany him. During this time, they laughed and played, which not only enhanced their feelings for each other, but also made Ranran closer to them. After all, some relationships are built through fighting together. There is one thing worth mentioning during this period. Lin Jian's good luck seems to continue. A gorgeous and charming female elf unexpectedly won the bid. This time, Lin Jian chose the elf blood tree as the system reward. The fruit of this tree can improve the bloodline of the elves, and there is even a chance that the royal family can be promoted to the royal family. He gave this precious reward directly to Romeia and asked her to plant it in the elf palace. After that, he officially left the elf forest with Ranran and Urola. The moment he closed his eyes, the familiar feeling of weightlessness came back. When he regained consciousness, Lin Jian could already feel the shaking coming from under his feet, which was the unique floating feeling on the sea. The familiar sound of the waves rang in his ears. Lin Jian opened his eyes and found himself lying on a large bed. Holding him tightly in his arms were Ranran and Urola, both of whom closed their eyes and held him tightly. Lin Jian rubbed their heads with a smile, but the 2 elves hugged him tighter, as if they were afraid of falling into the sea if they let go. He looked around and found himself in the familiar bedroom of the yacht. The big white bed, sofa, and carpet that had been used in countless battles were still there, but the room was temporarily empty. Through the huge French windows, Lin Jian could see the figures of several women and mermaids on the deck. He gently patted the 2 people in his arms. Wake up. And Ranran and Urola slowly opened their eyes, looked around blankly at first, and then made surprised sounds in unison. Huh! This is a yacht? And Ranran was confused. She remembered that although the Big Brother Gu, before she traveled through time, was powerful, he was still a long way from the high-tech life of yachts. It was like traveling from the 15th century to the 21st century in an instant. Urola was even more confused. She had lived in the forest since she was a child and had never seen the technological products of the modern world. Everything in front of her shocked and frightened her, and the endless ocean outside the French window made her instinctively want to retreat. She hugged him tighter and murmured softly, "Joan, the sea is so scary." She seemed to regret leaving the elf forest. Perhaps the forest was the place she was most familiar with and felt most at ease with. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside, and the door was pushed open with a bang. The Blood Queen strode in, tall and with red eyes. The moment she saw Lin Jian, she could no longer control her emotions, and opened her arms to hug him tightly. It was as if she released all her worries, fears, and thoughts at this moment. "Woo, Master, you are finally back! I missed you so much!" The Blood Queen hugged Lin Jian tightly, as if she had found a long-lost relative, making him feel a little amused and helpless for a moment. He understood her excitement, but this feeling seemed a little wrong. Perhaps she had not yet adapted to the new mode of mount becoming master, so he was too lazy to think about it. Leaning in the arms of the Blood Queen, he really missed the feeling of being relied on. Footsteps were heard one after another, and familiar faces such as Yini, Zifuna, and Jiangmi also rushed over. When Zifuna, the youngest, saw Lin Jian, her eyes turned red, and she rushed over while shouting, "Jian!" But when she found that Ranran and Urola had already occupied the left and right sides, she had no choice but to squeeze in between the two of them, feeling a little aggrieved. "Okay, don't scare Urola," Lin Jian reminded her softly, but Zifuna was not convinced. She pouted her lips, showing an expression that men are tired of the old and love the new. At this time, Yini walked forward and pulled Zifuna, who was still unwilling. Although the little girl felt wronged, she still stood aside obediently, but her eyes were still full of resentment, as if she was a little upset that Lin Jian didn't hug her first. Yini's eyes fell on Lin Jian, and although she didn't say anything, the emotions hidden in her eyes were very obvious. She missed him too. Although she was a love-brained person who put feelings first, she also knew that she had to distinguish between occasions. She would talk about feelings later, but she should deal with business first. Lin Jian didn't say much nonsense, pointing to the two new faces and briefly introducing them. "She is in Ranran, you should have heard of her. This is Urola, who I met in the Forest of Elves." Although everyone had heard of Ranran's name, the people at the scene were not familiar with her, and they were not even netizens before. But after all, they were together now. Lin Jian arranged for them to train together, and with the friendship of comrades, they quickly became familiar with each other. By the time the night was deep, the relationship between the female elves, the mermaids, and the Blood Queen had improved by leaps and bounds, as if they had been sisters for many years. Urola took the opportunity to talk about Lin Jian's experience in the Forest of Elves, and even in Ranran listened with great interest. Most of these girls were straightforward and honest, and even Jiangmi was inspired by them, and their relationship heated up very quickly. Lin Jian leaned in the arms of the Blood Queen, listening to Yini's gentle narration of what happened in the outside world during her absence. "During the time you were away, some alien races and human evolvers appeared in Sea Area 99 and caused trouble, but they were all suppressed." After listening to what Yini said, Lin Jian nodded, not surprised. Romeia was in charge of the main base. Her mind law was unbreakable. Ordinary evolvers were no match for her. In addition, the sea area was rich in resources, and Chuisher, a big businessman, was there to coordinate supplies. With the assistance of other S-level ability users and mermaids, there would be no trouble unless something bad happened. Because of this, Shermingyao's few easy crushing moves quickly spread among the evolvers, establishing a strong reputation. Now no one dares to break into the number 99 sea area to cause trouble. "There is one more thing." Yini changed the subject. "Guyuru and the others are about to give birth." This news made Lin Jian frown slightly, and his heart was a little complicated. The other women were fine, but Guyuru was pregnant, so he planned to go back to see her. However, if he went back at this time, he would probably have to deal with a lot of troubles, which gave him a headache. Well, let's go back then. Fortunately, he had the gift of the Lord of Life in his body, which could determine the gender of the child, thus avoiding the trouble of a boy competing for his favor or even power. Otherwise, he really didn't want to deal with his son himself, which would be too ridiculous. Then I'll have someone arrange for the departure? Yini asked. No hurry. Lin Juan waved his hand, and Yini smiled. The night is still long, and we still have a lot to say, just have someone prepare first. He thought she was right, so he nodded and agreed, and asked her to go down and tell his men to sail the boat to the direction of sea area number 99. After a while, Yini came back and continued to tell him about the recent events. Many new strongmen emerged from the human race. Some old S-level evolvers fell, and some newcomers entered the secret realm by chance, obtained rare treasures, and became famous overnight. Many sea areas were also conquered by alien races, and humans were either massacred or enslaved. The situation was not optimistic. But overall, although the confrontation between the two sides was fierce, the human race seemed to have better luck than the alien races, and could barely gain the upper hand. After all, the alien races were not very harmonious, and sometimes they would fight each other, which relieved a lot of pressure on the human race. Of course, a ruthless person like Lin Juan who wiped out the Naga tribe in one breath is still unique, and no one can copy him. By the way, there is another big news, Yini suddenly said. The world boss of the 857C area has appeared. World boss? Lin Juan raised his eyebrows. Well, it's a dragon, just like the tree in the elf forest. Theoretically it will only stay in one place, but this guy is different. Not only does it not stay in one place, but it runs around everywhere, madly devouring all creatures in the sea. Whether they are evolvers or aliens, they are all within its attack range. Now the 857C area has almost become a place of death, and even the neighboring sea areas have suffered. Some strong people have suggested organizing a siege through the sea area tower. Lin Juan didn't take it to heart after hearing this. He just wanted to have a good rest now. There are so many female elves at home. I heard that Cui sure has found a bunch of new partners for him. With his ability and talent, he doesn't need to take risks. Others go out to upgrade and develop, but he can become stronger as long as he stays at home to cultivate the next generation. Chapter 215 Return, Fighting the Females. The yacht is very fast. Anyway, Lin Juan has no concept of time. The only thing I do every day is to get stronger. With day after day of hard work, Lin Juan himself didn't know how many days had passed before the yacht finally returned to sea area number 99. Home. Looking at the island in front of me that is gradually getting bigger. Lin Juan stood on the front deck of the yacht, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. Looking from a distance, you can see a lot of people standing on the edge of the island. As the yacht got closer to the island, the blurry dots on it became clearer and clearer, many of which were women with big bellies. Are these your human wives, Juan? Yini stood beside Lin Juan, looking at the women curiously. Look at their bellies that have grown completely. Lin Juan's mood became complicated again. Fortunately, the Lord of Life considerately allowed him to decide the gender of his offspring, so he didn't have to worry about whether he would give birth to a pair of sons. Praise the great Lord of Life. Not long after, the yacht approached the coast. Before she stopped, Meng had already flown over and threw herself into Lin Juan's arms. Juan, I miss you so much. Yini looked at Meng, who was in Lin Juan's arms, rubbing her head against him like a little animal. Look of astonishment. Although she had heard about Meng's strength from her subordinates and others. But this time I really saw each other. Feeling the breath leaking out from the other party, Yini still felt a sense of palpitations, as if the other party could threaten her life. And such a powerful woman actually rubbed against Lin Juan like a pet? After thinking about it, Yini felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Wasn't she the same? My belly is so big. Lin Juan touched her head and said with a smile, Why are you like a child who has not grown up? Meng didn't care and just snuggled in Lin Juan's arms. Soon the yacht approached the shore. Cui Shi, Gu Yiru, Jiang Ro Yunwan, Jiang Qingge. There were also many women whose names he couldn't remember, but they were also pregnant. They all came to greet them. Gu Qin exchanged a few words with them, but these women pushed against him like female hooligans. Fortunately, Cui Yishir and Gu Yiris stepped forward to control the situation, and the group returned to the main city first. After this period of development, this island, which had only undergone the most basic road construction when he left, has now developed very well, with many ships docked at the port. The highway is wide and connected in all directions. The only regret is that it is not bumpy. Lost a lot of fun. The main city was renovated and expanded to twice its size when he left. Even because of the existence of the mermaid clan. Cui Yishir also specially presided over the construction of a giant lake next to the main city, which is half inside the main city and half outside the main city, directly connecting to the sea outside the island. Allow the mermaid tribe to go directly to the main city. This is a large-scale project that cannot be completed in modern times without several years. Here, with the help of the system, it will be completely completed in less than a month. And the same as before. It's even because the construction here is almost the same. The survivors who had worked here before have also gone to other islands, but on this island, there are only females, whether they are mermaids or humans. Even if construction is needed occasionally, the construction team called over will always be a female team. Because of the system, women can now do the heavy physical work that was previously only done by men. Although Lin Jiuan felt that Cui Yishir seemed to have gone a little too far, he had to admit that after listening to her introduction, he still felt it was very good. The group returned to their residence. The residence was also transformed into a manor. There is also a lake where you can see many beautiful mermaids playing in it. All the people working inside are young women wearing specially made outfits. It is like a city within a city. As Lin Jiuan walks in, he can see many unfamiliar faces that almost meet the standards of the Lord of Life. Then, Lin Jiuan didn't have time to look for those people. Because this group of pregnant women obviously can't wait any longer. It has been several months since Lin Jiuan left. These women, who used to eat meat every day until they were full, have not eaten any oily food for several months and are so hungry that their eyes are glowing green. Even though Lin Jiuan repeatedly stated that it was not suitable to eat meat at this time. But it is obvious that honest advice has always been unpleasant to the ears, and they can't stand hearing that kind of words now. No way. Lin Jiuan had no choice but to give up the fun of exploring the city. They choose to give their offspring a premature education with sticks. 10 days later, Lin Jiuan was able to leave the room. When he arrived at the lake in the manor, Lin Jiuan saw Yini sitting by the lake. Because mermaids like to live in water, the manor has renovated a number of houses and buildings along the lake and the river leading to the outside world, specifically for these mermaids to live in. And it is obvious that Aini and Shivna prefer living by the water rather than on land. Come out! Looking at Lin Jiuan, whom she hadn't seen for a few days, Yini smiled mischievously. Lin Jiuan had long been accustomed to the little girlish appearance of the mermaid queen who used to be cold and cruel in front of him, and slapped her in annoyance. Still laughing. If your husband wasn't so powerful, he would have died in the hands of those female demons long ago. It's because you, my husband, mess with so many women. Yini was more or less dissatisfied with the number of women Lin Jiuan had. But on the one hand, she likes him too much, and he is indeed capable. On the other hand, he wants to become stronger, and there is nothing he can do with so many women. In addition, the other party also said that no matter how many women there are, she is one of the most important ones. So she doesn't care. But I'm still a little unhappy. Lin Jiuan sat next to her and held her in his arms. How can this be my problem? I am doing this for you, right? Yini rolled her eyes in annoyance. She just admired Lin Jiuan's behavior of blaming his lustfulness on his talent. So? Well, I have collected some beauties in the tribe these days. Seeing how hard you work, I still don't. Before Yini could finish her words, Lin Jiuan interrupted her with a righteous tone. What are you talking about? For you, what does a little hardship mean? Yini gave him a displeased look but didn't say anything else. The maid beside her said, Let them come over. Yes. The maid responded and entered the water. After a while, Lin Jiuan heard the sound of water becoming noticeably louder, as if many people were swimming towards here, and then soon. Accompanied by the sound of breaking water. Lin Jian saw it. Beautiful mermaids appeared on the water. Chapter 216 Half a year. Although the mermaid dinner that Aini prepared for herself was very delicious. However, Lin Jian did not taste it immediately. Instead, he took Ini to call Cui Shi and Eurola. The two of them, a mermaid and an elf, passed through a portal. Arrived on an island. This is a large island in the number 99C area. It was originally under development, but due to limited resources, it was not developed immediately and was originally intended to be used for living. But this place has been cleaned up by Cui Shi. Full of greenery. Is this okay? Wait until Aurora confirms that this place is not bad. Lin Jian took out a small sapling. This was given to him by Romeia when he left the forest of Elf. Since they have participated in this trial, the elves naturally cannot intend to hide in the elf forest and not go out, and this sapling is a passage for them to the outside world. It's like a door. Plant the saplings and the elves can come to the outside world through this door. As the saplings were planted in the soil, Eurola raised her hand and condensed a ball of green essence, which she sent into the saplings. Then the saplings began to grow visibly. After a while, it grew from a small sapling into a towering tree. After doing all this, Eurola leaned in Lin Jian's arms with a pale face. Yini and Cui Shi looked at the scene curiously. Soon, the branches of the big tree formed the shape of a door. With the fluctuation of a strange energy, a blue barrier condensed on the door. Then, one after another, elf figures walked out of the door. The first one to come out was a tall, beautiful female elf with a longbow on her back, looking heroic. When she saw Lin Jian, a smile appeared on her somewhat cold face. He didn't say anything to Lin Jian. He walked in front of them, and his eyes fell on Cui Shi and Yini. Hello, my name is Cecilia Lingguang. Cecilia has a strong aura. Coupled with her stern and cold temperament and powerful strength, they put a lot of pressure on the two. Yini was okay, as her strength was not weaker than Cecilia's, so it was nothing. However, Cui Shi was not so good. Cui Shi has seen many ups and downs after all. Although his strength was a little weak, he did not show any fear due to Cecilia's aura. Lin Jian saw this and realized that he was no longer needed. Then he took Eurola away. He was only responsible for opening the door. As for the specific details, such as how Cui Shi, Aini and the elves would cooperate, he didn't care about these things and was too lazy to care. Time flies. More than half a year has passed in a flash. Early in the morning, when Lin Jian opened his eyes in bed, he heard the whistling sound of wind and snow. He broke free from the bed, yawned, walked to the window, opened it, and saw a world of snow outside. It's winter again. There was a lot of humming sounds coming from the bed. Obviously, they went to bed in the early hours of last night, and were not very happy with Lin Jian's curtains. Come to the corridor. As I was walking towards the living room, I saw many beautiful human, elf and mermaid maids walking around holding crying baby girls who were less than 1 year old. This period of time, Guyiru, Cui Shi, Yuing and others also gave birth to children one after another. Except for those female elves who are pregnant the latest. Even the top mermaids, Aini and Shivna, gave birth to little mermaids for him. Originally, Lin Jian and Cui Shi intended to hand these baby girls over to their maids to raise, but many of them wanted to raise daughters themselves. Lin Jian just followed their lead. And as expected. Because it was too troublesome and tiring, and because raising daughters made it impossible to get Lin Jian's love, after a month, all the baby girls were handed over to wet nurses who specialized in raising these baby girls. When we arrived at the kitchen, the maids had already prepared breakfast. There are too many women, and each woman wakes up at a different time. Even Lin Jian himself doesn't know what time he wakes up. He may have played too late last night and slept until the afternoon, or he may have woken up as early as 6 or 7 o'clock. So food is available 24 hours a day. At this time, Cui Shi, Guyiru and Yuing were already sitting at the dining table. Cui Shi and Yuing were holding the Ocean Survival Handbook, eating food and sending messages, while Guyiru was teasing the delicate little baby girl in her arms. It was she who gave birth to Lin Jiuan's child. Call. Come here, Shinro, let daddy hold you. Lin Jiuan walked straight to Gu Yiru, snatched the child from her arms and held him up. And heard the words. It's not just Gu Yiru. Yuing, Cui Yishur and other girls all looked at her, and Cui Yishur rolled her eyes in annoyance. Her name is Yun-Yi, not Xinro. Ah, then I remembered it wrong? Who is Shinro? If I remember correctly, Yuing whispered, the master's daughter shouldn't be called Shinro. Lin Jiuan was silent for a while, silently returned Lin Yunyi to Gu Yiru, who was looking at him resentfully, then picked up the small bread on the table in front of Gu Yiru and started eating. It tastes good, Gu Yiru said silently. This is for Yunyi to eat. It's okay. I don't dislike our daughter. Cui Yishur sneered. Made of milk. Lin Jiuan. After a moment of silence, Lin Jiuan asked, what milk? It's not animal milk anyway. Lin Jiuan silently picked up the wine that Cui Yishur was drinking and drank it all. Then he picked up Cui Yishur and sat on her chair, eating a sandwich while asking, is there anything important happening recently? Then he said to the maid beside him, 5 or 10 more sandwiches, and wine on the rocks. Yes, master. There is one thing. Cui Yishur slapped Lin Jiuan's hand away and said, they are planning to attack the dragon. I also want to invite you and Shimingao. Dragon? Lin Jiuan was stunned, but he quickly remembered it. Aini told me this when I just came out of the elf forest. I remember last time a dragon escaped. Yes, the dragon was seriously injured, but it finally escaped into the sea. Later, we launched several more expeditions, Yuing added. If Cui Yishur is ignoring him now, then Yuing really wants to show her presence. No way. As Lin Jiuan has more and more women. Women like her who are either high nor low in status are increasingly less likely to receive Lin Jiuan's favor. Go ahead. People like Cui Yishur, Gu Yiru, and Shimingao don't worry at all that Lin Jiuan won't pamper them. As long as they want, they can act coquettishly to Lin Jiuan or go to him directly, and Lin Jiuan will accompany them. Come on down. These are the women who were rewarded or just did it for fun because they were interested. The second time is so far away that it can be said to be a series in my lifetime. Therefore, in order to get Gu Chen's favor more often, Yuing could only show her face as much as possible. Chapter 217, Flood Dragon, Reward. The maid had already brought over the sandwiches and wine. Lin Jiuan stuffed his sandwich with his mouth and asked with interest, did it all run away? Several times we attacked them, the dragons fled into the sea. Then there was a period of time when I didn't go on a crusade. Lin Jiuan asked curiously, is there a way to prevent it from escaping this time? I heard that someone got a prop in the secret realm. I see. So do you want to participate? Why bother? Lin Jiuan didn't care and said, no. What good would it be for him to kill the world boss? Getting those rewards might not be as good as the reward he received from the Lord of Life. There are elves, mermaids, and the human survivors Cui Yishur has gathered in the past year. There are still many wastelands that have not been reclaimed. He doesn't even have time to offer sacrifices to the Lord of Life, so how can he have the time to form a team to fight a dragon? Cui Yishur was not surprised at all. During this period, Lin Jiuan obtained a lot of rewards through the Lord of Life, including but not limited to a bunch of practical buildings, as well as palaces, cities, ships and various rare spiritual plants and fruits, thanks to the rewards from the Lord of Life that Lin Jiuan obtained. Even though she has never expanded outward and explored the secret realm on a large scale. And the focus is on stable development. However, at present, the internal strength is still growing very rapidly. Not only are there too many resources to be used up, but there are also many rare resources that are coveted by other forces. Even Aini, Sifna, and the mermaids and elves such as Romeia, Miana and Eurola. It's all because of the treasures that Lin Jiuan obtained that promoted the evolution of his bloodline. Although he has not been promoted to the royal bloodline, he is only one step away from promotion. If he proceeds step by step, even if there is no adventure and Lin Jiuan cannot get any good things from the Lord of Life, he can achieve the promotion of bloodline in a few years. Under this circumstance, Chui sure really couldn't find any reason to support Lin Juan and Shi Mingyao in taking the risk. Said, "Then I will refuse on behalf of you and Mingyao." Finished the meal. Lin Juan arrived at the lake in the manor. After a year of development, the area of the lake has expanded more than 10 times. If you are in the center of the lake, you can't even see the boundary of the lake clearly at a glance. The original area of this bare island has been expanded dozens of times this year with the help of various props. Lin Juan jumped into the lake and dived for about a few minutes. Then you see a magnificent city. You can see many mermaids swimming around inside, the buildings are gorgeous, and the towering and magnificent palace in the middle is particularly gorgeous and spectacular. Mermaid King's capital. This is the reward that Lin Juan got from a mermaid. Offense and defense in one. When the enemy invades, it can not only support the shield to protect the entire city, but also give power to the ruler's mermaid queen, and even allow her to burst out with royal strength. And it will also subtly improve the bloodline, qualifications, potential, and strength of the mermaids living here, and the closer they live to the center, the greater the improvement. The most important thing is, as the mermaid clan grows stronger, this underwater city can continue to upgrade, and even break through the king level to reach the emperor level. Same. Lin Juan also revealed to Romeia an elf city similar to this. It was also placed on this island. Inside there lived beauties carefully selected from the elves. Even this island. They were all used for various spiritual plants and natural treasures bestowed by the Lord of Life during this period. The transformation is full of vitality. Even the leaves of the most common trees can improve the attributes of ordinary people if eaten. And at first, many proud or family-owned female elves were reluctant to move in. However, after living here for a while and enjoying the benefits and inexhaustible resources that the city brought them, these female elves were reluctant to leave and tried their best to stay. The only embarrassing thing is, during this period of time, Lin Juan did not acquire any powerful abilities or laws. In addition to raising the bloodline of the human and mermaid races to the royal level, greatly increasing their strength, the rest of what was obtained were these natural treasures. While he was thinking, Lin Juan had already arrived outside the palace. As soon as he stepped on the ground, a petite figure threw himself into his arms like a young swallow. "Wu Juan, you're finally here!" Looking at Shivna, who was acting like a kitten in his arms, Lin Juan said with a smile, "Didn't I just come here last week?" "You know it was last week. I haven't seen you for a week." "Only 1 week." Shivna pouted and said unhappily, "I don't care. Anyway, if you don't stay for a week, Juan, I will never let you leave." He was pulled in by Shivna. Soon, they arrived at Yini's palace and saw Yini lying on the jade bed. Compared to before, Yini has been obviously nourished and plumper in the past year. She has more flesh where it should be, and her whole body exudes the feeling of a ripe peach. By the way, the white jade bed she slept on was also a reward from the Lord of Life. It warms the blood, enhances blood potential, improves strength, and maintains the skin. Since it was obtained from a mermaid, Lin Juan gave it directly to Yini. "How are you feeling lately?" Lin Juan walked to the bedside and sat down naturally, holding the mermaid queen in his arms. Yini snuggled in his arms with a happy look on her face. But he did not answer but said, "Juan, can you stay at my place for the time being?" Lin Juan was stunned. He was not surprised that Zifna said these words. This little girl wished to be with him every day. However, although Yini also wanted to, she would not say such words on her own initiative. "Is there something wrong?" Yini nodded, with excitement appearing in her beautiful eyes. "I feel it. My bloodline is about to be promoted." Chapter 218, Mermaid Queen, Heartbroken Shivna. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half-month, Lin Juan has been living in Yini's bedroom. Live like a queen when there is something to do, and don't. In short, during this period of time, he has been promoted to the mermaid royal family relying on his own bloodline. During this period of time, Lin Juan has been improving the bloodline of the mermaid queen imperceptibly through blood fusion. And today, Lin Juan, who was increasing Yini's blood concentration, suddenly felt something. Yini also looked at her. I'll protect you outside. Left Aini. He activated the law of water, picked up Sifna beside him, and moved outside the palace in an instant. The mermaid maids and guards in the palace also sensed something and came outside the palace, staring at the mermaid queen's bedroom. Husband? Shivna was still asleep and opened her eyes drowsily. What's going on? Looking at Sifuna's confused look, Lin Jian stretched out his hand and pinched her tender little face. You are going to become an emperor's daughter from a princess. Shivna suddenly woke up and opened her beautiful eyes wide. She naturally knew why Lin Jian had been staying with her and her mother for a long time, for the first time in his life. Wasn't it because her mother felt the opportunity for a breakthrough? Mother! Before Shivna finished speaking, a powerful aura spread from the center of the palace to the surrounding areas. Then, the rich water element was continuously absorbed into it. If you look from top to bottom, the Mermaid King's city is like the center of a vortex. The surrounding water elements are continuously absorbed into it, and even people on the lake can feel this change. The originally cloudless sky quickly gathered dark clouds. Dense raindrops fell from the sky. The calm lake surface became turbulent, and even the sea surface near the island suddenly became turbulent, with waves constantly hitting the coast, creating a scene of a violent storm. Lin Jian didn't know much about what was happening in the outside world. But, just looking at the changes in the Mermaid King's city, Lin Jian couldn't help but be slightly amazed. Is the phenomenon of bloodline advancement so great? He remembered that there had been no changes after his bloodline was upgraded several times. Just accept the reward and close your eyes for a while. In the words of the females, the most that happened was that his aura suddenly increased a lot, and they could clearly feel that he became stronger, even though many women used exaggerated and flattering words to compliment him. But not to the point of, "But that's true." After thinking about it for a while, Lin Jian felt relieved. When one is promoted, the energy for bloodline transformation is given by the Lord of Life. But looking at this situation, the Mermaid Queen's promotion depends on the Mermaid King's city, which attracts the water elements between heaven and earth. That is to say, she has to absorb them bit by bit, so it is normal for the changes to be big. The vision lasted throughout the day. Lin Jian didn't do anything else and just waited with Shivna. Until the vision ends. Lin Jian could clearly feel that the Mermaid Queen's life breath had undergone a qualitative leap. Jian! How is my mother? Shivna asked nervously. Because of Lin Jian, it is not an exaggeration to say that her relationship with her mother is the best mother-daughter relationship. They are not only mother and daughter, but also sisters and comrades in arms, and the feelings between them are very deep. Lin Jian did not answer, but just held Zifna's little hand. Activating the law of water, his figure flashed and appeared in the palace. On the throne of the Mermaid Palace, a beautiful figure sat there. It was Aini. At this time, she still had her eyes closed, as if she was feeling the changes in her body. Looking at her mother's figure, Shivna couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise, amazement, and admiration. Mother? There was a strong sense of disbelief in Shivna's tone, as if she didn't believe that was her mother. She could tell it was her mother. But even so, Shivna was a little bit unbelievable. Because she is so beautiful. If in the past, Shivna's impression of her mother was that she was the most beautiful mermaid in the mermaid clan, but there were still some women in the human and elf clans who were as beautiful as her, now, her mother is truly the most beautiful female in the world. Even she herself felt ashamed of herself. But I don't feel any jealousy. Instead, I feel admiration and a desire to get close to him. And on the throne. As if she felt her daughter's call, Yini slowly opened her eyes. Those beautiful sapphire eyes seemed to be shining. The moment she opened her eyes, her gaze fell on Lin Jian, without blinking, and then she stood up. She walked towards them on the stairs with her long, beautiful legs. Facing her mother, Shivna suddenly felt nervous. For a moment, I didn't know how to face this different, mother. Just when she was nervous, her mother had already walked in front of Lin Jian and her, and then, she hugged Lin Jian tightly as if no one was around. All right. Confirmed, this is my mother. Seeing that she had never looked at him from beginning to end and her eyes were full of Lin Jian's mother, the tension and sense of distance in Zifna's heart caused by the changes in the other party's blood disappeared. For a while. Why do I feel a little depressed? No, Mom, please at least look at me. Chapter 219, Black Flood Dragon Transforms into a Dragon? In Shivna's sad eyes, Yini was being intimate with her lover as if nothing was happening around them. Until the sound of dense footsteps was heard outside the hall. Only after hearing the expectant and nervous voice of her palace guard commander. Your Majesty? Did Yini reluctantly let go of Lin Jian? All right. Looking at Aini's reluctant expression, Lin Jian smiled and said, It's not like there won't be opportunities in the future. Finish your work first. After I'm done with this, I'll spend some time with you. Well, it's a deal. Yini couldn't help but look at him expectantly. Of course, can I still lie to you? That's a deal. As Aini spoke, she raised her hand and extended her little finger. Looking at her like this, Lin Jian stretched out his little finger with amusement. I made a promise with her. Only then was Aini satisfied, but she hugged him for a while before letting him go. Then I'll go first. Watching Lin Jian's figure disappear into the palace, Shivna felt pain in her chest. No. It doesn't matter that my love-brained mother has forgotten me. You forgot about me too. Is this what it feels like to be betrayed? Woo, it feels so uncomfortable. By the law of water. It took Lin Jian almost 2 minutes to surface. Then he directly activated the law of earth, and soon arrived at his own manor. Now, the clouds and rain have just dispersed. The air still carries the unique aroma of soil and grass after the rain. Lin Jian took a deep breath of air. Because Aini was in a critical period, he had not left the Mermaid King's city in the past few days. He had been practicing with Aini. Occasionally, when she was digesting the results of her practice, she would practice with Shivna or other mermaids. I felt the atmosphere of the manor for a while. Lin Jian once again activated the law of earth, and his figure disappeared on the spot. In the living room, Gu Yiru, who had just coaxed Lin Yuni, who had been crying from the sudden storm, to sleep and handed her to the maid, turned her gaze away from the maid's back as she left with her daughter in her arms. Looking at sitting lazily by the fireplace, Cui Yisher was reading a book and drinking black tea, looking very leisurely. Yisher, when do you think Jian will come back? How? Cui Yisher took a sip of the black tea and placed it on the tray on the table next to her. She looked at Gu Yiru and said with a smile, Are you thinking about a man? Gu Yiru's face flushed slightly, but the relationship between the two of them couldn't be better. Gu Yiru didn't deny it at the time, but said, It's as if he sure doesn't miss Jian. Okay, that's about it. Before Cui Yisher finished speaking, a figure appeared in the room. Jian? Gu Yiru's eyes lit up, and she threw herself into Lin Jian's arms. Why did you stay in that lake for so long? Lin Jian sat in the seat where Gu Yiru had just sat. Smiling, he pinched Gu Yiru's cheek and said to her resentful eyes, Didn't I expect it to take so long? Gu Yiru didn't say anything. She snuggled in Lin Jian's arms and hugged him. How is Yini doing? Cui Yisher asked. Yes, it worked. Cui Yisher couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Her relationship with Aini was not good. But the promotion of Aini's bloodline to the Mermaid Queen is a great thing for them. In the future, their combat power in the ocean, the main battlefield of this ocean survival world, will be greatly enhanced. Is there anything important going on during this period? Nothing, just the matter of conquering the Black Dragon. Cui Yisher took a sip of black tea and then handed him the Ocean Survival Manual on her lap. Here, look for yourself. Lin Jian took the Ocean Survival Manual and took a look at it. The above is a live broadcast screen. A scene showing a group of evolvers besieging a black dragon. To Lin Jian's surprise, the strength of this group of evolvers was actually quite good. The dragon was obviously much stronger than the big tree he encountered before entering the elf forest. But these evolvers were actually able to suppress each other. Still on the sea. You're quite strong, Lin Jian said casually while touching Gu Yiru's hair. You're not the only one getting stronger. Others are also lucky. There are quite a few who suddenly became stronger like Yao, and there are also those veteran strongmen who already have top talents. The reason why tribes such as mermaids, naga, and elves are so eager for the dangerous ocean survival world, which is also the trial field of all races, is because there are not only dangers in it. There are countless opportunities. Just like Ini, if she hadn't come to the trial field of all races, she would never have been able to advance her bloodline from the Mermaid Queen to the Mermaid Queen in her lifetime. 2. Lin Jian looked at it for a while and then put the book aside without paying any attention to it. It's other people's business if they are lucky. He just needs to stay at home and have children in peace. As for the things outside, leave them to Yini, Cui Yishe, and the others to handle. Things like crusades and pursuit of opportunities have nothing to do with him anyway. Reunion after a long separation. Dry wood ignites a raging fire. As Lin Jian threw the Ocean Survival Manual aside. After looking at each other, Cui Yishe understood what the other was thinking. It was late at night. After finishing more than 10 hours of hard work, Lin Jian yawned, got out of the big bed that could accommodate more than a dozen people, and walked out of the bathroom. She was taking a bath while being attended by her maid. Suddenly, that familiar, emotionless, cold voice abruptly rang in my mind. Attention all survivors. The world-class boss, Black Feather Dragon, in Area 857 has reached the conditions for transformation into a dragon and is in the process of transformation. It will be sublimated into Black Feather Dragon in 72 hours. If he succeeds in transforming into a dragon, the portal will be opened, and the Royal Black Feather Dragon clan will enter the trial field in advance. Chapter 220 Discussion. I was originally relaxing with my eyes closed. Lin Jian, who was groggy and planning to have a good sleep during the massage, opened his eyes. No, are these people so useless? The dragon has been crying out for almost a year. It would have been fine if it wasn't killed, but it looks like it was killed instead? But after just thinking about it, Lin Jian closed his eyes again. Never mind it. Continue with the massage. Yes. Soon. There were hurried footsteps outside. The bathroom door was opened, and Ewing said in a panic, Master! What are you panicking about? Lin Jian scolded without even raising his head. It's not a big deal. Not to mention that this dragon still has 72 hours to transform into a dragon. Even if he really turned into a dragon, the Black Dragon clan really arrived. What does that have to do with him? How could they come all the way here to accurately attack him from such a long distance in the sea? Even if we really encounter them, we have the help of the Mermaid Queen and the elves, plus myself and Yao. Why should we be afraid of them? As the saying goes, even if the sky falls, short people and those living at high altitudes will die first. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Yes, then Master, I will go to work first. Ewing was about to close the door when she heard Guqin say, It's so late, don't work. Come, give me a massage, and then take a bath together. The awkwardness on Ying's face suddenly turned into anticipation and happiness. Yes, Master! The next day. Early morning. After hearing about this, Cui Yishe, who had just woken up from a coma, immediately asked someone to investigate and wait until breakfast time. Lin Jian heard Cui Yishe explaining what happened yesterday. During yesterday's crusade, at the last moment, the Black Dragon used an unknown secret technique that he had never used before, and his strength exploded. Most of the people who participated in the crusade were killed or injured. That Black Dragon seemed to have eaten most of them, accumulating enough energy to evolve. After hearing the whole story, Lin Jian spoke highly of the dead. What a bunch of rubbish, wasting food while alive. Cui Yishe nodded in agreement, and then said, Husband, you and Mingyao should find some time to deal with that dragon. Although it may not have any impact on us, it will still affect our business and cause some trouble. Lin Jian nodded and said casually, In 2 days. They invite you and Mingyao to go to the Sea Tower and see Area 857 tonight to discuss the matter of conquering the Black Dragon. Hubby, are you going? No. Lin Jian subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Cui Yishe spoke faster than him. I asked. By then, there will be many beautiful women with S-level talents present. Lin Jian. Lin Jian looked at Cui Yishe helplessly. Is this the image I have in your mind? Cui Yishe smiled noncommittally and asked, Do you want to go? It would be a waste if so many beautiful women died. If you take them all into your harem, not only can you get rewards, but you can also make them work for your husband. After a long silence, Lin Jian sighed. He said righteously, For the future of the human race, I will make a trip. Puff. An inappropriate laugh was heard. Lin Jian and Cui Yishe looked over and saw Shi Mingyao sitting aside with her hand covering her mouth and giggling. In her arms was a girl who looked about 5 or 6 years old. The girl was delicate and pretty, and her features and eyebrows looked very similar to Shi Mingyao. Wu Jiu Jian, I'm not laughing at you. Shi Mingyao's shoulders trembled slightly, and she tried hard to hold back the laughter that she couldn't hold back at all. I just thought of something funny, poof. The girl in her arms tilted her head back and looked at her mother in a daze. The dozing girl had no idea why her mother suddenly laughed. Meng, Dad wants to talk to your mom about something. Lin Jian said to the girl in Shi Mingyao's arms with a pleasant face. Can you go out and play with the ants first? The girl's name is Lin Meng. She is his and Shi Mingyao's daughter. That's right. Although he is less than 1 year old, he has grown so fast for some reason and now looks like he is 4 or 5 years old. Moreover, he is very powerful and has the ability to control dreams and influence reality. When Lin Jian, Shi Mingyao, and the ants, in the manor who had a good relationship with Lin Meng were sleeping, they were often pulled into Lin Meng's dreams to play with her. Lin Jian guessed that this might be the reason why Lin Meng grew so fast. After all, the speed of time flowing in dreams and reality is different. Oh, Meng, listen to Daddy. Lin Meng blinked, and her figure suddenly disappeared into Shi Mingyao's arms. Shi Mingyao, who originally wanted to hug her daughter, hugged nothing. Enter a dream. This is like the ability of teleportation. In fact, Lin Meng's body is no longer in this space and time, but has entered her own dream. Meng's ability is very strong. Cui Yishe sighed. Although I have seen it many times, this still seems a bit outrageous. I am afraid it has exceeded the S-level ability, right? I don't even look at whose daughter it is. Looking at Lin Jian's smug look, Cui Yishe found it a little funny. Shi Mingyao just huddled aside like an ostrich. Okay, come here. Wu Jian, I was wrong. Shi Mingyao finally walked over reluctantly under Lin Jian's gaze, looking at him pitifully. Lin Jian looked at her with a half-smile. Do you want me to punish you later, or do you want to solve it quickly now? Shi Mingyao pouted, and finally knelt on the ground and covered her mouth. Okay, let's get down to business. Lin Jian let out a breath and then looked at Cui Yishe. What do you mean? Cui Yishe's expression was no longer as casual as before, and she said seriously. I think Jian, you should go. Chapter 221, Saint Miller, the leader of mankind. Lin Jian touched Shi Mingyao's head, stroked her waist-length, soft hair, and nodded gently. Cui Yishe had long been accustomed to it. He continued, Because the black dragon transformed into a dragon this time. All the evolvers are watching here. It has been almost a year since your last attack. Many strong men have appeared in the meantime, and everyone has forgotten about you. If you take action to eliminate the black dragon, everyone will remember you again, and it will also be helpful to our activities. Of course, these are secondary. Cui Yishe paused and took a sip of black tea to moisten her mouth. Then he continued, Do you know Saint Miller? Saint Miller? Well, he rose to prominence after you entered the forest of elves. His ability is the element of light. The pure white saint's clothing he wears is said to be legendary equipment. His style of doing things is also very similar to that of the Western Church. We have won over many powerful people in the West. He was the one who took the lead in proposing this gathering to defeat the dragon. And... Cui Yishe paused again, her eyes fell on the Ocean Survival Manual placed on Shi Mingyao's head, and said, About the news from the Ocean Survival Manual. It's about him, too. Lin Jian asked curiously. You have a spy? What spy? Cui Yishe rolled her eyes in annoyance. You're saying it so harshly. He's just a friend I do business with. Lin Jian shrugged. Isn't this a spy? And he was a little anxious. Everywhere they say, this alliance is led by St. Miller. Then it can be seen at a glance. Lin Jian made a tisk sound, feeling that this man's anxious eating behavior was a bit ugly. How was this different from Sima Zhao's intentions known to everyone? That's what you call saint. It's just that his name has the word saint in it. He's pretty narcissistic. And more. Shui Yisher snorted and said, they are still discussing it now. This time, he is not just trying to defeat the Black Dragon. We also intend to take this opportunity to unite all of humanity to deal with the challenges from other alien races and the greater crises that may come next. What a big mouth. Lin Jian sighed. But it is indeed very useful. Shi Mengyao could still speak vaguely. Indeed. Shui Yisher nodded in agreement with Shi Mengyao's words. It was obvious that she was already used to Shi Mengyao's behavior. After all, this woman liked to tease Lin Jian ever since her position was stable. Now there are wins and losses between the alien races and the human race. However, there are still many cases where the survivors were massacred by alien races. Such a leader is very necessary. Lin Jian nodded. Although he disdained things like the human alliance, in his current status, the human leader was an utter joke in his eyes. But put yourself in their shoes. If he did not have the gift of the Lord of Life, if he was just an ordinary survivor in this ocean survival world, he would naturally hope that someone would stand up and protect these weak people. Build an orderly and safe world for the survivors. You want me to kill him? Shui Yisher was silent. After a while, she said helplessly, why do you always speak so harshly? I call this simple. Lin Jian said indifferently. Just tell me if it's true or not, right? Okay, that's all right, right? Shui Yisher rolled her eyes and said unhappily, kill him. When the time comes, you can make a call, and I will lead others to nominate you as the leader of the alliance. Then we will abuse our power for personal gain and enrich ourselves. You will get all the benefits, and I will do all the work. I will use the righteousness to make more money for you and seduce more beautiful women for you to sleep with. With poetry, I think we should still study the art of language. Roll. Nightfall. See area number 857. Due to the influence of the Black Dragon transforming into a dragon, the teleportation function has been opened in the sea towers of various sea areas and the 857 sea area so that the strong people from each sea area can arrive quickly. However, transmission requires a lot of resources. That's why. At this time, the 857 sea area tower still seemed a little empty. But some people have also turned on the live broadcast function of Ocean Survival Manual. Here it comes, the time is almost up. I wonder which big guys will come? I'm curious whether the Blood Emperor will come. Shit, Blood Emperor, the memories of the dead are attacking me. This name is too ancient. I feel like the last time I heard this name was the last time. It's true that the Blood Emperor hasn't taken action for a long time, and I don't have much impression of him. However, the number 99 sea area is still a strong one. After all, it has the Phoenix Girl in charge. If you don't understand, just ask, who is Phoenix Girl? Shi Mengyao, don't you think her abilities are very similar to those of the Phoenix Girl? That reminds me, she's really awesome. She killed Aubrey instantly. After all, she's a famous S-class ability user. Come on, I think Lin Jian is just not good enough. He is also the Blood Emperor. How funny! He is a coward who has not come out for a year. I think his strength is not good enough. He can only rely on women to come forward. No matter how weak I am still better than someone like you who hides behind a manual and talks nonsense. What? Did you get what you said? Are you anxious? I think the position of leader this time will definitely belong to St. Miller. Shit, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be the charlatan's dog. A large-scale war of words soon broke out in the live broadcast room. On one side are those who admire St. Miller and think that he should be the leader of the Alliance and mankind, a responsible and capable person. On the other hand, some people have always been unhappy with St. Miller's high profile and think that he is just a clown who deceives the world and steals his fame. As for the initial cause of the war of words, Blood Emperor, he has hardly appeared in almost a year, and the insignificant fuse was completely forgotten. And just as the quarrel in the live broadcast room was intensifying, Sudden. A dazzling light burst out from the teleportation array of the sea tower. Chapter 222 Stunning Sisters. As the teleportation array lit up, the door of the conference hall, which had been closed all the time, also opened. A muscular and tall man, more than 2 meters tall, like a giant humanoid bear, walked out. Fuck, isn't this the Nordic giant bear Grant? Grant? Is that the Grant who defeated the boss with his power? I didn't expect him to be with St. Miller. Hey, he can even let Grant guard the goal. How strong must St. Miller be? The discussions in the live broadcast room did not affect reality. As the teleportation array lit up, a young man in a magic robe walked out of the teleportation array, and with the arrival of the first person and the approaching time, strong men from different seas were also teleported out of the teleportation array one by one. Linnan? Dulcie? Ted? Every time a person walks out of the teleportation array, the survivors in the live broadcast room who were watching the live broadcast using the Ocean Survival Manual would immediately exclaim, and some would explain the achievements of these people to those farther out at sea. The weakest ones are those with A-level talents, and there are countless those with S-level talents. There are so many people coming. Guiyun sighed. He and Jiang Xiujia arrived early and sat in the back row of the conference room. The location here is high and the angle is good, so you can see the people coming out of the teleportation array at the first sight. Turning to look at the silent Jiang Xiujia, Guiyun teased. Hey, do you think the Blood Emperor will come this time? Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Xiujia's expression fluctuated a little. Most. Looking at his good brother who was very frugal with words, Guiyun shrugged. They have been away from Sea Area number 99 for more than a year, ever since Yunwan, the person they had a crush on, took the initiative to devote herself to Lin Jian in Sea Area Tower number 99. This past year or so has been filled with both dangers and opportunities. His luck was pretty good, he got some opportunities and obtained a lot of props, which also further improved his talent. Although he did not reach S-level, he was also among the top ones among A-level talents. Even when facing some S-level talents, he can fight against them across levels. And his good brother Jiang Xiujia leapt to S-level talent in one fell swoop. You're right, the lowest level is A-level. That's right. The resources sent here can only be afforded by those of us who are A-level or above. Jiang Xiujia didn't say anything. Guiyun also started talking to himself with a laugh. After spending a long time with this taciturn guy, he gradually developed the habit of talking to himself. After all, if he said 10 sentences to the other person might not be able to say a single word. Suddenly, Guiyun seemed to have seen something. His eyes lit up, and he waved his hand. Here! For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted to him, even Jiang Xiujia, who had facial paralysis, couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. The two people who had just entered the conference room also noticed Guiyun. They were also a pair of oriental faces. They are a pair of tall, curvy and very beautiful twins, no less stunning than Yunwan, the girl that Jiang Xiujia liked back then. It's just that the two goddesses have slightly different looks. One looks lively, the other looks quiet. Seeing him, the lively one smiled and walked over with the quiet sister. See? Jiang Xian and Jiang Yu are here too. You said it's been a year, and the child Yunwan gave birth to Lin Jian is probably old enough to call him dad. Why are you still thinking about him? These are twins. A man's ultimate dream. Sister Jiang Yu is mine, and Sister Jiang Xian is yours. Isn't that a close relationship between us? I had forgotten her long ago. Jiang Xiujia finally spoke. Glancing at himself, who was staring at his lively sister Jiang Yu without blinking, Guiyun said, I just think that the saying to start a family, you must first establish a career is very true. With our current strength, we simply cannot afford to give them the life they want. One day, the two of them will follow the stronger ones and leave. As he spoke, Jiang Xiujia looked at Guiyun and said seriously, If you want to find a woman, then look for those who are better than B-level, C-level, or ordinary. You can't control a woman with S-level talent. You are just under stress. Jiang Yu is not the kind of woman who despises the poor and loves the rich. Looking at Guiyun, who was smiling and chatting with Jiang Yu, who came over, Jiang Xiujia shook his head in his heart. When he had just left the sea tower, he felt confused and painful for a while. He didn't understand why Yunwan was the kind of woman who despised the poor and loved the rich. But as time goes by, after experiencing various dangers and events in other waters, Jiang Xiujie gradually understood Yunwan's original choice. I am too naive. Is love that endures adversity so important? Not to mention, Yunwan had never had any love for him at all. Even if there is just a little bit of friendship. But what does it matter in the face of a good life? He and Guiyun had escaped death countless times in this year. Although they were top-level evolvers, their daily lives were very hard, as they had to sleep in the open air. For a little bit of resources, you have to fight with other survivors and aliens. For a little bit of possibility, you have to risk death to explore the secret realm. But what about Yunwan? After becoming Lin Jiuan's woman, she could have whatever she wanted. Today, although Lin Jiuan, the once dominant Blood Emperor, has disappeared, the forces under his command are growing stronger. It has already ruled Sea Area 99 and a dozen surrounding sea areas. Cui Yishe is the largest businessman in the ocean survival world. Especially in the past 6 months, there were some other businessmen who were supported by powerful people, such as Lin Jiuan and Cui Yishe, who competed with her. But in the past 6 months or so, Cui Yishe has obtained many extremely rare and precious spiritual plants and fruits from somewhere, which are of great help even to the top evolvers. And with the help of these rare props, Cui Yishe completely overwhelmed other businessmen and became the largest businessman in the ocean survival world. With such resources, I heard that Lin Jiuan's women live in villas every day, don't have to do anything, and enjoy the service of countless servants. And those A-level and S-level evolvers have to spend a lot of resources and time, and complete many tasks to exchange for extremely rare resources. They can get some every month. Even some of the women who were favored by Lin Jiuan were tired of eating it. And Yunwan, it is said, has become the person in charge of a sea area under Lin Jiuan, managing hundreds of thousands of people. When Jiang Xiujie heard this, he even felt annoyed and wondered, why am I not a woman? How could he be qualified to say that Yunwan was wrong? And if Yunwan had really responded to his pursuit? If I had left Sea Area 99 with them, I might not be alive now. After all, over the past year, countless A-level and S-level talents have fallen, and he himself doesn't know how he survived. So, thinking carefully, if Yunwan had really followed me at the beginning, I would have been the one who harmed her. After all, he couldn't even guarantee his own safety and life. How can he guarantee the safety, life and future of Yunwan, who is as powerful as himself? So here comes the question. If something like what happened to Yunwan happened to Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian one day, what choice would they make? Thinking about. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was smiling happily and looking expectantly at the portal as if waiting for someone, he was chatting with his good brother, and he didn't notice that the other person was unusual at all. Jiang Xiujie suddenly had a strange intuition. Soon. No, probably today. Guiyun could no longer tease himself about Yunwan's affairs. Chapter 223 Arrival. Are you waiting for a friend? Gradually, Guiyun also noticed that Jiang Yu was looking at the portal, as if waiting for someone. He started a conversation. Who is it? Would you like to introduce him to me? He, Jiang Xiujie, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian met during an exploration of a secret place. Both of them possess S-level talents. And the ability is very special. When they met for the first time, he fell in love with his stunning and lively sister Jiang Yu at first sight, but he was afraid that he didn't like her enough, so he never dared to express it. Because of the foundation of trust from the first cooperation, he and Jiang Xiujie had explored secret places with them several times, shared hardships many times, and established a great friendship. And this time, Guiyun also made up his mind when he came. After the establishment of this human alliance, things should be more stable. And after this defeat of the dragon, I confessed my feelings to Jiang Yu. He is secret. But there is definitely no problem with introductions. My sister and Sister Gu have a very good relationship. Looking at the shy blush that appeared on Jiang Yu's face when she talked about this, Jiang Xiujie didn't know why, but he suddenly felt gloating. Let you keep mocking me about Yunwan. TSK. Should. As time went by, more and more people were teleported in, both men and women, and the huge conference hall was already mostly occupied. As time approached, the anticipation on Jiang Yu's face turned into eagerness. Elder sister. Why haven't they come yet? How about you send a message to Sister Gu and ask? You are too impatient. Jiang Xian said gently. There is still some time. How can I not be anxious about this kind of thing? You are too Buddhist, sister. Seeing Jiang Yu like this, Gui Yun became even more curious. Who is that Sister Gu? Why are you looking forward to it so much? It's not Sister Gu. Sister Gu won't come. It's Sister Gu's husband. Sister Gu's husband? Gui Yun was startled, and suddenly a bad feeling surged in his heart. Husband, what does that have to do with you? Why doesn't it matter? Jiang Yu was a little anxious. Sister Gu, Sister Yishur and I have agreed that my sister and I will be his concubines. Gui Yun. Concubine? Gui Yun just felt his head buzzing. Before he could ask who the man was, he suddenly remembered the Sister Yishur in Jiang Yu's words. Could it be Cui Yishur? So, it's that man again? At this moment, the teleportation array once again burst into a strong light. Afterwards, a handsome white carriage pulled by a unicorn appeared in the teleportation array. Here it comes! Jiang Yu's expression suddenly became excited. The Blood Emperor is coming! Buzz! Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar word, Gui Yun's mind went blank and he was completely stunned. And Jiang Xiujia on the side. He placed his hand gently on Gui Yun's shoulder, trying to comfort him, but he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. So cool! After transmission, the handsome white unicorn pulling the carriage raised its head and neighed. He walked happily towards the conference hall. Fuck, who is this? Everyone is walking, why is he the only one who rides in a carriage? Wait, this sign, is this someone from the Blood Emperor? Blood Emperor? This is going to be a good show. Looking at the hand on the carriage holding up the candle-like emblem, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively again. In order to facilitate identification, Cui Yishur designed a pictorial emblem. People, vehicles or ships wearing this medal all represent people under their command. That's why. Everyone knew it when they saw the badge on the carriage. This is Lin Jiuan's man. Grant, who had been guarding the door, narrowed his eyes and stood directly in front of the unicorn, releasing the bloody and murderous aura from his body without any concealment. The important area ahead. No vehicles allowed. Please get off the bus. Cui Yishur's voice was heard in the carriage. My master doesn't like to be in public, so please be flexible. I'm sorry, Ms. Cui. Although Grant was apologizing, his tone was somewhat excited. The tiger's eyes were fixed on the carriage, as if it wanted to see through the carriage and see the people inside. The Blood Emperor is inside. He has always been annoyed with that guy Blood Emperor. He is just a clown who got lucky a year ago, and became famous by taking advantage of Lord St. Miller's low profile. No one dared to miss a single one in this year. It's all thanks to the help of women. There are actually people comparing him with Lord St. Miller? That's ridiculous. Well... Cui Yishur's helpless sigh was heard from the carriage. Then, after a few seconds of silence, Lin Jiuan's lazy voice sounded, as if he had just woken up. Whose dog is this? A concise and clear sound. It spreads far in a quiet environment. It reached the ears of everyone in the conference hall, as well as the ears of the survivors who were holding the Ocean Survival Manual and watching the live broadcast. Fuck, is this a man's voice? It must be the Blood Emperor. He's coming out? No, is this speech so arrogant? It seems that Blood Emperor does things this way. Didn't he kill anyone who didn't obey him a year ago? Otherwise, where do you think the word blood and Blood Emperor came from? If you don't understand, then ask. As I recall, isn't it because his ability is related to controlling blood? Really? It's been over a year. Who would remember such details? Don't worry about it. God doesn't know how to educate people about science. Different from the heated discussions in the live broadcast room. The scene was dead silent. Grant clenched his fists, his tense voice was very clear, his eyes were wide open, and anyone who knew him knew that he was on the verge of a rage. However, the man in the carriage seemed to be unafraid of trouble and spoke lazily. "If no one claims it, I'll kill it." "You look for..." The word death has not yet been uttered. A blood sword flew out from the carriage and pierced through Grant's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Everyone only had time to hear a puff sound. The furious Grant's body was frozen in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Call. A cool night breeze blew by. Grant's body fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 224. Is there anyone else dissatisfied with me? Looking at Grant's lifeless body. Not just the scene. Even the live broadcast room of Ocean Survival Manual was dead silent. The barrage of comments stopped scrolling, and everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. S-level talent. Grant, a long-established evolver known as the Nordic giant bear, got killed in seconds? Even the other party was sitting in the carriage the whole time. There are no fancy moves, nor any accumulation of momentum. It was just a moment. Before I could even see what was happening, I was... Seconds? Isn't it a bit too much, Your Excellency? Until a slightly angry voice sounded. Everyone came to their senses. Then I saw a young man wearing a pure white saint robe, who looked to be about 20 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and exuding a holy aura, staring at the carriage coldly. "Grant is one of our species, too. Now that we humans are facing the threat of the Black Dragon and alien races, it is time for us to unite as one. It was just a minor conflict, and Grant was just doing his job. You killed him. Isn't that a bit too much?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in St. Miller's voice. Everyone heard this. I immediately felt that this was the truth, and the eyes I looked at Gu Chen were more or less full of dissatisfaction and hostility, but due to Gu Chen's powerful strength, it was not revealed. In the live broadcast room of Ocean Survival Manual, as St. Miller's words fell, the screen was refreshed with a large number of comments. "Damn it, I can't stand it, this Blood Emperor is too arrogant. He hid in a corner for a year and now he comes out and kills people. Who does he think he is? Lord St. Miller, kill this lunatic." Under the hostile gaze of the crowd, Lin Juan's still lazy voice came from the carriage. "Do you have a problem with me? I am just stating the facts. Your Excellency is going too far." The word share has not yet been uttered. A bloody sword rushed out of the carriage again and stabbed straight at St. Miller's throat, but just when it was about to pierce his body. A layer of golden light enveloped his body. Dang! The blood-red sword hit the golden light, causing ripples before dissipating. Seeing this scene, even some people at the scene couldn't bear it anymore. Snap! A blond middle-aged man slammed the table and looked at the carriage coldly. "Lin Juan, don't be so arrogant. You kill people for a disagreement. Who do you think you are? Apologize to Lord St. Miller, or we will take action." St. Miller looked at the carriage with cold eyes. Tisk. The noise continued for a while before Lin Juan's voice was heard in the carriage. Then, a figure got off the carriage. Lin Juan walked out of the carriage holding the Shura blood blade, and looked at St. Miller in a white robe holding a Bible, with a smile on his lips. "St. Miller?" St. Miller was about to speak when suddenly Lin Juan's figure rushed in front of him. So fast. St. Miller's pupils shrank, and just as he was about to activate the light element in his body, he felt the element stagnate, and then... puff! St. Miller staggered back 2 steps, looked at Lin Juan with disbelief, opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But... a line of blood appeared on his body from head to thigh. The body was under the horrified gaze of everyone. It broke into 2 halves, one on the left and one on the right, and fell to the ground. Lin Juan held the black knife dripping with blood, and his bloodthirsty eyes swept over everyone present, finally falling on the middle-aged man who stepped forward first. "It seems that you are very dissatisfied with me. What are you going to do?" The middle-aged man staggered back a step, no longer looking indignant as before, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked at Lin Juan. "Monster! This guy is a monster! How could someone kill St. Miller in an instant? How could a human being be so strong? Yes, you are not human. You are an alien. You must be an alien. Everyone, come with me and kill this alien. Otherwise we will all die here today. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. But what made him despair was, no matter how he shouted, no one responded to his call. Instead, many people looked at him with inexplicable eyes. Then, a flash of blood passed by. The middle-aged man said, with a sound coming out of his throat, staggered a few steps on the spot, and finally fell to the ground, without a sound. Several flashes of blood appeared again, and those who had just rebuked him or spoke for St. Miller were all cut by the sword without exception. Only a few good-looking women who met the criteria of being the Lord of Life looked at this scene in fear, trembling in fear as they looked at the corpses of their companions who died with their eyes open. Lin Jian walked leisurely to the main seat. Then he didn't sit down, but turned around and looked at these women. He raised the Shura blood blade slightly. I know I was wrong. A blonde, blue-eyed, ridiculously plump woman seemed to realize something and fell to her knees on the ground, rolling and crawling. In front of everyone, he crawled in front of Lin Jian. Please don't kill me. I am willing to be your dog. I am willing to be your dog. I'm useful. I can sleep with you. You can do whatever you want to me. I'm also an S-level talent. I can be your dog. Please don't kill me. Lin Jian kicked her in a mocking manner, but she put on a flattering smile and hugged his feet. TSK, who made you like this? You're so sensible. The woman just looked at him flatteringly and pitifully. Please, Lord Blood Emperor, give me a chance. Tisk, all right. Lin Jian said this. The other women also suddenly came to their senses. Before Lin Jian looked up at them, they immediately crawled in front of Lin Jian like this woman to show their loyalty. Seeing this, Lin Jian loosened his hand holding the knife, kicked the woman who was hugging his legs away, and sat in the main seat looking at the people in the audience. He asked softly, Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied with me? Chapter 225, Cui Yishir. In the live broadcast room of Ocean Survival Manual, everyone looked at Lin Jian, who was sitting leisurely in the main seat. Looking at the corpses on the ground, I felt as if I had returned to more than a year ago. St. Miller just died like that. Am I blurry-eyed? So many top-level experts, but they can't even take on a single move from the Blood Emperor. Don't even mention whether they can catch it or not. I feel like they, like me, didn't even see how the Blood Emperor attacked. Isn't his strength too terrifying? No wonder the Blood Emperor has been silent for the past year. I thought before that the Blood Emperor was not strong enough and had used up all his potential. I didn't expect that he just thought we were too weak and was too lazy to take action. Haha, when I think about it this way, and look at all these so-called strong people gathered here talking about the future of mankind, why does it feel so funny? No one condemned Lin Jian's murder. Even if there were a few sporadic exclamations, they were drowned out by more exclamations. The strong prey on the weak, and strength is respected. This has been deeply engraved in every survivor's body after more than a year of survival in the ocean. All order and laws of the real world do not exist here. And Lin Jian's strength far exceeds theirs. Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied with me? Norda's meeting room. Lin Jian's low-pitched and very gentle voice reached everyone's ears. Just like the spring breeze in March. His expression was very gentle, and he smiled like a sunny big brother next door. But everyone present. There was only fear in his eyes when he looked at Lin Jian. This guy. It is absolutely true. Monster. How did this guy become so strong? Is this too outrageous? Back row. Gui Yun and Jiang Xiujia looked at Lin Jian with shock in their eyes. Haven't seen you for over a year. Although they did not think they could challenge Lin Jian, who was once considered to be the strongest among S-level ability users, they believed that after more than a year of life and death, they should be able to fight with Lin Jian, who had always lived a pampered life and played with women. But I didn't expect it. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. A year ago in the number 99 Sea Area Tower, they could at least understand Lin Jian's moves, and could even withstand a few moves if they really faced him. It was simply the gap in talent and strength that made them unable to win. But now, more than a year has passed. Guiyun and Jiang Xiujie had discovered that the gap between them had suddenly widened to this extent without them noticing. Just now, Lin Jiuan killed so many people, but they didn't even see how Lin Jiuan made his move. Especially the blow that killed Saint Miller. They could just about make out the movements, but that made it even more terrifying. It just looks like an ordinary knife. But he was able to kill Saint Miller, who was so powerful. How terrifying would his true power be when it was unleashed? That's amazing. Lord Blood Emperor. Jian Yu on the side couldn't help but cover her face, looking at Lin Jiuan with stars in her beautiful eyes. Sister, Lord Blood Emperor is so handsome. Looking at her sister, who suddenly became infatuated, Jiang Xian smiled helplessly. She did not refute her sister, and her eyes were full of admiration that was hard to conceal when she looked at Lin Jiuan. No one left? Lin Jiuan made a tisk sound and tapped the table beside him with his knuckles. Oh well. I came here because I heard someone was going to form a human alliance. What is the current situation? Can anyone tell me? No one spoke. Some people couldn't help but look at the body of Saint Miller that had been cut in half on the ground, and some of them couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. You killed the host. Who dares to mention it? There are quite a few among them who are dissatisfied with Saint Miller, and many have their own forces and groups. They come together, or have made private appointments with each other. I plan to fight for the position of leader later. But now, Saint Miller was chopped down by Lin Jiuan. Putting themselves in his shoes, they didn't think that they and their friends combined could withstand Lin Jiuan's blow, so... I think... A man with a stern face and a long sword on his back said with some difficulty. The position of the leader of the human race is naturally held by you, the Blood Emperor. As for others, I'm the first one to disagree. Yes, I think so too. We all support you, Blood Emperor, to become the leader. I won't accept anyone else becoming the leader. Others quickly followed suit. The survivors watching the live broadcast in the Ocean Survival Handbook were shocked. Is this still an S-level evolver? How come they sound so boastful, but they all look like licking dogs? Nonsense, don't you see who you are in front of? Is it shameful for others to be a licker in front of the Blood Emperor? If it weren't for the live broadcast room, none of us would ever see the Blood Emperor in our lifetime. Stop talking. It's all tears. Let alone the Blood Emperor, even these guys who are like dogs to the Blood Emperor are big shots that we may not even meet once in our lifetime and are beyond our reach. The voices of flattery and agreement from the people in the meeting hall gradually died down. Because they found out. Lin Jiuan's face suddenly turned dark. There was silence, and people didn't even dare to breathe. They carefully thought about whether they had said something wrong just now, which made this evil star angry. After a long time, Lin Jiuan said, with poetry. As Lin Jiuan finished speaking, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. A stunningly beautiful woman walked out. Fuck? Is this the profiteer Chui? Mom, I'm in love. If you had told me you looked like this, would I have been able to bargain with you? Mom, I won't be mad at you anymore even if you slander me. When Chui Yisher came out of the carriage, the live broadcast room of Ocean Survival Manual suddenly exploded. Speaking of the most famous person in the world of ocean survival, people like Blood Emperor and Saint Miller have to step aside. Chui Yisher, the super, big profiteer, who became famous shortly after he traveled through time, is a famous person known to both the upper and lower classes. Many people didn't know or recognize top experts like Lin Jiuan and Saint Miller before today, but Chui Yisher. Almost 90% of the people have done business with her or her people. Developed to this day. Whether it is the basic necessities of life such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea, or high-end rare spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, spiritual rice and even shipbuilding, construction and other businesses, Chui Yisher's Chamber of Commerce operates them all. The staff just to maintain the operation of the Chamber of Commerce occupied several islands, and the daily inflow and outflow of funds was astronomical. And because of this, almost half of the people. They can only survive in the ocean survival world by doing business with Chui Yisher's Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 226. The Black Dragon Arrives, Kills Instantly. In the live broadcast room, people were shouting, "Coo, big profiteer!" and "Mom!" alternately. Meeting room. In the silence that was in stark contrast to the live broadcast room's bustle, Cui Yishur had already come to Lin Jiuan's side. "Let Yishur tell you the details." Lin Jiuan stood up lazily. Just prepared to walk towards the carriage. Why doesn't he care about the Alliance's affairs? The gap in strength is too big. He didn't even plan to come in the first place. Let them be an alliance. But in the end, he was persuaded by Cui Yishur. After the alliance is formed, both the development of his power and Cui Yishur's business will be able to take a step forward. Anyway, he has nothing to do, so he might as well come out and relax. Besides, the gains this time don't seem to be much. Sudden. Lin Jiuan suddenly stopped as if he suddenly sensed something. Everyone's eyes were on him, while Lin Jiuan looked up into the distance and smiled. And just at this moment, a huge dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. Then, there was a violent shaking of the Sierra Tower, and those sitting in their seats and those crawling on the ground all staggered. Cui Yishur was almost falling down due to the shaking, but fortunately Lin Jiuan grabbed her waist in time. Everyone looked towards the direction where the dragon roared. Just see it. The originally cloudless sky was now covered with dark clouds, the wind was howling and the waves were violent, the calm ocean was raging and rolling, constantly hitting the border of the sea tower, and a rainstorm was about to fall. A huge, horned dragon head is just outside the sea tower. The golden dragon's eyes, which were larger than a bell and full of cruelty and greed, were staring down at them. The dragon's body floating on the sea was dozens of meters long and several meters thick. What's going on? Is this a dragon? Fuck, this is too scary. Is this really a creature that humans can deal with? I feel like even an atomic bomb wouldn't be able to kill this thing, right? The live broadcast room suddenly became chaotic. And the scene. Compared to the live broadcast room where they could only feel the hugeness of the dragon, they could also feel the pressure and momentum it exuded. Is this guy really the world boss? An S-level talented evolver said in a hoarse voice. No one laughed at him. Everyone present was looking at the absurdly huge creature in amazement and doubt, emitting an aura of pressure that made even these veterans who had experienced countless battles and countless life and death situations feel fear. Jiang Xiujia and Gui Yun were tense. My scalp is tingling. Invincible. The first time they saw the dragon, they felt an irresistible sense of despair in their hearts. It was simply not something they could deal with. It is because I have experienced many life and death situations that I understand what fear is. This dragon. Definitely stronger than before. What to do? Roar! The black dragon scanned the expressions of everyone in the sea tower. A hint of human contempt and cruelty flashed in the huge dragon's eyes. Damn humans. Although it is in the critical stage of transforming into a dragon, it will not foolishly wait for them to make an agreement to besiege it. On the contrary. It's coming. The flesh and blood of these delicious human ants can just speed up and enhance its transformation into a dragon, allowing its strength and bloodline to be further improved after it successfully transforms into a dragon. Damn beast! We didn't go looking for you, and you still dared to come here to seek death! Just at this moment, a full-throated roar was heard. Everyone looked over in the direction of the voice. Then a bald man with a muscular body, comparable to a stronger version of Dwayne Johnson, stood up, with bulging muscles and staring at the black dragon defiantly. He grinned and said, "Let me, Andrew, test what you are capable of." See this scene? The oppression and fear brought by the sudden attack of the dragon just now dissipated immediately. Everyone came back to their senses immediately. That's right, so many top-level warriors are afraid of this dragon? Who is this strong man? Andrew, the dragon warrior of the 2234th Sea Area. Although he is not as famous as Grant, his strength is not inferior to Grant at all, and he is even stronger. He can definitely be considered a top-level expert even among S-level talents. How many moves can you withstand from the Blood Emperor? The one upstairs, ask some questions to see the atmosphere. Andrew is domineering. Give this ignorant black dragon a good beating and make us Westerners proud. Yeah, those people from St. Miller are such losers, Andrew. This proves that we Westerners still have strong people. Andrew looked at the black dragon defiantly. Feeling everyone's gazes on him, he had already thought about how he would be praised in the live broadcast room. He had also imagined that after today, his fame would be second only to Lin Jian. He had always been dissatisfied with Grant before. It's just a bear. He is a dragon warrior with dragon blood. If it weren't for the wrong occasion and the support of St. Miller, he would have wanted to beat up that guy whose fame is greater than his strength to prove that he is the strongest physical cultivator. But it doesn't matter now. I reacted quickly and was the first one to stand up. As long as he beat up this dragon first and left an impression in the eyes of the survivors and Lin Jian, he would be able to occupy a seat in the newly formed human alliance. Even relying on the reputation of defeating the Black Dragon. After a while, it is not impossible to compete for the position of alliance leader with Lin Jian, who has a bad reputation for fighting? Think of this. Andrew rushed over with blood boiling. He raised a sinister grin and roared angrily. Everyone present, as well as those in the live broadcast room, seemed to be able to hear the sound of the heart beating and the sound of blood flowing. Andrew's body had obviously become stronger, with obvious dragon scales and dragon patterns appearing on it. As soon as your foot touches the ground. Moment. Even with a full-strength attack from the A-rank warrior of the Sierra Tower, he was unable to break the hard ground in the slightest, and a deep pit was created by his stepping on it, while his figure even left an afterimage on the ground. Almost instantly, he rushed to the black dragon, which was several hundred meters away. Raised fist. Everyone in the live broadcast room and everyone present watched his heroic appearance with bated breath, with expectation and envy in their eyes, and they had already imagined it in their minds. The scene where he punched the black dragon on the head, knocking its body crooked and throwing it into the water. Damn it! Why didn't I react? Gui Yun looked annoyed. If it was me, Xiaoya would be immersed in my heroic spirit, fall in love with me, and even confess her feelings to me. Jian Xiujie glanced at him expressionlessly, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Even if you react, you wouldn't dare to go up with your courage. And even if you really did, Jian Yu would never confess her love to you unless you could defeat the Blood Emperor. However, Jiang Xiujie did not complain about his good brother who was stupid, but looked at Andrew in the air curiously, wanting to see what his punch could do to the black dragon. And amidst everyone's mixed emotions, a black light flashed by, and the dragon's tail hit Andrew hard. Bang! Andrew smashed back at a faster speed, accurately hitting the deep pit he had just stepped on, with his body embedded in it. Bleeding from all 7 orifices. The chest cavity collapses. His eyes were wide open, but there was no trace of life in them. Just like that. Dead? Chapter 227 Kill the Dragon. Silence is the 857th sea tower tonight. Everyone looked at Andrew's body in the pit in silence. Everyone was a little confused. No, man. Wasn't your appearance just now very domineering? How come you were killed in seconds? No, he died now? Didn't he say that he was considered above average among the S-class warriors? How could he be killed in 1 second? Are we surrounding the dragons, or being surrounded by the dragons? Jiang Xiujie glanced at Gui Yun. It just so happens that he's dead. It's time for you to show your heroism now. Gui Yun smiled awkwardly and said, Brother, you know me well. I have always been a low-key person and I don't like to be famous. Should we give such a good opportunity to someone else? Why don't you want Jian Yu to confess to you? After thinking about it carefully, this kind of impulsive love is not what I pursue. It is better to fall in love slowly over a long period of time. Jiang Xiujie shook his head, looking relatively calm. After all, Lin Jian is here. Even if Lin Jian can't do it, they can also escape by teleporting to other sea areas through the teleportation array. At worst, they can teleport to a farther sea area. Anyway, whoever dies first after successfully transforming into a dragon will die nearby. Then. Reminder, the 857th sea tower has been invaded. The transmission function has been suspended. Please kill the invaders and the teleportation function will be restored. Please note that all survivors, being swallowed by the black dragon, will speed up the time it takes to transform into a dragon, and its strength after transformation. If the black dragon successfully transforms into a dragon, all sea area towers will be completely ineffective. Attention all survivors. One message after another was spoken indifferently. Jiang Xiujie and Gui Yan's faces turned pale. Jian Yu and Jiang Xian's faces also turned pale. Everyone present turned pale. Blood, Lord Blood Emperor. Jiang Xian suddenly said in a trembling voice. Please help kill this evil dragon. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Juan. Seeing that Lin Juan still had that leisurely look on his face, a glimmer of hope appeared in people's eyes. There is still a chance. And Lin Juan is here. Tisk. You guys are such a disappointment to me. Lin Juan made a tisk sound. He originally thought that Andrew could give him some surprise. This group of people. At least he has some ability to resist the black dragon. Why are they all killed in seconds? However, this time, Lin Juan finally confirmed why so many previous encirclement and suppression attempts had failed. This black dragon must have been hiding its strength all along. Every time he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it seemed that those evolvers almost succeeded. In fact, this black dragon is an Oscar-winning actor. Just to lure those fools to come over and surround him, so as to provide him with blood food, so that he won't have to run around the world looking for food by himself. Thinking about. Lin Juan raised his head. He saw the black dragon with its head lowered, and its two pairs of eyes were staring at him. There is greed in it. The black dragon looked at Lin Juan greedily. It can be felt. This human is very delicious. As long as he ate it, not only would he be able to transform into a dragon immediately, he could even go one step further and gain countless unimaginable benefits. Want to eat me? Lin Juan raised his hand. Under the gaze of everyone, he made a gesture of grasping the black dragon through the air. Everyone in the live broadcast room and the conference room held their breath, staring at Lin Juan and He Jiao nervously, anxiously, and expecting the battle that was about to break out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passes by every second. It's calm. Gui Yun couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Xiujie. No, the Blood Emperor is showing off. The word pause is not finished yet. The ground shook violently again. In the horrified gaze of everyone, a giant hand made of sea water suddenly appeared behind the black dragon and grabbed its neck. The black dragon roared angrily and struggled continuously. The long tail swung wildly, turning the sea surface upside down, and even made those in the sea tower feel that the sea tower might be overturned at any time. But everyone looked at the giant blue hand in horror. As it slowly rose, the black dragon let out an angry roar, but no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the giant hand. Everyone watched. The giant blue hand that protruded from the sea's surface slowly pulled the black dragon out of the sea like pulling onions out of dry land. The dragon's body, which was over 100 meters long, was fully revealed. Looking at the huge black dragon, everyone present undoubtedly gasped. Then, crash! Another giant hand stretched out from the sea, grabbed the black dragon's tail, which was constantly shaking and struggling. Then he exerted force suddenly. Ouch! The black dragon's miserable wails were deafening, making people feel their scalps tingling, and it struggled even more violently. But it's no use. There are a total of 10 different laws of the 5 elements and 5 directions. The amplification of the law of water by the 9 laws is not just a simple 1 + 1 + 1 = 9 or 10. Under the increase of the 5 elements and 5 methods, there is also the added bloodline of the mermaid royal family. Lin Juan's control over water far exceeds that of the dragon that is about to transform into a dragon. So, followed by a wail that resounded through heaven and earth. The black dragon was torn in half, and blood and internal organs spilled from the sky. Attention all survivors. Lin Juan has successfully killed. One after another, the reminders from the heavens sounded. The rolling waves stopped, the drizzling rain stopped, and the dark clouds that had accumulated in the sky quickly faded away. Everything seemed to have returned to the time before the black dragon came. I'm going back. Until a lazy voice sounded. Everyone realized it later and looked at Lin Jian, who was yawning with a bored look on his face. You sure you take care of this? I'm going back to bed. Lin Jian stretched lazily. He walked into the carriage amid the shocked gazes of the crowd. Everyone was left looking at each other, and they could see the confusion in each other's eyes. That's it. It's over? Chapter 228 Sisters Telepathy. The depths of Cui Yisher's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. Although she knew her man was strong, but he never expected that Lin Jian could be so strong that he could kill the terrifying black dragon without even moving. Are you guys going to stay here forever? Cui Yisher looked at the women lying on the ground. They came back to their senses. She looked at Cui Yisher in confusion, really not knowing what the other party meant. However, the woman who was the first to kneel down and beg for mercy towards Lin Jian reacted the fastest and turned around and crawled towards the carriage. Seeing Cui Yisher's surprised expression, the others also crawled towards the carriage. This funny scene did not cause anyone to laugh. Some women even had a hint of envy in their eyes. All right, everyone. Before we discuss the alliance, please get on the carriage that I ordered. My master has something private to discuss with you. Cui Yisher acted as if nothing had happened. Then, under the gazes of the crowd, Cui Yisher selected one by one those women whose looks were above 90% and who could almost meet the requirements of the Lord of Life. I don't know if good talents only fall on beautiful women. As one's strength and talent grow, he gradually becomes perfect. There are no ugly women in this meeting room. There were quite a few beauties who met the Lord of Life requirement with a score of 9 or above. They were called out one by one, and it took Cui Yisher a lot of time just to call out their names. But no one protested. Even their male companions remained silent. Although Cui Yisher's strength was very weak, they felt that he was so weak that they could kill him easily. But the person behind her. It's Lin Jian. The bodies of St. Miller and others were still lying on the ground, and the air was still filled with a strong smell of blood. The scene of the terrifying black dragon being torn into pieces by him like a small snake was still vivid in their minds. They had no doubt that with the tyranny and brutality displayed by Lin Jian, once they expressed their dissatisfaction, a blood arrow would fly out of the carriage and kill them. Don't point at Xiao Ye! Don't point at Xiao Ye! Guiyun kept muttering to himself. Pity. Amid Guiyun's desperate gaze, Cui Yisher's eyes still fell on Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian. Jiang Yu, Jiang Xian. Cui Yisher's voice was like a sledgehammer hitting Guiyun's head. Guiyun just felt dizzy. Although Cui Yisher said that Lin Jian had something private to discuss. But considering Lin Jian's reputation of being obsessed with women, he was even so lustful that he built an island full of beauties. In addition, the people Cui Yisher was referring to were those who could be considered the most beautiful among the many beauties in this conference hall. Think with your butt. Everyone knows what happens to these women once they get into the carriage. No! 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 Guiyun looked at Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian in despair as they stood up, walking towards Lin Jian's carriage. He wanted to stand up, but his body felt as heavy as if it was pressed down by 1,000-pound iron. He could not get up no matter what he did. He could only watch in despair as Jiang Yu's back got farther and farther away from him. Watched her get into the carriage. No! Speaking of which, sister, how can this carriage hold so many people? It may be a special carriage similar to a space ring. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian didn't pay attention to Guiyun's extremely sad look. They joined forces and entered the carriage. The view suddenly became clear. The space inside is completely different from the space outside. What you see is a spacious living room. The area of the living room alone is at least 10 times larger than the area outside. The main seat is a huge sofa. On both sides, 2 symmetrical rows of sofa seats have been placed. Many women have already taken their seats. Except for the few women who were lying on the ground, all the other women had already sat down, and many beautiful maids were walking around serving them tea and water. See the woman sitting in the main seat. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, she waved and greeted, then pulled her sister and walked quickly to the other person. Sister Yuru! The woman sitting in the main seat was Gu Yuru. When he looked up and saw the two women, he couldn't help but smile softly. Said, "Well, it's Xiaoya and Xiao Xian. Sister Yuru, why are you here?" "Jiuan doesn't like dealing with these things, so he left it to me and Yishur. Chui Yishur handles the alliance establishment. And she. It is to deal with these new women added to the harem. Come in quickly, Jiuan is waiting for you inside." "Thank you, Sister Yuru." Even Jiang Xian couldn't help but her eyes lit up. The two sisters walked into the back room under the envious gazes of the other girls. Went inside. It's a bedroom. The layout is very simple. A bed, a very large bed, took up almost 3/4 of the entire bedroom. Lin Jiuan was lazily lying on a woman's legs. That woman seemed to be the first one to kneel down to Lin Jiuan just now. "Lord Blood Emperor? Just call me by my name." "Mr. Lin," Jiang Xian said softly, with expectation in her eyes. "I wonder if you asked us sisters to come here for any instructions?" "Speaking of..." An alluring blush appeared on Jiang Xian's face. As twin sisters, she and her younger sister like the same men, and during the more than 1 year of survival, the thought of admiring the strong has been more deeply engraved in her heart. Different from her younger sister who has a natural personality. She could feel that Gui Yun liked her sister. However, she has always been pessimistic about this kind of relationship, and has been trying to get her sister and Gui Yuru closer, waiting to see if she can become Lin Jiuan's woman like Yunwan and the others. As for Gui Yun and Jiang Xiujia, it's okay for teammates to explore secret places together, but it's absolutely impossible for there to be real love. After all, they can't even protect themselves and can't even meet their own development needs. There is no future at all if we follow them. But Lin Jiuan is different. Not only is he powerful, but he is also very rich. As long as she becomes his woman, not only will she and her sister Jian Yu no longer have to worry about resources, but she can even use those rare resources that she dare not even think about at will. All she had to do was serve this young, powerful and handsome man. "Orders? Not really," Lin Jiuan said slowly. "It's just that I heard from Yuru that you twins have telepathy with each other, and can even affect each other's feelings. I'm a little curious, and I'd like to ask you two to do some experiments with me. I don't know if you would like to." Before Lin Jiuan finished speaking, sisters Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian blushed and couldn't wait to speak. "We do!" Chapter 229 Sisters Reward, Wild Blood Body Refining Technique. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, His Mind Skills. Reward 2, Tranquil Lake, Legendary Lake. Reward 3, Twin Trees, Legendary Weapon. Lin Jiuan glanced at the sisters Jiang Yu and Jiang Xian in surprise. So fast? He was also experimenting with the two sisters' telepathic abilities. It was difficult to go into detail, but all he could say was that it reminded Lin Jiuan of the two characters, Schwanger and Schwanger, in a certain version of the deer and the cauldron. The result is confusing. Have you got all the rewards? Thinking of this, Lin Jiuan no longer paid attention to the two sisters whose faces were filled with fatigue, and first looked at the reward from his elder sister Jiang Xian. His mind reading is a special talent. It allows him to see what is in other people's minds. Lin Jiuan took a quick glance and immediately ruled out this ability. This kind of ability is meaningless to him. Who doesn't have some negative thoughts in his heart? Not to mention that most of the women he got were obtained through his own strength, so you can't be sure who might have a problem with him. Lin Jiuan had no idea what they thought. It makes me feel upset. Just watch how they do it. Ningxin Jingshui Lake is a spiritual lake. Soaking in the lake can calm your mind and concentrate your spirit. It has a repairing effect on restoring the trauma of the spirit and soul. It also has a special effect on protecting the soul and preventing obsession when practicing martial arts. As for the twin trees, there are 2 swords. It is not used by one person, but by 2 people. It was designed for the sisters Jiang Xian and Jiang Yu. Combined with their telepathy and common or innate abilities, it can unleash a power that is greater than the sum of its parts. After looking at the 3 rewards, Lin Jiuan had a rough idea in his mind. Choose one between 2 and 3. Let's take a look at Xiaoye's reward first. Lin Jiuan's gaze moved downward, followed by Jiang Yu's reward. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Wild Blood Body Refining Technique. Reward 2, Dragon King Palace. Reward 3, Black Dragon Armor, Legendary Equipment. The Wild Blood Body Refining Technique is a set of exercises. Specifically, he was asked to use the blood of the demon race to practice, which was a method that focused on body refining. It could make his body comparable to or even surpass the naturally strong bodies of the demon race. When he reached a high level of cultivation, he could even possess the magical powers of the demon race. The Dragon King Palace is a clan functional prop similar to the Mermaid King Palace and the Elf King Palace. The power that can be exerted is related to the prosperity of the ethnic group. It can also purify blood and increase strength. Aine's advancement into royal blood is largely due to the Mermaid King's palace. And after a period of development, the strength of the Mermaid clan will also increase accordingly. The Mermaid King Palace will also be promoted to the Mermaid Emperor Palace. However, no matter how good this thing is, Lin Jiuan has no dragon under his command now. Even if he obtains the Dragon King Palace, he will not be able to exert any effect at all. As for the Black Dragon Armor, similar to the previous Aquaman armor, the only difference is that the Aquaman armor can only exert its powerful functions in the ocean, while the Black Dragon armor can exert its powerful strength when it has the blood of the Black Dragon. Thought about it for a bit. Lin Jiuan scratched his head with amusement and said, I choose Ningxin Jingshui Lake and Huangxue Body Refining Technique. Jiang Yu's reward seemed to be quite good, but after thinking about it carefully, Lin Jiuan discovered that if he used it himself, only the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon would be useful to him. Whether it was the Dragon King Palace or the Black Dragon Armor, he could not make use of them at all. He doesn't even have a dragon under his command. And now that he has obtained the Wild Blood Body Refining Art, and he happens to have the half-transformed Black Dragon to practice with, the Ningxin Jingshui Lake can also assist him in practicing the Wild Blood Body Refining Art. Finish selecting rewards. Lin Jiuan felt a set of skills appear in his mind. He did not start practicing immediately, but fell into a deep sleep while lying on the bed and hugging the Jiang sisters. Jiuan? Jiuan? A gentle call sounded in my ears. When Lin Jiuan opened his eyes, he saw Gu Yiru and Cui Yishur sitting beside the bed. Well, are you guys done? Gui smiled softly and said, The new sisters are all very sensible and obedient. Jiang Xian and Jiang Yu, who woke up next, felt a little resentful when they heard Gu Yiru's words. How can I not be sensible? Forget about what I had been thinking before. Seeing the scene where Lin Jiuan killed Saint Miller and Black Dragon like killing a dog, and his brutality of killing people at the slightest disagreement, who would be so angry as soon as they arrived? Just be sensible. Yishur, how about you? Alliance. Cui Yishur spoke briefly. Her expression was clear, and Lin Jiuan understood it quickly. The newly formed human alliance is led by Lin Jiuan. Cui Yishur served as deputy leader. Other positions are still pending, but to be frank, this thing is just like the fight for Lu Xie in the late Han Dynasty, a typical example of, I can do without the emperor, but I can't live without the emperor. It may not be of much use in your own hands, but it is disgusting if it falls into the hands of others and is used against you. Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao were disgusted to death by Cao Cao because he used the emperor to control the princes. For this alliance, no one took it too seriously. After the wide area transmission capability of the Sea Tower disappeared, the main thing in the end was to develop their own piece of land. As for this alliance, Cui Yishur simply applied the template of the Chamber of Commerce. It can be regarded as a disguised way of developing the Chamber of Commerce and expanding sales channels. Cui Yishur didn't even bother to care about those people's original forces and small groups. She had never thought about seriously developing a human alliance. Even Lin Jiuan had never thought of using the law of blood to control them. After all, the sea areas are so far apart. When there is no sea tower for wide area teleportation, what will we do if something happens? No matter how strong Lin Jiuan is, It is impossible for him to run across such a vast sea thousands of miles away and search for someone in the vast ocean that does not belong to his own sea area, right? But there are still many gains. Looking at the sisters Jiang Xian and Jiang Yu kneeling on the left and right of Lin Jian, looking like little birds, Cui Yishe smiled. The women who participated in this alliance were persuaded. They have already agreed to go back to Sea Area 99 with us. And I have already announced through the live broadcast that anyone with a talent above B level, especially women, can come to our Sea Area to apply. Lin Jian couldn't help but smile when he heard this. There are quite a few who meet the standards of the Lord of Life. If you count those who are inferior or do not meet the standards, there must be at least dozens of them. And these are all A-level and S-level evolvers. Although he didn't care much, it was a rapid expansion of power for a sea area. Although their sea area had abundant population and resources before, it lacked high-end combat power. The problem of only some strong people like Shi Yao and Yun Wan to hold up the show disappeared. All we have to do is to adjust these new women who have come here. Their power, even without counting his own strength, will swell to become the number one force among the human race. And this is the biggest gain from attending the 857th Sea Area Conference this time. Chapter 230, The Magical Ningxin Lake, Practice Techniques. Sea Area number 99. Main Island. Manor. Lin Jian stood in front of an open space that had already been cleared. Shi Mengyao stood beside him. Furthermore, there are some maids who are not very strong. As this is the most central location of this island and this city, there are not many strong people in charge here. Lin Jian and Shi Mengyao are here. That's enough. On the way back, Lin Jian used the law of blood in the carriage to control all the women who decided to go back to Sea Area number 99 with them, and then he began to study the wild blood body refining technique. Jian. Shi Mengyao snuggled up to him like a little girl and hugged his arms. What do you need such a large open space for? Until now. Shi Mengyao is still the strongest person under Lin Jian, second only to him. Before either Cecilia, who is now the strongest among the elves, nor Aini, the strongest mermaid queen among the mermaids, were her match. Of course, Yini has not fought with Shi Mengyao since her bloodline was upgraded and she became the mermaid queen. However, Yini has been busy recently, whether it is digesting the benefits of her bloodline upgrade, consolidating her strength, or developing the mermaid clan. There is no time to fight with Shi Mengyao. However, over the past year or so, he has been doubly fed by Lin Jian, who has been fleecing the Lord of Life, and Cui Yishe, who has been fleecing the resources of all survivors through business. Her strength has also improved a lot. Lin Jian touched her head without saying anything. With a thought, he took out the Ningxin Jingshui Lake. A virtual pattern of a lake like the one in a building game appeared in front of him. As he confirmed it with his thoughts, he placed it on the open space in front of him. The next moment, a lake appeared there out of nowhere. This is... Shi Mengyao hadn't finished speaking yet. A petite and sweet figure appeared in front of the two. It was their daughter, Lin Meng. Woo! Lin Meng opened her eyes wide and looked at the lake in front of her. She turned her little head back and blinked at Lin Jian and Shi Mengyao. Dad? Meng wants to live in there, is that okay? Lin Meng said, pointing her little finger at the lake. Because of her great talent, Lin Jian cares a lot about his daughter. As for the others, even the ones born to him by Gu Yiru and Cui Yishe, he really couldn't remember them clearly. As time went by, he really didn't have the time and was too lazy to take care of them. However, he often played with his daughter. That's why Lin Meng has a very good relationship with him as a father. When the other girls saw him, they would even cry loudly as if they saw a stranger. But Lin Meng was very attached to him and listened to him very much. Sure, but my dad will also use the lake soon, so it might disturb. Thank you, Dad. Before Lin Jian finished speaking, Lin Meng had already thrown herself into his arms. She kissed him hard on the face, then turned around, ran barefoot to the lake, and jumped directly in. Lin Jian. Lin Jian looked at Lin Meng, who had disappeared on the lake, with helplessness and amusement. I'm not worried. This daughter's strength is now so strong that many B-level and even A-level ability users are no match for her. Even he and Shermingyao have to spend some time to deal with her, so it is naturally impossible for her to drown. Is this lake special? Lin Jian looked at Shermingyao. Since Lin Meng likes this lake so much, it must be good for her. However, if you ask Lin Meng, you will definitely not get the reason. Even if you ask her, Lin Meng will just mumble something like, "I just feel very comfortable." Shermingyao nodded. "If I practice in there, my mental strength will grow faster, at least twice as fast." "That's not bad." Lin Jian paused and said, "Help me protect the law while I go practice some skills." Shermingyao didn't answer, but just blinked her big eyes and looked at him. Lin Jian hugged her amusedly and kissed her. Shermingyao then smiled contentedly. "Good." After, Lin Jian rubbed her hair, let her go, turned around and walked into the Ningxing Jingshe Lake. No wonder Shermingyao and Lin Meng like this lake so much. As he got closer, before entering the lake, it seemed that just a breeze blew the air from the lake over, and Lin Jian felt better than before. As he entered the lake, Lin Jian felt as if his spirit was restored. "I felt very healthy before, but now I can feel that there is a lot of fatigue and hidden injuries hidden deep inside. However, this fatigue and pain are visibly recovered under the healing effect of the lake water." Lin Jian was so immersed in it that he even forgot to practice. Time passes by every second. I don't know how long it had been, but when Lin Jian opened his eyes again, it was already pitch black outside, with the moonlight and the stars in the sky shining on the lake. Lin Jian only felt that his mind was more relaxed than ever before. That feeling was like when you were in college and stayed up all night to review for a month before finally finishing all the exams and going home for the holiday. You lay in your familiar bed and slept from dusk till dawn the next day. Even my body feels a lot more relaxed. I didn't expect that. It turns out that my previous soul had so many holes. Lin Jian was surprised and a little amused at the same time. Fortunately, he had never encountered an enemy who was good at illusion and mental attack, otherwise, with his tired and injured mind, he would be sure to succeed. After this peaceful and tranquil lake recuperation, although his soul could not be called perfect, it was more than twice as strong as before. Even Lin Jian felt that the strength of his mental power had increased a lot, affecting the total amount of magic power, and the strength of his ability to use magic power had also increased a lot. Not bad. Lin Jian checked the changes in his body with satisfaction. Then, my body sank and I reached the bottom of the lake, where I saw Lin Meng sleeping in a huge shell that he had found from somewhere at the bottom of the lake, lying on a soft shell bed of unknown material. Patted Baker gently. Then Baker slowly closed his eyes, wrapping Lin Meng inside. Then, Lin Jian sat in the center of the lake, took out the black dragon's blood from the space ring, and began to practice the wild blood body refining technique. Chapter 231, Introduction to Kung Fu, Changes in the Island. Time passes. The black dragon blood lingering around Lin Jian was absorbed into his body bit by bit. Under the refinement of the law of blood and the wild blood body refining technique, even blood and energy appeared around his body, and as he absorbed the black dragon's blood, Lin Jian felt that his spirit seemed to be affected by the resentment remaining in his blood. The wailing of those lives devoured. Greed and thirst for flesh and blood. The desire to kill, the desire to destroy, and the deepest and most intense resentment and hatred that was so strong that it took shape. It was because he was about to transform into a dragon, and his 1,000-year-old wish was finally fulfilled, but he was killed in the end. I hate it! Hate it! I want you to die! Go die! Die with me! Kill! Kill! Kill everyone! Eat everyone you see! This way you will become very strong! The roar of the black dragon continued to linger in the deepest part of the soul. Fortunately, under the effect of Ningxing Jingshui Lake, every time it emerged, it was suppressed by the strange power in the Ningxing Jingshui Lake, so Lin Jian was not affected at all and practiced the wild blood body refining technique in an orderly manner. Gradually, Lin Jian's body was surrounded by a faint blood mist, and even the blood could be seen surging on his skin. As the black dragon blood was completely absorbed, the blood mist all over Lin Jian's body was absorbed into his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. Call! This one dragon isn't enough. The black dragon looks quite long. There's a lot of blood, too. But after absorbing all of it, Lin Jiuan felt that his wild blood body refining technique was barely at the entry level. But physical fitness has probably more than doubled? Lin Jiuan threw a punch upwards with all his strength. Without any magic. Boom! The lake water exploded due to his punch, and the water rushed up into the sky more than 10 meters high. Good. Now, even without the 5 elements and 5 methods, relying solely on physical fitness, we can suppress those physical evolutionists with S-level talents, right? Lin Jiuan was thinking. Lin Meng's aggrieved voice, almost crying, was heard from the side. Ugh, Daddy! Hate it! Sorry, Dad forgot you were here. Lin Jiuan quickly put his thoughts aside and went to coax Lin Meng, who was woken up by him, to sleep. The child's anger came and went quickly, and soon Lin Meng fell asleep again. Lin Jiuan then breathed a sigh of relief and no longer stayed underwater. Activating the laws of water, it reached the shore in an instant, creating a wave of water and leaping onto the lake. Crash! Jiuan! Lin Jiuan just landed. Lin Jiuan then saw that it was not just Shimiao. Yini, Zifna, Gu Yairo, sisters Jiang Xian and Jiang Yu, and even Cui Yisher came. Why are you all here? He opened his arms and hugged Shifna and Jiang Yu, who rushed over. Lin Jiuan looked at Cui Yisher and asked curiously, What happened? Cui Yisher rolled her eyes speechlessly. With such a big commotion, of course we all have to come over to take a look. Lin Jiuan shrugged and looked at Shi Mingyao beside him. This lake is great, do you want to practice in it? Shi Mingyao just stared at him, her beautiful eyes gleaming with moisture. You can tell at a glance. The greedy little cat wants to eat again. The group first returned to the house and went to the living room to warm themselves by the fire. Lin Jiuan listened to Cui Yisher and Yini introducing the general changes in the past few days. It took him 3 days to practice the wild blood body refining technique. The wide area transmission function of the sea tower has long been shut down. But before, Cui Yisher took advantage of his reputation of killing the black dragon to promote their sea area number 99, and offered very generous resources to recruit female evolvers with talents above level B. The effect is very good. Although for them, with the rare resources that Lin Jiuan had snatched from the Lord of Life, and the ordinary resources gathered by Cui Yisher's Chamber of Commerce, they had so many resources that they could not use them all up. But for most people in other seas, resources are limited. Want to become stronger? You have to go to various secret places and search in the vast ocean, risking your life. And as soon as this news came out. In addition, Lin Jiuan's strong performance in killing Saint Miller and Black Dragon. Before the sea tower was closed, thousands of female evolvers above level B came, including several S-level ones, who did not attend the gathering at the 857th sea tower. Are there enough resources? It's enough, but I plan to set up a reward system for rare resources. Lin Jiuan said casually. You can figure this out yourself, no need to ask me. He usually doesn't bother to care about matters concerning the Chamber of Commerce and its subordinates. When he chats with Cui Yisher normally, they don't have much to talk about, or they chat afterwards to enhance their relationship. You can't just keep silent, can you? Cui Yisher said directly. You also care. Lin Jiuan. Don't you feel you have too many women? Is there any problem? Lin Jiuan looked innocent. He didn't want to do that, it was the Lord of Life who forced him to do that. Let's not discuss other issues for now. With our current resources, we can still afford it, but what about the future? Cui Yisher glanced at the women in the room and the busy maids. He asked, You are a woman, so you need at least 3 to 5 maids to serve you. Now dozens or hundreds are fine, but what if there are more in the future? Whether it's your woman or these maids, they are all off duty. You can't just keep giving things away without any rules, right? So what do you mean? Just like the ancient harem, positions are set up. In addition to the materials necessary for life, a fixed amount of resources are given per quarter according to the position. Lin Jiuan nodded and said, Okay, you decide. Among the women in the room, except the sisters Jiang Xian and Jiang Yu, they were a little nervous. The others were doing their own things calmly, and no one cared about this matter. Anyway, it was clear that this matter was aimed at the new women and the women that Lin Jian rarely visited after receiving the reward. For people like them, it doesn't make any sense at all. It can't be used up anyway. Even if you really want something and don't have it, just act coquettishly with Lin Jian. Anything else? After waiting for a while, Shi Mengyao asked impatiently. Cui Yishe looked at her with amusement and said with a smile, "Okay, go and have fun." "Okay." Shi Mengyao threw herself directly into Lin Jian's arms, and under Zifna's aggrieved gaze, she forcibly snatched a large piece of land from her hands and hugged Lin Jian tightly. "Jian, I want it!" Chapter 232 Black Dragon Reward updated again. Call. How many days has this been? Lin Jian lay on the bed, looking at the white ceiling, thinking about this question. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jian decided not to think about this problem. He slept with one after another. There were so many people in the line that he couldn't even figure out how many people he had slept with in total, let alone such a difficult question as how many days had passed. Yawning, Lin Jian leaned against the head of the bed and picked up the storage ring. I haven't gone to see the reward after killing the black dragon. I just happened to have nothing to do. Lin Jian probed his mind and scanned the spoils that exploded from the black dragon. As a world-class boss who was about to transform into a dragon and trigger events, the black dragon dropped a lot of trophies, but Lin Jian had already become spoiled by the Lord of Life. After a quick glance, there were only two props that caught his eye. One is the black dragon's sword. Like his Shura blood blade, it is a legendary equipment, but in terms of attributes and quality, it is obviously inferior to Shura blood blade. Lin Jian directly threw all the props into a small storage ring, intending to give it to Cui Yishe later for her to deal with. As for the other one, it is not equipment. Instead, it is a special type of item similar to the invitation to the elf forest. Jiaozhu. Type invitation. Use. After using, you will be teleported to a plane dominated by the Jiao clan. Please note that the Black Jiao clan is very powerful, so please use this invitation with caution. Lin Jian thought for a while and put the bead into his storage ring. The race that the Black Dragon belongs to is the royal family. Even if they are the lowest ranking royal family, they are still royal family. He may not be able to deal with them with his current strength. It would not be too late to go in after he has slept with all those women and his strength has improved after a while. Just thinking about it. Sudden. Lin Jian heard that cold, emotionless voice again in his mind. Attention all survivors. The third major world update is about to begin. Please be prepared, survivors. That day, late at night. Manor. It was almost midnight. Living room. The bonfire in the fireplace made a crackling sound, and together with the heavy rain outside the window, it played a beautiful and gorgeous melody. Yunwan, Jiangqinga and other women stationed outside also returned, following the previous wide area teleportation of the sea tower. The number of strong people in the force has increased sharply. They no longer need to stay in other sea areas to ensure the stability of the territory as they did before. Those responsibilities are handed over to women who cannot meet the requirements of the Lord of Life but are strong enough. And there is the law of blood. Lin Jian and Cui Yishe don't have to worry about them being dishonest. No. Even without the law of blood, relying solely on the resources controlled by Cui Yishe, as long as they still want to become stronger and want the resources that others cannot give them, they will not have any ulterior motives. Just like last time. The Blood Queen knelt behind Lin Jian, acting as a pillow for him. Cui Yishe, Gu Yairo and Yuing were sitting at the table, but this time there were also Yini, Miana, Romifia and Cecilia. Several women, female elves and mermaids were drinking tea, eating desserts and chatting. Lin Jian was playing cards with Zifna, Jiangqinga, and Urola. Fortunately, everyone can play Texas Hold'em. But this time, I don't know if it's because I worked outside for Cui Yishe for a while that I became smarter. Or maybe it's because of the presence of the even dumber Aurora and Sifna. Or maybe. Lin Jian glanced at Shi Mengyao, who was nestled in his arms with her eyes closed, breathing evenly, and seemed to have fallen asleep. All in all, Jiangqinga didn't lose that badly. But The two idiots, Zafuna and Urula, suffered a great loss. The two little faces were crying. That aggrieved look can melt the hearts of almost all men. Pity. Lin Jian does not fall into the category of almost all men. He has no heart. They didn't take off their clothes this time, but if they really did, the two little guys wouldn't act like this. The carefree Shivna would have taken them off directly. And Urula, who was a little shy, didn't mind it after she got used to taking it off. At most, I'm a little shy. But this time they are playing with money. Over the past year, because a large amount of silver mines had been mined, Chui Yishur had already produced silver coins belonging to their sea area. Relying on the huge amount of material support, this monetary system was very stable. There are even many nearby sea areas that are not within the area notified by Lin Jian. This kind of silver coin has already started to be used. And today, they play with silver coins. And now, the stupid Aurora and the stupid Sifna have almost lost everything. Woo! I don't want to play anymore! Another all-in game and ended up losing everything. Shivna cried out, woo, paid the money with tears in her eyes, and ran to find her mother. Mother! They bullied me! Seeing this, Urula also went to find her sister crying. She lost miserably too. I'm running out of money to buy nice clothes. Miana and Yini, who were chatting with Chui Yishur and Ramafia, looked at the two crying little guys who lost in silence. You can't play well, but you still have to go all in. Yini pinched her daughter's face with a mixture of amusement and anger. You say. If you don't lose everything, who will? Chatting though. Chat for a while about possible version updates and development issues during this period. But they also pay attention to the hands they play. She left Shivna speechless. She didn't know how she raised such a stupid daughter. The quality of her cards was almost written on her face, but she was full of self-confidence, and always pretended to play mind games with others. Little did he know that his thoughts were revealed on his face. In addition, he has a serious gambling addiction and will be fooled by the slightest provocation or acting of the other party. Shameful. All right. Miana also rubbed her sister's face in a funny way. Things have come to this. She didn't expect her naive sister, who believed everyone, to become smart. She would just not let her contact outsiders in the future. Anyway, she had been living on this island full of Lin Jian's harem and potential harems, so she was deceived. It's okay. You lose, so what? Just act like a spoiled child with Jian, and he will buy you some clothes. Jian? Urula turned her head upon hearing this and looked at Lin Jian with tears in her eyes. Lin Jian. Looking at the pile of silver coins he had won in front of him, Lin Jian didn't know what he had won tonight. And just at this moment, Tiandao's cold and ruthless voice suddenly sounded. Survivors, congratulations on successfully passing the second stage. After tonight, Ocean Survival World will be updated for the second time. The following will be the content of this world update. Chapter 233 Sky Island, Night is coming. 1. Sky Island is about to appear. Survivors, please be prepared to fight for it. 2. The nights have grown longer. 3. The number of ferocious beasts and hostile units in the ocean will increase significantly. 4. The number of islands and ruins will increase significantly. 5. The number of supplies appearing on the ocean has increased. The probability of obtaining green, excellent, items in the supply box has increased significantly. The probability of obtaining green and cyan, excellent, items has increased moderately. The probability of obtaining blue, rare, items has increased slightly. And the probability of obtaining purple, rare, items has increased slightly. 6. Except for humans, restrictions on other races are weakened. 7. As the laws of heaven are told one by one. In the room, everyone fell silent. Even Shivna and Aurora were sensible enough to stop crying. As the update announcement came to an end, Romifia was the first to break the silence. With a serious face, he said, Jian. When a Sky Island appears, we will grab one no matter what. What is Sky Island? Chui Yishur asked curiously. Aini also looked at Romifia angrily. Although her mermaid clan is a royal clan like Romifia's elves, they are far inferior to the elves in terms of strength and background. Therefore, she is not aware of many things that Romeia knows, including this Sky Island. Have no idea, Romeia answered straightforwardly, and then added, but the Mother Goddess may know. I heard Xavier say that too. It's said that after the second update, our entire elf clan can leave and fight with humans for the Sky Island. If we can't take over the Sky Island by then, wait until the subsequent disaster. The damage is going to be very severe. Also, there will be a path for evolution on Sky Island. In short, whether for survival or to make further progress, we must take over Sky Island. Xavier nodded slightly and said, Romeia is right. The focus of this update announcement is Sky Island and Extended Night. If nothing unexpected happens, the disaster that Romeia mentioned later is likely to be Eternal Night. No one knows what changes will happen to the monsters at that time. And anyway, now that we have the ability, it's reappearing. Then you must try your best to grab the next one. Lin Jian nodded slightly when he heard this, and then suddenly remembered something strange and looked at Romeia. Has your Mother Goddess awakened? Ever since Lin Jian killed Xavier and Romeia took over the elf forest, the elf kingdom is no longer only able to come into contact with the outside world during festivals. Lin Jian's women, such as Romeia, Miana, and Urola, can also enter the elf kingdom. And Romeia sent the elf to ask. Result. It seemed that Nimue was really asleep. Even though the world was renewed, she still didn't wake up to such a serious event. After discussing for a while, Aini, Miana, Romeia, Xavier, and Ewing all went back to work. The world had just been updated, and as leaders of their respective tribes, they had a lot of things to deal with. And the remaining women? They all stayed. In the next month, Lin Jian always finishes one thing and then moves on to the next. After feeding Aurora, Shivna and the others, he begins to favor new women one after another. Strive to become as strong as possible before the Sky Island appears. But the opposite happened. The 5 consecutive rewards were all of resource and building types. Although he wore a Dragon Blood Valley Jade, it could permanently enhance the dragon blood in his body and further strengthen his wild blood body refining technique. But rewards that greatly enhance one's strength, such as those related to rules, seem to have disappeared. Is the Lord of Life going to die? While thinking about the rewards during this period, Lin Jian, who had just finished his sprint, suddenly had this thought in his mind for no reason. Then, congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following options. Reward 1, a type of Sky Island that appears in your area. Lin Jian looked it up and down several times. No. What about my huge rewards 2 and 3? Looking at the reward in front of him, which seemed to be designed to prevent him from doing something stupid, and which specifically did not require him to choose an area, Lin Jian always felt that he seemed to be a nobody in the eyes of the Lord of Life. Silly child? All right. Lin Jian directly clicked on Reward 1. Among the types, a multitude of options immediately appeared. Island of Life, Island of Death, Golden Island, Water Island, Light Island, Dark Island, Sword Island, Blood Island, Elf Island, Mermaid Island. Look at these numerous properties. Lin Jian frowned slightly, then gradually relaxed his brows. So, the reason why Romeia said that Xavier said these islands are related to the evolution of the population. Because these Sky Islands represent different laws and avenues. Choose the island with this kind of law. Then there's the power of this law, just like the resources I obtained that can make the environment suitable for cultivating this ability. This island is a large cultivation ground. Lin Jian was thinking. Sudden. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor. Then, there was a knock on the door, and the urgent voice of the female elf was heard from outside. Owner. Mother Goddess has awakened. He wants to see you. What a coincidence. Lin Jian looked at the reward from the Lord of Life in front of him, and an amused smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He doesn't believe it. Nimue just happened to wake up from this incident. Maybe he came to him just for the properties of this Sky Island. Thinking about it, Lin Juan no longer had any interest in meeting him. Tell him. If you want to see me, come find me. Chapter 234 Nimue, the Island of Elves. Nimue finally arrived. Although even if it is Romeia, Miana and Urola. Even Cui Shi and Yini were shocked and puzzled by Lin Juan's sudden statement of letting An Miao come to find him. But what shocked them even more was, as these words spread to the kingdom of elves, Nimue, this god, who had created the elves and had never left the kingdom of the elf god in the historical records of the elves, actually left the kingdom of the elf god, came to Lin Juan's manor to find him. Under the shocked gazes of women such as Shi Mengyao and Cui Shi, An Miao walked into the room slowly and looked at Lin Juan, who was sitting on the sofa and playing with his daughter Lin Ming. Whole house. Perhaps these two were the only ones who seemed not to have seen her. Mother Goddess! Urola, who usually looked silly, stood up and saluted in panic. Cui Shi and Shi Mengyao. It was a rare moment of tension. This woman. No. He is so perfect that even they, who are already stunningly beautiful, feel ashamed of themselves and want to worship him. No problem. Nimue smiled softly at Urola and her eyes fell on Lin Juan. Mr. Lin. I'm already here, could you please talk to me? Lin Juan then rubbed Lin Meng's little head and said softly, Dad has something important to discuss. Can you go and play by yourself first? Lin Meng responded and her body disappeared from this world. Apparently he was dreaming again. An Miao looked at Lin Juan's arms, where Lin Meng had just been, and whispered, Your daughter is very special. Lin Juan looked at her, and Shi Mengyao beside him was also a little nervous. What's the meaning? Nimue did not answer but said, Let's talk about business first. Why do you have such an attitude when you need my help? Lin Juan looked at him with a half-smile. If that's the case, I don't think we need to discuss what's next. Elves like Romeia and Aurora became nervous. Although, if Lin Juan and Nimue broke up, they would still choose Lin Juan. They didn't have too deep feelings for Nimue, the elf mother goddess, but they didn't want to lose the elf mother goddess for nothing. And Miao sighed and said helplessly, Mr. Lin is really unreasonable. I don't know who suddenly fell asleep and then woke up at this time. I have no choice. Nimue said softly. My strength is really insufficient. I can only rely on sleeping to slow down the loss of strength. I woke up only because the Sky Island is about to appear. Let me talk about my daughter first. Love grows over time. This is a serious day. Lin Juan more or less has a father-daughter relationship with his daughter Lin Ming. If something really happened to her, Lin Juan doesn't know what he would do. What do you think? Nimue thought for a moment and said, Isn't your daughter a little too special? Then what? Lin Juan really didn't care about this. According to his previous thoughts, his and Shi Mengyao's daughters are both among the top S-level masters. Isn't it normal for them to be excessively strong? But after Nimue said that, he also felt it was a little strange. A pathetic existence like me. Here there are a lot. You? Lin Juan asked curiously. What are you? A god? Or something else? God? Nimue smiled self-deprecatingly. I guess so. After all, we are just the losers of the last war. I'm lucky to have survived. But this is the only way to linger on. From being ambitious in the past to just wanting to survive now. Specifically. Nimue shook her head. These are just fragments of my memory. There are too many for me to remember. What about my daughter? I don't know. An Miao said, and seeing Lin Juan's unhappy expression, she said, Mr. Lin, you don't have to worry. Your daughter will not have any problems in the near future. And wait until then. It's just like what you humans say, when you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. Just in case, there will be a solution. Or your daughter absorbed him. Or maybe the one who is still sane like me and is willing to communicate with you. There is a high possibility that both are possible. After hearing this, Lin Juan no longer cared about Shi Mengyao's pitiful look. He was also worried about Lin Ming. But Nimue had already said this, and there was no point in asking any more. Let's get down to business. Do you want to talk to me about Sky Island? Nimue looked at the other women. Don't worry about them. It will save me from having to tell them later. Upon hearing this, Meow did not insist anymore and sat on the sofa opposite Lin Jian. She looked at him with gentle eyes, a pleading look in them. I hope you can choose the Island of Elves. Do you know the Lord of Life? Nimue nodded, then shook her head. I can feel his message from you, and he also told me that you are the one he chose, and that it was he who awakened me just now. Regarding Nimue's words, Lin Jian didn't comment, either believing it nor believing it. Who knew if he was trying to trick him by taking advantage of the fact that he knew nothing? So what do I get? As long as you take over the Elf Island, the elves in the Elf Kingdom will gain flesh and blood, fight for you, and give birth to offspring for you. Sounds good. Guchen smiled faintly, spread his hands and said, But do you think I am in need of a woman to give birth to my child, or a thug to fight for me? If before the Black Dragon Rebellion, he would still be moved when Nimue said that. But after the Black Dragon incident, with the opening of the wide area teleportation of the Sea Tower, not to mention how many B-level, A-level, and S-level talents came, the combat power of his subordinates increased greatly, solving the problem of the small number of high-end combat forces. Take those beautiful women, for example. There are no less than 10,000 people teleported from the Sea Tower. Those women who don't even have the ability to protect themselves are more eager to come here than those strong women. One by one, their photos were reviewed by Cui Yishe and her subordinates, and those who passed the review were given resources for transmission and came here. To put it simply, Lin Jian now has so many women that he can't sleep with them all. Yes, although those powerful female elves are all stunningly beautiful, their temperament, strength, and talent are top-notch, and they are not comparable to those mediocre women. But it wouldn't require him to go out of his way to get the Island of Elves. With my help. Whether it's you, Ranran, or the elves, their strength will be improved faster than if they had other islands, and… Alright. Lin Jian gently interrupted Nimue and said, Nimue, what's the point of saying these useless things? You know what I want. Chapter 235 Cooperation, Choice, and Depressed Ant Tiger. Nimue was silent. He naturally knew what Lin Jian wanted. Look. Lin Jian spread his hands and said with a smile, You don't even want to give yourself to me. How can I trust you? After I help you take over the fairy island, you won't abandon me, will you? Nimue lowered her beautiful eyes slightly, and after a while, she sighed softly. I know you won't believe anything I say. But please trust me. First of all, I'm not that kind of elf. Second. And Meow paused, looked up at Lin Jian, and said helplessly, Even if I am willing to give myself to you, you can't make me pregnant now. Is that so? As to preventing me from betraying you. Perhaps you can find another woman, then the Lord of Life may give you the props to prevent me from betraying you, and then you can use them on me. Lin Jian was silent for a while, and couldn't help but ask. He has been looking at me all the time? That kind of existence is always boring. So, is he a man or a woman? Nimue was startled and tilted her head, with a cute look of confusion on her face. After a while, she understood Lin Jian's thoughts and said with a smile, I don't know his gender either, but such great beings can no longer be defined by gender. They can be either male or female. It all depends on their own thoughts. All right. Lin Jian thought about it and realized that some gods can interact with each other. Even the stud Zeus is willing to be fucked. I feel relieved. Neutral is always better than male. Then why I have been obtaining resources all this time but not those laws? Maybe the Lord of Life thinks you don't need it. Okay. Lin Jian sighed. If he could, he really wanted to shout to the sky. Mom, I want to become stronger. Don't leave for a while. Nimue was startled, and then a layer of light pink appeared on her face. She knows. Lin Jian knew that she couldn't get pregnant, but he still wanted to sleep with her. After a moment of silence, Nimue whispered, Please give me some time to prepare. When you get something that can prevent me from betraying you, come to me and I will give it to you. Hearing this, Lin Jian nodded slightly and opened the system panel directly. Select Island of Elves. from the reward. I've made my selection. When will Sky Island appear? A look of surprise flashed across Anai Miao's face. She seemed not to have expected that Lin Juan, who had been aggressive before, would be so straightforward now. I don't know, but it won't be long, Anai Miao said, and then asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that I will turn against you? You can give it a try, Lin Juan said indifferently. He had called Nimue here just to ask some questions and test her attitude. If you really wait until the reward for controlling Nimue is revealed before choosing Sky Island, it will be too late. And even if Nimue really turns against me at that time, the worst that can happen is that I will kill her. Anyway, he has elven blood now. I have so many elves under my command. Even without Nimue, Lin Juan would also choose the Elves Island or the Mermaid Island. So, not only can he improve his own strength, but he can also improve the strength of the elves or mermaids under him, killing two birds with one stone. Nimue just makes him more inclined to the island of elves. Thank you? Nimue looked very serious. I prefer a substantive thank you. Anai Miao smiled helplessly. She didn't know what to say to this man. Obviously he is so strong and talented that he has a chance to compete. But he is so lustful. However, she didn't hate him, at least judging from the lives of Lin Juan's women like Cui Yisher and Yurola, although Lin Juan was very lustful. But at least he is nice to his own women. That's right. Lin Juan suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. There can't be only one God. The Lord of Life, right? So far, Lin Juan has not yet met anyone with talent comparable to his. But this is not right if you look at it in detail. It cannot be that the Lord of Life is the one they call Heavenly Way, the leader of this ocean survival game, right? Then what is he? The boss's biological son? Nimue shook her head and said, There are still some who can rival the one behind you. Only. It is only the Lord of Life who has chosen you, only you. As time goes on, if you survive, you'll see them. Oh. Lin Juan suddenly realized. That is to say, only the Lord of Life chose a novice account like me with no resources. Other big guys choose games that have full resources and are born at the maximum level? After chatting with Nimue for a while, Nimue left. In her current state, she cannot leave her own kingdom of God for too long, even though she is just a clone who came to see Lin Juan. After seeing Anai Miao off, Lin Juan did not go to work immediately. He was a little tired of sleeping every day. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Aunt Tiger for a long time. Lin Juan's eyes showed nostalgia and regret. As Lin Juan's strength grows, Aunt Tiger can no longer keep up with his strength. Any aftermath of the battle could shock Aunt Hu to death, let alone him. Even the A-level, B-level, and C-level evolvers under Cui Yisher could not be defeated by Aunt Hu. A year has passed. Aunt Hu, whose strength is restricted by her bloodline, is only at the early 3rd level, and this is the result of being fed with all kinds of rare treasures. Even the function originally used to travel. It's no use anymore. Whether using the law of water on the water or the law of earth on land, the speed of traveling is many times faster than riding on Aunt Tiger. Therefore, Aunt Hu, who had only been working for less than a few months, has now retired with honor. Thinking about it, Lin Juan walked for a short while before arriving at Aunt Hu's residence. He pushed open the door and saw Aunt Hu curled up on a fluffy sleeping mat, lying by the window basking in the sun. Aunt Tiger. Lin Juan walked up and hugged Aunt Hu. Not to mention, the fluffy feel is so comfortable. In fact, compared to the past, perhaps because there was a maid who combed her hair and bathed her every day, and she was fed all kinds of rare treasures, Lin Juan even felt that Aunt Hu's touch was better. Oh. Seeing that it was him, Aunt Tiger licked him with her tongue. But soon Lin Juan saw that Aunt Hu's spirit became depressed, and she lay on the stall with a look of, Life is hopeless. Like a human. What's wrong, Aunt Tiger? Lin Juan held Hutu and rubbed her face. Who didn't serve you well? Do you want to eat something? Or do you want to go out for a stroll? Oh. Aunt Hu just made a meaningless sound and let Lin Juan rub her face. Compared to Tiger, now it looks more like a big harmless cat. Chapter 236, Morishita Days, Contract completed. I'm sorry, master. After Lin Jian said goodbye to Aunt Hu. After leaving the house, the maid who was responsible for taking care of Aunt Hu hurriedly followed Lin Jian and explained, I take care of Master Bai Hu according to your instructions every day, and I have never neglected anything. It's just that I don't know why Lady Bai Hu has always been like this. It's none of your business, Lin Jian said casually without caring. He understood why Aunt Hu was always in a bad mood. Because it's too weak. Seeing that those who once fought side by side with her have become so powerful, and even those little guys she once protected, even the weak Gu Yiru are no match for them. The former leader has now been reduced to a domestic kitten. This sense of gap. No matter who comes, it won't be easy. But Lin Jian had no other choice. And Tiger's upper limit is here. Just like Sister Diao. After all, they were small bosses on the island at the beginning of the apocalypse. Even though Cui Yishe and Gu Yiru had been very kind to Aunt Hu and Sister Diao over the past year, they had provided them with all the resources that A-level and S-level evolvers desired for free. But the qualifications are there, even though Sister Diao is only in the late 3rd stage now. Now, all I can do is stroll around the area and act as a satellite. Fortunately, maybe because of flying, or maybe because she joined the organization later than Aunt Hu, Sister Diao is much more open-minded than Aunt Hu. Although she is a little depressed, she flies back and forth every day and doesn't show it very obviously. But Aunt Tiger. Now I'm almost becoming a depressed tiger. I spent the whole day lying decadently by the window, basking in the sun. Even her favorite thing to do once, playing with Lin Jian's little daughters, now she can't muster the energy to do it even if she brings them to Aunt Hu. Thinking about. Lin Jian glanced at the maid who was taking care of Aunt Hu. Because of the wide area teleportation capability of the sea tower last time, the population in their sea area has skyrocketed. Nowadays, all the beauties who can work in the manor can meet the requirements of the Lord of Life. So Lin Jian can use them at any time and get into work mode at any time. The woman in front of him was no exception. It was a maid outfit, but not the orthodox and conservative one. Instead, it was somewhat sexy, especially the 2 large lumps on the chest, which were very large, like 2 shiny papayas. But the other parts that should be thin are not fat at all. Still has a melon-shaped face. As he watched, Lin Jian became interested and asked, What's your name? Feeling Lin Jian's gaze on her, Morishita Rizi was delighted and said hurriedly, Master, my name is Morishita Rizi. Tisk, and he's from Sakura country? Hi, but I have always longed for Chinese culture. My biggest dream since I was a child is to marry a Chinese. Okay, stop saying things you don't even believe. Lin Jian waved his hand, and immediately Morishita Riko showed a look of panic. She knelt on the ground with a thump, folded her hands in front of her forehead, and said in fear, I have no intention of deceiving my master. I really admire my master very much. Tisk. Do you islanders like to kneel down at every turn? I have been a superior person for some time. But Lin Jian had never met a maid who would kneel on the ground and kowtow to him at the slightest disagreement. Although those maids and servants behaved very well and accepted the idea of being their servants. But after all, we are from modern society, and Lin Jian has never seen such a thing. The services provided were all very basic, and at most they included sleeping with a girl, and could easily unlock more hidden CG functions that Gu Yiru and the others were usually too embarrassed to unlock. Speaking of which, I've been traveling through time for so long, but I've never slept with a foreigner, right? All the people living in the nearby waters are Chinese, so he has always slept with Chinese people. Are mermaids and elves considered foreigners? After thinking for a while, Lin Jian didn't think any further. Looking at Morishita Koji, who was kneeling on the ground and shivering with a big ball squeezed in front of him, Lin Jian licked the corner of his mouth. It's time for me to fight against the Japanese. After Lin Jian's life returned to the routine of going back and forth between 2 points. He specifically asked Cui Yishe to search for combinations of Sakura country, Kimchi country, United States, Britain, Big Mao, Small Mao, etc., and after Cui Yishe listened to them, she directly made a small city for him. Inside are foreign women who meet the requirements of the Lord of Life. Women in a country live in an area. Except for Africa. Lin Jian didn't know whether the black pearls from Africa could satisfy the requirements of the Lord of Life. He thought they should. After all, gods should not have any racial discrimination. However, Lin Jian really couldn't bring himself to eat them. Plus, the thought of my child being dark after birth. Lin Jian couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Jian didn't even need to say anything. Cui Shi had never recruited black beauties from Africa. All in all, for the next period of time, Gu Chun was either on the road or having sex every day. Occasionally, when I feel tired, I go to Aunt Hu's sister Jiao and Gu Yiru to chat, play games, etc. My daily life is very empty and boring. On the 5th day, just got the first reward from a girl from Britain. It is called the Sacred Contract, and is said to be the work of the God of Contract. Its specific function is to allow him to sign a two-way contract with any being. Lin Jian went directly to the Elf Kingdom to find Nimue. She signed a semi-slave contract. And Nimue had no objection and simply stamped her own mark on the contract. After the contract was signed, Lin Jian was not in a hurry to eat Nimue, but returned to the manor and continued to live a boring and tedious life, waiting for the arrival of Sky Island. Chapter 237 Xianyu White Tiger Blood, and Tiger's Decision. Another boring day. Listening to the voice of the system beside him, Lin Jian yawned and looked at Morishita Riki, who had fainted. This woman is pretty good. It's just too slow. He began to suspect that she was infertile. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Gingjin White Tiger Body. Reward 2, Xianhua White Tiger Bloodline, Imperial Rank. Reward 3, Tiger King Hammer, Legendary Equipment. Glance at the rewards. The lazy look on Lin Jian's face finally disappeared. He narrowed his eyes, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Finally, the Lord of Life finally gave him something that could improve his combat power. During this year or so, Lin Jian felt like he was about to collapse, as the Lord of Life had only given him various rare resources, buildings, and equipment. It was with these things that Cui Shi was able to rapidly develop his power. The strength of the women under his command can be improved rapidly, and they can attract so many women from other sea areas to join him. He quickly glanced at the 3 rewards. Let's first look at the 3rd reward, equipment, which is a pair of huge hammers. Lin Jian has no preference between swords, spears, halberds, hammers, axes, etc. He likes to use knives the most, but he doesn't mind using other things. But it was a 2-handed hammer. Although Lin Jian's physique can be considered strong, he is more like Captain America's physique, and that thing seems to be used by Tyson. After a quick look, Lin Jian simply ignored it. Gung Meta White Tiger Body. It is to let him have this physique. Possessing stronger talents, physical fitness, and an affinity for the element of gold, he could be considered to have a good special physique that could bring out immediate combat power. As for the Xianyu White Tiger Bloodline, Xianhua White Tiger is a branch of the White Tiger clan. Similar to the Dark Elves to the Elves, and different from the extremely young strong White Tiger clan who are good at gold elements, the Xianyu White Tiger is like the opposite of the White Tiger clan. Good at ice and yin elements. Under the moonlight, combat effectiveness will skyrocket. And this Xianyu White Tiger Bloodline, after taking it, can enable the user to have the potential to reach the late Imperial level, and even going further is not impossible. The Imperial level is complete. This is considered a redivision of combat power after the 2nd update. There are ordinary levels from 1 to 10, followed by the Royal Family, the Imperial Family, and above. The Royal Family and the Imperial Family are also at levels 1 to 10, and perfection above that. Lin Jian's current strength is at the 1st level of the Royal Family. The Black Dragon that caused the rebellion had the strength of a half-step Royal Family. Shi Mingyao is from the 8th level of the Royal Family. Yuni's strength is higher than that of a half-step Royal Family, but not yet the 1st level of Royal Family. She is in the middle and relatively ambiguous stage. After she completely consolidates her royal bloodline, she will be able to reach the strength of the 1st level of Royal Family. But this doesn't mean that Yuni can tie with Lin Jian. Lin Jian has analyzed this strength division with his women during this period. It is very inflated. The statistics of various talents, bloodlines, equipment, etc. are not accurate. It is more like a general strength division. Not to mention Lin Juan's current royal level combat power. Although Shi Mingyao is only of the 8th level of the royal family. But she was able to suppress Cecilia, who was of the 9th level of the royal family. She beat Cecilia so badly in several fights that she had no temper at all. Even when Carol, who was of the 8th level of the royal family, teamed up with Cecilia to fight against Shi Mingyao, she lost more than she won. When you win? It was also Cecilia who successfully restrained Shi Mingyao, allowing Carol to succeed in the assassination, but Carol was also affected by Shi Mingyao's death counterattack, and could not survive every time even if she won the game. And saw this bloodline. Lin Juan immediately thought of Aunt Hu. Although Aunt Tiger's white tiger has a rather embarrassing bloodline and is just an ordinary tiger from the early mountains without any extraordinary abilities, it also possesses the ability of ice element. It should be compatible with this bloodline? After hesitating for a second between Reward 1 and Reward 2, Lin Juan chose Reward 2. I choose the Xianyu white tiger bloodline. Although the Gingjin white tiger body can improve Lin Juan's strength. But it cannot allow Lin Juan's strength to undergo a qualitative change from the 1st level of the royal family to the 2nd level of the royal family, and he does not have anything that urgently requires combat power to solve. On the contrary, Aunt Hu was the first person to follow him besides Gu Yiru. Whether among animals or humans, he is an old employee who should have some shares. Without Aunt Tiger, he might not be able to survive on Bear Island. Regardless of Aunt Hu, seeing Aunt Hu's current state, Lin Juan felt more or less uncomfortable. He still wanted to continue riding Aunt Hu. Finished getting the reward. Lin Juan didn't care about the women on the bed. He just stood up and put on a loose pajamas. He left the room and went straight to Aunt Hu's room. It was now night time and Aunt Hu had fallen asleep. Lin Juan pushed the door open and saw Aunt Hu sleeping on the soft and furry big bed. Aunt Tiger. Don't sleep. I have something good for you. Lin Juan went straight up and hugged Aunt Hu's big head. I don't know if it's because she has been raised for too long, but Aunt Hu, who was woken up like this, just opened her eyes and looked at Lin Juan helplessly. He growled softly. Ah? What are you doing? I'm so sleepy. Why are you so sleepy? All you do every day is eat and sleep. Business is more important. Huh? You dislike me? Aunt Hu's tone was clearly filled with dissatisfaction and grievance. How is that possible? I wish you would follow me forever, Aunt Tiger. Isn't this something good for you? Speaking of, Lin Juan directly took out the bottle containing the Xianyu white tiger bloodline from the space. Hey, do you want this? Open the stopper. Smelling the fragrance of blood, all the sleepiness on Aunt Hu's face disappeared. Full of desire. Ah? What's this? The blood of Xianyu white tiger is similar to yours, Aunt Tiger, in terms of ice attribute, but it has an additional in attribute. After using it, Aunt Tiger, you will become stronger. Then Aunt Tiger, you can go out with me. I heard that I could become stronger and go out with Lin Juan. Aunt Tiger's eyes suddenly lit up and she couldn't wait to stretch out her tiger claws. But just as it was about to touch it, Lin Juan moved it away a little. Oh? Aunt Tiger, you have to think about it carefully. Although it has the same attributes as you and is of a similar race, it is still very dangerous for you to take it with your current strength. Facing Aunt Hu's puzzled look, Lin Juan said seriously. You are my best friend. Even if your strength can no longer keep up with mine, I will support you for the rest of your life. After. Maybe I can get you something safer and better. There's no need to rush. Besides, I don't want anything to happen to you. A soft look appeared in Aunt Tiger's eyes. The huge tiger claws hugged Lin Juan, stretched out its tongue and licked Lin Juan's face. Oh. I want to go on an adventure with you. Chapter 238 Metamorphosis. White Tiger transforms into human. Final. Lin Juan brought Aunt Hu to Ningxing Jingshui Lake. With his ability of the law of blood, even if some problems occur when Aunt Hu absorbs her blood, he is confident that he can save Aunt Hu. Took Aunt Tiger down to the lake. Aunt Tiger, are you ready? Roar. Even under the effect of the Ningxing Jingshui Lake, Aunt Hu's voice was also a little excited. It's been a year. Due to her background, even Gu Yiru, who once needed her protection, is now stronger than her, and she has changed from the guardian angel to a mascot. A huge gap. Especially, there is no way to go out on adventures with Lin Juan anymore. He could only stay in the manor and enjoy the service of servants. Even though she trusted Lin Juan very much and believed that he would not abandon her even if she became useless, such a life of having no worries about food and clothing and a group of maids to comb her hair, bathe her, and massage her was a dream that many animals dare not even think about. But she wants to go out. I want to go on adventures to various places with Lin Juan like we did before. Want to help Lin Juan. I also want to protect Lin Juan's women instead of being protected by them. She doesn't want to be a useless tiger. So, even if she dies, she will try to become stronger. Okay, I'll start then. Lin Juan smiled, and without any further ado, he directly controlled the bloodline of the Xianyu white tiger. The Xianyu white tiger bloodline, with a hint of cold and mysterious color, flowed into Ant Tiger's body. Lin Juan has done this kind of thing of helping others integrate their bloodline countless times, but this time, he was especially cautious, just like when he first did it, for fear of making a mistake in any step and causing trouble for the other party. The blood slowly melted into Aunt Hu's body, flowing into her blood. When their blood was mixed, a look of pain clearly appeared on Aunt Hu's face. White tiger and Xianyu white tiger. Although they are both white tigers, they seem to be two completely different species. Even under the suppression of Ningxing Jingshui Lake, Aunt Hu gritted her teeth and held on, but still let out a painful whine. Stay awake, Aunt Tiger! Roar! I'm fine. Listening to Aunt Hu's voice of suppressed pain, Lin Juan didn't say anything. Through the law of blood, he could feel that Aunt Hu was suffering from intense pain. The original bloodline was deprived and torn apart, and the organs, blood vessels, and various parts of the body were corroded by the powerful Xianyu white tiger bloodline, its cold and icy properties. This is a pain countless times more painful than childbirth. But he also knew Aunt Hu. Once she made the decision, she would never look back. There is only success or failure. Lin Juan took a deep breath, and the water from the Ningxing Jingshui Lake, which seemed to have special magical powers, rushed into his body, forcing him to calm down. He began to help Aunt Hu absorb the blood of the Xianyu white tiger more carefully. Time passes by every second. The sky seemed to brighten, but it fell back into darkness, illuminated only by the cool moonlight. Lin Juan didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, the cold moonlight seemed to break through the bottomless lake and the thick darkness, shining on the lightless lake bottom and on Aunt Hu's body. Feeling Aunt Hu's transformation, Lin Juan let out a long sigh. His face was already somewhat pale. This is also very exhausting for him. Lin Juan had originally thought that it would be difficult for Aunt Hu to fuse Xianyu's bloodline, but the reality was much more difficult than he thought. Fusion of blood. A huge gap in strength and potential. It was almost like Aunt Tiger was reborn. The soul and the body are being torn apart by the blood. Fortunately, there is a peaceful and tranquil lake to protect the soul. This allowed Aunt Hu to keep her soul calm and healthy even in the midst of severe pain. Otherwise, no matter how strong Aunt Hu's will was, she would not have been able to hold on until now. On the other hand, this is due to the law of his blood. He constantly repaired Aunt Hu's damaged body, organs, and blood vessels, replenished her with nutrients, and almost constantly repaired her body that was destroyed by the powerful Xianyu white tiger bloodline. So, Aunt Hu successfully merged the bloodline of Xianyu white tiger. The transformation is complete. Lin Juan had never been so tired before after activating the power of the law of blood for a long time and performing delicate operations. Fortunately, all the hard work is worth it. Looking at Aunt Hu, whose body had become several sizes smaller, Lin Juan could feel it. The rich power of ice and yin elements in her body. His strength had also undergone a dramatic transformation, from the original ordinary 3rd level to the royal 2nd level in an instant. And this was because a large amount of Xianyu white tiger bloodline power in his body had not been fully stimulated. Have a good sleep. Lin Juan touched Aunt Hu, and found her body cool and comfortable. Originally, he wanted to keep Aunt Hu here so that the Ningxing Jingshui Lake could continue to nourish Aunt Hu's soul. However, when he touched her cold, soft, and furry body, Lin Jiuan felt sleepy. I just picked up Aunt Tiger. During this period, because of the magical effect of Ningxing Jingshui Lake, many of his elves, mermaids, and human women would come here to practice. Aini specially moved a lot of shell beds from the palace. Although Shi Mingyao can transform it with just a thought. However, she became an ordinary prop after all, while the beds that Aini moved over were all high-quality props of high grade, which could calm the mind and assist in cultivation. After finding a shell, Lin Jiuan hugged Aunt Hu and lay down inside, closing his eyes. Yawning, he said, "Good night, Aunt Tiger." Shortly after, Lin Jiuan closed his eyes and fell asleep. Moonlight at midnight. It penetrated the darkness of the lake and fell on Aunt Tiger, illuminating her like a tiger under a spotlight, and then her body shrank visibly. The fuzz disappears. Soon, the appearance of the white tiger gradually disappeared. Instead, a tall, well-proportioned, white-haired lady lay quietly in Lin Jiuan's arms. Chapter 239. Aunt Tiger, you smell so good. I don't know how long it took. Lin Jiuan slowly woke up. The effect of Ningxing Jingshui Lake is very good. After a good sleep, Lin Jiuan felt full of energy and not tired at all. That is, this feeling is not right. Why is there no hair in my arms? I remember that I slept with a furry tiger ant in my arms. Feeling the touch in my arms. She was a woman with a very good figure. Her skin was not soft like that of most women, but rather firm like that of women who exercised every day. Who the hell took his Aunt Tiger away? Lin Jiuan opened his eyes and was stunned when he saw the woman in his arms. White hair. Although the women on his island, which can be said to be his harem, include all kinds of women, yellow, white, and from all countries, the only ones who are not included are women with white hair. Lin Jiuan had no impression of it. Not to mention, the women who can enter this lake are more or less powerful, plus such distinctive white hair. Lin Jiuan looked at the other person's face. I couldn't help but become more and more amazed. She is as cool and picturesque as a painting. In terms of appearance, she is on the same level as in Ranran, Romeia and others, only slightly inferior to Anai Miao. Looking at the woman in his arms, Lin Jiuan felt more and more that something was wrong. That's not right. She is so beautiful and has such a good figure, and she has white hair like a Chinese agent. As a Chinese, how can he not be impressed by a beauty of this level? Could it be that? His mind gradually woke up from sleep as he looked at the stunning white-haired beauty in his arms. Lin Jiuan's heart skipped a beat. Could this be his Aunt Tiger? The white-haired beauty in his arms blinked her long eyelashes slightly, and then suddenly opened her eyes, revealing her beautiful ice-blue eyes. It's a pity that they don't have red eyes. You! The beautiful girl with white hair and icy eyes just made a sound. A look of doubt appeared on that cold and beautiful face. Get up. He looked down at his body and tilted his head, the confusion on his face becoming even stronger. And who? Although he was 99% sure of the other party's identity from her actions, Lin Jiuan still asked tentatively. Yes, it's me. The white-haired, icy-eyed beauty responded. But he continued to examine his human body. There was curiosity in his eyes. He reached out his hands and touched his body here and there, and finally looked at his hands curiously. You humans have really handy hands. Of course. After confirming the other party's identity, Lin Jiuan breathed a sigh of relief and focused his attention on her. No. Is my Aunt Tiger so beautiful? Lin Jiuan stood up, hugged Aunt Hu's slender waist and held her in his arms. And the other party did not resist at all. She had long been accustomed to Lin Jiuan hugging her. Not only Lin Jiuan, but also Gu Yairo, Yuing, Shi Mingyao, and even Cui Yishe like to hug her, although she doesn't understand why these humans like to hug her so much. Aunt Hu's body felt cold. Just like ice cubes. But it's not as cold as ice cubes that freeze your hands, but a kind of. It makes people feel very comfortable, probably more like a water bag for cooling off in summer. In short, very comfortable to hold. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Lin Jian felt that ant who was emitting a strange fragrance, which had a refreshing and calming effect on the mind. In short, "Ant Tiger, you smell so good." The beautiful woman with white hair and red eyes tilted her head and looked at Lin Jian in confusion. She felt something was wrong. It's true that Lin Jian often hugged her like this before, but why did Lin Jian point a gun at her today? She blinked in confusion. She really wanted to ask Lin Jian, but she felt that this question was very stupid and didn't know whether she should ask it or not. And it's a bit hard to get used to suddenly speaking human language. "How did you become like this?" Seeing that ant who didn't speak for a long time, Lin Jian asked curiously again. "I was shocked when I first woke up, and I was wondering where you had gone." Chapter 240. Ant Tiger is pregnant, Qin Mingyan Zhou. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Gingjin White Tiger Body. Reward 2, Phantom Sparrow, King Rank. Reward 3, Qingming Cloud Boat, Legendary Vehicle. Looking at Ant Tiger curled up in his arms like a cat, Lin Jian shook his head. It has been more than a week since Ant Tiger transformed. During this time, he has been working hard to deepen his relationship with Ant Tiger and ensure that they can cooperate more tacitly in future battles. And under his hard practice day and night, it finally paid off. But this Ant Tiger is good in every way. She still prefers to be a tiger. If he hadn't asked her to stay in human form, she would have liked to switch back to being a tiger after they finished duo-queuing. God knows how much damage it did to his young heart when he opened his eyes that day and found that the white-haired and cold and beautiful lady in his arms had turned into a white tiger. How much harm it does to other women. He was fine, although he was scared at first. But those women who were with him just opened their eyes and heard Ant Hu's scream. Lin Jian still feels a little pain in his eardrums. Fortunately, after that, under his strict orders, Ant Tiger would no longer transform back into a tiger when in the bedroom. However, there are still many bad habits that have not been changed. For example, when walking, he likes to crawl; when sleeping, he likes to curl up and lie on his stomach; when he is happy or has nothing to do, he likes to stick out his tongue to lick himself or others. Well, this isn't a bad habit. Thought for a while. Lin Jian stroked Ant Hu's soft white hair while looking at the specific reward information on the system reward panel. The Phantom Honkai is a flying monster. Good at illusion. Although it is only king level, its movement speed is comparable to that of some emperor level monsters. As for the Qingming Cloud Boat, it is a prop similar to the flying magic weapon in fantasy novels. It can usually be used as a boat. It is 288 meters long and 13.5 meters wide, with a total of 5 floors, 3 floors above the ship and 2 floors below. At full speed it can reach 1,000 nautical miles per hour. And if you burn energy, you burn. The best material is spirit stone. However, various energy minerals can also be used as energy for charging. At the same time, there is an energy conversion device on the ship, and firewood burning or electricity generation can also be converted into energy for the cloud boat to fly. While in flight, the speed of the cloud boat can reach over 10,000 kilometers, but the protective shield on the flying boat needs to be turned on. See this. Lin Jian completely gave up the Gingjin white tiger body. Sorry, it's not that you are not good enough, it's that she is better. I choose reward 3, the Qingming cloud boat. As Lin Jian thought about it, a small cloud boat appeared in his hand. Yunzhou is exactly the same as when the reward information was introduced. It's just like a scaled-down model. Andy Tiger, don't sleep. Come out with me, there are some good things to play with. Cui Shi and the others gave Ant Tiger a human name. His name is Bai Xianbing. However, Lin Jian was still used to calling her Ant Hu, and Ant Hu had no resistance to the name Bai Xianbing and did not like it too much. Anyway, at the beginning she couldn't react when others called her Bai Xianbing, but now, whether it is Ant Hu or Bai Xianbing, she can react that they are calling her. And because the whole body exudes the subtle fragrance of the peaceful and pure water lake, which makes people feel comfortable and relaxed. In addition, the Xianyu white tiger bloodline made his whole body feel cold. even after transforming into a human form. Women still like to hug her and cuddle with her, so much so that sometimes Lin Jian himself can't even get a spot to hug her. It is worth mentioning. Maybe it's because I haven't read any books. Lin Jian always felt that his Aunt Tiger always revealed a clear stupidity after she transformed. Woo! Aunt Hu opened her eyes blearily. Didn't say anything. She patted her lips slightly, yawned, and then jumped directly under the bed without putting on any clothes. By the time it reached under the bed, it had turned into a white tiger. He fell to the ground with his limbs, his back turned to the bed and looked at Lin Jian. The tail wagged. It seemed to be urging Lin Jian to get on it quickly. Lin Jian also stood up, and with a thought he first used the law of water to clean his body, and then the clothes and the space ring covered his body. He directly embraced the dazed Shi Mingyao and sat on Aunt Hu. When leaving the manor, he happened to meet Gu Yuru, who had just returned from growing plants outside. So he took her along as well. With Aunt Hu's current strength at the king level, she can carry 3 people easily. Just after leaving the manor and not walking far, a loud bird song came from the sky. Ing. A golden eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters flew towards them. It's Sister Diao. Lin Jian recognized the other person and let Sister Diao fall on his head. Aunt Tiger also wagged her tail. Maybe because she has been raised for a long time, and whose personality is now much docile than at the beginning. In the beginning, she only allowed him, Gu Yuru and a few other women to ride on her, but now she allows anyone who is Lin Jian's woman. Including Sister Diao. Probably because they were the first to know each other, the two beasts have a very good relationship. Ing! Looking at Aunt Tiger, who exuded a powerful aura, Sister Diao tapped Lin Jian's shoulder with her wings. I know. There is a chance. Ing. There was obvious urgency in Sister Diao's tone. It wasn't a big deal before. Anyway, she flew back and forth every day, and she had no interest in fighting at the beginning, so she was not strong. But now she saw that Bai Xianding, who had always been weaker than her, suddenly crushed her in strength. Even from a distance she felt the aura was terrifying. If they didn't have a good relationship, she wouldn't dare to fly over. The most painful thing in the world is that your friend who has always been poor with you suddenly becomes rich. This is the mentality of Sister Diao now. She is very anxious. Sister Diao, I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious. Lin Jian took Sister Diao off his head and placed her in the arms of Shi Mingyao, who was sitting in front of him. This is the bad thing about carving. Don't dare to rub it hard. Ing! Not long after, the 3 men and 2 beasts arrived at the seaside. Because the message was sent in advance, Yuing, who was here, also rushed over. Owner Jian. After more than a year of development, the area of this island has expanded several times. It no longer has just one city in the center. There is also a port city that has already been built, and has developed from a port town to a small city. It is considered to be the largest city except for the central city where Lin Jian's manor is located. People are coming and going on the street. There are beauties with above-average looks everywhere. After walking around the city for a while with Yuing, Aini also came with Shivna. After walking around for a while and having a meal, they arrived at the port. Cui Yishu has arrived here. Because of the matter of the Qingming Yunzhou, there were many women who had been waiting at the port for a long time. They were all the people selected by Cui Yishu to work on the Qingming Yunzhou. And Lin Jian. He also took the Qingming cloud boat out of the space and then dripped blood on it. Suddenly, the Qingming cloud boat visibly expanded into a huge cloud ship. Landed on the sea. Chapter 241 Cloud Boat Fusion, Directional Transmission. It's amazing. Sifna's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at the antique cloud boat with curiosity. Before Lin Jian could take the women to the boat to take a look, a virtual figure emerged from Aini's arms and was projected in front of everyone. A stunning girl in a white dress appeared on it. It was the artificial intelligence of the mermaid heart, Yao. Owner. Yao looked at the Qingming Yunzhou with burning eyes. Can Yao merge with this cloud boat? Fusion? Lin Jian was startled and asked curiously. What do you mean? Yao can enter this cloud boat now. Lin Jian immediately understood what Yao meant. he asked with interest. Can you swallow this cloud boat? Yao nodded and began to explain. In fact, the mermaid's heart is actually something like a magic cube that can change into any shape. She can also transform into other shapes depending on the object she's attached to. It is equivalent to a comprehensive artificial intelligence. What about the Mermaid King City? Lin Jiuan was a little curious. If Yao wanted to be swallowed up together with the Mermaid King City, he and Yini would not refuse, right? And the Mermaid King's city can advance along with the evolution of the Mermaid clan. But it's better than this Qiming cloud boat that can't be upgraded, right? Yao shook her head and said, The Mermaid King's city has a consciousness that it is reviving. It is equivalent to the weapon spirits in the fantasy novels of your world, Master. If Yao forcefully merges with it, it is very likely that both sides will suffer losses. I see. Lin Jiuan suddenly realized. And feeling a little funny at Yao's expectant gaze. He had never felt this artificial intelligence have the emotion of expectation. This was the first time. Will it not affect its original function? No. As if she understood that Lin Jiuan was going to agree to her, Yao's voice was filled with excitement. The voices seemed to become a little hurried. It will not affect its original function. There will be more new features. Master, you can understand that after devouring this cloud boat, Yao will have a second form besides the yacht. Hearing this, Lin Jiuan didn't say anything else, just nodded and said, Then go. Thank you, Master! A joyful smile appeared on Yao's innocent little face. Then he said, Master, please put me on the core of this cloud boat. Lin Jiuan took the mermaid's heart from Yini. The figure flashed. He activated the law of wind and came to the core room of the Qiming cloud boat with the help of the blowing wind. After placing Yao in the position, she said, In an instant, the mermaid's heart melted like silver water and flowed into the Qiming cloud boat. But a few minutes later, a layer of visible waves spread out from here to the surroundings of the Qiming cloud boat, and Yao's figure appeared in front of Lin Jiuan. Thank you, Master. Yao has successfully integrated this cloud boat. Lin Jiuan looked at Yao curiously. I don't know if it's my illusion. He feels. Have you grown bigger? Different from Yao, who was more girlish before. Yao now. It seems that she is taller than before, and her figure is obviously different from before, which was as pure as her face, to put it nicely, or as busted as a pigtail, to put it bluntly. It can be said to have reached an average level? Yes, Master. Because Yao evolved after swallowing the Qiming cloud boat, it is equivalent to humans growing up after absorbing nutrients. That is to say? Lin Jiuan thought for a moment and asked, Can you continue to devour and evolve? Yes. If you, Master, have rare metals, materials, or advanced vehicles and buildings like the Qiming cloud boat, Yao can devour and absorb them. Lin Jiuan nodded. So what's new? Yao immediately projected a virtual black and white to explain to Lin Jiuan. And Lin Jiuan, also listening like a good student. It sounds a bit of a headache. Maybe it's because ever since he traveled through time, he's either been sleeping with women, or on his way to sleep with women every day, and he doesn't use his brain to study. When Lin Jiuan saw this kind of lecture scene and thought seriously, he felt like his brain didn't want to work. But I still forced myself to listen. Compared to the previous Qiming cloud boat, after being swallowed by Yao, the Qiming cloud boat has a higher maximum speed and is more solid. And it also possesses the advantages of a mermaid's heart. Because of the artificial intelligence Yao, not much human work is needed. Especially when driving. There is no need for a captain or crew members. Yao can sail on the sea by himself, and because it is artificial intelligence, there will be no mistakes such as taking the wrong road or deviating from the course, which are common things that people often do at sea. Certainly. What interests Lin Jiuan the most is the teleportation ability of the mermaid's heart was not just inherited. It has also evolved. The current teleportation capability has both random teleportation capabilities. It also has the ability of punctuation directional transmission. To put it simply, it is to invest a large amount of energy crystals and some space equipment and energy, such as space rings and some directional space transmission equipment, and then absorb and transform the energy through the reaction furnace on the Qiming cloud boat. Form a target coordinate. After setting the target coordinates at a precise location, the Qingming cloud boat can use its space teleportation capability to carry out long-distance targeted teleportation. Although the energy consumed in creating the target coordinates and conducting ultra-long-distance directional transmission is astronomical, it is completely affordable for the wealthy Lin Jiuan. After understanding what Yao explained about this ability, Lin Jiuan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. Good. He was just waiting anxiously for the Sky Island to appear, because the sea is too large. But he could only take over a Sky Island in his own sea, but Yao finally awakened this ability. This time, as long as it is done properly, it is entirely possible that he could take a few more Sky Islands, or even take all the Sky Islands into your pocket. Chapter 242 Sky Island Attack. Soon, Cui Yishe and others got on board. Lin Jiuan and Cui Yishe briefly introduced Yao's directional teleportation ability. The two are already an old married couple. After just a brief explanation, Cui Yishe understood his thoughts. I will convert a few more coordinates. Wait until Sky Island appears and provide enough benefits. Cui Yishe showed a warm smile on her face, as if she was going to make a lot of money. I think there will be many people in those waters who are willing to set coordinates for us. As for whether this would be too lonely, this was not within the consideration of Cui Yishe and Lin Jiuan. Not convinced? Come and chop me? Can't beat me? Then just stand aside and rage in helplessness. Looking at the smiling Cui Yishe, Lin Jiuan had no doubt that if there was no competition and the circulation could continue, Cui Yishe would even want to sell the fresh water at a sky-high price. No wonder the government always suppresses businessmen. Lin Jiuan sighed. What he got in return was Cui Yishe's unpleasant roll of the eyes. Then you come to restrain me? Looking at Cui Yishe with a provocative look on her face, Lin Jiuan, as a good man, felt that he could not let her be so arrogant anymore. He decided to teach Cui Yishe, the profiteer, a lesson. He just picked up Cui Yishe. Amid Cui Yishe's unexpected scream, he carried her and strode towards the bedroom. Emphasize agriculture and suppress commerce. There is no time to lose. Etc. Let me give the instructions first, and then you. The next few days, Lin Jiuan simply treated Qingming Yunzhou as his home. Mainly because of Yao. It makes everything much more convenient. Many maids and women in the manor also moved to the Ark to serve Lin Jiuan in his daily life. And Yao also successfully set a point coordinate at the port. One day, late at night, Lin Jiuan was the same as usual. I was sitting by the fireplace in the living room with Shimeng Yao, Sifna and Urola. Sit on the plush fur rug. Lying on her back, Aunt Tiger, who had transformed into a tiger and was sleeping, played Texas Hold'em with him. Gu Yiru and Shimeng Yao curled up beside him, one on each side. Even Lin Meng lay in Aunt Hu's arms, the little guy's latest sanctuary for sleeping. Attention all survivors. As time approaches midnight, the cold and ruthless voice of heaven rang in people's minds. The Sky Island has appeared. A total of 9 Sky Islands appeared this time. Respectively. Sea Area number 99, Island of Elves. Sea Area number 278, Soul Island. Sea Area number 732, Blood Island. No. The living room suddenly became quiet. Except Lin Meng. Shimeng Yao, Gu Yiru and others who were sleeping soundly also woke up one after another, but no one spoke. They listened silently to the voice of heaven. There was only the sound of burning firewood in the fireplace, and the sound of the waves outside to accompany them. At the same time, Lin Jiuan could feel a breath of desire. His own elven royal blood. In longing. The goal is. Lin Jiuan looked up. It seems that you can see the sky above the island through the obstruction of the building. He could feel it. That very island. Just above this island, it appeared. And as if to confirm his thoughts, the moment Tiandao's voice just ended. Yao. A virtual image was projected in front of everyone's eyes. That was a shot taken directly above the island. Right at the top of the island, There is an island much larger than this one that can accommodate millions of people. Currently, floating above the island. Ing! The huge black bird flapped its wings and soared over the sky island. Lin Jian, and Tiger, Cecilia and the Blood Queen, who had transformed into human forms, were standing on the bird. Considering the possible unknown risks, Lin Jian did not rashly take the Qingming cloud boat to the island or bring people with him. Instead, he used this flying mount that was very popular. At least for him, who has a wealthy family, it is a flying mount that is common everywhere. Originally, Lin Jian just wanted to add a Blood Queen at most. But considering that it is an elf island and Nimue is coming, we will add Nimue who possesses Cecilia. But Aunt Tiger couldn't help but follow, so there was another Aunt Tiger. Thinking about. Anyway, with my own strength. If you encounter a danger that you cannot handle or even escape from, that other people. Not a gift? So, Lin Jian brought them both here. Just right. Aunt whose mobility combined with Cecilia's shooting skills, although never in actual combat, Lin Jian felt that it was feasible after simulating it in his mind. Owner. The Blood Queen hugged Lin Jian from behind. Looking at the island, I exclaimed, "This island is so big." View from below. This is probably because the island is located tens of thousands of meters above the ground. I can only roughly feel that the island is quite large. But the closer you get, especially when you look down at the island from the sky, you can feel its grandeur more. After all, there are only 9 sky islands in the entire trial field. And the number of surviving humans and alien races that came here is unknown in the billions. Nimue's voice came from within Cecilia. Nimue did not directly take over her body. It's more like a spirit of an instrument. Because her strength is still insufficient, and she cannot leave her kingdom of God for a long time, Nimue adopts this method. Lin Jian was just about to ask something about this island. Sudden. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. A sharp arrow shot out from the gap between the leaves below and went straight towards the mounts of Lin Jian and others. Cecilia was there almost at the moment the arrow sounded. The long ears moved slightly. She raised her hand, and a green longbow appeared in her hand. Whisper of the Wind, legendary longbow. Lin Jian couldn't remember which woman he was sleeping with. It should be a reward for sleeping with a female elf. It happened that Cecilia's birthday was approaching those days. I chose this as a birthday present for Cecilia. Cecilia quickly bent her bow and drew her arrow, and the arrow, which was made up of wind blades with her unique light elemental glow, shot straight at the arrow that protruded from the forest. The 2 arrows collided accurately in the air. In an instant, the arrow shot by Cecilia destroyed the solid wooden bow. In the direction where the arrow came from. Castration does not reduce. With a muffled groan that everyone could hear, Cecilia was about to continue drawing her bow and arrow. Whoosh! 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 A dense stream of voices came. Cecilia paused while drawing her bow and arrow. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Dense array of arrows shot out from the forest, flew hundreds of meters into the sky, and then rained down on everyone. Chapter 243 Killing Invaders? Arrows rained down from the sky like raindrops. However, apart from Ant Hu showing hostility, no one else's expression changed. Cecilia just paused. Then continued to bend the bow. Whoosh! 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 It takes almost less than a second. Cecilia shot more than a dozen arrows, each of which was aimed at the position below where the first arrow had just hit. She then ignored the man who was already doomed to die. Bend the bow again. But this time the direction was towards the location where the dense rain of arrows was shot. Accumulate power. Fully draw the longbow. The bow's own wind element and Cecilia's light element are intertwined on the longbow. Like a scorching sun. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when all the arrows were about to fall, the Blood Queen smiled contemptuously and waved her hand. Countless streams of blood surged out like a tide, forming a blood barrier above everyone's heads. All the arrows fell on it. They were all swallowed up by the barrier. And at this time, Cecilia also shot out the long arrow that she had stored up. Behind her, a cloud of magical power exploded, shining with light like an arrow swirling in the wind and shooting downwards. Even the trees more than 10 meters away were pulled by it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it landed at the target point. A violent explosion sounded, bringing with it a violent wave as if thousands of bombs had exploded. Without even a wailing sound, all the trees within miles were blown down. Tisk! Looking at the ruins below that were several meters in diameter, and razed to the ground, Lin Juan couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Cecilia, who looked down with an indifferent expression as if searching for any survivors, he teased. Are you really an elf? I feel like we humans can't cut down trees as well as you can. If you are not a good dog, you will die. Lin Juan found it even funnier. The dogs Cecilia was referring to were the trees that she had destroyed with one move. Lin Juan didn't know about other elf tribes, but Cecilia, or Nimu's group of elves, was extremely violent. They didn't care about the elves living in harmony with nature and trees. They, the elves, are superior creatures. It is the spirit of the spirit. Humans, trees, animals, plants, and the like all serve the elves. To put it simply, a useful tree is a good tree. And the trees that did not warn her when these dangers had already come were all bad trees. They all deserved to die. Go down. Following Lin Juan's order, the frightened giant birds slowly landed among the ruins. Several people stepped on the ground, and then Lin Juan patted the giant bird and let it leave by itself. Then he looked at Cecilia. He asked, He didn't kill her, did he? Cecilia shook her head. Then Guchun and Cecilia rode to the place where Aunt Hu had just shot the first arrow. And the Blood Queen is too big. Aunt Hu, who didn't know what a big cart was, refused to take him on board, and he could only follow along. Not long after they walked, they heard groans of pain. An adult male elf was lying on the ground. There were more than 10 arrows stuck in his body. An arrow pierced his chest and stuck straight into the ground. Oh, it's still an elf. Lin Juan was talking nonsense that he already knew. As soon as the sound came out, this attracted the attention of the elf, who was groaning in pain. When he looked at everyone, he immediately revealed hatred in his eyes, especially when he saw Cecilia, the elf. I look a little different from you guys. They all look Caucasian. It's probably the difference between Eastern Europeans and Western Europeans. If you are not used to seeing Cecilia and other elves, you won't be able to tell the difference very clearly at first glance. There are elves on this island too. Invaders, you will die without a burial place. The elf cursed. The local elves are very rude. Lin Juan made a tisk sound and looked at the tough-looking male elf with interest. Go and teach him how to respect others. Yes, master. The Blood Queen walked towards the male elf with a seductive and sinister smile on her face. She loves to torture life the most. Are there still elves on this island? Lin Juan looked at Cecilia. Will I have to kill again here? I don't know either. Nimu's voice came from Cecilia's body. I'm sorry, I can't remember anything. All right. Fortunately, the local elves finally came to their senses and changed their ways under the persuasion of the Blood Queen. Told Lin Juan what he wanted to know. He lives in a nearby village or town. He didn't know the specifics, he just knew there were intruders. Must be killed. This is an ancestral precept passed down from generation to generation, and he doesn't know why he should follow it. And when the invaders come, it is a critical moment for their clan's survival. That's all he knows. Oh, I see. Lin Juan nodded in understanding. Aunt Tiger licked her paw excitedly. As for Cecilia, a cold murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Are you going to kill someone? The Blood Queen couldn't help but get excited. The blood of these elves was so delicious. Master, can you leave all their blood to others? I feel like if I eat all the elves on this island, I will become stronger. How can you kill each other every day? We are guests. Do you understand that we should be polite? Lin Juan said this and patted Aunt Hu. Aunt Tiger called out, turning and walking in the direction of the village that the Blood Queen had pointed. After taking only 2 steps, Lin Juan suddenly looked at the Blood Queen. Really? Perhaps? Then don't be so presumptuous. Just leave some women for me. Chapter 244. You don't want the whole village to die, do you? In the forest. A village was built along a river that ran through the forest. It is said to be a village, but it looks like it's on a large scale. A quick look at the houses and the elves coming and going shows that there should be more than thousands of elves living there. Every household has its doors open, and there is a peaceful and orderly scene. But in this peaceful atmosphere, from time to time, people looked towards the outside of the village, which was the direction where the earthquake and explosion came from. His eyes were filled with worry and tension. Until an elf fled from the forest to the village in a panic. What's wrong? The old woman elf who had been waiting at the entrance of the village looked at his panic and fear, and her heart skipped a beat, knowing that the situation must be bad. Immediately bring people forward. Asked, what's the situation? Did something happen? How many invaders are there? Five people. 5 people? There were bursts of exclamations and voices of joy. I thought there would be a lot of enemies, but there were only 5. There are only 5 of you. How did you end up like this? Where's Andy? Why can't I see him? Andy is the most powerful elf in this elf village except for the village chief. It was also the main force for hunting in the past. This time, he is also the leader who hunts down those outsiders. Stop arguing! The old village chief's head was about to explode listening to those stupid voices. After she scolded, the scene suddenly became quiet, and she tried to keep a pleasant expression as she looked at the elves that had escaped back. What happened? Why didn't Andy and the others come back together? They are all dead. The elf who escaped finally caught his breath and cried out in grief. Then, those invaders are a group of monsters. A female elf killed Andy in seconds. Another very tall guy waved his hand and conjured a huge barrier, blocking all our attacks. Then the woman who killed Andy killed us all with one arrow. I was the only one standing in the corner. I escaped quickly and saved my life. Listen to him finish. More and more elves gathered at the entrance of the village, and were suddenly in an uproar. How is that possible? Andy is the best hunter in our village. How could he be killed instantly by an invader? Quiet! The old village chief looked at the elf who had escaped, and the elf also looked at her and begged in a voice that was about to cry. Village chief, let's run away quickly. Those invaders are monsters. We can't win against them. If we stay any longer, we'll all die. All the elves looked at the village chief, and the atmosphere was filled with panic and tension. A few seconds later, the old village chief sighed and was about to give the order to abandon the village where they had lived for who knows how many thousands of years. The old village chief's expression suddenly changed. He reached out to grab the escaping elf and pull him behind him. But it was too late. Whoosh! A bow arrow came through the air and pierced the opponent's heart directly. The arrow continued to shoot straight towards the old village chief. And in an instant, an emerald green barrier appeared and blocked the arrow for the old village chief. TSK, you have quite a bit of strength. The old village chief looked in horror at the barrier whose light had dimmed to the point of almost disappearing under the arrow. He looked at the person who came again. It was a white tiger with a terrifying aura. Sitting on it was a male elf without ears. In his arms was a stunningly beautiful female elf. He was looking at the bow and arrow in her hand. The arrow just now was shot by her. Behind. Following closely behind him was a female elf who was over 2 meters tall, extremely tall, beautiful, and also had no long ears. Are you the manager of this village? Lin Jian looked at the elf old woman in front of him with interest. The arrow Cecilia shot just now was just a random arrow. But she did have superior bloodline after all, and her strength was close to perfection at the late king level. In addition, she holds a legendary elven longbow that is perfectly suited to her, so the power of a casual attack is comparable to the full-strength attack of a late king-level warrior. It was actually blocked by the other party. Enemy! Intruder! Good is dead. It's over. We're all going to die. Run! Everyone, run! There were wailings, screams of collapse, and noisy sounds everywhere. Lin Jian frowned and shouted coldly. Quiet. The cold voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every elf. Everyone stopped crying and running away. Those with weaker strength were even shocked by the sound and vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Even those who were in better condition collapsed to the ground, sweating and trembling, looking at Lin Jian with fear in their eyes. The old woman looked at Lin Jian in horror. The arrow just now had already made her despair, and Gu Chen's voice. Imperial level. It is definitely a strength that only a king level, or even emperor level strongman can possess. Who are these invaders? Listening to the world becoming quiet again, Lin Jian showed a look of satisfaction on his face. He looked at the old village chief who was looking at him in horror, and a warm and sunny smile broke out on his face. This old woman. You don't want all the elves in your village to die, do you? Chapter 245. So you are afraid of death too? The old village chief has not replied yet. Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's fight him. Speaking of. A male elf holding a sledgehammer roared and rushed towards Lin Jian. Then. Bang! His whole body exploded. The blood exploded into a pool of blood mist. Under the terrified gazes of all the elves, the Blood Queen sucked the blood into her body. An expression of enjoyment appeared on her face, and a hideous smile appeared on her charming face. Offending the master. Did I let you take action? Before the Blood Queen could finish her words, Lin Jian interrupted her with an unhappy look on his face. The Blood Queen, who had a hideous smile on her face just now, suddenly wilted, and her facial expression visibly turned into panic. I'm sorry, master, I think he wants to offend you, so. Just what? Lin Jian said unhappily. Don't you see what you are doing? Is this reasonable? I am so sorry, master. The Blood Queen knelt directly on the ground, looking like a poor child who had done something wrong and was being punished by her parents. See this scene? The old village chief and the girl beside her were stunned. Looking at Lin Jian blankly, he felt a sense of unreality. Could it be? Is he actually a good guy? Looking at the pitiful Blood Queen, Lin Jian's tone softened. I'm not talking about you killing people either. But is it useful for you to kill people like this? Is there any meaning? Speaking of. Lin Jian looked at the group of elves who were looking at him with fear and hatred. Pointing at a burly male elf who was looking at him with hatred and anger. Next second. The opponent's body from the waist down exploded with a bang. The upper body fell to the ground. After a long pause, the other party realized what had happened and let out miserable wails and screams on the ground. Look! Killing people this way is useful. Yes, Xiaoxue remembers it. Watch as all the hatred and anger on that face disappear. Only the frightened elves were left. The Blood Queen lowered her head in shame. I am so stupid. Fortunately. The owner is here. Outside the village. A large open space that has been created. The sobbing of the elves and children continued. All the elves in the village were driven here, tens of thousands of them, and were locked in cages made of trees and vines. And the instigator was Lin Jian. Sitting on a platform of trees created by the law of wood. Looking down at the elves in the cage. After taking a look around, Lin Jian didn't know whether it was because the laws of the Sky Island were rich and the spiritual energy was abundant, which made it particularly nourishing, but he unexpectedly found that among the tens of thousands of people, there was actually one person who could be seen at a glance. You can see 6 female elves who meet the requirements of Lord of Life. Lin Jian's eyes fell on the elf girl who was supporting the old village chief next to her. She was only slightly inferior to a top beauty like Cecilia. Unexpectedly. There are so many treasures in this small village? Old fellow. Lin Jian sat lazily on the sofa he took out from the space ring. Enjoying the massage from the Blood Queen's little hands behind me. Looking down at the old village chief from a high place. Tell me about it. You are very strong, but... Bang! Moment. The lower bodies of more than a dozen elves exploded. Only the upper body fell to the ground, letting out a sharp wail. And those elves who survived around, covered in blood, also screamed and wailed in fear. It's noisy! The cold voice reached the ears of all the elves. A moment. Except for the wailing 0.5 elves, the scene was completely quiet. Lin Juan nodded in satisfaction and looked at the old village chief who was looking at him in shock and anger. Continue. You're doing this, aren't you afraid? Bang! 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 This time, there were hundreds of elves whose bodies had been blown apart. Devil you! There were more explosions. Watching hundreds of villagers fall to the ground in an instant. The old village chief looked at Lin Juan in shock and anger. Go on. Lin Juan smiled and said, Silence also counts as time. The old village chief was trembling all over and couldn't speak at all. Let her betray. Hurry up and tell me. Old village chief, tell him what he wants to know. Why didn't you tell him? We don't want to die. We don't want to die. Wailing and crying. The old village chief looked at the villagers in astonishment. In their eyes, the respect she had before was gone. Instead, there was only fear, confusion, and even hatred. She hated why she had been so slow to tell the demon what he wanted to know. The old village chief opened his mouth, but suddenly felt he had no strength left. He slumped down to the ground. Closed his eyes. The mouth is also tightly closed. It seems that she doesn't care about your lives very much? All right. Lin Juan supported his face with one hand. A hand pointed at the elves. Point to one. The elf's body would explode in half, but it would still be alive, and would slowly die in extreme pain and fear. Village chief! Village chief! Come on, tell me! Old man? Are you crazy? We know nothing! We have nothing to do with her! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll do anything! I am willing to betray our tribe, please don't kill me! Wailing, begging for mercy, screaming, and cursing. And the old village chief just closed his eyes and did not move. It's like a monk in meditation. Just at this moment. Stop killing! A clear and pleasant girl's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Juan looked at the girl who spoke. She is the one standing next to the old village chief, and she is also the most beautiful girl in the village. Yuri, you! The old village chief opened his eyes and looked at the girl in shock, anger, and confusion. But he wasn't done yet. Bang! Her lower body exploded, and she fell to the ground from a height of more than 10 centimeters. There was a brief look of confusion on his face. Then, a shrill scream came out of her mouth. Ah! Everyone looked in horror at the old village chief who kept scratching his head with his hands, wailing and crying. I'm telling you everything! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! In exchange for. There was only Lin Juan's sneer of contempt. So you are afraid of death too? TSK, really, with that expression just now, I thought you weren't afraid of death? The old village chief just kept lying on the ground and crawling towards Lin Juan. Save me, don't kill me! I can tell you everything! All the elves made way for her. But, even though she had just faced the wrath of others and protected her elves, the eyes looking at her were filled with deep disappointment and contempt. However, the old village chief didn't care about these looks. She thought she was not afraid of death. But when the real death and pain swept through her body, she realized that death. I can tell you anything. I know more than her, I am useful. Don't want to die. It hurts so much. Don't want to die. The old village chief stretched out his hand towards Lin Juan with great effort. However, all he got in return was Lin Juan's cold and mocking look. Chapter 246 Information. The old village chief died. But no one cares about her life or death anymore. Except for the elf girl she called Julie, who had a sad look in her eyes. Shedding tears silently. Are you done crying? Julie wiped the tears from her face. Nodded. I will tell you everything you want to know, but please stop killing elves. What if I say no? Then I would rather die. Julie's beautiful eyes were full of determination. Oh, I see. Lin Juan nodded and waved. Eat it. Thank you, master. The Blood Queen revealed an extremely seductive and hideous smile. With a wave of his hand, a river of blood swept across the sky and rushed towards them amid the elves' terrified screams. All male elves? There are also those female elves who are average-looking or old. One by one, they exploded into a ball of blood mist and were sucked into the blood balls in the air by the invisible pulling force. More and more elves exploded. The blood cells are also getting bigger. Yuli couldn't help but scream. Are you crazy? Stop! Stop! Otherwise I will never tell you even if I die. You don't think your bullshit information is attractive to me, do you? Lin Jian sneered. He looked at Yuri, who was already in tears, with a mocking look. Information? He needs to know that? Only the weak need it. The reason why he went to so much trouble was just to find an obedient elf to rape. As for information and stuff, just kill your way through. There will always be elf rapists. If not for the fact that many of these female elves were quite pretty, he would have fed them all to the Blood Queen. As for now, it depends on whether these female elves want to survive. Hearing Lin Jian's words, Yuli was shocked. She really wanted to see a lying expression on Lin Jian's face, but there was none. And the wailing and screams of the surrounding tribesmen. The blood ball kept growing bigger and bigger. She couldn't hold on any longer. Plop! Yuri knelt on the ground. Please, please don't kill anymore. I'll tell you everything. I'm willing to do anything. Please don't kill any more elves, please. Lin Jian ignored her. Until all the male elves had turned into blood mist. Such a big place. There are tens of thousands of elves. When there were only a few hundred female elves left, Lin Jian raised his hand. The Blood Queen then stopped killing, and the blood balls in the air were spinning at high speed. Until the filth is removed and only purification remains. The blood essence, which was formed from the lives of thousands of elves, floated in the palm of the Blood Queen like a small ball. Master, do you want to eat? Eat it yourself. Thank you, Master. You are so kind. The Blood Queen swallowed the essence of blood in one gulp, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face. Yuing and the surviving female elves looked at this scene in horror. You want to live? Still want to go with them? We want to live! We want to live! The female elves reacted immediately, and knelt on the ground one by one. Some of the smart and quick-witted ones immediately reacted when they saw that the survivors were all young and beautiful female elves, and began to tear off their clothes. I can do anything for you. I am willing to be your woman. Please don't kill me! Looking at the female elves who were scrambling to tear off their clothes as if they would die after doing so, Lin Jian couldn't help laughing. Look! Aren't these guys very sensible? Nightfall. In the village. Lin Jian did not live in the room in this village. Instead, he took out a ready-made villa blueprint from the space ring and built a villa on the spot. Lying on the soft big bed, Lin Jian found it somewhat amusing to look at those female elves who had tears in their eyes but still tried to force out a flattering smile after he looked at them. Go ahead. Pinching Yuli's little face, Lin Jian asked. What do you know? There was still a lingering sadness on Yuli's face. Hearing this, there was silence for a moment. Still said slowly, We. Most of the elves on this sky island are structured like Yuli's village. A small number of several thousand people. The larger ones have hundreds of thousands of people. Each village and town has a different surname. They often compete with each other over territory, resources, hunting and other issues. And in the center of the island, there is an elf city which they call the Holy City. Every once in a while, a few years at most, it may take decades or even hundreds of years, the Holy City will send people to the village. The chief of each village will hand over the talented descendants in the village to the people from the Holy City, and they will follow them to the Holy City to learn knowledge and magic. Most of the elves will stay in the Holy City. Some will return to the village. Whenever an elf returns to the village from the Holy City, that elf will take over the position of village chief, and the old village chief will go to the Holy City and never come back to the village again. Holy City? What kind? I have no idea. Yuli shook her head. Then she saw Lin Jian looking at her and hurriedly explained. It was the old village chief who told me this. I was originally the elf chosen to go to the holy city this time, so the old village chief told me this, but… Lin Jian nodded. That's right. If Yuli had been to the holy city, according to what she said, the old village chief would not be in the village anymore. And there was no need for her to make up a story that could be exposed with just one question. However, Lin Jian still asked a few elf young women who slept with him, and the answers he got were similar to Yuli's. In any case, he didn't know much about the details. I have no idea about Holy City. Anyway, I know that Yuli will leave soon. As for the ambush on Lin Jian, some time ago, the Holy City sent people over and said that a sound would be heard in the sky in a while, and then invaders would appear. As long as invaders appeared, they would be elves or other creatures. It depends. Kill it yourself if you can. If you can't deal with it, find a messenger. During this period, messengers from the Holy City patrolled the various elven territories. Depending on the strength of the enemies killed and their contribution, you can exchange them with the Holy City messenger for various rewards. And there are messengers. Can you reach him? Yuli shook her head, but then nodded. He explained. The contact information is with the old village chief. If I contact the messenger rashly, the other party will definitely be suspicious. But I know where he might be right now. Chapter 247 Holy City Messenger. Maple Moon Town. This is a gathering place for elves with a population of over 100,000. It is also the most powerful elf group nearby. Every time the envoys from the Holy Land come, they will wait here for the village chiefs of the nearby villages and towns, send the elves to the Holy Land here, and then go to the Holy Land together. And this time, in the center of town, at the mayor's home, a banquet is being held. The beautiful female elves were dressed coolly and danced gracefully. All the elves of some status in the town gathered here, toasting and chatting. The person sitting in the main seat was not the respected old village chief Theodore Fenghua who had served in the town for more than 800 years, but a young and handsome male elf. Mr. Anvo. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Theodore looked at the young male elf who was hugging 2 young elf women with a slightly red face and a smile on his face. He said cautiously, I wonder who the enemy is this time. You are allowed to come in person? He knew the boy. When he went to the Holy City 800 years ago, the other party was the same group of people who went to the Holy City. It was just that he left the Holy City due to lack of qualifications and returned to the village to become the village chief. The other party stayed in the Holy City. They haven't seen each other for 800 years, and the other party's aura has become so terrifying that he can't even detect it. You don't need to know the details. Just know. After a pause, Fedrin looked at the cautious elf with gray hair, sneered, and said, As long as we can kill a group of invaders. When the time comes, you can go to the Holy City. Really? Theodore showed a look of surprise. More than 800 years. God knows how he lived for the past 800 years. Just because of a mistaken chess and his inferior qualifications, he was sent back to the village from the Holy City, waiting anxiously for his successor to appear so that he could return to the Holy City he had always longed for. But they waited for more than 800 years, during which time some elves were sent to the Holy City. But not a single elf came back. His greatest wish. It's about returning to the Holy City. Soon, Theodore realized that he had spoken out of turn, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Envoy. I was too excited, please forgive me. No problem. Fedlin smiled indifferently, but he was also quite excited inside. He had finally gotten this opportunity to go out. Although he stayed in the Holy City. But his talent can only be considered average in the Holy City. Without some fortuitous encounter, he would basically not be able to break through to the Emperor level even if he died of old age in this lifetime. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to encounter this incident when he was in his prime. As long as he can kill enough invaders and accumulate enough merits, he will be able to exchange for the opportunity to enter the Holy Land, receive baptism, and improve his qualifications and strength. By then, breaking through the Imperial level will not be a problem. There is even a chance to go further. Maybe. Everyone can have a taste of the saint's beauty. Thinking of the perfect face of the saint, a burning look flashed in Fedrin's eyes. Although there was a big gap, no matter who saw that woman, they would never forget her, and neither would he. If you have the opportunity. Fedlin, who was fantasizing that he would take this opportunity to soar to the sky, marry a beautiful, rich woman and reach the peak of his life, suddenly felt a strong sense of death. Fedrin's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he threw the two beauties in his arms forward. Whoosh! A shining wind arrow shot towards Fedrin from the main gate. Almost instantly, he tore into pieces the delicate bodies of the two elf beauties thrown out by Fedrin. But after passing through the bodies of the two elves, the arrow's speed also slowed down a bit. Taking advantage of this moment, Fedrin quickly took out his staff from the space ring and smashed the end of it towards the ground. Forest protection! A green barrier appeared around him. And that bow and arrow. It also happened to hit the barrier. Looking at this scene, Fedrin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Almost fell in the gutter. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Fedrin saw that the arrow paused only for a moment, and in just 2 seconds, the barrier in front of him turned into a magical light spot and shattered. Puff! The arrow pierced straight into his chest. The huge force sent him flying backwards. Hit the wall. The arrow pierced his chest and stuck into the wall behind him, nailing him to the wall. How is this possible? Although he had set up the magic barrier in a hurry just now, as a fragile magician, this type of skill was what he was best at. Under normal circumstances, even a king-level perfect being might not be able to tear his barrier apart with one blow. But why? The person who made the sneak attack is a king-level perfect being? That's impossible. It is only the early stage of Sky Island's appearance now. How could there be such a powerful invader? Have you been cheated? No. Even now, even in the Holy Land, there are no restrictions on those who have reached the perfect king level to come to the external area. Otherwise, he who is in the late king level will not be able to get the opportunity to go out. Could it be that God is helping outsiders to destroy their elves? When Fedrin was at a loss, footsteps were heard. Looking up, I saw a young male human walking in from the door. Accompanying them were a white tiger, a tall and beautiful blonde female elf, and a young elf woman who looked anxious and somewhat familiar. TSK. What a waste. Lin Jiuan looked at Fedrin, who was nailed to the wall for a while. He turned and looked at Yuri. Is it him? Yuli looked at Fedrin for a while and said, Yes, master, it's him. Hearing the other party's voice, Fedlin was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. It's you? He remembered who this female elf was. This time he came to hunt the invaders while also having a mission. It's time to return. Take away the elves in this area who are about to enter the Holy City. And this elf girl was one of those elves with great potential, and qualified to enter the Holy City. He felt quite sorry for her at that time. I didn't expect that such a small place could produce such a beautiful thing. It's a pity that she is a potential seed for entering the Holy City, otherwise he would have to take her over and take her in as a slave. Didn't expect it now. Actually hanging out with the invaders? Damn traitor! How dare you betray us! Yuli couldn't help but shrink behind Lin Jiuan in fear. Looking at Yuli, whose face turned pale with fear, Lin Jiuan made a tisk sound and looked at Fedrin, who was staring at him with a half-smile. Really? Do you know you scared her? You! Just as Fedrin was about to say a few harsh words, Lin Jiuan had already activated the law of blood. Suddenly, the blood in Fedrin's body seemed to be boiling, burning violently. At the same time, it turned into countless thin needles and pierced into his blood vessels and organs. Ah! Chapter 248, Music and Dance Continue, Message from the Holy City. 248 Then the music and the dance, the Holy City of Elves. A few minutes later. Looking at Fedlin, whose face had turned pale from the pain, was covered in sweat, and who had fainted countless times. Only then did Lin Jiuan stop controlling the law of blood. Really? It's just inconvenient when the Blood Queen isn't around. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to those hundreds of female elves, Lin Jian left the Blood Queen in the village. As a result, now he has to do the job of torturing people himself. Thinking about. Lin Jian glanced around. When the elves saw his gaze, they all showed fear and lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Lin Jian didn't care either. He held Yuli and Cecilia in his arms and walked to where Fedrin had just sat. Don't just stand there. Do whatever needs to be done. Come. Then the music begins and the dance continues. Waited until late at night. The Blood Queen has already brought the remaining female elves to the town. Lin Jian handed Fedrin over to the Blood Queen, and the defense of the town was handed over to Cecilia, and he took the female elves to occupy the mayor's house. The night passed quickly. When Lin Jian was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door was pushed open. The Blood Queen walked in. It was her. Lin Jian lazily lay on the bed, holding an elf in his arms. So long? Is that guy so stubborn? No, master. The Blood Queen said respectfully. He confessed very quickly. It's just that some dishonest elves want to sneak out of town. It involves some families in this town. I'll take care of it. Lin Jian nodded slightly. Although all the elves in a town have the same surname, that is all. Many of them have no blood relationship, and even a family that grows large enough will give rise to many different factions. The same is true here. Lin Jian didn't ask about things that he didn't care about. The Blood Queen has always been cruel. She likes to torture and kill others, listen to their painful cries, and likes to drink fresh blood. On the contrary, Cecilia doesn't mind killing people though. But what she prefers to do more than killing people is to sit in the garden, enjoy the scenery and drink tea. So, things like bloody suppression and violent interrogation have always been left to the Blood Queen. This is her nature, the bloodthirsty instinct of the law of blood. As long as she is obedient and loyal to him, Lin Jian doesn't care how cruelly she kills those ants who resist him. While stroking the cat in his arms, Lin Jian lazily asked, "What did you say?" The Blood Queen immediately explained respectfully. Her ability to explain was not that good, far worse than Shui Yishi's, but because they had been together for a long time, Lin Jian could understand what she wanted to express. The island is not as spacious as it appears. Although from the outside it looks larger than the island once called Bear Island, which has been expanded more than 10 times, the area inside is still larger. The situation here is very similar to what I heard from the female elf before. The elves on this sky island do not live a feudal life centered around the royal family like Romeia, but rather an older and more feudal religious life. The holy religion exists in the holy city at the center. The status is supreme on this elf island. It is equivalent to the combined power of the royal family of the elves in Romeia and several other major families. They have the final say over the civilians. They believe in the holy gods of the elves. Every once in a while, the leader of the Holy Church will receive an oracle from the Holy Spirit of the elves, who will give a list of talented young elves in various cities and towns who can be selected to practice in the holy city. At this time, the leader of the Holy Church will send people to find those young elves. After coming to the holy city and practicing for a period of time, it will be based on the talents shown. The worst scenario is to leave the holy city and stay in a local area to protect the people. The middle ones live in the holy city, but they will leave the core holy religious area in the center of the holy city and come to the outside. They will go out to perform tasks regularly and complete the reproductive tasks. They must give birth to offspring with excellent qualifications every once in a while. And those are the true geniuses among geniuses. You can stay in the core area of the holy city and continue your practice. The best man and woman among them will be chosen to become the holy son and holy daughter. Every 1,000 years, the Son of God and the Holy Daughter will get married and inherit the position of the leader of the Holy Church. The strong one will serve as the leader, and the old Son of God and the Holy Daughter who abdicate will enter the kingdom of the Holy Spirit of the elves. That's about it. How strong is that guy who calls himself the Holy Spirit of the elf? He doesn't know about this, but he said that as long as you reach the imperial level, you will have the opportunity to compete for the position of Saint Son and Saint Daughter. The Blood Queen then added, "Those above the imperial rank are currently restricted by rules and cannot leave the holy city. Is that so? Lin Jiuan's mouth curled up into a standard villain's evil smile. Then let Shueisha, Romeia and the others come up. Yes, master. After confirming the strength of the indigenous people on this elf island, Shueisha and Romeia ordered their powerful human and elf warriors to land on the Sky Island and began to attack the city and seize the land. As for Aini, although she has been promoted to the imperial rank, her bloodline has also been further advanced. Now she is the only strong one in the mermaid clan. The strongest of the remaining ones is only at the middle stage of the king level. Plus, this is all land, so the mermaids can't exert their full strength. Simply, Lin Jiuan did not let Yini come up, but asked her to continue to stay below to prevent people from other sea areas from coveting Sky Island and launching sneak attacks. As for Lin Jiuan himself, Qingming Cloud Boat Bedroom. Lin Jiuan was lying on the big bed of dozens of square meters, hugging the female elf and sleeping, but he heard a violent explosion and a shaking sound like an earthquake, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He also didn't care about the female elves who were awake and a little panicked. He frowned and said to the air, Yao, what's going on? Reporting to the master. Yao's figure appeared in the air in front of Lin Jiuan. And beside me, a scene outside the cloud boat appeared, where dozens of powerful elves exuding a terrifying aura stood in the air, surrounding the cloud boat. He said respectfully, There are elves blocking the way. Chapter 249 Because you are too weak. On the cloud boat, Cecilia and Shueisha frowned as they looked at the powerful men who surrounded Yuzhou. Sudden, a figure flashed and appeared between the two of them. How about it? Seeing Lin Jiuan appear, Cecilia and Shueisha's faces looked a little better. Not very good, Cecilia said. You can withdraw first. Shueisha did not speak. Although her current strength was considered good after accumulating various rare treasures, she also knew that combat was not something she should be involved in. Those elves outside. Even the weakest presence made her feel palpitations. Seeing Cecilia's nervous expression, Lin Jiuan couldn't help but look outside the Yunzhou curiously. I saw dozens of powerful elves emitting a strong aura standing in the air. Surrounded the Yunzhou. After a quick glance, Lin Jiuan understood why Cecilia said that. Those dozens of elves were all at the late king level. Among them, more than 20 have reached the perfect king level, and there are even 3 elves emitting the terrifying aura of the early emperor level. 2 behind. 1 in front. The Qingming Yunzhou's forward and backward routes were blocked. Although Lin Jiuan was also in the early imperial level, he had a clear advantage over his opponent in a 1-on-3 situation, not to mention that there were so many elves in the late king level and perfect king level. Even if those 3 powerful royal elves could hold Lin Jiuan back for a while, this cloud boat would be completely destroyed by the remaining elves. You are the leader of the invaders. Blocking the front were the 3 most powerful male elves among the royal class. He was an old elf with white hair and beard, standing with his hands behind his back. Looking at Lin Jiuan, he said, The leader wants to see you. Please come with us. Lin Jiuan tilted his head and asked curiously, What if I refuse? We don't want to get to that point. Instead of both sides losing, it's better to cooperate and win together, isn't it? The old elf didn't show much expression on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. What an idiot. Initially, people in the holy city were somewhat shocked and panicked upon realizing the strength of the invaders. They originally thought that their good luck had come this time, as it had actually arrived at the beginning of the 3rd stage. I really didn't expect it. Surprisingly, in the early days of Sky Island's appearance, there appeared evolvers with royal strength. Unfortunately, they were unable to leave the core area and could only watch as the other side devoured the outer area bit by bit. But unexpectedly, they haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. This idiot actually brought his men directly to the vicinity of the holy city, so that they could take action. No need to say such high-sounding words. Lin Jiuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, I know you are setting up a magic array to prohibit space teleportation. Don't worry, I won't teleport away. Take your time. I'll wait. The old elf's expression changed slightly. It's not that he was surprised that his thoughts were seen through. In fact, he didn't expect the other party to really believe him. He also knew that since the other party dared to come, this cloud boat probably had the function of space teleportation. Only, he didn't expect that Lin Jian was still so calm. Why should he do that? The old elf frowned and checked the cloud boat again. Apart from Lin Jian, who is at the early stage of the emperor level and has a similar aura to him, the strongest person in Yunzhou is the young female elf holding a longbow, but her strength is only at the late stage of the king level. Even if the bow in hand is good, it can be solved by sending a king-level elf. In other words, except for Lin Jian, he only needs to send 2 king-level subordinates to easily destroy Yunzhou. As for Lin Jian, with 3 to 1, the advantage is on me. Think of this. The old elf laughed. Well, your courage is truly admirable. In that case, please wait a moment. In return, I can have a fair one-on-one duel with your excellency. If I lose, I will promise to let your excellency leave here with your entourage. The old elf, Guler, spoke solemnly. On the one hand, as an elf who was able to enter the holy church, he has always been a genius among geniuses since he was a child. He is very confident in his own strength, and does not think that this human will be his opponent. On the other hand, this can also stabilize the opponent. What if I really lose? Putting aside the possibility, even if he loses, he won't really let the other party leave. He's just going along with what the other party says to make him more determined to stay. But what Guler didn't expect was. Hearing this, Lin Jian laughed as if he had heard a joke. I laughed so hard that tears came out, and I waved my hands while laughing, haha. After a long while, he seemed to have caught his breath. No. As he finished speaking, 4 strong lights suddenly rose from the 4 corners of the distance, wrapping everyone in a translucent film. I saw that the space shielding array had been set up. Jula's expression also relaxed, and he was no longer angry at Lin Jian's behavior. Why get mad at a dying idiot? Guler said amiably. Oh, what is it that you don't need? And Lin Jian. It seemed that he had not expected that Jula would cooperate with him so well. He looked at him in surprise, and a smile as warm as the sunshine in the sky appeared on his face. No need to fight alone. Why don't you guys go together? Oh, are you sure? Certainly. Lin Jian smiled brightly and said, because you are too weak. Chapter 250 Blood Queen's Promotion. 5 minutes later. Looking at the corpses of elves all over the ground. Guler's eyes were trembling slightly. His face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood left. With lifeless eyes, he murmured, How is it possible? Dead. All dead. All the dozens of powerful elves he brought with him died. Whether they were those at the king level, or the 2 slightly weaker than him, they were newcomers who had just entered the emperor level less than 100 years ago, and had just consolidated their realm. All dead. The corpses of elves were scattered all over the ground, and there was astonishment, despair, and unwillingness in everyone's eyes. Owner. The Blood Queen jumped down from Yunzhou with a look of longing on her face. I'm hungry. Lin Jian looked at her with amusement and said, Eat. Master, you are so kind. The Blood Queen cheered and used her power to extract the blood of these elves. Although her strength is only at the 6th level of the king rank, it is equivalent to the perfection of the middle level of the king rank. Even the weakest of these elves could defeat her, but unfortunately these elves had already turned into corpses, so she could drink as much as she wanted. Guler came to his senses only after looking at the body of his insulted companion. He looked at Lin Jian with trembling lips. Who are you? The aura he clearly sensed was only the 1st level of the imperial rank, 1 level lower than his own. And these elves that he brought with him, combined, were capable of fighting even against a 3rd level emperor, but they were slaughtered like pigs and dogs by the guy in front of him? Why? How come you, an old man, don't understand what people are saying? Lin Jian, who had no idea of respecting the elderly and loving the young, tilted his head and looked at him with a helpless look on his face. I told you everything. You are too weak. Guler didn't answer, but just stared at him blankly. Sudden. I don't know whether he was stimulated by the scene of the Blood Queen next to him swallowing the blood of his companions in big gulps, or he was angry at Lin Jian who did not know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Guler suddenly burst into laughter. Good! Good. Good. I never expected that I, Gular, would fall into the hands of humans. But... Gular laughed and looked at him fiercely. You don't think I was really scared by you just now? Oh? Lin Jian looked at him with interest. Seeing how he had cooperated with him in showing off just now, Lin Jian decided to cooperate with him as well. What do you mean? There are countless secret methods in our holy church. One of them is to use one's own blood as fuel. It can greatly improve your strength. Gular's breath was rising. The second level of the Imperial rank is complete, the third level of the Imperial rank, the third level of the Imperial rank is mid-stage, the third level of the Imperial rank is late stage, the third level of the Imperial rank is complete, and the fourth level of the Imperial rank. His aura actually climbed directly to the fourth level of the Imperial rank. Feel the powerful force in your body. Gular looked at Gu Chen with a grim smile. Although he would die after using this secret technique, it was worth it for an old man with half his body already buried in the ground to die with this human being with terrifying strength. Your biggest mistake was not killing him immediately. Puff. Gular's voice stopped abruptly. The wild smile on his face disappeared. Instead, there was a look of astonishment, and he lowered his head stiffly and slowly. Looking at the arm inserted into his chest, he raised his head along the arm and saw the smiling Lin Jian. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself when I saw you were so arrogant. I didn't wait for you to finish your words. Lin Jian apologized sincerely. But it doesn't matter. I know what you want to say later. It's not killing me right away, right? Don't worry, I'm the most obedient person. I'll kill you now. Speaking of... Lin Jian withdrew his hand. Jula saw that there was a red, beating heart in Lin Jian's hand. Is that your own heart? This was the last thought in Gular's mind. Then, everything went dark before his eyes, and the body fell backwards to the ground, with its eyes wide open and staring blankly at the sky. So weak. Lin Jian felt that the oppressive feeling given to him by this group of elves combined was not as strong as that given by Romeia's husband and the dragon. Even Gular had no combat experience at all. Master, master! Listening to the Blood Queen's coquettish voice behind me. Lin Jian threw Jula's heart behind him without even looking at it. As the falling process. The ownerless heart was quickly activated by the Blood Queen's power and turned into a pool of pure blood, which then fell into the Blood Queen's mouth. The Blood Queen drank the essence and blood with satisfaction, an expression of enjoyment showing on her face. Then, he activated his abilities. A sea of blood covered the ground, enveloping the corpses of the powerful elves and Gular, corroding their bodies. Lin Jian looked at the Blood Queen who was standing in the sea of blood with her eyes closed, and walked behind her. He placed his hand on her back. This was a very dangerous move, but Lin Jian and the Blood Queen didn't care about it. Lin Jian naturally urged the Blood Queen to help her digest the corpses of these powerful elves. Time passes by every second. After about half a cup of tea, the body of the weakest elf, who was just entering the late king level, that is, the 7th level of king level, was completely turned into blood and merged into the sea of blood. Gradually, one corpse after another melted into the sea of blood. After about a quarter of an hour, only Gular's body was left in the sea of blood. About half a cup of tea later, Gular's body gradually merged into the sea of blood. And the aura of the Blood Queen began to rise. King level 5, King level 5 perfect, King level 6, King level 6 perfect, King level 7. But, just as the Blood Queen's momentum was still rising, the speed suddenly slowed down. Lin Jian knew that the Blood Queen had reached a critical period of promotion. Once again activating the law of blood. A large amount of blood essence was poured into the Blood Queen's body, replenishing the essence and strength she lacked. At the same time, countless blood essences and various blood-related treasures were taken out from his space ring, and he activated the law of blood to integrate them into the body of the Blood Queen one by one. Because the Blood Queen has the same origin as his blood law, and can even be said to be a creation of his blood law to some extent, she has no rejection of the power he infuses into her body. The speed of improvement slowed down, and then surged again. The 8th level of the king level, the 9th level of the king level, the great perfection of the king level. The Blood Queen's aura soared directly from the middle king level to the great king level. The sea of blood that was all around her was finally taken back into her body, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her whole body exuded an aura of tyranny, evil, and extreme enchantment, but it only lasted for a moment before she turned around and threw herself into Lin Juan's arms like a swallow. "Master, you are so kind to me!" Chapter 251 Response. "How many more can be promoted to the imperial level?" Lin Juan didn't care at all about the Blood Queen's body and appearance, which became more and more perfect as her strength increased, and asked with a frown. "I'm sorry, Master. I don't know either." The Blood Queen is like a child who has done something wrong. Obviously, she also knew that she had eaten a lot just now. Lin Juan's brows furrowed even more tightly, but when he saw the Blood Queen's anxious and pitiful appearance, his frown relaxed. Never mind. The Blood Queen was able to increase her strength so quickly. It's all thanks to her bloodline. If it were an elf, Cecilia had practiced for nearly 1,000 years before reaching the late king level. She was already a genius among geniuses in her elf race, so you can imagine how difficult it was. Although this was also due to the opening of the trial field, the concentration of spiritual energy in heaven and earth increased significantly and opportunities continued. It took less than half a day to advance from the middle stage of the king level to the great perfection of the king level. This speed. It is enough to prove her horror. As long as you swallow blood, you will become stronger and stronger. However, the transition from king rank to emperor rank is a qualitative change. It is not impossible to improve one's strength simply by accumulating quantity, but it is very difficult. He himself relied on the reward given by the Lord of Life to directly improve his bloodline, so it doesn't count. Aini was able to be promoted to the royal rank thanks to the Mermaid King city, her own hundreds of years of accumulation, and all kinds of natural treasures that she fed herself without paying for them. But the Blood Queen obviously does not have this condition. Don't eat it now. Save it for Cecilia and Romeia. Although Romeia and the others cannot increase their strength by sucking blood like the Blood Queen. But purifying the essence and blood of those elves and giving them use through the law of blood can also improve the quality of their bloodline to a certain extent. And whether it is Cecilia or the bloodline of Romeia, it's not too far from promotion. I always listen to my master. Holy City, Holy Church Temple. A beautiful elf woman with white hair and red eyes, who looked to be about 30 years old and had a graceful temperament, sat on the throne. And her left and right, there stood a beautiful female elf with white hair, who looked very similar to her, but looked more childish. And an extremely handsome blonde male elf. And below the main hall, there were also powerful elves standing there, at least exuding the aura of late king level strength. No one said a word. It seems to be waiting for something silently. Suddenly, the young blonde male elf beside her said, "My lord, judging by the time, Guler should have succeeded. In order to reduce unnecessary losses, we must act now. Let's prepare to send people now." Hearing this, Carolina nodded slightly, a smile of approval and relief on her face. Dao. The Holy Sun's words make sense. In that case, then. Carolina hadn't finished her words yet. Sudden. An elf stumbled into the hall and said in a panic, "Sir Saint, something terrible has happened." Hearing this, then he looked at the elves in the field, who all had no strange expressions. Defilia frowned slightly at the white-haired girl standing next to Carolina, who looked very similar to her, and a hint of obvious dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. "What is it?" Especially after seeing Richie, the Son of God, agree with peace of mind. The dissatisfaction in Defilia's eyes became more and more obvious. However, when he saw Carolina's still natural expression, as if she didn't think there was anything wrong with it, he finally suppressed his dissatisfaction. "Lord Guler, the flames of their lives have all been extinguished." "What?" As soon as these words came out, before Richie could speak, an elf couldn't help but ask, "Are you kidding me?" A second-level Imperial rank. 2 Imperial levels per level. Coupled with dozens of King-level perfect and late King-level elves, this luxurious lineup is capable of fighting even against a third-level Emperor-level powerhouse. Even regardless of sacrifice, it can delay for a while even against a middle-level emperor-level powerhouse. And those invaders followed the message. There is only one human being at the first level of the imperial rank. Sending out this kind of lineup was already a cautious move to ensure foolproofness in light of possible accidents, and now they say they all died so quickly? Richie also frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" "It is absolutely true that the flame of their life has been completely extinguished. When each disciple joins the Holy Church, a portion of his origin will be placed in a special container, and that portion of the origin will turn into flames that will continue to burn in the container. Afterwards, the Holy Church can use the state of the flame to confirm the life or death and status of the disciple, and can even use it to search for the disciple's location, etc. And this elf? He is one of the disciples on duty who is responsible for monitoring the fire of life during this period. And at this time, several elders who had gone to confirm also returned, and after they confirmed this from their mouths, there was an uproar in the hall. Quiet! At this time, Carolina, who had been sitting on the throne like a pendant, finally spoke. When the scene became quiet and everyone looked at her, she looked at Richie standing beside her with worry and asked, "Richie, what do you think we should do?" Richie's expression froze. I suddenly felt a little annoyed at why I was in such a hurry to seize power before. Previously, the invaders appeared to have an imperial rank, and it was the first level of the imperial rank. With such a huge advantage, they could win with their eyes closed, but now the situation is completely different. But what can we do? Did he take all the responsibilities on himself when things were going well before, and then when the situation went wrong, he handed everything back to Carolina? Don't you have any solution? Carolina looked worried. He suggested, "Why don't we talk to Broad about this?" "No!" As soon as these words came out, not only Richie, many elves in the hall immediately voiced their opposition. "The Master is in the critical period of breakthrough. We must not disturb him at this time." Richie also made up his mind at this time. Looking at Carolina, who looked weak and obviously at a loss, he tried his best to use a soothing voice. "But—" Carolina seemed unable to maintain her outward shock when she heard this, and her tone made it clear that she was trying hard to suppress her panic. "At this point, there is nothing we can do. The long heritage of the holy religion. There are still quite a few powerful emperors. But under the suppression of the world rules, there are those who are more powerful than Guerrer and his elves, but there is no force that can be able to eliminate all the elves including Guerrer so quickly. But there is none." Looking at Carolina with a helpless look on her face, Richie felt a little annoyed. This stupid woman. It's just a matter of delay. Activate the protective formation and send the elves to pretend to negotiate with him to delay time. Richie suppressed the irritation in his heart. He ordered, "As long as we can hold out until the Master breaks through, we won't be afraid of mere humans." Chapter 252 Controversy. "Sir, please make the decision for Lord Orlando." In the main hall, Richie looked grimly at the crying young elf. In order to express his importance to Lin Jian and his sincerity, and thus paralyze the other party, he specially sent a very luxurious delegation of dozens of people, led by Orlando, who was at the second level of the imperial rank. But now, only this young elf has returned. And that cloud boat. It stopped right above the holy city in a very arrogant manner. "This is too much, this is simply too much. Who does he think he is? Sir Saint, let's fight him." Extremely angry voices continued to be heard in the hall. Carolina also looked at Richie helplessly. He whispered, "Rich, what should we do?" Richie took a deep breath. He was also angry. How dare a mere human being? However, with his chest heaving violently, Richie still suppressed the anger in his heart. They were shouting below, so naturally they could do whatever they wanted, but he was the decision-maker and had to consider the most correct option. And now, another second-level Imperial warrior was being killed by the other side like a chicken. The most correct choice is undoubtedly to wait for the leader to break through. "Tell me about it. What happened? Why did he do it?" "We were talking well at first, but the other party suddenly said, 'I've heard that your leader's wife is extremely beautiful, a rare beauty elf in 1,000 years. He insisted that Lady Carolina go to see him before he would continue the conversation. Then, Lord Morici reprimanded him for his rudeness. But he suddenly changed his attitude and killed all the adults, leaving only me. If he can't see Lady Carolina before noon tonight, then there's no need to talk anymore. How can this be possible? You are a lunatic who doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Carolina could no longer maintain the calm and elegant look on her face. Pale face. His lips were trembling. Richie, I don't want to see him, I can't see him. Richie remained silent, his fingertips already piercing into the palm of his hand. Anger almost filled my heart. He almost couldn't help but order a fight to the death with Guqin, but he knew he couldn't do that. The best choice now was to wait for the leader to come out. To this end, everything can be discarded. However, he definitely could not say this, otherwise, even if there was no love between the leader and his wife, he would definitely offend the leader. Even though he is the Son of God. As long as he has not committed any serious faults, even the leader cannot depose him, but it is better not to offend anyone if possible. This is a matter of great importance. I can't make the decision. Please make the decision, sir. A moment. The hall fell silent. All the elves looked at Carolina without blinking. Then go find the leader? No elf spoke up to respond to Carolina's words. At this time, it would be wrong to propose to disturb the leader who was receiving the blessing of the Holy Spirit and was in seclusion for breakthrough. It is still suggested that the leader's wife go and negotiate with the human in person to deal with any accidents that may occur afterwards. Whether it is interrupting the elf's practice or making the elf cuckolded, it is a great revenge. In the end, you will end up offending the leader and pleasing both sides. Carolina looked around but received no response. The expression on his face looked increasingly helpless. Meanwhile, Defilia, who was standing at the side, could no longer help herself and said, "Let me go with you to negotiate with that human." Richie's face changed instantly. He didn't care what the outcome of Carolina's negotiation would be. Even with Lin Jian's performance, if he closed his eyes and waited until Carolina got on the Yunzhou, Lin Jian would still do this to her. But this is the leader's wife. No matter how beautiful the other person is, you can't get your hands on her. However, Defilia is the saint of the Holy Church. When the leader and his wife abdicate in a few years, she will become his wife. You can say that. The other person is his fiancé. Carolina showed a hopeful look on her face and looked at her daughter. Carolina hadn't finished her words yet. Inappropriate! At Richie's crazy look, a middle-aged male elf with a square face stood up. The saint lady is worth a lot of money, and the other party didn't mention it on his own initiative, so how can he be involved? So what do you think we should do? The biological mother will be pushed out and given to humans. Defilia was too lazy to play along with these people anymore, she sneered and said. Then you go and tell my father about this? About the character of my father. Defilia is very clear about this. Do whatever it takes to gain power and strength. If someone went to him now and disturbed him from accepting the blessing from the gods, and the reason was his wife was going to put a hat on him, then his heartless father would definitely slap that person to death. Even if he knew that Carolina negotiated with that person in order to stabilize the situation, the man would still feel insulted and blame the elves who supported and instigated them, but it would not prevent him from killing the elves now. And obviously, all the elves in the hall knew the character of the male elf who had ruled them for more than 900 years. The middle-aged male elf who spoke changed his expression and bowed his head and said, Your Highness, I am only stating the pros and cons. I am not very knowledgeable and I have no intention of making a decision for you and Lady Carolina. Then shut up. Defilia didn't give the other party any face at all. She spoke in a cold voice and swept her eyes over the elves. Or, if you have any better suggestions, please tell me. Otherwise, don't waste your time talking nonsense. All the elves lowered their heads after being glanced at by Defilia. Since no one objects then. Just when Defilia was about to come to a conclusion on the matter, Richie, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Let's do this. Horace, you and Lady Carolina go together to negotiate with the other party. Lady Carolina's safety is in your hands. Rich. Defilia's expression changed slightly, and she was about to say something. Richie interrupted. With Horace's protection, Lady Carolina will be fine, right? Horace was the male elf who had just spoken at Richie's signal. Hollis's expression changed slightly. But in the end, he lowered his head and said, Yes, I will obey your command. Chapter 253 Different Carolina. Qingming Cloud Boat. Inside the massage room. Lin Juan, who had just finished taking a bath, was lying on the massage bed. Green smoke continued to float out of the incense burner. Several young female elves with beautiful faces stood beside the massage bed, massaging Lin Juan's body with their soft and boneless hands. Just when Lin Juan was about to fall asleep, the curtain at the door was lifted, and then the gentle voice of a female elf sounded in Lin Juan's ears. Owner, a new delegation has arrived. Caroline is here too, Lin Juan said, lazily. Then I'll let them wait. The elf maid spoke softly in an extremely gentle tone, then she stood up silently, walked barefoot on the ground without making a sound and left the massage room. The other female elves continued to massage Lin Juan. I don't know how much time had passed. Lin Juan opened his eyes again and felt refreshed. Sat up. Then I saw the elf female masseuses who were already kneeling beside me. How long has it been? Master, you slept for 47 minutes, a female elf said softly. Well, I remember someone said Carolina is here? Yes, sir, they are waiting for you in the reception room. Okay, change my clothes then. The female elves who were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another. With the gentle service of the female elves, Lin Juan quickly put on his clothes. When we arrived at the reception room, we saw the elves from the holy city who had been waiting there. Probably because of the lessons learned from the past. There are only 10 elves in the elven delegation this time, but there is still a powerful elf who exudes the strength of the royal level. When I first came in, I could clearly see anger on the faces of these waiting elves. Apart from Lin Juan saw the female elf with white hair and red eyes. My eyes couldn't help but light up. Up to now, he has met a girl with red eyes, such as the Blood Queen, but he has never met a woman with white hair, not to mention that the woman's appearance is no less than in Ranran's. Even compared to Romeia and Cecilia, her face is more beautiful than theirs. Are you Carolina? Lin Juan looked at her with interest. Your Excellency, I am Carolina. Very good. Lin Juan walked over and put his arms around Carolina's slender waist. My lord, don't do this. Carolina looked panicked, like a high school girl who was blocked on her way home late at night by a villain. Open. An elf's face changed drastically, and he was about to scold. The Blood Queen appeared behind him, and her snow-white palm directly pierced through the other's back. Puff. Looking at the corpses of their companions, the other elf messengers instantly shut their mouths tightly. Lin Juan looked at Carolina in surprise. This woman. Although she said no, he did not see her resist in any real sense. Apart from two symbolic struggles, he could clearly feel that she was actively leaning towards his arms. Interesting. Looking at the tall figure in my arms, with elegant and noble looks. But her expression was pure and pitiful, just like the contrast of a weak little white rabbit, the elf pope's wife. Lin Juan became interested in her. He put his big arms around Carolina and walked straight out of the meeting room. A few hours later. Bathroom. Lin Juan sat in the bathtub and looked at Carolina, who was nestled in his arms, looking tired and satisfied. This woman. Very cooperative. Except for the moment when I first entered the bedroom and wanted to say something to him, he blocked my reply with, "Talk after we're done." And after that I actually didn't say anything but just tried my best to serve him. Go ahead. What do you want? Carolina did not respond to his question immediately. Instead, he took a few more breaths. She lazily rested her head on his shoulder, her snow-white hair, nearly 2 meters long, floating on the water like a palm leaf fan. Even her lazy look showed her elegance and nobility. This is completely different from the nobility and elegance of the elf queen Cecilia. Cecilia's nobility is the kind of nobility that is aristocratic, elegant, and lofty, a nobility that makes people feel ashamed of themselves when they see it. Carolina's nobility and elegance are less noble and more mysterious, just like a female bishop holding a scepter and wearing a robe. And at this moment, This noble and mysterious beautiful bishop had her two pink arms around his shoulders and was nestling in his arms, hugging him like the closest lover. Ever since his visit to the elf forest, Lin Juan hasn't met a woman who gave him a sense of surprise for a long, long time. Lin Juan has always been very patient with such women. After resting for a while, Carolina seemed to have recovered. She turned her head to face Lin Juan, and lay in his arms so that she could see his profile. Her misty red eyes looked at Lin Juan affectionately. Slowly said, "Haint, that is, my husband, the leader of this generation. I am currently receiving the blessing of the Holy Spirit in the Holy Land. I am at a critical stage of breakthrough. They wanted to delay time, so they sent me here." "Oh?" Carolina's affectionate look was very real. Although Lin Juan knew that she was pretending, it did not affect his pleasure to be looked at by her like that. "What is his strength?" "He has been in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm for more than 600 years. When he entered, he was at the perfect 4th level of the Imperial Realm. When he comes out this time, with the blessing of the Elves' Holy Spirit, he may break through to the 6th level, or even reach the late Imperial level." "How long will it take?" Lin Juan frowned. Naturally, he wouldn't be too skeptical of Carolina's words. On the one hand, yes. His blood law allows him to sense the other party's state. Especially after the battle just now, Carolina's body was almost full of his blood and essence. He knew the other party's condition clearly, and there was no sign of lying at all. On the other hand, Carolina did such a thing with him. Unless the Holy Church leader was a bullhead lover, it can be said that she had torn her relationship with the Holy Church leader. Regardless of the reactions of those elf messengers or the information he received, the Holy Church leader had nothing to do with the bullhead. So, the leader of the Holy Church, Haint, has reached the 4th level of the Imperial Realm. Each realm has its own level of heaven. After reaching this realm, the difference in strength between the first level is already huge, and the difference in strength between the early and middle stages may be even greater than the difference between the initial entry into the King Realm and the great perfection of the King Realm. Although Lin Juan is confident and relies on many rules, even a 4th level one can give it a try. But if it is the 6th level, or even the late Imperial level, it would be a bit difficult. "It will take at least a year." Lin Juan was no longer panicked. Just pull Carolina to play another game. Chapter 254 Book of Faith. After, Lin Juan asked Carolina some more information about them. For example, the Holy Spirit. For example, the whereabouts of those retired leaders and their wives. "I don't know about that. Since he became the leader, he has been in control of everything. I have no power whatsoever. And he was also responsible for meeting with the past leaders and their wives, and for meeting the Holy Spirit of the elves." "So." Lin Juan looked at the beautiful white-haired elf in his arms thoughtfully. "Do you want to be the leader? Isn't it possible?" Carolina's red eyes flashed with desire for power. "Sure." Lin Juan smiled. There is no conflict between religion and country. When Lin Juan heard that this elf island was ruled by a religion, he considered whether to set up another religious organization to help Romeia manage the country. After all, this sky island was too big. Of course, the prerequisite for this kind of thing is that there is an elf here that satisfies him. And Carolina obviously fits the bill. Pinching Carolina's chin, Lin Juan started to make big promises for her. "If you behave to my satisfaction, after you kill your husband and that god of yours, I can help you rebuild an elven religion, and help me manage the elves together with Romeia." Listening to Lin Juan's explanation and the big cake, Carolina's eyes lit up with excitement. She waited for more than 900 years. Could it be that they want the next holy son and holy daughter to take over and spend their old age in some kingdom of God? However, Carolina was not carried away by the promises made by Lin Juan. Instead, she quickly calmed down and snuggled in Lin Juan's arms. "So what are you going to do? Any ideas?" Lin Juan asked. "If you have enough strength, you can do it directly." But what?" Looking at Carolina, who was hesitant to speak, Lin Juan tightened his arms around her waist. "Just tell me directly." Carolina hesitated for a moment and said, "If you are willing to believe me, my lord, I have a better plan." Having said that, Carolina just looked at him and said nothing more. I felt a little uneasy. To be honest, in the current situation, she didn't think she was trustworthy, even though her relationship with Lin Jian had severed the relationship between her and Haint that had ended long ago. However, she would not be excluded from the possibility of dedicating herself to religion and delaying the process. While looking at Carolina's anxious gaze, Lin Jian pinched her face. You are my woman, of course I will trust you. Speaking of, Lin Jian glanced at the panel prompts that he had just opened. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Law of Death. Reward 2, Elf Temple, orange quality. Reward 3, Book of Faith, white quality. The laws of death are simple to understand. The Elven Temple is a special type of building. It can absorb the power of faith and enhance the strength and foundation of the god being worshipped. When Lin Jian saw this prop, he thought of Nimue. This thing would be absolutely suitable for an Miao. Thinking about this, Lin Jian looked at Reward 3 with curiosity. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had seen white quality items in the rewards for Lord of Life. Was there white quality at the beginning? Just a quick look. Lin Jian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Book of Faith. Just as the name suggests. It's about the power of faith. Its specific function is to absorb the power of faith gathered on the owner. If you simply rely on attraction to gain power, it may become very strong for a short time. But whether in China or abroad, the power of faith will weaken as it weakens. But if you own this book, it can absorb the power of faith that should have been absorbed by the owner. Then, the owner can rely on the Book of Faith. Use harmless energy absorbed from the Book of Faith to improve your own strength. It also includes improving one's own and others' qualifications, bloodlines, potential, etc. It can also improve the grade of items, and it can also consume the power of faith to increase one's strength rapidly in a short period of time. The quality of this book will also increase as it absorbs more power of faith. Looking at this prop, Lin Jian's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Originally it was just a random idea to create a religion for fun, but after seeing this prop, it became a firm idea. Directly choose to receive this reward. Look at Carolina. Lin Jian smiled and added, Before you betrayed me. Carolina's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion that she couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. She took the initiative to hug Lin Jian and gave him a passionate kiss. She breathed slightly and looked at him with eyes full of affection. He slowly explained his plan. The next day, when Hollis brought a group of elf messengers to the hall on the Qingming cloud boat. Just see it. Their leader's wife, Carolina, was nestling in the arms of Lin Jian, who was sitting on the throne. See this scene? Horace was in a very calm mood. When he came, he already knew that his leader's wife was destined to fall into Lin Jian's clutches, but he was very calm when he saw this scene. If you are slept with, then you are slept with. Carolina is not her wife. Haint is not his father either. At most, he sighed in his heart, thinking that a flower was stuck in cow dung, and why that pile of cow dung was not his own, and then Hollis calmed down. A look of humiliation appeared on his face. Not much, but not less. He didn't want to be killed for pretending too much like that idiot yesterday. We have completed your request. I wonder if you can have a good talk with us now? Lin Jian did not answer. After yawning lazily, he patted Carolina's buttocks wrapped in her white robe in front of them. Carolina gave Lin Jian a charming smile that was very unfamiliar to Hollis and the others. Then stood up. Walked towards Hollis and the others. Lady Carolina? Horace was a little confused. Carolina in front of him seemed a little unfamiliar to him. Is this still the harmless leader's wife who can be ignored even by the Son of God and the elders of the church? Carolina came to Horace with a smile. With a wave of his hand. Sudden. A miserable howl sounded behind him. Hollis turned his head immediately, and was shocked to see what happened behind him. I only saw the elf messengers behind me. His body was broken into 2 pieces, and he was wailing in pain on the ground. The strength of the elf messengers sent here is not very strong. Except for him who is at the emperor level, the strongest is only at the middle king level. He can easily kill them in seconds. But the problem is the person who took action. It's Carolina? Chapter 255 Plan, Requirements. Hollis felt a chill running straight to the top of his head. The instinct of survival. He didn't even think about how Carolina suddenly changed from a harmless mascot leader's wife to what she is now. He only knew one thing. You have to survive. So. Plop. Hollis knelt directly on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. Please, please spare my life. I can do anything. Since Carolina killed everyone and left only herself. It's definitely not because of my strong ability. Because, although Carolina usually looks cowardly and honest, and can be bullied by anyone, she is, after all, a saint who was chosen based on her qualifications and strength. Although not as good as a leader, his strength is also at the 3rd level of the imperial rank. Only one step away from entering the middle stage of the imperial rank. Want to kill him? It's still an easy thing. Then things are simple. This is probably to make an example of someone else. Carolina and Lin Juan had something for me to do. Carolina looked at Horace, who was kneeling on the ground with his body prostrated before him, and a smile of contempt, mockery, and a bit of morbid excitement appeared on the corner of her mouth. More than 900 years. She has been enduring this bunch of rubbish for more than 900 years. Finally. Look, master. Carolina turned around and looked at Lin Juan with a charming and obsessed smile on her face. I just said his bones were soft. Lin Juan smiled and did not answer. He raised his hand, activated the law of blood, and a blood arrow condensed out of thin air. Shoot towards Horace. The blood arrow pierced Hollis' body, and the blood merged into his own blood, corroding his limbs and bones, but Hollis just groaned without any resistance. Still kneeling on the ground. He knows. With my own strength, resistance is useless. Whether it is Lin Juan or Carolina, they can kill me like killing a chicken. The only chance to survive is to show your loyalty. And after completely controlling Horace, Lin Juan just said, lightly. I leave it to you. Carolina smiled charmingly. Then. He looked down at Horace, who was still prostrating himself, and said with a smile, Do you want to live? I will definitely listen to you and do whatever you tell me to do. Horace hastened to express his loyalty. Very good. I have something for you to do. Not long after. Holy Religion. Main Hall. Richie was already sitting where Carolina had been. Now. He was frowning deeply, looking at Horace who had just returned from the Qingming cloud boat. What did you say? Reporting to the Holy Sun, he said he wants to see Helen before tonight. No! Richie wasn't finished yet. A young male elf in the hall stood up with an indignant look on his face. Sir, the Holy Sun. This person is greedy. We can no longer agree to this person's conditions. Richie didn't answer. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at a handsome middle-aged male elf on the other side. Elder Kirk, what do you think? Helen has many identities. The second most beautiful lady among the younger generation of the Holy City, second only to Dephelia. Saint Substitute. The only daughter of Elder Cook. She is also the fiancée of the young male elf who just stood up. Of course none of this matters. Kirk was naturally unwilling to hand over his daughter, but Richie had already put the message into his hands. Although it is an inquiry. But Richie didn't refuse directly, but asked him. Then the meaning is very clear. The leader's wife has already sacrificed herself for the sake of the Holy Church. Is your daughter, Cork, more noble than the leader's wife? Cork lowered his head, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. For the sake of the Holy Church. We can't go on like this. Holy Church, the meeting hall. A burly middle-aged elf said angrily. During this period of time, almost 60% of the territory outside has fallen. If this continues, the entire island will become that human's territory. So what do you say we should do? An elf elder with white hair and beard sneered and said, If you think you can do it, you can take people to kill him. Then you will be a hero of our holy church. What a brainless idiot. At least it's better than a guy like you who sells his daughter for fame. What did you say? This old man is doing this for the greater good of the Holy Church. At least we have managed to hold him back for more than 3 months. If we had done as you said, our holy city would have been finished a month ago. You've already given up before the fight even started. Our holy church has ended up like this because of people like you. You. The argument was getting more and more intense. Richie just frowned and fell into thought. During these 3 months, Lin Jian would send people to ask for women every once in a while. Except for Dephilia, all the famous beauties of the younger generation in the holy city were sent to his cloud boat. However, the result was quite good. He did not expect that it could actually last for more than 3 months. Richie couldn't quite figure out what the other party was thinking. Could it be that the other side exploded under specific circumstances, or did not have the confidence to fight a decisive battle with them and wanted to delay time, waiting until his subordinates conquered all the territories around Sky Island before fighting a decisive battle? But it doesn't matter anymore. The only problem is that the leader hasn't come out yet. When the two sides were arguing for a while, Richie was about to speak up to mediate. A figure walked quickly into the hall. It was Horace. When they saw it was him, the hall fell silent for a moment. The elves who had already sent their daughters and nieces onto the cloud boat looked at the other elves with gloating eyes, while the elves who still had beautiful daughters and nieces held their breath and looked nervous. Just say it. Richie didn't ask this time, but asked directly in a somewhat helpless tone. Who does he want now? Over the past few months, every time Horace came down from the cloud boat, he would bring Lin Jian's request for a young female elf, and he would take away a female elf almost every 3 to 5 days. They are all used to it. But this time, Hollis looked at Richie in silence. His hesitant expression made Richie's heart skip a beat. Could it be? Report to the Holy Sun. This time, what he wants is... Lady Saint? Chapter 256, Pushing the Limits. The moment I heard the words, Richie stood up uncontrollably. His face was full of anger. What did you say? But after speaking, Richie suddenly realized something was wrong. Logically speaking, at this time there should be many elves who are indignant and speak up for him. But no elf spoke at this moment. Richie took a quick glance and his heart skipped a beat. All the elves in the hall were looking at him with subtle eyes, no matter if they were him or his subordinates. Fell into a trap? Richie's expression was stiff, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. No wonder Dephilia is clearly the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of the Holy Church. But Lin Jian never wanted her. At first he thought that Lin Jian didn't want to completely break up with him, but he didn't expect that he was still waiting for him here. Before, when giving away someone else's daughter or fiancé, they all said things like, "It's for the elves." Now that it's my turn, what if I suddenly refuse and say I want to fight to the death with Lin Jian? Could they possibly agree? Even if they agree, can I do it? The reason why he was not worried about the old leader's revenge later, and the reason why he could ignore Carolina, the leader's wife, was because the old leader only cared about improving the strength when he delegated power and did not care about the affairs within the sect at all. He was able to win over almost all the powerful people in the church. Even if the old leader gets angry with him because of Carolina, he is sure that the old leader can't do anything to him. After all, he does not just represent himself. But if I dare to refuse now, how will these elves look at me? Will they still support me like before? Lin Jian, you are so vicious! Dephilia! My Dephilia! His fingertips pierced his palm, and Richie almost wanted to tear Lin Jian into pieces. But in silence, Richie still sat on the throne. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress his trembling voice, and said coldly, "Go and talk to her about this. Holy Sun, great righteousness." Dephilia was looking at the scenery in the garden at this time. Also looking at the cloud boat in the sky. Ever since her mother left the holy church and boarded the cloud boat, she had not gone to the hall to participate in meetings, and after hearing Horace say that Lin Jian wanted to see her, lead the way, I followed Hollis all the way to the cloud boat. Just arrived on deck. A beautiful elf with outstanding appearance and the charm of a young woman came forward. It's Defelia who's here. Defelia was stunned when she saw the elf. Helen? The female elf who came had long blue hair and a warm smile on her face. It was Helen, the female elf who Lin Jian wanted to leave at the beginning, and who failed to compete with him for the position of saint. Haven't seen you for a long time. Helen hugged Defelia's arm passionately. Come with me, the master and Lady Carolina are eager to see you. Defelia was not used to Helen's enthusiasm. However, when she heard her mother's name, Defelia followed her into the cloud boat. After walking for a while, we met many young, beautiful and coolly dressed female elves along the way. Just as the rumors said, there was not even a single man to be seen in the huge cloud boat. Follow Helen to a hall. The female elf guarding the door opened it. A wave of hot air hit my face, and there was the sound of women chattering, laughing and playing. This is a bathroom. But it was very large, more like a palace, with all kinds of public baths available and not. Defelia could see many beautiful elves and women either soaking in the bath or sitting on chairs laughing and playing. Defelia followed Helen to the deepest part. Just see it. A man was sitting inside, with a beautiful white-haired woman with a sweet smile nestled in his arms. It was his mother Carolina. Mother! Looking at her daughter, Carolina also smiled. Lomifia, come here quickly! Defelia looked at her mother who was waving at her, then looked at Lin Jian who was holding her mother in his arms. After hesitating for a moment, she finally walked into the bathtub. Mother and daughter hugged each other. Lin Jian did not disturb the moment of reunion between mother and daughter. Although he was very excited, he was already on the cloud boat and could be excited at any time. While looking at this mother and daughter pair, Lin Jian felt a delicate body snuggling into his arms. He looked down and saw that Helen had taken the place that Carolina had just occupied. Owner! Looking at Helen who was looking at him eagerly. Lin Jian pinched her chin amusedly and teased. Didn't you want to die before? When Helen first arrived, she wasn't as cooperative as Carolina. Instead, they looked like the female elves he met when he first went to the elf forest. She was desperate and looked down on him as a human being. But now... Hate it, master, Helen said coquettishly. I was young and ignorant at that time. You still don't know the master's greatness or bigness. Listening to Helen's deliberate emphasis and pauses on the greatness, as well as that charming expression, Lin Jian found it more and more funny. Crash. Lin Jian didn't bother with Helen and left the bathtub. He came to the side, lay down on a recliner, and let Helen do what she wanted. The Book of Faith appeared in his hand. At this moment, the Book of Faith, which was white and looked like an ordinary book before, has begun to glow with a light golden glow, and the power of faith is flowing through its main body. This period of time. While he was watching the elves in the holy city hiding in their shells, his men were conquering cities and territories on Sky Island without hindrance, and were instructed to build churches in both their original territories and the territories they had just conquered. The God that the church believes in. It's him. Although it has just been established, the religious body has not yet been decided and is still in its infancy, so there are very few believers and almost no truly devout believers. But the quantity is too large. Even if each person only contributed a little, with such a huge foundation, the Book of Faith was elevated to the purple level. The benefits of the power of faith are also real. If he were to consume the power of faith to increase his strength, he could burst out with the strength of a mid-level emperor in a short period of time. Thinking about. While Lin Jian was touching Helen's head, his eyes fell on Carolina and Defelia who were whispering over there, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The elves wanted to delay time. But he also wanted to delay time. Wait. It's better to wait until the Book of Faith reaches gold then. The island is all his. Chapter 257, The Secret of the Holy Church, Carolina's Suspicion. And just as Lin Jian was playing with the Book of Faith, when the power of faith is infused into the sensible Helen, Carolina pulled Defelia over. I have something I want to talk to you about. What's up? About the Holy Spirit of the elves and the leader. Carolina paused, looking at Lin Jian who was concentrating on educating believers. Then he said respectfully, I suspect that Haint is no longer himself. Oh? Lin Juan then raised his eyebrows and looked at Carolina curiously. What's the meaning? You know, our holy church changes leadership every 1,000 years. The old leader and his wife went to the kingdom of God, and the son and daughter took their places. But over the years, only the leader has gone to the kingdom of God to meet with the emperor. So what? Lin Juan's tone remained indifferent. This matter can be said in a big or small way. When you grow up, you can come up with a lot of conspiracy theories. But it's too small. The kingdom of God is so good, just like Nimue's kingdom of God and her elves. Who would want to leave once they enter the kingdom of God? Carolina said slowly. The person who first suspected this matter was actually Haint. Mother? Defelia looked at her mother in surprise. Lin Juan also put away his nonchalant expression and looked at Carolina with interest. Continue. Haint's uncle was the previous leader of the Holy Church. His father died early. He died in an accident when his uncle was still the Holy Son. His uncle had a good relationship with his father, so he adopted the orphaned Haint. After a pause, Carolina added, The Holy Son and Holy Daughter cannot be united before they take over the positions of the Hierophant and the Hierophant's wife. Even, they say it's to ensure purity. The Holy Son and the Holy Daughter should have as little contact as possible, and should not be together except in necessary public places. So, Haint is the only son of the Holy Son since the founding of the Holy Church. After I became a saint, Haint often comes to see me secretly. I didn't care at first, but one day he suddenly said to me with a serious face, It's changed since his uncle became the leader. He suspected that the kingdom of God and the Holy Spirit of the spirits were all a scam, and that the previous leaders and their wives were all dead. But I didn't care at that time. It didn't make any difference to me. I just thought Haint was overthinking it until... Carolina took a deep breath, but a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. That was the day before Haint became the leader. After becoming the leader of a cult, each generation of holy sons will be led by the previous leader to the kingdom of God to meet the Holy Spirit of the Spirit. Because he always felt that his uncle was possessed by someone else. I'm also worried that I'll be possessed by someone else by then. So I have been studying magic related to the soul. Before leaving, Haint used a secret technique to seal a part of my memory that only he and I knew, and told me that if anything unexpected happened inside, he would delete this part of my memory. Then, Carolina was silent for a long time when she finished speaking. Because of fear. The body was already shaking slightly. At this time, even if Helen did not do anything else, everyone had already guessed what would happen next. Lin Juan stood up and gently held Carolina in his arms. After a while, Carolina took a deep breath and said in a slightly trembling voice, When he comes back, he will be no different from before. But he has forgotten all those things. And moreover, he looks no different than usual. But probably because he used to come to me privately when he was the Son of God, when I looked at him, there was a voice in my head that spoke to me. He is no longer himself. Carolina finished. Helen just felt cold all over. And Dephelia's body was trembling slightly as if she were in the scene herself. She looked at her mother with shock and realization in her eyes. No wonder. I had always wondered why my mother, the leader's wife, was so cowardly. It would be fine if he didn't fight for power with his father who was obsessed with becoming stronger, and had cold feelings. Even when the other party gave up power, he actually watched Richie, the son of God, seize power. At the beginning, when she was competing for the position of saint. He even helped Helen when she couldn't help but question her. I also told her, you'll know later. Is that so? I see. After listening to Carolina's story, Lin Juan also felt a little cold. If Carolina's story is true, that holy elf god, and the leader of the holy religion, there must be a big problem. But Lin Juan wasn't quite sure what the problem was. After the situation here stabilized, Cecilia was sent to the periphery to capture cities and territories. He had no way to ask Nimi now. But on the surface, as a man, Lin Juan remained calm and comforted the frightened Carolina. Stop crying. It's not already gone. I'm here. Lin Juan comforted Carolina gently, and soon Carolina's emotions stabilized. A woman who could live with a monster of unknown existence that had occupied her husband's body for more than 900 years was certainly not a cowardly person. She got up from his arms, wiped her tears, and smiled at Lin Juan. I'm fine. Let's talk business. I have told you everything I know. What are your plans? Lin Juan pondered for a moment, and looked at Carolina seriously. Can I trust you? Carolina didn't answer, but fell into his arms again and hugged him tightly. Lin Juan put one hand around Carolina's slender waist. He waved to the other women. Seeing this, Helen immediately grabbed Dephelia's hand and took her out of the bathhouse. The other women who were watching from a distance also left the bathhouse. In the bathhouse that was filled with laughter just now only Lin Juan and Carolina are left. Lin Juan also put his arms around Carolina's slender waist. I told her about my talent and the art of faith. Chapter 258, Glorious Statue, Law of Life and Death. These are not actually secretive things. Almost all his women know this. Even outsiders, if they carefully observe his experiences, can guess the power of his gift of the Lord of Life. However, during this period of delaying time, especially after learning that the elf Holy Spirit did not seem as normal as Nimue, and might be some strange thing. This is not something that can be said casually. After listening to Lin Juan talking about the abilities bestowed by the Lord of Life, he felt a little enlightened. No wonder Lin Juan's strength improved so quickly. The Sky Island had just appeared, and the other party actually brought people directly to the Holy City. No wonder he alone could kill so many powerful royal elves who were besieging him. After all, he possesses so many powerful equipment, plus so many S-level talents. His combat effectiveness cannot be simply described by rank. After hearing about the power of the Book of Faith, Carolina's beautiful eyes radiated a strange light. She was originally involved in religion. The Book of Faith is undoubtedly a divine weapon to her. I originally wanted to wait until the Book of Faith's grade was upgraded to gold. When the time comes, it's not too late to take action against them. But now, after knowing that the Holy Elf Spirit might be some strange thing, even Lin Juan, who was used to life and death and had experienced countless battles, felt a little scared. He was not worried about facing a strong man, but any normal person would feel uncomfortable facing such an extremely strange thing. So, it's better to be faster if possible. I will appoint you Pope of the state religion. Your mission is to help me collect faith as quickly as possible. Can you do that? Lin Juan held her face and looked at her. Most of the fear described earlier has disappeared. What remains in Carolina's eyes is mostly the excitement of gaining power, and the ambition for power she saw on Romeia, Miana and others' faces, and confidence. Please believe me. Owner. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Law of Life. Reward 2, Fountain of Life, Legendary Special Building. Reward 3, Sword of Grace, Legendary Weapon. Bedroom. Look at the system rewards that pop up again. Lin Juan let out a long sigh and gently touched the soft white hair of the dazed Dephilia in his arms. The beautiful woman just squinted her eyes and murmured. It has been more than a month since she arrived. This period of time. He still did the same as before, sending an elf to ask for a female elf every once in a while. Period. Cecilia also came over once. She discussed with Nimue about the Holy Spirit of the Holy Church, but in the end, they could not reach a conclusion after discussing it over and over again. After all, there are all kinds of things in the world, and there are too many similar abilities. There is too little information to really tell anything. Then, Lin Juan asked Carolina to handle the matter of establishing a state religion. Cecilia left again to speed up the attack process, to take over more territory of Sky Island as soon as possible, and to collect more believers for him. He himself continued to sit here and increased the time of offering sacrifices to the Lord of Life. During this period, 5 rewards were also collected. They were Dephilia this time, Helen's one time, and 3 other female elves whose names Lin Juan couldn't quite remember. Anyway, there was Dephilia, who had a special identity and extremely beautiful looks with white hair and red eyes to hedge against the special attacks of the Chinese. and Helen, who is also beautiful and sensible. Those other female elves who wanted to come over were just there to visit occasionally when they were interested after receiving a reward, or they were just there to flip the cards when they had a sudden whim. I'm really not interested in remembering the name, maybe I just said it accidentally when I was queuing up. Who knows? Lin Jian simply glanced at Helen's reward panel. The first reward was the Law of Death. Seeing this, Lin Jian did not hesitate anymore and directly received Helen's Law of Death and Dephilia's Law of Life. Then, he looked at the rewards given by the other 3 elves. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, a chance to merge the rules. Reward 2, glorious statue, legendary special construction blueprint. Reward 3, holy flame, legendary weapon. Originally, Lin Jian planned to choose reward 1. But after taking a casual glance at the remaining 2 rewards, Lin Jian became interested. The holy flame is easier to deal with. It is a great sword of light and fire elements that can burn the power of faith to exert greater power. Combined with the light and fire elements that he already possessed, it could be said to be a small magical weapon. The glorious statue construction drawings can be used to build a special church building called the glorious statue. The function of the statue is very simple, which is to subtly influence the people within the influence range of the statue and make them believe in the owner of the statue. Glancing at the materials needed for construction. Some rare materials are needed, but Lin Jian has a lot of these materials. With Cui Yisher as a businessman, Lin Jian now has so much money that only money is left. The only problem with mass production is that it takes a large amount of his statues, blood and essence to make one. Building one requires almost half of his blood and essence. However, this is not a big problem for him who possesses the Law of Blood. Relying on the Law of Blood and the Law of Life he had just acquired, he was fully capable of producing large quantities of essence and blood. I choose reward 3. After obtaining the manufacturing drawings, Lin Jian sent a message directly to the people around Carolina. Also included were the blueprints and a large amount of his blood and essence. After giving the order, Lin Jian looked at the female elf who took the opportunity to get promoted, whose name he didn't know, and then looked at the next 2 rewards. The remaining rewards are relatively ordinary, and Lin Jian chose 2 opportunities to merge the laws. Then, he directly used the opportunity to merge the laws. Fusion of the laws of life and death. However, the consumption was something Lin Jian had not expected. The fusion of the 2 laws not only consumed 2 opportunities for fusion of the laws, but also consumed the 7 opportunities for fusion of the laws that he had accumulated over the past year. It took him 10 opportunities to merge the laws. Congratulations, your understanding of the Law of Life and the Law of Death has deepened. I have realized the Law of Life and Death. Chapter 259, Understanding the Law, Life or Death. With the acquisition and integration of the laws of life and death, Lin Jian's aura was also rising steadily. With the complete integration of the Law of Life and the Law of Death, the increase in Lin Jian's aura gradually stopped, and finally stopped at the late 2nd level of the imperial rank. Feeling the changes in himself, Lin Jian raised his hand. 2 balls of energy appeared on his hands like Tai Chi. A lively group. There was dead silence. Life, death. Feeling the changes brought about by these 2 intertwined energies that symbolize the original energy of human life, Lin Jian frowned slightly. Separately or together, the Law of Life and the Law of Death are strong. The former is more inclined towards healing and strengthening. The latter tends to be destructive and corrosive. The Law of Life and Death formed by the fusion of the 2 has enhanced the advantages of each. Although it is not yet possible to revive the dead or turn bones into flesh, both the healing and destructive abilities have been greatly improved. This is the strength that this law increases on the body. It is not inferior to the increase of the 5 directions and 5 elements law. But it seems that's all? Just as Lin Jian was thinking, he suddenly felt something and his attention was diverted for a moment. Then I saw a system reward box pop up in front of me. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1. A chance to comprehend the law. Reward 2. Liang Hall, legendary special building. Reward 3. Sun and Moon armor, legendary equipment. Lin Jian looked at the system reward panel in surprise, then looked at the female elf beside him. After a moment of silence, Lin Jian asked, "What's your name?" "AI Irene." "Good." Lin Jian touched the head of the female elf and said, "From now on, you will be the housekeeper of my cloud boat." The first housekeeper was Yuing, and as his power gradually expanded, he had long since turned to follow Cui Yishe and was responsible for the development and construction of his territory. After returning to the manor, Yuing and Cui Yishe did not arrange a housekeeper for him. Gu Yiru was equivalent to the housekeeper of the manor, and Yuing and Cui Yishe always liked to take part-time jobs as a housekeeper in their spare time. But it doesn't matter whether this position exists or not. But it is rare for Lin Jian to have such good luck. Hearing this, Irene, who had been looking tired and confused, suddenly woke up with a look of surprise on her face. The female elves and women except Helen and Dephilia looked at her with envy. Although they are all Lin Jian's women. But the difference is huge. Not to mention holding any position beside him, even being remembered by him was a problem. After having offspring, most of them were placed in the manor and raised, but this female elf named Irene could obviously be said to have soared to the sky. Lin Jian didn't care about her surprise and the envy of other elves. As the number of women increases, he also gradually understood Liu Bei's words. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. He didn't quite understand the former, but the latter. Cui Yishe, Gu Yiru and Cecilia were obviously not applicable to this sentence, but there were so many female elves and women left, the number was less than 3,000, and he felt a little numb. Look directly at the system's rewards. Liang Hall is a special building that harmonizes yin and yang. It is not limited to yin and yang, life and death, fire and water and all other opposing attributes. It can reconcile all of them. It can reconcile both the illusion and the people with opposing attributes who practice in it. At the same time, the efficiency of practicing yin and yang dual cultivation will also be greatly increased. The sun and moon armor has 2 forms. It can display 2 different forms under the shining of the sun and the moon, and its combat effectiveness will be improved to a certain extent. Liangyi Palace looks pretty good, huh? Lin Jian muttered and looked at Reward 1. Comprehension of the law. This was the first time he had seen this term. After reading it carefully for a while, Lin Jian understood the meaning. Simply put, it is the ability to gain a deep understanding of a law that has already been mastered. After using this ability on a certain law, you may be able to comprehend related skills, talents, fields, and other different abilities. After hesitating for a while between Reward 1 and Reward 2, Lin Jian finally made a choice. I choose Reward 1. The Liangyi Hall looks pretty good. But he has no territory where the 2 attributes conflict to place it. Second, he did not rely on dual cultivation to improve his strength. Even though he is an expert in this, he can't just take his people to the Liangyi Hall to sleep every time something like this happens. What's the difference between that and punching in for work? He can't live in Liangyi Palace forever. Moreover, after listening to Carolina's stories about the Holy Spirit of Elves and the Holy Church's leader, Lin Jian always felt a little uneasy and wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. The Liangyi Hall is obviously of no use in improving strength. With the reward selected, Lin Jian hesitated for a while, and finally used the opportunity of comprehending the laws on the laws of life and death he had just obtained. Suddenly, Lin Jian felt a mysterious feeling emerging in his mind. It was like an epiphany. In an instant, many details about the law of life and death that he did not understand seemed to be understood all at once, as if his IQ in this area had increased several times. The laws of life and death are an extreme activity within the body. You have realized the power. Life or death. Power? Another new word. Lin Jian checked the system panel with great interest. Power. It is an existence above skills, an ability born from the power of laws concentrated to the extreme. The power of life or death contains life and death. Under normal circumstances, the default use of this power is life, which will spread vitality and turn into a spring breeze to heal all the animals and plants it covers, even if they are seriously injured and dying with only a skeleton left, as long as they are still alive. You can save the other person from the hands of death. To reverse the power is death. The cold, deathly air will spread across the earth, freezing all life. It seems not bad? Chapter 260 Changes Suwon. Time flies. More than half a month passed. Lin Jian rested his head on Helen's legs, and she used her soft and boneless little hands to massage Lin Jian. A beautiful human girl was kneeling on the ground, reporting softly to Lin Jian what had happened outside during this period. Lady Cecilia. Defelia has gone to find her mother. During this period of time, he has been working, but unfortunately, the Lord of Life did not seem satisfied with his work results, and did not give him any rewards. But Cecilia, Shimengao, and the others have almost taken over Sky Island. 90% of the territory has fallen into his hands. The reason why it was so easy was because of the problem with the composition of the Holy Church. They gathered all their high-end combat forces in the Holy City, although this would effectively prevent them from being defeated one by one. But it also brings a serious problem. The strongest one out there is only at the king level, there isn't even an emperor level one. In this situation, Lin Jian came directly to guard the gate, which resulted in the Holy City being completely isolated from the outside world. And the elves outside are not Shimengao at all if they are of the same level. As well as being a genius of the Nimue lineage elves, she also wields a legendary weapon that is perfectly suited to her, and carries their god Nimue with her. Although there are no top combat forces left. But since the Sea Tower incident, he has too many high-end combat forces under his command. Almost half of the top female evolvers in the ocean survival world ran to him. To be precise, it should be Cui Yishi's subordinates. Even in the battlefield where Shimengao and Cecilia were not there, a bunch of S-level talented evolvers rushed up and few elves could withstand it. As for the church, Carolina's 900 years as the patriarch's wife were not in vain. The action capability is very good, and the church is almost ready now. The name of the religion is called Life Church, and the believer is Lin Jian, the Son of Life. In fact, Lin Jian originally wanted to set up a religion like the Glorious Church, or the Dark Church, for fun, and his own identity would be the God of Light or the God of Darkness. Anyway, he also has the laws of light and darkness. But later, after discussing with Carolina, Cui Yishi and others, they took into account that a god of light or a god of darkness might appear in the future. Not very safe. But the Church of Life is different. Everyone knows that the Master of Life is his mother. During this period, his statues began to be produced in an orderly manner and placed in churches in various places. The system was used to build churches at a very fast speed. During this period, the speed of collecting the power of faith has increased visibly. The Book of Faith has turned a dark purple. Watching Lin Jian take out the Book of Life, Suwon said respectfully, "The cathedral in the Calitrin area has been built. Pope, Lady Carolina will personally convene a religious conference tomorrow morning." Lin Jian nodded slightly in satisfaction. If it's almost the same, then the Book of Faith can be advanced tomorrow? Thinking about it, Lin Jian looked at Suwon. She was sent by Cui Yishi personally. I heard that like Jiangqinga, she is the daughter of one of Cui Yishi's business partners. They knew each other before coming to the ocean survival world. But unlike Jiangqinga, her background is not as impressive as Jiangqinga's, but she is a well-behaved, rich and beautiful girl. Although there is an age difference of almost 10 years. In addition, due to various reasons, his relationship with Cui Yishi is not as good as his relationship with Jiangqinga, but they are still acquaintances, and Suwon can be considered a small fan of Cui Yishi. And Cui Yishi is clearly a pragmatist. After all, Suwon's looks are there, but her abilities are. Although she was still in college, as an only child, she had already partially participated in the family company's work when she was in high school. Then during this period of time, I heard that there was no one around Lin Jian. So Suwon was sent over. Lin Jian even wondered if his place had become a transit station for them to get promoted. Whenever Cui Yishi and Yuing wanted to promote a woman, they would send her to be his nanny for a while. But for the woman Suwon, Lin Jian was still very satisfied. He has a lot of beautiful women now, and quite a few are stunningly beautiful, but this woman is young while being stunningly beautiful, and while young, she also has an extremely pure first love face. She also has a very good figure. In terms of personality, she is like a young girl version of Gu-Yiru. Pure and fragile. Of course, this fair, rich and beautiful girl definitely can't be as naive as the real Gu-Yiru, but she has been pretending like this all the time, or she is listening to Cui Yishi's advice. She knows that he likes Gu-Yiru the most, so she pretends to be like Gu-Yiru. Who cares? Lin Juan doesn't care anyway. He didn't listen to much of what followed, as it was just Su Wan talking. And he just stared at Su Wan in Helen's envious and jealous eyes. My teeth are about to break. What a fucking tea. How can there be such a tea-loving woman in this world? After being stared at by Lin Juan to the end, Su Wan's fair little face had turned red, and even her crystal clear and delicate earlobes were stained red with shame. She glanced at Lin Juan with shyness and just the right amount of annoyance in her beautiful eyes, then lowered her head, and her jelly-pink cherry lips trembled slightly. Don't look at me like that, okay, master. Tisk. Although I know this woman is pretending. After all, it was understandable that Su Wan was so shy at the beginning. After all, no matter whether she had a boyfriend before or not, this was her first time. But now he has slept with her for more than half a month. But he can't help liking it. Damn hormones. Damn kidneys. Damn second brother. You guys have really screwed me over. Gu Qing cursed inwardly, then stood up, and while Su Wan was shouting in panic, he carried her on his shoulders and strode towards the bedroom. Chapter 261, Book of Faith Advancement, So Lal. The next day. Early morning. Lin Juan was awakened by a burst of golden light. I opened my eyes blearily. Lin Juan saw that the Book of Faith that he had placed on the bedside table last night was emitting a strong power of faith, and under the power of faith, the deep purple light gradually turned into golden light. Lin Juan picked up the Book of Faith and watched his changes. Helen, Su Wan and other girls beside him also woke up and looked at the situation in silence. As time went by, the deep purple light on the Book of Faith completely disappeared, and was replaced by a dazzling light golden light. Congratulations, Master, your strength has improved further. And at this time, Su Wan was the first to crawl over and threw herself into Lin Juan's arms. The look in his eyes when he looked at Gu Qin was full of admiration. Master, you are so awesome! See this scene? Helen couldn't help but feel annoyed and secretly cursed this green tea bitch for her quick reaction. Then she crawled over and hugged Lin Juan's empty arm. And other women and female elves? They can only watch with envy from the sidelines, and if there is an empty seat they dare to go up and act coquettishly. But now, it was occupied by Su Wan and Helen, and they didn't dare to compete with them. They could only watch from the side. Lin Juan smiled at them and touched Su Wan's long black hair. Only then did he look at the Book of Faith, and the first thing he checked was the most important thing for him at the moment, which was the improvement of his combat power in a short period of time. The Golden Quality Book of Faith can increase his strength from the late 2nd level of the Imperial rank to the 6th level of the Imperial rank. It's still midterm. Lin Juan simply used the Book of Faith directly. Infuse the purified power of faith into your body. After being purified by the Book of Faith, the toxicity of the power of faith, which was both delicious and implicitly poisonous, has been eliminated. Although a large amount of the power of faith was wasted, it is clean and safe enough. And the strength that was previously improved with the acquisition of the laws. Improve again. Royal Level 2 complete, Royal Level 3, Royal Level 3 early stage, Royal Level 3 middle stage, Royal Level 3 late stage. Promoted to this. Gu Qin stopped activating the Book of Faith. Pity. The power of faith is a little less. Improved to a higher level. Most of the power of faith accumulated during this period of time will be consumed. As for the remaining Lin Juan, he didn't know whether he could improve his strength to the middle stage of the Imperial level, but he had to leave enough power of faith to provide him with a burst of strength. But it's not bad. It was the first time that Lin Juan used the Book of Faith, and he was very satisfied with its effects. Over the past half year, my strength has been improved to a certain level. It sounds normal, but even for the geniuses among the elves such as Cecilia, Carolina, and Haint, it is common for them to be stuck in one layer for dozens or hundreds of years. And he only needed a few months. He doesn't have to do anything, just wait for his believers to collect the power of faith for him, and then use it. No wonder everyone knows that incense is poisonous. So many gods still rely on incense and worship. This thing is really not something that ordinary people can bear. After putting away the Book of Faith, Lin Jiuan gently touched Su Wan's little head and his eyes fell on the system panel. He remembered that there was a system prompt last night. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Soul Law. Reward 2, Mind Detection Device Manufacturing Drawing, Rare Level Manufacturing Drawing. Reward 3, Spirit Guardian, Legendary Accessory. The mind-detecting device is somewhat similar to the statue of a deity. They all need his essence and blood. After manufacturing, once those targets who are hostile to him enter the detection range, they will be detected by this device. The Spirit Guardian is a necklace that can block most mental attacks. I choose Reward 1. As rewards are obtained, I feel the mysterious laws of the soul in my mind. Lin Jiuan frowned slightly. It seems a bit ordinary. The law of the soul is not as powerful as Shi Mingyao's law of the mind. In Lin Jiuan's feelings, my understanding of the soul has deepened, and my spirit has obviously improved. With the increase of mental power, my magic power has also increased. My combat power has definitely improved significantly, but my strength is still at the 3rd level of the imperial rank. But Gu Chen's mind moved, and he picked up the Book of Faith. Then I found out. The power of faith that he was able to mobilize was obviously more concentrated. The strength that could be burst out in a short period of time had increased from the initial 6th level of the imperial rank to the late imperial rank. Although it was only the initial 7th level of the late imperial rank, it was still a world of difference from before. And the ability to control other laws has also become stronger. Lin Jiuan raised his hand. A ball of flame appeared in his hand and transformed into a little man dancing. Whether it is the control of details, the power that can be exerted under the same magic power, or the maximum output efficiency, they have all been greatly improved. It seems not bad? Lin Jiuan thought. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the numerous buildings and fall upon the holy city below. Do you want to start now? Or? Thinking about it, Lin Jiuan gently patted Su Wan's beautiful back. All right. Prepare my clothes. I need to go out for a while. Yes, Master. Chapter 262, Holy Haint Blood / The Holy City of Elves. The place where underground spiritual veins converge. There was no place where any light could shine in, but it was filled with faint blue flames. A large blue tree stood quietly in the center of the whole. Haint sat cross-legged in the center, his body completely wrapped by the countless blue vines that stretched out from the tree like tentacles, his face struggling and twisted. Except for him. Dozens of beautiful and powerful female elves stood around and looked at him. However, what was somewhat strange was that these female elves had no expression on their faces, and there was no trace of life in their eyes, as if they had no self-awareness, and they just stood there stiffly looking at Haint. And in the center of those female elves stood a middle-aged male elf. Haint, my child, what are you resisting? The voice of the middle-aged male elf was extremely majestic, yet full of kindness and confusion. With all the seniors, and your mother. Return to the embrace of the Holy Spirit. Haint raised his head and looked at the middle-aged male elf wearing the Pope's robe, who was also his adoptive father, and the former leader of the Holy Church, Vic. His handsome face became extremely hideous. Damn you, bastard! Do you think you can deceive me by using my father's face? The kindness on Vic's face disappeared, replaced by the same expressionless look as those female elves. Then, a blue vine suddenly inserted into Vic's body. Just like a straw, the vines continued to absorb something from Vic's body, and Vic's body gradually became shriveled. Until the last bite, Vic was simply sucked into the vines and disappeared. What's the point of struggling? A female elf with blonde hair, blue eyes, beautiful face, noble temperament, and wearing a red papal robe spoke in a calm voice with a blank expression. That was his adoptive mother, Vic's wife, Veronica. You won't last much longer. It is better to become one with my lord. You are very lucky. The trial field has been opened. This will be the last generation of inheritance. After that, my lord will conquer this trial field with you. You will become a god, and I, the saints of previous generations, will all become your women. Haint just grinned. With difficulty, he said, You are impatient, monster. Veronica didn't say anything else, just looked at him coldly. Haint seemed to have guessed something. Although his face was full of pain, he smiled happily. Let me think about it. You've been coming to me to talk nonsense more and more frequently recently. Obviously, if you give it some time, you can devour me. But you're in a hurry. Haha, I figured it out. Yes, the trial field is open. Are there any enemies here that you think can't be delayed any longer? Haint grinned in a ferocious and excited smile. Veronica was silent for a long time. But suddenly he laughed. With a wave of hand, a phantom appeared beside him. It was the scene in the Holy Church Hall. The Son of God Richie was sitting in the hall, but his wife Carolina and daughter Dephilia were missing. Your wife and daughter. They have all been captured by the enemies you mentioned. Are you going to watch them become playthings of the invaders? Veronica's voice was naturally alluring, as if it reached Hainter's mind directly. Those words seemed to become images in Haint's mind. His beautiful wife and lovely daughter were abused in various ways by the invaders. Become one with my lord. When the time comes, your wife and daughter will be saved, and they will become the most noble women in the world. Wife? Daughter? Haint laughed. You have controlled me for more than 900 years. Let my wife fear me, and my daughter hate me. You still have the nerve to talk to me about your wife and daughter? After saying that, without waiting for the other party to continue speaking, Haint grinned and said, Don't worry. Even if it means death, I will drag you to death with me. Veronica returned to her expressionless look, as if she had lost her soul, and was just about to speak after a while. Sudden. As if he sensed something. All the female elves turned their heads and looked towards the sky in the east at the same time, as if they were puppets being controlled by the group. Holy City, sky above. Lin Juan stood on the deck of the Qingming cloud boat. He lowered his head and looked at the holy city of elves where people were coming and going below. Owner. Su Wan followed closely beside him and whispered, Should we wait until Lady Cecilia and the others arrive before we take action? Lin Juan smiled without comment. Now except Aini. The strongest men under his command, Shi Mengyao and Cecilia, are at most the strongest fighters below the imperial rank. Even if they come, they will not affect the battle situation. There's no need to delay any longer. Thinking of this, Lin Juan took a step forward, urging the law of wind to walk in the void on the wind, and came to the sky above the holy city of elves. Below, the people in the city defense formation seemed to have noticed something strange in the sky, and they all raised their heads to look at Lin Juan in the sky. Lin Juan raised his hand and clenched it. The Shura blood blade appeared in his hand. The Book of Faith activated countless powers of faith and poured into the body. Lin Juan's strength instantly soared to the late imperial level. And under the blessing of all the laws including the 5 elements and 5 methods, the law of life and death, Lin Juan's aura surged again. And just when he reached the peak, Lin Juan activated the law of blood. Clang! The Shura blood blade in his hand made a sound of sword sound. Bright red light filled the blade, covering the sky and the sun. Cut it down with one knife. The blood-colored blade energy slashed towards the holy city of elves like a huge sun. The city defense formation flickered with light, but it only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered. The bloody sword energy continued to sweep across the earth and slashed at the street in front of the holy church. Boom! The earth shook and the air was filled with smoke. In the holy church, powerful auras emerged one after another in every area of the holy city, and dozens of powerful elves suddenly appeared in the holy church. Each of them is of royal rank. Richie stared at Lin Juan coldly, with fear and anger in his eyes. Are you determined to fight us to the death? Lin Juan did not answer. He just lowered his head and looked at the smoke-filled area that he had created. Richie felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything else. He just looked at Lin Jian coldly, feeling a little scared. With one strike of the sword, he broke through the Holy Church's city defense formation. It is definitely the strength of the late Imperial level. Although there are many Emperor-level strongmen on their side, they are all in the early Emperor level, and there is not a single one in the middle Emperor level. For Lin Jian, it was just a matter of one knife strike. Similarly, although the other powerful elves looked at Lin Jian in shock and anger, due to the powerful fighting power the other party had just demonstrated, no one spoke for a while. And in this silence, the smoke dissipated. Lin Jian lowered his head and chuckled as if he saw something interesting. Richie and many other powerful elves lowered their heads curiously upon hearing this, and followed Lin Jian's gaze. When they saw the empty underground scenery under the street, their pupils shrank. Chapter 263 The Truth, Salvation. The street in front of the church. Lin Jian's knife cut a deep groove in the wound. Directly penetrate underground and kill at a distance of hundreds of meters. And below it is a large, deep cave. While they were still wondering, when did such a large hole appear under the holy city? They saw the scenery inside. Everyone was shocked. Lady Veronica? You are Lady Sheila? Several older elves couldn't help but speak when they saw Veronica and an equally stunning purple-haired beauty wearing a white papal robe beside her. The young elves who had never seen them. There was an uproar when hearing these two names. Veronica was the wife of the previous leader, and all the royal-level powerful men present knew her. Sheila was the wife of the leader and saint of the generation before Veronica. So, the identities of the female elves standing in a row and wearing papal robes are very clear. But why? Veronica and Sheila, the previous saints of their sect, looked at Lin Jian expressionlessly. Those deep eyes without a trace of emotion made them feel creepy even if they were just watching. How did these saints become like this? What about the past leaders? Master? What the hell is this? Two more exclamations were heard. The elves belatedly looked into the depths of the cave. Even more terrifying. In the center of the cave stood a huge tree emitting a strange blue light. Its roots were intertwined all around and seemed to cover the entire underground cave. And it is not far away. Haint. The current leader of the holy religion was currently being wrapped by countless dark blue roots. From his painful and struggling expression, anyone could tell that he was trapped by the strange giant tree. Several powerful elves who were loyal to him immediately rushed into the cave. Magic power surges. Frost, fire, wind blades, all kinds of magic hit the strange blue giant tree, but not only did it not cause any damage, but it also showed swallowing movements, as if it absorbed all the magic. And the next moment, countless dark blue vines emerged from the ground and pierced the bodies of the elves. Under the terrified gazes of all the elves, those powerful elves were sucked into mummies in the blink of an eye. You forced me to do this. The giant blue tree made an angry sound. He seems unhappy about being exposed now. It is neither the language of humans nor the language of elves. It was a language that sounded like mental fluctuations. Everyone felt dizzy when they heard it. By the time they came to their senses, countless vines had already emerged from the ground and tied them all up. For a moment, the entire holy city shook violently. Blue vines are sprouting from the ground everywhere. He caught one elf after another and devoured them all in an instant. Get lost! What kind of monster is this? Lord Holy Spirit, please save your believers! There were constant wails and screams. Under the dark blue branches, all the strong men at the king level and below were killed instantly. Only the powerful elves at the royal level can struggle a little. But as the elven saints of all generations left the cave and came to the ground, the safe zone that these elven warriors had worked so hard to establish was instantly broken. Just when some powerful elves were working together to finally escape from the holy city of Elf, there was suddenly another earthquake, and countless dark blue vines broke out from under the walls of the holy city of Elf like a barrier. Like a wall, it extends towards the sky seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, they were erected into walls, turning the holy city of elves into a cage. Under their desperate gaze, the ancient blue tree let out a mad roar. I am your Holy Spirit. Come on, give us your bodies. Become one with me and your gods. And at the same time, Lin Jiuan had already floated back to the cloud boat outside the holy city. Looking at the tragic scene of the elves, he curled his lips in boredom. I thought it was something weird. It turns out to be a tree. Obviously. This giant blue tree has extended its roots and branches to the entire holy city, treating the entire holy city of elves as its nutrients. What is this? Helen's voice trembled. Didn't you hear? It is your god. God? Helen opened her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Their god, the god they had believed in for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, was not even an elf, but a strange giant tree. After being stunned for a long time, Helen suddenly reacted. With a thump, he knelt down in front of Lin Jiuan and begged, Master, please save everyone. Lin Jiuan turned his head and looked at Helen, who looked pleading. He said with a smile, I save them? Helen pressed her forehead to the ground with tears streaming down her face. The elves on the deck who were brought out from the holy city were in shock and fear. They also reacted and knelt down towards Lin Jiuan. Master, please save my family. Owner. Owner. Looking at the begging female elves, Lin Jiuan made a tisk sound. Turning around, I looked at the giant tree that was like a city wall. He took out his hand from his pocket and clenched it again. The Shura blood blade was once again in his hand. All right. Anyway, he had no intention of letting this giant blue tree suck away all the energy in the city. Speaking of, Lin Jiuan raised the Shura blood blade. Book of Faith, Law of Blood, 5 elements and 5 directions, Law of Life and Death. However, this time, Lin Jiuan did not use the Law of Blood as the ending, but instead activated the abilities of the 5 elements and 5 directions, transforming all the elements into flames. Containing the laws of death, soul, and blood, scorching flames emerged from the blade. Then, forward. The fire dragon roared and swept towards the wall of trees that blocked out the sky. Chapter 260 for summation. Just at the moment when Lin Jiuan took action, countless dark blue branches seemed to have eyes as they swept towards Lin Jiuan. But the scorching flames devoured the vines wantonly. In an instant, the fire dragon roared and rushed to the tree wall. Boom! The people in Yunzhou seemed to hear a wailing sound, and the tree walls erected around the holy city all retracted into the ground. Seeing the scene again, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scalp tingling. The streets were dilapidated and covered with dark blue vines. The elves were wailing and crying as if the end of the world had come. And those dozens of saints from past generations, who were extremely beautiful and had noble temperaments, but looked like zombies without a trace of spirit, were standing in the void, facing them, as if they had been waiting for them for a long time. You eat so fast. Lin Jiuan felt it a little. Except for the breath of Haint underground. In the holy city of elves, all the elven auras above the royal level have disappeared, apparently having been swallowed by the strange giant tree. On the contrary, it is the elves below the royal level. Many survived. Maybe the giant blue tree thinks that there is no use in swallowing those elves, so it is not in a hurry to swallow them? Glancing at the elven saints of all generations who were standing aside like puppets, Lin Jiuan licked his lips and suddenly a surge of fighting spirit emerged. He had almost forgotten about it. Brother Holy Spirit understands me. Most of these elven saints are at the 4th level of the imperial rank, and some are at the 5th level of the imperial rank, but there are none above that. Lin Jiuan slashed directly forward, activating the Law of Blood. The sword energy slashed towards the elven saints of all generations, like a sea of blood sweeping towards them. Flame, ice, wind blades, all kinds of magic are shining. The river of blood dissipated, and colorful magic swept towards Lin Jiuan. However, just when the attacks were about to touch him and the Yunzhou behind him, a huge blood-red barrier appeared in front of him and blocked all the attacks. Not bad. Lin Jiuan sneered, and the laws of life and death started to operate in his body. Reversal of power. Life or death. The power on the side of life was reversed, and all flowed towards death. A cold wind blew for no reason, and the elven saints of all generations just mechanically launched attacks on Lin Jian, and they didn't even seem to notice that their bodies were stiffened by the corrosion of the cold wind. In the blink of an eye, all the saints of all generations were frozen into ice sculptures. Tisk! The strength of these saints from past generations is still quite good. After all, they are also the most talented women among the elves of Sky Island in the past 1,000 years. All of them are geniuses among geniuses, but they all seem to have completely lost their consciousness. I can only be driven around like a puppet. When they can't control themselves, they can only rely on their instincts to fight. Just when Lin Jian was thinking. Click. A crack appeared on one of the ice blocks. Lin Jian looked over. Which purple-haired saint is it? Her name seems to be Shuela. She was one of the few saints who reached the 5th level of the imperial rank, and the ice around her had begun to shatter noticeably. Then, with a sound of ice breaking, one of her hands stretched out from the ice that had frozen her. Ha! Lin Jian looked at her with interest. Interesting. With a flash, Lin Jian activated the law of wind and appeared beside Shuela, and at this time the ice and frost composed of power was completely broken. As soon as she was freed from the ice, Lin Jian placed his hand on Shuela's head. Law of the Soul. The moment he activated it, Lin Jian felt a small blue tree entrenched in Shuela's sea of consciousness. The tree took root and sprouted in her sea of consciousness, occupying her entire consciousness. And in the corner of his sea of consciousness, Lin Jian saw a little Shuela. She was curled up in the corner of her own sea of consciousness, with her eyes tightly closed and a look of pain on her face, and her body was tied up like a dumpling by those dark blue branches, just like Haint. This is? Lin Jian's consciousness stepped into the sea of consciousness. The little blue tree that was deeply rooted in the center of Shuela's sea of consciousness suddenly seemed to wake up. I don't know why. Lin Jian felt that the other party seemed to open his eyes and look at him. Countless notes swept towards him. Gu Qin activated the soul law, a soul wave spread out, and those branches were immediately scattered. Soul law? The ancient blue tree's voice was filled with surprise and confusion. This guy. How come there are so many rules? What else? Lin Jian sneered. You think I'd come in without any preparation? Not to mention that Sheila is only at the 5th level of the imperial rank, and is still in a controlled zombie state. Can she break through the shackles of the deathly cold wind formed by the reversal of his life or death power? The world of consciousness is different from the real world. Even if the Sky Island could be shattered with one blow in the real world, in the world of consciousness, due to the existence of the soul body, all the abilities in reality could not be exerted, and one could only rely on the soul, will, and abilities related to the soul and spirit. The ancient blue tree was suddenly speechless. He knows. Given the current situation, if it really has to fight this human to the death, even if it wins in the end, it will definitely not feel good. It originally wanted to use Shuela to lure the other party into Shuela's sea of consciousness. Then defeat the opponent in the sea of consciousness world. With the talent and strength shown by the other party, as long as I can occupy the other party's body, all the losses will no longer be a problem. Unfortunately, everything went smoothly, but he didn't expect that this guy actually mastered the laws of the soul. What kind of monster is this? The waving branches of the ancient blue tree gradually lowered, and its tone became softer. Human. We don't have any hatred, just a conflict of interest. There's no need to fight to the death, right? I want this island, Lin Jian said calmly. But I don't want you to be on my territory. After a few seconds of silence, the ancient blue tree said, I can leave. Oh? Lin Jian raised his eyebrows and became interested. I want these elven saints too. I can give it to you. This time, the voice of the ancient blue tree did not hesitate at all. I can keep them here until I leave. Without my hindrance, you have mastered the laws of the soul, so it won't be difficult for you to remove my control over them. Then, the ancient blue tree said sincerely, Human. I lost this time. I can give you this island and these elven saints, as long as you let me go. There's no need for us to fight to the death and let others take advantage of us, right? Chapter 265, Accident to Action. Lin Jian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If it is under normal circumstances, he was definitely going to kill it. But the problem is that, on the one hand, this ancient blue tree still has some strength. Although Lin Jian was confident that he could defeat the opponent, he would definitely suffer some degree of injury by doing so, and might even capsize in a ditch if he was not careful. After all, the other party is a god, after all, and you never know what cards he has. On the other hand, he was reluctant to part with these elven saints of all generations. Whether it is used as a combat power card, or offer it as a sacrifice to the Lord of Life. The temptation of having these noble, elegant, beautiful and powerful elven saints from past generations serving as his personal bodyguards is something that not everyone can resist. If they were to fight to the death with the ancient blue tree, these elven saints would surely all die. Even if he mastered the laws of life and death, and the power of life or death, he would certainly not be able to save them, and that would be a pity. As for the ancient blue tree, not to mention whether the other party will cause trouble for him after he leaves, given his current attitude. With his growth rate relying on the Lord of Life. In a year, Lin Jian estimated that he could crush the ancient blue tree with just one finger, and there was no need to kill this old guy now. Think of this. Lin Jian's expression also eased and he said, "Give them to me first, and I'll let you go." "No, you have to let me go first." After some bargaining, Lin Jian and the blue ancient tree finalized the terms of the deal. Lin Jian did not kill them all, and allowed the ancient blue tree to devour most of the elves in the city, leaving behind only the beautiful female elves and their families. The ancient blue tree will leave and move away from Lin Jian's territory. At the same time, there are a total of 36 generations of elven saints. In order to show its sincerity, the ancient blue tree will hand over the last 10 generations of elven saints, including Veronica and Sheila, to Lin Jian. As for the remaining 26 generations of elven saints, they will be given to them after the ancient blue tree safely leaves Lin Jian's territory. Give it to Lin Jian. After finishing the business, Lin Jian was not in a hurry to clear out the ancient blue tree soul in Sheila's sea of consciousness. Instead, it left Sheila's sea of consciousness. With a thought, he released his power, and the ice blocks that had frozen the elven saints of all generations melted immediately. The elven saints who had escaped from the trap looked at him with lifeless eyes. They did not attack again, but turned and flew towards the huge hole in the center of the holy city. Lin Jian followed all the way to the cave. Haint was still restrained, but remained conscious. Lin Jian glanced at it, said tisk, shook his head and did not say anything. Just now, he also found out about this guy from the ancient blue tree. Originally, before the Sky Island appeared some time ago, the ancient blue tree planned to completely devour Haint and then occupy his body, preparing for the battle for supremacy among all races after the arrival of the Sky Island. But what was unexpected was that Haint had a hidden trick up his sleeve. The elf leader who had been controlled by him for more than 900 years had actually maintained his consciousness the entire time. When he was about to devour him, Haint's hidden consciousness suddenly appeared and hit him. Then he and Haint came to a stalemate. He wanted to devour Haint, and then go out to take control of the situation. But Haint refused to die and refused to be swallowed. Although it only delayed the time of death, the ancient blue tree did not think it was a big deal. But it did not expect to encounter the pervert Lin Jian again. The originally very safe plan has fallen into its current state due to the 2 consecutive anomalies of Haint and Lin Jian. As for his existence, although the ancient blue tree did not say anything, it told Lin Jian about its actions very frankly. It had nothing to do with the elves at all. It's just a strange tree that is good at souls and devouring. Originally, he was just a guard of this elf tribe, similar to the ancient tree guard of the elves of Romeia and other elves, equivalent to half an elder, but an accident happened to the elves here that year. It was seriously injured. Escaped. When he finally suppressed his wounds and came out, he discovered this. All the high-ranking members of this elven tribe died. The cultural heritage of the elves living on the Sky Island was cut off because of the disaster, and the remaining elves have begun to return to the tribal survival mode of the barbaric era. And it found the previous saint and son. Cultivate them. Build a holy city and a holy religion. After this basic model was completely completed, he devoured the first generation holy son, and the first generation holy girl became his puppet, and this has been the case for all generations since then. The Son of God and the Holy Daughter ended their 1,000-year term and said they had entered the kingdom of the Holy Spirit of the elves. In fact, the Son of God was devoured by him, and the Holy Girl's soul was suppressed by him, and became his puppet. And the newly appointed Holy Son will also be controlled by him. This continues for generations to come. Why don't you devour these saints? Lin Jian asked curiously. Could it be that this tree has the same mission as him as the Lord of Life? Yin and Yang repel each other. Devouring them won't do me any good. Besides, I also need some guards to help me solve problems that I can't solve myself. Lin Jian nodded slightly. He completely ignored Hainth and chatted with the ancient blue tree. Although he still admired this person, he watched his body being controlled for more than 900 years, and he could only hide his soul in the corner and watch such a long time pass. Just to find an opportunity to do something with this tree. This guy is indeed a manly man. Anyway, Lin Jian believes that he can hold on for that long. I admire you, but what does that have to do with him? He couldn't possibly turn against the ancient blue tree and give up these 36 saints from past generations just for a man, right? Are you kidding? These are 36 elven saints in the middle stage of the imperial rank. Thinking about the scene of being guarded on the left and right by 18 elven saints, Lin Jian feels that this ancient blue tree is a good person. Alright. After finding out everything, Lin Jian was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party. Give me these 10 saints and the elves I want, and then I will withdraw. When the time comes, you can swallow them all up and leave quickly. From now on, we will keep to ourselves. As long as you don't mess with my people, I won't cause trouble for you. Good. The ancient blue tree didn't waste any words, just when he was about to release the control of the elf saint of the 10th generation. Veronica and Sheila's beautiful eyes suddenly regained their luster. In front of the ancient blue tree, even Lin Jian was unable to react. Suddenly stand up and attack. Chapter 266. In that case, I'm sorry. Sheila and Veronica's actions were too abrupt. To the extent that the reason why Lin Jian and the ancient blue tree were unable to react was not because their speed was too fast. On the contrary, although they were both at the middle stage of the imperial rank, they were actually nothing to Lin Jian and the ancient blue tree. However, neither Lin Jian nor the ancient blue tree expected that they would suddenly regain consciousness. Lin Jian was the first to react. He had always been wary of the ancient blue tree, always on guard against whether these elven saints of past generations would suddenly attack him, and now he reacted the fastest. The two elves were subdued almost instantly. However, after seeing that Veronica and Sheila were attacking the ancient blue tree, Lin Jian stopped. And the ancient blue tree. The object of vigilance is Lin Jian. All attention was focused on Lin Jian. He was completely unprepared for these elven saints who had been under his control for at least 1,000 years. Just now, when Lin Jian noticed Veronica and Sheila taking action, he subconsciously gathered his strength, which made the ancient blue tree focus even more on him. That's why Sheila and Veronica's attacks fell on the ancient blue tree. There are no strong magical fluctuations. It wasn't even a slash. It was a mysterious mental attack. When it fell on the ancient blue tree, its branches began to spasm. Lin Jian could clearly hear the other party's cry of pain in its soul. How dare you hurt me? Suddenly attacked, the ancient blue tree's eyes fell on Veronica and Sheila. It would be fine if it was Lin Jian who did it, but it happened to be these two elf saints whom he had already controlled, these two elves who were treated as ants and food by him. He said angrily, I'm going to kill you two bitches! But just at this moment, because of the sudden attack, the restraints on Haint were weakened, and Haint suddenly broke free from the restraints, looking at the ancient elf tree with a grin as it suddenly burst into a bright light. Bang! You! The voice of the ancient blue tree changed from anger to fear. Next second, Haint's body exploded. Powerful magic. It was mainly spiritual power that swept around. Lin Jian immediately set up a blood barrier and a mental barrier in front of him. At the same time, Veronica and a group of elven saints were also protected. But the ancient blue tree had originally surrounded Haint nearby, and now it suddenly exploded. The defenseless ancient blue tree almost took all the damage from Hain's explosion, and the strange mental shock made him wail continuously. After that blow, Hela knelt on the ground with a look of pain on her face, as if she was fighting against her own spirit. Veronica was better off than her. Although she looked painful, she still bit her lower lip to hold on. Looking at this scene, she hurriedly said, "Please kill him." Before Veronica could finish her words, Lin Jiuan had already taken action. The figure flashed, and appeared at the center of the explosion just as Hain's self-destruction ended. Although a cooperation has been reached with the ancient blue tree, cooperation is meant to destroy. Since the other party is injured, why not kill him? Lin Jiuan stretched out his hand directly towards the ancient blue tree. Use your hands as claws. The hand wrapped in deathly energy pierced into its trunk without any hindrance. Lin Jiuan, you are such a traitor! The ancient blue tree's angry roar had not yet ended. Lin Jiuan was already grinning, activating the laws of soul and death. The laws are surging. The law of death destroys the body of the ancient blue tree, while the law of soul destroys its soul and isolates it from communication with the souls of the outside world. Almost instantly, the two laws poured into the body of the ancient blue tree through the wound caused by Hain's self-explosion, and the roar turned into miserable wails. Plop! The elven saints of all generations around fell to the ground one by one. And Veronica and Sheila held on. The two of them just glanced at each other, and then looked expectantly at the smoke-filled empty center. After a while, the smoke cleared. Veronica and Sheila saw the figure standing next to the ancient tree. Puff! Lin Jiuan pulled out his hand that was inserted into the ancient blue tree. As he pulled his hand out, the huge ancient blue tree was visibly withered, its leaves turned yellow and fell, and its branches lost water. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of life left. You killed the soul-soothing tree. Without paying attention to the system prompt, Lin Jiuan turned around and looked at the saints of all generations. Sheila and Veronica were seen smiling and then about to fall down. He immediately appeared beside the two girls and placed his hands on their heads. The power of life or death is activated. The warm wind of life blew, spreading to these elven saints whose vitality was rapidly increasing with the death of the ancient blue tree. Modern elven saints like Sheila and Veronica are fine, but those first-generation elven saints were kept from aging by the ancient blue tree using a specific secret technique. Now with the death of the ancient blue tree, their bodies seemed to be blown away by the wind and turned into dust. But as the wind of life blew, endless vitality poured into their bodies. Wait until their lives are stabilized. Looking at Sheila and Veronica who had fainted in his arms, Lin Jiuan activated the law of soul. Although the ancient blue tree is dead, the small trees left in their sea of consciousness have not completely disappeared. However, the original owner of the ancient blue tree was already dead, and these souls were nothing in front of Lin Jiuan who had mastered the laws of the soul. With a thought, the ancient blue tree that had completely occupied their sea of consciousness like a towering tree in Sheila and Veronica's minds completely dissipated. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Lin Jiuan threw away Sheila and Veronica. Clear the ancient elven trees from the sea of consciousness of the remaining 34 elves. However, unlike Sheila and Veronica, these elven saints seem to have completely lost their self-awareness during the long period of being controlled. There were no little people of theirs in their sea of consciousness. They were like empty shells without souls, with only these gorgeous bodies left. What a pity! Lin Jiuan sighed regretfully. But 34 battle puppets of elven saints in the middle stage of the imperial rank were also very good gains. With these 36 elven saints in the middle stage of the imperial rank, basically no matter who he faced, he could defeat them without having to do anything himself, right? Not to mention that although he has lost his soul, he is still nourished by the laws of life. They can still be sacrificed to the Lord of Life. Chapter 267 Awakening, Veronica and Sheila. Accompanied by a faint groan of pain. Veronica heard it. A strange young male voice sounded. Woke up! Veronica opened her eyes in confusion and found herself in a luxurious and spacious bedroom. The fireplace was crackling with wood. Several beautiful maids, both elves and humans, were standing on the left and right. Sitting on the sofa next to the fireplace was a young human male and a female elf wearing a white poke robe. Little Lena? Veronica looked blankly at Carolina, who was sitting on the sofa drinking black tea. Then he didn't wait for an answer. She frowned slightly, covered her head with her hands and looked painful. Veronica, what's wrong? It's okay, I just can't figure it out. It will be fine in a while. Carolina nodded slightly. Not long after, Veronica had apparently sorted out her memory. She stood up and no longer looked at Carolina, but at Lin Jian with a complicated look. For some reason, she always felt a sense of intimacy in her heart when she looked at the other person. Thank you for your help. It's just a convenience, Lin Jian said unconcernedly. Besides, having you elf saints as spoils of war can be considered an equal transaction. Veronica bit her lower lip slightly. He looked at Carolina first, but she turned her head away and pretended not to see anything. Veronica knew the result and could only sigh in her heart. Please be kind to us. Don't worry, Lady Veronica. Carolina then smiled and said, Master has always been very kind to us. Just call me Veronica. Veronica smiled and shook her head, and her eyes softened as she looked at Lin Jian. In fact, she didn't have much resistance to becoming Lin Jian's property. Not to mention the sense of intimacy that comes from being controlled by the other party's blood law. Nearly 1,000 years of control has made her lose her former self-esteem as a saint and the leader's wife. Veronica doesn't see any problem in doing things for Lin Jian, the man who rescued them from the sea of suffering. But I didn't expect it to be a human, and an enemy of the Holy Church. Are Sheila and the others okay? Yes. Lin Jian pointed behind Veronica. Veronica lowered her head and realized that Sheila was lying next to her. Her soul is more damaged than yours, but she will wake up soon. As for the rest, it's been too long. Their souls have been broken. All I can do is to gather their broken souls and nourish them. But if I want to fully restore my original self, it may take years, decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, or I may never be able to recover in this lifetime. Veronica bit her lower lip and a bitter smile appeared on her face. But he still bowed deeply to Lin Jian. Thank you very much. This is the best result. She originally thought that she and Sheila were also dead. Even she and Sheila couldn't hold on at all. Without Lin Jian's arrival, Haint was destined to be swallowed by the ancient blue tree. Her, Sheila and Haint's hiding had no effect on the ancient blue tree at all. Even if Haint's self-destruction caused damage to the ancient blue tree, no one could kill him. The key to the plan lies in Lin Jian, an outlier from another race. Just as she was thinking, Veronica heard Sheila's moan beside her. She turned her head quickly and saw Sheila slowly opening her eyes. Sheila! Veronica showed a look of surprise on her face. You are awake! Sheila opened her eyes, her face showing the same confusion as Veronica had when she just woke up. She helped him up. When she saw Lin Jian, her confusion became even more intense, but she did not say anything. Instead, she thought blankly. After a while, the confusion on her face disappeared, and she showed Lin Jian a gentle, elegant, and noble smile. Thank you very much. No need to thank me, just be my personal bodyguard from now on. Sheila did not hesitate and said, It is Sheila's honor. Lin Jian smiled, put down the tea, stood up and said, Come with me. Sheila, Veronica, and Carolina followed Lin Jian out of the room. Leaving the bedroom, Sheila and Veronica followed him around, turning left and right. I arrived at a room, pushed open the door, and saw a deep and dark underground tunnel in front of me. Looking at this, Sheila and Veronica instinctively felt a sense of fear, but seeing Carolina following in, they still followed in. After walking for about a few minutes, the view in front of me suddenly became clear. I saw a wide underground cave that was not dark but was decorated very luxuriously. The spiritual energy in it was very rich. It was obviously located at the intersection of underground spiritual veins, and there was a very large pool in the center of the cave. There is also a small blue tree. The other 34 saints from past generations lay quietly in the pool. Soul-nourishing pool. During the time from leaving the forest of elves to the appearance of Sky Island, the Lord of Life did not give him any rules, causing him to collect a bunch of strange things. This soul-nourishing pool was obtained during this period of time. These are all soul fluids condensed from soul power. Lying in them can warm the soul and repair the wounds on the soul. It is just right for these elven saints to live in. This is? Veronica and Sheila both looked terrified when they saw the small tree. Don't be afraid, this is not it. Lin Juan comforted softly. This small blue tree is the reward for killing the ancient blue tree. Soul-soothing tree is the real name of the ancient blue tree. Unlike the strange ancient blue tree, the real function of the soul-soothing tree is to soothe the soul. It is of great help to the repair and growth of the soul, and can suppress the inner demons. It is a magical tool for practitioners who cultivate the soul and mental power. The dark blue body looked exceptionally gorgeous, without any of the eerie feeling of the giant tree. Lin Juan didn't know how the soul-soothing tree of this group of elves grew into that monster. After listening to Lin Juan's explanation, Veronica and Sheila's nervous expressions finally relaxed, and they looked at the elf saints who were soaking in the pool. Carolina was fine, just a little sad. However, Sheila and Veronica, who had experienced the despair and the pain of their souls finally breaking down countless times over a long period of time, could not help but shed 2 lines of tears. Wake up. As Lin Juan finished speaking, the 34 saints of all generations opened their eyes. Climbed out of the pool. They just stood outside, without any shyness, and bowed to Lin Juan. Owner. Veronica and Sheila were stunned for a moment, but soon realized what was going on. Although their expressions seemed to be no different from those of normal people, a closer look revealed that there seemed to be something missing in their eyes. Now they can only follow orders. I can understand simple commands, but I can't understand commands that are too complicated. Lin Juan explained and looked at Veronica and Sheila. From now on, each of you will take half and be my personal maid. Chapter 268 After the War. More than a month later. Lin Juan lay lazily on the big bed of dozens of square meters. The first phase of construction work has been completed. Su Wan, dressed in an oil professional suit, stood by the bed and reported on her work during this period. Over the past month, Cecilia, Shi Mengyao and the others had completely occupied all the towns and villages on Sky Island. Only some native elves who had fled into the forest or were hiding were still resisting, but they were no longer able to do anything. Romeia, Carolina and Xavier also came to this holy city that had become ruins. Begin large-scale transformation of this holy city of elves. For more than a month, the construction work was carried out under high intensity. The construction of his manor, the Church of the Life Church, and the inner city area has been basically completed. There is no rush to build the outer city area. The next step is to further renovate the inner city area. Anyway, most of the elves were killed by the ancient blue tree. And the rest? Same as before. The men will be sent to cities and towns in other parts of Sky Island, leaving only the beautiful female elves to return here to live. Romeia and Carolina were planning to found a country and a religion. Romeia will establish an elven kingdom called Rilrose here. This name means beauty and nobility in the elven language. Both the original inhabitants of yesterday's Sky Island and the elves originally in the elven forest will live together in this kingdom. The Life Church of Carolina became the state religion here. This island. Lin Juan planned to hand it over to Romeia and Carolina to manage. As for the humans and mermaids under his command, Lin Juan did not plan to let them live on this island. There are so many Sky Islands anyway. There is no need to argue. With the help of the Qiming Cloud boat, it is entirely possible to capture the 3 Sky Islands. 1 human, 1 mermaid, 1 elf, and even another island for Lin Juan to live on alone. So as to show his fairness as a master to the 3 races. This is what Xavier said. I don't remember the exact words, but this is the meaning. Xavier had the same idea, but many of her subordinates who were evolving were somewhat dissatisfied. However, Lin Juan and Xavier both had the same idea. In addition, Shi Mengyao listened to him, so those people were only a little dissatisfied in private. Lin Juan didn't care about them. After Xavier gave them a lot of good things according to their merits, the dissatisfaction of those evolvers disappeared. Tattoo. Just as Su Wan was speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. The door was pushed open and Cui Yishe walked in. Seeing the bed full of elven saints, Cui Yishe couldn't help but laugh. You really like them? Lin Jian smiled without comment. There are no fertility indicators. During the past month, he had been spending almost every day with Sheila, Veronica, and other saintly elven ladies from past generations. Not only were each of them a beauty that only appears once in 1,000 years in the elves clan, they also held high positions and possessed noble and elegant temperaments. There were as many as 36 of them. Lin Jian didn't even realize that more than a month had passed. The only regret is that it was so difficult to give birth. After more than a month, the elf still couldn't get pregnant. After possessing the law of life, Lin Jian was able to make people give birth to life. However, after trying it on a female elf with king-level strength, Lin Jian discovered that the Lord of Life would not reward those who cheated through the law of life, and the children conceived were all ordinary. The lowest quality of a Superman. It is not like a random conception, where he inherits the abilities and talents of his mother excellently or even perfectly. Lin Jian simply went with the flow. Veronica and Sheila were no longer shy as they were at the beginning and smiled at Cui Yishe. What's the matter? I can't look for you if there's nothing wrong. Come! Lin Jian pulled his hands out from Sheila and Veronica's waists, opened his arms to Cui Yishe, and motioned Cui Yishe to come over. Cui Yishe rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Do you think I'm as free as you? Lin Jian then smiled and hugged Sheila and Veronica, lying lazily. Tell me, what's wrong? Cui Yishe is indeed very busy. In other words, his women, Cui Yishe, Carolina, Ewing, Romeia, and Miana have been very busy during this period, whether they are busy planning the collection and distribution of land or rewarding after the war, and the most troublesome thing is the establishment of a country and a religion. Cecilia is back. Chapter 269, Elf Temple, Fountain of Law. Holy City of Elves Center. A magnificent and ancient temple stands here. Lin Jian, Cecilia, Cui Yishe and Carolina. Including Sheila, Veronica, and the 34 elven saints. With the nourishment of the soul-nourishing pool, the ancient blue tree, and Lin Jian's soul laws, they have more or less developed their own consciousness, but it is very weak. It's the kind of thing where you can't do things smoothly, and can't have any opinions of your own. But the degree to which they can understand and execute commands well. Is this it? Carolina and Veronica both said it. This temple has existed since they were born. It has always been a forbidden place of the holy religion. Only the leaders of all generations can come. Before taking action, Lin Jian had already noticed this magnificent temple located in the center of the holy church, but he had not reacted before. This temple was opened only after the ancient blue tree was killed. Lin Jian could feel the rich aura of laws from it. But he was not in a hurry to go in. He just asked his men to seal off the place and waited for Cecilia to come. Yes, it is here. Cecilia. Nimue to be exact. Now. Nimue had taken over control of Cecilia's body, and as she looked at the magnificent temple in front of her, a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. Then you go in first. Upon hearing this, Animerecap looked at Lin Jian. I'm not in a hurry, just come first. Lin Jian said indifferently. Lin Jian did not have much interest in the temple in front of him, which probably contained the secrets of Sky Island. It is impossible to say that there is nothing. He can feel the extremely rich power of the laws inside. If he goes in, it cannot immediately elevate his royal bloodline to the level of a saint. But it is not too difficult to improve your rank in the royal family. But Nimue must be more important to him now. With the contract in place, he doesn't have to worry about Nimue betraying him. Although Nimue knew all this, she couldn't help but feel moved when she heard it. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Jian also became softer. It's okay. Just come in with me. Lin Jian did not refuse after hearing this. Nimue separated from Cecilia's body and returned to the form of a soul. Follow Nimue into the elf temple. After pushing open the door and walking in with Nimue, the door of the elf temple slammed shut again. Lin Jian looked at the interior of the elf temple. It is no different from a normal hall, except that the aura of law is particularly strong. Nimue's body seemed a little erratic in the outside world. Visibly solid. Continue walking inside. Along the long corridor, there are many murals about elves engraved on both sides, and there seems to be spiritual laws flowing through them. Watch these. You can gain some inherited high-level skills, or even talents from it. Nimue explained softly. Lin Jian nodded and did not stop, but walked deeper with Nimue. These murals were of little use to him. Instead of spending time learning these things, it is better to make more sacrifices to the Lord of Life. Go all the way to the deepest point. Another big door. And Ai Miaosu waved her hand, and the door opened automatically. Suddenly, an extremely rich spiritual energy rushed towards me. Looking ahead, there was a clear spring deep in the hall that seemed to be emitting white steam. This is... A look of surprise flashed across Lin Jian's eyes. That's it! Nimue's eyes showed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Holy spring of elven law! The liquid inside appears to be water. In fact, it is the power of the elves' laws concentrated to the extreme. This is also the greatest function of this temple, which is to continuously draw the spiritual energy around the island and transform it into a rich pool of elven laws. This is the purest power of law. Even for people of Lin Jian and Nimue's level, it can be of great help. Even after practicing in it for a long time. Even if one breaks through the bloodline restrictions and reaches the saint level, it is not impossible. I'll protect you. Nimue looked at him with emotion. Thanks. No need to thank me verbally, just thank me properly later. After spending a long time with each other, Nimue naturally knew what this pervert meant. She gave Lin Jian a nice look, then floated into the spring water condensed by the laws of the elves. Suddenly, the power of the laws in the temple is like a tide, drawn into the fountain of law. Nimue's body was like a black hole, continuously absorbing the enormous power of the law. Lin Jian watched silently from the side. Time passes by every second. It was unknown how long it had passed, but Nimue's originally illusory soul body became increasingly solid, and her entire body seemed to be interwoven with a layer of light green and light gold. And as an extremely intense magical power spread, the light around Nimue faded, and her figure completely emerged. Her whole body was as white as a newborn baby, with long golden hair falling naturally. That already beautiful figure seemed even more charming. With his eyes slightly closed, his body gradually fell from the air to the water. Only when she touched the water did Nimue slowly open her eyes. Looking at Gu Qin, he was full of joy. It worked. Nimue responded with a smile. But it will take some time to stabilize your body and realm. So. And Ai Miao looked at Lin Jian's regretful expression and chuckled. But if it doesn't interfere with our business, you can come along. Serious business? Lin Jian was stunned. A touching blush appeared on Nimue's fair and beautiful face, and she gave him a charming look. Just what you've always wanted to do to me. Chapter 270 Yin Yang's Secret Book. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Secret Book of Yin and Yang, fragmented version. Reward 2, Snow Dragon Unicorn, epic mount. Reward 3, Elf Scepter, epic equipment. Temple of the Elf. Lin Jian sat lazily in the pool of elf laws. Nimue's beautiful eyes were half closed lazily, and she nestled in his arms. Lin Jian didn't know how long he and Ai Miao had stayed here since she condensed her body. In the dark, he didn't know how many days had passed. I can only say, the goddess tastes really good. The feedback was very good. Lin Jian felt his current strength a little bit. He and Ai Miao have been practicing here until now and have reached the peak of the 4th level of the imperial rank. The main reason was that when I was practicing with Nimue for the first time, I absorbed a lot of the power of laws, and after that, I mainly focused on stabilizing my realm. And the elven bloodline was further enhanced. From the original low-quality bloodline that was almost at the level of the elven royal family, it was upgraded to a high-quality bloodline that was almost at the level of the elven royal family. Both its potential and the strength that could be exerted were further improved. Lin Jian gently stroked Ai Miao's snow-white and smooth shoulders and asked, "What realm are you in now?" "The peak of the imperial rank," Nimue said. before Lin Jian could even exclaim in amazement. Nimue then added, "However, my current body of law is not very stable, so I cannot leave this island for too long. That's almost enough. At least I can lead people out with peace of mind." Although he felt a little regretful, Lin Jian was still quite satisfied. It was okay before the world was updated, but after the world was updated, without a strong person with sufficient strength to take charge, Lin Jian was still worried that someone would come and steal his house. But now we have Nimue in charge, plus so many powerful people who were abducted here before. Lin Jian can now go out and grab the Sky Island with complete peace of mind. Thinking about. Lin Jian's eyes swept over the reward given by Nimue. The fragments of the first reward mainly include the techniques of practicing yin and yang dual cultivation. The quality is very high. It can not only enhance the strength of both parties in the practice. It can also enhance the blood, potential, physique, etc. of both parties involved in the practice. When practiced to the extreme, each party can even possess each other's blood and physique. At the same time, it can also help him better understand the laws of yin and yang. The snow dragon unicorn is a hybrid monster between a dragon and a unicorn. The potential can reach the Saint clan directly. As for the elf scepter, although the name is a bit simple, it is indeed a real artifact. It is much better than his Shura blood blade. Lin Jian took a quick glance and hesitated. All three rewards were good, and he didn't know what to choose. Nimo I. Simply. Lin Jian directly Told Anai Miao the contents of the three rewards. This is what he often does. During this year, he basically saved up a lot of rewards and then directly asked Shueisha, Romeia and others for their opinions, but he was too lazy to even think about it. What do you think I should choose? Nimue pondered for a while and said, At present, items that increase combat power are the best, but Jian, you don't use a staff, right? Lin Jian shrugged. I probably used it to hit someone on the head, right? It can definitely be used if it is really needed, but Lin Jian has no interest in being a magician. Compared to being a wizard, he prefers the passionate and ancient melee combat. Anai Miao couldn't help but chuckle when she heard Lin Jian's teasing. But I thought it seemed appropriate for you to use it. I don't need it. Anai Miao was moved and hugged Lin Jian tighter. She shook her head and said, After all, I can't go out often. My current strength is enough to guard this place for you, Jian. It's mainly because of you, Jian. Why not choose the yin-yang secret book? This technique can appear together with these two, and it is not complete yet. It should not be simple. Lin Jian nodded and said, Then this is it. Since Nimue doesn't use the elf scepter, the yin-yang secret book is his best choice. The second reward is nice though. But now he has Antiger as his mount. Antiger has just obtained new bloodline and has great potential for promotion in the future. He can use her for a long time. And Antiger has a natural advantage over this mount. That is, Antiger can ride it. And let's not talk about whether this mount can be ridden or not. If Antiger saw me riding another mount, she would be unhappy. As for the greatest use of the yin-yang secret book, it is to improve the strength of Gu Yiru and Shueisha. Otherwise, although their strength is not important, it is not good if they are too weak. After choosing the yin-yang secret book, Gu Qin felt a mysterious knowledge pouring into his mind. After a long time, Gu Qin slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Anai Miao in his arms. How is it? Nimue asked curiously. You'll know if you try it. Well? Chapter 271 White Gas, Mysterious Yin-Yang Secret Book. I don't know the time for practicing. When he stopped practicing again, Lin Jian didn't know how much time had passed. It's just because Nimue no longer has the ability to cooperate with the practice of the technique. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Jian let out a long sigh and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's worth it. This period of time when practicing the secret book of Yin and Yang. He leaped from the peak of the 4th level of the Imperial rank to the 5th level of the Imperial rank, and the purity of the elven royal bloodline was also significantly improved. And checking the changes in his body, Lin Jian raised his eyebrows curiously. Your own Dantian. A white gas appeared at some point. The gas was very thin, almost as thin as a strand of hair, but it gave Guchen a feeling of, I am very strong. Trying to activate this wisp of white gas, Lin Jian suddenly felt his strength rising rapidly. After only consuming about 1/5 of the gas, Lin Jian actually felt that his strength was increased more than before when he used up all his trump cards. It's a good thing. Look at the remaining white gas. Lin Jian suddenly felt reluctant to use it anymore. At this moment, as if sensing the change in Lin Jian's breath, the unconscious Nimue uttered a "hm," and slowly opened her eyes. Jian, what's wrong? Don't rush to tell me what happened. Lin Jian was in a good mood. He pinched her cheek and asked, What did you call me? Don't Romeia, Cecilia and the others call you that? Nimue said weakly. Although he is much stronger than Lin Jian, after the competition just now, she really couldn't be tough in front of Lin Jian. I just want to hear you say something different. Nimue's fair cheeks flushed slightly, she lowered her head in shame and whispered, Husband. Husband. And Miao yelled again coquettishly. Stop bullying me and talk about business. Lin Jian smiled and did not continue teasing Miao. Instead, he went straight to talking about the white gas. Hearing this, a look of surprise and joy appeared in Nimue's eyes. Could it be fairy spirit? Fairy spirit? Nimue nodded and said, No wonder it's a fragment. It's actually a fairy-level technique. What's the meaning? Does my husband know the classification of racial ranks and strengths? The racial classes are generally divided into royal family, imperial family, saint family, imperial family, and immortal family. When you reach the level of the immortal race, the essence of life is different from before. Nimue looked somewhat happy. My husband, you have made a fortune this time. An immortal level technique is still an immortal level technique that can cultivate immortal energy. I see. Lin Jian nodded as if he understood, and asked curiously, You elves are also called immortals? It is to compare with my husband's concept. We call them the God Clan, which is the same as the Immortal Clan. Lin Jian's heart moved, and he asked, Then who is the Lord of Life? That Lord is a being of a higher status than the immortals and gods. So you used to be? Nimue, who had condensed her body with the law, recovered many secrets that she had forgotten in the deepest part of her memory during her sleep in the past, and said, I used to be a member of the elf clan. It was just at the last trial site. My tribe was wiped out, and I escaped by chance and fell asleep in the forest. The Protoss. Lin Jian didn't expect that races of this level would be involved in the trial field. He used to think so. When you reach the level of a god or immortal, the trial will end. Now that it has come to this, why are you still participating in the trial? I don't know. Nimue shook her head and continued. But I heard that there seems to be a chance for us to go one step further, and reach the level of truly great beings like the Lord of Life. Lin Jian nodded as if he understood, but he didn't dwell on it anymore. This kind of thing was too far away from him, so it was better to focus on reality. For example, right now in front of him, there is a real goddess/fairy. Feeling Lin Jian's aggressive gaze, a look of fear appeared on Miao's beautiful face. Husband, a long time has passed. If we stay here any longer, they might get worried. Oh? And the elves in my kingdom of God. Husband, don't you want to see them earlier? Miao's tone was a little hurried. She was really a little afraid of Lin Jian. Also, with the help of the pool of law, I can help Romeia and Cecilia advance to the imperial rank. Seeing that Lin Jian was still looking at him with eyes full of desire, there was a hint of pleading in Nimue's voice. Also, your maids, my husband. Oh? Lin Jian finally became interested. In fact, he was also quite interested in the legendary female elves of all generations in Nimue's elven kingdom. But now, with Sheila, Veronica and 34 other elven saints whose strength is almost in the middle stage of the imperial rank as maids, he was not as enthusiastic as before towards those female elves whose strength was at the king level. Can you make them normal again? It's impossible to fully restore memory in a short period of time. Seeing that Lin Jian was interested, Miao said hurriedly. However, if we just let them have normal thinking, they can still execute orders perfectly. Chapter 272 Space Portal. After Lin Jiuan left the elf temple. From Romeia, he learned that more than 2 months had passed. Almost everything has been cleaned up and is completely under their control. Cui Yishur has already left the island of elves with many humans. This place is completely handed over to the elves such as Romeia and Carolina to manage. Just right. Lin Jiuan asked Romeia, Carolina, Cecilia, Mayana, Urola, Sheila, Veronica and others to bring the 34 elven saints of all generations into the elf temple. Lin Jiuan returned to Yinzhou. During this period, he practiced with the beauties that Romeia and the others found for him. Tattoo. There was a knock on the door. Lin Jiuan opened his eyes, yawned, pushed his head and stood up. Who is it? Master, it's me and Romeia. Carolina's gentle voice came from the other side of the door. Come in. Lin Jiuan spoke lazily, his eyes fixed on the system panel. Almost 10 days have passed since Carolina and the others entered the elf temple. He just stayed here. I worked hard for 10 days. Finally got a reward. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, 1 chance to comprehend the law. Reward 2, Space Portal Production Drawing, Legendary Production Drawing. Reward 3, Golden Phoenix Snake, Legendary Weapon. Lin Jiuan took a glance. The weapon Golden Phoenix Snake was directly eliminated. Now he has the Shura Blood Blade, and this weapon is a ring, which is even more outrageous than the staff. As for Reward 2, Lin Jiuan took a look, and then his eyes lit up. Space Portal Production Drawings. Just as the name suggests. Can create short-distance space portals. Of course, this short distance is also relative. At least there is no problem in teleporting across a sea area. Although the construction materials require some relatively rare space materials. But these so-called rare materials are nothing to him now. I choose Reward 2. Lin Jiuan's mind moved. The manufacturing drawings of the space portal appeared in his hands. Now as his territory grows larger and larger, long-distance transmission devices such as space portals are very important. Otherwise, like he is now, if he wants to go down to Sky Island to find Cui Yishur, Gu Yiru and the others, he has to consider the journey over the next few days. Owner? Lin Jiuan shifted his gaze away from the space portal manufacturing drawings. Carolina and Romeia have come to the bedside. What is this? Romeia looked at the drawing in his hand curiously. They all knew about Lin Jiuan's talent. Space portal manufacturing blueprints. Lin Jiuan showed its functions to Romeia and Carolina. Suddenly, Carolina and Romeia's eyes became hot. Nice one. There are still many rebellious elven organizations on Sky Island. But the area of Sky Island is too large. Once the elven rebels attack a place with weak defenses, it will be difficult for them to deal with it in time. If too few elves are sent to deal with it, they will be killed in return. But if too many are sent, they will not be able to gather so many powerful elves at once. With this portal, all we need to do is build a hub city and set up portals in each area of Sky Island. When the time comes, wherever the problem of the rebels occurs. With this, they can all quickly send a large number of strong men to suppress the resistance. Let's build the teleportation hub here. Lin Jiuan directly handed the manufacturing drawings to Romeia. This portal is not just two-way. There are not only manufacturing drawings of the teleportation portal, but also manufacturing drawings of the teleportation temple. The principle is to first teleport to the teleportation temple through space, and then enter the specific coordinates to be teleported through the teleportation temple. How long will Sheila and Veronica take? The Mother Goddess is baptizing them. Romeia immediately said. It will probably take another month. Carolina showed a bit of envy. The elves are more powerful than the elves, and they make the elves angry to death. Look at Romeia and the other gods. Although Nimue and the others said that she has not yet reached the level of a god, her current strength is only at the peak of the imperial level. But in their eyes, the other party was no different from a god. Looking at their original so-called Holy Spirit, the gap is not a little bit. Fortunately, Nimue has now become their god. Lin Jiuan nodded slightly. Romeia and Carolina both need to come out to take charge of the situation, so they are the first group, and he will take Sheila and Veronica out with him later. How are you? I have already broken through to the Imperial level. A gorgeous and luxurious smile appeared on Romeia's face. She happily threw herself into Lin Juan's arms. From the king level to the emperor level. This is not just a first-order change, it is a sublimation of blood, which is something countless creatures cannot achieve in their entire lives. This is also the reason why countless races are willing to risk their genocide to come to this trial field. But, after all, only a few creatures can successfully break through the constraints of their bloodlines. Most of them serve as stepping stones for other creatures and die along the way. Xavier is dead. All the old guys from the 5 major elf families who had been planning for this for a long time are dead. And she. It was just by some coincidence that he became dependent on Lin Juan. Now, he has broken through to the Imperial level without taking any danger at all, and accomplished a goal that countless tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions or even more king-level powerhouses could not achieve even if they spent their entire lives or sacrificed their lives for it. Even. Judging from Lin Juan's growth rate, maybe she will be able to follow him and make further breakthroughs in the future, allowing the elves to become a holy race, an imperial race, or even the legendary god race. When Carolina saw Romeia running away, she threw herself into Lin Juan's arms not to be outdone. Owner. He has broken through to the 5th level of the imperial rank and has comprehended a faith-based technique. Lady Nimue also praised me for being very suitable for practicing faith-based skills, and I might be able to break through to the Holy Realm in the future. Good. Lin Juan and the other 2 smiled and touched their heads. Don't be too focused on worldly matters. Just deal with them briefly during this period and focus on your cultivation. As for those matters, just leave them to your subordinates. We know. He also spent some time with Carolina and Romeia. Lin Juan didn't keep them either. Instead, he said, Okay, then you guys go and deal with the matter first. Romeia, you also contact Shur and finish the matter of the space portal. Owner. Carolina looked at him eagerly, and Romeia also looked at him with longing eyes. Lin Juan said with a smile, I will not leave until Sheila and Veronica come out. There is still a lot of time, just give orders first, and then come back to me. Chapter 273 Teleport, Blood Island. After. Another month passed. Lin Juan got 2 reward opportunities intermittently and received 2 opportunities to comprehend the laws, one of which was the law of blood. Comprehended the power, blood sea. Able to summon a sea of blood from his body to engulf all enemies around him. The swallowed enemies will turn into nutrients to replenish his own physical strength, magicka and injuries. It is a large-scale AoE plus a recovery skill. As for another opportunity to comprehend, Lin Juan originally wanted to give the laws of the 5 elements and 5 directions. But I discovered it after using it. There is no way to realize it in one opportunity. Simply. Lin Juan used this opportunity to comprehend the laws solely on the laws of darkness. Comprehended the power Black Blade. After using the ability, a huge black hole can be condensed. The hole will have a terrifying gravitational force and swallow all living things around it. It can also be transformed into a blade and slashed at the enemy. And Sheila, Veronica and the 34 saints of all generations finally came out of the elf temple. The strength of Sheila and Veronica leapt to the perfection of the middle imperial level. However, the strength of the other 34 saints did not improve significantly. But his souls seemed to be more complete. Apart from the unclear memory, it seemed to be no different from a normal person. The combat power he could exert was at least twice as strong as before. After everything is ready, Lin Juan took them through the portal and returned to the main island. Passing through the light blue space door, a feeling of weightlessness came over me. After walking out of the door, Lin Juan arrived in front of an empty square. There were already many women standing not far from the door. Xavier, Guyira and Romeia were all here. Dad! While Lin Juan's gaze was still on them, a petite figure pounced over. Lin Juan stretched out his arms and hugged her, then looked down at Lin Meng, who was hugging him tightly in her arms, and touched her long hair. How are things? Dad is always fooling around outside. I miss him. Lin Juan smiled and rubbed Lin Meng's little head, then chatted with her for a while. Seeing Cui Yisher coming over, he asked, "What's the situation?" "The coordinates of the 8 sky islands have been determined. Everything else is fine, but there's some trouble on Blood Island in the 732nd sea area." "Trouble? What trouble?" "Just like the Fairy Island, there are living beings there. It's called the Blood Clan, and it's very powerful. The way to organize is empire. The 732 sea area and a dozen surrounding sea areas have already fallen." "You mean?" "Let's go to sea area 732 first," Cui Yisher said. "The fastest ones in other sea areas are still being conquered." "Good." Lin Juan did not refute. When Romeia came out of the elven temple before, she brought news from Nimue that they, the invaders, were going to defeat the guardian of the temple on the island, and the temple would open. As for the original residents of the island, that is, the Guardian clan, they just want to counterattack into the sea. After occupying a certain amount of sea area and capturing the lives of other races for sacrifice, the temple will open. The exact number is uncertain and depends on the quality of the island and the temple. But what is certain is that we cannot allow the vampires on the Blood Island in Sea Area 732 to continue expanding like this. Otherwise, after the temple on the Blood Island is opened, these already powerful vampires will become even more powerful. By then, the fight will be even more troublesome. "Is Dad leaving again?" Lin Meng hugged Lin Juan reluctantly. "Why don't you stay at home for a few days?" "Be good, I'm quite busy these days. When I'm done with my work, Daddy will spend time with you." "Don't want." Lin Meng still hugged Lin Juan tightly. "Dad is a big liar. Menger doesn't believe in Dad. Menger wants to go out with Dad." Lin Juan smiled helplessly. Just when he didn't know what to do with his daughter, Cui Yisher suddenly said, "Take Meng Yao and Menger with you." Lin Juan was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Cui Yisher meant. There is no problem taking 2 more people out. Now that there is a space portal and Nimue is in charge, sure Meng Yao doesn't need to stay on the island all day. She can leave with him. By then, there happened to be a soul island there, and he could take Lin Meng and Sure Meng Yao there to see if there were any opportunities suitable for them. Then he looked at Lin Meng, who was looking at him pitifully, and Sure Meng Yao, who was staring at him with anticipation and nervousness in her eyes. "Good." See area number 732. Nightfall. One after another, huge crimson ships were sailing on the sea, heading towards the center of the sea. On deck, in each cage, there are creatures of various races imprisoned. The vampires, who looked like European humans but had pale faces, were patrolling the deck. "Well, old Jiang, it looks like we are doomed this time." In a cage containing humans, Guiyun leaned on the railing and said tiredly to Jiang Xiujie beside him, "You know, I was with Jian Yu tomorrow last night. After I woke up, I was thinking. Fortunately, she followed Lin Juan. If she had followed me..." Listening to Guiyun's mumbling, Jiang Xiujie's mouth twitched slightly. "I wish I could hit this love-brained person to death with a hammer." It was already such a late hour, not to mention that they were all about to die. Even Jian Yu's belly was already big due to Lin Juan, and he was still with Jian Yu. "Don't look at me like that. I wasn't thinking about her, okay? I just thought you were right." "They are right with Lin Juan. Why aren't we women?" "Even if you're a woman, Lin Juan won't look down on you because of your ugly looks." Jiang Xiujie really couldn't stand this nagging. "Don't be like this, what if..." Guiyun leaned against the railing, looked up at the sky and sighed. "If I were given another chance to meet Lin Juan once, I would definitely tell him that I..." "Me what?" Having not heard Guiyun chattering for a while, Jiang Xiujie looked at him. Then he found Guiyun staring blankly at the sky. Jiang Xiujie followed his gaze, looked up at the sky, and was immediately stunned. Above the sky, right above them, I don't know when, a huge cloud boat appeared. Chapter 274, Blood Clan Warrior. The cloud boat floated above the vampire warships, blocking the moonlight. More and more people noticed it and looked up in confusion at the cloud boat that seemed to have appeared suddenly. Snort, followed by a cold snort. Guiyun, Jiang Xiujie and others felt their chests tremble just by hearing the sound. "I almost vomited blood," Many of the weaker or more seriously injured on the boat simply spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted at the sound of the cold snort. And deep inside the vampire warship, a red-haired man with blood-red wings on his back and holding a spear flew out. "It's him!" Jiang Xiujie gritted his teeth, and Guiyun also showed a look of fear and annoyance. Elves, the vampire warrior. Originally, they had been safe and sound along the way under the siege of the vampires, and even encountered some adventures. It was just around the corner for them to reach the king level. But who knows? The vampires have no martial ethics. He directly sent out royal-level Blood Clan warriors to hunt them down. Although both of them possess top-notch talent, good cooperation, and have been through life and death together for a long time, they can definitely kill enemies of higher levels, but there is no way to do this in front of an Imperial-level powerhouse. The two men didn't even last 5 rounds before they were caught on the spot. "Where are you from?" Elvis flew above the cloud boat floating in the air. His expression was still cold. The tone is indifferent and arrogant, which does not match the content. "Don't you know that this sea area belongs to my Blood Moon Empire?" At the same time, one after another extremely powerful aura appeared on the nearby vampire warships. It turned out that one vampire warrior after another was staring at this side, and they would take action immediately if there was any unusual movement. Guiyun, Jiang Xiujie and others looked expectantly at the cloud boat that suddenly appeared. Although I don't know who it is. But whenever they come into conflict, they have the opportunity to escape in the chaos. And right under everyone's gaze, a beautiful woman with stunning appearance, and wearing a white robe slowly walked out of the cabin. "Elf?" Look at Sheila's long pointed ears and her stunning appearance. Elvis's eyes flashed with greed. Among the myriad worlds, elves and succubi are both well-deserved synonyms of beauty, and are the favorite servant species collected by many creatures of status. However, due to the contrast, elves are more popular than succubi. And the elf in front of me, in terms of appearance and figure, they were the best he had ever seen. "My master said so?" Sheila looked at Elvis with indifference. "Leave the people and the boat behind, and you can go." "Oh?" Elvis smiled. "Then I want to see what confidence your master has to dare to speak to me like this." The surging blood and energy rushed towards the Qingming Yunzhou like an overwhelming force. Elvis held a bloody spear. Fangs appeared at the corners of his mouth. He rushed towards Sheila along with the blood mist. Although he appeared arrogant and disdainful on the surface, Elvis still maintained the highest level of vigilance, and gave his all from the beginning. Whether it was this top-notch female elf who called herself Master, or the Qingming cloud boat that seemed to have crossed space and moved above them. All of this shows that the owner of this cloud boat is definitely not an ordinary person. But if the other party is a paper tiger, or is not very strong, then if you can capture the female elf, it will be a great profit whether you take her as your concubine and blood slave or offer her to the superiors. Even if the opponent is very strong. There are so many colleagues around, and nothing will happen as long as the other party can't kill me instantly. Looking at Elvis, who was looking at him greedily, there was a flash of contempt in Sheila's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the cold wind blew away the blood mist in an instant, and Elvis felt a strong sense of death surging through his body. "Not good?" Elvis's face changed drastically. "Escape. This female elf is far more powerful than him." However, just as these two thoughts emerged in his mind, a huge hand made of ice grabbed Elvis, and the biting cold instantly froze his consciousness completely. This. Watching this scene, Guiyun suddenly came to his senses and widened his eyes in disbelief. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos when both sides erupted in violence. But no one expected that Elvis, who had beaten them like a dog before, would be killed instantly by this stunning female elf who appeared out of nowhere. Guiyun and Jiang Xiujie looked at each other, and could see each other's shock and confusion. Who is this person? Could it be the Blood Emperor? This thought just popped into my mind. Guiyun smiled self-deprecatingly. With the appearance of Sky Island during this period, he also learned a lot of knowledge above the king level. Even if the Blood Emperor practiced very fast, he should only be in the early stage of the Emperor level now. It should be, no, it is absolutely impossible to beat Elvis instantly. It is even more impossible to subdue the elf that can kill Elvis in seconds. But search my mind. Guiyun didn't know where this person was. Elf? Thinking about this, Guiyun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked at Jiang Xiujie and said, "Could it be that the Blood Emperor and the others were also killed by the elves?" Jiang Xiujie looked a little uncertain for a moment. The island of elves appeared above the Blood Emperor's territory. They knew this as early as when it first appeared, and they envied the Blood Emperor's good luck at first. But now it seems... Whatever. Let's see if we can start a fight and then escape while the chaos is going on. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. After traveling for several years, Jiang Xiujie and Guiyun have deeply understood this point. Whether it is vampire, still looks like a proud and beautiful elf. In this trial field where it is a life and death struggle, it is impossible to cooperate with humans. It is a life and death struggle for all parties. And at the same time, at the moment when Elvis was frozen by Sheila, one after another, blood-colored figures emitting a powerful aura rose into the sky from the warships, and more than a dozen Blood Clan warriors surrounded the Qi Ming Yuzhou. And an exceptionally powerful aura that felt as perfect as that of the early Imperial stage was particularly eye-catching. After all the vampire warriors appeared, he appeared behind them. He was a pale, extremely handsome, and somewhat evil young man, looking at Sheila with a cold gaze. "Who are you? Are you going to go to war with my Blood Moon Empire?" Chapter 275 Blood Moon Empire. "Are you the leader?" Sheila just tilted her head and looked at the other person. "Court death." The young vampire's expression changed and his aura surged. At the same time, other vampire warriors also burst out with strong blood energy. Dozens of blood-red beams of light shot up into the sky. When they came together, the aura of the young vampire warrior suddenly broke through to the middle stage of the Imperial rank, and he showed a ferocious smile towards Sheila. "I can." The other party hasn't finished speaking yet. Sheila waved again. The sky full of ice and snow, accompanied by strong winds, swept towards them. "It's just a trifle." The young vampire warrior wielded a bloody knife. The blood-red gale swept towards the biting cold wind. But at the moment of contact, the blood and qi were frozen by the cold wind. A moment. The faces of more than a dozen vampire warriors all changed. The middle stage of the Imperial stage. And he definitely wasn't just entering the middle stage of the Imperial rank. This female elf was definitely a powerful being who was close to reaching perfection in the middle stage of the Imperial rank. Escape. All the vampire warriors turned around and ran without hesitation. Some even had their bodies shattered into countless pieces of flesh and blood. It fell from the sky into the sea. The cold wind blew across their bodies in an instant, but some blood clots still fell into the sea. Several vampire warriors who were slightly stronger and a little further away even activated their secret techniques, turning into blood shadows and escaping into the distance. This caused Sheila to frown slightly. And just at this moment, the surrounding space suddenly condensed. The speed at which those vampire warriors escaped seemed to slow down. And at this moment of delay, an invisible curtain covered the sea area. The Blood Clan warriors had just recovered their speed, but the next moment it was as if they had hit a solid wall. "Sister Sheila, you are a little careless." "Yes, if we let them escape, the master will be angry." Two pleasant chuckles came from the cabin. Sheila turned around. Then they saw a pair of stunning elf sisters who looked exactly the same, with chestnut hair, blue eyes, and wearing light golden wizard robes walking out of the cabin. "Senior Nif, Senior Nina." The two female elves are both saints of all generations. They are also sisters. Because they are quite powerful, and one of them practices time magic and the other practices space magic, Nimue took special care of them. They are also two of the only 3 elves who recovered their memories this time. It's just that it's a bit intermittent, and I can't remember much of the past. However, specific battles and daily life are not affected. Thank you 2 seniors for your help. Although now she and Veronica are the managers of these saint maids. But Sheila still respects these 2 seniors. Moreover, if they had not taken action this time, he might have let several vampire warriors escape, and it would have been terrible if he had not completed the master's mission. Okay. Bring them all in. Let Su Wan and Veronica handle these ships below. The master doesn't want to waste too much time on these minions. Yes. Sheila immediately took action and froze the remaining vampire warriors into ice. And Neve, who mastered space magic, shrunk them into small pieces. After a while, the three elves walked into the living room. I saw Lin Juan sitting on a sofa that was the size of a two-person sofa. Shi Mingyao also sat on the sofa, hugging his arms tightly. Lin Ming sat in his arms and fell asleep. In addition to Veronica and a few saint maids she took away, there were more than 20 maids standing in the living room. Several saint maids even knelt beside the sofa and the table, serving tea and water to Lin Juan. Owner. We're back. Neve and Nina spoke one sentence each. Xiuela hurriedly walked to Lin Juan's side, knelt on the ground and made a squatting gesture. Sheila is not doing her job well, please punish me, master. Lin Juan didn't look at Xiuela, who was kneeling at his feet, and took a sip of black tea. Just put it aside. He looked at a blonde female elf standing beside him. Bernice, take Menger back to the bedroom. Yes, master. Bernice. She is the third female elf to recover her memory this time, in addition to Neve and Nina. Unlike Neve and Nina, who were given special care. This is because she is the best at soul magic and has deep attainments in soul magic. Although it is a long time ago, her memory is well preserved. Soon after entering the elf temple, his complete memory was restored. And because she is good at soul magic, Lin Meng likes this and very much. Usually, apart from Lin Juan and Shi Mingyao, he likes to stay with Bernice. As Bernice took Lin Meng away from Lin Juan's arms, before Bernice could hold Lin Meng firmly, Shi Mingyao beside her couldn't wait to get into Lin Juan's arms. You! Lin Juan looked at Shi Mingyao in his arms, who looked like, "This is finally mine," and shook his head. You are so grown up, but you are still acting like a child. Can you still be angry with your daughter? Shi Mingyao just pouted her lips, leaned in Lin Juan's arms, and muttered something inaudible. Lin Juan smiled helplessly, and put his arms around Shi Mingyao's slender waist. Get up. Owner? Xiuela raised her little face and looked at him pitifully. Anyway, nothing went wrong this time, so I don't blame you. Lin Juan said calmly. Be careful next time. Don't underestimate the enemy and almost mess up the mission I gave you. Got it? Yes, master. Hearing that Lin Juan was not angry with her, Xiuela showed a relieved and happy expression on her face. But he did not get up. Instead, he crawled to Lin Juan and rubbed his hand with his face. Seeing this, Lin Juan also touched her face and looked at the sisters Neve and Nina. Where's the Blood Queen? Neve closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then said, Master, she is eating. You're never satisfied with eating, right? Lin Juan pinched Xiuela's little face helplessly and said, Give them all to the Blood Queen and let her come over. Yes. Chapter 276 Intelligence. After a while. The Blood Queen is here. Lin Juan didn't even ask any questions, he just asked Neve and Nina to give those vampire warriors to the Blood Queen for her to devour. Because they had been severely injured and on the verge of death by Sheila and the others. So, although the Blood Queen's strength was not yet at the royal level, it was not difficult for her to devour. Even if there was a little resistance, it was suppressed by Nevu, Nimue, and the others. In about a cup of tea, the Blood Queen devoured more than a dozen Blood Clan warriors. His own strength has also reached the level of king-level perfection. Master, you are so kind! The Blood Queen, who had eaten her fill, wanted to throw herself into Lin Juan's arms. But take a closer look. Lin Juan was completely occupied by Shi Mingyao and Xiuela. One is the mistress, and the other, although not a mistress by status, is also very favored by the master, and is strong enough to beat her with one hand. The Blood Queen could only look at Lin Juan pitifully. Okay, let's get down to business. Tell me their specific information. The Blood Queen saw that Lin Juan had no intention of asking them to make room for her. I could only stand aside with a resentful look on my face. She told Lin Jian about the memories she gained when she absorbed the essence and blood. The vampires on Blood Island form a vast empire. Blood Moon Empire. The dominant ones in it are the vampires. Of course, there are also humans and other creatures, but those creatures live entirely as food raised by the vampires, like pigs and dogs. The Blood Clan is divided into dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. War generals are below the barons, powerful vampires without noble titles, similar to medieval knights, who obey the orders of the nobles. Hearing this, Lin Jian frowned. Sherming Yao, Xuela, Neve, Nina, and other girls also showed cautious expressions. How strong are the various titles? Baron is in the middle imperial rank, Viscount is in the late imperial rank, and Earl is in the perfect imperial rank. As for the strength of the Marquis and the Duke, they are half a step into the Saint realm. Above the imperial level is not the Saint level, but the half-step Saint level. It is divided into the early, middle, and late stages, as well as the half-step to perfection of the Holy Realm. The Emperor of the Empire? Dead. Hearing this, Lin Jian was stunned. The Blood Queen explained. It is said that his lifespan had come to an end and he could not survive until the trial field arrived. So he tried to break through the Saint Realm before the trial field arrived, but failed and died. That's why. There seems to be some chaos within the Empire right now. Then, the Blood Queen added. Currently, the Blood Nobles cannot leave the Blood Island. Only these warriors at the early stage of the Imperial rank can leave the Blood Island. How long will it take for the temple on Blood Island to open? Sorry, Master, they don't know this. So, Lin Jian pondered for a while and said, let's do this. Meng Yao Xuela. After Veronica comes back, take the Qingming Cloud boat to other seas and capture other sky islands. The remaining 7 sky islands are completely different from the Elf Island and the Blood Island. The natives on the island were not as outrageous as those on Blood Island. Even the strength of the Elf Island cannot compare to it. What about you? Sherming Yao hugged him even tighter. There's no need to take risks. Why take the risk? Just go and take a look. Neve and Nini followed me and did not go deeper into the territory. Try it if you have a chance, leave if you don't. I saw that Lin Jian had made up his mind. Sherming Yao opened her mouth, but in the end she could only hug Lin Jian tighter. The female elves bowed slightly and said respectfully, Yes, Master. The end of the sky. One after another, vampire warships were sailing on the sea. Suddenly, a bloody figure flew quickly towards them over the sea. Who is it? On the nearest vampire warship. Blood rushed into the sky. A vampire warrior flew into the air and blocked the side of the vampire warship. And the bloody figure that was rushing towards them also stopped. He was a pale, feminine, but extremely handsome young vampire with a pale face and blood at the corners of his mouth. In his hands, one on the left and one on the right, he was holding 2 long-eared female elves. It's Master Felix. When the vampire warrior saw the other party, his expression immediately became respectful. Then he asked, Why are you here? Where is your warship? They were ambushed by some damn blood-eaters and they are all dead, Felix said with a grim expression. What? The vampire's face changed drastically and he was about to say something. Felix shook his head and said, Stop talking. Find me a room. I need to rest. Yes. The vampire warrior glanced at the 2 female elves in Felix's hands. Not only her looks and figure are first-rate. They even look the same, they are actually twins. The blood is even more intense, exuding an alluring fragrance, which makes one unable to help but show envy. But he didn't dare to say anything and obediently gave his room to Felix. Entered the room. Felix simply checked the surrounding environment, then roughly threw the 2 twin female elves onto the bed, then pounced on them. The 2 stunning female elves immediately struggled in panic. Asshole! Damned vampires, if you dare to touch us, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Don't hurt my sister, come at me if you have anything to do. Looking at Neve and Nina who were resisting fiercely. Lin Jian, disguised as Felix, held them in his arms. He asked closely, Are you under surveillance? Neve and Nina blinked. The hatred and disgust that didn't seem fake on his face disappeared visibly. It was still Sister Neve who said, "No, Master. My sister and I have checked it and set up a shielding array. There will definitely be no surveillance." Lin Jian was stunned. "What about you guys?" Neve and Nina blinked their big eyes and looked at him. "Master, don't you like it?" "Okay." Chapter 277, Disguise Felix. Played with Neve and Nina for about an hour. Lin Jian then put his arms around their slender waists and talked to them about the current situation. The Felix he disguised himself as was the young vampire leader who was at the peak of the early Imperial level, and whose strength was in the vampire warship team they killed. The Blood Queen devoured the other and obtained the other's memory. According to the message, the other party was one of the leaders of the army that went out to plunder the sacrifices. Very famous among the vampire warriors. He has amazing potential and is the vampire warrior with the best chance of breaking through to the middle Imperial level. He has been spotted by a countess who is very famous and influential in the Blood clan. She has chosen him, and if he can break through to the middle stage of the Emperor level, she will personally bestow new blood on him. That's why Lin Jian simply let the Blood Queen turn into blood and flow into his body. As his blood pet, this was not a difficult task for her, and the Blood Queen simulated Felix's breath in Lin Jian's body. Plus the previous mask. With the double guarantee, Lin Jian brought the sisters Neve and Nina, who were proficient in time and space magic, and planned to disguise himself as Felix and go deep into the Blood Island to see the situation. Even if there is nothing to gain, causing some damage and hindering the progress of collecting sacrifices is enough. As for Shi Yao, Xuela and Veronica, he used the Qiming Cloud Boat's teleportation ability to capture the other 7 sky islands first. Tat. Just when Lin Jian was enjoying the tenderness of sisters Neve and Nina, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who?" Lin Jian said coldly. Neve and Nina also snuggled obediently in Lin Jian's arms. "Master Felix, it's me." The voice of the vampire warrior just now came from outside the door. "Come in." The young vampire warrior walked in. "See the bed." Lin Jian, who was being hugged by 2 stunning female elves, Neve and Nimue, could not help but show a look of envy on his face. "As expected of Master Felix. It was so quick to subdue these 2 stunning female elves." "Okay." Lin Jian lazily hugged the snow-white shoulders of Neve and Nina that were exposed outside the sheets. Said, "If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. It is like this. I have already told Lord Omian about your situation. Lord Omian said he would send someone to check out the situation. Omian is the manager of this fleet of vampire warships. Logically speaking, the 2 men have equal status, and Felix, disguised as Lin Jian, is a refugee, so he should naturally be of a lower rank. However, Omian's strength is only at the early 3rd level of the imperial rank, and he is young but has already passed his prime and entered old age. Neither his strength nor his talent is as good as Felix. It just so happened that the other party and Felix both belonged to Viscount Basel, but his status was not as high as Felix's. Therefore, the other party simply did not come to see Lin Jian to avoid embarrassment, and Lin Jian was also happy to be alone. "I would like to ask Master Felix if you need some blood food." "Blood food?" Lin Jian sneered and pinched Neve's chin roughly. He said with a smile, "It's nice to have 2 of them." Both the elder sister Neve, whose face was roughly played with, and the younger sister Nina were looking at Lin Jian with fascination, without any resentment at all as they had when they were just caught. Seeing this scene, the other party couldn't help but feel even more envious and admired. His head hung even lower. Said, "There is one." "Oh?" Lin Jian became interested after hearing this. Neve and Nina were the saints of that generation of elves on Sky Island. The elves are already famous for their beauty. They are all the best in hundreds of years. With the temperament and beauty enhanced by their long-term high positions and cultivation, their looks can be described as the most beautiful among the most beautiful. Ordinary beauties look ordinary in front of them. Even those top beauties who meet the requirements of the Lord of Life and have just passed 9 points. They all look dwarfed in front of them, like maids. That's the Ice Queen we're responsible for. She is stunningly beautiful. They are in no way inferior to your 2 elf blood foods. Lord O'Mayan wants to present him to Lord Viscount Bazel. Oh? Lin Jian looked at the vampire warrior with a smile. So what? You want me to snatch her away? Felix is also a blood servant of Viscount Bazel and the blood nobles. He has 100% control over the blood servants under his command. No matter how talented the blood servants are or how they are on the same level as the blood nobles, they have absolutely no power to fight back against the blood nobles because they are limited by the suppression of their bloodlines. You can say that. The vampires are the creatures with the strictest hierarchy and the most severe bloodline suppression among all the races. There was absolutely no case of the lower class revolting against the upper class. After all, you are a vampire favored by that master. The other party laughed and said, If you really like it, I'm sure Master Bazel won't say anything to you. Lin Jian ignored him and said calmly, Tell me why. After a moment's silence, a look of hatred appeared on the face of the vampire warrior. Bazel took our fiancé away from us. I hope you can let him experience the pain of having his loved one taken away from him. I see. Lin Jian searched for the memories transmitted by the Blood Queen. Really? This guy named Eric in front of me seemed to have had a rumor for a while that his fiancée was slept with by Basil. All right. Can you send her over here? Eric's face immediately showed a look of surprise as if he had gotten his revenge, and he said, Yes, sir. I'll arrange it for you right away. Watching Eric walk out of the room, Neve and Nina snuggled up to his chest, one on each side. Neve said, Master. Nina followed up with, His anger just now was fake. Maybe they want to frame you. Although the two women looked like naive and obedient maids in front of Gu Chen. But after all, not counting the time they were imprisoned in the underground of the holy city, each of them is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, and once held the high position of a saint and the wife of the leader of the Holy Church. His grasp of people's hearts is unmatched by ordinary people. I know. Lin Jian smiled faintly and said, But what does that matter? He got the beautiful Ice Clan girl who was said to be even more beautiful than the sisters Neve and Nina. And Eric and his team's conspiracy went smoothly. What is this called? This is a win-win situation. Chapter 278. Ice Queen. The Blood Moon continues. Lin Jian and Neve didn't know how much time had passed. But Nina confirmed that it was 3 hours, 8 minutes and 13 seconds. Nimue, who is proficient in the laws of time, is an alien who is very sensitive to time among the immortal elves who are naturally not very sensitive to time. Even when he was enjoying discussing the mysteries of life with his sister and Lin Jian, he was very sensitive to time. There was a knock on the door. When Neve and Nimue got back into bed, they snuggled into his arms with only their snow-white shoulders exposed. Lin Jian said calmly, Come in. The door was pushed open. Eric walked in, followed by a beautiful woman with long ice-blue hair. See that beauty? Lin Jian's eyes couldn't help but light up. The woman had long ice-blue hair and beautiful ice-blue eyes. Even the eyebrows are ice-blue. But on her face, there was no weirdness at all, instead there was a kind of cool beauty. She looks dignified and elegant, with the beauty of a beautiful woman, and her expression is somewhat lonely and sad, just like a captured foreign queen. He was only wearing a simple white prison uniform. The loose clothes couldn't hide her extremely hot body at all. The clothes are propped up high in front of the chest, with a loose curve towards the waist, and the hips below are so plump that they make the clothes bulge again, as if they may tear at any time. Tall stature. He is about 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall and does not look shorter than Lin Jian. Those slender and plump legs were more than 1 meter long. Sir, I have brought the person to you. Looking at Lin Jian's burning gaze staring at the Ice Queen. The corners of Eric's mouth curled up slightly, but he quickly suppressed it and said respectfully, Then I won't disturb you from enjoying the blood meal. Eric said and walked out of the room. The only one left was the nameless Ice Queen who had a hot and sexy body. He stood there silently, lowering his once proud head under Lin Jian's fiery gaze, without uttering a word. Come over. The Ice Queen did not move and still stood there. Lin Jian smiled and said, Don't want to. If you don't want to, you can go away. The Ice Nation Queen's body trembled, and she tilted her head back, her beautiful ice-blue eyes looking at Lin Jian in disbelief. Lin Jian no longer paid any attention to her, and started playing with Neve and Nina. I played with them for a while and enjoyed them feeding me delicious food and wine. After a while, a slightly trembling voice came from the bedside. My lord. Although the voice was as humble as possible, one could still hear its former arrogance and coldness, as well as the humiliation that was so strong that the voice was trembling. Only then did Lin Jian look towards the bed. The Ice Queen had already stood beside the bed, looking at him with a humiliating and pitiful expression. Lin Jian ignored her immediately. Instead, he patted Neve and Nina's beautiful backs. The two female elves immediately stood up with laughter, not caring about the Ice Queen. After all, they would be sisters in the future. They did not think that their lustful master would let go of this beautiful and cold Ice Queen. And Lin Jian also stood up. He went straight to the sofa and sat down. As for Neve and Nina, one elf went to light the bonfire, and the other elf prepared drinks and fruits, and then the two elves knelt beside his sofa and served him delicious food. Come here. The Ice Queen did not hesitate this time. Although the look of humiliation became even stronger on his face, he seemed to have thought of something. He bit his lower lip and walked over with a look of humiliation and sorrow. What's your name? Ice Princess. Huh? Lin Jian looked at her puzzledly. Every generation of women in my clan will be called Bingji after they become queens, and their previous names will be forgotten. After hearing this, Lin Jian no longer cared about her name. It's just a name. The previous name doesn't matter. As long as the woman is pretty and obedient, that's enough. Go ahead. What did they tell you, Eric? Bingji looked confused. What did you say? Lin Jian sighed and said, Xiaoxia. The blood separated from Lin Jian's body, and the Queen of Blood appeared beside Lin Jian. Master. Let her tell you everything she knows. Yes. The Blood Queen walked towards Ice Princess with a charming smile. I really don't know anything. He just took me out of jail and told me to give me to you. I don't know anything else. Bingji wailed, and the expression on her face became more humiliated and angry. But Lin Jian ignored her. The Blood Queen also came to her side with an extremely beautiful smile in her frightened gaze. More than half an hour later, Lin Jian finished his midnight snack with the service of the elf sisters. Turn around and take a look. Bingji was already lying on the ground like a dead dog, trembling with sweat all over her body. That cold and beautiful face had been distorted by pain, making it look unusually beautiful. Seeing this, Neve waved her hand and the sound barrier was removed. Immediately, Lin Jian heard Bingji's miserable wails, which felt painful just to hear. Stop it! The Blood Queen then raised her hand that was on Ice Princess, looking at Bingji with dissatisfaction. Say it? I don't know anything. Bingji trembled and looked up at him with hatred and disgust. He continued intermittently. If you simply want to torture me, I have nothing to say. Lin Jian waved his hand. Neve immediately waved again, and the soundproof barrier was set up. The Blood Queen, with a grim smile, grabbed Ice Princess' face again. As for Lin Jian, he ate the dessert after the meal served by the elf sisters and listened to them telling stories about the midnight elves. Chapter 279. That's all, then you can die. Almost half an hour passed. Lin Jian finished listening to Neve's story about an adventure she had as a child. The desserts were a bit boring. He took a sip of wine and looked in the direction of Ice Princess and Blood Queen. Neve immediately waved her hand. Noise barriers were lifted. When the Blood Queen saw this, she immediately stopped torturing Ice Princess. Bingji collapsed to the ground, feeling relieved, and gasped in pain and miserably. Are you still being stubborn? Bingji sobbed quietly for a while before she raised her cold and beautiful face, which was now tearful, and looked at Lin Jian with a look of humiliation and pity. I really don't know anything. Stop torturing me. I really don't know anything. Lin Jian shook his head, turned around and took a sip of the wine glass. Seeing this, the Blood Queen grabbed Ice Princess again with a grim smile. No! No! Please! I really don't know anything. Just give me a quick death. Stop torturing me! Bingji immediately wailed and tried to crawl towards Lin Jian. Nina showed a look of pity on her face. He whispered, Master, I'm afraid we won't get anything out of this. Why don't you ask her in another way? Lin Jian did not answer, but waved his hand. Feeling the Blood Queen dragging her away, Bingji immediately let out a miserable wail. No! No! Wait until Bingji wakes up again. I found myself lying on the bed. The painful torture before the coma emerged in his mind, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Woke up. Bingji's body trembled, and she looked in the direction of the voice. She saw Lin Jian sitting lazily on the sofa, playing a card game with the tall woman who was torturing her and the pair of beautiful elf sisters. Come over. Bingji stood up and walked over in humiliation. Standing next to Guchen, Lin Jian raised his eyes to look at her and said indifferently, You want me to look up and talk to you? Bingji's delicate body trembled and she knelt on the ground in humiliation. Lin Jian then threw the garbage cards in his hand that didn't match the suit, number onto the table, leaned on the sofa and looked at Bingji. Do you hate the vampires? There was deep hatred in Bingji's eyes. How can I not hate? She was once the queen of the Ice clan, second only to the emperor and above all others, with endless luxury and wealth. But now her country has been destroyed, her family has been ruined, her husband has died, and she is left with only. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Bingji laughed bitterly and said, Why do you have to humiliate me? That's easy. Lin Jian crossed his fingers and looked at Bingji with a smile. Listen to me, I can help you kill your enemy. Bingji suddenly looked up at Lin Jian. A glimmer of hope first appeared in his eyes. Then came the ridicule again. It's just dog bites dog. I just want to live now. Bingji lowered her head and said, It doesn't matter who it is. There was no sound for a moment. Never mind. Lin Jian was too lazy to ask any more questions. Come here and sit in my arms. Bingji stood up and walked in front of Lin Jian. Lin Jian simply stretched out his hand and hugged Bingji in his arms. Born into the Ice clan, Bingji felt cool all over, but it wasn't the kind of bone-chilling cold. Instead, it was the kind of cool touch that made people feel refreshed. Very comfortable. Come on, next sentence. Lin Jian put his arms around Bingji's slender waist and continued to hold the cards. Huh! We could have continued playing just now. Nina pouted unhappily. It's rare for someone to have such good cards. Master is so annoying. Nina looked unhappy, but she still put the cards back into the deck with a wrong look on her face. Just as Neve was shuffling the cards with a smile. Sudden. A cold roar was heard from outside. Felix, get out here! Tisk, here it comes. Hearing this, Lin Jian smiled. With a gentle push, Bingji was pushed away. Then he stood up, walked directly to the bed and waved his hand. The wall in front disappeared without a trace, and a pair of huge Blood Clan wings appeared behind Lin Jian and flew out of the room directly. Outside the room, in the sky, a man with white hair and beard, who looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, was flying in the air, looking at him with cold eyes that contained suppressed anger. Felix. That woman is a trophy to be presented to Lord Bazel. You were ambushed and fled to me like a drowned dog. I took you in and was very kind of you. But you dared to take away the woman I wanted to give to Master Bazel. Are you crazy? Omian spoke these words with great anger, and his blood boiled. As if it were real. Lin Jian watched his performance indifferently. Looking at Lin Jian's indifferent look, Omian's expression was almost unable to hold back. What's going on? According to Felix's personality, shouldn't he just fight with me? I definitely can't beat him, but he doesn't dare to kill me either. When I return to Blood Island seriously injured, Lord Bazel will have a reason to kill this guy. How? This guy looks indifferent now. Could it be that he saw through their plan? That's all. The look on Omian's face was still angry. Felix, don't take advantage of your... Before Omian finished speaking, Lin Jian grinned and said, Now that you've finished speaking, go die. Chapter 280 Killing the Truth. Lin Juan didn't give Omin any time to talk nonsense. Take direct action. Holding the blood-red spear in his hand, he appeared in front of Omin in an instant. Omin's expression changed involuntarily. It's not that he was surprised at why Lin Juan suddenly took action. As a colleague, he knew Felix's aloof personality, and had long guessed that Felix would do this. But the opponent's speed was so fast that he was beyond his expectations. Before, although the opponent was strong, he was not so strong that he could not resist. Relying on his trump card, he was still able to deal with the opponent, but now. Before Omin had time to think, a blood-red shield appeared in his hand in a flash. Dang! A huge force came from the shield. Omin was shocked and retreated several meters. Blocked. A look of joy appeared on Omin's face, and he was about to say something. Felix, you actually... However, he saw that the blood spear in Lin Juan's hand was melting visibly. It turned into blood all over the sky. It swallowed the shield, then pounced towards him behind the shield. What's this? Omin's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, because of a moment's hesitation, he was reluctant to throw away the blood shield, and the blood-colored blood from the blood spear had already surged onto his hand holding the shield. Checkmate. Lin Juan grabbed the blood shield with a grim smile, and pushed the law of blood to the extreme. Become a part of my body. Although in order to avoid being exposed, he can only exert the strength of the third level of the imperial rank and can only use the law of blood, but such strength alone is not comparable to that of ordinary creatures. A river of blood covered the sky and rushed towards Omin. Wait, Omin's face turned pale before he could even finish his plea for mercy. The river of blood had already swallowed him. Then, the blood river rolled back and absorbed Lin Juan's body, while Omin disappeared without a trace. Lin Juan stood in the air, the river of blood in his hand condensed into a blood spear. He swept his indifferent eyes across the surrounding Blood Clan warships, and looked at the Blood Clan and aliens here. Omin is disrespectful to Baron Bazel. I will kill him on the spot and take over your command. Is anyone upset with me? Being seen by him. Whether it is vampires or aliens. Whether it is the vampire warriors or the servants. They all quickly lowered their heads to show their submission. Lin Juan glanced around and finally his eyes fell on Eric. Come to my room. After saying that, Lin Juan walked into the room. As he entered the house, the wall he had destroyed was visible to the naked eye, as if time had gone back and the wall had been restored to its original state. Master, how good are my abilities? Nina threw herself into Lin Juan's arms as if seeking credit. Not bad. Lin Juan looked at the restored wall with some surprise. Time is indeed one of the most mysterious laws in the universe. This method, apart from other things, gives people a very strong visual impact. Even though I have seen Nina use time magic many times, it still feels magical every time I see it. Bingji looked at Lin Juan with complicated and shocked eyes. She had never imagined that Lin Juan would be so domineering and kill his colleague instantly without any reason. And how come he is so strong? As the queen of the Ice Clan, she had fought with the Blood Clan for a period of time, and knew the general composition of the Blood Clan. The strength of the Blood Clan warriors were all at the early Imperial level, while the strength of the Blood Clan warriors of the same age were about the third Imperial level. Although among the same level, there are strong and weak strengths due to talent, potential, and skills. But how is it possible for someone to kill a being of the same level in seconds? Is this guy a monster? Tat. At this time, there was a knock on the door. And Eric's extremely respectful voice. Sir, you are looking for me. Wait at the door. Lin Juan said this and sat directly on the sofa, looking at Bingji, who was looking at him in shock. Neve also immediately cast a soundproofing array around her. Anything you want to say? My patience is limited. This is your last chance, Lin Juan said calmly. Given Bingji's beauty, he definitely wouldn't kill her. However, if this woman is stupid enough to pretend to him at this time, then he will not care about her life or death. After successfully sacrificing her to the Lord of Life, he will just throw her back to the corner of the manor, and keep her there. I beg you to forgive me. Eric and Omayan threatened me with my daughter's life. Bingji immediately knelt on the ground and said with her forehead touching the ground. They asked me to seduce you, and then seduce Basil. Anything else? Lin Juan said lightly. I don't know anything else, that's all they told me. Please give me another chance. Save my daughter. I am willing to work like a slave for you. I can do anything for you. How? Lin Juan laughed and said, If I don't save your daughter, you won't work like a slave for me? Bingji sobbed and looked up at Lin Juan pitifully. Please. Is your daughter pretty? Bingji's face turned pale involuntarily. She was not a fool and naturally understood what Lin Juan was thinking when he asked this question. However, now that the mission was accomplished, and she was at the mercy of others, Bingji could only look at Lin Juan pitifully. Like I said, my patience is limited. Bingji stammered, and finally lowered her head and said, Beautiful. My daughter Nashia is beautiful. Please save Nashia. I am willing to serve you with Nashia. We are willing to do anything for you. Lin Juan said, lightly and waved his hand. The Blood Queen then took Ice Princess to the inner room. Eve walked to the door and opened it, and then Eric walked in. Chapter 281 The Unlimited Blood Clan. Sir, what do you want me to do? See Lin Juan in the house. Eric suppressed his surprise and looked even more flattering than before. Lin Juan didn't even look at Eric, and said indifferently, I'll give you a chance, go ahead. Eric's heart skipped a beat, and he was confused and uncertain. Could it be that he knew? Did that woman Bingji say that? That shouldn't be the case, the woman's daughter is in their hands. Considering how much she values her daughter, she probably wouldn't say anything. My lord, what do you mean? Damn it! Eric couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn Amern. Damn Felix. Damn Ice Princess. Damn Bazel. If that damn Omen hadn't been such a loser, it would have been fine if he couldn't beat Felix, but he was killed instantly by him. I wouldn't have been so worried about Bingji's betrayal. Even if Bingji has some ulterior motives, as long as Lin Juan accepts Bingji, he will definitely die. What do I mean? Lin Juan stood up and walked to Eric with a smile in his suspicious eyes. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Eric's neck. Eric, who had been on guard the whole time, turned around without hesitation and turned into a blood shadow, rushing towards Nina. Eric is very self-aware. There is definitely no way to escape. This pair of stunning elf sisters are of extremely high quality. Not to mention Baron Basil, even the higher-ranking viscounts and barons may not be able to have collections of such quality. Felix must love them very much. As long as he catches one of them, he can threaten Felix to let him go. Among the pair of female elves, Nina, who looks more lively, seems to be easier to bully. As long as you can catch. Why can't I move? Eric opened his eyes wide in fear, and felt as if he was frozen in front of Nina. This stunningly beautiful elf was standing in front of him with a smile on her face. If she stretched out her hand a few dozen centimeters further, the distance would be within a fraction of a second for him. But not allowed to participate. No! After feeling it carefully, Eric became even more terrified. It's not that I can't move, it's the time. Time was slowed down countless times. The distance that he could originally cross in 0.01 seconds slowed down to the point where it seemed as if time had stopped. You said you. The sound of unhurried footsteps came from behind him. Eric saw it out of the corner of his eye. Lin Juan walked up to his side with a smile, and hugged Nina's slender waist as she walked past him. What's the hurry? Master, I'm awesome, right? Nina snuggled up to Lin Juan sweetly, her face full of the expression of a child asking for a reward from her parents. Not bad. Looking at the flirting between Lin Juan and Nina, Eric's heart was filled with turmoil. Was it this female elf who changed the speed of time flow in some areas? The ability to time is one of the most elusive of all abilities. The female elf who was able to make it so easy that he was unable to struggle until now must be much stronger than him. And for a female elf with such strength, how could the other twin sister of the other elf be weaker? These twin sisters were willing to become Felix's blood food? Etc.? Eric's mind suddenly had a flashback. from when Guqing just escaped in a panic, to when he just domineeringly killed Omian. "You're not Felix!" Eric couldn't help but scream in horror. As soon as he finished speaking, Eric wanted to slap himself. "Oh, not so stupid!" Lin Jian looked at him with a smile, but did not continue pretending. Watching the changes in Felix's appearance, turning him into a taller, less sinister and more masculine human man, Eric couldn't help but shrink his eyes in fear. Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am." Lin Jian walked in front of him, and his smile gradually became very terrifying. "I am very dissatisfied with your answer and reaction just now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jian reached out and grabbed Eric's neck. The law of blood is activated. Countless blood flowed out from his palm, turned into sharp spikes, and pierced into Eric's neck. "Ah!" A shrill scream came from Eric's throat. For vampires who are more sensitive to blood, the painful reaction caused by the law of blood to them under the same circumstances is far greater than the painful reaction caused to humans under the same conditions. Just for a moment, Eric had been tortured beyond recognition and lay on the ground twitching weakly. "Tell me, what should I do next?" Lin Jian squatted down and looked at him with a smile. Eric's body trembled even more violently, and he looked up at Lin Jian in fear. I'll tell you everything." "Oh?" Lin Jian tilted his head and looked at him. "Yes, it was Baron Bazel who asked us to kill you. He was jealous that you were favored by Lady Isabella and wanted to kill you, but he was afraid that killing you directly would anger Lady Isabella, so he asked us to find an excuse to kill you. Omian and I were also coerced by him." "Oh?" Lin Jian looked at him with interest. "Didn't you say that your fiancé was taken away by Bazel and that you have a deep hatred for him?" "You're joking. She's just my fiancé. Besides, she was knocked unconscious by me and presented to Lord Bazel." Lin Jian. Sisters Nina and Neve looked at Eric with contempt and disgust. Lin Jian's eyes became extremely strange when he looked at Eric. After a long while, he said, "I didn't expect you wanted to improve so much." Eric had an extremely flattering smile on his face. "I want to be tight so badly. Please give me a chance to improve. As long as you ask, whether it's my wife, daughter, or mother, as long as you ask, I can offer myself to you, and it doesn't matter if I give you a push. Although I cannot compare to the two ladies, my wife is also very beautiful, sir." Neve on the side couldn't help it. With a thought, Eric's entire blood clan exploded with a bang as the space was compressed. However, the blood did not escape, but was compressed into a small space and then disappeared. "Tisk, why kill him for no reason? Master, this guy is disgusting." Neve pouted and threw herself into Lin Jian's arms. Nina on the side also threw herself into Lin Jian's arms and said coquettishly, "Master, please don't blame me, okay? I want to kill him too, he's so disgusting." "Okay, just kill him." Lin Jian didn't care, because Neve didn't suddenly attack. When she activated her spatial ability, she left Lin Jian with space to prepare and stop her, but Lin Jian did not stop her. Chapter 282 Nausea. Afterwards, Lin Jian asked the two sisters Neve and Nina to take the Blood Queen with them. "Go outside and take charge of these vampires. And bring Bingji's daughter, Nausea." As for Lin Jian himself, "Will you serve men?" Lin Jian sat lazily on the sofa, resting his hands on his face and looking at Bingji, who was kneeling in front of him with a smile. "Nausea will be here soon." Bingji looked at Lin Jian pitifully. "Can it be later?" "Oh, so I shouldn't have rescued your daughter?" Lin Jian said with a half-smile. "Maybe I should have told them not to rescue your daughter?" No, that's not what I meant." Bingji hurriedly crawled over, her expression full of pity and anxiety. "That's not what I meant. Please, when Nausea comes back, I'll do whatever you want." "I don't have that patience." Lin Jian interrupted coldly, then smiled and said, "Besides, look. It just so happens that Nausea is going to do the same thing in the future. As a mother, isn't it your duty to set an example for Nausea?" No, please, Nausea is still young." "Don't want?" Lin Jian's face turned completely cold, without a trace of smile. "That depends on how you perform." Bingji's body trembled, and the look she gave Lin Juan became more and more pitiful, and even pitiful tears flowed down her cold and beautiful face. However, Lin Juan just stared at her coldly. Seeing that Lin Juan remained unmoved, Bingji showed a sad look on her face. But in the end, he still lowered his head, which had been held high. I have served men before. If there is anything I did that makes you dissatisfied, please tell me. Lin Juan let out a long sigh of satisfaction. I don't know how much time had passed. Just when Lin Juan was feeling so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep, there was a light knock on the door. Master, we have brought Nashia back. Neve's voice came from outside the door. Come in, Lin Juan said lazily. With a creaky sound, the bedroom door was pushed open. Neve and Nina walked in, and between them there was a little girl in her early teens with the same ice blue hair and eyes as Bingji. She was 70% similar to Bingji, but more cute and less noble and cool. But after seeing the scene in the room, I was already prepared. But Nashia couldn't help showing an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Mother! Hearing her daughter's voice, Bingji's body trembled. Although he really wanted to see his daughter, he did not have the courage to raise his head. Instead, he lowered his head even lower. I'm sorry, Nashia, it's Mom who is useless. Come over, Lin Juan said lightly. Nashia looked at the man who bullied her mother with fear and anger. But in the end, she still obediently walked to his side. You're so good. Much better than your mother. Lin Juan pinched Nashia's little face and directly activated the law of blood. After completely controlling her, he waved his hand and said, Take her out. Yes, master. 2 days later. Standing on the deck of the blood ship, Lin Juan looked at the blood island that appeared at the end of his vision and fell into the sea. It is said to be an island. But even though the distance was so far that the island's land was just visible, it was so wide that the island's borders could not be seen at all, and right there stood a magnificent port city on the edge of the island. Under the blood-red moonlight, it looks magnificent and terrifying. The city of Naliak. This is the name of the city, a big city with a population of over 10 million. It is also the territory of the vampire Baron Basil. As a baron, Basil is able to own such an important port city. On the one hand, although he is a baron, his strength is very close to that of a viscount. His strength is at the 6th level of the imperial rank, and he is only one opportunity away from being promoted to a viscount. On the other hand, the other party is Countess Isabella's subordinate. It is precisely because of this that Basil hates the vampire warrior Felix that Lin Juan is currently disguising as, because if Felix had not emerged as a rising star and attracted Isabella's attention, he might have been promoted to the Viscount of the Vampires with Isabella's blessing. Of course, this is just a thought. Because of the arrival of the trial field of all races. Because of the limitations of the trial field, the peak combat power in each open stage, such as the early Imperial level peak and the middle Imperial level peak, is much more important than just entering the middle Imperial level or just entering the late Imperial level. So, there is absolutely no way Isabella would allow Basil and Felix to be promoted before this. But this did not prevent Basil from hating Felix, thinking that he had taken away Countess Isabella's favor. Really? With the information he had collected these days emerging in his mind, Lin Juan sighed. How come a peace-loving person like me always has to run into these violent incidents? Neve and Nina stood on Lin Juan's left and right, smiling without saying a word. And behind him was Bingji, looking at Lin Juan's back with eyes full of feminine submissiveness. Although it was only a short 2 days, the powerful strength that Lin Juan displayed in these 2 days was far greater than that of her late husband, which made her scream and wail in defeat time and time again, and he completely conquered her. She could no longer tell whether she was truly afraid, terrified, or in love with this man, but she understood that she could no longer live without him. Owner. Thinking of this, Bingji's gaze turned into an obsessed look as she looked at Lin Juan's back. He took the initiative to walk forward and hugged Lin Juan's waist from behind. I can help you with that too? Although Bingji's strength is only at the Imperial level, as the Queen of the Ice Clan, she has a very special talent and ability. She can release absolutely low-temperature ice crystals to freeze her opponents. It's just that there are too many vampire warriors. Among the Ice Clan, there are too few Emperor-level warriors. Even if she freezes a Blood Clan warrior, let alone the problems of other Blood Clan warriors, she will not be able to cause fatal damage to the opponent even after freezing him. But when placed in a strong enough team to play a supporting role, Bing Ji's talent becomes very useful. Forget it. Lin Jian turned around and reached out to hold Bing Ji's plump and soft body in his arms. Just wait at home and think about how to serve me. But I want to follow you, master, just in case. Bing Ji bit her lower lip and looked at Lin Jian pitifully. Looking at the charming look on his arms, totally different from the cold and beautiful Ice Queen from the past 2 days, Lin Jian found it a little funny. Okay, then you can follow me. I didn't expect that I have survived another month. Starting from next month, I will try to update 2 chapters of 4,000 words every day to see if I can get full attendance. If I get rejected again when I try to claim full attendance pay, TSK. Chapter 293, Your name is Bezel? The city of Naliak. Center. Lin Jian stood at the towering castle under the blood moon and looked at the castle in front of him. Standing behind him were 3 girls, Neve, Nina and Bingji. Really? Looking at the castle gate that had been tightly closed, Nevu and Nimu's expressions had become extremely cold. They have been waiting here for nearly an hour. The accompanying vampire warriors had already gone in to report their mission, but Basil had been reluctant to let them in. It would have been fine if they just waited outside, but they actually dared to let their master wait outside. It's a capital crime. Master, let's just charge in. Yes, master, let's kill that ignorant fellow. Listening to Neve and Nina's murderous words, Lin Jian shook his head with amusement. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in such a hurry. But master. Neve and Nina both sounded aggrieved. It's okay for us to wait. But this Bezel actually dared to let you, the master, stand here and wait for so long. This is simply a capital crime. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but since I didn't tell you, just wait patiently, okay? Yes, master. Yes, master. Looking at the sisters Nevu and Nimiao who were restraining their murderous aura, Bing Ji moved closer to Lin Jian. Her only regret was that she couldn't lean on Gu Chen's arms. Although in the Ice Clan, her status is the Ice Queen instead of the Ice Empress, but the status of women in the Ice Clan is no worse than that of men, the two are equal. Therefore, on weekdays in the Ice Clan Emperor would discuss many matters with her. In front of the Ice Clan people and her late husband, she was decisive and had strong opinions. She even argued with her late husband on many things, and it was often her late husband who listened to her opinions. Although her position was not that of queen, it was not far behind. However, in front of Lin Jian, the man who completely conquered her and crushed all her pride, she had no opinion of her own. I just want to listen to him and be loved by him. Master Felix, Your Excellency invites you. Just then, the castle gate was opened. Several beautiful vampire maids walked in. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian walked in with Bing Ji, and the 2 sisters Neve and Nina. Seeing Lin Jian bringing the 3 blood foods into the castle, the maids and guards in the castle did not say anything and led Lin Jian inside. Soon, they passed through the dark corridor and arrived at the door of a hall. Push open the door of the hall. Deep in the dark and grand palace, a throne stood high above the steps. After taking a glance, Lin Jian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Blood Clan warriors who came back with him were standing on both sides of the hall, and in the front stood a young man with a handsome face, blood-red hair and a somewhat sinister look, who looked to be in his early 20s. Lin Jian recognized the other party from the memory fragments he absorbed from the Blood Queen and the descriptions of other vampires. Basil. The original owner of this castle. But he stood below with a respectful look on his face, in front of all the vampire warriors. And on the bloody throne that should have belonged to Basil, there was a woman sitting. That was a very beautiful woman. He looked to be in his 20s, with blonde hair and red eyes, wearing black armor. His snow-white thighs were exposed between the black over-the-knee boots and the armor. At this moment, she was sitting lazily on the throne, supporting her face with one hand. The bright red eyes were staring at Lin Jian with interest. Felix. The female vampire's voice was lazily hoarse. Is there anything you want to tell me about your fleet and domain? Isabella? Lin Juan had no impression of the woman in front of him, nor had he heard of what she looked like, but she was able to let Basil go down and sit in Basil's seat and make Basil look like this. The only one is the legendary vampire countess, Isabella. Isn't it said that the outer area of Blood Island cannot be reached by those with the strength of Viscount of the Blood Clan or above? Lin Juan hesitated for a moment, but then he didn't care anymore. No matter how Isabella got here, even if she was at the Imperial level, he was confident that he could take Bingji away with the help of sisters Neve and Nina. So, I do have something I want to report to you. Lin Juan naturally walked towards the depths of the palace. Passing over the vampire warriors who were kneeling on one knee, came to the side of Basil, the only one standing here. Basil frowned slightly, and glanced at Felix standing beside him, with a cold look in his eyes. Isabella, on the other hand, watched Lin Juan's unruly behavior with interest. Although the other party is highly valued by him, he is, after all, a follower of Basil. Blood Clan. It is one of the most hierarchical races. Because of the constraints of blood, the upper blood nobles have absolute control over their dependents, and lower nobles. Even if the strength is equal, the dependents have no ability to resist their masters. Lin Juan's behavior at this moment has seriously violated his identity as a warrior of the Basil blood clan. It wasn't just Basil who was offended. At the same time, the other party dared to look directly at her, the vampire countess, which offended her. The nobles have absolute control over their own relatives. Now, both she and Basil could kill him for the offense. Oh? Isabella's eyes showed more interest, and she asked, What is it? About Basil's collusion with the alien race and his betrayal of my blood race. Chapter 294 Because I'm better than him. The words fell. Basil, who was originally filled with anger, was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Juan blankly. Isabella, who had a smile on her face as if she was watching a show, was stunned. Among the vampires. Class solidification. The bloodline one is born with has already determined one's entire life, and the long, unchanging lifespan makes Isabella very interested in such changes. She is also looking forward to what surprises Lin Juan's sudden behavior can bring to her. But Basil betrayed the vampires? Isabella was a little unresponsive for a moment. Then, I just felt a little bored. She thought that Felix had something to rely on when he suddenly killed Omian and Eric after failing in his mission, and not only did he not escape, but he came back blatantly. She didn't expect that he was here to make fun of her. Are you dizzy? Just as the expression on Isabella's face turned cold and Basil raised his head and looked at Lin Juan sneerily, Lin Juan suddenly jumped up. The Shura blood blade appeared in his hand, and a sea of blood swept towards Basil. You! Basil's face changed drastically. I never expected that the other party would dare to attack in front of Isabella, and I never expected that the other party would dare to attack me. Does he want to die so much? But what Basil didn't expect was the strength of the opponent. Although he was somewhat surprised that the opponent killed Omen in seconds, even without the bloodline suppression of the nobles on their followers, Basil was confident that he could easily suppress the opponent with his own strength. However, when he first faced Lin Juan's sudden attack, Basil was stunned at first. After he came to his senses and felt the palpitating feeling, Basil's first reaction was not to resist with all his strength, but to activate his own blood, relying on the blood of the upper nobles to suppress Felix. Then, nothing happens. Why isn't Felix reacting? Is it possible? He's not Felix? The moment this thought came into Basil's mind, the Shura blood blade had already cut off his head. Driven by the law of blood, all the blood and essence in Basil was instantly devoured by Lin Juan. Isabella watched all this silently. She reacted the moment Lin Juan took action. But she did not try to stop it. Firstly, she didn't understand why Felix had gone so crazy, but she was also quite interested in the changes and wanted to see how Felix wanted to end it. Secondly, she didn't think Felix could really kill Basil. The control of the upper vampires over their followers is absolute. With just a thought, she can easily suppress or even kill her followers instantly, even if their strength is the same as hers. This is why the rules among the vampires are so strict. The lower vampires have no way to resist the higher vampires. The only way to resist is to join the other side's mortal enemy, and this is just a game between the upper vampires. But what Isabella didn't expect was that useless guy Basil is actually dead? How did you do that? Isabella leaned lazily on the throne and stood up slightly, looking at Lin Jian with interest. She just saw it clearly. Although she was very disdainful of Basil's slow reaction and his initial attempt to suppress it with blood instead of physical strength. However, the other party obviously also adopted the most effective and traditional method, relying on blood suppression to make those dishonest subordinates aware of the connection between the two. However, the other party was not affected by blood at all. Report to Lord Isabella. After killing Basil instantly, Lin Jian put away his sword. But he looked Isabella in the eye and said calmly, I had an adventure outside and got rid of the shackles of my bloodline. Oh, interesting? Isabella's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. So what? That's why you killed Basil? A moment. Lin Jian felt like he was being targeted by a hunter. This woman is very strong. Although in the outermost area of the Blood Island, Isabella, as a vampire countess, was suppressed to the point where she could only exert the strength of the peak of the mid-imperial rank, she was a vampire countess after all. Even when facing Basil, he could easily kill the opponent without the restriction of bloodline. The aura that was emanating from it alone made the vampire warriors present tremble slightly. Lin Jian, who was at the center of oppression, remained calm and looked at Isabella fearlessly. Basil died because he colluded with aliens. Oh? Isabella stood up suddenly. She is very tall, and at a glance she looks to be at least 1.8 meters tall. Isabella walked down the steps with her long and slender legs, step by step, to Lin Jian's front. The smile on her face had become teasing and cruel. Why? That cruel smile left no doubt that if Lin Jian's answer did not satisfy her, she would kill Lin Jian in the next second. Lin Jian's expression still moved slightly, and he looked indifferently at Isabella's blood full of cruelty. If you want a reason, it's I am better than him. Chapter 295, Countess of the Blood Clan, Isabella. Oh? Isabella smiled. So, if you are stronger than me, you will kill me? As Isabella spoke, the expression on her face changed from a smile at the beginning to a cold one later. She looked at him with a half-smile, and the powerful pressure was completely pressed on Lin Jian. Although in the area outside the Blood Island, even if the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan came, he would be suppressed to the perfect strength of the middle stage imperial rank, but her real strength was there after all. With the perfect foundation of the imperial rank, whether it is combat ability, bloodline, aptitude, etc., even if the strength is equal, these Blood Clan warriors cannot last more than 10 rounds under her hands. What's more, it is on a higher level. The aftermath of the oppressive feeling alone made the vampire warriors kneeling on the ground nearby tremble. Neve and Nina were on high alert, planning to take Lin Jian away if anything went wrong. No. Lin Jian shook his head. Looking at Lin Jian, whose expression remained unchanged, Isabella narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh? If I were better than you, I'd sleep with you. Sleep with me? Isabella was stunned, then couldn't help laughing. Then he waved his hand impatiently. Go away. The vampire warriors hurriedly got up and left the hall. After a while, only Lin Jian and the 2 female elves, Neve and Nina, were left. Isabella's eyes fell on the 2 girls. You guys go out first. Yes, master. Neve and Nina also looked pale and looked at him worriedly, but did not deny it or choose to stay. Instead, they responded obediently and left. It seems that you have trained these 2 female elves very well. It's just a casual thing. Blood doesn't make people absolutely loyal. You are right. Lin Jian smiled without comment. It is indeed as Isabella said, although the suppression of the superior vampires on their own relatives or other vampires with lower bloodlines is almost impossible to resist. But the lower class will overthrow the upper class, no matter what race or era, as long as that race has developed a certain degree of wisdom, and this wisdom gives birth to desires. It will definitely exist, just like there cannot be two tigers in one mountain. Therefore, Lin Juan never hires male subordinates for himself. Those women were controlled by the law of blood at the first opportunity. Of course, he was still very confident in these women and female elves whom he favored the most. Normally they will lie, but when the love is at its extreme and their mind is no longer clear, their subconscious reaction is not to lie. Of course, most men cannot do this on their own. Even though their acting skills are so perfect that they have become instinctive, Lin Juan is still very confident in his own abilities, and he is the only one who can give them the benefits they want and that are sufficient. He is stronger than them, and with the blessing of the Lord of Life, he can give them enough benefits, and he is also controlled by the law of blood. In addition, his ability in that aspect is also strong enough. Lin Juan does not think that these women and female elves are crazy and will betray him. Isabella didn't say anything else when she saw this. She just mentioned it casually because she felt a little touched by Lin Juan's rebellion. Let's continue with what we were talking about. The coldness on Isabella's face turned into a faint smile again. She leaned lazily on the throne, supporting her face with one hand, and hooked her finger at Lin Juan with the other hand. Come over. Lin Juan looked at Isabella without moving. How? Isabella's lips curled up into a provocative smile. Didn't you just say you wanted to have sex with me? Now you're scared? Lin Juan shrugged his shoulders and walked towards Isabella, stepping on the steps one by one. Anyway, with his current real strength, even if Isabella came in the perfect state of the imperial rank, he was confident that he could run away even if he couldn't win. Now that his strength was suppressed in the middle stage of the imperial rank, there was no need for him to worry about anything. The hesitation just now was just to avoid being too reckless, and let Isabella confirm that he was not Felix. After stepping onto the last step of the dance, Lin Juan stood in front of the seated Isabella. His tall body blocked out the dim light burning in the hall, shrouding Isabella in shadow and looking down at her from above. Although I was looking at her just now, I was just looking at her face. Only at this time did Lin Juan have the opportunity to observe her body carefully. Isabella was very tall, and at a glance she was about the same height as him, especially her legs, which were exceptionally long, yet not thin, but just the right amount of plump, and with a sense of strength. The chest is high. Her long golden hair hung down, and with the indifference and arrogance on her face, she looked like a queen high above everyone else. Feeling Lin Juan's eyes filled with undisguised desire, Isabella's heart skipped a beat. Having lived for so long, she had become accustomed to the humble and respectful appearance of the lower-level vampires, but this was the first time she was looked down upon with such lustful eyes. This made her suddenly have an indescribable feeling that is, seems like this is not bad? If the other party really had the ability to suppress and conquer her, Isabella felt her body starting to heat up just thinking about that scene. Does it look good? Isabella bit her lower lip slightly and looked at him seductively. Lin Juan was stunned, and then Isabella suddenly grabbed his collar, made him bend down, and then bit his neck. The sweet taste poured into Isabella's mouth, and she was stunned. Good, delicious? The man's blood tasted so delicious that Isabella had never tasted it before, as if all the blood she had drunk for thousands of years was in vain. She could clearly tell from the blood that the man's strength was only at the middle stage of the imperial rank, but why? So delicious? Even Isabella had a hunch that as long as she drank it for a long time, it is even possible to have a chance to break through to the half-step saint realm. The desire for blood in the vampire genes made Isabella unable to help but suck Lin Juan's blood in big gulps, and she even forgot what she was supposed to do. Lady Isabella, Lin Juan said helplessly, if you drink any more, you will drink me dry. Isabella finally reacted and licked it with some reluctance, but still suppressed her desire for blood. Anyway, after Lin Juan became hers, she could enjoy such delicious blood every day. Simply, Isabella began to infuse her own blood and essence into Lin Juan's body. Chapter 296 Dependence Blood Pool. When Isabella injected Lin Juan's essence and blood into his body and transformed him into a follower, Lin Juan could feel it. All of Isabella's essence and blood were under the control of his own blood law. As long as he moved his mind, he could devour the essence and blood that Isabella infused into him. So, Lin Juan allowed Isabella to infuse him with essence and blood. Not long after. After completely infusing her essence and blood into Lin Jiuan's body, Isabella raised her head from Lin Jiuan's neck with satisfaction and pushed Lin Jiuan away gently. Looking at Lin Jiuan, Isabella said calmly, "Do you know the Blood Pond Temple?" Lin Jiuan nodded. "I know. The Blood Pool Temple is the secret treasure of the Blood Moon Empire. By sacrificing the lives of all races and feeding on their blood, the resulting blood essence can allow the vampires to break through the limitations of their bloodline. Furthermore, it is even said that as long as the number of sacrifices is sufficient, the Blood Moon Emperor can break through to the Saint Realm. The Queen intends to open the Blood Pond Temple outside the Blood Island." Isabella lazily leaned back on the throne. "Originally I wanted to let Bazel fight for it, but since you can kill Bazel, I'll leave it to you this time." Lin Jiuan was stunned. "Open the Blood Pond Temple on the periphery? Use those foreign sacrifices?" Isabella nodded slightly. "Why?" Lin Jiuan asked curiously. "It's okay to tell you." Perhaps because the blood tastes so good, Isabella now likes Lin Jiuan very much. According to the news brought back by other vampire warriors, a strong man has appeared among the human evolutionists. He has conquered the Elf Sky Island and owns a cloud boat that can be used for cross-sea teleportation. He has many powerful elves in the middle stage of the imperial rank under his command. Speaking of... Isabella paused and looked at Lin Jiuan thoughtfully. She remembered that the other two female elves... Isabella narrowed her eyes slightly, but she felt the blood connection between her and Lin Jiuan, so she didn't say anything and continued. "The Queen feels that if a war breaks out suddenly, the forces we can send out now may not be able to win. We have decided to open the Blood Pond Temple in the currently open outer area through the sacrifices that have arrived. You will be invited to participate then. Whoever wins will be eligible to enter the Blood Pool and become the leader of the Blood Barons." As the door of the hall opened again, Neve, Nina and Bingji, who were anxiously waiting outside the door, looked into the depths of the hall, only to see that Isabella had disappeared, and only Lin Jiuan was left, sitting on the throne that originally belonged to Bazel. "Come in." The three women walked in immediately. The Blood Clan warriors who were waiting nearby also entered the hall one after another. As the last vampire walked in, the door of the hall closed. "Lord Felix, what are you doing?" a vampire warrior asked cautiously. "Oh, isn't that obvious?" The vampire warriors looked confused and doubtful. Although all the facts now confirmed that Lady Countess Isabella was right, it seemed that the vampire warrior who had just killed Lord Bazel on the spot would inherit Lord Bazel's position. The blood aura on Lin Jiuan's body, which was transformed into a follower by Isabella and suppressed their superiors, further confirmed this point. But it was still horrifying. After a while, a vampire warrior knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Congratulations, Master Felix." "Congratulations, Master Felix." One by one, the vampire warriors knelt on one knee. "If you really want to congratulate me, go to hell." As soon as the words fell, the vampire warriors were startled, and then they reacted with horror. But Neve and Nina reacted faster than them. Upon hearing what Lin Jiuan said, they immediately urged time and space to block the space inside the hall. A sea of blood rushed towards the vampire warriors. Less than a minute. The door of the hall opened again, but only Lin Jiuan, Neve, Nina and Bingji were left inside. "Let's clear out all the creatures in this castle," Lin Jiuan said lazily. He promised Isabella to participate in the battle for the blood pool. As a reward, Isabella let him take over Bazel's position. However, Lin Jiuan did not intend to use these Blood Clan warriors and Bazel's maids. "Yes, master." Nightfall. The castle originally belonged to Bazel. In the bedroom, Lin Jiuan was lying lazily on the large and soft sofa, with a beautiful vampire woman leaning next to him. The beautiful vampire woman's pretty face was full of flattering expressions, but if you looked closely, you could see deep fear in her eyes. "How's it going?" Lin Jiuan put his arm around the beautiful vampire woman's waist and looked lazily at Bingji, who walked in. With Bazel and the vampire warriors both dead, the combat power of Neve and Nina, two mid-level emperors, is almost a dimensionality reduction attack here. Soon, they cleaned out Bazel's castle thoroughly, leaving only some particularly beautiful and sensible women. And then, Lin Jiuan asked Bingji to find her tribesmen. Among the blood clan warships of Omin, many of Bingji's tribesmen were brought back. Bingji directly picked out the most beautiful beauties from the Ice clan and brought them to the castle to serve as maids. This beautiful vampire woman is Basil's wife and one of the few who survived. Bingji pursed her cherry lips and glanced at the beautiful vampire woman. Seeing this, Lin Jian casually patted her hips and said, "Okay, there's nothing for you to do here." Although this female vampire was quite pretty, she was still far behind the beauties like Bingji, Neve, and Nina. He only took the time to take care of her out of sympathy for a poor widow whose husband had just died. "Yes, sir." The beautiful vampire woman's eyes showed a mixture of relief and reluctance, but she still left the room obediently. "Okay, you've been watching for so long, come here." "Thank you, master." Bingji Rian snuggled into Lin Jian's arms. Explained the situation to Lin Jian. With Neve and Nina taking action, even an ordinary vampire viscount would not be a match for the two sisters, not to mention that Basil, the only vampire noble in this port city, had already died in his hands. He took over the city very smoothly and controlled it in his hands. Bingji had also collected many beautiful females from among the sacrifices captured by the vampires and brought them to serve as maids in the castle. And from the Ice clan captives, they found many female guards of the Ice clan to temporarily take charge of the security work here. Lin Jian listened but didn't pay much attention to it. He just felt the coolness on Bingji's skin. When she had finished speaking, he asked, "What about the Blood Pond Temple?" Chapter 297 Nausea. The expression on Bingji's face immediately became a little uneasy. "I'm sorry, master." When Lin Jian saw this, he knew that Bingji must not have heard the news about the opening of the Blood Pool Temple. "Forget it, it doesn't matter." Lin Jian didn't care. The other vampire warriors had never heard of this kind of news. Isabella came to tell him to participate specifically. It would be difficult for Bingji to ask for the reason when most of the high-level fighters had been killed by him. "When the Blood Pond Temple is about to open, the vampires will come." Lin Jian reached out and gently stroked Bingji's cold skin. Just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Tat. "Who?" "Sir, it's me." Nashia's still slightly childish voice came from outside the door. Lin Jian raised his eyebrows. Bingji was a little nervous and looked at Lin Jian pleadingly. Although when Xiaya was accepted back, the other party had seen everything that he should and shouldn't have seen, and he was also sensible and didn't ask about the things between her and Lin Jian when they were together afterwards, but he still didn't want to be seen. Bingji still didn't want to be seen by Nashia. "Come in." Bingji looked resentful, but still snuggled in his arms obediently. The door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Nashia poked her head out, and when she saw Lin Jian and her mother sitting on the sofa, she blinked and whispered, "Can I come in?" "Sure." Nashia had a happy expression on her face. She trotted in, closed the door, then came in front of Lin Jian, looking up at him with her little face. "Gentlemen. Is there anything wrong, Nashia?" Lin Jian pulled out a hand and touched Nashia's long ice blue hair, the same as her mother's. The girl is very cute and looks a lot like her mother, but she doesn't have her mother's nobility and coldness as a superior. Although she looks very noble and like a princess at first glance, she is more cute and sweet. And very sensible. Not only did she not have any negative feelings towards the man who bullied her mother, but she was very close to him, and did not seem to think that there was anything wrong with what he did to her mother. So Lin Jian likes her very much. Nashia nodded and looked up at Lin Jian with her beautiful sapphire eyes. "Nasia wants to be useful." Lin Jian was startled and said with some amusement, "Why do you suddenly think of these things?" Bingji also tilted her head at this time, looking at her lovely daughter. Her expression became soft and apologetic, and she said softly, "It's okay, Nashia, Mr. Lin will protect us." "Nasia believes in you, sir, but..." "Nashia wants to become stronger and protect her mother and Mr. Lin." Lin Jian couldn't help but pinch her little face. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's wait for a while." It just so happens that Sheila and Veronica are making good progress. With their mid-level imperial strength, it is a pure dimensionality reduction attack on both the existing alien races and evolvers, as well as those ordinary-level creatures on the Sky Island. The only difficult part is the long distance. And relying on the Qiming Cloud Boat's cross-time and space teleportation function, they can teleport to the Sky Island and other sea areas, and it will be easy for them to capture the Sky Island. Then I'll take you to one of the Sky Islands. It will be helpful to you and your mother. Among the Sky Islands currently conquered by Sheila and Veronica, there is Iceland. Among those elven saints, only Sheila practiced ice and snow magic. She had just picked it up casually, but she happened to meet the Ice Princess and the Ice Clan this time. Thank you, sir. Anything else? Lin Jian saw that Nashia was still looking up at him, and asked with a smile. Nashia's face flushed slightly, and she shyly asked, Can Nashia call the gentleman daddy? Hearing this, Bingji's body trembled, and she buried her head in Lin Jian's arms in shame, but she did not say anything to stop him. Instead, she looked forward to it. She and the original Ice Clan Emperor had a political marriage, and they treated each other with respect after the marriage. Although their relationship was pretty good, it would be ridiculous to say that they really loved each other. For the Ice Clan who live in ice and snow and are surrounded by all kinds of strange beasts, the law of the jungle is rooted in their thinking. Since her original husband could not protect her, it was natural for her to become Lin Jian's woman. Follow Lin Jian. He, his daughter, and his tribesmen do not have to be sacrificed. Although she had to say that she had almost no feelings for Lin Jian, Bingji still hoped to become the real woman of this strong man who had completely conquered her. Good. Nashia's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Dad? Lin Jian smiled and touched Nashia's head. The girl squinted her eyes comfortably like a well-behaved kitten, and even rubbed her little head against his palm. After stroking the little ice cat for a while, Lin Jian pinched Nashia's little face. Okay, it's getting late, go back and rest. Dad also needs to rest with Mom. Nashia happily left the bedroom, leaving only Lin Jian and Bingji. It was not until the door closed and Nashia's footsteps faded away in the corridor that Bingji raised her face from Lin Jian's arms and looked at him shyly and happily. Master, then I. As long as you work hard for me and obey my orders. From now on, you will be the queen of the Ice Tribe. Then, Bingji still looked at him expectantly and nervously. Lin Jian found it a little funny, but still said, She is also my woman. In the bathroom, Lin Jian lazily lay in the recliner in the spacious bathtub. Outside the bathing pool, charming maids from the Ice Clan were busy at work. After enjoying the feeling of the warm water of the bathing pool wrapping around his body for a while, Lin Jian opened his eyes. I remember there was a system sound just now, right? As the number of times increases. Now Lin Jian is no longer as sensitive to system sounds as he was at the beginning. I opened the system panel and took a look, and sure enough. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Law of Ice S level. Reward 2, Ice Jade Fruit Tree, Legendary Plant. Reward 3, Winter Scepter, Legendary Weapon. Yes, it is. Looking at the reward from the Lord of Life, Lin Jian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and looked with interest at Bingji, who was already asleep in his arms but still had a happy smile on her lips. So, putting a woman in a good mood really does increase the odds? Chapter 298 Visiting Blood Clan Nobles. Lin Jian glanced at the system's rewards and directly chose the Law of Ice. These days, he also found time to sleep with some beauties from the Blood Clan and the Ice Clan. Having already had an opportunity to comprehend the laws, Lin Jian directly added it to the Law of Ice. Congratulations, you have realized the power, Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero, ice power releases extremely cold frost wind to freeze everything. It seems to be somewhat similar to the power of reversing life or death? Lin Jian thought for a while, feeling the different powers in his body. In terms of freezing ability, Absolute Zero is definitely stronger than life or death. After all, the latter's freezing is more of a freezing in the sense of death. Can these 2 powers be combined together? Can the fusion of laws fuse power? There are still many opportunities to integrate the remaining laws that he had received from women of unknown tribe. Lin Jian tried to integrate the power of life or death with the power of Absolute Zero. Is it integrated? Really? Lin Jiuan raised his eyebrows. Fusion! In an instant, more information emerged in Lin Jiuan's mind about how to use the power of absolute zero to reverse life or death. A few days later. Main hall. Lin Jiuan sat on the throne that once belonged to Basil. And Basil's wife, the beautiful vampire, knelt beside the throne with a flattering look on her face. The beautiful maids from the Ice Clan and the Blood Clan carried plates filled with delicious food and fine wine. There were also some beauties from the Ice Clan and the Blood Clan, wearing long gauze skirts of various colors, dancing to the music in the hall. When they dance, their race's talents will bring out dots of ice blue and blood red, which looks magnificent with the faintly visible tulle. Lin Jiuan enjoyed the delicious food and wine while looking at the beautiful scenery. Sudden. An Ice Clan maid walked quickly into the hall, trotted to the throne, knelt on the ground, her pretty face full of nervousness. Owner. 4 vampire nobles came and said they were looking for you. I'm waiting in the main hall now. Lin Jiuan's drunken eyes suddenly opened and narrowed slightly. Here I am. Lin Jiuan waved his hand. Upon seeing this, the beauties from the Blood Clan and Ice Clan who were playing music and dancing stopped immediately, bowed slightly respectfully to him, and walked out of the hall. Soon, the only people left in the hall were a few beauties from the Blood Clan and Ice Clan standing on both sides of the throne, and the Blood Clan widow kneeling beside them. Let them in. Yes, master. As soon as the Ice Clan maid stood up, Lin Jiuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. He stood up and said, Forget it, I'll go over there. He was actually killed by his own men. Basil is really going backwards as he grows older. Reception room. Richard glanced at the nervous vampire maids and sneered. Be careful, Richard. Edith, the only woman among the 4, glanced with dissatisfaction at her muscular and carefree companion sitting next to her. Since Lady Isabella asked him to take over Basil's position, she must have her reasons. Don't provoke him casually. Edith, you are so timid. Richard said nonchalantly. Basil is just a piece of trash. I don't know what low class means. That guy used to kill him. What kind of ability can he have? Speaking of. Richard looked at the young male vampire on the other side who looked pale and feminine. Ryan, don't you think so? Ryan didn't even look at him, but the middle-aged male vampire next to him, who looked gentle and aristocratic, said, Be quiet. Don't forget why we are here. Just then, the door of the living room was opened. I'm sorry, my master has something to do and can't leave right now, so I'll be the one to greet you all. Bingji walked in calmly, and her every move showed the dignity and elegance of a descendant of a clan. Although Bingji has been with Lin Jiuan for a very short time, the only people who are with Lin Jiuan now are the Blood Queen and the 2 sisters Neve and Nina. Although the Blood Queen is Lin Jiuan's blood creation and has some similarities to the vampires, she can be regarded as a member of the same clan if she disguises herself, making her very suitable to be the hostess of the castle. But she was cruel and bloodthirsty by nature, and had absolutely no patience for things like interpersonal relationships, making it more painful for her to deal with people than to kill her. As for the 2 female elves, Neve and Nimue, as the wives of the elf leader, they didn't care about the secular world at all. All matters were left to the leader, and the 2 of them concentrated on studying the magic of time and space. Although I can't say that I can't do this kind of interpersonal things, I don't have much interest in it either. Instead of dealing with these trivial matters, they would rather spend time studying the mysteries of magic, drinking tea, enjoying life, and spending time with Lin Jiuan. Therefore, the mistress in charge of this castle has now become Bingji, who has just joined the team. Why, Felix looks down on us. Let a blood eater receive us? Richard stood up and was about to attack Bingji. Richard, don't be rude. Richard curled his lips as he listened to Ryan's scolding. He knew that this lecherous guy had taken a fancy to this woman. However, it must be said that this female blood-feeding creature of the alien race was indeed extremely beautiful, not to mention her elegant and noble temperament. At first glance, she was clearly the most beautiful among those captured and defeated aliens. It doesn't matter. Ryan looked at Bingji with a smile. As long as my beautiful lady is willing to accompany me for one night, I am willing to forgive Felix's rudeness. Frowned slightly. He took a step back and smiled. You are joking, sir. If my master knew I did this, he would kill me. Don't worry, beautiful lady. I, Reinakines, will protect you, Ryan said as he was about to reach out his hand towards Bingji. Please don't do this. There was a flash of coldness in Bingji's eyes. She was the queen of the Ice clan. Even though she was defeated and became a prisoner of the Blood clan, she was bullied by Lin Jian because of her status and beauty. Even the Blood clan warriors like Omen were self-aware and did not dare to touch her. How dare this guy be so rude to me? Seeing Ryan's hand reaching out to her, Bingji, who was ready to retire, could no longer hold back and cold frost appeared around her body. Seeing this scene, Edith shook her head. She knows. This woman is finished. Chapter 299 Who is looking for death? Ryan's lust is well known among the nobles of the vampire clan. It would be fine if it was simply lust. After all, the strength of the vampires comes from their bloodline inheritance, and they hardly need to practice. Generally, as long as they reach adulthood, they can reach the level that their bloodline should be at. Coupled with the rigid class structure, the lifespan of blood nobles can easily be tens of thousands of years. It was very common for many vampire nobles to be very lustful and do nothing all day long, indulging in banquets, brothels, and promiscuous sex. However, Ryan's reputation was well known even among the vampire barons. The reason is that this guy is not only lustful, but also perverted. The reason can be traced back to the time when the other party had not yet inherited his father's title. At that time, his father had many children, and Ryan succeeded his father's position successfully by pleasing an old woman who was a vampire viscount. Then, perhaps it was because of the law of extremes that the other party started to become abnormal since he became a vampire baron. No matter whether it is the vampires or these alien blood foods, none of them survived more than a month once they fell into his hands. Even the female nobles of the same blood clan, after spending a night with him, would describe him as a psychologically twisted pervert, and would stay away from him from then on. An ice princess serves as Felix's blood food. According to the imperial law, even a vampire viscount has no right to touch someone without the owner's consent, but unfortunately it was Bingji who made the first move. If blood food attacked the nobles, it would be a serious crime, even if Ryan was the first to provoke and intend to interfere. Ryan could easily capture Bingji and do whatever he wanted to her. Relying on this method, Ryan had killed countless female vampires favored by other vampire barons and offended many vampire nobles, but the other party had the support of the Viscount behind him. In addition, he is not stupid and only targets the blood food of nobles who are not strong and have no backing, so he has never encountered any problems. Court death. Really? Seeing Bingji couldn't help but attack him. The sanctimonious smile on Ryan's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a hideous grin. The hand that was stretched out towards Bingji was emitting a bloody aura and went straight towards Bingji's neck. Even though he didn't use his full strength, the perfect strength of the middle stage imperial rank made Bingji, whose strength was only at the early stage imperial rank, pale. He almost instinctively wanted to use the racial talent in his bloodline. But in the next moment, the door of the hall suddenly shattered. The vampires present could only see a blood-colored sword energy sweeping towards Ryan. Before the other party could make any reaction, the blood-colored sword energy had already penetrated his body. Puff! Ryan's body froze in place. The next moment, his body exploded with a bang. Pieces of flesh and blood scattered all around. Bingji watched helplessly as the blood rain came towards her. She was caught off guard and had no time to react. The flesh and blood seemed to turn into a barrier, blocking her way. Are you okay? Bingji's delicate body trembled, and she stared at her side in a daze. One hand has already wrapped around her waist. Master! Bingji cried out aggrievedly, and hugged Lin Jian's waist tightly with both hands. Lin Jian smiled and touched her head, and his gaze quickly turned to the three vampire nobles present. You killed Ryan? Why, dissatisfied? Lin Jian hugged Bingji with one hand and held the knife with the other, looking at Richard with a sneer. Richard's eyes turned red and he stared at Lin Jian. It doesn't matter whether Ryan lives or dies, but this guy actually dared to kill the person who came with him in front of him. This is a naked provocation to him. However, thinking of the knife that Lin Jian had just stabbed at him before he had time to react, Richard felt so angry that it almost burst out of his chest, but he didn't know where to vent his anger. I can't beat him. Even though he didn't want to admit it, and didn't understand how this guy, who was just a vampire warrior some time ago, could have the power to kill Ryan in seconds, the facts were in front of him. Killing colleagues for no reason. At the side, the middle-aged vampire who looked very noble said, "Aren't you afraid of being punished by the adults?" Lin Jian smiled. Edith suddenly felt an extremely bad feeling in her heart, a sense of death that she had not experienced for a long time since she inherited the position of Baron. I wanted to run away, but my body wouldn't respond. As he watched, Lin Jian raised the bloody knife in his hand. A knife was slashed towards them, and the bloody knife energy roared towards them like the waves. Richard and the middle-aged vampire's faces changed drastically, and they immediately used their abilities to resist. But... puff! Before they could even complete half of the move, the bloody blade energy had already pierced through their bodies. Edith did not turn to look, not even with her peripheral vision. Staring blankly at Lin Jian, who had put away his knife and was hugging Bingji with both hands, she knew that the remaining 2 vampire barons who came with her were all dead. Of the 4 vampire barons who came, she was the only one left. Lin Jian sat on a sofa with Bingji in his arms, whispering in her ear for a while before looking up at Edith. The reason why he killed the other 3 and kept the other one was simple. He needed to ask something, and the vampire was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. She has long silver hair and is about 1.7 meters tall. Her figure is not as tall and sexy as Isabella, but she is still outstanding among women. Her appearance is not like the cold and noble Valkyrie like Isabella. It's more like a femme fatale, charming and alluring. As Lin Jian's gaze fell on her, Edith seemed to come back to her senses belatedly. She looked at Lin Jian and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But suddenly Edith knelt on the ground with a thump, and prostrated herself on all fours with her forehead touching the ground. She lay on the ground trembling with fear without a trace of the dignity of a vampire noble. "No, don't kill me!" The longer people live, the more they fear death. This also requires a prerequisite, that is, people who enjoy wealth and glory. The better the life and the longer one lives, the more afraid of death one is while enjoying life. Although Edith, a vampire noble, is only a baron, the lowest noble title, she is in charge of a city with a population of tens of millions, as well as several surrounding towns and villages. She lived a long life and enjoyed a long life as an aristocrat. She still wanted to continue enjoying life and live a luxurious aristocratic life, so she didn't want to die. "Please don't kill me," Edith whined. Chapter 300 Blood Pond News Alliance. "Don't you want to die?" Lin Jian looked at her with interest. Edith looked up, her charming face covered with tears. She looked at him pitifully and nodded continuously. "Then tell me, what are you here for?" Edith said without hesitation. "We originally wanted to form an alliance with Bazel, but Bazel is dead, so we want to see how strong you are." "Alliance? What alliance?" Lin Jian asked curiously. Generally, there are no fights between the Blood clan nobles. Even if there are fights, they are instigated by the upper nobles. Moreover, during the critical period of time when the trial field is open, any internal fights are strictly prohibited. "Because the Blood Pond Temple is about to open." Edith paused and looked at Lin Jian cautiously. "Haven't you heard?" "Are you asking me a question?" Lin Jian looked at her with a smile. "No, I dare not." Edith lowered her head hastily and said in panic, "Because the adults heard from the captured blood eaters that there is a very powerful human in the human race, and the other party also has a remote transmission device. Just in case. The adults are planning to open the Blood Pond Temple. The sacrifices we have captured are just enough to open the temple once. We, the Blood Barons who will be able to go out in the near future, are qualified to enter. We want to get more benefits by going in, so we plan to form an alliance." Speaking of, Edith's eyes showed excitement and anticipation. "That is the Blood Pool Temple. In the past, even barons, earls and even marquis had no chance to enter. Only those in high positions at the center of power of the Blood Moon Empire, and geniuses had the opportunity to enter this holy place. But now it is open to these lowly blood barons. As long as they seize this opportunity, even if they can only get a little bit of benefit by going in, it will be enough for them to benefit endlessly, and even get their bloodline sublimated, and their strength and noble title further improved. Will there be a fight inside? Lin Jiuan asked curiously. Edith raised her little face and looked at Lin Jiuan in confusion, as if she couldn't understand why the other party didn't even know this. But when she met his half-smile, she immediately shrank back in fear. After the blood sacrifice, open the Blood Pond Temple. Participants will enter the world within the Blood Pond Temple. There are many natural treasures in it that are beneficial to our blood race. When the Blood Pond Temple opens, there will also be a limit on the number of people who can enter. Also, the more vampires die inside, the better the blood pool in the vampire temple will be. So when inside, participants will do their best to kill other vampires. So, Lin Jiuan pondered for a while, and suddenly said, "Come here." Edith's body trembled and a look of fear appeared on her face, but she still crawled over and looked up at Lin Jiuan pitifully. "No, don't kill me. I will listen to you. I am willing to do anything." Lin Jiuan smiled and put his hand on her face. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a demon. How could I kill you for no reason? It's just an extra layer of insurance for you." Lin Jiuan activated the law of blood, and the blood pierced into Edith's body. Edith's body trembled as she felt the blood that did not belong to her rushing into her body. The fear on her face became even more intense. Even ordinary people would feel uneasy when the target is controlled through the law of blood, not to mention vampires who are naturally extremely sensitive to blood. Edith wanted to resist countless times, but looking at Lin Jiuan's smiling face and thinking of the scene where Ryan and the others were killed instantly like wild dogs on the roadside, Edith, who believed that she was not stronger than them, gave up the idea of resistance. Soon, Lin Jiuan completely controlled Edith. It seemed like the control between nobles and their dependents. Edith could feel very clearly that her whole body seemed to be covered and controlled by the other party's blood. As long as the other party has a thought, he will bleed to death. Feeling all this, Edith felt relieved despite her despair. Although it feels bad to have your life controlled by others, this also means that Lin Jiuan will not kill her for the time being. "Can other races enter the Blood Pool Temple?" Lin Jiuan asked. Edith's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Jiuan in astonishment. But soon, Edith realized that something was wrong and hurriedly lowered her head, stammering, I don't know, it should be possible. Someone has brought followers of other races in before, and the one who survived to the end was transformed into a pure-blooded vampire in the Blood Pond Temple." Lin Jiuan ignored Edith's frightened thoughts and nodded slightly. Then he touched Edith's head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, think positively. As long as you listen to me and be my dog. Maybe I'll take you into the blood pool then?" Edith's body trembled when she heard this, and she looked up at Lin Jiuan, the fear on her face turning into hope. Really? Although she came here to seek allies, Edith actually knew that it would be difficult for her to enter the blood pool. Being able to keep one's life outside the blood pool temple and find some rare treasures is enough. Entering the blood pool and sublimating one's bloodline is something one can only dream of. However, with Lin Jiuan's ability to easily kill Ryan and others in seconds, this being disguised as a vampire might really be able to take her into the blood pool. As for whether the other party will be detrimental to the vampires at that time, and whether they have any hostility towards the vampires, what does that have to do with her, Edith? If following the other party and betraying the vampires can increase one's strength to Viscount, Baron, or even higher, and allow oneself to obtain huge benefits, then is betraying the vampires something that cannot be done? As long as you listen to me. Lin Jiuan patted her face lightly. I can give you whatever you want. Edith's beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, master! More than half a month later, a blood-red cloud boat was flying in the sky. Lin Jiuan stood on the deck. Behind him, Edith and the Blood Queen stood respectfully on his left and right. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he only brought the two women this time. The Blood Queen could be evacuated at any time, and he would not feel bad even if Edith died. As for Bing Ji and the sisters Nina and Neve, he left them all in the city. The end of sight can be seen vaguely. A huge blood-red temple that exudes a wild and majestic aura stands at the end of the site. Owner. Edith's eyes were filled with enthusiasm and excitement, and she whispered, "That's where the blood pool is fought over." Chapter 301 Conflict. The blood-colored cloud boat slowly landed on the ground. Edith led the way. Lin Jian had just gotten off the cloud boat with the Blood Queen when he heard an untimely and sarcastic voice. "A mere vampire warrior dares to participate in the vampire trial?" Lin Jian looked towards the source of the sound curiously. He was a vampire noble who looked to be around 30 years old and exuded a sinister aura. Behind, there were also many vampire warriors following them, and judging from their aura, they were all followers of this vampire clan. "Are you the first to stand out?" He had learned a lot of information from Edith in the past few days. There are numerous factions among the vampire nobles, and conflicts are endless. However, due to strict class restrictions, the Empire's harsh aristocratic laws and the proximity of the 10,000 races trial field, no violent conflicts occurred for a long time. The Basel to which Felix, disguised as Lin Jian, belongs to Isabella's faction. And Isabella? They belong to the faction of the current queen of the Blood Moon Empire, that is, the royal confidants. When the old Blood Emperor was still alive, his hard power was enough to suppress the Grand Dukes of the Blood Moon Empire, and his faction was undoubtedly the strongest faction of the Blood Clan. That's exactly why. Only because Basel was only among the top vampire barons in terms of strength could he occupy a prosperous port city like Neriak. With the old Blood Emperor around, the faction is strong, and no other vampires dare to covet the city of Naliak. But after the death of the old Blood Emperor, the new Blood Queen was not strong enough to suppress the Grand Dukes. Most of the old Blood Emperor's close confidants died or defected to other factions, and the power of the Blood Clan royal faction was reduced a lot at once. Although Basel still controls this blood port, many vampire barons have coveted it, and want to replace Basel and become the master here. That's why. He succeeded Basil as Isabella's new dog and was the target of public criticism. What's more, the Blood Clan cares a lot about their bloodline. The nobles look down on and despise the Blood Clan members who have counterattacked, rather than appreciate them, and may even be angry. What is my identity? What is this guy's identity? How could such a lowly fellow be on par with me now? It is normal for someone to provoke and see each other. A hint of fear clearly flashed in Edith's beautiful eyes. But then he thought of Lin Jian behind him, and his confidence was restored a lot. He said coldly, "Edmund, if you can't speak, just shut up. No one thinks you are dumb." "Tisk, Edith, you are so arrogant. Who are you hooking up with?" Edmund looked at Edith with lustful eyes. "Why, you're keeping a useless gigolo and want to act like a hero in front of him? You..." Edith's face changed slightly. Her tone was obviously weak, and just as she was about to say something, a bloody shadow suddenly flashed past her. So fast? Looking at Lin Jian, who suddenly rushed in front of him. Edmund's face changed drastically, and he immediately activated the secret magic of the vampires to turn his blood into a long blade and blocked it in front of himself. Dang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. "Now, am I worthy enough to participate?" Lin Jian said with a smile without haste. Edmund took several steps back before he could finally steady himself. He raised his left hand and gently touched a burning wound on his face. He glanced at the blood on his left fingers and his eyes fell on Lin Jian, who was standing where he had just stood, holding the Shura blood blade. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. "Very good." Edmund snorted coldly and looked at Edith sinisterly. "No wonder you are so arrogant. You are hooking up with Felix?" Then, he looked at Lin Jian with a cold gaze and said, "You lowly fellow, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have Lady Isabella's support. When the trial ground opens, that will be your death." After saying that, Edmund turned and left. Edith didn't care at all about Edmund's ridicule. He walked quickly to Lin Jian's side and took the initiative to put his arms around Lin Jian's arms. She said in a charming tone, "Master, don't be angry. It won't be too late to kill this guy after we enter the trial ground. If you are really angry, there is still some time before the Blood Pond Temple opens, so you can vent your anger on me." Lin Jian looked at Edith, who was having a fever beside him, with some amusement. "If you use your full strength." Killing Edmund instantly was not a problem for him. But there is absolutely no need for that. First, only in the Blood Pool Temple is killing among Blood Clan nobles not prohibited. Second, killing other vampires outside the Vampire Temple is a waste. The essence and blood of the other party will not be absorbed by the blood pool, so killing them is completely in vain. However, Lin Juan didn't say anything and wasn't polite either. The big hand wrapped around Edith's slender waist and patted her big millstone hard. Laughing loudly, amid the envious and jealous gazes of the vampires, he hugged Edith, the beautiful and sexy vampire baron, turned around and walked into the blood-colored cloud boat. Let me explain this on two sides. Just as Guqin took Edith into the bedroom to discuss the philosophy of life, Edmund, with a gloomy face, strode into a cloud boat. As soon as I entered the room, I heard a sneering figure of a young male vampire coming from inside. "What's wrong, Edmund? Who took your wife away?" Edmund looked grimly at the male vampire noble who spoke. "Do you want to die, Voight?" "How do you know?" As Voight was grinning and retorting, a cold and steady voice sounded. "Okay, stop arguing." Byron, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Edmund and asked, "Edmund, tell me, what happened?" Upon hearing this, Edmund did not continue arguing with Voight. He sat down and recounted what had just happened. "I just saw Bazel's cloud boat coming. After waiting for a while, I saw that it was Felix and Edith." After listening to Edmund's story, Byron pondered for a while and asked, "What do you think of Felix's strength?" "He didn't use his full strength," Edmund said grimly. "But I didn't use my full strength. If we really fight, I will win." "That's fine. But everything is still safe." Byron nodded and said, "According to the adults, Isabella went to Naliac City a few days ago. It is estimated that it was with her help that Felix was able to kill Bazel and gain his current strength. Maybe he's holding some secret treasure. After entering the Blood Pond Temple, everyone should find each other's positions first. Go kill him again to avoid any more trouble." Chapter 302 The Blood Pond Temple opens. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following three options. Reward 1 Blood Oath Technique. Reward 2 Blood Pool, Early Imperial Level. Reward 3 Bloodline Armor, Legendary Equipment. In the blood-colored cloud boat. Master Bedroom. Lin Juan lay on the soft big bed, looking at the system reward panel in surprise. Originally, he was waiting for the Blood Pond Temple to open, and seeing that there was still some time before the opening, he had nothing better to do than to have a fight with Edith. What is going on? After taking a look at the three rewards, Lin Juan couldn't help but sigh. Can I choose all three? The Blood Oath Technique can be said to be an upgraded version of his control over others through the Law of Blood, mainly by utilizing the Law of Blood. However, he also used contracts, magic and other powers to control his target more deeply. Once the contract was reached, even if the other party was stronger than himself, it would be impossible for them to betray him. The other person's body and soul will completely become your own property. Become your own lackey for eternity. It's just that the contract-making process is not suitable for children, but it fits in with the process of offering sacrifice to the Lord of Life. The function of the blood pool is to transform creatures of other races into blood. But its most domineering ability. It allows a strong man who has reached the great perfection of the king level to improve his strength to the early emperor level in the process of transforming into the vampires through the blood pool. It can be said to be a mass-produced device for strong men in the early emperor level. You should know that the probability of a king level great perfection being able to break through to the emperor level is only 1 in 100. Once the secret treasure is released, that would drive many powerful people of all races who have been stuck at the king level for hundreds or thousands of years crazy. They would go crazy even if it meant losing everything and selling themselves into slavery. And just have this. Lin Juan can continuously produce powerful early-stage imperial-level warriors who are completely loyal to him. As for the vampire armor, it is similar to the previous Sea King armor. Being in a place with rich blood and applying the laws of blood will greatly enhance one's strength and the power of blood abilities. After hesitating for a while, Lin Juan still chose the Blood Oath Technique. I choose the Blood Oath Technique. Although under the current circumstances, The blood armor is a more important item that can greatly enhance one's strength, and Lin Jian can also use the excuse that Isabella gave it to me, or I got it when I was acting outside before. But don't meddle in men's affairs. As the reward was received, countless knowledge about the art of blood oath flooded into his mind. Opened his eyes again. Lin Jian looked down at Edith, who was leaning in his arms like a kitten, with a lazy look on her face. Edith was lazily drawing small circles on his chest with her fingers, and he grabbed her little hand. Well, master? Edith raised her charming face, which was slightly flushed and full of charm, in a daze. Edith lay on the bed with lifeless eyes and tears in the corners of her eyes. She knows. I'm completely finished. Just now she thought Lin Jian was not satisfied, but halfway through, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. A sense of crisis that her life and even her soul were being completely controlled. If the family relationship between the upper and lower nobles among the blood clan is a contract that can still be resisted, then what about the contract that Lin Jian had just planted in her body? It made her feel like, as long as the contract is concluded, I will never be able to escape the other party's clutches in this life. Therefore, she just subconsciously struggled and resisted desperately. Pity. In the end, Gooch implanted the contract in his body. Okay, why are you crying? Lin Jian patted Edith's face. You belong to me anyway, so how can you escape? He was quite satisfied with this newly acquired blood oath technique. The process was exactly the same as the sacrifice process of the Lord of Life, which was very convenient. Now it seems that the effect of the contract is extremely overbearing. Edith's body and soul were completely under his control. It seemed that with a thought, everything about the other person would disappear. He could even feel her thoughts to a certain extent. Even if Edith's strength was improved to the half-step saint realm, or even the saint realm. But once he has planted the blood oath in you, you have to listen to him. But Edith bit her lower lip and looked at him pitifully, her beautiful eyes full of resentment. She knew that it would be difficult for her to betray Lin Jian. But at least there was still a chance to keep himself safe before that. Now, Edith completely understood that she would not be able to survive on her own in this life. Once Lin Jian died, she would definitely die with him. This was a little hard for her to accept. Looking at Lin Jian, who was looking at her with a half-smile, Edith's expression became even more resentful. But I still put away the little thoughts in my heart. Edith knew that there was nothing wrong with her occasionally losing her temper and acting like a spoiled child with this man, but if she continued to make a fuss about this issue, he would definitely not indulge her. So, you are so bad. Edith pouted and hugged Gu Chen's arm with a resentful look on her face. You've done that to others, can't you comfort them? Okay, don't worry, you won't suffer any loss if you follow me. Lin Jian smiled and pinched her cheek. I won't talk about the far distance. This time I will take you into the blood pool, and it will definitely not be a problem for you to be promoted to the blood clan baron. Master, you are so kind. The next day, late at night, Lin Jian and Edith, who were sleeping soundly in bed, suddenly opened their eyes. Owner. The voice of the bleeding queen also appeared in his mind, and her tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Lin Jian didn't say anything. Get up immediately. A set of blood-red armor covering the entire body appeared on his body. Edith also stood up, and a set of blood-colored slim armor appeared on her body. The upper body armor reveals the white and slender arms, the slim waist, the delicate collarbone and the snow-white ravines, while the hands are also covered by the armor gloves. The lower body is wearing a pair of long blood-red combat boots, exposing the white and round thighs to the air, which is sexy and alluring. Lin Jian took a glance and opened his arms. Edith immediately snuggled into his arms obediently, like a little wife in love. She even said coquettishly, Master, I am pretty. Lin Jian smiled and patted her waist without answering her. Activating the secret method of blood. The two figures disappeared in the cloud boat in an instant. Standing outside, looking at the blood-red holes shining on the blood pool temple, Edith's beautiful eyes showed a burning look. The Blood Pond Temple is open. Chapter 303 Killing. On the desolate bloody plain. Hills and plains. The earth was blood red, the sky was blood red, and even the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. "Sir, the bloodstone is reacting." A vampire warrior came to Edmund with a blood-colored stone in his hand. "Who is it?" As soon as Edmund finished speaking, Voight's laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Edmund, we are really destined to be together." Edmund snorted coldly but said, "Come here quickly, the two of us will go and kill Felix." Do you know where he is?" Edmund sneered. "Nonsense, do you think I'm like you, going to find him to argue with him?" The moment he fought with Lin Jian, he attached a drop of his blood to his body and penetrated into the surface of the opponent's skin in order to locate the opponent's whereabouts. It was just a try. I didn't expect the other party to be so stupid that he couldn't even discover such a little trick. When poverty comes and wealth comes, waste is waste. When the time comes, I'll take Edith, and we'll split the stuff on Felix in half," Edmund said coldly. "Tis, that's Edith, I still want to play with her," Voight exclaimed. As a vampire noble, he is only a baron, the lowest rank. But each of them is in charge of tens of millions of vampires, and they have played with countless beauties, both vampires and those of other races. But the Blood Moon Empire's laws strictly prohibit fighting between nobles. Even though Edith was obviously one level weaker than them, they had no way to force Edith to do anything. Edith, who is also a vampire baron, is a famous beauty among the female vampire barons, and many vampire nobles have coveted her for a long time. "Don't talk nonsense, or I'll kill him myself." Edmund didn't want to share the opportunity to kill Lin Jian with others. The strength increased so quickly. In order to win the battle for the blood pool, Isabella must have given him a lot of good things. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he must have a lot of secrets. If possible, Edmund preferred to deal with him alone. At that time, all the secrets of Edith and Lin Jian, as well as the treasures given to him by Isabella, will belong to him alone. That's why he concealed the news and didn't tell this to his colleagues. In the previous attempt, although he did not use his full strength, Edmund did not have the confidence that he could defeat the opponent alone. That's why I found Voight to work with me. Okay, then how about you lend me Edith for 2 days? Voight said with a smile. Okay. After reaching an agreement quickly. It was mainly about Edith. Edmund agreed to lend her to Voight for a period of time so that he could use Edith's noble blood to produce an excellent offspring, and only then was the agreement reached. Edmund and Voight quickly found each other's location through the connection of Bloodstone. The place where the two landed was not far away. Soon, they met each other with their respective vampire warriors and signed a blood contract, which was the secret blood technique created by the first Blood Emperor of the Blood Moon Empire and the Grand Dukes. After the vampire nobles signed the contract using this secret technique. Once violated, the blood will backfire, causing serious injuries at the very least, and sudden death on the spot at the worst. Okay, now we can go find that guy Felix, Voight said frivolously, with an impatient smile on his face. I've been eyeing Edith for a long time. Edmund didn't waste any words. He urged his blood and essence to feel Lin Jian's position. After a while, a hint of confusion flashed in Edmund's eyes. What's wrong? Voight asked curiously. It's a bit strange. Strangeness? After pondering for a while, Edmund frowned and once again felt the location of the drop of blood he left on Lin Jian's body. What's going on? Voight asked impatiently with a frown. Edmund did not argue with Voight. He frowned and looked at the location of the essence and blood sensing. This was the first time he encountered such a strange thing. Before contacting Voight, I could clearly feel the location of the essence and blood, but when I felt it just now, it suddenly disappeared, but reappeared after a while. It's like the signal is bad, or it's like the intermittent radar transmission at sea. It appears once in a while and once in a while. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, feeling the intermittent position of the essence and blood, Edmund's face suddenly changed. He's approaching us quickly. What? Voight's expression changed slightly. Edmund ignored him, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? No, how did he block my sense of my blood essence? What on earth did Isabella give this guy? Voight's brows were furrowed tightly, but he said, Don't panic. Just let our men hold Edith back. The two of us can't beat him alone. Where is he? Hearing this, Edmund's expression eased slightly. He once again felt the location of the essence and blood left in Lin Juan's body, but his face suddenly changed. Edmund said nothing and immediately turned to the east. He didn't finish his words. The bloody sword light has swept in from the end of the eastern sky. Blood was everywhere. Like a wave, it slashed towards Edmund. Edmund wanted to use the secret blood technique to resist almost immediately, but the blood-colored knife light came too fast, and the blood-colored barrier in front of him was not even half erected. Puff! The bloody knife light pierced through Edmund's body. Next second, all the life in his body was gone, and the confusion and fear in his eyes that seemed to have not yet had time to react lost their luster, and his body fell to the ground weakly. Everything happened in a flash, and even Voight was stunned for half a second. His whole body tensed up immediately, a longbow engraved with strange runes appeared in his hand, and he stared towards the east. It was a figure holding a bloody long sword. He held a knife in his right hand and just made a gesture to put it away, while his left hand was hugging a plump, enchanting and charming vampire beauty. Felix? Voight stared at Lin Juan, his teeth trembling slightly. No, you're not Felix. Felix can't be that strong. Who the hell are you? Lin Juan looked at Voight with a smile. Haven't spoken yet. Voight suddenly yelled. Come on, kill him! Edmund's Blood Clan warriors looked at Lin Juan in fear, not daring to move at all. Although the Blood Clan warriors brought by Voight did not dare to fight with Lin Juan, who had just killed Edmund in seconds, the blood power in their bodies forced them to obey orders and they could only rush towards Lin Juan. Edmund, who had just given the order with a ferocious look on his face, turned around and ran without hesitation. Chapter 304 Bloodstone. Want to run? Not even a scream was heard. Voight only heard a sound like a sharp weapon entering flesh, and then most of the blood and energy in his body that could sense his own relatives disappeared. Puff! Voight only felt a pain in his chest, then his eyes went dark and he completely lost consciousness. Looking at Voight's body lying on the ground. Those vampire warriors who survived Voight and those brought by Edmund were trembling with fear. He looked at Lin Juan with fear as he smiled and held the bloody blade in his hand. Plop! I don't know which vampire warrior started it. He suddenly knelt on the ground in front of Lin Juan, prostrating himself on the ground with his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. I am willing to be loyal to you and follow your lead from now on. Please give me a chance. Immediately, other vampire warriors also knelt on the ground, trembling. Lin Juan ignored them. Blood emerged and condensed into the image of a tall woman beside him. Then the blood bloomed, and the Queen of Blood stood beside Lin Juan, looking greedily at the bodies of Voight and Edmund. Owner? Don't move. Lin Juan shook his head, staring at the bodies of Edmund and Voight. The Blood Queen pouted, looking somewhat resentful. However, although she really wanted to eat the bodies of Edmund and Voight, Lin Juan did not agree, and she did not dare to do it rashly, so she took the initiative to hug Lin Juan's arm and looked at him eagerly. On the other side, Edith also took the initiative to hug Lin Juan's other arm. Lin Juan ignored them. After a few seconds, the ground seemed to move, and Voight's body and Edmund's body slowly sank into the ground as if sinking into a quagmire. Then, Lin Juan felt that the blood and flesh of both of them had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a stream of pure flesh and blood energy, moving rapidly in a certain direction. Is that where the Blood Pond Temple is? Lin Juan looked at the bloody plain that seemed to have no end, thinking about something. Master, I'm so hungry. When the Blood Queen saw that the food was gone, she immediately hugged Lin Juan's arm and acted coquettishly. Lin Juan looked at her helplessly. Why don't you have enough to eat every day? Although he is also considered half a blood clan. But the Blood Queen's favorite food is the vampires. Vampires are the purest blood creatures in the world. They are the most nutritious thing for the Blood Queen. During this period of time, she has been able to let go and eat a lot of vampire delicacies every day. I'm just hungry. I keep thinking about eating them. Wouldn't it be better to soak in the blood pool after a while than to eat them? Master. The Blood Queen looked even more pitiful, forming a sharp contrast with her tall stature. You alright? Lin Jian sighed and looked at the vampire warriors who were kneeling on the ground and trembling. You can eat all the men and the average-looking ones among these. Thank you, Master! The Blood Queen cheered, then pounced towards the vampire warriors with a hideous grin. There are vampire warriors who resist and will surely die. They were all crippled by Lin Jian and then brutally devoured by the Blood Queen. As for the other vampire warriors, they saw that they could have a happy ending if they did not resist, but after resisting, they were tortured by the Blood Queen and died in agony after wailing and screaming for a long time. Many of them chose to give up struggling and beg until they died. Lin Jian lost interest after watching for a while. It would be better to let Edith stay and help the Blood Queen deal with those dishonest vampire warriors. Although Edith was very reluctant to help the Blood Queen who was at odds with her, it was Lin Jian's order, so she could only pout and help the Blood Queen to maintain order. Lin Jian himself took out a carriage from his space ring. Then he glanced. He picked a beautiful, coquettish and broad-minded female vampire and grabbed her and put her in the carriage. More than half an hour later. In the carriage, Lin Jian was lying on the large, soft bed, playing with the crystal-clear blood-red stone in his hand, and asked curiously, "What is this?" "Master, this is the blood stone for communication." The female vampire named Juliet hugged Lin Jian's shoulders tightly with a flattering smile on her face. Just when they were having an in-depth exchange and swearing the blood oath, Lin Jian learned the other party's information. She is Edmund's wife. She was originally the daughter of a vampire warrior family under Edmund's command. Later, she married Edmund and became his second wife. She was quite powerful and was at the peak of the early imperial level. In this battle for the Blood Pool Temple, Edmund brought all of his royal-level combat forces, including his wife. This is also what many powerful vampire barons do. They don't want a home at all. After all, as long as they can win the battle for the Blood Pool Temple and enter the Blood Pool to receive blessings, they will most likely go one step further in the future and become vampire barons or even vampire earls. It will be worth it even if all their men die. Send bloodstone? Master, don't you know? Julie was stunned. Although this thing is very expensive and even vampire warriors rarely own it, almost all vampires with some status should know about it, right? Lin Jian stopped playing with the bloodstone, held the stone, and looked at Juliet with a smile. What do you want to say? Yes, I'm sorry, Master. I was the one who spoke too much. Julie felt cold all over and her eyes were full of fear. At that moment, she felt like she had walked on the edge of hell. She knew it was no illusion. Even though a contract had been established, and it was completely impossible for her to betray the other party, if she did something she shouldn't do or knew something she shouldn't know, this man would kill her without hesitation. Jules immediately raised her hands and slapped herself hard. Lin Jian did not stop the female vampire he had just slept with. To him, these women are nothing more than the lowest kind of tools. He can have as many as he wants. Not to mention, there are several of them kneeling outside. Edith is superior to them all. After all, not to mention Edith's figure, her appearance and temperament are definitely better than that of this vampire noble lady. She is also a vampire baroness, which is quite rare. Scarcity makes things valuable. After she slapped herself several times, Lin Jian said calmly, "Okay, let's talk business." Julie didn't care about the burning pain on her face. She immediately smiled pitifully and hugged Lin Jian's arm even tighter. She didn't even dare to think about what had just happened and explained to Lin Jian the function of the communication bloodstone. This bloodstone can be used by vampires to communicate remotely. As long as we drip the essence of other vampires on it, when we are within a certain distance, we will be able to sense the other party's presence and communicate remotely. Sounds good? Lin Jian played with the jade in his hand with great interest. Sudden. A dazzling red light appeared above, and then a steady voice of a male vampire was heard from inside. Is this Edmund? I'm Byron. How's the situation over there? Chapter 305 Byron, Calculation. Lin Jian paused playing with the stone and looked at Julie. I heard from Edmund that Byron is the leader of their alliance. Oh? Tell me about him. Jules nodded. Carefully, in detail and quickly, he introduced Byron. Simply put, the opponent is one of the top blood barons, and his bloodline is infinitely close to that of blood barons. Even if several blood barons who are in the middle and perfect imperial level join forces, they may not be his match. His power is also the greatest, occupying a port city that is more prosperous than the city of Neriak. He even has a number of vampire barons who have expressed their loyalty to him. With the support of the Blood Clan Count behind him, he is the popular candidate to enter the Blood Pool Temple this time. Come to think of it, he has some relationship with the adult behind you. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Jian looked at Juliet with interest. Byron was once a royalist and a close confidant of Lady Isabella. However, after the previous Blood Emperor passed away and the new Emperor became weak, Byron immediately turned against her and betrayed Lady Isabella. I heard that after he betrayed Lady Isabella, he targeted the royalist vampires many times and killed many of his former colleagues. As Jules spoke, she carefully watched the expression on Lin Jian's face. Seeing him look thoughtful, I felt even more frightened. She can now confirm that Lin Jian is definitely not a member of their blood clan. At least he was definitely not a member of the Blood Clan in the past. But he joined the Blood Clan after the trial field of all races was opened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be unaware of all these things that she knew. However, Julie was just thinking about it in her mind, and then she cut off the thought in her mind. Ever since she was forced to sign the contract, Julie knew that she could not betray him. If he lives, she lives. If he dies, she dies. No matter who the other party is, she must accompany him till the end. So, Lin Jian doesn't care much about the grudges and hatreds among the vampires. Then he asked, "Can you lure him over here? It would be best if he could get some more people to come with him. Byron is very strong." Julie couldn't help but say. "So what?" Lin Jian looked at Juliet with a smile. Julie was stunned for a moment, then she remembered that the man who had conquered her had previously killed her husband Edmund and another equally powerful vampire noble, Voight, with a single sword strike. Even Byron didn't have the ability to kill them instantly. Immediately, Julie's heart was completely at ease. After hesitating for a moment, a flattering and charming smile bloomed on her face. Flatteringly said, "Master, I have a plan." "Edmund? Voight?" For a long time. Byron frowned slightly when he saw no response from Bloodstone. Less than 2 seconds after calling again. The Bloodstone was shining, and the breath of blood essence was blooming. Byron felt that it was Edmund's blood essence. "Is it Lord Byron?" A charming and weak voice of a vampire woman came from the other side. There was a tone of crying in his words that he tried hard to suppress. "Are you Julie?" Byron's slightly furrowed brows did not relax, and he continued to ask. "Why is it you? Where is Edmund?" "Your Excellency, Edmund is dead." Byron narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression a little serious. "What happened? Why did Edmund die?" Jules immediately recounted what had just happened. However, it reduced Lin Jian's strength, indicating that Lin Jian had to spend some effort to use a very terrifying blood sword to kill Edmund, and then Voight arrived late, and was also chased to death by Lin Jian. And these were the dependents originally brought in by Edmund and Voight. Most of them were killed by Lin Jian. There were only a few vampire women who were as beautiful as her. After being humiliated by Lin Jian, they were locked up. This bloodstone was given to her by Edmund before the battle with Lin Jian so that she could contact other vampire colleagues. Then she secretly hid it. "You hid it secretly?" Byron just thought it was so absurd that it was funny. Is there any vampire who doesn't know about Bloodstone? Is it because they haven't received compulsory education for vampires? "Believe me, Lord Byron, Felix he is not Felix." "What do you mean?" Byron's face changed. "When he threatened me just now, he asked me a lot of questions. Those questions were common knowledge among vampires, but he acted very ignorant, giving people the feeling that he was new to the vampire clan." Julie's voice was very low, mixed with soft sobs. Having said that, I didn't go on any further. But Byron already knew what she wanted to express. It was impossible for a normal vampire to be so ignorant, let alone a vampire whose age was close to 4 digits, and who had been promoted from a vampire warrior to a vampire noble. There are only 2 possibilities for Felix to be so ignorant. 1. It was Jules and Felix who conspired to do something bad to him. But this possibility was quickly rejected by Byron himself. Over the past thousands of years, Edmund had met his wife many times at various banquets. It was impossible for her to betray Edmund and join Felix at such a fast speed. Even if that was the case, there was no need for Jules to say that to him, nor should she have made Felix sound so stupid that it made people feel something was wrong. That is, Felix is not really Felix. As for Elizabeth, knowing that it would be difficult for them to win the battle for the blood pool through normal means, she colluded with foreign tribes and took extreme measures. Interesting. A sinister smile appeared on Byron's lips. After briefly asking about the situation, Byron ended the communication with Bloodstone. Could it be a trap? A vampire baron at the side asked respectfully. He was a direct descendant of Byron. He had followed the other party from a vampire warrior to a vampire baron, and was very loyal. After entering the trial ground, he landed near Byron. I don't think so. I know this person. He is weak and timid. He doesn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. But Edmund and Void are quite powerful, so there is something fishy about this matter. The direct descendant looked worried. It doesn't matter. Byron looked down at the bloodstone in his hand, a bloodthirsty and excited smile appearing on the corners of his mouth. If Felix is really a new vampire who is in collusion with Isabella and other foreign races, as Julie said, as long as there is evidence, even if he does not continue to participate in the vampire battle, the master behind him will reward him handsomely. Pass my order and summon all our vampires. I want to see who he is. Chapter 306, Call, I Found You. Yes, Lord Byron. The vampire baron bowed slightly in respect. Then, he took out a firework-like device from the storage device, and then directly urged the power towards the sky. The firework then soared into the sky with a blood-red light, and reached the end of the sky. Then, a bloody cross pattern bloomed in the air. It lasted for a long time. Blood pool trial ground. Somewhere, a tall, cold-faced, blood-haired beauty swung the sword in her hand. The bloody sword energy slashed through, accompanied by a miserable wail. A huge monster in the late Imperial stage, with a bloody aura all over its body, fell to the ground with a loud bang. Lord Caluan's swordsmanship has become even more sophisticated. A Blood Clan baron nearby immediately praised. The vampire beauty named Caluan still had a cold expression on her face and said calmly, How many of our people have been found? Reporting to Lord Caluan, we have only contacted 3 people so far, and they are heading in our direction. 3? Caroline frowned slightly and was pondering. Suddenly feeling something, he turned his head to look towards the east, and saw a blood-red cross pattern blooming in the sky. That's Byron? Caroline frowned. That was a signal flare to call the men to gather, and she had it too. But generally speaking, it would not be used in such a place. After all, no one knows whether there will be powerful enemies attracted at the same time. In addition to the danger from one's own race, the blood pool trial ground is also filled with many powerful bloodline beasts. The flares will attract a large number of bloodline beasts. Maybe Byron is in trouble, or has discovered something. Caluan's men asked. Sir, should we send someone to take a look? Caluan hesitated for a while, shook his head and said, Don't worry about him. In the carriage, Lin Jian was patiently signing contracts with the female vampire warriors he had just subdued. These beautiful vampires are of little use to him. But it's not small either. They all have the strength of early Imperial level. If they can all be conquered, they will become a considerable force. Although it is of little help to him now, many vampires will inevitably die after this battle for the blood pool. These female vampires will be able to help him more conveniently rule the territory on the Blood Island, which will inevitably expand in the future. And because of the Blood Oath technique, it was effortless to contract them. There is no need to worry about them rebelling against you after signing the contract. And these female vampires were selected and stayed. Although there are only 5 of them, including Baroness Julie, all of them are high-quality female vampires who can trigger the blessing of the Lord of Life. When signing the contract, you might win a prize, so it would be a waste not to do it. Let's continue with what we were talking about before. Lin Jian looked at Zhu Lizi and said, What are those 4 seeds? Who are they? Master, you are talking about the 4 Blood Clan barons who have the best chance of winning the battle for the Blood Pool, right? Julius said with a flattering look. It's Byron, Dandis, Harwet, and Caluin. The 4 of them are recognized as the strongest among the Blood Clan barons, and they are also the 4 Blood Clans with the greatest hope of winning the battle for the Blood Pool this time. Caluin? Lin Jiuan has always been good at grasping the key points. Julius also understood Lin Jiuan's character and said, I heard that Caluin is the illegitimate daughter of a certain baron. Her strength is second only to Halwit among the 4. However, because of her cold personality, her influence is relatively small. However, Lady Caluin is indeed a very beautiful and cool beauty. Is it beautiful? How does it compare to Edith? Jules looked at Edith hesitantly. Strictly speaking, Caluin is more beautiful than Edith, but she doesn't want to offend Edith. After all, she is a vampire baroness, and she is only the wife of a vampire baron. Her incompetent husband was also killed by Lin Jiuan. Julius thought for a moment about what she wanted to say, and said, No worse than Lady Edith. Lin Jiuan immediately became interested. While busy with the contract signing, he chatted with Julie about Caluin. Just at this moment, suddenly, a special magical fluctuation came from the west. Looking in that direction, a sensible, beautiful vampire immediately went to the window and opened the curtains. Through the window, Lin Jiuan saw a large blood-red cross appear at the end of the sky outside the window. The bloody cross hung in the sky for a long time without disappearing. What is that? Replied to Master. Edith, Julie, and the other female vampire warriors, whether they were busy or not, spoke immediately, and then stopped and looked at each other at the same time. A hint of icy coldness flashed across Edith's eyes as she swept over these coquettish bitches. The threat is self-evident. A bunch of toys that are thrown away after being used once, and you dare to compete for my favor? The beautiful vampires, including Juliet, felt Edith's cold, murderous intent. Although they were not her followers, the suppression of the upper position in their blood still made them tremble. Seeing them burying their heads like defeated ostriches, Edith curled up a satisfied smile. Then she said coquettishly, Master, that is the tool Byron uses to gather his subordinates. It can see dozens of times farther than the bloodstone can. It can see almost half of the blood pool trial ground. Oh? Lin Jiuan asked curiously. Why didn't you use it at the beginning? Why didn't others use it? Master, although this item can summon subordinates from far away, it will also attract the strange beasts in the blood pool trial ground. Some of the exotic beasts in the blood trial ground are very powerful, and some even have reached the imperial level. Although those powerful beasts live in the center of the blood pool, no one knows whether they will be attracted here, so doing this is very risky. Not to mention, here, our own people are more dangerous. If we don't have absolute strength and confidence to do this, we might become the target of hunting. Well, it seems that Byron has me in his grasp. Lin Jiuan smiled when he heard this, and did not continue to care about this matter. He continued to concentrate on signing contracts with these beautiful vampire warriors. Almost 2 hours passed. Lin Jiuan signed contracts one by one with these 5 beautiful vampires whose strength was at the early imperial level, but the bad news was that none of these people triggered the system's reward. Just as Lin Jiuan took another look at the bloody cross still hanging in the sky. Just as I was about to close the curtains and take a nap, waiting for Byron to call for someone to come and kill together, a sinister masculine laugh was heard. I found you. Chapter 307 Blood Sacrifice Battle Formation. At the same time, a tall figure rushed to the front of the carriage from a distance almost instantly. Lin Jiuan's expression froze. His figure flashed, and a bloody aura enveloped himself, the Blood Queen, Edith, Juliet, and the newly recruited female subordinates. Boom! A fist as big as a sandbag slammed hard into the blood-colored barrier in front of Lin Jiuan. The carriage carrying them exploded instantly. Smoke and dust spread everywhere. Lin Jiuan looked at the man who was grinning and swinging his fist at him across the somewhat illusory blood-colored barrier in front of him. Tis, Byron? Not bad. Byron took a few steps back with a grim smile, and was not in a hurry to continue attacking. Several vampire barons around him, exuding the perfect aura of mid-level imperial rank, surrounded Lin Jiuan, and his women in the center. Further out were more vampire warriors they brought with them. At a rough glance there were at least 100 of them. See this scene? In addition to the Blood Queen, even Edith was panicked. I thought you would gather more men. Lin Jian looked at Byron in surprise. As he spoke, Lin Jian sighed and said, So you set off that firework to paralyze me. Isn't it good for everyone to chop and chop in a simple and honest way? Why do we have to play dirty tricks? I thought you were going to hide like a rat. Byron grinned and said, It seems that you are very confident in yourself. It's fine, aren't you the same? Byron didn't say any more nonsense. He raised his hand slightly, and a pitch-black heavy sword appeared in his hand. Tell me, who are you? If you tell the truth, I can give you a chance to live. A way to survive? Lin Jian tilted his head, raised his hand, and the Shura blood blade appeared in his hand. Byron narrowed his eyes and his whole body tensed. The next second, he saw Lin Jian turned into a residual shadow, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. So fast? The feeling of death swept over him, and Byron immediately raised the heavy sword in his hand. Dang! The sound of metal clashing came from the front, just as he raised his heavy sword. Before I could even be surprised at how fast the other person was. A terrifying force came from the heavy sword. Byron's figure only paused for a moment, and a layer of visible cloud explosion appeared around him, and he himself turned into an afterimage and flew backwards. It took several hundred meters before it finally stopped. The land in front of him had been plowed into a deep groove by his feet. Tat! Drop after drop of blood flowed down Byron's broken knuckles and along the hanging heavy sword, dropping to the ground. Looking at Lin Jian, who was standing where he had just stood, feeling his numb and slightly trembling arms, Byron's eyes were full of horror. Who are you? Huh? Lin Jian didn't answer him, but looked at Byron in surprise. Not bad, you can withstand my full-strength attack. In that attack just now, Lin Jian did not hold back and used the 5 elements principle. Apart from sacrificing the power of faith through the Book of Faith to increase his strength dramatically, he used all the other principles almost instantly. Let's do this. Since you are quite powerful, call all your Blood Clan nobles and Blood Clan warriors here. How about I exchange their lives for yours? Hearing Lin Jian's undisguised contemptuous words, as if he had already made up his mind, the horror in Byron's eyes turned into anger. Damn it! No one has ever dared to look down on him like this. I don't believe you can keep using that attack. Form a formation! Byron roared and stomped his foot on the ground. The blood in the tiger's mouth stopped flowing instantly, and a terrifying bloody aura emanated from his body. His momentum continued to rise, and it seemed as if he had even broken through to the late Imperial level. It was obvious that he had used some secret technique of burning his essence and blood. As for the vampire warriors, their battle formations were strangely arranged into large arrays. The bloody aura flowed out from their bodies and dissipated onto the blood barons one by one. Their aura continued to rise, and with the accumulation of blood-colored aura, it continued to rise and rise. It's a blood sacrifice formation! Edith's face changed drastically, and she said hurriedly, Master, stop them quickly. That is the secret technique of the Avalon family, which can greatly enhance the strength of the Master. Oh? Lin Jian observed this so-called blood sacrifice formation with great interest. After hearing Edith's words, he raised his hand and was about to chop towards the place where the vampire warriors gathered, but Byron and several vampire barons had already approached. Lin Jian didn't bother with the Blood Clan warriors outside. A blood-red shield appeared around the body. Several weapons hit the shield at the same time, and the blood-red shield only lasted for less than a second before it shattered into pieces. The big sword slashed straight towards Lin Jian, but the next second Lin Jian disappeared from the spot. With the help of the Law of Earth, he moved to the outskirts of the battlefield and slashed at the place where the Blood Clan warriors gathered. The bloody aura swept over, and the blood energy around the battle formation only resisted for a moment before it shattered, and all the Blood Clan warriors in the battle formation were cut in two. Seeing this scene, Byron's face changed slightly. Stop him! Several vampire barons immediately rushed towards Lin Jian without hesitation. Byron retreated to the middle of the vampire warriors. Countless blood-colored auras flew out from the vampire warriors and flowed into Dao Byron's body, while his own aura continued to rise, with a faint sign of continuing to break through. Ha! Lin Juan narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to rush towards Byron. Several vampire barons flashed and blocked Lin Juan's way. Your opponent is us. Lin Juan didn't waste any words and slashed towards them with the Shura blood blade. 3rd second. Lin Juan withstood the attacks from the other 3 vampire viscounts and slashed the body of a vampire viscount from top to bottom with his sword, splitting it in 2. 5th second. Lin Juan grabbed the head of a vampire viscount and crushed it. The 7th second. 10th second. In just 10 seconds, all 4 vampire viscounts brought by Byron died. Then, Lin Juan flashed in front of the blood sacrifice formation, looked at Byron, who was still absorbing the blood aura and whose strength was rising steadily, and slashed at him with a knife. The blood-colored sword energy penetrated the blood sacrifice battle formation, slashing through the bodies of one blood clan warrior after another, without slowing down. Just as Byron was about to be killed, he suddenly opened his eyes. A punch was thrown. The sword energy that was as long as the day was torn apart in an instant by the blood energy, and attacked Lin Juan like an overwhelming tide. Lin Juan immediately activated the law of earth, and a blood-colored earth wall stood in front of him, but it only lasted for a second before being smashed into pieces by the wave-like blood energy. Lin Juan suddenly felt as if a truck full of cargo had hit him, and he flew backwards. Chapter 308 Killing Byron. Lin Juan's figure was instantly knocked thousands of meters away by Byron's punch. Crashed into the mountains in the distance. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Owner? The Blood Queen's face changed drastically, and she flashed and rushed towards Lin Juan. Is this all you can do? Byron looked at the ruins with a grim smile, his eyes flashing with tyranny. In order to deal with this unknown guy, he not only lost 4 loyal vampire barons, but also used the biggest trump card in this battle for the blood pool. Although the blood sacrifice formation greatly increases the strength of the master, the side effects are also great. It will cause great losses to both the main formation leader and the vampires who make up the battle formation. In addition, there is a secret technique that uses essence and blood to increase strength. After this battle, he must recuperate for a period of time, and he will not be able to exert his full strength during this period. In other words, after defeating Lin Juan, he must withdraw from the battle for the blood pool. But it's all worth it. This guy is definitely not Felix, nor is he any vampire member he knows. He is definitely a helper that Isabella found from the outside world. During the fight just now, he felt the opponent's aura leaking out. Other side. Not a vampire. It's the human race. In order to win the battle for the blood pool, Isabella actually colluded with foreign tribes. As long as he captures Lin Juan and takes him away, the people behind him can use this opportunity to target Isabella and even the Blood Moon Empress behind her, and he will then be rewarded by that adult. Tisk. A sudden frivolous voice interrupted Byron's thoughts. Looked at the fog that was gradually dissipating. A man walked out, and when Byron saw Lin Juan, his pupils shrank. He was sure that the blow just now had hit the opponent. Even if he believed that he could withstand it at his peak, he would be seriously injured. But the opponent was now unscathed? Impossible. Byron's expression changed slightly, and then he sneered. I want to see how long you can keep pretending. Byron stomped the ground hard, and his figure turned into a bloody afterimage and rushed towards Lin Juan. But when he was halfway through, Byron felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he looked closely, he saw Lin Juan also rushing in front of him. A punch hit his chest hard. Why is he getting faster? As soon as this thought came into Byron's mind, the fist hit his chest hard. The intense pain made Byron's pupils shrink suddenly, and his figure flew backwards. While flying backwards, looking at the blood-red sky, Byron felt as if time had slowed down a lot, and memories of the past emerged before his eyes one by one like a passing show. I don't know how much time had passed, but Byron's somewhat dilated pupils suddenly froze. He is not blood. Before he could finish the words he wanted to shout out with his last bit of strength, Lin Juan had already appeared beside him and punched him. Boom! Byron's body slammed into the bloody ground and exploded into a pool of blood. Lord Byron is dead? Many vampire warriors looked at the scene in horror. Some of them couldn't understand it. It was obvious that Lord Byron used the secret technique of burning blood and the blood sacrifice formation, so he was able to fight even against the Viscount of the vampire clan. How could he be killed instantly by Lin Jiuan? After a brief silence, someone immediately turned into a blood shadow and tried to escape into the distance. The next moment, the ground was rumbling and shaking as if an earthquake was coming. Tall blood-red earth walls rose from the ground one after another, encircling all the vampires in a huge cage. Let's do it. According to the previous rules, the ones with high quality will stay. Edith, Juliet, and the 4 beautiful vampires, who were still immersed in the sudden change, reacted immediately. The ferociousness and fear on their faces quickly turned into excited and bloodthirsty smiles. Yes, master. Although the number of Blood Clan warriors brought by Byron and his nobles was large. But he had just experienced a bloody battle. His blood and essence were severely depleted, and his own strength was almost gone. Facing Edith, Julie, and the others who were in their prime, he had no ability to resist at all. As a vampire baron, Edith was like a wolf among the flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering the male vampires and the female vampires who did not meet Lin Jiuan's conditions. The Blood Queen did not follow to slaughter those vampire warriors. Although their strength was only 1/10 of what it was, they were, after all, vampire warriors at the early imperial level. It was easy for them to deal with her, who was at the great perfection of the king level. Instead, he came to Lin Jiuan with a worried look on his face and hugged him from behind. Master, are you okay? Speaking of, the Blood Queen hugged Lin Jiuan tighter with a resentful look on her face. You just scared me to death. Lin Jiuan smiled indifferently. He is just a vampire baron. How can he turn the world upside down? It's scary anyway. Master, please don't scare me anymore in the future, the Blood Queen said unwillingly. Since she started dating Lin Jiuan, she had never seen Lin Jiuan being beaten like that. She was really worried to death at that time. Lin Jiuan didn't say anything and simply glanced at the battlefield. After confirming that there were no unexpected circumstances in the massacre of Edith, Julie, and the others, he waved his hand. Another carriage appeared in the open space on the side. Among his storage rings, there is now a ring that is specifically used to store various prepared foods, as well as furniture that is convenient for travel. Thanks to Cui Yishu's Chamber of Commerce, he can get as many space vehicles as ordinary people desire. The quality is not high, but the space inside is several or even dozens of times larger than the space outside, making it very convenient for travel. Then, Lin Jiuan relaxed his body, leaned on the Blood Queen, and slowly closed his eyes. I'll take a nap. Yes, master. The Blood Queen's aggrieved voice became charming and obedient again. When Lin Jiuan opened his eyes again, I found myself lying on a big soft bed, and what caught my eye were 2 huge headlights. Master, you are awake! The Blood Queen's joyful voice was heard from behind the car lights. Lin Jiuan moved his head slightly, changed to a more comfortable position, and said, What's going on? Edith and the others have already dealt with the remaining vampires and are waiting for you outside. Let them in, Lin Jiuan said, and closed his eyes again. Owner? When Edith's gentle voice sounded, Lin Jiuan opened his eyes and turned his head to take a look. Then I saw Edith, Juliet, and the others, along with a dozen or so beautiful vampire warriors, standing by with obedient looks on their faces. Chapter 309, Bloodline of the Vampire Clan, Kalyuan's Request for Help. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Bloodline of the Vampire Clan Baron. Reward 2, Blood Refining Pool. Reward 3, Silk Tree, Legendary Weapon. Lin Jiuan glanced at the system's reward and let out a lazily. Master, is there something I did wrong? The beautiful vampire who was lying limply on the side, as if she had no bones, and whose name was unknown, immediately climbed up in panic. It's none of your business. Lin Jiuan waved his hand and ignored the woman he had just conquered. He stood up and casually put on a coat. Then he got out of the carriage. When I got outside, A sweet smell of blood hit me in the face, followed by a miserable animal roar. About a few hundred meters away from the carriage, a blood beast as big as a mountain fell to the ground with a loud bang. Seeing Lin Jiuan coming out, the beautiful Blood Clan members who were besieging the blood beast immediately looked at Lin Jiuan. Owner! Looking at the dozens of vampire beauties with respectful and fanatical expressions, Lin Jiuan pondered over what had happened during this period of time. It has been almost a month since we entered the blood pool trial ground. Because the number of vampires and blood beasts that died and were sacrificed is not enough, the blood pool temple has not yet been opened, and now even its exact location is unknown. So, during this month, Lin Jiuan just rode in a carriage and wandered around aimlessly. Have fun with these newly recruited vampire beauties every day. When encountering other vampire warriors and nobles, just like before, only those vampires who can meet the requirements of the blessing of the Lord of Life are kept, and the rest are killed. The Blood Moon Empire has a vast territory, and the number of blood barons and blood generals under its command is countless. Almost half of them participated in the battle for the Blood Pond Temple. Although most of them knew that they had absolutely no hope of competing for the blood pool, some were forced to participate, while others also hoped to look around the edge of the trial area to see if they could get lucky and find some opportunities, rare treasures, etc. That's why. During this period of time, even though he kept striving for perfection and only retained the most beautiful women, the number of vampires under his command also expanded to 58. Not counting Edith, we also received 2 new vampire baronesses. However, they are weaker. One is only at the 5th level of the imperial rank, and the other is even weaker at the 4th level of the imperial rank. Moreover, their looks are also worse than Edith's, and they can't threaten Edith's position at all. However, Lin Jiuan's strength has now further grown. 3 vampire baronesses, plus 55 female vampire warriors. Such a force can be considered first-rate in the entire Blood Moon Empire's sequence of blood barons, even if it is not as good as the top ones. I'll choose Reward 1. Lin Jiuan still remembers the last time his identity was almost exposed by Byron. Although relying on the law of blood, he was able to disguise himself very well, even Isabella could not easily discover him. But in battle, the aura will inevitably leak out. If he had vampire blood, he would never have to worry about being exposed. No matter who saw him, he was a pure vampire. Moreover, the bloodline given by the system is a brand new bloodline that is not in the bloodline sequence of the Blood Moon Empire, and there is no need to worry about being suppressed by the bloodline of higher-level vampires. After absorbing the blood, Lin Jiuan only felt that his control over the law of blood seemed to have become more profound. Still feeling the changes in my body carefully. Suddenly, a cool wave of magical power came from afar. Lin Jiuan looked up and saw a stream of ice-blue blood blooming in the sky, condensing into a long sword with a plum blossom pattern engraved on the hilt. What is that? Lin Jiuan looked up curiously, looking at the long sword pattern. That's the emblem of the Kalyuan family, Edith said immediately. It's Kalyuan. Kalyuan? Lin Jiuan became interested. What is she doing? I don't know either. Edith shook her head, looking a little confused. Logically speaking, she shouldn't do this at this time. Forget it, it's not important. Lin Jiuan didn't care. Go and see and you'll know. Hoo. Kalyuan was breathing rapidly, her hair sticking to her face, running wildly on the blood field. Don't run away. A man's sarcastic voice came from behind. Kalyuan, I advise you to surrender honestly. What's wrong with being Master Alex's woman? Hearing the voice, Kalyuan gritted her teeth and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. He almost couldn't help but want to stop and fight to the death with the traitor Hudson. But it was just a thought. Kalyuan sensed the condition of her body, suppressed her emotions, and continued to run towards the distance. This period of time. She had been steadily hunting down other vampires and blood beasts, gathering her own men, and preparing to wait for the Blood Pool Temple to open. Who would have known that Hudson, the vampire who had followed her for a long time, would secretly poison the food for her and her men, and then work together with Alex? He was caught off guard and was poisoned. Some of her men died, some were captured, and the few who remained got lost in the process of protecting her escape. Now she is the only one left. What happened? Far behind Kalyuan, on a small cloud boat. Alex frowned as he looked at Caluin, who was still fleeing, and asked in a dissatisfied tone, "What happened? You didn't give her medicine? How come she still has the strength?" "I'm sorry, Master Alex," Hudson said hurriedly. "I was worried that she would find out, so I gave her less medicine. I didn't expect." "Okay, I don't want to hear your nonsense," Alex said impatiently. "The Blood Pond Temple will open soon. I'll give you one more day. If you can't catch her within 1 day, you'll die." "Yes, I'll go right away." Hudson's face changed, and he quickly spread his vampire wings and chased after Caluin with his men. "Damn it!" Alex looked at Caluin's fleeing back with a sinister look. The opportunity to enter the blood pool is extremely precious even for high-ranking nobles of the vampire clan. As the first in line to the throne of the Blood Clan Viscount, he, whose strength has just reached the mid-level of the imperial rank, naturally came to participate in the battle for the blood pool. Although such behavior is not allowed under the Blood Moon Law. But now that the Blood Emperor is weak, it has become normal for him to pretend to obey the imperial laws and the Queen's orders, and violating the laws is no big deal at all. And as the son of a Viscount, Alex knew it well. His advantage is his noble bloodline, which will have a certain degree of suppression on the Baron. But his weakness is that he does not have as many subordinates, and deep foundation and strength, as those vampire barons who have been running their own territories for a long time. Moreover, Alex didn't think that he was the only high-ranking noble to enter the blood pool trial ground. Chapter 310 Caluin. That's why Alex sets his sights on Caluin. The other party not only has the title of the coldest beauty among the vampire barons. The strength is also very strong. He is ranked among the top 3 among the vampire barons. The family bloodline has a long history. Even his father praised her highly, believing that she had the ability to be promoted to a vampire viscount in the future. His only weakness is his aloof personality, and he doesn't manage his power very well. His power and subordinates are relatively weak among those top vampire barons, which gives him an opportunity to take advantage of. As long as he can take down Caluin and make her his woman. But damn bitch. What's wrong with being my woman? Alex never expected it. This woman actually fought her way out of a situation where she was doomed to fail, no matter how he tempted her, even if he expressed his willingness to enter the blood pool with her and marry her as his wife after leaving here and make her a viscountess. But she remained unmoved and acted as if she would rather die than yield to him. Just wait for me. Alex looked at Caluin's back in the distance with a grim gaze. Wait till it falls into my hands, haha. A female vampire who would rather die than surrender? He had no idea how many such situations he had encountered since he was a child. In the end, didn't they all kneel at his feet with tears streaming down their cheeks, begging him to let them go? But I have to say that Caluin really deserves the title of cold beauty. Even Alex had hardly ever seen a beauty like Caluin, who had such a perfect appearance, figure, and cool temperament. Unfortunately, my brain is not. Just as Alex was thinking about how to torture Caluin after capturing her, suddenly a bloody wave swept from afar towards Hudson, who was chasing Caluin. The bloody knife light instantly pierced through Hudson and his men. It attacked towards the blood-colored cloud boat without slowing down. Who is it? A middle-aged vampire roared, stood in front of Alex, and a halberd appeared in his hand, smashing towards the bloody blade. Boom! A blood-red light exploded in the air. The aftermath spread, causing the cloud boat, which had hastily opened its blood-red shield, to sway continuously. The middle-aged man took a few steps back, felt a sweetness in his throat, and looked in the direction of the source of the bloody sword energy with an uncertain expression. Caluin also stopped and stared ahead. I saw a young man walking past from a distance at a leisurely pace. The distance was far, but each step seemed to cover a lot of distance. After only a dozen steps, it came from the end of Caluin's sight and came in front of her. Caluin? Who are you? Caluin did not answer, but asked with a tense body. Lin Jian did not answer Caluin's question, but looked the woman up and down. The woman has long blood-red hair. Her face was cold and beautiful, much more beautiful than Edith, almost on the same level as the stunning sisters Isabella, Nina and Neve. Because she was seriously injured, Her face was a little pale, but her stubborn and cold temperament gave men a desire to conquer and protect her. The jet-black armor on his body was broken, revealing some snow-white and delicate skin. Her figure is well-proportioned, with a full chest, slender waist, and plump hips forming an amazing S-curve, and her calves are slender, and her thighs are long and round. I don't know if it's because of the vampire bloodline. Or maybe it was Cal Yuan's own fault. Lin Juan felt as if he could smell the sweet virgin scent on the other person's body. The alluring aroma of blood made him want to hug her and have a delicious meal with her. Feeling Lin Juan's undisguised gaze full of desire looking at her, Cal Yuan's heart sank. Without hesitation, Cal Yuan turned around and turned into a bloody light, then fled in another direction. But he had just turned around and hadn't moved a few steps. A hand grabbed her neck. "Is this how Miss Cal Yuan treats your savior?" "Woo!" The suffocating feeling from her neck made Cal Yuan look painful, and her eyes were full of horror. Although she was poisoned and seriously injured, it's good enough for her to be able to exert 30% of her full strength, but after all, her strength is there, and the average vampire baron who is at the middle stage of the imperial level will not be her opponent. But she was picked up by this guy whose name she didn't know like a chick, without any ability to resist. Cal Yuan wanted to fight with the opponent, but she felt a fatal sense of death in her neck, as if the opponent would break her neck if she moved again. Cal Yuan was not afraid of death, but when death came, she still subconsciously hesitated. And a brief moment of hesitation. Alex's cold voice was heard from the cloud boat in the sky. "Who is your excellency? Why are you trying to steal my prey, Alex?" Lin Juan looked up at Alex on the cloud boat, who had a cold and angry expression. Then he looked at Cal Yuan, who was gritting her teeth and looking as if she would rather die than surrender. "Is he your enemy?" "The same to you," Cal Yuan said coldly. "Kill me, otherwise." Before she could finish, Lin Juan interrupted and said, "I'll kill them, and you can sleep with me, how about that?" Cal Yuan paused for a moment, and looked at him blankly. This guy, does he know what he is talking about? Because of the suppression of the 10,000 races trial field, when coming to the outer area of the Blood Island, even if the Blood Emperor himself is present, his strength will be suppressed to the mid-perfect Emperor level. And this guy wanted to kill Alex, and so many of his men by himself? Good. Cal Yuan just found it ridiculous. Is this guy a fool? Or a madman? Cal Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, but it pulled the wound. She coughed painfully, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and sneered. "If you can kill them, I will be your woman, so what?" "Okay, it's a deal." "Court death?" On the cloud boat. Alex's expression was distorted with extreme anger. Although there was a distance between them, with the hearing ability of the Emperor level, Lin Juan and Cal Yuan did not lower their voices, so they could still hear it clearly on the cloud boat. Seeing that Cal Yuan, whom he regarded as his forbidden delicacy, was flirting with Lin Juan and ignoring him, Alex's face twitched slightly with anger. "Superior! Kill this guy for me!" Chapter 311 The World Inside. Cal Yuan looked at Lin Juan blankly. To be precise, he was looking at the cloud boat that fell to the ground behind Lin Juan. Alex is dead. All his men died too. Was he really killed by the other party? What a pity! Lin Juan looked at the damaged small cloud boat and sighed. This thing called Yunzhou. Now Cui Yishur still has nothing in his hand, and only has the Qingming cloud boat that he took from the Lord of Life. I originally wanted to keep this Yunzhou, but who knew that the middle-aged vampire next to Alex was quite powerful, even stronger than Byron when he was burning his blood essence. It took some effort to kill him. However, the cloud boat was accidentally destroyed. After killing several vampire nobles, Lin Juan ignored the subsequent cleaning work of the battlefield and handed it over to Edith and the others who arrived late, and walked towards Cal Yuan. Looking at Lin Juan who was walking towards him, Cal Yuan panicked. She remembered what she had just promised Lin Juan, and a look of panic finally appeared on her face, which had always been cool and even icy. The reason why she agreed to Lin Juan just now was because she never thought that Lin Juan could really do it, but now... You look scared? Cao Yuan gritted her teeth and said nothing. Or do you not intend to keep your promise? Lin Jian looked at Cao Yuan with a smile, but Cao Yuan still gritted her teeth and said nothing. Lin Jian didn't say anything else. He bent down and picked up Cao Yuan. He walked towards the carriage that had just arrived. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Bloodline Enhancement, Viscount. Reward 2, Small World Inside the Body. Reward 3, Blood Flag of 10,000 Souls, Legendary Item. Lin Jian took a quick glance at the rewards on the system panel. Get up. He lazily got up from the bed and sat down on the sofa next to the fireplace. He casually took out a bottle of 1982 iced Fanta from his space ring and took a sip. He smiled at Cao Yuan, who was lying on the bed as limp as mud. It looks like we're a good match. Cao Yuan was already unconscious. After hearing Lin Jian's voice, she regained some consciousness and immediately stared at him with desperate and angry eyes. This birth. It was fine that she became the other person's woman reluctantly. After all, she did agree to it at the beginning. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, she had no ability to resist him now. But this guy actually forced a contract on me. Feeling her current connection with the other party, there was only despair in Cao Yuan's eyes. She understood that she would never be able to resist the other party in her lifetime. Your soul and body will completely belong to the other person. She had thought about resisting at first, but time and time again, she was finally unconscious, and when she regained consciousness, everything was already a foregone conclusion. It's all over. I'm going to kill you! Cao Yuan spoke with difficulty, her head tilted, and she fainted completely. Women! I didn't even know who was crying and asking me not to leave him just now. Lin Jian shook his head. Attention is back on the rewards of the system. Needless to say, when the bloodline is upgraded to Viscount, the strength and talent will be further improved. The third one is the magic weapon of the Blood Soul's secret art. After using this magic weapon, it will summon thousands of Blood Clan souls to attack the opponent. It is a magic weapon similar to the 10,000 souls banner of the human race. A small world inside the body? Lin Jian looked at the second reward curiously. As his eyes fell on the options, the information about reward 2 also came into Lin Jian's mind, and gradually Lin Jian's eyes became brighter and brighter. It's a good thing. Small world. It can also be said to be the universe within the body. It is equivalent to having a newborn world inside the body. The combat power is greatly increased. When a being with an inner world fights, it can draw spiritual energy from that world to strengthen itself. As long as the spiritual energy in the inner world is not exhausted, it is equivalent to having unlimited spiritual energy. At the same time, you can also draw on the laws of the world within your body to increase your own combat power. Some blessed places, secret realms in different dimensions, etc. are formed when the inner world of a powerful person is shattered after his death. Generally, only those at least in the saint realm can barely condense it. I choose reward 2. As Lin Jian made his choice, the surrounding blood and spiritual energy surged towards Lin Jian from all directions like a tide. Looking down from the sky, it looked like the center of a whirlpool. The cells in the body greedily devour spiritual energy and blood. In the Dantian, under the expansion of spiritual energy and blood, it seemed to have turned into an endless void, with stars dotted around and the sun and the moon alternating. Countless laws that originally belonged to him in his body rotated, alternated, and merged with unfamiliar laws. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Jian watched in a trance as his Dantian seemed to have turned into an endless starry sky under the influence of countless laws and spiritual energy. Countless stars condensed and surrounded the starry sky, and a planet was slowly born. The galaxy disappeared, and in its place was a complete world. Is this my world? Lin Jian floated high in the void, looking at his own little world. With a sweep of the spiritual consciousness, the information of the world flooded into the mind. The 5 elements are all present: mountains, plants, rivers, the earth, the alternation of the sun and the moon. Everything seems to be the same as the real world. It was almost the same as the world he knew, except that it was much smaller in area. but it is much bigger than Blue Star. Of course, with his current strength, it would take less than half a day to cross this world. There is no complete life in it, just like when the universe was first created, no individual life was born. If we let it develop on its own, I guess life will emerge in a few thousand years, right? Lin Jian thought about it and shook his head. He didn't have that long to wait, and there was no need to. The spiritual energy in this world today is not scarce, but it can only be said to be average. It did little to help him in his fight. If I get slapped a few times, I'm afraid the world won't be able to bear it. This world is different from the storage ring and space ability. It can store living things. He can completely bring life forms from the outside world to live here. And the same. He can also collect all kinds of natural treasures and put them into this world. As more treasures appear, the spiritual energy becomes richer. This world will become larger and larger, and its quality will become higher and higher. It is even possible that it will become a world that can give birth to saints, emperors, or even immortals and gods. Chapter 3:12 Earl of Gladstone. And he, the Master, can also enter this world. Of course, when coming in, he needs to leave an anchor point in the real world and fix the inner world on that anchor point before he can come in. However, unless they are extremely powerful and proficient in space, they will not be able to find it even if the anchor point is right under their feet. It is equivalent to an ultra-mini and very safe mobile home. Good. Feeling the information of this world, Lin Jian showed a satisfied look. Not to mention other things, just the function of being able to carry living things with him has made him very satisfied. If he had obtained it earlier, he would have been able to carry the sisters Bingji, Neve and Nina with him. I admired my own world for a while, but didn't see anything new. Lin Jian withdrew his spiritual consciousness and returned to reality. Then the surprised voices of the Blood Queen, Edith and other women were heard. Owner? When Lin Jian opened his eyes, he saw himself surrounded by many beautiful vampires. Every female vampire had an expression of worry and joy that could not be expressed in words. That's great, Master, I'm so glad that you're okay. Edith threw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. She was really worried to death. It's not that she really likes Lin Jian, but if something really happens to Lin Jian, she will have to die with Lin Jian because of the blood oath technique. Lin Jian naturally also knew these women. Except for the Blood Queen, everyone had the same idea. He didn't pay much attention to it. He gently touched Edith's smooth skin on her back and her long, soft hair, and asked, How long has it been? My dear master, it's been 10 days. Edith sobbed. 10 days? Lin Jian suddenly felt a bloody and wild breath. Looked towards the east. Many female vampires saw his gaze and immediately said, Master, that is the Blood Pond Temple. Blood Pond Temple? Well, while you were unconscious, the Blood Pond Temple appeared. Blood Pond Temple. It was a magnificent and tall blood-red palace. The door was closed tightly, with intricate and colorful patterns engraved on it. On the blood field outside the main gate, groups of vampires gathered in distinct groups, looking at each other warily. There are two groups, one on the left and one on the right. The group closest to the entrance of the Blood Pond Temple is the largest and has the strongest aura. Dandies. Looking at the sturdy man who was more than 2 meters tall, Howitz slowly said, Calyuan and Byron are not here yet. Dennis lowered his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment of silence, he looked at the tall, elegant-looking vampire noble opposite him and asked, What do you mean? From what I know, many descendants of high-ranking nobles have also secretly joined the battle for the blood pool. Calyuan and Byron must have fallen into their hands. Now Calyuan and Byron are most likely in danger. Howitz said calmly. There is no need for us to fight to the death. Let them pick the peaches. How about you and I work together and sign a blood pact, and then share the blood pool? After Howitz finished speaking, he looked at Dennis confidently. Although the other party was big and strong, after thousands of years of fighting, he knew that the other party was a thoughtful person and would definitely. That makes sense, but I refuse. The smile on Howitz's face froze and he frowned at Dennis. You mean, you have to fight me to the death and let others take advantage? No, no, no. The laughter of a young man suddenly rang out from the sky. When? Howard's expression froze and he looked in the direction of the sound. It was a luxurious cloud boat floating in the air. It is called a cloud boat, but it looks like a palace flying in the air, with pavilions and towers. In the dark palace, one can see a handsome man sitting on a blood-red throne, holding a charming vampire beauty in his arms. And when you see the blood eagle emblem with spread wings engraved high on the wall behind the throne. Howard's face changed drastically. Gladstone? The blood eagle with outstretched wings is clearly the emblem of the Gladstone family. That is the old blood earl family of the Blood Moon Empire. The current Earl Gladstone is also one of the earls with the greatest hope of reaching the half-step saint realm, and the handsome man on the throne in front of him. If Howard's guess was correct, it was the only son of Earl Gladstone. Charlie Gladstone. Dennis, meet your highness. Dennis knelt on one knee with a respectful look on his face, his head bowed deeply. Howard's expression became even uglier. Dennis was willing to give up the opportunity to enter the Blood Pond Temple and join Gladstone. Are you crazy? Howard couldn't help but curse. Dennis did not answer him. He remained kneeling on one knee with his right hand on his chest, facing the palace and the sky. Crazy? No, no, no. Charlie's interested laughter could be heard in the air. You barons fight to the death, isn't it just to take a step further and become a viscount? I just promised him that after this time, I would grant him the baptism of blood and promote him to viscount. Howard's face looked extremely ugly. The high-ranking nobles he was loyal to were in a hostile relationship with the Gladstone family, and even if he wanted to surrender now, Charles would not accept him. After all, the more vampires that die, the better the effect of the blood pool will be when the blood pool temple is officially opened. And he was not willing to give up. The opportunity to enter the blood pool is right in front of him. This is an opportunity that many high-ranking nobles in the empire cannot come by in a lifetime. He just happened to catch this opportunity when he arrived at the trial field of all races. If he misses this opportunity, he may never be able to make any further progress in his life. Everyone. Do you think Charlie and Dennis will let you go after I die? The expressions of the Blood Clan nobles gathered around the Blood Pool Temple suddenly became uncertain. Among the Blood Clan barons who were able to come here, the weakest one had already reached perfection in the middle imperial level, but was unable to break through to the late imperial level due to the constraints of his bloodline. The Blood Pond Temple is their only chance. Therefore, even though their hopes were low, they still came to the Blood Pond Temple, wanting to see if they could become the final winner, while the others were both injured. What do you say we should do? A vampire baron asked grimly. Let's work together to kill Charlie and Dennis, Howard said immediately. After that, we will each rely on our own abilities. Good. The vampire barons cast their cold gazes at the arrogant Charlie and Dennis, with bloodthirsty gleams in their eyes. Charlie still had that nonchalant smile on his face, and it even looked more contemptuous. Just right. Charlie casually pushed the enchanting vampire beauty in his arms away, stood up and walked towards the palace entrance. Let me warm you up before we start the meal. Chapter 313 The Terrifying Earl's Son. A figure flew backwards like an afterimage and crashed into the tightly closed door of the Blood Pond Temple. The huge impact made Howard feel a sweetness in his chest. With a wow sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He didn't care about his physical injuries at all, and looked at Charlie in disbelief as he stood on a sea of corpses and blood with a calm expression. He muttered to himself like a madman. Impossible, this is impossible. All dead. All the vampires who besieged Charlie with him died. There are dozens of vampire barons and hundreds of vampire warriors. With so many vampires united, in his opinion, even if Earl Gladstone himself came and was suppressed to the perfect combat power of the middle stage of the imperial rank, they would still be able to fight. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Not to mention Earl Gladstone, even Charles Gladstone. Puff! The blood arrow pierced Howard's heart, and his body exploded the next second. The blood flowed into the ground and into the blood pool temple, and was slowly absorbed by the chi as if it had life. So weak. Charlie glanced at the empty battlefield with boredom. On the vast plain that originally accommodated hundreds of vampires, there are now only a few people standing. Except for the men he brought with him. Dennis Ben was kneeling on the ground, breathing slightly heavily. Although Charlie was the main force under siege, along with several vampire nobles who fell from the aerial temple, there were too many vampires participating in the siege, and he was also besieged by quite a few vampires, and he survived only because of his sufficient hard power. The rest. Some of Dennis's men were still alive, but they were all seriously injured. Apart from that, there were only a few dozen good-looking vampire baronesses and vampire female generals left on the battlefield. "No, don't kill me!" As Charlie's indifferent gaze fell on the face of a female vampire noble, the other person's delicate body trembled. A look of fear appeared on his face, and he crawled over, trembling as he got off his seat, saying, "I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life." "Why are you so scared?" The indifferent expression on Charlie's face turned into a smile. He paused with a smile, and held up the charming face of the vampire noblewoman with his right hand, looking at her tearful expression full of fear and flattery. He smiled and said, "You are so beautiful, how could I kill you?" The laws of the Blood Moon Empire have almost no restrictive effect on nobles and lower-ranking civilians. As long as they don't massacre vampire civilians on a large scale and endanger the interests and rule of the empire, the law will not protect commoners from nobles. But the rules between civilians and between nobles are extremely strict. Even a vampire duke cannot bully or kill a vampire baron, otherwise he will be severely punished by the Imperial Inquisition, or even sentenced to death. That's why, until now, there are still few slaves like vampire female nobles or vampire warriors. And the only place where one can ignore the laws of the Empire and do whatever they want, it is in this Blood Pond Temple. If released, even if not kept for personal use, such beautiful female vampire nobles could definitely be sold at a sky-high price, and those beautiful female vampire warriors could also be sold at a considerable price. Lock them up. Yes. He watched his men grab the female vampires one by one and throw them into cages, taking them to the temple that was slowly falling to the ground. Charlie's eyes fell on Dennis and the other side's men again. "Well done. After the trial is over, I will let Viscount Jotun give you the first embrace." "Thank you, Your Highness." Dennis lowered his head even lower, his tone respectful. Although being given the first embrace by a viscount was a cap at viscount, and was far inferior to the chance to enter the blood pool, but thinking of Halwit's fate, Dennis's somewhat bitter mood improved a lot. Charlie didn't care what Dennis was thinking, and said calmly, "When this is over, take your people and go to the outer areas to hunt the vampires and blood beasts." "Yes, Your Highness." Dennis responded subconsciously, then looked up suspiciously and asked, "Is it over?" Charlie didn't answer, but looked towards the east. "After watching the show for so long, it's time to come out. Is there anyone else present?" Dennis was startled and looked in the direction Charlie was looking with uncertainty. Empty. There was no sign of a human being as far as the eye could see until the end of the plain. In the blink of an eye, the space was like a piece of cloth that merged with the air and was lifted up, and two figures, a man and a woman, were standing only 100 meters away from them. Dennis' pupils shrank sharply and his body tensed. 100 meters? The other party approached within 100 meters, and he would not have noticed it if Charlie hadn't reminded him. If it weren't for Charlie, the other party would have suddenly attacked and tried to kill him. When he was dying, he didn't even know who the other party was or where the attack came from. "You are Calyuan, right?" Charlie looked at the icy beauty with a cold expression as Lin Jiuan's big hands held her slender waist. He looked at Lin Jiuan, who was obviously the leader, with interest. He could see obvious reluctance and anger on Calyuan's face, which were directed at Lin Jiuan, but at the same time, Calyuan did not resist at all. Obviously, this male vampire is much stronger than Calyuan. "How did you do that?" "Just some little tricks," Lin Jiuan said indifferently. "Utilize the refraction principle of sunlight and darkness and the law of light and darkness to blur other people's sight to hide your own body, and with the assistance of the soul law to deceive other people's perception, thus achieving the effect of invisibility. This is the first time that Lin Jiuan has used this method, but it seems to be quite effective." Charlie didn't continue asking, but looked Lin Jiuan up and down. "Curious. Who are you? I have never seen you before." "You can call me Felix." "Felix? Charlie's eyes showed confusion. He had never heard of this name. They are Isabella's followers. Dennis immediately introduced the identity of Felix. Charlie nodded slightly when he heard this, and looked at Lin Jian and suddenly said, "You are not Felix. Is there any difference?" Lin Jian did not deny it. It didn't matter whether he was Felix or not. Anyway, no vampire here could leave alive except for the beautiful women. And even women. You must also make a contract with him, the blood oath technique, before you can leave alive. That's right. Charlie smiled indifferently and said, "Are you interested in following me?" Lin Jian said casually. "If you give me your cloud boat and all the women on it, I can consider it." "Can?" Charlie said without hesitation, looking at Lin Jian with burning eyes. "As long as you follow me, all my female companions, except my fiancée, will be yours." Lin Jian. Chapter 314 Lin Jian vs. Charlie. "I can't give you my fiancée." Seeing the confusion on Lin Jian's face, Charlie seemed to really want to win over Lin Jian, and patiently explained to him. "Her family background is not worse than mine. I can't decide where she belongs. Of course, if you can make her follow you willingly, I don't mind." "No, buddy? Are all vampires so generous?" Lin Jian suddenly felt that he had met the other party too late, and almost wanted to blurt out that he wanted to follow the other party. So, Lin Jian didn't say anything more. He patted Cao Yuan's rear lights and ordered, "Get back!" Cao Yuan looked at the man who teased her in public with shame and anger. In her heart, she wanted to cut him into pieces, then put his body together, and then cut him into pieces 1,000 times more, but the connection of the blood oath technique forced her to obey the orders of this man she hated so much. "Everyone, stand down," Charlie also ordered. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the vampires who had come out of the temple again and surrounded Lin Jian and Cao Yuan also retreated several thousand meters to a safe distance. Soon, Lin Jian and Charlie were the only ones left in front of the Blood Pond Temple. The corpses of the previous vampires had already merged into the ground, been swallowed by the Blood Pool Temple, and turned into nutrients for the Blood Pool. Only the air, which was still mixed with an extremely strong smell of blood, seemed to prove that many lives had just been lost. An unexpected gust of bloody wind blew by. Lin Jian's figure disappeared from the spot, so fast that it seemed as if he had moved in front of Charlie in an instant. A punch was thrown. The sound of the air exploding and a dull impact sounded almost simultaneously. A hand as white as jade grabbed Lin Jian's fist. Charlie's figure just swayed slightly, his feet did not move at all, and he smiled at Lin Jian. "Nice strength." Lin Jian looked at Charlie in surprise. Although he had just witnessed the other party slaughtering many vampire barons and vampire generals like killing chickens and dogs, he knew that the other party was very powerful and might be the strongest enemy of the same level that he had ever encountered. However, since he obtained the 5 elements and 5 methods, this is the first person who can take his punch. Feeling the tremendous force of the fist that was grabbing him, Lin Jian's mind moved, and the phoenix true flame ignited on the surface of his fist. The sound of flesh being cooked was heard, and Charlie's grip on Lin Jian's fist loosened. Lin Jian kicked out with his leg, hitting Charlie hard in the waist. The opponent immediately flew to the side. Lin Jian flashed forward and was about to finish him off, but Charlie stabilized his body in the air. Boom! The two men's fists met in the air. A violent cloud explosion sounded. A strong wind blew. Even the vampires who were thousands of meters away felt the strong wind blowing in their faces. The bloody figures and the figures wrapped in flames kept interweaving on the plain, shaking the earth. Cao Yuan looked at the scene in astonishment. Before her it seemed. The reason why he fell into Lin Jian's hands was all because he was poisoned and seriously injured. Although Lin Jian's strength was definitely stronger than his, he was not yet able to completely conquer him. She is not convinced. This villain took advantage of the fact that he was seriously injured and unable to resist, and forced him to sign the contract. But now, this scene before her made Cao Yuan feel that her past pride and self-confidence were like a joke, and it shattered her outlook on life for the past 1,000 years. She couldn't even see the afterimage of the fight between Lin Jian and Charlie clearly. These two guys. They were fighting entirely with the most brutal force. But that's all. Just the aftermath of their fight made her feel a deep sense of powerlessness. I'm afraid they only need one punch. I might be seriously injured or even die on the spot, right? Bang! Just when Cal Yuan felt powerless, the figures of blood and fire suddenly collided with each other. After a few seconds of stalemate. With a loud roar, a huge explosion exploded between the two. Energy waves spread in all directions, and the ground was lifted up. Cal Yuan and others were blown back several steps by the aftermath of the energy thousands of meters away. Their faces were pale and full of shock. Is this true genius? Center of the battlefield. Lin Jian and Charlie both retreated more than 10 steps before they managed to stabilize their bodies. Neither of them continued the attack. Richard looked down curiously at his palm that was burned by the flames. The entire palm had been charred black by the flames, and the vampire's powerful recovery ability was constantly repairing the injured palm. But just after it was repaired, the flames came back like a leech, burning his palm again. What kind of flame is this? Phoenix. Phoenix? Charlie made a tisk sound and looked at Lin Jian with even more curiosity. The vampires are dark creatures. Although the phoenix flame is not as masculine and positive as the golden crow's fire, it still has an extremely terrifying killing power against the vampires. And how could Lin Jian, a vampire, possess the phoenix flame? I see. Is this your trump card? Lin Jian did not comment. The phoenix true fire has an extremely obvious restraining effect on the vampires. The effect is comparable to the holy water of the Vatican, and it can indeed be considered a trump card against the vampires. However, in the past, he possessed the 5 elements and 5 methods, and his physical fitness was 10 times that of those at the same level. He relied on his extremely terrifying speed and strength to rush all the way. There is absolutely no need for other laws to come into play. How can a dilatory wizard be as satisfying as a berserker who kills the opponent with a slap? However, the enemy in front of me. Are you sure you are the Earl's son? Lin Jian asked. Although the quality of his human, mermaid, vampire, and elven bloodlines is not very good among the imperial rank, he has enough bloodlines, and the benefits to the body are varied under the blessing of quantity, which is equivalent to possessing the high-level bloodline of a race. Considering the 5 elements and 5 methods, an ordinary earl's son would not be his opponent. But this son of the earl in front of him. Even with the Phoenix True Flame, a killing move that has a great inhibitory effect on vampires, it was still unable to completely suppress the opponent. Certainly. My father is the Earl of Gladstone. But who told you? Under the bloody sun, huge wings pierced out from the skin on Charlie's back. The vampire's true form is revealed. In the blink of an eye. The young and handsome boy just now. It turned into a terrifying monster that was nearly 3 meters tall, and had blood-red wings that covered the sky. The monster looked down at Lin Jian and said with a fierce smile, "My mother is also a count." Chapter 3:15, The Almighty 5 Elements and 5 Methods. Charlie's words fell. The huge body turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Lin Jian and punched him with a ferocious smile. Due to the terrifying speed, Lin Jian only had time to put his arms in front of him. Bang! After staying still for half a second, a circle of cloud explosions exploded behind Lin Jian. Then, Lin Jian turned into a residual shadow and flew backwards. Charlie also followed and punched Lin Jian again and again. The dense sound of flesh hitting flesh made people's scalps numb on the open plain. Seeing that scene, Cal Yuan subconsciously grasped the sword and wanted to rush forward. But the next second, the eyes of Charlie's vampires fell on her, and Dennis even stood in front of her. "Get out of the way." Dennis said nothing, but just looked at her with a sarcastic look as if he was looking at an idiot. The other vampires also gathered around. Just then, a terrifying, dull sound was heard. Charlie threw a punch and a black shadow flew backwards, passing by them dozens of meters away. The terrifying strong wind made their faces burn with pain. The black shadow flew backwards for who knows how many meters and crashed into a mountain tens of thousands of meters away. Boom! The mountains seemed to be smashed through and the earth was shaking. Then silence fell. Tick! Tick. The sound of unhurried footsteps came from the front. Dennis and the vampires looked at Charlie fanatically and respectfully, bowed slightly, and came behind him. Calyuan watched Charlie walk up to her and look down at her. The huge vampire's true form and blood-red eyes seemed to carry a natural and terrifying pressure that made the vampires kneel down. Calyuan felt that his arms and knees holding the sword were shaking. The instinct for survival kept screaming in my mind. Put down your sword, kneel down and beg for mercy. Calyuan's teeth were chattering and the hand holding the sword was shaking. My body was out of control and I wanted to kneel down. No! You can't kneel! Calyuan suddenly came to her senses, the fingertips of the hand that was not holding the sword pierced into the palm of her hand, and she bit her lower lip with her teeth. The fear in her heart seemed to be lessened under the intense pain. But that's all. Calyuan wanted to swing the sword, but her body refused to obey. Her body and blood seemed to be resisting her brain, and a feeling of powerless despair surged into her heart. Oh! Looking at Calyuan, who was trying hard to raise the sword, Charlie raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was the first time that he saw his vampire in his true form, and that vampire dared to raise his sword against him. Interesting. Your name is Calyuan, right? Would you like to be my woman? Calyuan gritted her teeth and said nothing. She was afraid that once she spoke, she would not be able to suppress her blood instinct, and would beg for mercy from the other party. Becoming Lin Jian's woman is the most humiliating thing in her life. She will never beg for mercy from anyone else, and it is absolutely impossible for her to become another man's woman again. What a pity! Looking at the stubborn Calyuan, Charlie raised his hand. As if she realized the fate she would soon face, the despair and fear in Calyuan's eyes became more intense, and her body trembled more violently, but she still clenched her teeth and said nothing. Just as Charlie's palm was about to fall. Pa! The sound of gravel falling to the ground was heard. Charlie looked into the distance, at the half-collapsed mountain in the distance that was still shrouded in smoke. I'm not dead yet, and you're touching my woman. Lin Jian's voice sounded in the smoke, neither hurried nor slow. Are you a little anxious? This moment. Calyuan felt as if the pressure in her body disappeared in an instant. The whole person relaxed. She staggered backwards, breathing heavily, and then she realized that her body was already covered with sweat. However, she had no time to care about her exhausted body and hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. The air was filled with smoke. A figure that couldn't be more familiar to her walked out from the smoke. Lin Jian. His clothes were in tatters, with almost no intact clothing on him, and he looked extremely miserable. But there seemed to be no visible wounds on his body, and his face did not look pale at all. Instead, it was rosy and it looked like he had not suffered any injury at all. Seeing this scene, Charlie frowned. He clearly felt that all the attacks fell on Lin Jian just now. Why? How did you do that? Charlie asked. It's nothing, it's just because you are too weak. Charlie's attack just now looked fierce. But the talent of the Blood Clan is mainly in agility. Although the strength is also very strong, it is somewhat inferior to the extremely fast speed that made Lin Jian unable to react for a moment. However, his 5 elements and 5 methods make him very comprehensive in all aspects. Not only is it powerful, it is also fast. Its toughness and hardness are beyond the reach of ordinary people. As long as Lin Jian wants, he can instantly switch back and forth between the flesh and blood berserker, the invincible heavy tank and the squishy magician, or even the meat tank magician, but the bonus coefficients to his mental strength, physique and endurance are less. All in all, Charlie attacked so many times just now, and the sounds sounded fierce and looked intimidating, but in fact, each attack did not cause much injury to him. If we have to make an analogy, it's like the traditional AD in the League of Legends taking that useless big armor penetration to challenge Mundo, who has 6 sets of equipment and full armor. Then, with the addition of the 5 elements and 5 methods, he turned to the Law of Wood, as well as the terrifying recovery ability combined with the Law of Life and Death, the Bloodline of the Vampires, and the Phoenix True Flame. After just a short rest, all the injuries caused by Charlie's scratching for so long had been healed by Lin Jian's own manhwaedit. Small? Charlie laughed as if he heard a joke. Then in an instant, his figure disappeared again, appeared in front of Lin Juan and punched him. But this time, Charlie's punch hit nothing. Lin Juan's figure has disappeared from the spot. He activated the law of earth and instantly came to Cao Yuan's side. He reached out and held her slender waist in his arms. Then he activated the 5 elements and 5 methods, adding almost all attributes to mental power. The laws of light and darkness flow. A pattern that looked like a Tai Chi diagram emerged and expanded under Lin Juan's feet. Half of it was gloomy and dark, and the other half was bright like heaven. It instantly encompassed the surrounding area centered on him, and all the vampires present. Light and Dark Realm. Chapter 316, Light and Dark Realm, Holy Light Judgment. In front of Lin Juan's enormous mental power, which was blessed to the extreme by the 5 elements and 5 laws, the realms of darkness and light intertwined so quickly that it was almost instantaneous. All the vampires present were enveloped in it. It was like a Tai Chi diagram, with one part so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, while the other part was so bright that it seemed as if an angel had descended. Darkness and light are intertwined and transformed with each other endlessly. The vampires in the light realm let out miserable howls, their bodies festering as if they were burned. As vampires whose strength has reached the royal level, they no longer need to be under the cover of the blood moon and can walk outside under the sunlight. However, the light, in the realm of light and darkness, is not ordinary light. Its inhibitory effect on dark creatures is just as strong as that of the Phoenix True Flame. Coupled with the stimulation of Lin Juan's enormous mental power blessed by the 5 elements and 5 laws, the light was dazzling to the extreme, and the bodies of the vampires began to burn and annihilate. In just a blink of an eye, Dennis's men disappeared completely with wailing. Next came Dennis and Charlie's men. Before they died, they madly attacked the border of the domain. Every time the attack landed, the light would turn into darkness, absorbing their attacks and transforming them into more powerful light. Not long after, except for Lin Juan and Cao Yuan in the center of the field, only Charlie was left struggling to hold on. Gigantic blood-red wings enveloped his body, and a blood-red aura entangled his entire body. A ferocious battle armor emitting an ancient and powerful blood-red aura was put on his huge body, constantly burning his blood and essence, constantly colliding and annihilating with the light. "You are not a vampire! What are you?" Although Lin Juan's light and dark domains did not incorporate the attack of the soul law. But living things are in extreme pain. There are always some problems with sanity. Under the torture of the light, Charlie seemed to have lost his mind and kept attacking Lin Juan in the center of the field. But no matter how they attacked, they could not break the boundaries of the domain. He could only stare at Lin Juan with his bloodshot eyes that were filled with anger and unwillingness. Lin Juan looked at the huge blood armor on him with slight surprise. He remained silent and raised his hand. The light elements in the field gathered and condensed into a snow-white sword that exuded a dazzling sacred aura. The sword was also wrapped in the blazing flames of the Phoenix True Flame. Charlie seemed to sense the danger of life and death. Without even bothering to continue attacking, he turned around and rushed towards the outer edge of the field. In his hand, there was also a pitch-black dagger wrapped with strange runes. But the distance that he could cover in an instant under normal circumstances now seemed so far away to Charlie in the realm of light. As Lin Juan swung the sword in the air, it slashed towards Charlie. Relying on his blood and the blood armor on his body, although he did not suffer serious injuries, Charlie's powerful vampire body had already been worn down by the light element to an extremely weak state, and the blood-colored armor only held out for a few more seconds. The great sword of light wrapped in the Phoenix True Fire cut into Charlie's body without any hindrance, like cutting tofu. "Divide into 2. I don't." Charlie roared, the anger and unwillingness in his eyes solidified. His body split to the sides, and his blood evaporated the moment it came into contact with the air filled with light elements in the area. His corpse also burned fiercely the moment it hit the ground until it disappeared. At the same time, the light and dark areas shrank visibly with the naked eye and merged into Lin Juan's body. Lin Juan moved his mind and dispelled the light element attached to Charlie's body. Then he said, "Xiao Xue, go and eat." "Thank you, master!" Countless blood condensed into the figure of the Blood Queen beside Lin Juan. With a look of surprise on her face, she couldn't wait to pounce on Charlie's body and devour it as if she were eating the most delicious food. Call. Feeling the depletion of his mental energy, Lin Juan let out a long sigh. The domain is powerful, but the consumption is also really high. If it weren't for the support of the 5 elements and 5 laws, he wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a few seconds for the domain to expand. Even with the help of the 5 elements and 5 methods, which increased his mental power dramatically, he had almost consumed half of his mental power after expanding his domain for so long. Is this the end? Until the sweet blood wind from the Bloodline blows again. Cao Yuan came back to her senses belatedly, looking blankly at the Blood Queen who was eating with relish, and then at Lin Juan who was holding her slender waist with a nonchalant look on his face, as if he had just done something that could be done easily, with a complicated expression. Charlie. He just killed me in a second? Blood Island. Gladstone City. In the center of the city, a towering castle exudes a dark and elegant atmosphere under the illumination of the blood moon. In the main hall, the beautiful and charming blood maids were draped in tulle and dancing erotically in the hall. As noble blood nobles with long lives, the most common collective activity they do during their long lives is holding banquets. Extravagance and debauchery have almost become the trend among the nobles. The Earl of Gladstone sat in the main seat. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair and beard. Welcome, everyone. With a gentle and elegant smile on his face, Earl Gladstone held up the wine glass filled with sweet virgin blood and delivered a speech of thanks to the guests, which he had said countless times in his long years. Just as he was about to raise the glass and drink the sweet blood, suddenly, a feeling of palpitations arose in his heart. Gladstone's hand trembled, the wine glass fell to the ground, and bright red blood spilled all over the ground under his feet, leaving a step. In an instant, the atmosphere of laughter, singing and dancing suddenly became quiet. Even the nobles who were waving their glasses with one hand and hugging the beauties of the vampires or foreign races with the other stopped laughing. Gladstone? After a while, a beautiful woman who looked no more than 30 years old, with a plump figure and elegant temperament, asked with concern, What happened? Gladstone glanced at his second wife and shook his head. I'm sorry, everyone. I suddenly feel a little unwell, so I won't drink with you here. After saying, Gladstone did not wait for their reply and stood up and left. Seeing Gladstone's disrespectful behavior, both his wife Virginia and the blood nobles who were familiar with Gladstone looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Gladstone is an old royal family in the Blood Moon Empire. It is unknown how many generations it has been passed down, and it is said that it has existed since the birth of the empire. As a long-standing Earl family, every generation of Gladstone has been very particular about aristocratic etiquette, and a situation like this has never happened before. So, what is happening? Virginia was stunned for a moment, then her eyes flickered slightly. The only thing she could think of that could make Gladstone lose his dignity as an old noble was. Think of that possibility. An inexplicable emotion flashed across Virginia's eyes. She stood up slightly, with a look of worry that was difficult to conceal, and bowed to the many vampire nobles present, and said, My husband is ill, please forgive me. No problem. It is we who are disturbing you. We are free to do as we please. Madam, please do as you please. Business is more important. After dealing with all the guests. When Virginia returned to the back hall, she found many dead bodies of waiters along the way. Virginia saw the corpse of a charming elf with her eyes wide open. She was Gladstone's favorite slave girl whom he had doted on for hundreds of years, but today she died after being sucked dry of blood by him. What on earth could make him so angry? There was a strange light in Virginia's eyes, then she lowered her head slightly and knocked on the door gently. Then, listening to the woman's wailing and painful voice inside, Virginia pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 317. The Furious Earl Gladstone, Blood Debt to be Paid with Blood, just entered the bedroom. Virginia saw it. Gladstone was hugging a beautiful vampire woman who looked to be no more than 20 years old. He buried his head deeply in her snow-white, slender neck, sucking her blood. However, the beautiful vampire woman's face was filled with pain and fear. Seeing Virginia come in, the pain on his face turned into hope. He stretched out his hand towards her, his eyes full of help and his mouth slightly open. Save me. That seems to be what she wanted to say. Virginia watched silently, without saying a word, with an indifferent expression. This female vampire was married to Gladstone more than 300 years ago. She was the daughter of a viscount under his command. She had a pretty good viscount bloodline and became Gladstone's concubine. After relying on her youth and beauty, as well as her well-behaved and sensible personality in front of Gladstone, she won Gladstone's favor. Over the years, she gave birth to many children for Gladstone, overshadowing his wife. But now, Virginia silently watched as Gladstone sucked the life out of his most beloved concubine of the past few hundred years, and then saw her body fall to the ground, filled with despair, unwillingness, and resentment. "Gladstone, what happened?" Virginia asked softly. Gladstone's eyes, still unconcealed with rage and bloodthirsty intent, swept across. Virginia didn't care at all. She was different from those lowly slaves and concubines. The best of their births was a viscount, or one of a viscount's many children, but her mother was an earl of equal status to Gladstone. Moreover, she was very much loved by her mother, as she was her mother's only daughter. Even if Gladstone was mad, he would not dare to touch her. Sure enough, when he saw that it was Virginia, the rage in Gladstone's eyes gradually subsided. He looked as if he had aged thousands of years in an instant, his face was worn out, and he said in a hoarse and desolate voice, "Charlie is dead." "Really? What are you going to do?" Virginia asked. Gladstone took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then let out a long breath. Although he is regarded by the outside world as the most promising old-fashioned earl who can break through the shackles of blood and become a marquis. But in fact, after he reached this step, he became very clear. How difficult is it to overcome the shackles of blood and become a marquis? Even for him, with the family's long heritage, the probability of success is less than 1%. And Charlie Gladstone. Although he had many children with his wives, concubines, and female slaves over a long period of time, he never considered those creatures of impure or inferior blood as his own. But Charlie Gladstone, the child with the blood of the Marquis, who was born to him after much thought, by chance, countless efforts, connections, and family background, and to a female Marquis who was legally enslaved in the battle for the blood pool. It's his hope. It is the hope of the Gladstone family. It is their family's only hope to break through to the half-step saint realm and become the Marquis family. Even more, as long as the battle for the blood pool goes smoothly, and if he gets some opportunities in the trial field of all worlds, he may even have a chance to become a duke. And now, his hope, his child, was dead. No matter who did it. The look of dejection on Gladstone's face turned into ferocious anger. He roared, "I want him! Blood! Debt! Blood! Pay! TSK, this guy is really rich." In the flying palace that originally belonged to Charlie, Lin Jian sat on Charlie's throne, hugging the charming vampire beauty he had hugged before. He was playing with Charlie's storage ring in his hand, looking at the various props inside, and was slightly amazed. There are several pieces of legendary equipment, and even an orange heroic equipment, which is a set of blood-red armor. "Do you recognize this?" Lin Jian took out the blood armor and showed it to the enchanting blood beauty named Sophia in his arms. "I heard from the other party that she was Charlie's favorite concubine. But she does look good, of the same quality as Calyuan, but her temperament is a little too coquettish and flirtatious, so overall she is not as good as Calyuan, Neve, Nina and Bingji." At first, he refused to surrender and looked like he was going to follow Charlie. However, when Lin Jian really threw her into a small light and dark area for a few seconds and then took her out, she licked him more actively than anyone else. "Return to my lord." Sophia leaned against Lin Jian Huiali, her eyes mixed with fear and a flattering look as she said, "This is a family heirloom of the Gladstone family. It is said that it was a secret treasure bestowed upon the Gladstone family by the first generation of Blood Emperor. I don't know the details either. I only know that Lord Gladstone gave this armor to Charlie a long time ago. But this armor is very strong. I heard that there was a Gladstone family head who relied on this set of armor to fight a half-step saint-level vampire marquis to a draw. Blood armor. Quality, heroic orange. Introduction. the first Blood Emperor of the Blood Moon Empire, personally forged a battle armor for the first Gladstone family head in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the establishment of the Empire. Only the bloodline of the Gladstone family can wear it. Functions: blood recognition, nanotelescopic, absolute defense, blood evil. After reading the introduction of the blood nether armor, Lin Jian suddenly lost interest. No matter how good the armor was, he didn't have Gladstone blood in him, so he couldn't wear it. However, seeing the powerful functions of this armor, Lin Jian was still somewhat tempted. Give it a try. Lin Jian tried to activate the law of blood and dripped a few drops of his own blood onto the blood nether armor. Then, Lin Jian saw that his blood and essence actually flowed into the blood nether armor. Really? When Sophia saw this scene, she looked at Lin Jian in surprise and doubt. As far as she knows, the blood hell armor can only be used by those with the blood of the Gladstone family. This is why the Gladstone family, a mere Earl family, possesses such a powerful armor and has always been able to hold it in their hands. It's not that there have been vampires in history who have thought about obtaining the blood hell armor. But in the end, they gave up targeting the Gladstone family because they were recognized by the blood nether armor. But how did this vampire who killed Charlie do it? Could he be the illegitimate son of the Earl of Gladstone? Absolutely. Otherwise, if there really was a way for vampires other than the Gladstone family to use the blood hell armor, the Gladstone family would have ceased to exist long ago. After confirming this, Sophia felt a little confused. So, oh, is this a case of brother succeeding his elder brother? Chapter 318, Big Explosion, Blood Nether Armor. Is the bloodline given to one's own vampire clan by the Lord of Life a fully functional, adaptive bloodline? Feeling the blood nether armor devouring his blood and essence, Lin Jian didn't bother to think about why it worked, and hurriedly divided more of his essence and blood to feed the armor. Drop after drop of essence and blood merged into the blood nether armor, and Lin Jian also felt that the connection between him and the other party was getting deeper and deeper, just like those women who had signed the blood oath with him. After feeding more than 30 drops, a dazzling blood-red light bloomed on the blood nether armor. It turned into a blood-red light and merged into Lin Jian's body. Along with that, various information about the blood nether armor also entered Lin Jian's mind. After absorbing that information, Lin Jian slowly opened his eyes full of surprise. It's really good stuff. After the blood hell battle armor recognized its master, he obtained the battle memories of countless previous owners of the blood hell battle armor, that is, the Gladstone family of all generations, and various blood clan secrets inherited in the Gladstone family. At the same time, the functions of the blood nether armor itself are even more powerful. This includes nano armor like the descendants of Iron Man, or even more powerful one-click putting on and taking off. It can be worn on the body with a thought, and when you don't want to wear it, it will turn into blood and automatically merge into the body. In addition, it can be infinitely upgraded. As the owner's bloodline improves and the bloodline of high-level vampires is devoured, it can be upgraded in grade and becomes stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Jian pushed the charming Sophia away in his arms, stood up, and with a thought, a set of extremely domineering blood-red armor appeared on Lin Jian's body. The armor fit him perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for him. At the same time, Lin Jian felt that the blood law in his body became extremely active, and various attributes of his body were significantly improved, especially his physique and strength, which increased by at least twice. Just by wearing it, it's already so powerful. If I use my blood essence to fully activate the blood nether battle armor, my combat power can at least double. And this blood essence does not need to be mine. It can store the blood essence of other vampires or creatures of other races. The stronger the blood essence, the stronger the increase in power given by the blood nether battle armor. Feeling the power of the blood nether armor, a hint of excitement and fear flashed in Lin Jian's eyes. Luckily that idiot Charlie was too arrogant to wear this armor. Let me be dragged directly into the light and dark realm and killed in seconds. If I had used this at the beginning, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to beat him. With a thought, Lin Jian took the blood nether armor into his body. After playing back and forth several times, Lin Jian finally sat back contentedly on the throne that once belonged to Charlie, and glanced at Sophia, who was sitting on the ground after being casually pushed by him. Sophia climbed up aggrievedly and snuggled into his arms again. Lin Jian, with one hand holding Charlie's concubine and the other holding Charlie's space ring, took out items one by one from it and asked Sophia about their functions. This is a boundary-breaking thorn. It is made of extremely brittle material and cannot be used in combat, but it can pierce through most spaces, restrictions, and domains. This is an advanced space teleportation symbol. It can randomly teleport to a random area 100,000 kilometers away. This is a magic bloodstone. After activating it, you can use a forbidden spell, Blood Sea Abyss. This is the Blood Soul Essence robe. It can offset most magical attacks and can even withstand a full-strength attack from a half-step saint. This is... Listening to Sophia introducing the treasures and Richard's space ring one by one, Lin Jian couldn't help but sigh again and again at Charlie's stupidity and arrogance. As time went by, more and more vampires appeared in the hall. Edith, Julie and the others, who were thrown into the small world by Lin Jian after arriving at the Blood Pool Temple, cleaned out the interior of the palace and killed the remaining male vampires, leaving only the beautiful female vampires behind. After a quick glance, Lin Jian found that there were quite a lot of people. This was because Charlie did not kill the female vampires before, but threw them into the palace and imprisoned them. In addition, he also kept many beautiful female vampire servants and concubines in the palace. Therefore, at a glance, his team of female vampires, which originally consisted of only 59 subordinates of Kalyuan, now had more than 100. Kalyuan, these two are for you. Lin Jian took out a battle armor and a long sword, both of which were legendary equipment. When Kalyuan saw that Lin Jian gave her two legendary equipment in one move, she was stunned and stood there, motionless for a while. Legendary equipment is extremely rare. Even though she is a vampire baron, she does not have any legendary equipment, and only uses rare weapons. What are you standing there for? Come up! Upon hearing this, Kalyuan pursed her lips and walked up to Lin Jian with a complicated expression. When I took the blood-red sword and black armor handed to me by the other party, I still felt a little dreamy. Are they yours? Thank you, Kalyuan whispered with a complicated expression. Lin Jian ignored her and glanced over, and saw Edith looking at him aggrievedly. Stop looking at it like that. Come here. This is for you. Lin Jian took out a legendary longbow from Charlie's space ring. Edith's expression suddenly changed from gloomy to bright. She ran up happily and threw herself into Lin Jian's arms. Master, you are so kind! Thanks to Charlie's legacy, it is very rich. Lin Jian distributed some things to the 58 female vampires who had followed him before, but only Edith and Kalyuan obtained legendary equipment, and the best the rest received were purple quality equipment and props. But even so, they were already very satisfied. The expression on his face was full of excitement and happiness. Owner, what are you going to do with these female vampires? After seeing Lin Jian divide the treasures, the Blood Queen spoke in a delicate voice. See here. Lin Jian couldn't help but feel a headache after taking a glance at the vampire beauties who were looking at him eagerly, including lowly, mature women, young girls, mature women, etc. When will these contracts come to an end? Actually, I've never been a very lustful person. Lin Jian suddenly let out a long sigh. Sophia and the new female vampires totally didn't understand what Lin Jian was saying, while the Blood Queen, Edith, Judith and other old people curled their lips. Aren't you lustful? If you are not lustful, then there will be no lustful male vampires in this world. Looking at the completely disbelieving eyes of his women, Lin Jian sighed deeply again. It was the blood oath that forced me to do this. Brother, you have suffered by following me. Chapter 319 Blood Pond Temple opens. 10 days passed in a flash. 10 days later. In Charlie's Sky Palace, in the bedroom. Lin Jian lay lazily on the soft blood-red bed, hugging a queen and a lowly, two vampire beauties, on his left and right. Master, Kalyuan just came back. In the past few days, she has killed a total of 13 Blood Clan barons and 128 Blood Clan warriors, and brought back 8 Blood Clan beauties who meet your requirements. Sophia knelt beside the bed and told Lin Jian in a charming tone what had happened during this period. Ever since killing Charles and moving into his palace, Lin Jian has been busy with the blood oath technique and the vampire contracts. The vampires who occasionally come to the blood pool temple are very weak and are killed at will. And Kaelin and Edith. He sent him out alone with several vampire barons and dozens of vampire warriors to patrol the surrounding area and hunt down those vampires who were wandering in the trial area and dared not approach the blood pool temple. It is worth mentioning that when accepting Charlie's inheritance, he contracted a vampire viscount who had been staying in the palace. Later, when he saw Charlie and the other vampire nobles being killed instantly by Lin Jian, he did not dare to resist and surrendered. It was not until Lin Jian signed the contract that he found out that she was actually a viscount. Like Kalyuan and Edith, he was sent out by Lin Jian to lead his men to hunt other vampires. And it snowballed. Now the number of female vampires under his command has reached more than 200. Every once in a while, some of them would come to her unwillingly, and every once in a while, Kalyuan, Edith, and the female vampire would return from hunting and present their hunted prey to her. The contract is incomplete. It is impossible to complete the contract. Of course, it is regrettable that the number of male vampires under Lin Jian is still 0, showing an extremely serious situation of Maureen and Yang. During this period, Lin Jian once again received the blessing of the Lord of Life from an unknown vampire Loli, and his vampire bloodline was successfully upgraded from Baron to Viscount. Just as Lin Jian was listening to Sophia's story in a disjointed manner, a wave of pure blood energy spread. Lin Jian immediately stood up and looked through the window towards the Blood Pond Temple not far away. The door that had been closed for more than 10 days was slowly opening. The Blood Underworld Palace slowly landed at the entrance of the Blood Pond Temple. Blood Palace was the name of the flying cloud state that once belonged to Richard. Sophia and the defeated Viscountess Shriley said that this was originally the exclusive vehicle of Earl Gladstone. But it was later given to Richard. When he heard this, Lin Jian sighed at the father-son relationship between Gladstone and Charlie, and at the same time, he severely punished Sophia and Shriley, the two female vampires who had no idea what loyalty was and surrendered to him, the murderer of their master, at the speed of light. As the gate of the Blood Nether Palace landed, Lin Jian led a group of female vampires down the Blood Nether Palace and came to the entrance of the Blood Pool Temple. "Congratulations, Master!" Seeing the open door of the Blood Pool Temple, Sophia immediately spoke in a tender voice. Edith also hurriedly said, "Congratulations, Master!" "Congratulations, Master!" Julie, Shriley and more than 200 beautiful vampires spoke in sweet voices. Lin Jian looked indifferent. The biggest function of the Blood Pool Temple is to improve the purity of the bloodline of the vampires, but to be honest, this is of little use to him. He can continuously improve the purity of his bloodline by drawing on the blessing of the Lord of Life. Listening to the female vampire's sweet congratulations, Lin Jian took a glance. His eyes fell on Kalyuan, the only one who was looking at him with her lips tightly closed and a complicated expression. "Call the master and let him hear it." Kalyuan was stunned, not understanding what Lin Jian was suddenly going to do. But after only a moment of confusion, Kalyuan opened her cherry lips and whispered, "Master." There was no reluctance in his tone, but rather a sense of mixed emotions. Ever since she saw with her own eyes how Lin Jian killed Charlie, the powerful enemy who made her lose the ability to resist, the resentment and anger in Caroline's heart completely disappeared. She knew that if Lin Jian could kill Dennis like killing a stray dog in the process of killing Charlie, he could also kill her like kicking a stray dog to death. After Lin Jian rewarded her with 2 legendary equipment, Kalyuan didn't know what kind of emotion she should have when facing him. The fact that she was a new wife made her body constantly crave Lin Jian's favor. Only, Lin Jian has not doted on her in the past 10 days. "Good boy, call me again." Lin Jian stretched out his right hand and held her face, asking her to raise her head and look at him. Kalyuan's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of shame and anger. Her voice was trembling, but she still repeated obediently, "Master." "Do you like the master?" Kalyuan looked even more ashamed and angry. But her body's instinct, her blood's desire for the strong, the facts, and the complex emotions that she herself had not understood in the past few days made her subconsciously say, "I like it." Then, Calyuan realized what she was saying, and her face, which was originally just slightly flushed, turned completely red. The mist in her beautiful eyes became thicker, and she no longer looked like the icy beauty before. "So good." Lin Juan patted her face with satisfaction. "Come in with me in a moment." Hearing this, all the shame, anger, and emotions in Calyuan's mind disappeared, and she looked at Lin Juan blankly. "What did you say?" "I told you to follow me into the Blood Pond Temple later," Lin Juan said casually. After confirming it, Calyuan's mind went blank. Edith, Sophia, and other female vampires beside her looked at her in shock, unable to conceal the jealousy in their expressions. "Edith, Sophia, you come in with me." The jealousy on Edith and Sophia's faces disappeared instantly when they heard this, and was replaced by the same state as Caroline's current one, with blank eyes and slightly opened rosy lips in shock. "Master?" Edith looked at Lin Juan and said in a trembling voice, "The blood pool is extremely precious. If you bring us in, it will distract from the effect of your absorption. Just follow me when I tell you to." "Why so much nonsense?" Lin Juan said nonchalantly. He was not that keen on the blood pool. The blessing of the Lord of Life is not better than the blood pool. In comparison, after the strength of these female vampires is improved, they will be able to do more for themselves. It doesn't need to be like before. After specially rewarding Calyuan, Edith, and the others with several pieces of red and purple quality equipment, he let them go out hunting. It won't make any difference if you bring in a few loyal and favorite ones. Chapter 320, Entering the Blood Pool. And he chose these three. Edith was the first female vampire to follow him. Calyuan is one of the rare cold beauties in the harem that he likes. Her strength and talent are among the best among the female vampires he has conquered. After bringing her in, there is a great chance that she will be promoted to a vampire viscount. Sophia has a good background and is the descendant of a vampire viscount. Excellent qualifications. If he enters the blood pool, promotion to viscount of the vampire clan in the future is a foregone conclusion. Moreover, Lin Juan is very satisfied with the attentive service of this coquettish and charming woman during this period. Moreover, she has very good management skills. She manages the Blood Palace and these female vampires in an orderly manner. It would not be a big deal to give her some rewards. Of course, Lin Juan didn't explain so much to them. Calyuan, Sophia, and Edith did not think about things like the blessing of the Lord of Life. They just heard that Lin Juan was actually going to take them in and share the blood pool with them. Even Sophia, who believed in the brother succeeds the brother, and Calyuan, who was always cold, looked at Lin Juan with strange eyes, filled with a kind of fanatical emotion. Edith looked at Lin Juan with fascination and couldn't help but hug him directly. "Master, Edith loves you so much!" The layout of the Blood Pond Temple is simple. After walking through the long corridor, the view in front of me suddenly opens up. Lin Juan, the Blood Queen, Edith, Sophia, and Calyuan saw the pool of blood in the hall. The deep red blood was like a hot spring, emitting scorching white heat. The pure essence of the blood made the girls feel their strength improve just by smelling it. "Come in," Lin Juan said lightly. However, after he finished speaking, even the Blood Queen, who always obeyed him and knew him inside and out, did not go in, but looked at her. "But Master, you should go in first," Edith said softly, looking at him with eyes full of obsession. "We'll just go in after you." "What are you talking about?" Lin Juan pinched her little face amusedly. "After I go in, what will be left of you?" "But..." "Okay, stop talking nonsense, just go in when I tell you to." The words fell. Except Sophia was somewhat interested. Neither the Blood Queen, Edith, nor Calyuan moved. "Master, please go in first," Edith said stubbornly, looking moved. Originally, after signing the blood oath with Lin Juan and completely becoming Lin Juan's thing, she had already despaired. In her opinion, this man would definitely throw her aside like a rag after he got tired of her. "The best outcome for me would be to be forgotten by him. Worst-case scenarios include being exploited by him until you die, or even being sold as merchandise, without any thought." The other party not only rewarded him with legendary equipment, and took himself into the blood pool. Now, he had to enter the blood pool first. Edith is right, Calyuan also said, with a complex emotion mixed in her cold tone. Master, please go in first. Master, your strength is the most important, the Blood Queen also said, although she knew that Lin Jiuan had the blessing of the Lord of Life. And the blood pool was not very important to him, she also wanted to become stronger. But to her, the master is above all else. Hearing this, Sophia also complimented. Yes, master, just listen to the sisters. It doesn't matter whether we go in or not. Master, you are the most important. Okay, am I the master or are you the masters? Whatever I say is what it is. Go in and don't come out until you are full. Seeing that the 4 women still did not move, Lin Jiuan asked again. Or do you want me to order you? Hearing this, the 4 girls then hesitantly entered the blood pool. Piece of clothing after piece fell to the ground beside the blood pool, and soon, 4 snow-white, sexy bodies entered the blood pool. Seeing Edith's aggrieved face, Calyuan didn't know what she was thinking, but Lin Jiuan still used the blood oath technique to order. Don't come out early. Yes. Edith and Caroline answered reluctantly. They both originally planned to take only 2 puffs and then come out early to leave most of it to Lin Jiuan, but now they have been ordered by the blood oath technique. They can only obey Lin Jiuan's orders and come out only when they reach their limit. As for Sophia, this female vampire Lin Jiuan didn't give any orders at all. When Edith and Caroline were expressing their true feelings, Lin Jiuan could sense what this charming and coquettish woman was thinking through the blood oath technique, without even having to see. It sounds nice. But in fact, this female vampire was extremely anxious, fearing that Lin Jiuan would really go in first and not give them any chance. Of course, it didn't matter to him what the other party was thinking. He didn't expect the female vampires like Calyuan and Edith to have any feelings for him anyway. As long as they were useful and could do good things, that was enough. If Huangmao still cares about emotions, is he still Huangmao? I, Lin Jiuan, never loved purely. Except Gu Yiru. For this first woman of his, also the first one he met when he entered the ocean survival world, and the sensible young lady who had shared the same hardships with him, even now in terms of beauty she can't even be ranked among his women. But Lin Jiuan still has a special feeling for her. And you, Xiao Xue, if you don't advance to the imperial rank this time, don't follow me anymore. Hate it, master. The Blood Queen couldn't help but look at him resentfully. Am I so weak in your eyes? You know whether you are useless or not, Lin Jiuan said unhappily. Speaking of her, Lin Jiuan gets angry. Up to now, how many blood essences and corpses of powerful emperors have I fed her? Even if it's just a pig, it should be fed to the emperor's rank. As a result, this fellow is still at the great perfection of the king level, with no intention of making any breakthroughs. When she goes out to eat, someone has to be specially sent to watch and protect her, for fear that she might be killed by the food, by accident. If the other person was not completely his creation, had been with him for a long time, had always been very loyal, and treated him like his father, he would not hesitate to die for him. He really didn't want to care about this rebellious girl anymore. The Blood Queen pouted pitifully, but seeing that Lin Jiuan was unmoved, and the other 3 women began to absorb the pure blood essence in the blood pool, the blood essence in the blood pool had begun to actively flow into her body. The Blood Queen stopped acting coquettishly towards Lin Jiuan. For a moment, the pure essence of blood rushed into the bodies of the 4 women. Lin Jiuan watched silently by the pool, waiting for them to absorb the essence of blood. Chapter 321, Strength Improvement, the Blood Queen's Problem. After watching for a while, the bored Lin Jiuan felt the essence and blood left by Isabella in his body. Just cut it off directly. Now, he doesn't need to hang out with Isabella anymore. This thing will be a hindrance if he keeps it in his body. Then, Lin Jiuan continued to wait for changes in the blood pool. Edith was the first to come out. It only took a dozen minutes. Edith had already reached her limit, and Lin Jiuan simply reached out and pulled her out from midair. I'm sorry, Master, Edith is so useless. Edith had just opened her eyes and her face was full of joy. She felt that her aptitude had broken through to the limit of the vampire Viscount. As long as she accumulated enough knowledge in the future, it would only be a matter of time before she broke through to the late imperial level. But when she saw that the other 3 women were still absorbing the essence of blood in the blood pool, the joy on Edith's face disappeared, and she looked at Lin Jian with a worried and pitiful expression. "It's okay," Lin Jian said casually. Seeing this, Edith plucked up her courage, walked forward pitifully and hugged Lin Jian's arm. Lin Jian ignored her and continued looking at the women in the pool. Almost 10 minutes later, Sophia was the second one to reach her limit. However, her aura has broken through to the late Imperial level, reaching the 7th level of the Imperial level, and her foundation has also improved. After the 10,000 races trial field is opened, the 10,000 races trial field will not impose restrictions on life forms whose strength breaks through the limits, so Sophia, who is at the 7th level of the Emperor rank, can really exert the strength of the 7th level of the Emperor rank. What surprised Lin Jian was that after Sophia came out, Cao Yuan was still in the pool. Although there was an obvious look of discomfort on her face, she continued to absorb the essence of blood in the pool. About 5 minutes later, Cao Yuan's breath continued to rise. He did not leave the blood pool until he reached the 8th level of the Imperial rank. And the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Jian was no longer so cold, but much softer. After coming out, he looked at Edith and Sophia, who were hugging Lin Jian's arms on the left and right, and just stood silently beside Lin Jian. So far, the Blood Queen was the only one left in the blood pool. The blood essence in the blood pool is getting less and less, and the aura of the Blood Queen is becoming stronger and stronger. The blood becomes more pure. But as time went by, Lin Jian's brows furrowed slightly. Until all the blood essence in the blood pool was exhausted, Lin Jian frowned deeply as he looked at the Blood Queen, whose bloodline felt obviously much purer but whose aura was still that of a king. Until the blood essence in the blood pool is completely dried up. The Blood Queen opened her eyes. Feeling the Blood Queen's aura that was still at the peak of royal perfection, Lin Jian frowned. "What's going on?" The Blood Queen absorbed half of the blood essence in the blood pool. The remaining 3 female vampires absorbed the other half. There have been breakthroughs in strength. However, after absorbing half of the Blood Queen's strength, which was at the great perfection of the king level, her strength was still at the great perfection of the king level. This was obviously abnormal. And feeling that his strength remains unchanged, then looked at Lin Jian's frowning brows. The expression on the Blood Queen's face became extremely pitiful, like a child who had done something wrong and was about to cry at any time. "Master, it's Xiaoxue who is useless. Would you please not want me? I won't eat so much in the future. I will eat whatever you tell me to eat, Master." Lin Jian came back to his senses and saw the pitiful expression of the Blood Queen. "Why are you crying?" Lin Jian said helplessly. Seeing that the Blood Queen still looked pitiful and afraid that he would abandon her, he could only break free from Edith and Sophia's arms, walked to the Blood Queen and hugged her in his arms. "I was just joking with you just now. You were raised by me, so eat as much as you can. I don't need that much from you." "But Master, Okay, it's just that you didn't get promoted. When we get out, I'll kill more people for you and put them in the blood pool. If 1 pool isn't enough, then 2. If 2 pools aren't enough, then 3. Lin Jian said indifferently. This is the good thing about the Blood Pond Temple. As long as enough lives are sacrificed, a steady supply of blood essence can be produced. The trial field of 10,000 races has no shortage of lives and strong people from all races. Although the conversion efficiency of the Blood Queen's food is shockingly low, as long as Lin Jian wants to feed her, he is confident that he can feed her to the royal level sooner or later. "Master, you are so kind." The Blood Queen stopped crying and looked at Lin Jian with tears in her eyes. "I love you so much, Master." Lin Jian smiled and touched her head without saying anything. At the side, Edith and Sophia looked at the Blood Queen with envy, and even Caroline's cold and beautiful eyes showed a hint of envy. Although it did not happen, they knew that if they were in the situation of the Blood Queen, Lin Jian might not say anything, but he would definitely give up on them afterwards. Blood Island, somewhere. In a dark castle that exudes a chilling atmosphere. Isabella sat in the deep throne. They sat around a round table with shadows that had powerful auras and seemed to be from another space, looking at the image that reflected the exit of the trial ground. "Isabella, what are you waiting for? Do you think you can make it to the end relying on that little guy of yours who knows where? That idiot was probably killed as soon as he entered. The girl's elegant and slightly sarcastic voice sounded. Isabella looked away. Also sitting on the throne was a gorgeous girl with red lips, white teeth and long black hair. She was leaning her face elegantly with a mocking smile on her lips. Phoenix. The only daughter of Duke Augustus, of noble blood. Now, although he is only over 300 years old, his strength has already reached the perfection of the imperial level. Due to his noble bloodline, it is only a matter of time before he enters the half-step saint realm. The only problem is that her fiancé is the son of an earl. Charles Gladstone, heir to the Earl of Gladstone. Although, in order to win over the nobles under them, high-ranking nobles would occasionally marry their daughters to the nobles under them or their heirs, but under normal circumstances, they would only marry off their unimportant descendants, those who did not inherit their bloodline, or those whose bloodline was spotted. It is impossible for Phoenix, who perfectly inherited the Duke's bloodline and is the only daughter and descendant of the heir, to marry down. What's the problem here? Isabella was thinking in her heart, but her emotions did not change on the surface. Even though Duke Augustus and the Empress behind her had always been at odds with each other, and even though Phoenix deliberately provoked her, Isabella's expression remained cold. So, Miss Phoenix, what do you want to say? Phoenix's beautiful bright red eyes narrowed dangerously, and then she suddenly laughed. Let's make a bet, Isabella. I bet on whether the final winner will be my person or yours. Chapter 322 Betting. Isabella didn't want to pay attention to Phoenix's bet. She had no hope at all for Felix. But there are really no vampires among her subordinates. The old emperor passed away and the new emperor ascended the throne. The strength of the royalists is now extremely weakened. Those who are left have been targeted, some have died, some have betrayed. The only candidate she could think of at the time was Basil. At that time, it was still uncertain whether Basil had secretly colluded with other factions and betrayed himself and the queen. Choosing Felix is the only option. But the words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue, but as she felt the still active blood and essence of Felix in her body, Isabella was about to blurt out the refusal but did not say it out loud. Normally speaking, when her followers were in the blood pool trial ground, the upper nobles could not sense their conditions, but as a royalist, she mastered a secret method taught by the queen. Even if her followers were in the blood pool trial ground, she could still sense their condition. She was able to confirm. Felix is still alive and seems to be in pretty good shape? Interesting, how about adding me? While Isabella was still pondering whether she should agree or not, and how to agree if she did, a vampire count chuckled and spoke. This is none of your business. Phoenix snorted and looked at Isabella provocatively. Why, Isabella, as the queen's messenger, you don't dare to bet with me? Isabella was silent for a long time, then asked, What do you want to bet on? Bet on you and me. You and me? If your people win, then I will sleep with your people. And if my man wins, then you will sleep with him. Isabella's eyes turned cold in an instant. Haha, interesting, how about adding one more? At this moment, a coquettish and alluring voice sounded, and a beautiful countess who was dressed coolly, with a proud figure and only a few important parts covered, chuckled and spoke. Whoever wins, I'll sleep with him her. How about that? You have nothing to do here, sir. Phoenix didn't give her any face at all. He continued to provoke Isabella. Why, you don't dare? Do you think the queen's envoy will definitely fail? Isabella ignored the famous socialite countess among the vampires. He said coldly, The people I sent have nothing to do with Her Majesty the Queen. Okay. Phoenix sneered and continued. Then do you dare? Isabella wanted to refuse immediately. Not to mention that she just sensed that Felix was in good condition. But it did not reach the point of crossing, which means that the opponent did not enter the Blood Pond Temple, which means that the opponent is definitely not the final winner. Just based on Phoenix's outrageous bet, there was no way she would agree to it. Just when Isabella was about to refuse, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from the void. Duke Augustus, your daughter is very lively. The woman's voice sounded very young, about 20 years old, very pleasant and cold, and with a kind of superior majesty. Just by listening to the voice, One can imagine that she must be a very beautiful woman. Then, an old man's voice with a kind smile sounded. Phoenix is ignorant. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Your Majesty. Listen to the conversation between the two. The expressions of all the vampires present changed. Whether it was Phoenix who looked as if she didn't care about anyone, or Isabella who had a cold expression, or the charming countess who looked like a socialite with a naughty expression on her face, they all bowed their heads slightly with respectful expressions. Your Majesty, Duke Augustus. It's okay. I just think that what your daughter said is quite interesting. The air was silent for a few seconds before the old voice of Duke Augustus sounded again in the air. I wonder what the Queen means. Isabella has been loyal to me for so long, and I have often wondered what kind of young talent is worthy of her. It just so happens that your daughter has proposed this bet again when the Blood Pond Temple opens. So be it. The Blood Moon Queen was smiling. If Isabella's people win, your daughter will be the other side's lover. If your daughter's man wins, how about Isabella becoming the other man's lover? Your Majesty, my daughter already has a fiancé. Fiancé? I remember that your daughter didn't say that just now. The Blood Moon Queen's voice suddenly became extremely cold. How? Do you and your daughter have any opinions about this, Emperor? Augustus was silent. Phoenix's body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were full of regret. Although the Blood Moon Queen is weak now, she is still weak compared to the Blood Emperors who were able to suppress all the Blood Nobles in the country before. After all, the Blood Moon Queen is still in the late half-step saint realm. In a one-on-one situation. No less worthy than any duke. Even if facing those Grand Dukes who have reached the perfect half-step saint realm, with the suppression of their bloodline and the national treasure of the Blood Moon royal family, they are still able to fight. Waiting for a long time. Duke Augustus did not see his colleagues and Grand Dukes speak, but he knew what they meant and could only sigh in his heart. Then it is as your Majesty wishes. Good. The figures of Blood Moon Queen and Duke Augustus then disappeared, as if they had disappeared. But many vampire nobles did not dare to talk more, but their eyes were still wandering between Isabella and Phoenix. Sudden. Isabella felt that the essence and blood she left in Felix's body had disappeared, and her face changed. There is only one possibility in this situation, that is, Felix is dead. But if it was really Felix who didn't win, why did the Queen accept such a bet just now? Just as Isabella was in doubt, Phoenix noticed her slightly pale face and immediately mocked her. Why are you scared? Just wash yourself and go be my lover. Isabella looked at her coldly, closed her eyes and remained silent. Phoenix taunted a few more times, and when Isabella didn't respond, she simply said, Pretend. I wonder how you can still act cool when a man presses you down. After saying that, Felix looked at Isabella, who still ignored him, then he sneered, turned around, and looked expectantly at the entrance to the Blood Pool trial ground. Chapter 323 Shock Change. Blood Moon Empire somewhere. In the dark and lightless void, an old voice suddenly sounded. Have you confirmed? Gladstone is already prepared. We will create an opportunity for him to assassinate his target. What is his identity? A lowly vampire who got a chance, or not, does that matter to us? After a moment of silence, the old voice continued. After all, he is the winner of the Blood Pool battle, which concerns the future of our empire. Big plan? Before the old voice could finish, the man's cold and contemptuous laughter rang out. If he was killed by Gladstone, it would only prove that he was a waste. If he kills Gladstone, then he will know that the Blood Moon Queen cannot protect him. Understand, only by joining us can he achieve great success. About half an hour later, a bloody light appeared at the exit of the Blood Pool trial ground, and a deep blood-colored hole appeared above the Blood Pool trial ground. It's out. The anticipation in Phoenix's eyes became even stronger. He glanced at Isabella, whose expression had become even colder, and a smug smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Then, the Blood Underworld Palace slowly flew out from the bloody hole. Blood Palace? Most of the nobles present were stunned when they saw the Blood Underworld Palace. They know. This was Earl Gladstone's thing, and it seemed to have been given to his son Charles Gladstone later. How could it appear in the Blood Clan trial field belonging to the Blood Clan Baron? The moment she saw this, Phoenix's smile became even more proud. It looks like I won. You let Charlie enter the Blood Pool Temple? Isabella's words were filled with cold anger. What? Phoenix said proudly. Charlie is also in the middle stage of the Imperial rank. After the upgrade, he is not suppressed by the 10,000 Worlds trial field. Is there any problem in entering the Blood Pond Temple? Isabella laughed out of anger. That's the truth. But since the founding of the Blood Moon Empire, the Blood Pond Temple has been opened countless times. No matter whether it is the Blood Pond Temple of the Duke, Marquis, or Earl class, there has never been a precedent of high-ranking nobles or the sons of high-ranking nobles entering the Blood Pond Temple. Even the descendants of dukes and royal families can only enter in a specific blood pool battle. You, Isabella wanted to say, aren't you afraid of the imperial law? But when the words came to her lips, Isabella was completely unable to say them. The laws of the empire were completely maintained by the Blood Emperor, and now that the Blood Moon Queen was weak, the laws of the empire were clearly on the verge of collapse. If she said it out loud, it would put the Blood Moon Queen in a difficult position. The reactions of other vampires also confirmed this. Most of them were congratulating Phoenix, Charles's fiancée, while the few royalists remained silent. You what? Phoenix taunted. Speak? Why don't you speak? Isabella just stared at Phoenix blankly, then looked at the blood palace floating at the exit of the blood pool trial ground in the image, feeling mixed emotions. So, Her Majesty agreed to this matter because she wanted me to seduce Charles? Isabella's eyes flashed with disappointment. Although she could also understand that the Queen might have done this out of helplessness. The winner of this battle for the blood pool will become the spokesperson for the Blood Clan in the 10,000 races trial field for a long time in the future. Although he is weak, he is an object that must be won over by the top leaders of the Blood Moon Empire. Isabella sighed in her heart, and silently looked at the blood palace floating in the air. Blurry figures emitting powerful fluctuations emerged from the void in front of the Blood Pond Temple. In the center was a tall woman sitting on a throne. Although her face could not be seen clearly, one could feel that she was absolutely beautiful. They stared silently at the Blood Underworld Palace that emerged from the Blood Pool trial ground. The Blood Palace slowly descended. The door is open. When they saw the young man walking out, Isabella, Phoenix and many other vampire earls looked at him in astonishment. Who is he? Phoenix blurted out. Felix? Isabella blurted out, but her expression showed more astonishment and confusion than other vampires. How is that possible? Is Felix really the final winner? He killed Charlie, stole his blood palace, and became the final winner of the battle for the blood pool? Felix? You mean that piece of shit you found? You mean he killed Charlie? Are you crazy? The expression on Phoenix's face was no longer as arrogant as before, and she laughed instead of being angry. Although she understood that with Isabella's character, it was impossible for her to lie about this matter. But how is this possible? Charlie has the blood of a Marquis and wears the heroic blood nether armor. He was trained by Earl Gladstone since he was a child using the resources accumulated by the Gladstone family over countless years, so he has an extremely deep foundation. Although his strength is only at the mid-perfect imperial level. However, even the vampire viscount, or even the weaker vampire earl were no match for him. How could he possibly fail in the vampire trial field? Isabella ignored Phoenix and just stared at Lin Juan's figure. Lin Juan was looking up at the numerous shadows in the sky. He could feel that each of them exuded an aura countless times more terrifying than Isabella's. Even the weakest one was probably at the level of a half-step saint. All eyes were staring at him with different emotions. The blood moon loomed over him. It seemed to penetrate all the layers of disguise on him, revealing his truest side. Lin Juan heard from Sophia that this was the secret technique of the imperial royal family. Through the blood moon, it could see through all disguises and illusions, and prevent alien races or blood beasts in the trial land from disguising themselves and escaping from the trial land. But Lin Juan did not feel the slightest bit of anxiety or fear. On the one hand, yes, he does have the blood of the vampire viscount in him. No matter how the blood moon shines, he is the most pure vampire. On the other hand, even if it was photographed, it wouldn't be a big deal. These powerful half-step saints such as the Blood Clan Dukes, Grand Dukes and Blood Moon Queen may look intimidating, but in fact, due to the restrictions of the 10,000 races trial field, they have no way to leave the core area of the Blood Moon Empire. If you force yourself to leave and come to the outside world, you will be suppressed by a very terrifying world. That's why. Lin Jian looked up calmly at the shadows in the sky, and finally his eyes fell on the Blood Moon Queen who was high above. And just at this moment, a sudden and terrifying blood energy suddenly attacked Lin Jian, and the blood arrow wrapped in terrifying momentum pierced Lin Jian's chest directly. Chapter 324. That's it, you still want to avenge your son? The accumulation of magical power for such a huge attack must have been a huge process, but there was no sign at all. The sudden change caught all the vampires present by surprise. He just watched helplessly as the bloody arrow pierced Lin Jian's chest. Blood Moon? Feeling the familiar energy fluctuations of the blood-colored bow and arrow, the expressions of many high-ranking Blood Clan members present changed drastically. Divine Bow Blood Moon. It is the Blood Moon Empire's royal family's treasure, and the Empire's national treasure. It has always been held in the hands of successive Blood Emperors. Combined with the blood power of the Blood Emperors and the Blood Moon in the sky, its power is terrifying. Once under the Blood Moon and locked by it, even if one's strength is one level higher than the bow wielder, there is a great risk of being killed instantly by a single arrow. This is one of the reasons why successive Blood Emperors have been able to suppress many vampire Grand Dukes and Dukes. The arrow shot at Lin Jian was obviously not a real Blood Moon bow, but even though it was a replica of the Blood Moon, its power was also terrifying. In a flash, Lin Jian flew backwards. It smashed through several mountains heavily, causing them to collapse and shatter, and a cloud of smoke spread. Who? The angry and cold voice of the Blood Moon Queen sounded. The moment Lin Jian flew out, she reacted and locked the attack position. It was a vampire wearing a pitch-black cloak and with an unclear face, who was rapidly approaching the dusty collapsed mountain range. The Blood Moon Queen raised her snow-white hand. The blood moon in the sky emitted an enchanting light, and like a falling meteor, it dispersed into two blood-red rays of light, falling towards Lin Jian and the person who made the move respectively. But halfway down, the blood moon in the sky suddenly emitted an enchanting light, and the two rays of blood light dimmed in an instant. When they fell on the cloaked man, their figure only paused for a moment. The Blood Moon Queen stared at the depths of the Blood Island with an extremely cold expression. Owner? I watched as the attacker rushed into the ruins of the mountain. The Blood Queen and other women's faces changed drastically. Subconsciously I wanted to rush over. And in the next moment, bang! A dull crash was heard, and the attacker who had just rushed into the smoke flew backwards in the direction he came from at an even faster speed. The sudden scene stunned all the vampires present. The sound of footsteps came from the thick fog. After a while, Lin Jian walked out. He was wearing blood-red armor, his face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Sure, that hurts. Lin Jian still had his hand on his chest, slightly shocked. That just now. It almost destroyed his chance of resurrection through the gift of the Lord of Life. Fortunately, although the A-level, danger prediction, was a little bit poor now, it still gave him a split second to react before launching an attack, although he was unable to dodge the attack because he was locked on and the reaction time was too short. But the moment the attack landed on his chest, in a dangerous moment, he put on the blood nether armor, and through the 5 elements and 5 methods, he added all the attribute points to physical strength and endurance. But even so, the blood nether armor helped him withstand the blow. But all the blood and essence previously stored in the armor was consumed, and the impact alone was enough to make Lin Jian, whose endurance and physical fitness points had already been added to his physical fitness, feel that his heart was almost broken. Recovered for a while. When the other party rushed in, Lin Jian knocked him away with a punch. The attacker was holding his chest and staggering to his feet. See the blood nether armor worn by Lin Jian. He immediately cried out. How is this possible? How could the blood nether armor be on you? The blood nobles who knew Gladstone immediately recognized his voice. Gladstone? Even though his identity was exposed, Gladstone didn't care. He just stared at the blood nether armor on Lin Juan, with a storm in his heart. There is no doubt that only the direct descendants of the Gladstone family can wear the blood armor. Otherwise, it is impossible for their Gladstone family, a mere Earl family, to always possess such powerful equipment. That is to say, is this young vampire who killed his son Charlie also a descendant of the Gladstone family? When? Oh, so you are Charlie's father. Lin Juan walked towards Gladstone step by step with a grim smile. My favorite thing to do is to kill an entire family. Since you want to avenge your son, I will send you down to see your son. You're looking for death. The astonishment in Gladstone's eyes was instantly filled with anger, and after only a moment's hesitation, he made the decision. He can't survive anymore. No matter whose bloodline the other person is from, he has nothing to do with him. He could only and must go all the way to the end and kill this little bastard who killed his son Charlie and destroyed his hopes, so that the Gladstone bloodline could continue. Gladstone roared, under the shining blood moon. The vampire's true form is revealed. A terrifying monster as big as a hill stood under the blood moon, holding a giant sword in its hand that was bigger than the door panel. Its eyes as big as footballs were staring at Lin Juan with malice and hatred. In a flash, he came in front of Lin Juan and slashed towards his neck with the huge sword in his hand. Die! The big sword fell, and the bloody smell swept towards Lin Juan like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gladstone is indeed an old-line earl. A vampire count couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. Even if their strength is suppressed to the level of a baron, I'm afraid that even a viscount of average strength would not be able to withstand this attack, and those barons would be killed instantly. Isabella looked at Lin Juan, who didn't move, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Although it was beyond her expectation that the other party could actually kill Charlie and many enemies and win the battle for the blood pool. His bloodline had been improved to the level of viscount, but his strength was still at the mid-perfect imperial level. And the opponent just withstood a shot from the imitation blood moon bow. It seems that his condition is obviously unstable. It is good enough to be able to exert 30% of his strength. It is difficult to. The white palm accurately caught the falling giant's sword. Is this all the strength you have? Lin Juan sneered. With the amplification of the 5 elements and 5 methods, as well as the blood nether armor, his current strength is more than 20 times greater than normal. No matter how hard Gladstone held the heavy sword with both hands, he tried to press it down. But there was no way to move the heavy sword even a little bit. What a waste. That's it, you still want to avenge your son? Lin Juan kicked out, and Gladstone's ankle suddenly made a crack sound, and he fell to the ground. With a backhand, Lin Juan exerted force and snatched the heavy sword from Gladstone's hand. It was like swinging a door panel and hit Gladstone's head. Chapter 325. This child has a deep demonic nature. This. Isabella, Blood Moon Queen Phoenix. Many vampire nobles looked at the image at the exit of the Blood Pond Temple in confusion. Earl Gladstone, a well-known and powerful earl in the Blood Moon Empire, was beaten around like a sledgehammer by a vampire baron who had just been seriously injured by a sneak attack with a fake Blood Moon bow. The huge vampire's true body was like a sandbag, smashing back and forth. No wonder I gave birth to such a useless son. It turns out I am such a useless person. Why are you pretending if you don't have the ability? Just like your idiot son, stupidity is hereditary, right? Do you want to know how your son died? TSK, he died a horrible death. While beating him, Lin Juan continued to mock him. Gladstone roared and roared, his blood and essence burning like crazy, but no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the fate of being swung back and forth like a sandbag. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to! Gladstone's rant was not yet complete. Suddenly, Lin Juan had an idea, and he suddenly sensed a sense of danger in his danger prediction, and immediately stabbed his hand into Gladstone's chest. Activating the law of blood. The extremely restless blood in the other person's body suddenly calmed down under the suppression of the law. Want to self-destruct? Looking at Earl Gladstone, whose eyes were full of anger and despair, Lin Juan grinned like a devil. Don't worry, I won't let you die. As a reward for assassinating me. Before I hunt down all your sons and kill them one by one in front of you. How could I let you die? After saying that, Lin Jian threw Gladstone aside like a rag. Facing the gaze that was falling on him, he looked at the phantoms of the many vampire nobles in the void who were lowering their heads and looking at him with extremely strange eyes. What's up? This boy has a strong devilish nature? Looking at Lin Jian, whose face was still stained with blood and whose smile was extremely villainous. Even for the vampires, the dark creatures who kill people like eating it feels. If this boy does not die in the future, he will become a great man. Presumptuous! A white-haired blood duke said in a cold voice. How dare you, a mere baron, be so rude in front of his majesty? The Blood Moon Queen frowned slightly without leaving a trace. She didn't care about Lin Jian's rudeness. Since she obtained the throne of the Blood Moon Empire, she had seen countless cases of lip service and double-crossing. Being strong, capable and loyal is okay if you are a little rude. But this old guy. The Blood Moon Queen glanced coldly at Marquis Archibald. It was obvious that this old guy did this on purpose to bring her revenge. The Blood Moon Queen thought for a moment, and was about to speak. Who the hell do you think you are, you old bastard? How dare you talk to me like that? Blood Moon Queen. Isabella. Phoenix. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became silent, with only the whistling sound of the wind blowing. Phoenix couldn't help but look at Isabella. Have your men always been so brave? What did you say? Archibald's beard trembled slightly, and he seemed to be on the verge of anger. I say, you old thing, it's time to bury me. Lin Jian said sarcastically. If you have the ability, you old man, come out and fight me. Even if I'm not wearing the blood nether armor, I can still beat the shit out of you. If you don't have the ability, just stay in there and I'll come in and kill you when the time comes. Just now when he was attacked by Earl Gladstone, he also felt the Blood Moon Queen's attack. Although the power of the blood light was considerable, it was still within an acceptable range. In that situation, it was obviously the Blood Moon Queen's strongest attack at the time. That level of attack. And there is the strength that Earl Gladstone has just demonstrated. Obviously, these high-ranking nobles of the Blood Moon Empire were greatly suppressed by the will of the world and were simply unable to display their full strength in the outer areas of the Blood Island. You! Marquis Archibald pointed at Lin Jian angrily, his heart filled with murderous intent, wishing he could tear him into pieces. But it was just a thought, the opponent just showed his ability to suppress Gladstone. The only way for him to defeat the opponent is for him to enter the inner area of Blood Island and suppress him with his strength of half-step Saint Realm. What are you talking about? If you have no guts, just go to the side and stay there. You are a coward half buried in the ground and you are still barking like a dog. Archibald could hardly catch his breath. The Blood Moon Queen then spoke slowly, in a gentle tone. Okay, this matter is indeed the fault of Marquis Archibald. I understand that you were attacked suddenly, and you may be unhappy and a little rude. I won't care. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian looked at the Blood Moon Queen. She was dressed in a blood-red imperial robe, and a faint blood light shrouded her body like a mist, making it impossible to see her face and figure, but through the hazy mist, one could feel a sense of absolute beauty and nobility. Lin Jian bowed his head slightly and said, Your Majesty is wise. Seeing Lin Jian's attitude change, a smile appeared in the Blood Moon Queen's eyes. Was about to say that. A gentle middle-aged male voice came from the side. What happened to Gladstone was indeed the Empire's fault. Let's do this. Since you, Felix, are able to wear the blood nether armor, you must also be of the Gladstone family. As part of the compensation, you will be the Earl of Gladstone from now on, and all of the Earl of Gladstone's property will be handed over to you to manage. How about that? The atmosphere at the scene froze again. Lin Jian looked at the middle-aged man who was standing next to the Blood Moon Queen and had a gentle, gentlemanly smile on his face. Of course he could feel it. This male vampire who looks like a good guy must have a bad relationship with the Blood Moon Queen, otherwise it would be impossible for a minister to interrupt the Blood Moon Queen. But what does this have to do with him? Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, I have no intention of entering the Empire for the time being. Speaking of... Lin Jiuan glanced at Marquis Archibald seemingly inconspicuously but very deliberately, and then glanced at Earl Gladstone, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The reason why he just provoked Marquis Archibald so arrogantly. The main reason is that he does not want to enter the core area of the Empire. He can still dominate the parts of the periphery where the power of these high-level nobles is suppressed. Even if it is not good enough, they have a way to offset part of the world's suppression within the scope of the Blood Island. He also had the confidence that he could escape. But if you enter the core area of the Empire, not to mention those marquises, dukes, and grand dukes who are half a step away from becoming saints, even those vampire counts are enough to give him a hard time. And now, because he had a grudge against the Marquis of Archibald. In addition to the fact that Earl Gladstone attacked him, he also had reason to refuse to enter the core area of the Empire. If this is the case, would they still let you in? Then just turn against each other. Chapter 326 Marriage. It's okay. I understand your concerns. The situation is different now. The 10,000 races trial field has been opened. Naturally, the division of the imperial nobles in the future will not continue to be divided from the inside to the outside of the empire as in the past. In this case, you don't need to move your territory to Gladstone's homeland. You can radiate outward from your original territory. Your title will only be raised to Earl, and Gladstone's property will be sent to your territory. Blood Island is the same as the Island of Elves. Centered on the temple. The closer to the center of the island, the more natural energy there is for elves, spiritual energy for humans, and the richer the blood energy is for vampires, and the better the effect of cultivation will be. Living in an area close to the center for a long time will slowly improve your physical condition and qualities. In addition, the Blood Moon Empire had no powerful external enemies in the past. That's why. It is different from the regional and tribal structure of a normal empire. Like the Island of Elves, Blood Island is centered on the capital of the Blood Moon Empire, which is the core area of Blood Island, and radiates outward. The further outward, the weaker the vampires living there are and the worse their qualifications are. But after participating in the trial field of all races, the survival mode of the Blood Moon Empire will change. In the process of outward expansion, as restrictions are completely lifted, the method will become the traditional one where a certain area is the center of rule by a certain high-level noble, and the tribal structure of lower-level nobles spreads outward. Thank you, sir, and Her Majesty the Queen. Lin Jiuan's expression relaxed slightly. You deserve it. The Blood Moon Queen spoke slowly, her eyes falling on the female vampires in the Blood Nether Palace, and said, I heard from Isabella that you are currently unmarried? Exactly. In that case, will you marry Isabella? Lin Jiuan was stunned. He thought that the Blood Moon Queen might have suddenly asked this question in order to arrange a marriage for him, but he did not expect that the other party would directly promise Isabella to him. Although Isabella is only a count, her parents are both vampire dukes. The Blood Moon Queen explained. The blood flowing in your body is also the blood of the duke. Before Lin Jiuan could answer, the middle-aged man spoke again. Your Majesty, I don't think it's appropriate. What does Lord Yurun mean? The Blood Moon Queen looked at the middle-aged man named Yurun with a neutral tone. Although Countess Isabella has noble blood, she has a strong personality and is not good at speaking. As Felix's wife, I am afraid that she will find it difficult to fulfill her wifely responsibilities and assist Felix in completing my blood clan's grand plan. Yurun bowed his head slightly and said calmly, In comparison, I think Phoenix is more suitable to be Felix's wife. Like Isabella, Phoenix also has the blood of a duke flowing in her veins. Her bloodline is noble. But unlike Isabella, the family behind Phoenix is still there. If Felix marries Phoenix, he can get the support of her family and make further progress. And Phoenix has a lively personality, so I think she will get along better with Felix. It just so happens that Phoenix lost the bet just now, so naturally she will become Felix's wife or concubine. As I recall in the bet, it was stated that the loser would become the lover. A royalist marquis said. You are joking, sir. Yurun remained calm and said, Although the bet is like this, it is just a joke between two little girls. As the only daughter of Duke Augustus, how could she be a lover? The Blood Moon Queen's expression remained unchanged. After a moment's hesitation, she did not insist on continuing the bet. Instead, she said, I understand Lord Yurun's concerns. However, although Isabella is alone, she grew up with me since childhood. I regard her as my own sister. Everyone knows this. Lord Yurun, do you mean that my family background is not as good as Duke Augustus's? I dare not, but Phoenix is the Duke's only daughter. If Felix marries her, he will become the heir of Duke Augustus, and the entire Augustus family will become his helper. As for my son-in-law, Duke Augustus will naturally do his utmost to protect him. Dangerous incidents like today's attack will definitely not happen. Although Isabella is very close to you, Your Majesty, she is only your foster sister after all. The Blood Moon Queen looked at him with a half-smile. Are you trying to sow discord between me and Isabella? I dare not. Yurun lowered his head even more. The Blood Moon Queen snorted coldly and said calmly, although as you said, Phoenix cannot be someone's lover, the bet just now must be abided by. Since Isabella won, Sir Yurun, how do you think Felix should be compensated for the loss of a future Duchess lover? You can give him whatever you want later. It's natural. Yurun smiled faintly and said, whether our new Earl Gladstone marries Phoenix or Isabella, I will give our new Earl a generous gift. Lin Jiuan silently listened to the conversation between the Blood Moon Queen and Grand Duke Yurun. It seemed like two vampires were talking to each other, but he could understand. Both of these are pointing to oneself. Every sentence seems to be spoken to the other person, but in fact it is spoken to yourself. And it is obvious that Yurun has the advantage. We told him that after he married Phoenix, the daughter of Duke Augustus, the Augustus family would be his helpers and he would have whatever he wanted. Isabella said nicely that she was the Blood Moon Queen's godsister, but in reality she was just her tool. Even if she married her, she would not get any help from the Blood Moon Queen. At the same time, he also used the fact that Earl Gladstone attacked him just now, and pointed out to him. The Blood Moon Queen cannot protect you, but if you marry the daughter of Duke Augustus, then we can protect you. As for whether there is any danger, it depends on one's own opinion. Afterwards, the Blood Moon Queen knew she was in the wrong, and obviously did not talk about the attack on her face, but instead focused on stirring up the relationship between her and Isabella, and was completely at a disadvantage. He could only say that Isabella won the bet and asked Yurun to compensate him, just to win him over through benefits. After that, Yurun did not ask about the Blood Moon Queen's problem. Instead, he said that no matter who he married, he would give generous gifts. While downplaying the previous threats, he also secretly reminded him that if he married Phoenix, he would definitely get a lot of benefits. And finally, obviously, in a situation where it was difficult to break up, Grand Duke Yurun, who had more cards, won. Or say, from the moment the Blood Moon Queen was unable to force him to marry Isabella and had to waste her time talking to Grand Duke Yurun, she had already been defeated. The Blood Moon Queen did not continue chatting with Yurun. Instead, he looked at Lin Jiuan, his tone still cold but noticeably softer, and said, I'm sure you've heard most of the details. Isabella or Phoenix, it's your choice who you want to marry. Chapter 327 Only Children Make Choices. Lin Jiuan pondered for a moment. If he is really a vampire, then we have to consider whether he has ambitions. If you prefer to be safe, it is obvious that it is better to marry Phoenix than to join the more stable camp of Yurun, which can bring more benefits to him, and is now clearly in the upper hand. But this also means that in the future he can only become the Earl of Gladstone at best. The room for advancement is all in the trial field of all races. If you have ambitions, then you can join the weak Blood Moon Queen camp, where you will have more room for advancement, but it will also be very dangerous, as assassinations like today will definitely be inevitable in the future. Just now, the Blood Moon Queen's attack was mysteriously stopped. It also means that if he really encounters danger, he will have to solve it himself, and the Blood Moon Queen will most likely not be able to save herself. But unfortunately, he is not a vampire. After just a brief hesitation, Lin Jiuan made his choice. Of course, before making his choice, he had one more thing to do. Reply to the Queen, Grand Duke. I've already met Isabella, but Phoenix. Lin Jiuan paused and didn't say anything else. Yurun sneered, shook his head and said, We were negligent in this matter. After saying that, Yurun waved his hand, and an image like a round table meeting appeared next to them, with the surrounding figures being relatively blurry. And the point. She is a beautiful vampire with blonde hair and red eyes. As the image fell on her, her face was no less beautiful than Isabella's, but completely different in style, more delicate and full of the lovely charm of a girl next door. A charming smile appeared. She stood up, lifted the hem of her skirt, and gave Lin Jian a noble lady salute. "Hello, Felix. My name is Phoenix Augustus, nice to meet you." Phoenix's tone was sweet and pure. Not too tall. She is about 1.6 meters tall, but has a very good figure. Chest swelling. The waist is slender. As she leaned forward slightly, she looked at him secretly with a hint of admiration in her eyes. When he saw her, she seemed to feel shy and her face flushed slightly. However, she was still graceful and looked at him with a slightly affectionate gaze. "Nice to meet you too." In contrast, Isabella, who was not far away, also stood up, very realistically. But even though Isabella tried hard to force a smile, she looked cold, and one could even feel that she was very reluctant. After just a glance, Lin Jian looked at Phoenix again. Although he also enjoyed the process of making a cold beauty like Isabella melt, when he could only watch, except for masochists, men would obviously pay more attention to Phoenix, who was hot for him. Feeling Lin Jian's gaze fixed on her face and body, Phoenix lowered her head slightly shyly. At an angle that Lin Jian couldn't see, the corners of her mouth slightly curved into a confident and contemptuous arc. "Just a lucky, lowly baron. Just hook your fingers and he will be charmed to death." Although Phoenix was somewhat unhappy about marrying a mere baron, she thought of the important role he would play in the future, and the fact that he could snatch that annoying guy from Isabella. Phoenix's mood improved a lot. "If the other party is really hopeless, we can wait until the suppression of my father and others by the trial field of all races is lifted, and then we can destroy him and find another male vampire. Although all vampires practice monogamy, but lovers are very common. It was not just male nobles who had lovers. It was also common for female nobles to have a bunch of lovers. Even many noble ladies had lovers. The daughters of high-ranking nobles who married down from their husbands would even blatantly call their lovers home when facing their husbands of lower-ranking nobles. So, Phoenix was not unhappy about marrying such a low-ranking noble. If she married the son of a duke, or even the son of a noble with a higher status than her father, she would have no freedom. In the same way, Lin Jian seemed to be unable to leave Phoenix's gaze. Isabella clenched her fists slightly. Although she was unwilling to marry Felix because of the Blood Moon Queen's sudden request, she was still willing to obey the Blood Moon Queen's order and marry Felix. But it seems that the other party is now fascinated by Phoenix? When the Blood Moon Queen saw this scene, she sighed softly in her heart, but she didn't have too many emotions. If 10,000 vampires were to choose between Isabella and Phoenix, I'm afraid everyone will choose Phoenix. What's more, her current situation was indeed not very good, and it was expected that the other party would not choose Isabella. "How about it?" Jeroen smiled and said, "Felix, who do you want to marry?" "I want them all. Only children make choices, and Lin Jian is an adult. There is no need for him to marry anyone." Although both women were very beautiful, the quality of the more than 30 elven saints was no worse than theirs, not to mention that he had slept with Nimue, who was of even better quality. Once he marries one of them, he will inevitably be targeted and hostile by the other. Instead of this, Lin Jian actually prefers to reject them. But it would seem a little unusual to refuse directly, so it would be better to be more arrogant. As Lin Jian finished his words, the scene instantly became dead silent. The smile on Jeroen's face, the perfectly pure and charming smile on Phoenix's face, all the smiles were frozen on their faces. "You want them all? Does this guy really not know his place?" Phoenix couldn't help but clench her fists. She was the daughter of a duke, and she married him because of the trial field of all races. If the high-ranking nobles were not suppressed in strength, the low-ranking nobles would have to take the lead in the early stages, and winning the first blood pool battle and the low-ranking nobles whose strength had grown by leaps and bounds were of utmost importance. Plus the Grand Duke and the Blood Moon Queen are fighting for power, due to various factors. He was so lucky to have the chance to marry me. But this guy is still not satisfied. One is not enough and he is greedy and wants both. I have been rude to so many lickspittles from the dukes and marquis families, and you still think that one person is not enough. Damn, I really want to punch this idiot in the face. Isabella was also a little overwhelmed. She originally admired her subordinates for their inexplicable behavior, and she could understand it even if they chose Phoenix. But as for what you just said, are you sure it is something a human can say? Well, I want them all. Chapter 328 Falling Out. The expression on Lin Juan's face gradually became indifferent. What a man. There's nothing wrong with being straightforward. And looking at Lin Juan's natural face. If it were normal. Isabella wished she could chop that bastard to death with one sword. However, the Blood Moon Queen on the throne's expression changed. She had already made plans for Guqin to surrender to Yirun, and now it seemed that there was a glimmer of opportunity. If you will marry me. Damn it. When the restrictions are lifted in the future, you will be of no use to them. Phoenix was furious in her heart, and had already thought about how to deal with Lin Juan in the future, but on the surface she suppressed her dissatisfaction. With a charming smile, she said, If I can't satisfy you by myself, I don't mind you finding a lover. The words with the emphasis on satisfaction that made the man imagine a lot, coupled with the gentle tone and slightly shy expression, seemed extremely attractive. Then forget it. Lin Juan was not moved at all. You should know. Yirun spoke up, a hint of extremely subtle dissatisfaction flashing across his eyes. In order to win over this guy of lowly blood, he felt that he had been sufficiently courteous and humble. But what he did not expect was that this guy was still not satisfied. If the other party's status was not really important now, he would have almost been unable to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Our empire practices monogamy, right? Yirun still had a smile on his face, but a faint sense of oppression emanated from his body. Those were the vampire nobles who were watching from afar. It felt hard to breathe. Lin Juan just glanced at him indifferently, and his tone no longer contained the respect he had before. With a hint of sarcasm, he said, Oh, so what? What do you want to say? Phoenix's heart skipped a beat, and her disgust towards Lin Juan diminished a lot. This guy is not greedy for money and lustful, this guy is not afraid of death. Even his own father wouldn't dare to speak to Yirun like that. Yirun never expected that the other party would dare to reply to him like that. His eyes narrowed, and then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. His laughter was very hearty. Great, great! It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Listening to Yirun's sarcasm, Lin Juan did not indulge him at all. Heroes are born young, but you are an old man who is so old and still pretending to be young? Phoenix. Isabella. Blood Moon Queen. Isabella suddenly felt that this guy wasn't so annoying after all. Isn't that a bit too brave? How dare she speak like this to the Grand Duke who has reached the half-step sainthood and is only one step away from entering the sainthood? Anyway, even if he is the enemy of the Blood Moon Queen, Isabella believes that she does not have the courage? Yirun was also stunned. From childhood to adulthood, he, who was born into a noble family, had never been scolded like this. Or by such a lowly lower noble? After a while, Yirun came back to his senses, and the elegant smile on his face could no longer be maintained. Ha, very good, you are very good, Yirun said as he waved his sleeves, turned around and disappeared into the void. I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Court death. The nobles belonging to the Yirun faction also left with cold snorts. He's quite good at pretending. If you have the ability, come out and mess with me. If you don't have the ability, just stay back. Lin Juan sneered, but did not stay here any longer. He was too lazy to play along with them. If he is not provoked, he can still live a peaceful life for a while. But now, Yirun and the Blood Moon Queen's matter of Phoenix and Isabella is clearly asking him to choose between the two factions. Simply. Lin Juan was too lazy to keep pretending. He turned around and walked into the Blood Palace. The Blood Moon Queen just looked at Lin Juan's back silently, her eyes flickering slightly. Blood Moon Empire. The capital, Blood Moon City. A bright blood-red moon hung high in the center of Blood Moon City. A bloody light fell. It illuminates the bustling streets below, and in the center of the city stands a luxurious, spacious, and huge castle. The sound of long boots tapping the ground echoed in the long corridor. Isabella followed the maid and walked deeper into the corridor. Walking all the way to the door of a room, the maid bowed her head slightly outside the door and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Lady Isabella is here. Come in." The vampire maid moved aside. Isabella pushed the door open and walked in. Among them, I saw the back of a person standing by the table pouring wine. The woman was wearing a red dress and her long golden hair was as dazzling as the sun shining on a clear spring, scattered freely on her snow-white back and the bright red dress. Tall figure. I was holding the wine when I heard noise at the door and turned around. Then a beautiful face was revealed. Even Isabella, who was already a beauty and had grown up with the person in front of her, couldn't help but be distracted for a moment, and feel ashamed when she saw the face in front of her that she had seen countless times. "Here I come." When Isabella came to her senses, the other person had come forward and held her hand affectionately. "Come, sit down." Isabella followed her and sat on the sofa, a little stiffly, and watched her put the wine glass on the table and prepare to pour the wine. "Your Majesty, let me do it." Isabella reached out. "Okay, there's no need to be so polite between us." The Blood Moon Queen smiled and declined Isabella. Seeing that Isabella was still hesitant, the Blood Moon Queen changed the subject and said, "Are you still angry with me for wanting to marry you to Felix?" Isabella immediately shook her head. "No, I know what you are considering, Your Majesty. That is the most correct choice. I've already told you that there's no need to be so polite in private. It's too distant." The Blood Moon Queen did not continue the conversation and handed Isabella a goblet that was already filled with 1/3 of crimson blood. Isabella took the wine glass, watched the Blood Moon Queen raise her glass, and raised hers gently as well. After taking a sip, the Blood Moon Queen put down the wine glass and leaned lazily on the sofa. "What do you think of your subordinate?" Isabella thought for a moment and shook her head. "He has changed a lot, sir. I'm not sure if he is still himself." Isabella paused and said, "According to my investigation, his own fleet was attacked when it was returning, and the entire fleet was destroyed. He was the only one who escaped. Then he killed his colleagues, even Bazel, I think." Isabella hesitated. The Blood Moon Queen took over and finished what she had not said. "Could he be a spy for the enemy?" Chapter 329. Are you doing this to Dennis? Isabella nodded, then shook her head, with a hint of doubt in her expression. "But his identity as a vampire is real. On the one hand, she had personally sucked the other person's blood and further transformed the other person into her own follower. There is nothing wrong with these processes, even if the other party has the ability to hide it from you. But not long ago, just as the opponent was under the blood moon, under the watchful eyes of the Blood Moon Queen, Grand Duke Irun, and many high-ranking vampire nobles, he was first suddenly hit hard by the fake Blood Moon Bow, and then had a fierce fight with Earl Gladstone. In that situation, the opponent's aura leaked, but no vampire noticed that there was anything wrong with him. This has already confirmed that the other party is indeed a real vampire. At this point, she also suppressed her suspicion of, could Felix have already been replaced by the enemy? To the lowest level. After all, no matter how potentially dangerous Lin Jian's group was, according to the information they had obtained, their members included humans, elves, and mermaids, but no vampires. Even if there is, no normal person would be able to send out such a powerful vampire to serve as a spy, right? However, Felix's personality changed so much, and he was so arrogant in his behavior of turning against Irun, as if he didn't worry about Irun's revenge at all, which made her a little unsure whether the other party was really Felix. If he were Felix, even if he got a great opportunity, he would definitely not be able to compete with Grand Duke Irun, who was only one step away from reaching the Holy Realm and had a profound foundation. Then, offending the other party to death would be tantamount to seeking death, which would be stupid. And if he is not Felix, but the Lin Jian mentioned by the captured race and the human race, then it makes sense how the other party had the confidence to turn against Irun. After all, the two sides were originally in a situation where they would fight to the death. If the other party is really Lin Jian's man, based on the currently known intelligence about the other party's forces, they might really be able to keep the high-ranking nobles of the Blood Moon Empire trapped inside the Blood Island for a period of time. Certainly. When the world suppression is lifted and the half-step Saint Realm warriors of the Blood Moon Empire are able to take action, the so-called biggest enemy at this stage will no longer be a threat. It doesn't matter who he is, and it doesn't matter whether he is a vampire or not. It's important. He is now Jaren's enemy. At the same time, the outskirts of Blood Island. Lin Jiuan sat lazily on the sofa, shaking a goblet filled with crimson liquid in his hand. His eyes shifted away from Sophia, who was training many trembling vampire beauties in the hall. It has been more than half a month since we left the Blood Pond Temple. After leaving, Lin Jiuan was not in a hurry to return to Port Naliac, but took the Blood Palace to visit other barons' homes outside the Blood Island. Of course, because most of the vampire barons died in the battle for the Blood Pool. Therefore, most of these noble territories were unattended and in great chaos. As a kind-hearted person, Lin Jiuan hated to see this kind of situation happen, so he took charge of it for them, suppressed the riots, and maintained the stability of the various noble territories. Of course, as a small reward, Lin Jiuan took away all the treasures of those vampire barons. After all, they were all dead, and there was no use keeping the treasures, so it was better to give them to him. By the way, he also asked all the families and forces in the territory to offer beautiful women and treasures as a reward for his justice. This is to fill the emptiness in his inner world. Up to now, more than half a month has passed, and Lin Jiuan has passed through 3 noble territories in total. He returned with a full load every time, and the population in the small world has also increased by leaps and bounds. The 4th one will be here soon. From the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Jiuan admired the scenery of the city and the wilderness under the clouds, and saw a bloody city standing in front of him on the ground. Is the development here pretty good? The bloody city looked extremely large. As an inland city, it was not much smaller than the port of Naliac. The city is prosperous, and at the city gate one can vaguely see many queues waiting to enter the city. This period of time, Lin Jiuan had also seen many aristocratic territories, but even the cities where those nobles lived were not as prosperous as the city before him. This city before him was obviously just a border city of the territory. Master, this is Dennis's territory. Edith, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately said obediently. Dennis? Lin Jiuan asked doubtfully. Who? He was a Blood Clan baron who had surrendered to Charlie before and was killed by you. He was also one of the 4 seeds in the original battle for the Blood Pool. Him. Lin Jiuan suddenly realized. He looks big and strong, but I didn't expect him to be good at management. Master, it is said that the territory is managed by Dennis's wife, Lady Yvette. Marcin, what are you going to do? In Dennis's castle. A petite and plump vampire beauty stared at the big man who was nearly 2 meters tall. The other person was wearing armor stained with blood. He was holding a huge sword dripping with blood, and it was obvious that a vampire had just died in his hands. Don't you understand what I'm going to do, Yvette? Yvette's expression was almost filled with anger. He questioned. Dennis trusted you so much? He treated you as his best brother and took away so many vampires, but only left you behind. You're actually going to betray Dennis now? Yvette's delicate little face was filled with uncontrollable anger. His full chest rose and fell violently. The other party is a vampire baron, a brother who grew up with Dennis. His family bloodline is not as strong as Dennis's, and he has almost always been taken care of by Dennis since he was a child. The two have a very good relationship. This time when Dennis entered the Blood Pool Temple, he only kept Malsane behind because of trust in him. Considering that if he failed, Malsane could help Yvette and his children preserve the inheritance until his children grew up safely. Who would have thought? Just as she received the news of her husband Dennis's death, and before she had recovered from the grief of her husband's passing, she received news of the rebellion of various families in the Malthusian United Territory. Because almost all the living forces in the territory were taken away by Dennis. There are not even a few vampire warriors left. Although Malsane is not very strong among the vampire barons, he is now a dimensionality-reducing force in Dennis's territory, and he can easily eliminate all of Dennis's diehards. They came and killed the orphans and their widows. Are you doing this to Dennis? Chapter 330 Dennis's Wife. Sister-in-law, what you said is wrong. A smile appeared on Malsain's fierce, fleshy face. Since Dennis is dead, I will be his good brother. Is there anything wrong with inheriting his legacy? You clearly promised Dennis that you would help me and Dennis's child protect the Foundation. Yes. It's a pity that my eldest brother had a bad fate. All those children died young. Yvette clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could tear the beast into pieces. But after a long time, Yvette took a deep breath and closed her eyes. There is no point in talking anymore. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Just kill me. The pain and relief that came with death did not come. Instead, there were sounds of approaching footsteps. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I promised my eldest brother that I would take good care of you after he died. Yvette suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. When she opened her eyes, she saw Malsain walking towards her slowly, looking at her with unconcealable greed and desire. What are you going to do? What? Malsain looked greedily at Yvette's huge papaya, which was shaking up and down due to anger and formed a sharp contrast with her petite body. And that delicate and beautiful face. He laughed loudly and said, Sister-in-law, don't you know what I'm going to do now? Malsain has been coveting this dignified, elegant, petite and beautiful sister-in-law for a long time. To be honest, it was only after meeting his sister-in-law Yvette that Malsain realized that Dennis was his big brother. It's just that Dennis is much stronger than him, so he can only hide his desire for his sister-in-law in his heart. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After waiting for thousands of years, he finally killed his eldest brother Dennis, and his sister-in-law Yvette became even more beautiful than when they were newly married. Don't come over here! Yvette took a few steps back, looking at Malsain with fear and disgust. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I will treat you well. Seeing that Malsain was getting closer and closer, Yvette kept backing away until her calves touched the throne and she had nowhere to retreat. In despair, a hint of cruelty flashed in Yvette's eyes. You forced me to do this! Having said that, Yvette was about to mobilize the blood and essence in her body to self-destruct. But the next moment, Yvette felt a sense of powerlessness rising. The blood in her body that was as easy to control as her arms suddenly seemed to be out of control, and she felt a sense of powerlessness all over her body. Pa! Yvette's delicate body collapsed limply on the throne, her face filled with fear. What did you do to me? Sister-in-law, please don't wrongly accuse me. Maybe you ate something wrong. You bribed my maid? Yvette's face turned even paler, and she subconsciously looked at the maid in the distance. The other party lowered his head in shame. Suddenly, Yvette understood everything. No wonder she felt that something was wrong with the maid around her these 2 days, but she didn't pay attention to it because of Dennis's death. Unexpectedly. Ha ha, sister-in-law, please stop struggling. Don't worry, I will definitely follow my eldest brother's last words and treat your sister-in-law well. From now on, sister-in-law, you will be my legal wife. No matter how big brother treats you, I will treat you twice as well. Looking at Malsain, who was laughing and reaching out his hand to her, Yvette closed her eyes in pain. 2 lines of tears of humiliation flowed across his eyes. In fact, she was not very loyal to Dennis. Maybe she and Dennis had a good relationship for a period of time after they got married. But no matter what kind of feelings, they cannot withstand the passage of time. 1,000 years passed, and Dennis had many lovers. Although she was the legal wife and her family background was not as good as Dennis's, she could only focus all her attention on developing the territory. But the problem is, Maltharn is so ugly. His face was full of flesh, his shoulders were broad and his waist was thick. He did not have the elegance and handsomeness that a noble should have. Instead, he looked like a rude low-ranking non-commissioned officer. Just thinking about being pinned down by someone like that made Yvette feel so humiliated that she wanted to die. Bang! Sudden. Yvette felt as if a strong wind was blowing past her face. Then there was a dull, loud crash. What happened? Yvette opened her eyes nervously, and saw a very handsome young male vampire with black hair and black eyes standing in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly. Are you Dennis's wife, Yvette? Lin Jian looked at the woman on the throne with interest. She is very petite and looks to be no more than 1.5 meters tall. She has a very sweet appearance, but also has the dignity, elegance and arrogance that comes from years of pampering. Her figure is also unusually well-rounded, unlike her petite body. She is plump where necessary, making people wonder if she will burst the conservative dress. Looking at the other person, Lin Jian thought of Ranran. And Ranran has more girlish innocence and liveliness than the others, and is also prettier. The petite vampire lady in front of him, lacking the innocence and liveliness of a young girl, is more elegant and dignified, with a more curvaceous figure. Unlike her cute appearance, her whole body is filled with the charm of a mature woman. Yvette glanced at the location where the loud noise came from and her heart began to beat wildly. The arrogant Marson just now was lying like a dead dog in the rubble. Although his chest was still rising and falling and he was trying hard to get up, it was obvious that just one blow from this strange, young and handsome male vampire was enough to seriously injure Marson and put him on the verge of death. With such strength, even her deceased husband couldn't do it. Then his gaze fell on Lin Jian, who was looking down at him, looking at the long sword still dripping with blood, and the corpses of Marson's men scattered on the ground outside the open door of the hall. Yvette's heart beat faster. "Thank you for saving me. I am indeed Yvette Dennis's wife," Yvette said cautiously. "I wonder who you are." "Felix." "Felix?" Yvette couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, looking at Lin Jian with astonishment. She had naturally heard the name of the final winner of the blood pool battle, and considering her husband's strength, and the fact that the other party secretly defected to Charlie, but Charlie died at the hands of the male vampire in front of her. The other party is most likely the murderer of her husband. "That's right." Looking at the fear and complexity in Yvette's eyes, Lin Jian placed his left hand on Yvette's tender face and stroked it gently. There was an evil villain-like smile on his face. "The one who killed your husband." Chapter 331 Yvette's Allegiance. Feeling Lin Jian's big hands caressing her face, Yvette's heart beat even faster. She knew it was the feeling of fear. Even though she felt that the other party might have another kind of desire for her, Yvette's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. When she looked at Lin Jian, there was a hint of fear and pleading in her eyes. Even. She rubbed Lin Jian's palm with her face sensibly. Compared to the ugly mouthing, she was willing to submit to the young, handsome and powerful vampire in front of her. "Yvette, what are you doing?" Marson, who had just gotten up, saw his dream goddess, Yvette, taking the initiative to please Lin Jian, the enemy who killed her husband. He couldn't help but think of how Yvette would rather die than become his woman when facing him just now. "Obviously, I was here first." Marson was so angry that he rushed straight towards Lin Jian. "I killed." Lin Jian opened his right hand that was holding the sword. The sword fell and was stored in the storage space, while Lin Jian's right hand pointed towards the direction of Marson with his 5 fingers spread out. Marson's head exploded, and red and white fluid flowed all over the ground. His headless body stood for a moment as if waving a weapon, then fell to the ground with a loud bang. The blood seemed to splash onto Yvette's skin. She even felt a burning sensation on the back of her hand. Looking at the headless corpse of Malsane, her body trembled, and she rubbed Lin Jian's big hand more actively. "I will be obedient." "What should you call me then?" "Owner," Yvette said without hesitation, her expression full of obedience. She didn't have a moment to mourn her husband's death. The one who will arrive at the battlefield is Felix, who is younger, more handsome, more powerful, and of noble blood than her husband. "So good." Lin Jian patted her face and said, "Get up." Upon hearing this, Yvette immediately stood up, took the initiative to hug Lin Jian, and snuggled in his arms. Lin Jian was stunned. "Did I do something wrong?" Yvette said timidly. She looked pitiful, not like a noble lady who could manage her husband's territory in an orderly and prosperous manner, but more like a poor and helpless little girl. "Fine." Lin Jian shook his head, hugged the petite and plump Yvette, and sat on the throne. He had originally wanted Yvette to stand up while he sat down, but it didn't matter now. Sitting on the throne, Lin Jian slowly closed his eyes. Yvette felt that Lin Jian would not take the next step after sitting on the throne. She hesitated for a moment, looked at the corpses on the ground outside, and thought about the information she had collected in her mind during this period of time, and bit her cherry lips slightly. During this period, I learned that my husband had passed away. She also sent people to collect some information about Felix. The information was very little, and it seemed to indicate that when he left Blood Island to collect sacrifices for the Blood Pool Temple, he got some opportunity and soared into the sky. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that the other party is extremely lustful and brings many beautiful women with him wherever he goes. Yvette was very confident in her looks, but not to the point of being conceited, and Lin Jiuan's cold reaction seemed to confirm this. However, Yvette did not want to be taken into Lin Jiuan's harem, so she was immediately sent to the cold palace. At least she wanted to continue to manage her late husband's land as a manager. Isn't this also a kind of pure love? So, she has to take the initiative. More than half an hour later, Lin Jiuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes fell on Edith, Caroline, Julie, and other vampire beauties who had entered the hall one after another, and were kneeling on one knee in the hall, and then swept over Yvette, who was sitting on the ground in front of the throne to rest. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1. The 3 rewards Yvette gave weren't very good. Lin Jiuan took a quick look and chose the architectural prop, Jingyan Blood Pool. There are 2 specific effects. One is that soaking in it or practicing nearby can improve the efficiency of practicing blood-related skills. The other is that a blood lotus will be born in the center of the blood pool every once in a while, which can improve blood-related talents after taking it. I didn't extract it immediately, and planned to throw it into the small world when I had time. Everything has been dealt with. Yes, Master, Edith said. All the rebels in the city will be brought to justice. After being baptized in the blood pool, the strength of Edith, Sophia, and Calyuan has improved by leaps and bounds. In addition, most of the blood nobles have died in the battle for the blood pool, so it is almost a dimensionality reduction attack here. Did Dennis leave anything good behind? Lin Jiuan looked at Yvette, who was still breathing slightly. Reply to the master, Yvette said with difficulty. There is a secret treasure house underground. The treasures collected by the Dennis family for generations and tens of thousands of years are all in it. It's not that she is unwilling to give the treasures collected by her late husband's family to another man, but she is just too tired now. What about the men? Yes, there are 5 noble barons and many vampire warriors, but most of them have gone with Dennis. Only a few remain. The divisions of the noble territories of the vampire nobles themselves are relatively traditional. With the core of high-ranking nobles as the center, the low-ranking subordinate nobles and vampire warriors radiate out in all directions, and near each other's castles and cities there are weaker vampires and vampire subjects who are loyal to these low-ranking nobles and vampire warriors. Okay, then you sort out the specific locations. Edith, Caroline, Sophia. Lin Jiuan said the names of the female blood nobles under his command one by one. Except for the few he favored, the other female blood nobles were of average strength, and some were even only at the 4th or 5th level of the imperial rank. But he is a vampire noble after all, and facing a vampire warrior is like a dimensionality reduction attack. What's more, now in Dennis's territory, most of the vampire nobles and vampire warriors have left with him, and later with the rebellion of Malsen, almost all of them have gathered here. Letting them go out and take action will be able to control the situation. Take your men and deal with them separately. Same as before. Yes, Master. Edith and others immediately responded in unison. Same as before? Yvette asked softly in confusion. Edith explained with a smile. Kill all the disobedient high-ranking officials, leaving only the beautiful female vampires, and then borrow all the treasures of the lords and families. Chapter 332 Harvest, After the New Year. Yvette's face changed when she heard this. He hurriedly looked at Lin Jiuan and said, Master, this may be detrimental to your subsequent rule. Although this was Dennis's territory, Dennis had never liked or been good at management matters. As Dennis's wife, she had been managing this land for a long time. Naturally, she developed some feelings for the land over time. To her, this land was like something she had nurtured bit by bit, and it had developed from its original mediocre state to its current prosperous level. It's okay, Lin Jiuan said indifferently. This is the territory of the Blood Moon Empire. Even if it is to be developed further in the future, it will be after the country is completely conquered. Now Lin Juan just wants to fill his own little world. However, looking at Yvette's pleading and sad eyes, Lin Juan still leaned over and gently touched her face. Don't worry, I'm not such an unreasonable person. I only left women because, do you think you can still resist me now? Yvette quickly understood what Lin Juan meant. She had just been implanted with the blood oath technique by Lin Juan. However, she had always depended on Dennis in the past, and had long been accustomed to relying on men for survival. From the very beginning, she had planned to rely on Lin Juan, and Yvette knew very well that for a beautiful and management-skilled woman like herself, loyalty was as important as appearance and ability. Therefore, before Lin Juan was defeated, she had no intention of betraying him. Even if she is with other men later, the situation will be the same as it is now, until Lin Juan dies like Dennis. Therefore, Yvette didn't care about Lin Juan's blood oath technique at all. She let him plant it and served him wholeheartedly. Hearing the other party's words at this time, Yvette carefully felt the blood oath technique that Lin Juan had just planted on her, feeling the feeling of her soul and body being completely controlled by the other party, and her cherry lips trembled slightly. Yvette, look. You should also know that there is no unchanging loyalty and emotion in this world. And since I can ensure that a woman will never betray me, why don't I just do it once and for all from the beginning, don't you think? Yes, master. Yvette lowered her head. Although she said so, achieving that goal would definitely involve a period of turmoil, and her efforts over the past 1,000 years would be destroyed in an instant. Thinking of this, Yvette still felt a little sad. Think positively, Yvette. Seeing this, Lin Juan smiled, leaned over, and held Yvette in his arms. This woman is good-looking, petite and cute, a rare legal type. Of course, the most important thing is that none of his vampire women have experience in managing territories. In this case, Yvette, a housekeeper, type of talent who can manage Dennis's territory in an orderly manner, is more important to him. My territory is far away from here, and it's beyond my reach. I can't leave you here alone. Besides, Lin Jiu calmed down and continued. In the future, as long as you follow me, you can manage a much larger territory than this. Don't limit your vision to such a small place, understand? Yvette gently wiped the corners of her eyes and looked up at Lin Juan. Although she still didn't feel well, Yvette didn't intend to continue arguing with Lin Juan on this issue. She smiled and nodded, snuggling in Lin Juan's arms. I always listen to my master. Secret Island, Snake Forest. Blood Clan? You bunch of scum in the dark, you forced me to do this. A giant python that was several dozen meters long pulled Edith and Caluin apart with its tail. A dark purple poisonous mist spewed out. The air seemed to be corroded and distorted by the poisonous fog, blocking the space for Edith and Caluin to touch it. A layer of deep red blood aura began to emerge around its body. The ground shook, and a wild, terrifying and powerful aura gradually emerged from the giant python's body. Just at this moment, a blood-red sword dropped from the sky and easily cut through the thick purple poisonous fog. Puff! Starting from the top of the giant python's head, he easily cut through the python's skin in half as if it were tofu. Even an ordinary vampire baron's full-strength attack would hardly leave a noticeable wound. Edith and Caroline turned their heads at the same time. In the sky at the end of the sight, a magnificent blood-red temple stood tall in the clouds. Looking inside through the open door of the temple, one can vaguely see an extremely handsome young vampire sitting on the throne with a golden sword. In his arms, he held two beauties from the Snake clan who had seductive looks and hot bodies, but whose eyes were filled with sorrow as they looked at the corpse of the giant python. Owner. Caroline and Edith's eyes showed fanaticism and guilt. It's Caluin who is useless. It's Edith who's useless. Lin Juan said him without comment, and said lightly, Clean up the battlefield. Yes, master. Watching his men cleaning up the battlefield below. Listening to the suppressed sobbing, Lin Juan retracted his gaze and looked at the two beautiful snakes in his arms, who were the first and second in the Snake clan. The one on the left is called Xavier, and the one on the right is called Xiu. Both of them have oriental looks. The former is the most beautiful woman in the Snake clan, and the latter is the princess of the Snake royal family. At this moment, one of them could not stand these cruel scenes anymore and sobbed softly, while the other one was still trying hard to please him while suppressing the tears in her eyes. Very sad? No, just. Looking at Xavier's face, whose expression was full of flattery but whose fear and sadness were hard to hide, Lin Juan smiled and didn't care. It has been more than 2 years since the battle for the blood pool ended. After that, Isabella came to see him several times on behalf of the Blood Moon Queen, but there was no news from Yurun, and he did not get any trouble from him. The Blood Clan also returned to the previous process of conquering other races and bringing them back to the Blood Pond Temple for sacrifice. During this period, Lin Juan continued to disguise himself as Felix, and led his female vampires to conquer other races, and by the way, he conquered the vampires and expanded his territory on the Blood Island. There are also various natural treasures and beauties from all races all collected in the small world. Like the snake forest on the secret island this time. They are secret islands located in the non-existent ocean, similar to Romeia and the others, with a large population, almost tens of billions. My lord, what are you going to do with my people? Shiyu spoke carefully, and although she tried hard to control her emotions, her voice inevitably trembled. Chapter 333 Changes. Didn't you already know that? When Shiyu heard this, a trace of sadness and pain flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but lower his head. Master, could you? You don't want me to be unhappy, do you? Lin Juan interrupted Shiyu and said with a smile. The enchanting beauty looked even more painful, and finally her head almost lowered to her plump breasts. Her expression was full of pain, and tears seemed to be dripping. It's not just her and Xavier. In the huge hall, the snake women who were kneeling and serving, dancing in gauze, and standing on both sides could not hide their sadness, and some even couldn't help sobbing softly. Even though they had already recognized Lin Juan as the thief, who was in charge, they could not help but have an emotional breakdown when they saw with their own eyes the destruction of their own tribe and their people being slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Lin Juan's approach to their fellow tribesmen is very simple. As Lin Juan's women, they already knew the outcome. Snake girls whose looks score is above 60, which is considered beautiful, but whose looks score is less than 90, will be thrown into Lin Juan's small world, where they will be given a piece of land to live and work. For the snake girls who scored above 90 points, some were sent to the Blood Palace for Lin Juan to play with, depending on the situation, and the rest lived with other snake girls in the territory where the snake clan lived in Lin Juan's small world. Of course, their status was higher. They will not become reserve soldiers, will be paid more generously and will only be responsible for non-dangerous tasks. Those with poor looks or male snakes would be locked up and imprisoned, and transported back to Blood Island to be sacrificed to the Blood Pool Temple. Do you want to die with him? Xavier sobbed, and this thought flashed through her mind more than once. But it was only a fleeting thought. As the big hand that was around her slender waist moved slightly, Xavier felt that the other party seemed to understand her thoughts. She trembled slightly with fear and dared not think about it anymore. They had already been planted with the blood oath technique. In other words, the beauties of all races who can serve Lin Juan in this blood palace are all of the opposite sex whose appearance meets the minimum requirement to obtain the reward from the Lord of Life. And they have all been implanted with the blood oath technique. So, although he had long felt that Xavier, Shiyu, and some of the snake beauties among the snake clan had murderous intentions towards him, Lin Juan did not care about their sadness, pain, and murderous intentions to kill him. When he first conquered the first race, he was a little soft-hearted, but as a vampire, as he destroyed more and more races, Lin Juan had already gotten used to it. Without paying attention to their emotions, he simply glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Lin Juan. Rank: Imperial 9th level. Talents: Gift from the Lord of Life, SSS level, Foreknowledge of the Future, S level, 5 Elements and 5 Methods Law, S level, Law of Light and Darkness, S level, Law of Life and Death, S level, Law of Soul, S level, Law of Ice, S level, Law of Wind, S level, Law of Thunder, S level, Law of Gravity, S level. Abilities: Phoenix True Flame, Strange Fire, Light and Dark Domain, Power, Life or Death, Power, Wild Blood Body Refining Technique, 2nd level Perfection, 9 Transformations of Heavenly Demon, dragon transformation, Bloodline. Main, human bloodline, royal family. Vice, elf bloodline, royal family, mermaid bloodline, royal family, bloodline of the. Over the past 2 years, Lin Jiuan's strength has increased to the 9th level of the imperial rank, and he is only one step away from the great perfection of the imperial rank. He only gained 3 talents, the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of gravity, and upgraded the original A-level law of danger prediction to the S-level law of predicting the future. The law of wind and the law of thunder, as the names suggest, can use the power of wind and thunder elements respectively, while the law of gravity can reverse the gravity of an area. As for predicting the future, it is not a comprehensive prediction of the future, but it greatly improves one's ability to foresee danger, and one can see some future clues and directions based on observing a certain object. It is equivalent to a combination of enhanced version of danger prediction and astrology. Remaining rewards. In addition to the improvement of the bloodline of the vampires and the acquisition of some other useful bloodlines, Lin Jiuan also selected rewards such as equipment, buildings, and natural treasures. The former was a reward to the vampires under his command and the beautiful warriors of other races. However, natural treasures and architectural items are all placed in the small world. Okay, stop crying and let's go. Yes, master. Chi Mayor and Chi Yu didn't dare to cry anymore after hearing that. They stood up obediently following Lin Jiuan, trying their best to suppress the negative emotions on their faces. Lin Jiuan stood up, and a void portal appeared in front of him. After Lin Jiuan walked in, Chi Mayor and Chi Yu followed closely in. After entering the portal, Lin Jiuan, Chi Mayor and Chi Yu appeared in a castle, which was built on a flat but very high mountain. The mountain is filled with all kinds of rare natural treasures, and is full of spiritual energy, so rich that it has accumulated into clouds visible to the naked eye. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the distant scenery. Look around. Below, with this mountain as the center, there are cities distributed around. There are the Blood Tribe, Ice Tribe, Human Tribe, Snake Tribe, the Feather Tribe with a pair of snow-white wings, the Petite Cat Tribe with animal ears and tails, and the wild and unrestrained orcs who only wear coarse cloth to cover their important parts. The beauties of each race live in distinct areas below. Master, you are here! Yvette's surprised voice sounded behind her. Before Lin Jiuan turned around, Yvette came over in 2 steps and hugged Lin Jiuan's arm. With a hint of resentment, he said, Master, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Lin Jiuan smiled and stroked Yvette's smooth long hair, and asked casually, How are you doing recently? Everyone is very well behaved. Lin Jiuan listened in a disjointed manner as Yvette talked about the development and changes in the small world during this period. After capturing Yvette, and after she proved her ability in managing the port of Naliak for a while, Lin Jiuan appointed her as the manager of his small world, responsible for planning and developing his small world, as well as managing the many races in it. And the other party's performance did not disappoint him. The planning and development are well organized. Even though during this period of time, the group has gathered hundreds of thousands or even millions of beauties, but it does not look bloated at all, and there has been no trouble. Chapter 334, Queen of the Feather Tribe. With this high mountain formed by the laws of Earth as the center, the city is also the center of the world. Although it's a bit of a stretch to call it the center of the world, this place is no different from other places except that there are more plains. However, there are many rare treasures that Lin Jiuan plundered from the treasuries of other vampire nobles and from other races. Plus the natural treasures bestowed by the Lord of Life. They were all planted in this mountain. Artificially, this mountain has been transformed into a treasure mountain, full of spiritual energy. It can be called a holy place for cultivation in fantasy novels. And the city under the mountain. Only those with the best looks and talents from each race, or those who have made outstanding contributions to Lin Jiuan, are qualified to live there. As for the remaining females from the Blood Clan, Ice Clan, Human Clan, Feather Clan, Snake Clan and other clans, they were all planned to be placed in large areas suitable for their survival, and they lived a life not much different from their past. Although they are all women. However, because they have various natural treasures such as the water of Zimu River and special buildings rewarded by the Lord of Life, there is no need to worry about Lin Jiuan alone being unable to help their race continue. Why are there so few people in the city today? Lin Jian glanced at the city below. The bustling area that used to be crowded with people seemed to have half as many people today. Today is the day of the competition, Master. Competition? Lin Jian suddenly realized. He had previously asked Yvette to conduct regular assessments in this world. Taking into account the lifespan of each race, even the humans and cats who have the shortest lifespan, as the spiritual energy is rich, even the most ordinary people with average strength have a lifespan of more than 200 years, so it is decided to conduct the assessment once every 10 years. It is divided into imperial examination and military examination. This year happened to be the first time, but during this period he was busy conquering the snake tribe, and the beauties of the snake tribe tasted very good, so he completely forgot about this matter. What stage is it now? Tonight is the finals. One of the two will be a young descendant of our blood clan, and the other master is someone you know. Oh? Who? Princess of the Feather Tribe. The Feather Tribe? Lin Jian was stunned, and the appearance of the Feather Tribe appeared in his mind. The characteristics of the Feather Tribe are a pair of white wings on their backs, which make them look somewhat like angels, with a holy temperament, and the women are all good-looking. Although they are not as good-looking as the elves who are famous for their beauty, they are not much worse. Then, a noble and elegant beautiful woman exuding a holy aura emerged in Lin Jian's mind. The Queen of the Feather Tribe, Alexia. The woman made a deep impression on him. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, with a figure like a ripe peach, but more importantly, she was very stubborn and would not yield to him no matter what, not even if he threatened her with the lives of the remaining members of her tribe. She had always been looking for opportunities to kill him, to avenge her tribe, her deceased husband, and herself. Later, he was forced to sign the blood oath. The other party actually committed suicide. After confirming that she could no longer kill Lin Jian, the other party attempted suicide several times. It was not until she became pregnant with his child that the woman gradually calmed down. However, ever since she became pregnant and Lin Jian went to conquer the Night Cat tribe, he never looked for her again. Through the one-way transparent floor-to-ceiling window in the box, Alexia looked at the huge duel arena where no contestants had appeared yet. Alexia couldn't help but sigh when she thought that her daughter would be on stage in a while. Hopefully he won't come. Alexia bit her lips in annoyance when she was halfway through her words. She lowered her head and gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, which looked almost like a human belly at 3 to 4 months pregnant. Her expression was struggling and resentful. She has been pregnant for more than a year. Ever since the destruction of the Feather Clan, and he became a prisoner of Lin Jian, the other party has been humiliating him. Although he kept resisting him and tried to kill him several times, he always ended in failure. But although on the surface he and Lin Jian are sworn enemies. But Alexia discovered to her horror that she had gradually gotten used to and fallen in love with the time, being together, with Lin Jian, which was something she had never experienced in the Feather Clan before. Women are respected in the Feather Tribe. As the Queen of the Feather Clan, she has always been high and mighty, and she has always been the one in control of the relationship between her and her husband. The other party has never dared to make any excessive demands on her, and the two have always treated each other with respect. It was with Lin Jian that she experienced the joy of being a female for the first time. Besides, Lin Jian was actually very good to her and treated her very well. She was treated the best in every way, almost no different from the mistress. Even though she tried to assassinate Lin Jian several times, he never treated her badly. Countless times she had the thought of, let's just leave it at that. Only, relying on the hatred of her husband being killed, her country being destroyed, and most of her people being slaughtered and sacrificed by him, she persisted until she was pregnant with her and Lin Jian's life. That was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Since then, she has completely accepted her fate. Although she has consoled herself countless times that she just wants to see her daughter with her ex-husband, the daughter in her belly, and the surviving people of the Feather Tribe live and grow up safely. Lin Jian hasn't come to see her for more than a year. The Night Cat Tribe, the Orc Tribe, and now the Snake Tribe. That's fine. At least, Alyssa will be fine. The final of the once-in-a-decade competition has begun. On one side is a vampire girl with charming looks, sexy figure and long, enchanting blood-red hair. She knew that the other person was called Evelina, a famous genius of the younger generation in the Blood clan. The blood flowing in her body originally belonged to a viscount, but she had long been promoted to the level of an earl with the supply of various rare treasures. Her combat experience and learning ability were even more astonishing. And Alexia looked at the girl opposite the vampire girl, with long golden hair as soft and shiny as the clear spring water in the forest, a gentle and resolute face, and a pair of snow-white wings like an angel behind her. Her daughter with her late husband, Alyssa. At least if he doesn't come, Alyssa will be fine. Just as Alexia was muttering to herself, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Alexia frowned slightly. The only people she could think of who could enter the entire small world without knocking were the high-ranking members of the vampire clan who were at odds with her. Due to the natural biological instincts of dark creatures and light creatures, there is constant friction between the Feather clan and the Blood clan. Although Yvette, as the manager of this world and a vampire, is very fair in her dealings, the relationship between the Feather clan and the vampire clan is still very bad. Chapter 335. Are you serious? Edith, Jules, Sophia. Except for Yvette, who is the manager of this world, and Caluin, who cares about nothing but becoming stronger, the relationship between the high-ranking Feather clan and those high-ranking Blood clan is very bad. Although due to Lin Jiuan's relationship, the two parties who were sworn in the blood oath would not have a bloody conflict, but verbal conflicts when they met were still inevitable. The only person Alexia could think of who would be so rude as to push the door open was Owner. Seeing Lin Jiuan coming in, Alexia blurted out and stood up with a look of surprise. But soon, she realized that her behavior was not right. Although she had given in to the other party because she was pregnant with his daughter, at best she no longer looked at him like an enemy as before, and could just live a good life. How could I show such surprise? Alexia, have you forgotten Alyssa's father? Forgot the Feather Tribe people who were massacred by the enemy? Forgot those Feather Tribe people who were sent to sacrifice in the Blood Pond Temple? Why are you here? Alexia tried to keep her expression cool. Lin Jiuan looked at Alexia with amusement, although she said one thing and thought another, but he did not expose her. Come and see you. For some reason, Alexia felt very happy at just these simple words, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. But she quickly suppressed her emotions and secretly cursed herself for being shameless. Lin Jiuan just admired Alexia's struggle. She had long golden hair and looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. There were no feathered wings behind her, and she looked no different from a human, except that her temperament was more holy and elegant, just like a previous saint of the church. In addition, the voluptuous figure that he had trained for almost 2 months, and the beautiful woman's temperament, made her even more attractive than when they first met. Lin Jiuan sat directly on the sofa next to Alexia. Yvette, Chi Mayer and Chiyu followed closely and stood on both sides behind him. Is that your daughter? In the duel arena, 2 beautiful girls were fighting. Blood and light continued to collide. Although they were only in the early Imperial stage, the damage caused by their fight was definitely far beyond the limits of their strength. Fortunately, the duel arena that accommodates them is not ordinary, but what Lin Jiuan got from the gift from the Lord of Life. It is called the Sacred Duel Arena. Although it occupies a small area, once you enter the venue and start the duel, the area inside will expand many times. The scenes can also be changed, including oceans, plains, volcanoes, forests, etc. Even if a half-step saint were to fight here, they would not be able to cause any damage to the Holy Duel Arena, and the battle would not end until one side died. But the death in it is not a real death. Death in it will not cause much impact on the dead. At most, if the number of deaths is too many, it may cause the soul to fall into a weak state. Even if the duelist's performance is recognized by the Holy Duel Arena, he will receive random rewards and blessings, which may be large amounts of spiritual energy that can directly allow people to break through, or it may be some high-quality equipment, or natural treasures, or even allow the participant's bloodline to break through the limit. Of course, Lin Jiuan had only seen the last possibility in the introduction. Anyway, this trial field had been here for more than a year, and almost every day, talented girls from all races living in this holy city came here to fight, but no one had ever obtained a treasure that could allow their bloodline to break through the restrictions. Alexia pursed her lips and looked at her daughter in the arena with a complicated expression. A hint of guilt appeared in her eyes. She did not answer Lin Juan's question immediately. Yvette said softly, "Master, the vampire girl is called Evelina. She is a famous genius in our vampire clan. Some time ago, her bloodline broke through the restrictions and was promoted from Viscount to Marquis. I have reached the 57th floor of the trial tower, and am currently ranked first." Although as the manager of this world appointed by Lin Juan, Yvette is absolutely fair in all aspects, but when it does not cause any harm, she is still happy to say good things about the geniuses in her clan. The 57th floor? Lin Juan looked at the vampire girl, who was no less beautiful than Alyssa, smiled and said, "That's really good." The Tower of Trial is also a special building that Lin Juan obtained from the Lord of Life. Challengers who enter start the challenge from the first floor. The difficulty gradually increases. For those who are good at different fields, such as assassins, warriors, shooters, and nurses, the challenges given by the trial tower are also completely different. At the same time, after reaching a certain level, they will receive rewards from the trial tower. And Yvette sighed. Ranking rewards will also be given to the top 10 challengers in different strength levels of the trial tower every year, and rewards will be given to some outstanding performers at the discretion of the committee. Anyway, for Lin Juan now, he has plundered the wealth accumulated by so many races and many blood nobles for thousands and tens of thousands of years, plus the wool he has fleeced from the Lord of Life in the past 2 years, so he has too many resources to use up. The difficulty of the 57th level has exceeded that which can be achieved in the early Imperial stage. Generally, even many people in the middle Imperial stage cannot reach the 57th level. This kid is not only talented, but also very hardworking. Yvette chuckled and said, "I have always wanted to be your woman, master." Lin Juan said noncommittally, "If she can win." For Lin Juan now, appearance alone is no longer the criterion for determining his interest. Apart from new races and social connections, identity and status are more attractive to him, such as Alexia's identity as the queen of the Feather Tribe. "Alyssa." At this moment, Alexia suddenly spoke. "Why, you don't want to? You promised me." "Oh, in this case, I thought you deliberately let Alyssa seduce me." Alexia, who had already adjusted her emotions and was able to face Lin Juan calmly, suddenly lost control of her expression when she heard this. "I don't know what you're talking about," Alexia said in a slightly hurried tone. Hearing this, Yvette, who was familiar with each other, and Xiu and Mayor, who were meeting each other for the first time and didn't know who this woman was, all looked at her with strange eyes. Lin Juan couldn't help but look at Alexia with a strange expression. Was he just teasing her casually? Result: is she serious? Chapter 336: The 7 Ruling Clans. "I don't." Alexia spoke coldly, even with a hint of anger towards someone unknown. She insisted on it herself. It wasn't because Lin Juan hadn't come to see her for so long that she thought she had fallen out of favor. Although she firmly disagreed with Alyssa showing up in public on the surface, she still deliberately found an opportunity for her to secretly leave the Feather Clan's base and come to the Holy City to participate in the competition. Absolutely not. Is she anxious? Originally, even at this point, Yvette couldn't believe that Alexia, who was so holy and proud and had previously refused to surrender even at the cost of her life, could do such a thing, but after seeing Alexia's performance, she had to admit it. She was really anxious. Fortunately, at this moment, the situation on the duel field suddenly changed. Originally, Evelina was obviously stronger than Alyssa, and she had been suppressing Alyssa. It was obvious that Alyssa was doomed to lose, but suddenly Alyssa seized an opportunity and rushed forward with a crazy style that almost intended to kill both her and Evelina. However, facing Alyssa's madness, Evelina, a dark creature, hesitated. And it was because of this moment of hesitation that a vast amount of light elements fell on her. Amid Evelina's miserable wails, the circular shield of the duel arena disappeared, and Evelina and Alyssa appeared on both sides of the duel arena at the same time. Both girls sat on the ground in a rather miserable manner, and it was obvious that they had just consumed a lot of energy and strength. "Your daughter." Seeing this scene, Lin Juan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Very brave. If it had not happened in the sacred duel arena, Even though Alyssa had killed Evelina, she herself would definitely not have survived. But it was because it happened in the sacred duel arena that she won. The light fell on her, and it seemed that the entire holy duel arena admired her courage. Huh! Lin Juan sat up straight with interest. Alyssa? And this moment. The guilt and surprise in Alexia's eyes, all the emotions turned into surprise. Alyssa's bloodline is improving. Small world, temple. How is the work going on in education and religion? Lin Juan sat at the conference table, looking at the holographic virtual projection on the table showing the construction image of this small world today. The one in the middle is naturally where he is, the holy city, which is the place with the richest spiritual energy in the small world and also gathers the most elite talents of many races in the entire small world. From the surrounding areas, 7 races, namely humans, Ice Tribe, Night Cat Tribe, Feather Tribe, Orc Tribe, Snake Tribe, and Blood Tribe, spread out and settled down with their respective core cities, and the 7 major races were further divided outward with the central holy city as the core. The further out you go on the map, the more areas there are that are areas to be built. Currently, things are going well for the Ice Clan and the Blood Clan. The Snake Tribe has just deployed to the settlement, and there is still some chaos, but everything is under control and will stabilize soon. As for the rest, Yvette, who was standing behind Lin Juan, spoke softly and looked at the 7 women who were also present. Why don't you let them talk to you? Lin Juan nodded slightly and swept his eyes over the 7 women. The Ice Clan is Bingji, the Feather Clan is Alexia, and the Snake Clan is Yu, the royal princess of the Snake Clan. The vampire was a vampire baroness recommended by Yvette, and was said to have a long family history. The human was a duchess named Yolanda from a western human empire that Lin Juan conquered some time ago. Lin Juan didn't pay much attention to these 2 and basically never visited them after he established the blood oath technique. Feather Tribe Alexia has just told me about this. The basic work has been prepared. Next, you just need to discuss with her and help her solve some minor problems. Lin Juan's eyes fell on the plump, sexy, and 30-year-old human lady. Yolanda, what's going on over there? When he led the vampire army to conquer their human empire. This woman was the first high-ranking noble to surrender voluntarily. She did not resist at all. She tied herself up and put herself in a gift box for the servants to present to him, which left a great impression on him. So, although this woman has no talent in management, she is sensible. Lin Juan handed over the management of the human empire in this small world to her, and now she should be called the queen. I'm sorry, master. Some things have happened in the territory recently. But please believe me, I can handle it. Yolanda looked at Lin Juan pitifully. You better not let me down. Lin Juan did not comment, and then looked at the girl next to Yolanda. The leader of the Night Cat clan is a petite and cute girl who is only about 1.45 meters tall. The Night Cats tend to have oriental faces and are very petite, about 1.45 meters tall, with black hair, green eyes, and 2 fluffy cat ears on their heads. If you pay attention behind them, you can see a blue-black cat tail, which looks very cute. But don't be fooled by her lovely appearance. In fact, she is more than 300 years old. She is the eldest princess of the Night Cat clan. Her name is Yining. After the Blood Clan army attacked the imperial capital of the Night Cat clan, the other party decisively killed the king of the Night Cat clan, who was also her younger brother, and presented him to him. Sorry, master, my nieces are a little restless. I will try to deal with it as soon as I get back. Yining had a pitiful expression, and with that sweet voice and the tail wagging pitifully behind him, he looked extremely cute. Since they are not honest, send them here and lock them up in the reincarnation hell, Lin Juan said coldly. Yining's face turned slightly pale. The Samsara hell is a holy place and a temple, that is, an underground prison buried under this mountain. It was also obtained as a gift from the Lord of Life, and is used specifically to detain prisoners. The prisoners inside will suffer both mental and physical torture, experiencing torture comparable to the 18 levels of hell but unable to die. It is said that no creature can survive in there for more than 5 days without going crazy. Although Yining had never been there in person, she had gone in with Lin Juan once. Just looking at it made her scalp tingle. That's hell. There were also a few high-ranking members of the Nightcat clan who escaped from the reincarnation hell alive. Before they went in, they wished they could die together with Lin Jian, but after they came out, the pitiful look of them wagging their tails and begging for mercy in front of Lin Jian, and the crying and screaming that occurred as a conditioned reflex at the slightest stimulation, which Yi Ning still cannot forget. Master, can I? 1 month. Before Yi Ning finished speaking, Lin Jian interrupted impatiently. I'll give you a month. I don't care if you had any ulterior motives when you killed your brother, or what you were trying to do with them. You have 1 month to solve it yourself. If you still can't solve it after a month, I'll help you solve it, and solve your problem at the same time. I'm going to take a day off tomorrow to visit friends. Chapter 337 3 Wishes. Lin Jian's tone was cold without a trace of emotion. Although the little cat in front of him was pregnant with his baby, and he seemed to be serving it very attentively, but now, as the number of his subordinates increased. Except for those important women who can be considered as first wives. Everything else is just a redundant, cold number to him. Yes, master. Yi Ning lowered his head with a pale face, his cat ears drooped, his tail also dropped, and it even trembled slightly because of fear. Lin Jian ignored him and looked at the woman next to Yi Ning, who only had 2 strips of cloth wrapped around her important parts. Half-beast, Elaine. He is about 1.75 meters tall, has a Western appearance, healthy wheat-colored skin, a bulging chest and a slender waist, and has no obvious characteristics of a monster. There are orcs of all races in the Orc Empire, and Elaine has the blood of a wolf demon, and is of noble status. However, after reaching the king level of strength, the orcs are able to hide the characteristics of their orc half-bloodline at ordinary times, and only show it when they need to fight with all their strength. Elaine, what's going on over there? Lin Jian asked with a frown. Orcs are different from other races and they worship the strong very much. It is also the race that Lin Jian worries the least. The process of the Blood Clan's conquest went very smoothly, and Elaine and the female orcs who were pulled into the small world behaved very well. After being defeated by him several times, they recognized him as a god. Although all the males were slaughtered and sacrificed, and more than 4/5 of their own people were killed, they are now more loyal than the Blood Clan and the Ice Clan. Apart from being a little bellicosity and often provoking the other 6 races, causing many disputes, they have never caused him any trouble. About religion. Some of your people have never seen your powerful strength and are unwilling to believe in you. That's easy. I'll make time to go there in a few days. What about education? Lin Jian asked. The religious aspect is for the Book of Faith. As for education, Lin Jian intends to smooth out their history through hundreds of years of education, so that they will forget their past and be completely loyal to him. There is no hatred that cannot be worn away by generations of time, forgetting of history and re-education. Otherwise, although everything seems calm on the surface, in fact, the Nightcat tribe, the Human tribe, the Feather tribe, and the Snake tribe all have a very deep hatred for him. Even the Ice Clan and the Blood Clan were somewhat dissatisfied with his type of rule. After all, even the Amazons need to go out and snatch men. It was just that due to Lin Jian's powerful strength, and the fact that he had already imposed the blood oath, under the orders of the middle and senior management, they had only surrendered now. However, the hatred in their hearts could not be wiped out in a short period of time. Master, most of us orcs don't read. After a pause, Elaine said frankly. Including me. Lin Jian. Never mind, religion is enough for you. After chatting with the queens of the 7 races for a few more words, Lin Jian ended the meeting. As the 7 queens were about to leave, Yvette called Alexia, Yi Ning, and the vampire queen of this world, and whispered in Lin Jian's ear. Master, do you want to meet the top 3 people in the competition? Still need me? Well, Master, you said at the beginning that you could grant Dobby's first wish. Forget about it. That's fine. Just ask them to come over. Not long after, 3 girls walked in from outside. Alyssa, Evelina. There was also a girl who was only about 1.4 meters tall, and had obvious features of a night cat. Her name is Sha Yuna. She comes from a commoner family of the Nightcat clan. She is very hardworking, talented, and sensible. Sensible means never showing any dissatisfaction with his rule. Lin Jian nodded slightly and glanced at the 3 girls. Except for Alyssa, who looked at him with a complicated expression, Evelina and Shawina did not hide the admiration and enthusiasm in their eyes. Whether that emotion was real or fake was not important to Lin Jian. I'm in a good mood today. As the top 3 of the first session, I can grant each of you one wish. Surprise immediately appeared in Evelina and Shawina's eyes, and Alyssa's expression also moved, and she bit her lower lip, not knowing what she was thinking. Really? Evelina's voice trembled with excitement. She originally thought that after becoming the second place, she had lost the chance to meet Lin Jian, but she didn't expect that now not only was she summoned by Lin Jian, but she could also fulfill one of her wishes? Go ahead. Lin Jian suddenly understood the people in the Jin family. Although he knew that they might be pretending, it was still quite interesting to see them looking so excited that they were about to cry. Evelina knelt on the ground with a thump. I want to be your woman and serve you. You have great talent. Even if you don't become my woman, resources will be inclined towards you, Lin Jian said lightly. Please give me a chance. Although it is true, as Lin Jian said, even if she doesn't become his woman, she can still obtain a lot of resources. But can any more resources be compared to what she can get after becoming Lin Jian's woman and becoming his true one of them? Besides, now that I'm here, can I find another man instead of becoming Lin Jian's woman? Evelina said without hesitation, her voice earnest. I dream of becoming your woman. Lin Jian did not answer, but looked at Sha Yuna. What is your wish? Sha Yuna looked hesitantly at Evelina, who was kneeling on the ground. After hesitating for a long time with her lips slightly parted, she whispered, Can you bring my family to the holy city? I want to live with them. The concentration of spiritual energy, various facilities, resources and welfare conditions in the holy city are incomparable to those outside. Even though Sha Yuna had lived in a big city before, compared with the holy city, it is like the difference between the countryside and the most prosperous city in the world. However, the conditions for entering the holy city are extremely strict. Only the most talented people of each race can live here, and if they fail to meet the conditions within a period of time, they will be sent back. Thank you. Sha Yuna knelt on the ground with a look of joy, her cat ears and tail wagging happily. Thank you very much. Yining shook his head imperceptibly and sighed softly in his heart. It's so rare that the owner is in such a good mood, but the kitten actually made such a stupid wish. If I had known this earlier, I would have met her and talked to her in advance. If she chose to become the master's woman like Evelina, perhaps things would turn around for her nieces, and she herself would be able to rise to fame overnight, and moving her family to the holy city would be the simplest matter. Result. There was even a flash of contempt in Evelina's eyes. What an idiot! He has no idea what a huge opportunity he has missed. Looking at Sha Yuna's happy expression, Lin Jian smiled, but did not continue to pay attention to this talented girl from the Night Cat clan who he would probably not meet in the future, and looked at Alyssa. And you? Chapter 338 Alyssa's Reward. Alexia looked at her daughter worriedly and nervously. No one knows a girl better than her mother. Alexia knew that her daughter had a personality very similar to hers, very stubborn and strong-willed, but she had always protected her very well and had no contact with Lin Jian in the past. Alyssa took a deep breath, looked directly at Lin Jian and said, I want to be your woman. Alexia was stunned, looking at her daughter's expression of surprise, joy and guilt. Alyssa? Alyssa didn't look at her mother, but just stared at Lin Jian. Oh? Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, 1 opportunity to merge the rules. Reward 2, underground spiritual vein, imperial grade. Reward 3, glorious wings, legendary equipment. Reward 1 was automatically ignored by Lin Jian. During the past 2 years, he has accumulated a lot of opportunities to merge and comprehend the laws. He usually chooses them only when other rewards are really not enough. Otherwise, even if they are only useful to the women of various races under his command, he will choose Reward 2 and Reward 3. Lin Jian took a glance at the glorious wings and introduced that it was a royal-grade equipment refined by the royal family of the Feather Clan. After equipping it, one could fly in the sky like the Feather Clan at an extremely fast speed. Underground spiritual vein? Lin Jian took a glance and his eyes lit up. The quality and strength levels of the underground spiritual veins are almost identical, except that each level is divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and top, which are suitable for people who practice at levels 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, and perfection respectively. People with low strength will cultivate faster in places with high-quality spiritual veins, while people with strength exceeding the quality of underground spiritual veins will cultivate more slowly in places with poor quality. In addition to providing rich spiritual energy, underground spiritual veins will also transform the environment. In places with underground spiritual veins, it is easier for rare treasures to be born. The offspring born are usually of better quality, and hidden things such as luck will also be improved. Nice one. I choose the underground spiritual vein. Please select the location to place the underground spirit vein. A virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Jiuan's eyes. Since this small world originally belonged to him completely, what appeared in front of him was a bird's eye view of this small world. He could place underground spiritual veins at any location in this small world. Let's do it here. Lin Jiuan placed the underground spiritual vein directly below the holy city. As the choice was made, Lin Jiuan felt the ground shaking. It came quickly and went away quickly. After just a dozen seconds, the earth-shaking feeling completely stopped. Owner? Yvette's nervous voice came from the communication device. It's okay, I got some stuff. Then I won't bother you, my master. Yvette immediately understood. After spending 2 years with Lin Jiuan, she already knew about Lin Jiuan's gift from the Lord of Life. During this time, Lin Jiuan would occasionally get some good things and make some noise. Finish explaining to Yvette. Lin Jiuan comforted Evelina, who was awakened by the earthquake. This famous genius girl of the vampire race was now huddled in Lin Jiuan's arms and trembling like a frightened kitten with a delicate face. She whimpered with a trembling voice. My lord? Although he knew that the other party was 99% pretending, Lin Jiuan still felt pretty good about it, and cooperated with her by gently patting her shoulders to comfort her. It's okay, have a good sleep, and when you wake up I'll take you to see something good. After being comforted for a while, Evelina fell asleep again exhausted. During this period, she and Alyssa were really tired. The spiritual energy is obviously richer than before. Feeling the richer spiritual energy in the air, Lin Jiuan's mind moved slightly. The transformation of the environment by the underground spiritual veins is continuous, and it will become more intense after a while. Even if I don't go to the core of the underground spiritual vein where the spiritual energy is the most concentrated to practice, I can still practice to the imperial level here in just a few decades. Generally, those whose strength reaches the imperial level are not creatures of the immortal species. For races such as humans, night cats, orcs, snakes, etc., the lifespan will be increased to 1,000 years, and after reaching the late imperial level, the lifespan will reach between 2,000 and 5,000 years. To advance to a small realm in a few decades can be said to be extremely fast. Forget it, let's not fight with these little guys for things. Lin Jiuan glanced at the half-open bedroom door. On the road from the bed to the door, you can see obvious traces of someone crawling. Lin Jiuan got out of bed and went to the living room, where he saw Alyssa sobbing in Alexia's arms. How's the crying going? Lin Jiuan was like a heartless scumbag. He found a sofa and sat down, watching Alyssa's wailing with interest. Owner. Alexia's face was full of tension and pity. Alyssa is ignorant, please don't bother with her. Alyssa's face was full of despair and anger. She originally participated in the competition and asked Lin Jiuan to become his woman. It was not because of what Alexia thought. My daughter has finally come to her senses? But because she wanted to do the same thing as Alexia had done before. To assassinate Lin Jiuan. Unfortunately, she was so weak in combat that she couldn't defeat Lin Jiuan at all. She was defeated by Lin Jiuan, and was directly infected with the blood oath technique, which completely eliminated her ability to hurt Lin Jiuan. I could only hide in my mother's arms and cry in grief and anger. Just don't cause me trouble. Lin Jiuan was still very tolerant towards Alexia. The other party wanted to kill him in the past, but they were only targeting him and would never do anything like those idiots he had locked up in the reincarnation hell, to secretly mess with him, or even mobilize the people to rebel against him. Alexia never does anything that involves the people of the Feather Tribe. Even when she hated him the most, she would say, Either kill me or I will find a chance to kill you sooner or later. But after she became pregnant with his child, she accepted her fate and worked for him obediently. Besides, Alyssa just gave him an underground spiritual vein. Spend time with your daughter and have a good chat with her. Then, Lin Jian stood up and said, I'm going to do something and will be back in a while. Chapter 339, Underground Spiritual Veins, Strength Enhancement. Right below the temple, deep underground. The core area where underground spiritual veins converge. After leaving the bedroom, Lin Jian came here. Although not a single ray of light can penetrate, and there is no lighting equipment, the extremely rich magic alone makes this bottomless underground sparkle with glittering starlight. This concentration of spiritual energy. I'm afraid that if an ordinary person came here, he would burst if he took a breath. Every breath. Lin Jian felt that the spiritual energy was pouring into his body like a tide. After finding a location with the most concentrated spiritual energy, Lin Jian sat down cross-legged. His mind was immersed in the sea of consciousness. He summoned the panel and looked at his numerous laws. After failing in trying to integrate them one by one, he began to use the opportunity to comprehend the laws. It took Lin Jian a total of 17 opportunities to comprehend the 7 laws, predicting the future, the 5 elements and 5 directions, the law of the soul, the law of ice, the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of gravity. You have learned the power of deduction through studying, foreseeing the future. You have comprehended the power of 10 directions divine realm through studying 5 elements and 5 directions. You have realized the power of breaking delusion through studying the law of the soul. You have learned the power of freezing by studying the law of ice. You have learned the power of controlling the wind by studying the law of wind. You have learned the power of heavenly thunder destroys obstacles by studying the law of thunder. You realize the power of collapse by studying the law of gravity. After comprehending multiple laws and powers in succession, a large amount of information flooded into his mind in an instant, causing Lin Jian to feel a bit of a headache. It took him a while to absorb all the information. It seems that I can't save it for one use in the future, Lin Jian muttered as he looked at the power he had comprehended this time. Deduction. It is to influence the target's current actions by rewriting the future. To put it simply, someone is going to work, but he can use this power to influence the other person's actions. From small to large, he can make the other person encounter what he wants the other person to encounter on the road, let the other person take a different route to work, let the other person not go to work, let the other person resign, and so on. If the target is weak, he can manipulate the other person's life like a puppet. If the target is strong, for example, in combat, he can also use this ability to influence the opponent's actions to a certain extent. The 10 Directions Divine Realm is a domain-type skill similar to the light and dark domains. It can instantly change the domain environment between the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can also reduce the 5-dimensional attributes of all enemies in the domain while enhancing its own 5-dimensional attributes. To break delusion is to be able to see through all illusions and magic. Freezing is to freeze a certain area, even spells and time can be frozen. Yufeng means riding the wind, which greatly increases the speed. Lin Jian tried it roughly and found that it was 10 times faster than the speed he achieved when using the law of earth and the law of water in a specific environment. Heavenly thunder to destroy barriers is to guide the heavenly thunder to descend upon the world and attack a certain area on a large scale. Collapse is somewhat similar to freezing, which condenses the laws into a smaller range, allowing the target to instantly feel the maximum gravity suppression. If full force is exerted, it can even collapse the space. After absorbing all the information about the new powers, Lin Jian stood up and left the underground spiritual vein, walking towards the Jingxing forest at the back of the holy mountain. His Majesty. Your Excellency. Owner. Along the way, we met many geniuses who were practicing on the holy mountain. Soon, Lin Jian came to the Jingxing forest, which was a lush bamboo forest. Many women were practicing in it. The rustling sound of bamboo leaves in the wind seemed to carry some kind of magic. Just listening to it makes people feel peaceful. This is also what Lin Jian got from the gift from the Lord of Life. The effect is somewhat similar to the tranquil water lake. Practicing in it can avoid being troubled by inner demons. Even if there are no inner demons, it can help people avoid random thoughts, concentrate on practicing, and increase the speed of practice. Lin Jian went straight to the central area of Jingxin Forest. There was a small villa built with bamboo forest. Behind the villa, there was a large hot spring pool, but there was no water in the pool. Owner! Several girls from the Ice Clan who were standing here immediately came forward. Lin Jian nodded slightly and walked directly into the hot spring pool. Bucket after bucket of blood essence from various races was taken out from the space ring. As the thought moved, the buckets of essence and blood were pulled by an invisible force and poured into the pool. Soon the pool was filled with the bright red essence and blood, and buckets of essence and blood of various beasts were placed beside the pool. When the pool is empty in a while, just keep pouring in. Yes, master. After instructing the maid, Lin Jian walked straight into the pool. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and activated the wild blood body refining technique. 5 days later. Lin Jian still maintained the original posture, sitting cross-legged in the blood pool. The land near the hot spring pool has been stained red by the blood. Lin Jian's naked body became more and more crystal clear like jade, and his muscle lines were as perfect as ancient Greek sculptures. His body seemed to emit visible white smoke, and a layer of visible blood covered his body like armor. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Jian suddenly opened his eyes, and a wild and bloody aura spread around him. Standing up and clenching his fists, feeling the tremendous power in his body, Lin Jian couldn't help but smile. The third level of the wild blood body refining technique is complete. My physical fitness has improved about 5 times. With my current physical fitness, I can kill a vampire of the late Imperial stage with one punch even without using any rules. The attacks of ordinary vampire viscounts cannot break my defense at all. If I use the law with all my strength, it shouldn't be a problem to resist the attack of the blood count. Lin Jian felt the change in the strength in his body and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this, the many maids of the Ice Clan standing by immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Congratulations, Master, your skills have improved and your divine power has reached perfection." Listening to the tender voices of the many Ice Clan girls, Lin Jian swept his eyes over and looked at the stunning Ice Clan beauties. The essence and blood that he had just absorbed in his body seemed to be still stirring. Even in the quiet forest, he couldn't suppress the heat in his stomach. "Clean this place and replace it with hot spring water." Lin Jian gave an order, and without waiting for their reply, he grabbed 2 nearby Ice Clan girls, one on the left and one on the right, and strode towards the villa amid their exclamations. Chapter 340 Goodbye Isabella. "Master, Isabella wants to see you." "Isabella?" Lin Jian was sitting on a soft sofa, holding a bottle of Coca-Cola with ice cubes and lemon juice in his hand. Behind the sofa stood a beautiful maid from the Ice Clan, who was pressing his shoulders with her soft and boneless little hands. He has been resting and relaxing in the bamboo forest these days. "What does she want from me?" "There is a new operation that Isabella did not reveal." "How's Alyssa?" "I've been honest now, but I've been wanting to see you these past few days to ask you what you're going to do with her child." Lin Jian nodded slightly, put down the cup and waved his hand. The Ice Clan maid who was massaging his shoulders behind him retreated obediently. "Take Alyssa and Evelina to the underground spiritual veins for training, and arrange all the resources." Lin Jian has always been generous to his own people who have taken the blood oath technique. After giving Yvette a few casual instructions, several Ice Clan maids came over with the prepared clothes and asked them to change into them. "That's about it. Come to me if you need anything." Blood Palace. After leaving the small world, Lin Jian appeared in the bedroom on the top floor of the Blood Nether Palace. Several enchanting and charming beauties of the snake tribe were playing with water, laughing and joking in the bathtub next to the floor-to-ceiling window. When they saw Lin Jian suddenly appear, they immediately surrounded him with a look of surprise on their faces. "Master, you are back. Tell Isabella to wait for me in the main hall." Several beauties from the snake tribe surrounded Lin Jian, hugging his arms and waist and acting coquettishly. "Master, don't worry about Isabella. You haven't been back to accompany us for a long time." Lin Jian just gently pushed a snake girl away and said calmly, Go. When Isabella arrived at the main hall, she saw Lin Jian sitting on the throne. Long time no see, Lord Earl. Isabella looked at Lin Jian deeply. You have become stronger again. Lin Jian smiled noncommittally and said, Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Isabella didn't care about Lin Jian's casual attitude. She hated the cumbersome aristocratic etiquette. What's more, the man in front of her was a ruthless man who dared to confront Grand Duke Yirun in person. It was already considered polite for him to speak to her like this. Have you heard of the Gate of the Abyss? The door to the Abyss? Lin Jian asked curiously. The door to the Abyss? What is the Abyss? Yes, there is an abyss behind the door. Isabella nodded and explained. You can think of it as hell, where the purest, most evil, and most chaotic dark creatures live. So? A gate to the abyss appeared in the Viscount's territory, leading to the first level of the abyss. Isabella paused, hesitated for a moment, and then said, The top leaders of the Empire hope that you can enter and close this door to the abyss. Wait, I didn't get that. Lin Jian frowned slightly and said, What's on the first floor? How do I turn it off? The Lord of the Abyss on the first level is Likakran, and his race is a lesser demon. The strength is perfect at the Imperial level, similar to that of a vampire count. As for the method of closing it, as long as you killed the Lord of the Abyss on that level, you will gain control of that level, and then you can close the Abyss gate. Finally, Isabella added, You don't need to worry about demons from other layers coming to the first layer of the Abyss. They are also suppressed by the will of the world, so your enemies are only the dark creatures of the first layer of the Abyss. You really think highly of me? Lin Jian said with a smile. Do you think that I, a Viscount of the Blood Clan who has just reached the 9th level of the Imperial rank, can kill an Imperial-level perfect being in his lair? Everyone has his own territory that he has been operating for a long time. In one's own nest, the combat power that can be exerted is definitely more than 1 + 1 = 2. Just like what the Elf Sky Island is to Nimue today. If he fights Nimue in the outside world, Lin Jian is confident that he can beat Nimue in her current state. But if they fight Nimue on the Elf Sky Island, then I'm sorry, even if Nimue lets Lin Jian use one hand, Lin Jian may not be able to beat Nimue. Just those legendary female elves who entered Nimue's elf kingdom, even if we don't count the elven saints on the Sky Island, just those legendary female elves who followed Nimue to live in the elf kingdom in the elf forest, their strength has been raised to the saint level. And after their death, their souls can return to the kingdom of God and be resurrected. On the Elf Sky Island, if they died, it would not be a problem for them to be resurrected instantly thanks to the magic power and heritage accumulated on the Sky Island. In that case, even Lin Jian would be in trouble. Of course, although the Abyss Lord of the first layer of the Abyss is definitely not as good as Nimue, who was once a member of the God Clan, Lin Jian is also confident that he can give the other party a try in his lair. But why should he go? This is a decision made by the top brass of the Empire. Although Her Majesty the Queen doesn't want you to take risks, she has no reason to refuse. Isabella's tone softened rarely. Once the gate to the Abyss is fully opened and creatures from the first layer of the Abyss invade, the Blood Moon Empire will be plunged into a protracted war in the heart of the Empire. We will no longer have the power to conquer other countries. As the war expands, the second and third layers of the Abyss will be opened one after another. In the future, the Empire will be completely destroyed in the endless consumption. I'm sorry, to be honest, I don't have that much sense of belonging to the Empire, not to mention that Yirun has always wanted to kill me. Lin Jian said unconcernedly. At worst, I can just run away to some other place. Isabella wasn't angry either. If Lin Jian really had no intention of going, then the other party would have driven her away directly. Now he is telling her that he has no interest, but he is just hinting at benefits for her. It's just blood. Even she, the reason why she became the loyal dog of the now weak Blood Moon Queen was because her parents had both passed away, and she grew up with the Blood Moon Queen in the Blood Moon Imperial Court. Her relationship with the Blood Moon Queen was better than that of sisters, and they shared the same fate. Once the Blood Moon Queen completely controls the Empire, then she, the Blood Moon Queen's childhood sweetheart, will surely rise rapidly. Restoring the family's glory is only the most basic benefit, and it is not impossible for her to become the next Grand Duke of the Blood Moon Empire. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so foolish as to fight for her life if there were no benefits for her. Do you still need salary for working? What? You mean the real hard-working people don't get overtime pay? If you can successfully close the gate to the abyss, the Empire's top brass is willing to hand over the now completely open areas outside the Blood Island to you for management and command. Don't talk about the benefits afterwards. Lin Jian taunted. I may not even be able to come back alive, and I'm trying to get something for nothing. Then I'll let Yurun go. As long as he succeeds, he will be the Blood Moon Emperor. Do you think he will go? Chapter 341, Gate of the Abyss, Conditions. It is just as you said. Isabella nodded and said, The Queen has secured an opportunity for you to be baptized in the Blood Pond Temple. If you promise to enter the Abyss, the Empire will once again open the Blood Pool Temple. This time you don't need to fight with other vampires. You can go in directly to receive the Blood Pool baptism. Not enough. There is also a legendary set, including a sword, bow, shield, and a full set of armor. Not enough. Isabella couldn't help but frown slightly. Your appetite is too big. The Imperial high-ranking officials will not agree to more conditions from you. Then, Isabella added, at most you can mention it to me privately. If it is within a reasonable range, Her Majesty the Queen is willing to agree to your additional conditions. You are so generous. Why don't you and your queen just marry me together? Lin Jian was secretly complaining in his heart, not knowing whether Isabella, as the messenger, was deliberately biased towards the queen or whether she was telling the truth, but that didn't matter anymore. It was agreed before that all the Gladstone family inheritance will belong to me. If this is it, it originally belonged to you, but was detained by Yurun's men. I will go back and talk to the queen and the high-ranking officials of the Empire, and they will agree to your request. I heard that Lord Gladstone's wife is very pretty. Isabella was silent. After a long while he said, Virginia is indeed very beautiful, a rare beauty in our empire. However, her mother is also a count of the empire and is still alive. This condition may be a little difficult. I like challenges, Lin Jian said. And Phoenix, didn't I make a bet with you before that if I lost, I would be my lover? Isabella didn't know what to say for a moment. Let's say Lin Jian is greedy. The conditions raised later were either things that had been promised to him a long time ago, but were withheld due to subsequent conflicts, and had not been given yet, or they were related to women. But it can be said that Lin Jian is not greedy. A viscount of the vampire clan actually dares to ask for the daughter of an earl and a countess, as well as the children of a duke. Is this appropriate? I can ask the higher-ups for you, but they may not agree. It's okay. I may not agree to go to the abyss. Isabella couldn't help but look at Lin Jian for a second longer, then she sighed deeply. Do you promise that you will go to the abyss as long as all these conditions are met? Of course, no one can question my loyalty to the Empire. Isabella suddenly felt like cursing. She has seen shameless people. In other words, the top leaders of the Empire, including her best friend Queen Blood Moon, have no shame. Hypocrisy is the most basic professional quality of being a top leader of the Empire, but everyone still has to pretend to be hypocritical to some extent. But this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Jian who was so shameless and yet spoke so righteously. I will convey your words to the higher-ups of the Empire. Oh, by the way, Isabella, let me ask you something. Isabella stopped and turned to look at Lin Jian. Lin Jian said sincerely, Are there succubi in the abyss? Isabella. You know me, Isabella. I am not greedy for money or power. These are the only hobbies I have in my life. Isabella's chest rose and fell slightly, and she suddenly wanted to curse. It took a lot of willpower for Isabella to suppress the word, get out, that was pressing on her chest. Then she turned around and strode out of the Blood Palace with a cold face without saying a word. This bastard. That's all he asked for. Blood Moon City. In the Blood Moon Council. Isabella stood on the podium, and after she finished speaking, she silently looked at the Blood Moon Queen sitting on the high seat and the shadows of many high-ranking officials of the Empire. That's all? A high-ranking member of the Blood Clan sneered. We made him the commander of the Outer Island, opened the Blood Pond Temple for him once, and gave him a full set of legendary equipment, but he is still not satisfied. He even wants the property of an old earl family, the daughter of an earl, and the daughter of a duke. Greedy! Look at what you said. If you think he's greedy, why don't you go? The royalist nobles immediately sneered. Letting a blood clan viscount step into the abyss and challenge the lord of the abyss is a matter of life and death. If you think it's too much, then we will give you all of this. If you can come back, I will even give you my family property. Will you go? What do you mean? It's nothing, I just think some guys are so sanctimonious that it's ridiculous. This is a major event concerning the future of the Blood Moon Empire. Every citizen of the Blood Moon Empire has an obligation to sacrifice their lives for this. I said the same thing again. If you think it's a big deal, then go. Why are you so shameless that you're just here talking nonsense instead of going yourself? Vile and rude. Brazen. Gradually. Originally, the Yurun faction had completely resented Lin Jian because of his merciless ridicule last time, while the Blood Moon Queen on the royalist side showed her goodwill towards Lin Jian without any concealment. In addition, the two factions had always been in a life and death, incompatible relationship. It started out as a quarrel between high-ranking nobles from two different factions, but eventually turned into a war of words between the two factions. That's enough. The cold and majestic voice of the Blood Moon Queen resounded throughout the parliament. The scene suddenly became quiet. All the vampires looked at the Blood Moon Queen. Since he can use the blood nether armor, he must be of the Gladstone family bloodline. Now that the Gladstone family has no successor, it is just right for him to inherit the Gladstone family. Besides, it was promised to be given to him in the first place. The Blood Moon Queen looked at Yurun and spoke in a calm tone. As for Phoenix, the previous bet has been settled. As a family of the Empire's old dukes, it's not a good name to not keep a promise. I think these 2 points should have been given to him. Now that he wants them, it's only natural. As for Virginia, Felix is extremely talented. His bloodline will surely be promoted again after entering the Blood Palace this time. Virginia is a widow and is not young anymore. It would be a good match for her to be remarried to him. What do you think, Sir Yurun? Yurun's face showed no emotion. He was silent for a while, as if thinking. Then he nodded slightly and said, Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. Chapter 342 The Betrayed Duke's Daughter. The meeting of the Blood Moon Council ends. Yurun sat on the throne in his palace, with a round table in front of him. There were not many vampires at the table, but each of them exuded an aura that was only slightly weaker than Yurun's, but also extremely powerful. Grand Duke Yurun. Just to the left of Yurun, Duke Augustus, with his hair and beard all white, asked, Do you really want my daughter to be his lover? This is something that has been promised before. Besides, the matter of the Gate of the Abyss is of vital importance now. I remember you had a bastard child? Duke Augustus nodded. Yes, there is one, but his bloodline is inferior. Phoenix was born to him and his first wife. The fertility rate of vampires is not strong to begin with, especially when they have reached the level of a vampire duke, and they have to produce offspring with strong bloodlines. Augustus is not very keen on this kind of thing, and his wife is not easy to conceive. Therefore, he and his first wife had only one child, Phoenix. Later, his first wife passed away. He had a good relationship with her, and never remarried. Because of this, he loved Phoenix very much, which led to her now famous arrogant and eccentric character in the Empire. However, as a man, Duke Augustus also has the desires that a man should have. After his wife passed away, he found a lover outside, who was the daughter of a vampire marquis. He raised her outside and she gave birth to many children for him over the years. But the most talented child among them only has the bloodline of a marquis. Yurun's tone softened as he soothed her. Don't worry. If Phoenix comes back safely, I will let my son marry Phoenix's child in a formal ceremony. If Phoenix doesn't come back, after the great cause is established, I will open the Blood Pond Temple for your son and raise his bloodline to the level where he can inherit your family business. After a pause, Yurun said earnestly, History has proven countless times that family businesses must be inherited by men after all. Duke Augustus remained silent, and finally sighed. I will obey the orders of the Grand Duke. He could not refuse this matter. After all, it was Grand Duke Yurun who agreed to it. If he, a subordinate, did not agree, there would naturally be ways to make him agree. It would be better for him to agree immediately and take the opportunity to ask for some benefits. Besides, although he loved Phoenix, the only child left by his deceased wife. But they are just children after all. He still has many, many children, and his wife has been dead for so long that their feelings for him have faded a little. She is not your real wife, so you will have to give her away eventually. Sir, can Felix really close the door to the abyss? Don't worry, I have found a way to prevent some viscounts from being suppressed by the world's will. Upon hearing this, surprise appeared in the eyes of the nobles present. The main reason why they can't do anything to Lin Jiuan now is that Lin Jiuan's strength is too strong. Although he can be crushed to death with ease by those of them who are half a step away from becoming a saint, they really can't do anything to him under the suppression of the world's rules. No one who can exert his full strength can defeat him. If you can't exert your full strength, you still can't beat him. However, if the Blood Clan Viscount could exert his full strength, he could be surrounded and killed. I'll secretly send some to follow you then. If he fails, my people will take care of the Abyss Gate problem. If he succeeds... A cold look flashed across Yurun's eyes. Then get rid of him. The meeting of the faction leaders ended. Duke Augustus withdrew his gaze from the illusory projection that had already disappeared. Ask Phoenix to come see me. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. The guard's response came from outside the door. Not long after, the palace door was pushed open, and the voices came in before the Phoenix people came in. Father, what do you want to talk to Phoenix about? Phoenix. Duke Augustus looked at his lovely daughter with complicated eyes. Phoenix obviously noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Her usually kind and amiable father was looking at her in a way she had never seen before. Father? Phoenix had a bad feeling in her heart. Yes, what happened? Felix agreed to go to the abyss, but one of the requirements was that you become his lover. Phoenix's little face turned pale in an instant. He said in a trembling voice. Father, you didn't agree, did you? Duke Augustus closed his eyes. Phoenix suddenly collapsed and rushed forward to grab Duke Augustus' hand. Father, you can't give up Phoenix. Phoenix can't be his lover. Phoenix will die. She was willing to be Lin Jiuan's lover before because Lin Jiuan might join the Yurun faction. But now, Lin Jiuan has completely broken off with Yurun, and he will definitely be killed by Yurun in the future. She became Lin Jiuan's woman. How could she live in the Yurun faction in the future? Moreover, the most important issue is that Lin Jiuan is going to the abyss. Given that he has been traveling in the Blood Nether Palace and has been carrying women with him in the past 2 years, he will definitely take her with him. Wouldn't she have to die in the abyss with Lin Jiuan then? She is still young, she is less than 1,000 years old, and there is still a lot of good life to enjoy. She doesn't want to die. Father, I really can't be his lover. Please, Father, Phoenix doesn't want to die. Father, you love Phoenix, right? Phoenix doesn't want to die. Duke Augustus just closed his eyes and said nothing. After a while, Duke Augustus opened his eyes, waved his hand a little irritably, and shook off Phoenix's hand. Don't worry, my daughter. Lord Yurun has made subsequent preparations, even if he really takes you to the abyss. You won't die. And after that, Lord Jaren will let his son marry you. Phoenix's face was still pale. Will Yurun save himself? Will you let your son marry you later? If it was just the former, or just the latter, she could still believe it a little. But if you put the two together, based on her understanding of Grand Duke Yurun, there is no way that Grand Duke Yurun would let her leave the abyss alive, and what she could think of, her father would definitely think of as well, but he still agreed. Obviously, for the sake of profit, my father treated me as an abandoned child. This is the Grand Duke's absolute decision. Father can't do anything about it. Duke Augustus sighed and said, Be obedient, Phoenix. Phoenix lowered her head and scoffed at her father's words. As a veteran duke, if he really doesn't want to agree, can Yurun force him to death? To put it bluntly, he thought she was disposable and that she was not important enough for him to refuse Yurun's order. But what can I do? A fleeting hint of hatred flashed across Phoenix's eyes, and finally turned into a miserable smile at the corner of her mouth. Yes, father. Chapter 343 Phoenix in Virginia. Blood Palace. Lin Juan sat on the throne, looking at the 3 female vampires below with interest. In the middle is Isabella. And one on the left and one on the right, slightly behind by half a body length. On the left is a tall, plump, beautiful, noble and elegant female vampire, Virginia. On the right is Phoenix, who is slightly smaller than the other 2 girls. All of the Gladstone family's property and treasures are stored here. Isabella handed a storage ring to Lin Juan. Lin Juan took the storage ring and took a look at it. It was very big inside, with a lot of things. The space of nearly 1,000 cubic meters was full, and there were many precious treasures, but there were no treasures of the level like the blood nether armor. After taking a look, Lin Juan didn't care. When are you going to the abyss? 10 days. Lin Juan thought for a moment and said, We'll have to spend a few days on our honeymoon. I'll come find you then, Isabella said and left. The door of the hall closed as she left. Lin Juan's eyes fell on Virginia and Phoenix. Virginia's beauty was slightly inferior to Isabella and Phoenix, but only slightly. The mature woman's charm made up for her natural shortcomings very well. Feeling Lin Juan's gaze, she gave him an elegant smile. Virginia, meet your excellency. As for Phoenix, it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. Come here. Virginia walked over with graceful steps. Although she had a plump figure, she did not look too sexy. Instead, she exuded the aura of a noble lady. Phoenix paused and walked over, but was obviously slower than Virginia. As Virginia reached the throne, Lin Juan reached out and held her in his arms. It seems that you are in a good mood. Smelling the faint scent of blood flowers on Virginia's body, Lin Juan teased. Since you are not afraid, sir, why should I, a woman, be afraid? Virginia said softly with a smile in her eyes. Although she didn't want to continue marrying someone else, she still wanted to be a woman who couldn't even be the wife of a low-ranking noble. But now that things have come to this, she has nothing else to say. As for Felix, although I don't understand why he dared to insult Yurun and fall out with Yurun while not being too close to the Blood Moon Queen's faction, he now dares to take on the mission of entering the Gate of the Abyss, which is a mission with a 0 chance of survival. But since the other party dares to accept it, it proves that the other party must have the means. It's impossible that the other person is a lunatic, right? In this case, although I am still a little worried, why should I show that worry? Good. She looks plump and elegant, a beautiful woman exuding the charm of a mature woman yet still sexy. Lin Juan stood up. The princess carried Virginia in her arms and strode upstairs. Phoenix stood there in a daze, with a hint of self-doubt in her eyes. The other party actually ignored me? A feeling of grievance and anger surged in Phoenix's heart. She wanted to turn around and leave. The other party didn't want her and didn't want to serve her. But he thought of what Virginia had just said, and a struggle appeared in his eyes. Until Lin Juan and Virginia disappeared in the hall, Phoenix still stood beside the throne for a long time. Finally, a look of determination flashed in her eyes, and she trotted in the direction where Lin Juan left. There was the sound of running water in the bathroom. Lin Juan was lying on the bed, flipping through a storybook in his hand. Virginia went to take a shower, but he didn't go to take a shower because he had just taken a shower in the morning with the help of the snake girls, so he waited here. Tat. Come in. With a creaky sound, the bedroom door opened. Lin Juan didn't even raise his head, but focused on the storybook in his hand, which was not very serious in color. Seeing that Lin Juan didn't even look at her, Phoenix bit her lower lip. A look of grievance and shame flashed across her face. She wanted to loudly question Lin Juan on why he showed no sexual interest in her, but in the end she still walked silently to Lin Juan's side. Do you have a way to solve the trouble in the abyss? Lin Juan then looked up, glanced at Phoenix, and then lowered his head to continue reading the storybook. Why are you ignoring me? Phoenix said aggrievedly. Weren't you quite awesome before? Phoenix was choked and speechless, with a look of humiliation flashing across her face. But in the end, she still hugged Lin Juan's arm pitifully, put her chest against him and rocked him coquettishly. Although she was spoiled and domineering by her father, she was not stupid. Now that her father has abandoned her, her greatest support is gone. As someone with the blood of a duke, she would definitely end up in a miserable state if she leaves Lin Jian. Just as Virginia said, no matter how unwilling she was before, this annoying guy in front of her is indeed her only support. She wants to live. If she wanted to continue to live a life of luxury and arrogance, she had to please this man. And help this man keep winning. I'm sorry for what happened before. My father and Grand Duke Yirun ordered me to do that. Can you please forgive me? Why, they didn't order you to do it this time? Phoenix bit her lip, feeling extremely wronged and humiliated, but since she had spoken, she didn't feel as burdened as she did at the beginning. Phoenix simply continued to shake Lin Jian's arm and said coquettishly, I'm going to be your lover, so I'm naturally yours from now on, so don't be angry with me. Lin Jian was still concentrating on reading the storybook and ignored Phoenix. Phoenix couldn't help but take a look, and after seeing the contents, her face turned red. Why is this guy reading this kind of book? Hearing the sound of the water stopping in the bathroom and seeing Lin Jian still ignoring her, Phoenix gritted her teeth. Said, After you enter the abyss, Yirun will send people to follow you. Oh? Hearing Lin Jian finally respond, although he was still looking at the storybook with an indifferent look, Phoenix was still greatly encouraged and continued. My father said that when he told me to be your lover. I said I would send someone to kill you and rescue me. He also said that Yirun would let his eldest son marry me in the future. Fearing that Lin Jian might misunderstand, Phoenix followed up with a pitiful explanation. I know Yirun. He will never let me go back alive. So I can only rely on you. Chapter 344 Phoenix's Loyalty, the New Manager. Lin Jian then closed the book and threw it on the bedside table. He looked at Phoenix with amusement. You are honest. Phoenix was even more surprised when she saw that the other party finally looked at her. She reached out and grabbed Guchun to seduce him, and said pitifully, I am sorry for what happened before, but I am really scared. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. As long as you protect me and allow me to continue to live a life of luxury, I'm willing to do anything. Please. Anything you're willing to do? Lin Jian glanced at Phoenix's dishonest little hands and teased. I asked you to kill your father, are you willing? I do, Phoenix said without hesitation. Then, with deep hatred in his eyes, he explained. He was the one who abandoned me first. Seeing this, Lin Jian was stunned. He could feel that what the woman said seemed to be true. Does she really want to kill her father? After being stunned for a moment, Lin Jian couldn't help but laugh and patted Phoenix's face a few times. Good, very good. Don't worry, as long as you follow me obediently, I will give you a chance to kill your father with your own hands in the future. Phoenix's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Jian did not answer, but removed his disguise. Suddenly, in Phoenix's eyes, the vampire disguise of Felix disappeared, and the vampire in front of her suddenly turned into a human? Phoenix's eyes showed disbelief. How is it possible? It was obvious that the other party was seriously injured and fought fiercely by Earl Gladstone in front of so many high-ranking vampires and the Blood Moon Queen, under the light of the Blood Moon. If he was not a vampire, how could he not be discovered? But then, Phoenix's breathing became rapid, and an even stronger surprise appeared in her eyes. The other party is not the lowly fellow Felix, but a human being who has successfully deceived the Blood Moon Queen and Archduke Yirun. Then, wouldn't her hope of survival, continuing to live a life of luxury and revenge, be greater? You are. Lin Jian smiled and pinched Phoenix's face, which was flushed with excitement. Lin Jian. Late at night. Lin Jian got out of bed and poured himself a glass of wine. Then he stood by the bed and admired the magnificent night view of the city below from the floor-to-ceiling window. Phoenix, who was woken up, raised her beautiful eyes slightly, looking tired, glanced at Lin Jian's back, muttered something, lowered her head and soon fell asleep. Virginia also looked tired, but less so than Phoenix. She was more of a satisfied red. Looking at Lin Jian, who had got out of bed with sleepy eyes, Virginia supported her body with her snow-white arms, climbed out of bed, stepped barefoot on the soft carpet made of hair of an unknown animal, walked behind Lin Jian, and hugged his waist from behind. Why don't you continue sleeping? Virginia's tone was hoarse and lazy, which was not there before. Did Phoenix and I fail to satisfy you? Lin Juan did not reply. He took a sip of wine, then held Virginia in his arms with his left hand. Looking at the beautiful vampire woman nestled in his arms, he put the wine glass to her plump red lips. Virginia opened her mouth obediently. The wine slid down the wall of the glass and flowed into her bright red lips. A small amount remained along the corners of her lips and flowed down along her snow-white swan neck, looking particularly tempting. Lin Juan poured the remaining half-glass of wine into Virginia's mouth, and then threw the glass aside. Cough, 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 cough. After drinking it all in one breath, Virginia looked as charming as Lin Juan, with an alluring blush on her face. You just know how to bully me. Lin Juan didn't know what she meant by giving her wine, or that he had spent almost half of his time on her when she and Phoenix were together, or that he had used the blood oath technique on them despite her and Phoenix's protests. He smiled but did not answer. Instead he asked, Can you manage the country? Virginia's eyes flashed with a strange light. What do you mean? There is a small world inside me, and inside it there is a vampire nation. There are probably several million of them now, and they are all women. The number of vampires in the small world is the smallest among the 7 ruling clans. The second is the Ice Clan. The Ice Clan was not conquered by Lin Juan. Some of them were sacrificed on the ships of other vampire warriors who returned in batches, and the rest had to be carefully selected, so there were not many of them. As for the vampires, it was not convenient for Lin Juan to openly collect them all now, so he selected them in large numbers and threw them into the small world. In addition, their appearance must be excellent. Even if they do not temporarily meet the requirements of the Lord of Life, they must score above 85 points. Among 100 female vampires, there may be 1 or 2 who are not even qualified to enter the small world. It's a bit little, Virginia said coquettishly. Don't worry, there will be more in the future. Lin Juan ran his fingers across Virginia's face, feeling the soft touch of her delicate skin. He planned to throw all the women with a score of 85 or above from all races he encountered in the future, except for his current core sea area, which is where the Elf Island is located, as well as the sea area below and around it, into the small world to rule. Yvette has good management skills and can keep things fair. Although his bloodline was a little inferior, he never valued that thing. As long as Yvette could continue to perform like this, he planned to let her be the master of the small world and the management of the millions of female vampires in the small world. The female vampire recommended by Yvette now is stupid, conceited, has a lot of little ideas but no ability. It would be fine if there was no better choice, but it just so happens that now he has met Virginia, a beautiful countess who is obedient, sensible, well-behaved and more beautiful than that idiot, so there is no need for that idiot to stay in that position any longer. If the Blood Moon Queen is obedient, she will be in charge of Blood Island and you will be in charge of the female vampires in the small world. If she doesn't listen, and if your performance satisfies me... Lin Juan's index finger, which was groping Virginia's face, suddenly stopped, and he gently patted her face, smiling without saying a word. Virginia suddenly hoped that the Blood Moon Queen could be a little more stupid. And the look she gave Lin Juan became even more charming. Under the moonlight, her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Everyone listens to you. Chapter 345, The Blood Queen Advances, Double Happiness. 10 days later. Blood Pond Temple. I'm back again. Looking at this familiar temple filled with a pool of blood, Lin Juan sighed. Xiaoxiu, come out. The blood-colored bracelet on Lin Juan's right hand suddenly turned into countless blood drops that dissipated and condensed beside Lin Juan, and soon condensed into the body of the Blood Queen. Master, why don't you come this time? The Blood Queen first looked longingly at the blood pool full of blood essence, and then looked at Lin Juan. As a creature of blood, she was very eager for the blood essence, but as Lin Juan's most loyal daughter, she didn't dare to absorb the blood essence, fearing that if she didn't break through after absorbing it, her father would. Lin Juan said unhappily, Stop talking nonsense, just go in if I tell you to. Owner. The Blood Queen's eyes were filled with emotion. Pursing her rosy lips, she looked at Lin Juan several times, and then at Lin Juan's urging, she entered the blood pool. He spent the 10 days working hard. However, Phoenix and Virginia's stomachs were not very good, and he had never been able to take advantage of the Lord of Life. In his spare time, he would inquire about the news of the abyss, relying on the function of the Ocean Survival Manual. Although on the Blood Island, Lin Jian has always maintained contact with Cui Yishe. By asking Nimue, he got a lot of information about the abyss. The Blood Moon Empire did not lie to him. Watch for a while as the Blood Queen absorbs the blood essence. Being bored, Lin Jian took a look at the situation in the small world and found that Virginia was busy working, so he pulled Phoenix out. Phoenix, who was suddenly pulled out of the small world, was still making the motion of eating food and blinked her eyes blankly. Wasn't she taking a hot bath, enjoying a massage from a maid, and eating ice cream at the same time? Looking at Phoenix, who obviously had not yet reacted, Lin Jian did not explain to her and directly began to strive to please the Lord of Life. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Law of the Sword. Reward 2, Blood Pool. Reward 3, Holy Blood Wand, Legendary Weapon. As for the reward, Sanlin Jian took one look and gave up. Although it seems to be effective, he never uses the staff. He would only choose this kind of equipment and give it to his subordinates when the other 2 rewards were not enough. However, the Law of the Sword clearly does not fall into the category of no. Pond of Blood? Lin Jian's eyes fell on reward 2, and then his eyes lit up. Its effect is simple. Let the vampire soak in the blood pool and drip his own blood into it to leave a mark. If the vampire dies in the future, he can be resurrected through the blood pool without any side effects. It's a good thing. Previously, the armies he led as Felix to conquer other races were all normal vampire armies, so he didn't feel sad if they died. However, now he is also training armies in his little world to fight for him in the future. These women are definitely not all kept in vain, some of them will definitely fight for him in the future. But casualties are inevitable in war. Although he would definitely not let Cui Yishe, Gu Yiru and others go to the battlefield, he would also feel a little painful if too many people died at once, or if one of his favorite women, such as the female elves Neve and Nina, died. He wasn't worried about the female elf. Those high-ranking female elves of the royal class and the elven saints have left their marks in Nimue's elven kingdom. Even the dead souls will be led to Nimue's kingdom to be resurrected. But we can't let the elves do everything. As time goes by, no matter how good his relationship is with Nimue and Romeia, they will definitely have some resentment, and the elves under his command will definitely be dissatisfied. And with this blood pool, he can also let the vampires attack him without restraint. Glancing at the Blood Queen in the blood pool, her aura was still increasing, but only half of the blood essence in the blood pool had been used. So, Lin Jian picked up Phoenix, who looked a little silly, and entered the small world. Came directly to the palace of the vampires. At this moment, Virginia, the new queen here, was concentrating on her work. When she heard the door open, she frowned slightly. She raised her head and was about to scold the subordinate who came in without knocking. As a result, Lin Jian walked in carrying the unconscious Phoenix. Owner? The dissatisfaction on Virginia's face quickly turned into surprise. She quickly stood up, walked quickly to Lin Jian, and hugged his arm. Why are you here? Lin Jian did not answer, but threw Phoenix onto the sofa beside him and let her sober up, and asked, What happened? There were some who were disobedient and had complaints, but I sent them all to reincarnation hell. I am currently dealing with reform issues. There are many loopholes in the previous policies and laws. I plan to revise them one by one. Master, would you like to take a look? No, you can handle it yourself. This is your country, Lin Jian said indifferently. Then he told Virginia about the blood pool. After finding a core area with Virginia, Lin Jian directly extracted the blood pool and placed it there. He then handed the matter over to Virginia to handle, and left the small world. As soon as he came out, Lin Jian felt that the Blood Queen's aura was changing. The water level in the blood pool dropped faster and faster. When it dropped to almost 1/5, the Blood Queen's body suddenly emitted a dazzling blood-red glow. Finally a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Lin Jian suddenly felt a sense of relief and satisfaction, just like an old father seeing his daughter, who was almost 40, finally get married. He had no idea how many people he had used his resources to push forward, But he had never seen a cub as difficult to raise as the Blood Queen. And as the blood-colored light completely faded. Blood Queen. It should be said that the Blood Queen opened her beautiful eyes. The blood-red color in her eyes became even brighter, like the finest ruby, and her eyes were full of surprise. Master, I made a breakthrough! The Blood Queen was as happy as a child and threw herself into Lin Jiuan's arms. However, due to the size difference, the Blood Queen seemed to be taller after the breakthrough, already more than 2 meters and 4, almost 2 meters and 5, so the final result was that the Blood Queen seemed to be holding Lin Jiuan in her arms. He was embraced in the mountain that was bigger than his head. Lin Jiuan, who was completely unable to breathe, was certain that the other party had indeed grown up. Chapter 346 Entering the Abyss. No sun, no moon. The sky was a gorgeous and terrifying red, with black clouds scattered around. The earth is barren. A door appeared out of nowhere on the barren plain. Lin Jiuan walked out, and what hit him in the face was the almost condensed smell of blood in the air. As the Blood Queen successfully broke through to become the Blood Empress, he pulled Phoenix out again based on the principle of waste utilization, and rewarded her by allowing her to absorb the remaining blood essence. Then he let them all enter the small world, and after leaving the Blood Pool Temple, they went directly into the gate of the abyss. Is this the abyss? Lin Jiuan looked around, then looked at the door that was gradually disappearing behind him, and recalled what Nimue and Isabella had said in his mind. The place you enter is random. If you want to go back, you must go to the core area of the first layer of the abyss, kill the Lord of the Abyss on that layer, and get the gate of the abyss. The Lord of the Abyss? Lin Jiuan had an idea. Divine consciousness spreads. While sensing the aura within a few miles around him, he activated his ability to control the wind. A sudden wind blew across the desolate blood field. With the power of controlling the wind, Lin Jiuan's speed was so fast that it seemed like shrinking the distance into an inch in the eyes of outsiders. While moving as fast as a flash on the plain, he was also feeling whether there was any breath of life around him. Soon, Lin Jiuan sensed more than a dozen breaths of life diagonally in front of him. 2 seconds later, Lin Jiuan saw a group of humanoid creatures heading west. There were both men and women, all with various kinds of horns, tails, and other things, and their skin colors were also different. Is the strongest one the 9th level of the king rank? Sense the strength of this team of abyss creatures. Lin Jiuan flashed and appeared in front of the team the next moment. Angreely and her teammates were chatting when they suddenly saw a man appear in front of them. Human? The group of abyss creatures were all startled, and Angreely was the first to react. Looking at the handsome Lin Jiuan, Angreely's eyes flashed with excitement and greed. The rarer it is, the more valuable it is. Humans, especially handsome young men and women, are hard currency in the abyss. If she could capture the young male human in front of her, and present him to the lord of the town, she would be rich. But Angreely's thoughts were not finished yet, and the next second all her thoughts disappeared instantly. Because... bang! Almost at the same time, there was a sound like an explosion, and the blood plasma burst. A feeling of damp heat spreads throughout the body. Angreely lowered her head in confusion, looking at the bright red blood that had splattered all over the ground around her, as well as the dozen or so companions around her who had suddenly evaporated. Her mind went blank. You. After a while, Angreely finally reacted and looked at Lin Jiuan with great fear. I ask you answer? Lin Jiuan said indifferently. Angreely opened her mouth, and fear like a tide swept through her body, and she couldn't help but tremble. Where are you from? Leoma town. How many people are there in the town, and how strong is the strongest one? Yes, there are probably hundreds of thousands. The most powerful one is Lord Tennyson. Yes, he is at the 2nd level of the imperial rank. What are you going to do? We heard that a succubus was born in the Valdre forest, so we wanted to try our luck. Angreely recovered a little, then fell to her knees on the ground with a plop. Don't kill me. I can be your dog, I'm willing to do anything. Lin Jiuan glanced at her and said without comment. Succubus? Yes, someone. Angreely told everything she knew in one breath. It happened roughly these few days. A demon happened to see a newborn succubus while doing a mission in Vardra forest. However, he failed to catch it and it ran away. Then he mentioned it casually when bragging to others in the tavern after drinking too much, and the whole town was in an uproar. All the hunting teams rushed to the Vajra forest. Even those non-professional hunting teams brought their families to the Vajra forest to try their luck. Are succubi precious? Lin Jian asked curiously. Shouldn't there be a lot of succubi in the abyss? For a moment, and really didn't know how to answer Lin Jian's most basic common-sense question. After thinking for a while, she tried to gather her words and said, Succubus are a high-level race in our abyss, and their number is not large even among the high-level races. And most of the succubi live in the abyss of the 783rd floor, which is the area of the Lord of Succubi. The succubi in other areas are all the exclusive possessions of the bigwigs. Even the offspring they gave birth to would be privately divided up by the bigwigs, given to each other, or kept for their own use. For people like us at the lowest level, succubi are extremely rare. There are only succubi that are born naturally in the abyss. Once you find it, and present it to the big shots, you will be able to rise to the top in one step. Lin Jian couldn't help but feel a toothache. I originally thought that I could form my own succubus army after coming to the abyss. But then he was told here that succubus are a super rare resource, and the only places with a large number of wild succubus have to go to the 700th floor. You know, as the number of layers of the abyss increases, the strength of the abyss creatures and lords inside will also increase accordingly. Let alone more than 700 layers, even if the Blood Moon Queen and Yirun come now, they will be killed in seconds. This is why when the gate to the abyss was discovered, all races immediately tried to find a way to close it. Once the gate of the abyss is completely stabilized, and the creatures of the abyss begin to invade reality on a large scale, it will not be able to be stopped by one, or a few races. Is the news true? Lin Jian asked again. Guaranteed. And Greeley nodded continuously. That guy was captured and his soul was searched. It was confirmed that he saw the succubus in the Vajra forest. Hearing this, Lin Jian felt a little comforted. Although the idea of forming a succubus army cannot be realized for the time being, there is at least a chance to capture a newborn succubus. As long as there is enough time, even if he doesn't go to the 700th floor to find the succubus queen, he can work together with the little succubus to form a succubus army, right? Where? I'll lead the way for you, Ingrelli asked cautiously. Lin Jian's tone turned cold. Direction. Just keep going straight ahead. Ingrelli said in panic. Please give me a chance to be loyal to you, and I will be obedient. Lin Jian ignored the other party. This woman's appearance is about 70 points, which is above average among women. She can be considered a beauty at the level of the class flower, and she has a good figure. If it were before he traveled through time, Lin Jian might have been interested in developing a relationship with her. But now, this woman is not even as good as the ugliest among the tens of millions of women of all races in his small world. He even despises me even if I'm treated like a dog. So Lin Jian just left a trace of his aura on her to prevent himself from being deceived by her, and not being able to find anyone to kill. Then he activated Yufeng, and left in the direction the other party pointed. Chapter 347 The Little Succubus in the Forest. In the forest. A little girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old was curled up under the rocks. The huge rock blocked her body from the darkness. The girl was extremely beautiful, with a delicate figure like a piece of jade. She had a pair of tiny horns on her long white hair and a pair of small black and red fleshy wings on her back. The most eye-catching thing was that she had a small tail with a heart-shaped pattern on the end. She was obviously a succubus. Now, her red eyes were full of fear and tears flowed silently from them. No, no. Listening to the footsteps and voices that seemed to be coming from afar. The little succubus huddled even tighter. He covered his mouth tightly, not allowing himself to make any sound. As the footsteps and voices came closer, the fear in the little succubus's eyes deepened, her petite body trembled more violently, and she covered her mouth hard to prevent herself from whimpering in fear. Damn it, I just saw that guy running towards this side. Definitely around here. Brothers, spread out and search. Keep alert. That's a succubus. We'll be rich if we find it. The footsteps spread out. The little succubus clearly heard several footsteps getting closer. Goddess, please don't find me. Unfortunately, things went against her wishes. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. The little succubus could even hear the sound of the grass being pushed aside approaching, and her heart was beating faster and faster. Until it's within reach. The little succubus couldn't hold on any longer, and waved her hand to send a cloud of pink smoke toward the source of the sound. Then she screamed and ran away in another direction. "She's here!" A surprised voice sounded behind me. "Catch her quickly, don't let anyone else find her." "Don't catch me! Don't catch me! I didn't do anything bad!" The little succubus ran forward desperately, and suddenly her eyes blurred. The next second, the little succubus felt that she had bumped into someone. The inertia of running made her crash straight into the other person. She had no time to react and fell backwards due to the recoil. Then a big hand pressed down on her shoulder, suppressing all her struggles with just the right amount of force. "It's over." The little succubus' mind went blank and her eyes were filled with despair. "Got caught." "Are you the succubus?" Lin Jian looked at the other party with interest. She looks to be only 6 or 7 years old, but she is very cute, with a delicate and pretty face, and you can tell at first glance that she is a beauty. The little succubus looked up at the person who had captured her in fear. I'm not a succubus, can you let me go?" "Why did you let me go?" The little succubus was about to cry. I have never hurt anyone. I have always lived in the forest. I have never hurt anyone since I was born. I have never done anything bad." "Human? Whoever you are, let her go and get out of here. We can pretend you were never here." At this time, the hunting team that discovered the little succubus also arrived and surrounded Lin Jian in a circle. "Aren't they in the same group?" Upon hearing this, the little succubus looked up at the abyss demons that surrounded her, with greedy eyes and ferocious looks, as if they could swallow her in one bite. Then she looked at the handsome, young Lin Jian. The little succubus, who had just been crying and begging Lin Jian to let her go, immediately did the exact opposite of what she had done before. She shrank into Lin Jian's arms, her little hands tightly grasping the corner of Lin Jian's clothes. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I'll go with you. Don't hand me over to them, okay? Then you have to listen to me from now on, okay?" Lin Jian touched the little succubus's soft white hair. The little succubus, who had been hiding from place to place since birth, felt the feeling of being treated gently for the first time. Her fair little face suddenly turned red. She was stunned for a while before she reacted and kept nodding her head, tightly grasping the corner of Lin Jian's clothes. "Yes, I will be obedient. Don't leave me. Court death. Let's go together and kill him." A hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the captain of the hunting team. He roared and rushed forward with an axe in his hand. At once, the abyss demons from all directions rushed towards Lin Jian, frightening the little succubus so much that she shrank even closer to Lin Jian's body, and her 2 little hands changed to hugging his thighs. "Call." The little succubus only felt a gust of wind blowing past for no reason. The world suddenly became quiet. There was no noise, no shouting, no sound of fierce fighting, only the rustling sound of the forest brought by the wind. The little succubus bravely opened her eyes and saw a scene that she would never forget. All the abyss demons, those that rushed up, were all frozen in place as if they were fixed in place. "Call." Another gust of breeze blew by, and their bodies visibly turned into dust and dissipated. "Why did you do this?" The little succubus looked up at Lin Jian with her mouth slightly open in shock. "So awesome." Lin Jian just squatted down and looked at the little succubus closely. It is indeed a species on par with angels. Although she is very young, this little succubus's appearance alone gives people a sense of stunningness that is no less than those of the elven saints. It makes people certain that she will grow up to be a beauty who is no less beautiful than Nevu, Nina and others, and may even be comparable to Nimue. The natural purity and the charm of her race are a mixture that attracts men all the time. "My name is Lin Jian, what's your name?" The little succubus kept looking at Lin Jian's profile, and it took her a while to recover from the shock of the other party's powerful strength. "My lord, my name is Lilith." After answering, Lilith looked at Lin Jian anxiously. Master Lin Jian, will you sell me?" "Why would I sell you?" "Because everyone is like this." Lilith had a pitiful look on her face, tears streaming down her eyes, and she sobbed. "Everyone wants to catch Lilith and bully Lilith, but Lilith has obviously not done anything bad. Lilith has always lived in the forest and has not hurt anyone. How can a succubus like you act so pitiful and pure? Looking at the wailing Lilith, Lin Jian felt that his heart, which was already cold and cruel enough and thought he would not be shaken by a new woman, softened a little. Don't worry, I won't sell you out. Really? Lin Jian did not continue to comfort Lilith. He stood up and held her little hand with his left hand. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Lilith wiped the tears from her little face and followed Lin Jian step by step out of the forest. Chapter 348, Angreely's Betrayal. Town of Rama. Two people, one big and one small, wearing black cloaks and with faces and bodies invisible, were walking on the street. The bigger one is about 1.80 meters tall, while the smaller one just reaches the bigger one's waist. Although it was big, it seemed a little small among the surrounding demons that were 1.8, 1.9, or even 2 meters tall. However, the fresh demon blood with a powerful aura stained on the opponent's black cloak made the surrounding demons dare not approach or provoke it. The pair of men in black were Lin Jian and the little succubus Lilith. After catching Lilith, Lin Jian took her to the nearest town. In order to prevent the people here from being simple and honest, Lin Jian killed 2 blind demons when he reached the entrance and took their wallets. I found a hotel with Lilith and just arrived at the front desk to book a room. My lord, is that you? Lin Jian turned his head and saw Angreely jogging towards him. It is you indeed. Angreely looked surprised and said, I saw someone who looked like you on the road just now, but I didn't dare to confirm it. Is there something wrong? Lin Jian asked without comment. Are you going to stay at the hotel? I'll pay for you. Angreely enthusiastically paid for the room for Lin Jian. Is this your first time in Rama? How about I show you around? It's getting late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay, then what would you like to eat? I'm just about to go to the tavern and I can bring it to you later. Need not. After being rejected, Angreely still enthusiastically recommended several nearby hotels to visit before leaving with many thanks. Then, Lin Jian took Lilith upstairs. As they were going upstairs, Lilith suddenly asked, Sir, are you familiar with her? I killed all her team members and heard the news about you from her. Lilith was silent for a long while. Suddenly he whispered, Sir, I think she may have discovered me. After leaving the hotel, Angreely headed towards the tavern. After entering the tavern, she sat for a while and then left directly from the back door of the tavern. After making many turns, she finally came to the center of the town, next to Lord Tennyson's castle, until she was stopped by 2 demon guards. I have something to report to the Lord. About the succubus. I found traces of the succubus. The 2 demon guards' nonchalant expressions suddenly froze, and they looked at each other with deep greed in their eyes. Where is the succubus? Tell us and we will tell the Lord. I have to meet the Lord first before I can tell you. Angreely bit her tongue and shouted. At worst, let the succubus escape. We'll see whether the Lord will blame you or me. Anyway, I'll be dead by then. The expressions of the 2 demon guards suddenly turned ugly. They originally wanted to find out the whereabouts of the succubus from the other party, and then get rid of the other party. Whether the 2 of them found an opportunity to capture the succubus and present it to the Lord, or pass the news to the Lord, it would definitely be a great achievement. But the woman in front of them was obviously not easy to fool. She looked like she would not tell anyone unless she saw the Lord, and she was also shouting and yelling, making it difficult for the 2 of them to silence her. You stay here and watch over her. I will go and report to the Lord. After a while, the demon guard came out, accompanied by an old man in butler's clothes. You know the whereabouts of the succubus? When she was swept by that gaze, Angreely felt a chill all over her body. He immediately said respectfully, Yes, sir. I met a strong human in the wild before. He killed all my teammates, and then asked me about the whereabouts of the succubus. Not long ago, I met him again and a very short figure appeared beside him. It was definitely a succubus. Human? The old butler's eyes flickered, and he nodded and said, Come in, follow me to see the Lord. Tell the Lord the truth. If it is true, you will be rewarded with a great achievement. Thank you, sir. Angreely looked excited. Followed the old butler all the way into the castle. As soon as she reached the door of the study, Angreely smelled a pungent smell of blood. Restraining her uneasiness, Angreely continued to follow the old butler, and saw a sturdy, ugly-looking man holding the body of a tall female warrior, his mouth buried in her neck, sucking heavily. The female warrior demon's face was filled with despair, her body twitched weakly, and the light in her eyes faded. Blood Devil, Tennyson. Different from the noble, elegant, and handsome vampires. Blood demons are products of the abyss, and are even more evil and dark. They are usually tall and ugly, and are very thirsty for blood. They cannot suppress their body's desire for blood. Once they drink blood, they will suck the target to death, and often fall into a state of bloodthirst. After sucking the female warrior into a dried corpse, Tennyson threw the corpse aside. He wiped the corner of his mouth and gave Angreely a sinister smile. "That's what you said about finding the trace of the succubus." "Yes, my lord." Angreely did not dare to hesitate, and told Tennyson exactly what had just happened. "I'm sure that the little guy next to him is definitely a succubus." Succubus? Tennyson didn't care too much about Lin Jian, the human being. The endless abyss is connected to many planes. Every once in a while, various creatures from other worlds, such as humans, dwarves, elves, etc., will appear and mistakenly enter the gate of the abyss and come to the abyss. Tennyson showed an excited grin on his face. "The abyss really favors me." As the bottom of the endless abyss. Those high-ranking succubi are too lazy to even suck the low-level abyss creatures like them. The succubus lord will never marry his succubus to such a low-level abyss lord with inferior blood. Therefore, succubus are a very, very rare resource here. Even Lord Leacock, I heard, didn't have a succubus wife or slave girl. Once you capture the succubus, present it to Lord Leacock, the Lord of the Abyss. Just thinking about the possible rewards, Tennyson couldn't help but get excited. His bloodthirsty eyes fell on Angreely. He really wanted to drink a lot now. "Master, we still need her to lead the way," said the old butler. "Yes, yes." Tennyson reacted and tried his best to suppress the bloodthirst of his race. "Take me to find that human and that succubus. If it's true, I will help you break through to the imperial level, and the land you are standing on will also belong to you." Hearing this, the fear on Angreely's face was quickly replaced by surprise. "Thank you, Lord." Chapter 349, Killing Tennyson Instantly. "Sir, are we really not going to run away?" In the hotel room. Lilith's little mouth was full, and her bloodshot eyes reflected Lin Jian's figure as she looked up. Don't get me wrong. Lin Jian is not that perverted. It was food that opened Lilith's mouth. After entering the room, Lin Jian took out a bathtub full of hot water from the small world inside his body to wash Lilith's body. Then he prepared a lot of delicious food, changed her into a black princess dress, and had dinner with her. Lilith, who had been living a life of hiding and wandering since she was born, had never eaten such delicious food. She had never eaten hot food. When she was lucky, she would eat fruits, and when she was unlucky, she would drink running water and eat leaves. Therefore, after eating these delicious foods, Lilith completely forgot about other things, and only asked again when she was almost done eating. "Lilith heard that the Lord here is a blood demon, very scary. Is it Lekik terror?" Although Lilith has always lived in the forest, she also knows that Lekik is the master of this abyss. The girl's red eyes sparkled with a strange luster, and she muttered, "Probably not." "Then don't worry about it. Can you still eat it?" "Lilith knows." Lilith looked at the table with some reluctance. There was still a lot of food left. She was already too full to eat anymore, but... "Okay, if you can't eat anymore, don't eat. Follow me and you'll have these delicious foods every day." Lilith's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "You are so kind, my lord!" After cleaning up a bit, Lin Jian turned off the light and leaned against the bed, closing his eyes to rest. While lying down thinking about something, Lin Jian heard a rustling sound. He opened his eyes and saw Lilith tinkering with something. "What are you doing?" Lin Jian frowned and grabbed the restless little hand. "My lord, would you like Lilith to serve you?" Lilith's sparkling red eyes are particularly beautiful in the dark night. There was an alluring blush on that pure and sweet face. He added, "Lilith is very clean. My lord, you are Lilith's first man." Then, Lilith whispered pitifully, Can it be the last one? The corners of Lin Jian's mouth twitched slightly. He found that he, a pure big-breasted, perky but long-legged queen control, was actually seduced by this little succubus and got angry. He suppressed his anger and threw her off his body, saying unhappily, "Let's talk about this when you grow up. I'm not interested in little girls." Profound? Lilith opened her red eyes, looked at Lin Jian's profile, and blinked. Then her eyes lit up and she took the initiative to move closer and hugged Lin Jian's waist. "My lord, you are so kind to Lilith." Lin Jian ignored her. He was afraid that if he said a few more words to her, he would commit a crime. If he didn't have something to do later, he would have wanted to go to the small world to relieve his heat. Fortunately, Lilith didn't do anything afterwards. She snuggled up to him obediently, as if she was asleep, but Lin Jian knew that she was not asleep. And then a while passed. Suddenly there were noisy footsteps outside. Lin Jian felt that Lilith's body had obviously tensed up a little, and she was holding his little hands tighter, and her body was even shaking with anxiety. "Here I come." Lin Jian got up and got out of bed, and Lilith hid behind him obediently. Two small hands grabbed Lin Jian's big hands. Activating the law of earth, the next moment Lin Jian took Lilith out of the room and came to the street. At this moment, there were many demon soldiers standing on the street. They were startled when they saw the man and the succubus suddenly appear, but then they noticed Lilith's iconic demon tail. "She's here!" The demon soldiers who were nearby roared and rushed towards Lin Jian and Lilith. Boom! The walls of the inn collapsed suddenly, and the strong wind of the wild hunt swept the demon soldiers away. The air was filled with smoke and dust. The blood demon Tennyson walked out of the inn, followed by Enderly and the old butler. Okay, it really is a succubus." Tennyson's gaze fell on Lilith, and surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Then comes greed and desire. Looking at the petite and cute Lilith, who was hiding behind Lin Jian with her tail swaying and looking particularly pitiful, Tennyson suddenly felt that it was not worth mentioning to offer her to the big guys in exchange for strength and resources. He wanted to possess this. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Jian suddenly let go of Lilith's little hand. The next moment, he appeared in front of Tennyson and punched him. There was no reaction at all, not even the desire and greed in his eyes changed in the slightest, and his fist smashed directly into Tennyson's body. Everything happened in a flash. When everyone reacted, they saw that Tennyson's body had disappeared, and there was only a blood mist that was blown up by the powerful force. Dead silence. Lilith opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared at Lin Jian's back without blinking, her red eyes full of surprise. She had guessed that the human who had captured her was very powerful, and that Tennyson might not be his match, but she had not expected that the other party was so powerful and killed Tennyson instantly. The more powerful Lin Jian is, doesn't it mean that I only need to serve him well in the future, without having to worry about being caught and played with by strong men like those succubi who have no backing and only beauty? And how happy Lilith was, how scared and desperate Engreli was. Quite smart, isn't it? Lin Jian looked at Engreli with a smile. Aye. Engreli stepped back in fear, then suddenly turned around and ran into the crowd. But just as she took a step, a beam of blood pierced her body from behind. Plop! Engreli's body was split in two from the waist, and her cries of despair and pain filled the streets late at night. The opponent's howls were like a bell that awakened everyone. In an instant, all the demon soldiers reacted and fled in all directions in fear. Lin Jian was too lazy to care about these soldiers. When he was about to go back and take Lilith away, the corner of his clothes was pulled. When he looked down, he saw Lilith tilting her head back, her hands pulling at the corner of his clothes and looking at him eagerly, her beautiful bright red eyes filled with desire. Brother, Lilith is hungry. When did I become your brother? Lin Jian was stunned, but hearing such a cute and sweet voiced succubus calling him brother felt good, so he didn't worry about what to address her. Instead, he asked, Hungry? Didn't you just finish your meal? It's not that hungry. Lilith wants to eat essence. Essence? Lin Jian's expression became a little strange. It's not the spirit that brother is thinking of. Yes, brother, can you catch one for Lilith? Lilith can be covered by brother. Chapter 350 Adult Female Succubus. Lin Jiuan frowned slightly when he heard this, but looked at Lilith's eager eyes. He still raised his hand and activated the 5 elements and 5 methods. The dry protrusions under his feet turned into a stone hand, which grabbed a demon soldier who was fleeing in panic and threw him to Lin Jiuan's feet. Then the mud wrapped around his limbs and back, trapping him in the mud. Eat it. Thank you, brother. Lilith's beautiful eyes curved into crescents, and she excitedly ran to the demon soldier and opened her hands towards his head. The pink mist spread out and enveloped the body of the demon soldier. Suddenly, Lin Jiuan felt a strange force pulling him, as if it was sucking the vitality of the demon soldiers. But just at the beginning, the demon soldier let out a sharp scream, and the pink mist exploded instantly. Lilith took a few steps back with a pale face, sat down on the ground, and then looked at Lin Jiuan pitifully, her red eyes filled with tears of grievance. Brother, he won't let Lilith suck. Lin Jiuan didn't waste any words and first activated the law of earth towards the demon soldiers. Countless tiny earth spikes pierced into the bodies of the demon soldiers. Then came the law of blood, which urged the blood in his body to boil, causing it to heat up and continuously transform into spikes, attacking the internal organs of the demon soldiers. Ah! The miserable wails replaced the demon soldiers' pleas for mercy. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Jiuan stopped and looked coldly at the pale and desperate demon soldier. Choose how you want to die. I won't resist. I won't resist anymore. Go ahead and suck it. Only then did Lilith courageously approach the demon soldier, and once again mobilize that strange power. This time, the demon soldiers did not resist. As time passed, Lin Jiuan could clearly feel that the pink mist was constantly absorbing the vitality of the demon soldiers, turning into the purest energy and pouring into Lilith's body. The demon soldiers' expressions also changed from fear at the beginning to confusion later, as if several strong men were constantly satisfying her, until she turned into a mummy. And the aura of Lilith continued to grow stronger. Her skin became whiter, her tail grew longer, her ruby eyes became more alluring, and even the aura of a succubus became stronger. His height has also increased significantly, from 6 or 7 years old to almost 10 years old. Woo, so delicious! Lilith threw herself into Lin Jiuan's arms with satisfaction, her little tail wagging happily. Brother is so nice. Lilith likes brother so much. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiuan's expression completely relaxed. He was quite worried that Lilith was going to absorb that essence. That's why he deliberately picked a female demon soldier for Lilith, if she could only suck men and do it the way he wanted. He could still be satisfied with Lilith, a little succubus, but his plan to form a succubus army in the future was completely ruined. In fact, the number of succubi had increased so much that Lin Jiuan felt that he would never be able to let the succubi out of the small world. Hee, brother, are you worried about Lilith? Lilith seemed to realize what Lin Jiuan was thinking. She tilted her head back and wagged her tail, saying, Don't worry, brother. Lilith belongs to you. Lin Jiuan rubbed Lilith's head. Do you still want to eat? Lilith opened her beautiful eyes wide. Brother can't wait to eat Lilith? Forget about eating. Go back and rest. Although Lilith can still eat, if my brother is tired, Lilith won't eat. Well, I'm so full. Lilith is so sleepy, brother. As I finished the 5th one. Lilith whimpered, staggered into Lin Jiuan's arms, and closed her eyes feeling his warm embrace. Seeing Lilith falling asleep instantly, Lin Jiuan picked her up. Lilith has now grown to the appearance of about 11 or 12 years old, and as she falls asleep, there seems to be a kind of energy flowing in her body. Lin Jiuan knows that this is her attempt to break through to the king level. Succubus is so nice. Lin Jiuan suddenly felt a little envious of her. Look at Lilith, she can break through just by eating, and eating. In a short while, he broke through from a weakling to the king level. And he still had to keep creating things. Although the process of their becoming stronger partially overlapped, she could absorb essence and become stronger by doing that kind of thing, but he had to wait and see whether the other party's stomach would be able to compete and what kind of reward the Lord of Life would give. However, Lin Jiuan also knew that Lilith's rapid growth was mainly due to his efforts. A little succubus who hadn't even reached the king level was fed to several demons in the middle and late king levels. When she... Hee, look what they found! Sudden. An extremely charming young woman's voice sounded. Lin Jian looked towards the source of the voice and saw a female succubus wearing sexy black armor that exposed her waist, abdomen, collarbone and thighs, with a heart-shaped tail swaying behind her. She was standing not far away and looking at him with a smile. An adult female succubus? Lin Jian looked suspiciously at the female succubus in front of him who was emitting a powerful aura. Didn't they say there were no succubi on the first level of the abyss? Where did this succubus come from and… Feeling the other party's undisguised aura of imperial perfection, Lin Jian was even more confused. With such strength and being a high-level race in the abyss, how could the Lord of the Abyss on this first layer of the abyss be that likic? You know, although succubi are famous for their beauty, as a superior race their fighting power is not weak at all. It's just that they don't need to fight most of the time. Human brother. The female succubus tapped her red lips with her fingers, looked at Lin Jian with seductive eyes, and said in a tender voice, "Can you give the little one in your arms to me? You want her?" Lin Jian looked at Lilith in his arms. Yeah. The succubus looked at Lin Jian seductively. It looked like she was not asking for Lilith at all, but more like asking for Lin Jian. As long as the human little brother gives her to me, the little brother can do whatever he wants to her. The succubus deliberately emphasized the word, little, and licked the corner of her lips with her tongue. That seductive posture, coupled with the inherent charm of the succubus itself, made Lin Jian feel namelessly angry. Well, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? As for people, I don't want to give them to you, but as for you, I want them too. Lin Jian said as he transferred Lilith to his own little world, looking at the feverish female succubus with a half-smile. I wonder what you think. The female succubus was startled, then she started to giggle. My dear brother, you are so greedy. However, that depends on you. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously, and she asked in a delicate voice, Do you have that ability? Chapter 351 Lin Jian vs. Succubus. The moment the words fell. This was due to the fact that he had been walking towards Lin Jian in a cat-like manner while talking before. The succubus crossed the short distance almost instantly, and came in front of Lin Jian. She raised her snow-white, slender legs that were at least 1 meter long and swept straight towards Lin Jian's chest with a strong sound of breaking through the air. Not bad. With the help of the third level of the wild blood body refining technique, Lin Jian grabbed the succubus's calf without even activating the 5 elements and 5 methods. The succubus used the fulcrum that Lin Jian was holding as a force, stepped on the ground with her left leg, and the whole person floated slightly in the air. She used her other leg to hit Lin Jian's head with a whip kick, and then pulled her right leg out of Lin Jian's hand. She clamped Lin Jian's head with her 2 snow-white beautiful legs and twisted it hard. Lin Jian did not move at all. Who are you? The succubus's face changed. She had just sensed the other party's aura very clearly, and it was only at the 9th level of the imperial rank. Logically speaking, although succubi are not as physically strong as most abyss demons, they are still much stronger than most non-abyss races, not to mention the weak humans who are capable of all 6 things but cannot do anything. Her realm is even higher than that of the others. I don't know who I am, but… Lin Jian looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him with interest. Are you seducing? How long? Lin Jian remembered that the last person who encountered him in hand-to-hand combat was that fool from the Gladstone family. Since then, he has not encountered anyone who has engaged in close combat with him for 2 years. The people in the abyss are so simple and honest. The succubus sneered, and a heart-shaped pattern suddenly appeared in her beautiful red eyes. Pink mist enveloped Lin Jian's body. Next second, Lin Jian felt the world spinning before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again he found himself in a palace. In the palace, countless enchanting and sexy succubi, who were countless times more beautiful than the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, Nimue, were draped in gauze and posing in front of him. Break the delusion. Lin Jian's eyes shone brightly, and the illusion before him was instantly shattered. What? The succubus's face changed drastically before she could take the next step. The backlash of the magic caused her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Her face turned visibly pale, her breath became weak, and she fell to the ground powerlessly. Who are you? I think it's time for you to think about yourself. Lin Jian had an evil smile on his face like a villain and picked up the female succubus. He carried her directly to the hotel nearby. The magic power shook, and Christine's armor shattered. "What are you going to do?" The succubus' expression changed drastically, and she screamed. "My lord will not let you go!" "TSK, a succubus is made to act like a chaste and heroic woman." Lin Jian laughed, and then ignored the succubus's screams and started the second round of battle. However, a succubus's eyes showed a scornful and mocking smile. "How dare you touch a succubus? What a stupid man. She might not be this man's match in a fight, but on this battlefield? Even though she is still a novice, even so, 100 men would not be her match. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Nightmare Bloodline, Imperial Rank. Reward 2, Ghost Flower, Red Quality. Reward 3, 10,000 Bone Soul Bracelet, Legendary Equipment. Nightmare. A race that is similar to and opposite to the succubus. The succubus race consists of only females, and incubi are the male equivalent of succubi. Compared with the art of charm, Nightmare is better at illusion. The ghost flower can attract nearby souls and condense ghost dew by preying on lonely souls. After taking the ghost dew, the strength of the soul can be increased. The 10,000 Bone Soul Bracelet is an equipment that can shield some mental attacks and enhance mental strength. I choose Nightmare Bloodline. The thought fell, and as his blood completely merged, Lin Jian raised his eyebrows as he felt the changes in his body. Is the bloodline grade so high? The Nightmare Bloodline given by the Lord of Life this time is just one step away from breaking through to the Holy Bloodline. Although this line is also very different, but now, this newly acquired Nightmare Bloodline is actually the highest quality among all his bloodlines. Similarly, the acquisition of the Nightmare Bloodline also allowed his strength to break through to the Imperial level. And his mental strength increased several times. Good. Lin Jian withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, and heard the murmuring voice of the girl named Christine next to him. No way. This is impossible. It's not true. It's not true. Lin Jian turned his head and looked over. Just see it. Christine was lying on the bed, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. Her beautiful, rosy face, which was full of fatigue and satisfaction, was filled with despair and humiliation. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Nothing is impossible. Lin Jian patted her leg gently and comforted her. It would have been better if she didn't say anything. When she heard Lin Jian's voice, Christine turned her head and looked at him numbly. Then, tears of humiliation flowed from his eyes. It was normal for those weaker succubi to be defeated. But it's obvious that this is just a human being, and a human whose realm is not as high as hers. I'm sorry, goddess. I embarrassed the succubus. I am not worthy of being a succubus. Originally, Christine thought that she could easily control Lin Jian with her eyes closed in this aspect, but when she started to fight with real swords and guns, Christine found out. Not only was he no match for this human in a fight, he was no match for him in even a fight. What on earth did you do to me? Christine sobbed in despair. What despicable means did you use? You still have to play tricks on this kind of thing? Are you a man or not? Although she was an enemy, Lin Jian still touched her head comfortingly, considering that she was a newcomer. Don't cry. Among the countless women I've experienced, you can be considered the strongest. Lin Jian said sincerely. Christine truly lives up to the name of a succubus. The opponent was the first woman who almost made him lose since he became much stronger than humans. However, in the end, he won the battle with his strong willpower, physical fitness, and skilled techniques. Chapter 352 Christine's Collapse. In other words, if Christine wasn't a newbie and a bit dumb, I'm afraid he is about to suffer his first defeat. But it is different now. Lin Jian, who has obtained the Nightmare Bloodline, only feels that his already strong strength has been strengthened again. Even if another Christine comes, Lin Jian is confident that he can defeat her. Christine collapsed even more after hearing this. She doesn't want this strongest one. I'm sorry, goddess. I'm the shame of the succubus. I, Christine, am the shame of the succubus. Woohoo! Stop crying, tell me, what's your name? Don't you already know that? Christine looked at Lin Jian with hatred. The fact that she had told the other party's name to beg for mercy when she was defeated was the shame of her life. She would never succumb to this devil a second time. It seems obedience is not enough. The hatred on Christine's face instantly turned into fear and panic. No! You beast! You are not a human! You are a devil! Lord Succubus, please save me, save your most devout believer, woo. May I have your name? Lin Jian sat lazily on the sofa, looking at Christine who was lying on the ground. Christine stared at the ceiling with dull eyes, saying nothing. Seeing this, Lin Jian bent down and extended his hand towards Christine. As soon as the hand touched her feet, Christine jumped up like a frightened rabbit, curled up her body and crawled to the corner of the room. No, let me go, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Now I ask and you answer, understand? Christine, curled up in the corner of the room, looked at Lin Jian in fear, tears silently falling from her eyes, and nodded with sobs. Woohoo, goddess, humans are so scary. I want to go home. Christine, my name is Christine. Christine sobbed in shame. Why do you want Lilith? Christine looked at Lin Jian. You can choose to lie. Lin Jian looked at her with a smile. Christine shuddered, and a look of fear from the memories appeared in her eyes. Lie. When Lin Jian suppressed her before, she also tried to lie many times, but the other party seemed to be able to see through her lies every time, and each time she was punished more horribly. However, when she tested whether the other party was deliberately humiliating her by telling the truth on unimportant issues, the other party would give her a small reward. Christine didn't dare to lie anymore and could only sob. My lord told me to protect Lilith. She is special. Special? She has continuously absorbed the lives of 5 creatures whose strength is higher than hers by 1 major realm. This is impossible for an ordinary succubus. Christine cried, apologized in her heart, and explained with sobs. I'm sorry, Lord Succubus, I really can't hold on any longer. This man is a devil. Why? Like eating, if you have eaten enough, you need to digest it slowly, but overeating is bad for your body. I am considered to have better aptitude in my clan, but when I was at the same level as her, the amount I could eat at one time was not even 1/10 of hers. Lin Jian said, Christine's explanation was more in line with his understanding. Lilith, who was not even at the king level, had a big stomach that drained 5 demon soldiers of the middle king level. He was really shocked at the time, and wondered if all succubi were hungry fairies. But if Lilith was special, then he could accept it. Just like the Blood Queen, as long as there is enough blood essence and high-level blood, she can be fed. Creatures like vampires and blood demons, even if they have drunk enough blood, have to digest it slowly. Why? Christine was obviously hesitant again, and Lin Jian didn't waste any time and just stretched out his hand. Christine felt her body moving uncontrollably towards him. No, I'll tell you everything. Christine let out a terrified scream that was worthy of being called the shame of a succubus. Lin Jian grabbed Christine's ankle and did not go any further. My lord did not tell me the reason, but only asked me to protect her and help her grow. As if sensing Lin Jian's dissatisfaction with her answer, Christine said hastily, I don't know the details, but I speculate that the birth of our abyss creatures can be roughly divided into 2 types. One is similar to you humans, conceived by both parents. The other type is born naturally in the abyss. They are born in the random layers, and their strengths and qualifications are also different. The weak ones are like the low-level creatures with inferior bloodlines in the first layer, while the strong ones, the masters of the abyss in many layers, are born this way. I suspect that Lilith's potential may reach the level of a mid-level abyss lord, otherwise my lord would not have sent me to protect her. Why? Lin Jian repeated again. Because, in the countless years in the past, even if there were some succubi born in the abyss with good qualifications, as long as they were not born on the same layer as my lord would not care about them and would let them fend for themselves. So it seems I'm lucky? Christine nodded, unable to hold back her sobs again. Lin Jian leaned over and hugged her. No, I told you everything, you can't do this to me. Christine was shaking all over, sobbing in fear. You can't, I'll die. I don't want it anymore, please let me go, woo. Christine, you are truly a disgrace to the succubus. Wow, I'm sorry, I'm a disgrace to the succubus. I'm a disgrace to the succubus, please let me go. Looking at Christine, who was crying with tears in her eyes, Lin Juan found it a little funny. He didn't do anything, but just held Christine in his arms, patted her back gently and comforted her. Okay, it's just that the ground is cold. As long as you are obedient, I won't bully you anymore. Christine was still crying, but as time went by, seeing that Lin Juan really didn't bully her anymore and just comforted her gently, Christine's body trembling was obviously much less and her crying became weaker. Now tell me, who is your master? Christine hesitated for a moment, feeling the blood oath that bound her. She was not worried about this restraint. As long as she returned to the Lord God, the other party would definitely be able to remove it, but now she had no way to go back. Even if that being forgives her betrayal. But the problem is that for a long time, she had no way to return to the place where she was born and grew up. Chapter 353, Complete Submission? Christine's Thoughts. Under the rules of the 10,000 races trial field and the joint suppression of those in higher positions. Even though the being she believed in was also very powerful, it was only because she sensed the birth of Lilith that she spent a very, very high price and joined forces with the Abyss Lords of other high-level abysses to teleport her subordinate, whose strength was within the limits of the current rules, to the first level of the Abyss. On the surface, it is to protect the outpost, at the bottom of the Abyss, but privately it is to protect Lilith. And in this case, she can't go back at all. Even someone as powerful as that being doesn't have the ability to bring her back. That's why she was asked to protect Lilith and let her grow up well, instead of finding her, and then going back. So, thinking of this, Christine, who was still sobbing with her head buried in Lin Juan's arms, became more active. Although Christine was very confident in her strength, talent and bloodline, the succubus had never been an arrogant creature other than that aspect. On combat capability. Succubi may be able to suppress lower-level races or those with inferior bloodlines, but when faced with higher-level races of equal status, they are usually the ones being bullied. Therefore, Christine did not have complete confidence that she could protect Lilith in front of the geniuses of all races. But now, perhaps she could rely on the hands of Lin Juan, a powerful human, to protect Lilith? When the world's rules are gradually eliminated and the master can influence reality, it won't be too late to teach this man who humiliated his succubus dignity a lesson? Succubus Lord. My master is the ruler of the 783rd level of the Abyss, the Lord of Succubi. As she spoke, Christine raised her little face, and her beautiful eyes filled with tears looked at him pitifully and sincerely. I will be good and obedient, please stop bullying me. Lin Juan did not comment and asked, Do you know Leacock? Who is Leacock? Christine looked confused. The lord of this layer of the Abyss. Oh. Christine showed a hint of disinterest on her face when she heard that, but then she thought of her tragic experience just now, and immediately corrected her attitude and said, I don't know. There is no need for us to remember such a low-level Abyss Lord. The Lord of the Abyss is not necessarily powerful. As the number of layers increases, the environment becomes more suitable for the survival of abyssal creatures, and the breath of the Abyss becomes stronger. That is the same for Abyss creatures as spiritual energy is for humans, that is, the higher the level, the faster the Abyss creatures will practice, which leads to a situation similar to that in fantasy novels. The disciples of the sects in Zhongzhou, the place with the richest spiritual energy, can easily kill the elders and masters of the sects in the border areas with poor spiritual energy. He can't beat you. Christine couldn't help but remain silent. I think so. Should? Christine pursed her lips and lowered her head in shame. In a voice as soft as a mosquito, he said, We succubi are not good at fighting. Christine's tone sounded a little aggrieved. If she had not met Lin Juan, she would have been confident that she could rule this level of the Abyss with her noble blood. But after being ruthlessly and easily defeated by Lin Juan, Christine suddenly understood why the Lords of the Abyss and other layers had agreed to the request of their own Lord God and agreed to join forces to send her down. On the one hand, the master in our family is a rare person with good popularity in the abyss where everyone dislikes each other. If they send other demons that are good at fighting to plant, even if they are at the same level, the consumption will increase exponentially, which is not worth the cost and is not acceptable to them. But succubus are different. If she can't fight, she can seduce people with her body. Throughout history, countless so-called heroes have been seduced by succubus and fallen into the abyss. Even if the first layer of the abyss was conquered by a powerful foreign race, she could completely rely on her racial talents as a succubus and her body to control the other party. All right. Lin Jiuan sighed, and that helpless sigh seemed to be lamenting. Why are you so useless? Which made Christine feel even more ashamed. Don't be complacent, human. It's just that this succubus is too young and has no relevant experience. Wait for later. I, Christine, will make you fall at the feet of this succubus, fall into the endless abyss, and become this succubus's dog. Get dressed and follow me. Christine was startled and secretly glanced at Lin Jiuan. She found that he didn't even look at her, and didn't seem to notice her little thoughts. She breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Where are you going? Looking for Leacock. Huh? Wouldn't that be too risky? Christine was shocked. Lin Jiuan. Unable to bear Lin Jiuan's look that seemed to be looking at a weirdo, Christine said shyly. What if you lose? I just became your woman. I don't want to do that with another guy. Although succubus have always had a bad reputation in this regard. As a succubus, Christine never considered herself a chaste and virtuous woman. Compared to killing and suppressing the opponent in battle, and then absorbing the opponent's vitality to become stronger. Succubi, who are not very strong in combat, prefer another method. If you can attach yourself to a strong person, and the other person is willing to let you absorb his essence while you enjoy yourself and become steadily stronger, then there is nothing wrong with offering your body to the other person. It is also normal for the succubus to wait until the other person is no longer useful and kick him away and attach yourself to another stronger person. But after all, she is only over 100 years old. As a little girl among the succubi, Christine had always lived on the 783rd floor with her sisters. She was mentally prepared, but if it really came to that, Christine would still be more or less unwilling. Christine actually wants to take another path that the succubus takes. First, he ambitiously went to fight with strong men, intending to become stronger by using Lilith's method. However, the speed of cultivation in this way is far slower than the former. On the other hand, succubi themselves do not have any strong combat talents. Therefore, apart from the succubus lord who relies on powerful talents and abilities far beyond what the succubus race can possess, only some cautious, talented and good succubi who can endure the loneliness of slow progress can succeed. Most of the succubi who took this path were forced into the succubus musen storyline as they fought, and were forced to take another path in the end. Moreover, the opponent is a guy with very inferior talent and bloodline. She is the type that is too lazy to even suck it because she thinks it is dirty. Lin Jiuan looked at her with amusement, ignored her, and walked out of the room. Master, wait for me. Christine hurriedly put on her clothes and followed quickly, but as soon as she went out, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. A huge and luxurious palace stood before them. Chapter 354. I'm sorry, he gave me too much. Master, what is this? Christine looked in amazement at the huge palace that appeared out of thin air in front of her. Don't you know? Of course I know. Christine was a little angry. She felt that her mage was being looked down upon. But how did this happen? There shouldn't be any storage device that can hold a large flying prop, right? Not to mention. As Lin Jiuan and I walked to the entrance of the Blood Nether Palace, the door of the palace opened automatically. The maids from the Snake Clan and the Blood Clan standing in 2 rows bowed and said in a tender voice, Master, welcome home. So, how could a storage device contain living people? It is even more impossible that the other party has been in the abyss all the time. In the abyss, only abyss creatures and abyss creatures that have fallen and transformed into abyss creatures can survive for a long time. Once other life forms appear and gain a foothold, they will be targeted by the abyss creatures. Besides, not to mention that she had never heard of humans living in the abyss, given her blank knowledge of the abyss, it was impossible for her to live there for a long time. And these snakes and vampires don't seem to be affected by the abyss at all. This is impossible for creatures living in the abyss for a long time. Could it be that? Christine suddenly thought of a possibility, and then was shocked by her own ridiculous idea. How could a human of the Imperial level possibly possess something that even a human of the Saint level would find difficult to possess? Lin Jian did not answer Christine's question. He let her think and put his arms around her slender waist. Against the backdrop of the beautiful maids from the Snake and Blood clans, all of whom scored above 90 points and fully met the requirements of the Lord of Life, Christine looked even more beautiful and enchanting. She naturally nestled in Lin Jian's arms with a charming smile on her lips. "Master, what do you want me to do for you?" Edith came forward. "Let's take off and go find Leacock first." "Yes, master." After giving the instructions, Lin Jian took Christine into the small world. As she walked through a door, Christine found that the world in front of her was suddenly spinning. Looking at the scenery on the holy mountain in front of her, feeling the abundant and comprehensive elements of this world that seemed to be the same as the normal world, the charm in Christine's eyes completely turned into shock. Is this really the world inside? And it's such a huge inner world? Even those in the Holy Realm can't do this, right? Then Christine followed Lin Jian around the holy mountain and was even more shocked when she saw all kinds of precious spiritual plants, spiritual fruits and buildings. If it weren't for the humble, respectful and fanatical expressions of the women passing by towards Lin Jian, and if it weren't for the fact that most of the women who passed by called him Master and Saint Lord, and the fact that most of them were only at the king level or early emperor level, she would never have thought that this was what Lin Jian could possess. The foundation of this resource. I'm afraid only the top saints can possess it? And now Lin Jian, a human who is not even half a step into the saint realm, is... What's wrong? When Christine came to her senses, she found that she and Lin Jian had come to a room and were sitting on the sofa together. He couldn't help but look at Lin Jian, who had a calm expression, with a complicated feeling. How did you do that? Lin Jian asked doubtfully. Christine was about to continue asking, but Lin Jian turned around and nodded to the maid at the door. The next moment, the door was pushed open. One after another, beautiful elf maids came in holding trays filled with precious spiritual fruits, spiritual liquids, and various props for the use of the Imperial-level great perfectionists, and placed them on the table in front of Lin Jian and Christine. Looking at this, Christine held her breath. She suddenly had a premonition. Master, these? Christine's tone suddenly became much more flattering than before, and she looked at him ingratiatingly. All yours. Really? Christine's eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. Just some small stuff. Looking at the uncontrollable surprise on Christine's face, Lin Jian smiled and said, As long as you are obedient, you can have as much as you want in the future. Yvette on the side also had a smile on her face. This is the master's usual method. Whenever a woman that the master values comes in, the master will bring her here and give her a bunch of goodies first. This is the case with Phoenix, Virginia, Evelina, and Alyssa. Although it was simple, Yvette had to admit that it was very effective, and she supported her master in doing so. Anyone who is hit in the face with so many good things will lose their mind to some extent. Master, you are so kind! Christine cheered and threw herself into Lin Jian's arms. After having these things, she can completely stabilize the unstable foundation that has been rapidly improved, and can also go further. Feeling the state of the breath in her body, Christine was stunned. Originally, her strength was only up to the 5th level of the Imperial rank. Before coming here, she entered the holy pool to improve. Although her strength had been raised to the great perfection of the Imperial rank, her foundation was somewhat weak. But after checking now, Christine found that her foundation had become very solid. But since I left the holy pond, the only thing I could consider practicing was the time with Lin Jian. Christine suddenly realized something, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Jian without blinking, her breathing becoming rapid. Although she didn't understand why this man was at the same level as her, but the help he gave her seemed to be much higher than hers, but Christine knew that this man was definitely a treasure. Yes. How could she be so stupid? When the trial field of 10,000 races was opened, it was impossible for non-participating races to enter the abyss. The newborn race of this trial was the human race, and the person in front of him was also a human, but he had already exceeded the limit of the middle-level emperor level in the trial field of 10,000 races. Even reached the abyss. Obviously, the other party is obviously the protagonist of the human race this time. Thinking of this, a sense of surprise far greater than the stabilization of her realm by absorbing essence and the huge resources generously given by the other party that she had never dared to dream of swept over Christine's body, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Juan became so charming that it could pull out silk threads. Participating in the 10,000 races trial field, especially those naturally weak races, can improve their realm much faster than normal. It is estimated that it took the humans in front of us less than 10 years to reach their current realm. In other words, as long as he could get close to this human being in front of him, he would not have to worry about food and drink in the future, whether it was the half-step saint realm or the saint realm. He might even be able to reach the emperor realm. Owner. Christine stretched out her little hand and touched Lin Juan's face, murmuring, "It was Christine who was wrong before. It was Christine's fault. As punishment for Christine. From now on, Master, don't treat Christine as a human being." "I'm sorry, Master Succubus. This human has given so much." Chapter 355 Bloodline, Speed of Promotion. "Can your master sense your current situation? You are Christine's master." Looking at Christine's fawning appearance, Lin Juan found it a little funny, but he had long been accustomed to such contrast. This is equivalent to an ordinary high school girl being imprisoned in a basement by a perverted man, and then she finds that life here is 10,000 times better than her normal living environment. Servants take care of her eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, and she can get as much luxurious food, jewelry and famous brands as she wants, which were unimaginable in the past. The world is bustling with people seeking profit. In the face of absolute interests, so-called faith seems a little ridiculous. If it cannot be shaken, it only means that what is given is not enough. Okay, stop being so joking and get down to business. Seeing this, Christine did not continue to act like a spoiled child, but immediately said, "With the opening of the 10,000 races trial field, the passages between the abysses have been blocked. He cannot sense the situation here. However, I have a way to contact him. Master, what are your plans?" Lin Juan pondered for a moment, then said, "In other words, the first floor of the abyss is absolutely safe now?" "Yes, Master. The trial grounds will not allow things that break the rules to happen." Lin Juan nodded slightly and looked at Yvette. "How is Lilith?" When he was dealing with Christine just now, he threw Lilith, who had eaten and fell asleep, here and handed her to Yvette, and then he has been busy with Christine's affairs. Until now, no one knows where Yvette has arranged Lilith. "Ms. Lilith hasn't woken up yet." As soon as Yvette finished speaking, Christine followed up with, "She ate too much. Although her talent is very high and her digestion speed is much faster than that of a normal succubus, it still takes time." As she spoke, Christine touched her fair and flat belly, looking at Lin Juan with charm and a little resentment. "Master, you just fed me so much, I need some time to digest it." Lin Juan didn't care at all about Christine's constant seduction. Although succubus are notorious, regardless of the difference in racial talents, when it comes to the means of seducing men, the women of the vampire and snake clans are no different from succubus. Lin Juan has seen this little trick countless times in the past. "Go and see her." Lin Juan stood up and followed Yvette outside. Christine's expression froze, she bit her lower lip resentfully, then quickly stood up and followed Lin Juan out of the room. Not long after walking, Lin Juan and Yvette arrived at the room where Lilith was placed. It was a large and luxuriously decorated bedroom. Lilith was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her aura was slowly but perceptibly increasing. "You are indeed the little fellow that the Mother Goddess has chosen." Christine looked at Lilith, her face full of undisguised jealousy and envy. "I'm afraid if I eat more after I wake up, I can reach the king level, right?" "Can't you reach the king level yet?" Lin Juan frowned. According to his original idea, Lilith sucked several demon soldiers in the middle stage of king level into mummies. With such a huge amount of energy, she should be able to break through to the king level, right? "It's different." Christine explained. According to what you humans say, the stronger the talent, the faster the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. But similarly, the stronger the talent, the more spiritual energy will be consumed to improve than for people with less talent. Although this will slow down the speed of breakthrough, at the same level, even if they practice the same technique, their strength will far exceed that of people at the same level. Like me. Not to mention the mother goddess, but this little fellow. Christine pointed at Lilith, who was lying asleep on the bed. If we were at the same level, I would probably surrender to her just based on her aura. Oh? Lin Juan looked at Lilith on the bed in surprise. This was the first time he heard of this statement. However, if the substitution is equal, this is similar to the statement that the difficulty of practicing some high-grade skills will double. Now that I think about it, is the Blood Queen of this type? What's going on outside? Lin Juan looked at Yvette. The queens of all tribes have already followed your instructions and are personally leading their teams to wait in the Blood Nether Palace. Currently, only the vampires under Virginia's command have a resurrection blood pool, and those powerful vampires in the middle and late imperial levels are no longer afraid of death. The strong men of other races have to consider casualties. For this reason, Lin Juan did not let them lead their respective tribesmen to attack in all directions in a big way, but waited in the Blood Nether Palace, and attacked when the Blood Nether Palace reached the Abyss Town or was intercepted by the enemy. This way, he could achieve the training purpose and reduce the mortality rate, and it would also be convenient for him to not have to take action personally. If any situation really occurs, he is nearby and can take action at any time. Otherwise, the strength of these queens of various races is only around the late imperial level. It would be fine if the weak ones whose names he didn't even remember died, but if that team accidentally encountered an encirclement and suppression by the powerful late-stage emperors of the first layer of the Abyss, or if Lickett took action himself, and they were all wiped out or only one or two could escape, he would still be a little sad. Let the Blood Queen go with us. Yes, Master. Blood Palace. There were 7 races, namely the Snake Tribe, the Blood Tribe, the Human Tribe, the Orc Tribe, the Night Cat Tribe, the Feather Tribe and the Ice Tribe. Many women were divided into different groups and gathered in the main hall. You must behave well this time. Yi Ning half reprimanded and half admonished the petite and lovely girl from the Night Cat clan beside him. Try your best to get the Holy Lord's attention. Don't be as stupid as last time, okay? I understand, Your Majesty. Sha Yuna lowered her head and whispered. She noticed from the corner of her eyes that Alyssa and Evelina, who were surrounded by stars and had already broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor level, looked increasingly depressed. After that, she was summoned and reprimanded by the queen of the tribe, Yi Ning, and learned what benefits Evelina and Alyssa had gained from Lin Juan. Only then did she realize how big an opportunity she had missed. The reward she received for ranking 3rd was that the queen allocated almost all the clan's resources to her. But it was not as good as the scraps they got. And the resources that Alyssa and Evelina obtained were all given by Lin Juan, and they did not occupy any resources in the clan at all. However, the scraps she obtained made other people of the same age in the clan have less cultivation resources, and even divided up a large number of cultivation resources that originally belonged to the queen. This made Sha Yuna feel touched, regretful, and even more guilty. Chapter 356 Dispute, Shewina and Lakala. Well, now that we've done it, don't regret it. Seeing Sha Yuna's pitiful appearance, Yi Ning's heart softened, and she comforted her. Just do your best this time and let the Holy Lord notice you. After the competition, she took Sha Yuna, a genius from the clan who stood out in the competition, to her side to train her personally. Although she had such a good opportunity last time in front of Lin Juan, but he made such a broken wish, she was almost angry to the point of vomiting blood. However, what made her quite happy was that this member of her tribe, who came from a poor family, had extremely amazing talent. In the past, the clan had not tried their best to cultivate him, and they didn't even notice the existence of such a person. However, he was able to rank second only to the famous genius aristocrat Evelina of the Blood Clan, and Princess Alyssa of the Feather Clan in the competition. Now he is receiving great training from her. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is only one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of the Imperial level. He also learned many top-level skills that the so-called geniuses in the clan would find difficult to master even after several years. Apart from his low birth, which resulted in a simple, kind and naive character, and little experience in getting along with others, in other words, being stupid, he has almost no shortcomings. I will try my best, Queen. Hey, isn't this our little kitty from home? Just at this moment, an inappropriate mocking voice sounded. Shayuna's face changed and she looked angrily at the female orc who was walking over. The female orc had long black hair that reached past her hips and a pair of wolf ears on her head. Behind him is a fluffy, furry black wolf tail. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she was very tall, almost 1.80 meters. She was dressed very simply, with only a piece of cloth wrapped around her chest and lower body to cover her body. Her delicate collarbone, 6 beautiful and wild abdominal muscles, and toned thighs were fully revealed. The female werewolf came in front of Shayuna, looked down at the short Shayuna from above, with a mocking arc on the corner of her mouth. Why didn't you stay in the holy city with your mother and sister? This is a battlefield, not a place for a little guy like you who only knows how to cry to his mother. Likara? Shayuna's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Half annoyed and half aggrieved, he said, I don't think I have ever offended you. Why do you always target me? The opponent was her opponent in the battle for third place, and she lost to Evelina and Alyssa respectively, and then the opponent lost to her. There was no hatred between the two sides. But ever since the other party learned that the top 3 had gotten the chance to meet Lin Jian, and Evelina and Alyssa took this opportunity to become Lin Jian's women, they seemed to have held a grudge against her, and would provoke her whenever they had the chance. Especially some time ago, after the Blood clan leaked the details of the situation and learned that what she wanted from Lin Jian was mom and sister to come to the holy city and have a big house to live in, she became even more aggressive. They would mock her for no reason, and even gave her a lot of nicknames, and the whole holy city knew about her. As a result, many of her peers and even the higher-ups in the Night Cat clan looked at her strangely. Her younger sister and mother, who had just moved in, couldn't stand it, and asked several times to return to the village to live. Heh, I just don't like you. What? You don't agree? Do you want to fight with me? Likala spoke in a sarcastic tone, her eyes full of mockery as she looked at the short catwoman in front of her. She had always been unhappy with the catwoman. In other words, the relationship between their orc empire and the little kittens of the Night Cat clan has always been bad. This is mainly because the orc empire, whose royal family is dominated by the warlike bloodline of the moon-swallowing wolf, is warlike and prefers fair and honest head-on confrontations, but the Night Cats are just the opposite. Their petite stature and special racial talents make them the most perfect assassins in the night. He never seeks direct confrontation, but rather hides in the shadows, looking for opportunities to kill with one strike. Simply put, it's a berserker versus an assassin. The last time she was defeated by the opponent's insidious tactics, the stronger Likala felt very aggrieved and had been looking for an opportunity to fight back. Not to mention, after hearing that the top 3 could actually make a wish to Lord Holy Spirit, and that Alyssa and Evelina took this opportunity to become Lord Holy Spirit's women, Likala became even more unhappy with this cat. I was just a little bit away from becoming the woman of Lord Holy Spirit, but this dark cat used despicable means to sneak attack and defeat me. The key point is that if Shewina also becomes the woman of Lord Holy Spirit, Likala would not dare to do anything to her. But this guy actually made a wish to the Holy Spirit to bring his mother and sister to the city? Are you kidding me? I was defeated by this kind of rubbish who fought in a despicable way, used shady means, had a dull mind, and had no faith or enthusiasm for the Holy Spirit? That's enough! I saw that many people were attracted and pointed at Shayuna. Yining scolded with a cold face. Ilianin, take care of your people! Normally speaking, as the queen, Elaine should come out to act as a peacemaker at this time, especially when such a big war is imminent and Lin Jian is about to arrive. She should try her best to avoid conflict, especially a meaningless conflict instigated by her own subordinates. But Elaine is clearly not a normal person. She is a half-orc. How? Elaine walked over with a contempt almost as great as Likala's. Looking at Shayuna, who had an angry look on her face and clenched her fists, he let out an undisguised sneer. Said, Is there anything wrong with what Likala said? Listening to Elaine's ridicule, Yining almost couldn't breathe. Is this something the head of a country can say? Are you here to cause trouble? Yining had a cold face and almost gritted his teeth as he half threatened and half reminded. The Lord Saint will be here soon. I have no interest in arguing with you, and you should not look for trouble. Looking for trouble? I don't think this is looking for trouble. What, is there something wrong with what Lakala said? Elian, don't go too far. How about I bully you? Soon. The quarrel between the night cats and the orcs turned from a quarrel between Shewina and Lakala into a quarrel between the two tribes. The remaining 5 tribes were clearly divided and watched all this with cold eyes. Boring. Carolina glanced casually. To be honest, both Shewina and Lakala are very strong. She only won by a narrow margin at the beginning, but now. She really didn't take these two people seriously. Chapter 357. 7 Clans, Punishment. Remember, Evelina, don't be as stupid as them. Virginia, who was standing next to her, said in a neutral tone. You have only one goal, to please the master, that's all. I know, your majesty. Evelina said. I'm not as stupid as these two guys. I know what I want. Past. She would also motivate herself by treating these two people as enemies who might catch up with her at any time. But now, after becoming Lin Jian's woman and receiving great benefits that she had never dared to imagine in the past, and being able to practice in the core area of the underground spiritual vein and making rapid progress in her strength, her horizons also broadened. She no longer took these two women seriously. Among peers, only Alyssa, who became Lin Jian's woman like her, could be her competitor. Very good. Virginia nodded slightly with satisfaction. Although she had only known him for a short time, she liked this smart member of her tribe very much. Just at this moment, next to the throne on the altar deep in the Blood Nether Palace, a crack in the void appeared. Lin Jian walked out, followed by Christine and Yvette. In an instant, the scene became quiet. Even the hot-tempered Lakala and Elaine stopped arguing with the night cats. Instead, they looked up at Lin Jian, who was sitting on the throne with fanatical expressions. Are all of you here? My lord, all 7 clans are here, Edith said respectfully while standing beside the throne. Although her management ability is not as good as Yvette's, it is enough for her to manage a small blood palace. Now she is in charge of the affairs of the blood palace, Caluin is in charge of combat matters, and Sophia has entered the small world and is responsible for the daily life of the vampires in the small world. Lin Jian nodded slightly and glanced around. When they saw that the other 5 tribes were standing in separate areas, the orcs were mingling with the night cats. Are you fighting again? Reply to the Holy Lord. Yi Ning immediately knelt on the ground and bowed her head, saying, They were the first to taunt Shayuna. I asked them to leave, but they wouldn't give in. You're just a snitch. Elaine snorted coldly. Oh? Do you mean you are dissatisfied with me too? Lin Jian looked at Elaine with a smile. Elaine's face changed, and she knelt on the ground and said, No, Lord Holy Spirit, I just... That's enough. Lin Jian interrupted Elaine impatiently without even listening to her words. Even without watching what happened just now, he knew what happened. It must be Elaine's men who went to provoke again, and then Yi Ning stepped forward to protect her child and questioned Elaine, but Elaine did not take the opportunity to save face but instead turned around to cause trouble for Yi Ning. As a result, the feud between the two little guys was directly escalated into a conflict between 2 races. There are not many races as excellent as the orcs. Anyway, Lin Jian both likes and has a headache about Elaine and the others. I like them because these orcs are really loyal to me, even more loyal than the vampires. There is even no problem with the loyalty of the elves led by Nimi. But the headache is that this group of people are really good at causing trouble. In the past few years, they have provoked almost all of the other 6 races dozens of times. To put it simply, the other 5 races have deep hostility towards the Blood Clan, because they are the culprits who followed Lin Jian to destroy their race. The 5 races are very unhappy with the Blood Clan. But killing all the orcs is the only thing that the other 5 tribes and the vampires can agree on. You should take your people and guard outside the city during this operation. Lord Holy Spirit! Elaine's head shot up. They, the orcs, are very warlike. In this kind of war, they let the orcs watch from the periphery. What's the difference between this and killing them? Moreover, Yvette established a merit system in the small world. In addition to being able to exchange merits for a large number of cultivation resources that the clan currently needs, merits can also be exchanged for a large number of extremely rare treasures, as well as various opportunities to enter the core area of the Holy Land for cultivation. As the wolf concubine favored by Lin Jian, she could just take those things directly, but the problem was that her subordinates also needed them. The senior members of the clan and the geniuses of the younger generation all need these. If they don't have it, and other races do, then the development of the orcs will be significantly slower than that of other races. However, it was impossible for her to take those materials and give them to her tribesmen in the name of using them for herself. She is belligerent, not stupid. However, the best way to gain merit is to kill enemies in war in terms of quantity and quality. If this were to happen, her clan would suffer an unknown amount of losses, and she, the queen, would become a sinner. Please! Before Elaine could finish her words, a powerful force came over her like an overwhelming force. She flew backwards and hit the door of the Blood Underworld Palace heavily, making a loud bang, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. But I dared not say anything. She staggered to her feet, then lay on the ground trembling with fear in her eyes. Her body shook as if she were sifting chaff. She even instinctively uttered a whimper for mercy that only a dog would make when it is extremely frightened. Everyone, especially the orcs, looked at this scene in horror, looking at Lin Jian, whose expression was extremely cold. Lord Holy Spirit, please forgive the queen. Likala quickly knelt on the ground with her forehead pressed against the ground. This is all my fault. I caused this conflict. It has nothing to do with Her Majesty the Queen. All the orcs in the hall? Even the night cats all knelt on the ground, shivering with their foreheads pressed against the ground. Lin Jian didn't even bother to pay attention to this little guy whom he didn't know at all, and his eyes swept over the 7 tribes. Yi Ning, Shiyu, Alexia, Virginia, Bingji, and Elindra. Except for the human race, Yolanda, the queen of the empire, is of average strength. She was originally a hereditary duke of the empire, but her strength is only in the late king level. Therefore, she did not come but sent the great general of the empire, Elindra, who is in the late emperor level. The other 6 races are all led by the queens of their own races. In addition to Virginia's strength reaching the perfect imperial level. The other women are all in the late imperial stage. Behind each of them were several late-stage imperial rank, a dozen or dozens of middle-stage imperial rank, and hundreds of early-stage imperial rank, totaling to more than 1,000 people. Once you reach the target area, bring your men into the city. The same rules apply as before. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, Lord Holy Spirit. Chapter 358 Blood Prison City Massacre. Lin Jian sat on the throne with his face supported. All the 7 tribes in the hall had left the Blood Underworld Palace, leaving only Edith, Yvette, Christine, and the maids of the Blood Underworld Palace who had no fighting ability standing by. And in front of everyone, an illusory screen stretched across and floated above the hall. What place is this? Lin Jian asked casually, looking at the relatively large city in the picture. This is Blood Prison City. The city lord Anshidinai is at the late imperial level. Late imperial stage. Lin Jian suddenly felt that these demons were a bit pitiful. This is indeed the case. Although Lin Jian and his companions did not hide their tracks at all and came here in the Blood Nether Palace in a swaggering manner, which made the abyss demons in the city react early, the gap in strength was too big. The women of the 6 tribes endured the suppression of the abyss and, with less than 70% of their strength, turned the raid into a brutal massacre. How cruel! Looking at the bloody scene where these women were killing one by one and were almost bloodthirsty, even Lin Jian couldn't help but be slightly shocked. After all, the merit rewards are there. Yvette smiled and said, Besides, everyone has been suppressed for a long time when they were in there. It would be fine if I couldn't take revenge on Lin Jian, the enemy who wiped out my clan, but I had to work for him. But everyone in the small world is Lin Jian's assets. Not to mention conflicts between individuals, because of the different racial characteristics and different living habits and customs among races, there will be more or less friction in daily contact. When conflicts accumulate for a long time, they cannot be dealt with severely due to restrictions of rules. Everyone will feel a little angry. You're quite angry. Lin Jiuan even suspected that if there was no one watching, these women would go crazy and attack their companions from other tribes. Final. There were no surprises in this siege. The orcs surrounding the city didn't even catch a few escaped abyss demons, because all the abyss demons had been almost killed to extinction by the other 6 tribes that were slaughtered in the city. Only a few beautiful female abyss demons were left, hiding in the corners, trembling, watching this group of women who looked more like demons than them and were bloodthirsty, crazily slaughtering their fellow tribesmen. Because the merit gained by offering them up is much greater than that gained by killing them. As soon as the city lord Enchidinai, who was in the late imperial stage, appeared on the scene, he was besieged by strong men from the 6 tribes and did not survive even half a minute. In the end, the kill was snatched by Alexia. As a member of the light race, she was naturally extremely restrained against the extremely dark creatures like the abyss demon. In the end, she directly purified the opponent with a single judgment, and snatched the kill. But Alexia can do things. After snatching Enchidinai's head, she directly handed over all the abyss demons involved in the city area to the other 5 tribes to deal with, and she took the feather tribe members out of the city, suppressing the dissatisfaction of others about her stealing the head to the minimum. One layer of the abyss is very large. The area of a single wheel is much larger than the area of the blue star in the previous life. If you were to walk at the speed of an average person, even if you didn't eat or drink for your entire life, you wouldn't be able to walk from the center area to the end of one side. And in the next half a month, Lin Jiuan brought the women of the 7 tribes and wandered around the first level of the abyss and the Blood Nether Palace. They destroyed several towns with almost no difficulty, and soon arrived at the core city of the area. Blood Demon City. Is this guy pretty good? Now. The queens of the 7 tribes were besieging a huge blood demon as big as a mountain. The Lord of Blood Demon City, Blood Demon General, Morris. Although his strength was still at the late imperial level, he was only one step away from breaking through to the great perfection of the imperial level. Moreover, the blood of the blood demon was much purer than the enemies he had encountered before. In addition, Alexia and the others were suppressed by the abyss aura, and they could only exert the 6th or 7th level of their strength, which made it difficult to siege them for the time being. Virginia is a little stupid. Lin Jiuan couldn't help but sigh as he watched. Although he thought the battles of the other 6 queens also had some problems, if some aspects could be improved they would have taken down the blood demon general long ago, but Virginia had the most problems. She was almost full of problems. As the only vampire earl who has reached the perfect imperial level, the fighting power she can exert is not even as strong as that of the other 6 queens. After all, she has never fought in the past. That's true. Lin Jiuan couldn't stand watching for a while and simply went to watch the battles among his weaker subordinates in other areas. Different from the stalemate on the main battlefield. Progress in other areas was much smoother. During this period of time, many talented girls have emerged from the 7 subordinate races. However, due to the huge gap in strength, the top 2 are always controlled by Alyssa and Evelina. As for the 3rd place, Xiqing District. Sha Yuna's petite figure suddenly rose from the darkness, and the short blade in her hand accurately pierced the heart of a 4th-level Imperial Abyss Demon. The moment she killed him, Sha Yuna put his body into her storage ring. Panting slightly with sweat on her forehead, Sha Yuna felt that her physical strength had reached its limit. This kind of large-scale battlefield combat. It is very unfriendly to the assassin-type race like them, the Night Cats. Their clan emphasizes explosiveness, and every assassination is done with all their strength. Their upper limit of physical strength and sustained combat capability are much worse than those of other races, not to mention the suppression of the abyss aura and the tenacious vitality of these abyss demons. Many abyss demons have several hearts. Piercing one will not kill them. You have to attack them several times in a row to kill them. A few days ago, the situation that the enemies were few in number, average in strength, and weak in resistance was not obvious. But today, when we moved to the main city of the area, the disadvantages of the Night Cats were fully revealed. But Sha Yuna glanced at the blood palace floating above the city. This period of time. In order to further inspire their fighting spirit and discover more talents of the younger generation. After the first day of fighting, Yvette launched a list specifically for the young generation of girls from the 7 tribes, recording their killing achievements. The top 3 in points would receive very generous rewards. Most importantly, Xia Yuna also heard from her own Queen Yining that if she ranked in the top 3 in points this time, she would have a chance to become the Holy Lord's woman. Certainly. Coming in first or second place is not something they can even think about. Chapter 359, Girls Killing Conflict. Xia Yuna turned her gaze towards the central area of the city. Be able to see. Alyssa has a pair of white wings behind her, and her whole body exudes an angelic glow. Wherever she went, those 4th and 5th level Imperial level Abyss demons that took a lot of effort for her to kill could not last even a minute in her hands. Alice and Evelina were now beyond their reach. With the current strength of both. Even if he faces some beings with weaker bloodlines and strength who have just entered the late Imperial stage, he may be able to defeat and kill them. In the standings, the two are far ahead. While the third place is still in the low 5 digits, both of them are already in 6 digits. It's simply not something they can catch up with. Obviously, I can become like that too. Xia Yuna tightly grasped the dagger in her hand. Although she understood the gap between herself and them now, she felt unwilling every time she saw Alyssa and Evelina killing everyone. He also understood more deeply than what Queen Yining had said, how great an opportunity he had missed in the first place. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the slightly cool bloody air into her nostrils, Xia Yuna calmed herself down, and once again began to search for prey around the 4th or 5th level of the Imperial rank. Although it is only 1 level higher than the 3rd level of the Imperial rank, the points rewarded are vastly different. Although she ranks 3rd on the standings now, the 4th to 9th players in the back row are chasing her closely, and Lakala, who had missed a battle before, is also catching up quickly. If she is not careful, she will fall out of the top 3 after the settlement of this big battle. That kind of situation is absolutely not acceptable. Xia Yuna's petite figure moved on the eaves and in the shadows. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on an abyss demon who was being besieged by several members of the Night Cat tribe on a street. He exuded a powerful aura, and was actually a mid-imperial level abyss demon. Although he was besieged, except for a mid-imperial level woman, the rest of those besieging him were all in the early imperial level. In addition, the Night Cat tribe was not good at fighting, so it seemed like he was being suppressed by the other side. Xia Yuna's eyes lit up, and she stepped on the eaves with her calves. His figure suddenly jumped up, as if blending into the darkness, and instantly attacked from behind the abyss demon. Puff! The dagger pierced the opponent's back accurately, and the dark power continuously invaded the opponent's heart. In a moment, the opponent's heart and surrounding organs will be destroyed. Damn ants! The abyss demon roared and attacked Xia Yuna waving a big stick. What a hassle! Ordinary creatures would have died instantly after suffering such severe injuries, but the abyss demons had such strong vitality that it was disgusting, so this was still an acceptable injury for them. Xia Yuna could only retreat quickly to avoid the attack of the abyss demon. He gave it to me. Yes. Those night cats immediately dispersed to look for their next target, without any dissatisfaction about having their prey snatched away. With the emergence of the kill list. Although Lin Jian was watching and thought it was not easy for them to openly help the geniuses in the tribe to seriously injure the abyss demons and then kill them for them to feed the points. However, this behavior of first surrounding and killing the selected targets and waiting for the geniuses with high points in the tribe to hunt them was very common, and Lin Jian and Yvette completely condoned the occurrence of this behavior. Damn it, I will chew you up bite by bite! Xia Yuna didn't care about the other party's anger at all. He nimbly dodged the opponent's attacks time and time again, and looked for opportunities to inflict wounds on the opponent that would be fatal to a normal creature. About 10 minutes passed. Now! Just when the abyss demon was about to collapse and Xia Yuna was about to give it a fatal blow. Puff! Without any warning, a flesh claw pierced out from the back of the abyss demon's chest. Looking at the dead abyss demon, Xia Yuna was stunned for 2 seconds, then stared at the claw with anger on her face. Although the opponent's body was completely blocked by the huge corpse of the abyss demon, Xia Yuna knew who it was just by looking at the iconic wolf claws. Lakala, why are you so excessive? Well? Lakala put the corpse of the abyss demon into the storage space. Although points will be recorded the moment the abyss demon is killed, the corpses of these abyss demons are also very useful. Furs and bones can be used to make weapons and equipment. The flesh and blood can be used as fertilizer for spiritual plants, to make potions, etc., and are still worth a lot of money. I was wondering who it was. Seeing you were having such a hard time, I offered to help. I didn't expect it to be you. No need to thank me. Thank you? How shameless can you be? Shayuna was so angry that tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, and she wished she could pick up a dagger and stab the other person to death. Originally her points were not far from the fourth place, and now that Shayuna had snatched a monster away from her, Shayuna knew that she had no chance at all this time. Tsk, why are you crying? Lakala smiled nonchalantly. Don't feel so wrong. At worst, we can find one together and I'll help you kill him? You help me? Shayuna was so angry that tears were streaming down her face. Doesn't she know the she-wolf yet? Could she be so kind? I'm afraid he wants to follow me forever and die with me. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a normal creature to be so fierce and do such a thankless task that will create an mortal enemy, but I can only say that these she-wolves have no brains at all. But Shayuna was shaking with anger and could only glare at Lakala hatefully before rushing into the darkness. Don't run. Lakala followed closely. Because Lin Jian banned him from participating in the first battle. Although she fought hard later, her current points ranking was only 8th, which was quite a distance away from 7th. It was impossible for her to reach 3rd place, so she simply came to find Shayuna, the culprit. She didn't dare to blame Lin Jian, and she never thought of blaming him. In her opinion, the reason why Lord Holy Spirit punished their clan and injured Lady Elaine was all the fault of the Night Cat clan. Since she couldn't make it into the top 3 and become the concubine of Lord Saint because of these annoying cats, then this particularly annoying little cat couldn't even think of making it into the top 3. Lakara, do you want to die? After running for a while, seeing that Lakala was still chasing her, Shayuna, who couldn't get rid of her for the time being, stopped and stared at her. If she had been robbed of her monsters before, she still had a slim hope of maintaining her top 3 position. Now, with Lakala clearly intending to disgust her, Shayuna obviously had no hope at all. You think I don't dare to kill you? Just you? Lakala smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 360, Mutation Ambush. Shayuna really wants to kill the other person now. But it's just a thought. If she was on a mission far away from Lin Jian, and was disgusted by Lakala like this, she might get hot-headed and kill the other person to see if she could hide it from Lin Jian. But now, right under Lin Jian's eyes. Not to mention whether she could kill the other person, even if she could, she wouldn't dare to do so. Killing a companion is a serious crime in the Holy Land. To be thrown into the reincarnation hell. And unlike political prisoners, criminals who have committed serious crimes or are stubborn criminals, criminals who kill their companions will be imprisoned in the reincarnation hell until death. This is the only serious crime that will never give them the chance to leave the reincarnation hell. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, if you don't let me live well today, I won't let you live well in the future either. Shayuna threatened with gritted teeth, trying hard not to let the tears continue to flow. Then give it a try. You! Shayuna was so angry that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She finally understood why the queen said that these orcs, especially these she-wolves, were a bunch of brainless lunatics. Can a normal creature do such a thing that hurts others and oneself? Why? I clearly haven't offended you before. Why do you keep targeting me again and again? I just don't like you. What? Is there a problem? Just as the cat and the wolf were in a stalemate, Shayuna had no idea how many times she wanted to kill her and then commit suicide. Sudden. A strange energy wave came from the center of the city. Shayuna and Lakala looked there at the same time, and saw a blood-red beam of light rising into the sky. Along with the blood-red light column was a semicircular blood-red shield, which covered all creatures inside and outside the city like an inverted bowl. What's this? The center of the battlefield. Looking at the beam of light rising into the sky and Morris laughing wildly. The expressions of the 7 girls, Alexia, Yining, Elaine, Bingji, Inia, Shiyu, and Virginia, all changed. Their siege of the blood demon General Morris has reached the final stage, and Yi Ning and Alexia have even prepared for the final blow. The 7 women looked at each other. Although they were usually a little dirty to each other in private, at this moment, they were extremely tacit and attacked Morris almost at the same time, but all their attacks were absorbed by the strange blood-red beam of light the moment they landed on the opponent. Ha 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 ha! The formation is complete, you are all dead! Then, more than a dozen terrifying auras emerged from the blood-red light column. There were 13 great demons in the late Imperial stage, looking at the 7 women with greedy expressions. And at the same time, the sound of unhurried footsteps arose from the blood-red light column, and the women felt a sense of oppression that made it difficult to breathe. In the beam of light, a male demon, fully armored and only 2 meters tall, but emitting a terrifying aura, walked out. Leacock? Alexia gritted her teeth. Even Elaine, who was known for being brainless, did not act rashly at this time, but looked at the big demons with an unpleasant expression. Even she understood. They fell into the trap. You did a great job, Maurice. It's all thanks to your good leadership, sir. Morris, who had been so arrogant just now, looked fawning at the male demon. Leacock nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over the 7 women with greed in them. 7 great beauties, I can't bear to do anything. Surrender. As long as you are obedient, I may consider making the 7 of you my concubines. Although creatures from other dimensions would occasionally inadvertently break into the abyss. But those who have entered this level of the abyss, they are all low-level creatures with relatively ordinary strength. Even if there are elves, feathered people, snake people, blood people, and other races known for their beauty, the quality of those who come in is uncertain. They can't compare with these 7 queens whose bloodlines are top-notch even in their own race, and who are extremely beautiful. A woman of such quality. Even though everyone's scent was mixed, it seemed as if they had been slept with by someone unknown many times. But for the lords of the abyss who have reached dozens or even hundreds of levels, they are also rare top-level collections. Now 7 of them are delivered to my door at once? Not to mention, there are thousands of women from the 7 tribes who are equally first-rate. Even the most ordinary-looking of these women are sought-after commodities that can be sold at high prices in the abyss. Moreover, most of these women have pure auras, making them even more valuable. Hearing this, Bing Ji and others were silent. Why, you didn't think you could still run? Morris sneered. Under the cover of the Great Formation, the only way for you is to become the adults' pets. A large formation? Virginia looked at the blood formation that covered the entire city and asked curiously. Is it possible that you can't get out either? Leacock was in no hurry either. Given the absolute gap in strength, these women have already become his meals. Even if he didn't take action, the generals under his command would be enough to capture Virginia and the others in one fell swoop. So he didn't mind chatting more with these beauties. Sure. So? Virginia, Bing Ji, Alexia and other girls looked at each other. Then, Leacock and the others found that there was no fear in the eyes of these 7 women. Instead, their expressions were somewhat inexplicable, and even a kind of sympathy and ridicule? It's no use waiting. Bing Ji turned around and looked at the blood palace high above in the sky. Please help me, master. Do you think your master can save you? Leacock sneered, with an undisguised smile of contempt on his face. He naturally considered whether there might be a powerful being in the blood nether palace who had not yet taken action. Therefore, this formation was specially set up. Preventing these top beauties from escaping is secondary. The most important thing is to isolate the inside and the outside. Not only can people inside not leave, but people outside can also definitely not come in. Even the strongest opponent can only be at the Imperial level. At that time, I will capture these beauties, give them a good beating, and then take my men to deal with the guy outside. Not to mention that in the Abyss environment, he is the Lord of the Abyss and can exert more than 100% of his combat power, while the opponent can only exert the 6th or 7th level. Even if it is a normal duel, how can he, the Lord of the Abyss, with so many subordinates, still be defeated by the opponent? Relax, beauties. Leacock smiled and said, In a moment I will make you call me master willingly. Oh, really? Chapter 361. Breaking the Formation and Crush. A teasing male voice suddenly came from above the city. Likik suddenly looked up at the sky. The door of the Blood Underworld Palace, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened, and Likik saw Lin Jian sitting on the throne. Late Imperial Stage? Feeling the opponent's momentum, a hint of confusion flashed in Likik's eyes. The opponent's strength was lower than he expected. However, Likik did not look down on him too much. He was able to tame these 7 top beauties and have so many royal women willing to serve him, and lead his men to attack the first level of the abyss during this period of time. The opponent's strength was definitely not simple. However, Likik still sneered. I thought your master was very powerful, but it turns out he is only in the late Imperial Stage. How about this? The 7 of you kneel down and acknowledge me as your master. Then I can consider not killing your former master. Alexia and the other girls didn't say anything, they just looked at Likik as if he were a dead person. Although the current situation is extremely unfavorable for them, there is also a large formation blocking it. However, they did not think that this formation and these big demons could be a match for Lin Jian. Why do they work for Lin Jian and become his women? Of course, a big reason is that Lin Jian has become very rich thanks to the lavish spending of the Lord of Life, and has too many resources in his hands. Following Lin Jian, they can obtain precious and huge resources that they had never dared to imagine before, and the speed at which their strength is improving is dozens or even hundreds of times faster than in the past. But there is another very important reason, which is that Lin Jian is strong enough. So strong that they can't resist at all, so strong that they can be conquered easily. Hearing Likik's provocation, Lin Jian didn't care at all. This kind of provocation, to him, was like a woman challenging him. Can you do it, little dog? It only made him feel more interesting. Of course, if someone says that he doesn't play Yasuo well, he will have a good argument with the other person. Lin Jian walked leisurely in the air, looking at the blood-colored shield below, with his hands slightly raised. Power collapses. In an instant, the gravity that was accumulated hundreds and thousands of times suddenly pressed down on the blood-red shield, causing it to tremble violently, and visible blood-red ripples appeared on it. Likik's heart skipped a beat. There was a bit more fear in his eyes when he looked at Lin Jian. Sure enough, those who can enter the abyss at this time are not simple people. The defensive power of this formation was so amazing that even he could not break it. Although the opponent did not break it, the damage caused by that seemingly casual move just now was almost as great as his full-strength attack. But still too arrogant. This level of attack is still far from enough to break this formation. That's it. Likik grinned and said, If this is all your strength, then wait and see how I deal with these women of yours. Let them call me master willingly. Look, you're anxious again. Lin Jian shook his head and sighed. The 5 elements and 5 methods, the Book of Faith, the 3rd level of the wild blood body refining technique. As one state after another was added to his body, Lin Jian's aura continued to rise. The terrifying lightning snakes were spreading around him, and even the originally cloudless sky was covered with dark clouds. The terrifying lightning snakes were flowing in the clouds. Heavenly thunder destroys obstacles. Boom! With a deafening thunder, everyone in the city felt that the world before their eyes seemed to have turned pure white. Countless thunders struck towards the formation below. A moment later, Likik and the others didn't know how much time had passed. They just recovered from the deafening thunder and looked again. How is that possible? Likik screamed. The blood-red shield that originally covered the sky has completely disappeared. Just under Lin Jian's attack just now. Owner? Compared to the terror of the demons in the abyss. When the women of the 7 tribes saw this scene, their panic instantly turned into surprise and enthusiasm. Even quite a few orcs. He even knelt on the ground, and enthusiastically chanted the name of Holy God. In the unique ritual of worshipping gods of the orcs, his expression was extremely fanatical. Is this the strength of the Holy Lord? Sha Yuna's beautiful eyes were filled with starlight of fascination and admiration. In the past, she had only heard from the queen that Lin Jian was extremely powerful, but she had never seen Lin Jian take action. This was the first time she saw Lin Jian take action. Even though she had imagined that Lin Jian was very strong, his strength still exceeded her expectations, causing the little kitten to breathe rapidly, and an alluring blush appeared on her face. A light bulb suddenly lit up Sha Yuna's mind, and she looked at the female wolf next to her, who was looking at Lin Jian with a fanatical expression and trembling body, apparently in estrus. Do you want to be the Holy Lord's woman? This is it. Father's strength, huh? Alyssa was looking up blankly at the thunderclouds that were dissipating in the sky. His eyes were full of shock. She also had never seen Lin Jian take action. In the past, she had always been well protected by her mother. She only heard that when the Feather Clan was destroyed, Lin Jian killed her father, and then her mother immediately surrendered to Lin Jian with the remaining members of the Feather Clan. I never understood why my mother surrendered. I don't understand why the other party would work so obediently for this enemy who killed his father and wiped out his clan. But now, seeing Lin Jian taking action, Alyssa found that her past behavior was so childish and ridiculous. Own. You actually want to assassinate such a being? Alyssa, let's go find the master together later. Hearing this, Alyssa turned her head and saw that Evelina had come to her side without knowing when. Alyssa quickly put away her slightly open-mouthed look of shock and turned it into an indifferent look. If you want to go, go by yourself. No, if I go alone, the master may not love me, and may even send me away. But if you go with me, Alyssa, the master will definitely love both of us. Besides, Alyssa, don't you want the master's love? Alyssa couldn't help but bite her lips slightly. She really wanted to be with Lin Jian. Even though her heart kept telling her that she must not forget the hatred of her clan's genocide and her father's murder, her body could no longer hold on. Besides, you are the only one who can call the master father in a limp voice. I want to hear it. Evelina, do you want to die? A cold wind blew past with the stench of blood. Suddenly, Lickett came back to his senses and quickly looked around, and saw that Lin Jian had appeared not far in front of them, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a smile. Come on, let me see. How do you get them to call you master? Chapter 362, Post-War Ranking. In the Blood Palace. Lin Jian has returned to the throne. After dealing with Lickett and his late Imperial-level demon generals, he returned to the Blood Underworld Palace. Let Bingji and the others deal with the rest of the battlefield themselves. Christine snuggled in his arms, looking at him with eyes so sticky that they could be drawn. She had previously thought that Lin Jian's strength was only slightly stronger than his, but only to a limited extent. However, she had not expected that the opponent's strength was so strong. When fighting with her before, he seemed to be not serious at all, and killed Lickett, the lord of the first layer of the abyss, in one move. Master, you are so strong. Don't get a fever here. Christine looked at Lin Jian with resentment, but finally she snuggled in his arms and stopped having a fever. Lin Jian leaned on the throne with his eyes closed. Although the attack just now was very powerful, it also consumed a lot of his energy. It almost drained half of his mana bar. Although he could use the magic power of the small world to quickly restore his mana, it was not necessary now. Owner. It was not until he heard Yvette's soft whisper in his ears that Lin Jian slowly opened his eyes. Then I saw Bingji and the others had returned with their respective tribesmen. Done? Yes, master. Yvette whispered to Lin Jian about her gains. Lin Jian listened with an empty mind, and by the time Yvette finished speaking, he was almost awake. How's the ranking? After listening to Yvette's words, Lin Jian asked casually. Originally, he planned to kill people in one city after another, and then calculate the points and rankings to give rewards after finally reaching Lickett's lair and killing him. But now Lickett is dead. The next step is to go to Lickett's hometown to take over the Abyss throne of that level and completely control this level of the Abyss. There is no need to continue the large-scale massacre. Alyssa and Evelina tied for first place. Lin Jian glanced at Alyssa and Evelina in surprise. Although the two little guys have similar points, they are tied for first place? Alyssa pursed her cherry lips, glanced at him secretly, and when she found that he was looking at her, she immediately lowered her head with a somewhat ashamed look, as if she had thought of something. And Evelina looked at him seductively, with a look that even a virgin would know that this woman was in heat. Suddenly, Lin Jian seemed to understand what the two little guys meant. Without saying anything to either of them, he asked directly. What about the third one? Yes. Yvette paused and looked at the Night Cat clan with some surprise. Said, It's Sha Yuna. Hearing this, Yi Ning was startled and looked at the girl beside him with some surprise. In fact, she didn't have much hope that Sha Yuna could get third place. After all, in such a large battlefield, the enemy was the Abyss demons known for their tenacious vitality, which was a huge disadvantage for the Night Cats, whose advantage was assassination. Even the total points earned by the Night Cats were lower than those of the orcs who participated in one less war, ranking last. Unexpectedly. Sewina? Lin Jiuan followed Yvette's gaze to the Night Cat clan, and noticed Yi Ning's surprised look. Looking at the cute cat girl with the petite figure unique to the Night Cat clan, the lovely appearance, and the cute cat girl who kept wagging her tail happily, I was slightly stunned. Your name is Sha Yuna? Yes, Meow Lord. Sha Yuna knelt on the ground, wagging her tail with a happy look on her face, and even brought out the habits of the Night Cat tribe. Lin Jiuan thought for a while, looked at Yvette and asked, Have I seen her somewhere? Yvette. Yi Ning. Sha Yuna. She was the third place in the previous competition. The third Dabi, the one who wants to bring his mom and sister to live in the city? Lin Jiuan remembered a few things, mainly because he had too many women under his command. I see so many of them every day that I don't remember the unimportant ones. Yvette pursed her lips, resisted the urge to laugh, and explained softly. It's her. Lin Jiuan suddenly understood, and looked at the cat girl lying on the ground with her tail stopped wagging, with an expression full of admiration. So it's you, not bad. He had originally thought that he would never see this little cat girl again. I didn't expect to be third this time. You can enter the core of the Holy Land to practice at any time in the future, and you can use the practice resources before reaching the half-step saint level at will. Later, Lin Jiuan added, As long as you ensure that your cultivation speed does not fall behind, the cultivation resources of the half-step saint level can be fully provided to you in the future. For this little cat girl who is always thinking about her mother and sister. Lin Jiuan still admired it very much. It didn't matter that he didn't pay attention last time, but since the other party was able to stand out this time, Lin Jiuan didn't mind giving her more rewards, even if she was not willing to be his woman. After all, what bad intentions could a cat girl who values her family have? For this kind of little cat girl, even without the various restrictions such as the blood oath technique, as long as her mother and sister are in her hands, she will definitely be loyal to her. Besides, as the number of women increased, it was impossible for him to sleep with all of them. There will always be women who don't want to be his women. Therefore, for this subordinate who is loyal and talented but does not want to be his woman, Lin Jiuan does not mind being generous to others. After the words were spoken, there was no response for a long time. Yvette couldn't help but frown slightly, and Yi Ning's face showed anxiety. If everyone wasn't watching, she would have wanted to push Sha Yuna. He used to be very well behaved and sensible. Why is he like a piece of wood now? Why, are you dissatisfied with something? Lin Jiuan asked in a gentle tone. I admire your efforts and filial piety. You can ask for anything you want. As long as it's not too much, I can satisfy you today. Aye. Sha Yuna bit her lower lip tightly, and it took her a long time to muster up the courage to raise her head. Looking at Lin Jiuan, who was sitting on the throne and looking at her, that gentle smile gave her the little courage in her heart a little more. I want to be your woman, like Alyssa and Evelina. Yi Ning was stunned for a moment, then a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She thought the little guy was doing something stupid again, but she didn't expect he was planning a big move. Lin Jiuan was stunned, then frowned slightly. He looked at Sha Yuna, who was trembling slightly with tears in her eyes, maybe because of shyness or something else, and then looked at Yi Ning, who had a look of surprise on her face. Did Yi Ning force you to do this? Chapter 363 Sha Yuna's Wish, the Throne of the Abyss. Hearing this, the surprise on Yi Ning's face instantly turned into astonishment, and then she immediately understood why Lin Jiuan asked that. This little girl Sha Yuna has such a weird expression on her face. And most importantly, she had the experience of Alyssa and Evelina before, but she proposed the wish of having her mother and sister move in together. This was obviously misunderstood by Lin Jiuan as not wanting to be his woman. And now that she has taken the initiative to make such a request, it is possible that people will suspect that she forced him to do so. This little kitten Sha Yuna is also easily coerced. After all, with the importance she showed to her mother and sister, Sha Yuna would definitely obey as long as she threatened. You don't want anything to happen to your mother and sister, do you? But she really didn't do anything. She is not a fool. Lin Jiuan would not do such a thing as forcing his own talented girl, which would cause endless troubles. Neither would she. Apart from that fool Elaine, what normal queen would do such a thing? Yi Ning panicked and quickly knelt on the ground and said, Lord Saint, I like Sha Yuna very much and have never forced her. Please understand. Sha Yuna was also startled. Although she didn't know why Lin Jiuan suddenly said this, seeing the queen's panic and anxiety, she also hurriedly said, The queen has never forced me. Lin Jiuan still frowned slightly and continued, You don't have to worry about anything. If she really forces you, just tell me the truth. I don't like to coerce people, and you don't have to be my woman. Based on your current performance, I will provide you with enough resources in the future, and I will also ensure the safety of your mother and sister. Sha Yuna's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and then she hurriedly said, It's not like that, Lord Saint. I envy Alyssa and Evelina, and I admire you very much, and I really want to be your woman. After saying this, the thin-skinned Sha Yuna's face turned red. She felt everyone's eyes were on her. She lowered her head and her face turned red enough to look like blood. If the Lord Saint rejects me, I have no face to live on. I see. Lin Jiuan looked at Sha Yuna's subsequent words and saw that she didn't seem to want to be coerced at all. He pondered for a moment and felt a headache. He originally wanted to use Sha Yuna as another benchmark. In the end, the other party betrayed? You don't all have to become my women in the future. Lin Jiuan felt that he should still say something. As long as you can show enough talent and work hard, I will give you everything you deserve. Your Majesty. Sha Yuna looked at Lin Jiuan pitifully, with tears in her beautiful cat eyes. Why are you crying? I didn't say I didn't promise you. Thank you, Lord Saint. The pity on Sha Yuna's face instantly turned into surprise. Lin Jiuan nodded slightly, without saying anything else, and looked at Yvette. 4th place. Your Excellency. Lin Jiuan paused and looked at Sha Yuna, who was still kneeling on the ground. He said gently, Anything else? I have one more wish. Lin Jiuan was a little confused. Yi Ning, Yvette and many female executives were also confused. No. The master has already agreed to take you in as his woman. What wish can't you express in bed? Why do you have to mention it here one after another? Is your cat's EQ too low? Yi Ning decided in her heart that she would give her a good scolding when she came back, and tell her that no matter how favored she was, she should not be greedy, and even if she had many wishes, she should only make one at intervals. So many things mentioned at once. Even the 2 elf saints most favored by Lin Jiuan would not do such a stupid thing. Isn't this just actively looking for trouble with Lin Jiuan? What wish? I was able to become the 3rd thanks to Lakala's help. I hope that the Lord will allow Lakala and I to become his women together. The high-level officials from various tribes were all shocked. He looked at Shewina and then at Lakala, his eyes full of disbelief. When they saw the confused look on Elaine's face, they breathed a sigh of relief. That's what they said? With Elaine's pig-like she-wolf brain, could she come up with such a good idea? How could these orcs, a group of pigs, ever think of taking the initiative to reconcile with others? This idea was probably thought up by Sha Yuna, who took the initiative to talk to Lakala. After Lakala confirmed that she could no longer enter the top 3, she heard that there was a chance for her to become Lin Jiuan's woman, so she agreed to help Sha Yuna. I can't help it. Yvette looked at Shewina with admiration in her eyes. She suddenly fell in love with this little kitten. She was originally still racking her brains over how to ease the overly hostile relationship between the night cats and the orcs. Take this series of battles for example. The other 5 races were very restrained. Even if they were displeased with others, especially the vampires who massacred their people, they hated them very much. However, under the orders of the middle and high-level leaders, they tried not to steal the kills of other races. But as for the relationship between the night cats and the orcs, ever since the orcs took the initiative to provoke. It was almost like a madman trying to deceive the opponent and get the kill. Even though the high-level leaders of the Night Cat clan imposed strict restrictions, the orcs were still determined to cause trouble. Later, even the middle and high-level leaders of the Night Cat clan took the initiative to cause trouble for the orcs. The relationship between the two sides deteriorated rapidly, which was visibly bad to begin with. If this continues, who knows, there might be a murder between the two tribes someday, and then as the manager, she would more or less bear some responsibility. But this is the case. Shah Yuna skillfully resolved the hatred between the two tribes and even turned enemies into friends. Master, I think Shah Yuna's suggestion is very good, Yvette said softly. Would you like to consider it? Lin Jian naturally understood what Yvette meant. He just happened to both dislike and like this group of female wolves, and had no way to deal with them. Good. Next, Lin Jian asked the names of people from 4 to 10. In addition to Likara, who ranks 8th, there is also an ice clan, a human clan, a snake clan, a blood clan and a feather clan. The distribution is very even. This is mainly because Yvette treats all clans equally, and there is no imbalance in the amount of resources among each clan. There is not much gap between the strongest talents of the younger generation. Although the Snake tribe was a little weaker because they had just arrived under Lin Jian's command, they still managed to squeeze out the 10th place after gritting their teeth. Instead, they all took the initiative to become Lin Jian's woman like Shah Yuna, but were all rejected by Lin Jian tactfully. However, Lin Jian did not say absolutely. The next time we compete again. If we can get into the top 10, we'll talk about this later. Hearing this, those girls of all ethnic groups who had originally looked depressed, unwilling, or even aggrieved and almost crying, immediately regained their fighting spirit. We will try our best, Lord. Chapter 364 Lilith Awakens, Shah Yuna's Transformation. After the post-war meeting, Lin Jian took Christine directly back to the small world. As soon as I returned to the room, I saw Lilith sitting on the sofa, eating the delicious food on the table with relish, and the succubus tail behind her was wagging happily. Lilith raised her head when she heard the door open, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Jian. Pigeon! Lilith put down the food in her hand, trotted over and threw herself into Lin Jian's arms. How do you feel? Lilith is so satisfied, thank you, Gidge, Lilith said sobbingly. Looking at the cute little succubus with her puffy mouth, Lin Jian smiled and touched her long snow-white hair. Then, looking at her, who had returned to the size of a 6 or 7-year-old, he asked curiously, Why did you become smaller again? Lilith swallowed the food in her mouth, raised her little face and looked at Lin Jian with her beautiful eyes blinking. Brother, do you like Lilith's size? Speaking of, Lin Jian felt that Lilith in his arms was getting bigger. After a while, she turned into a girl of about 12 or 13 years old. Can it change at will? Yeah, brother, I can make Lilith any size I like. Lilith paused and added with some distress. But now Lilith can only grow this big at most. Hearing this, Lin Jian looked at Christine curiously. Can you change? Christine shook her head and looked at Lilith in Lin Jian's arms with envy. I can't do it. When Lilith heard this, she realized there was a woman next to her. She looked at Christine, and seeing her succubus horns and tail, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened with curiosity. Brother, who is this big sister? Her name is Christine, and she is here to protect you at the command of the succubus lord. Lord of the succubus? Lilith opened her eyes in confusion. She knew who the lord of the succubus was. As creatures of the abyss, they knew some basic common sense of the abyss since birth, but why would such a big shot send someone to protect her? Lin Jian carried Lilith back to the sofa, fed her food and told her about Christine and the Lord of Succubus. Lilith was enjoying Lin Jian's feeding with a happy look on her face. After listening to this, Lilith hugged Lin Jian tightly and shook her head, saying, Lilith doesn't want to be the Lord of Succubus. Lilith will always be my brother's little succubus. Lin Jian rubbed Lilith's little head lovingly. He liked this little succubus with white hair, red eyes, neutral sexual quirks, and well-behaved and sensible. Especially after he knew that this little fellow had excellent bloodline and had the potential to become a high-level lord of the abyss. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I will give you no less than what the succubus lord gives you. Yes, yes, yes. Lilith believes in brother. Brother is the best person in the world to Lilith. I fed Lilith and chatted with her for a while. Lin Jian politely declined Lilith's request to take a bath with him, left her room under Lilith's tearful gaze, and then went straight back to his own room. As soon as he opened the door, he heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. I went to the bathroom door and opened it. In the bathtub, Shewina and Lakala were seen sitting in the bathtub with their shoulders exposed, seemingly talking about something. Hearing the noise at the door, the cat and the wolf girl immediately looked towards the door. When they saw it was Lin Jian, they immediately showed surprise and stood up from the bathtub. Lord Holy Lord / Lord Holy Spirit! Looking at their excited expressions and their snow-white bodies covered with water droplets, Lin Jian became furious and walked directly into the bathroom and closed the door. Another half-month passed. Lin Jian sat on the sofa in the bedroom, admiring the scenery of the holy city at the foot of the mountain and the plains outside the city in the distance through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. And in my arms, the petite cat lay on Lin Jian's legs. Lin Jian would stroke the other's cat and long hair from time to time, causing the kitten to make comfortable and satisfied sounds. Looking at Sha Yuna's cat tail that kept shaking because of happiness, Lin Jian couldn't help but pull it. Sha Yuna cried out in pain, raised her little face, and looked at Lin Jian with a somewhat resentful expression. My lord, it hurts so much. Lakara and the others have all gone to practice, and you are the only one still here. But Sha Yuna looked at Lin Jian eagerly and said coquettishly, I don't want to leave the Holy Lord. Lin Jian found it a little funny. He has spent almost the entire half-month here. Shewina, Lakala, Evelina and Alyssa, and of course Christine, Yining, Alexia, Virginia and the rest of the women were also favored a few times, but the main ones were these few. Among them, Sha Yuna, the little cat girl who had missed an opportunity before, was the one who stuck to him the most. Perhaps it is due to their racial characteristics. These cat girls from the Night Cat clan are very clingy once they become his women. The same is true for Yining. Once they are together in private, even Yining will be completely different from normal times, turning into a little kitten who is still a little cold but very clingy. But this was the first time he had seen someone as clingy as Sha Yuna. Even Yining had a headache because of this. After all, Sha Yuna is the leader of the younger generation of their clan. It would be putting the cart before the horse if she neglected her cultivation just to cling to Lin Jian's favor. Therefore, Yining mentioned it to Sha Yuna several times, and even talked about it with Lin Jian several times in front of Sha Yuna, but it had no effect at all. Sha Yuna agreed happily every time, but when the time really came, she would stick to Lin Jian and not go to practice. This made Yining angry and anxious. You haven't practiced these past few days, and the gap between you and Lakala and the others is getting bigger and bigger. Lin Jian gently pinched her cat ears. Yining is angry with me. If this continues, she might eat my heart. Lord Saint. Sha Yuna just wagged her tail and acted coquettishly in a cat-like voice. Okay. Lin Jian didn't care and continued to stroke her cat ears with a smile. He also liked Sha Yuna, this clingy little cat who had no bad intentions at all. In comparison, the other party's strength was secondary. Just after Lin Jian enjoyed some quiet time petting the cat, there was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Then the door opened and Yvette and Christine walked in. Master, we are here. Chapter 365, Throne of the Abyss. Deep inside the palace that once belonged to Leacock, Lin Jian came here surrounded by Yvette, Bingji, Christine and other girls. Looking at the throne at the deepest part of the palace, the rich breath of the abyss condenses here. Lin Jian, who possessed the blood of nightmares and was considered half a creature of the abyss, felt very comfortable. But for Bingji, Yvette and others, they felt very uncomfortable. Because of the ubiquitous abyss aura, these non-abyss creatures simply cannot survive in the abyss for a long time. Once a long time passes and the abyss aura accumulates in their bodies, they will transform into fallen creatures and completely become part of the abyss. But fortunately, there is a small world. They usually live in the small world. Even if there is some abyss power in their bodies, it can be quickly cleared away after returning to the small world. That's it. Lin Jian looked at Christine beside him. Is it really me? Christine was still a little incredulous. Although she is only the Lord of the Abyss on the first level of the Abyss, she would not even bother to be one in the past. But times are different now. Now is the time when the trial field of all races is opened. The Lord of the Abyss on the first layer of the Abyss, a position that many high-level Abyss creatures usually disdain to take, has become a popular commodity. As long as one sits on that throne, he can grasp the authority of the first layer of the Abyss and become the master of this layer. Go ahead. Master, you are so kind. Christine happily stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Juan, then came to the throne. As she sat on the throne, the authority that was lost due to Leacock's death and the escaping breath of the Abyss rushed towards Christine's body as if they had found a home. Christine's face clearly showed the pain that she would show when she was with Lin Juan. Sitting on this throne is not only a reward but also a test. If an Abyss creature that is not strong enough sits on it rashly, it will be burst by the Abyss breath and become the nourishment of the Abyss. But as time went on, Christine gradually adapted to the Abyss breath that was rushing in. And just at this moment, a pink breath suddenly emerged from the depths of the Abyss and poured into Christine's body. In an instant, Christine felt the world in her mind flash, and the next second she seemed to have escaped from a layer of the Abyss. Then he appeared in a temple which was countless times more magnificent. And deep in the temple, a very beautiful woman was leaning lazily on the divine bed. The woman's face and figure could not be seen clearly, and her whole body seemed to be obscured by a thin layer of mist. But just by looking at the mist, Christine felt that she was the embodiment of beauty and desire, which made her, as a woman, crazy about her. My lord! Christine just took a look and then knelt on the ground with a respectful look. Christine, my child, you have done very well. The woman shrouded in white mist spoke. Her young and charming voice seemed so far away that it seemed difficult to hear clearly. Christine knew. It's not that the other party doesn't want her to see or hear. But because of the other person's existence and the gap between them, she would be deeply immersed in it and lose herself just by seeing the other person and hearing the other person's voice. And the other person was actually protecting her by doing so. Did you find the child? Christine lowered her head even lower. My lord, Christine has successfully found her, but there were some accidents in the process. Oh? When I found her, she had already met a human man. Christine told the succubus lord about Lin Juan's affairs. It's very detailed. He told him everything about the other party's identity, the 7 tribes of his subordinates, how he was defeated and conquered by the other party, the world inside the other party, the huge wealth, and finally, how he easily killed Likic and a group of demon generals in the first level of the Abyss. Christine is useless and has become the other party's pet. Now, relying on the other party's favor, I can become the master of the first level of the Abyss. I am ashamed of you. Haha, don't think like that, my lovely child. The succubus lord chuckled after hearing this. Said, we succubi don't have as strong fighting talents as other superior races, so our fighting abilities are not outstanding. It's not shameful to be defeated by a man. On the contrary, beauty and charm are the foundation of our survival as succubi. You have become his woman through your body, and the owner of the first layer of the Abyss. This is your glory, not your shame. My little cutie, you did a great job. Continue to please him, offer him your loyalty and body, and let him enjoy the pleasure of the succubus, my good child. The words fell. The illusion is shattered. The pink breath surged into Christine's body like a tide. In the palace on the first level of the Abyss. After the pink aura surged into Christine's body, her succubus bloodline, which was already quite strong, was visibly enhanced. Her skin became noticeably whiter, her appearance seemed to become more beautiful, and the alluring succubus aura all over her body became even more charming. It may not seem like there is much difference, but it makes people feel more beautiful and attractive. During this change, Christine's aura reached the peak of imperial perfection, and she was only one step away from the half-step saint level. Christine slowly opened her eyes, and her whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of nobility, in addition to the simple charm before. But the moment those beautiful eyes fell on Lin Juan, that noble and indifferent expression disappeared. Instead, there was the succubus's familiar smile, and she stood up and threw herself into Lin Juan's arms. Master, you are so kind to Christine! Christine rubbed against Lin Jiuan's arms, wagging her succubus's little tail. What was that pink breath just now? Lin Jiuan hugged Christine's slender waist. Although he was a little angry when he saw the changes in Christine, he still calmed down and asked about the business first. It is my lord who has summoned me. He can find you. Because he has become the lord of the abyss on the first level of the abyss. With his power he can sense it. But don't worry, master. My master cannot see what is happening here. Moreover, the meeting just now also consumed a lot of my master's power. She will not be able to contact him again in a short time. So what did you guys just talk about? Christine also did not hide anything. He repeated to Lin Jiuan everything he had just said to the succubus lord word for word. This included the fact that she had originally told the succubus lord about Lin Jiuan's affairs, and how the succubus lord subsequently encouraged her to continue to seduce Lin Jiuan, and use her body to make Lin Jiuan obsessed and pamper her. Chapter 366 Christine's Ambition, The Infiltrating Vampires. You've taken advantage of both sides, Lin Jiuan said with a smile. I do this to better serve my master. Christine didn't feel ashamed or nervous at all. Instead, she wagged her tail and said, Look, master, I've become more beautiful. Lin Jiuan had to admit this. As her strength increased, mainly because her succubus bloodline was further enhanced by the catalysis of the pink aura, Christine became more attractive than before. How long will it take to break through to the half-step saint level? Well, it will probably take about 10 years. If you, master, can give Christine enough resources to eat all she wants. Pause. Christine looked at Lin Jiuan eagerly again and said, If you, master, can pamper Christine every day, Christine is confident that this time can be shortened to within 5 years. No, about 3 years. Lin Jiuan did not answer. This amount of time seemed a bit long but not too long to him. It seems that there is no point in accepting it? It's probably not even 5 years since he entered the ocean survival world, and it will take Christine at least 5 years to enter the half-step saint level? The key is that he can't pamper Christine every day. No matter how attractive Christine is, he would get bored if he saw the same person every day. And this is under the condition that he ensures to provide the other party with the maximum amount of resources. Although he can afford the resources needed to satisfy the cultivation of a succubus who wants to break through the half-step saint level, it is not a small number. How long will it take for the second level of the abyss to open? Because he has become the lord of the abyss, the second floor of the abyss will not be opened too quickly. It will take about a year to open. What is the strength of the lord of the second layer abyss? The lords of the abyss within the 10th floor are all at the great perfection of the emperor level, but there will be some differences in their combat power. When they reach the 10th floor, the lord of the abyss will reach the half-step saint level. Christine seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Lin Jiuan eagerly and said, If you can kill the masters of the 2nd to 9th abysses and hand over all these abysses to Christine to manage, Christine is confident that she can immediately step into the half-step saint level. That's a nice thought. Hee, master, you are the best to me, right? Lin Jiuan smiled and didn't reply to her. Instead, he gently stroked Christine's slender waist. Christine didn't say anything else. Her body fell limply into Lin Jiuan's arms, breathing slightly. Just as Lin Jiuan's hand gradually moved downwards, Christine suddenly let out a moan. Yes, master, I found a few small bugs. One level of the abyss. In a cave somewhere in the forest. The news has been confirmed. Leacock is dead. What do we do next? Is that human confirmed to be Felix? How could it be false? Who else besides Felix has entered the first layer of the abyss? Have you ever heard of multiple entrances to the abyss appearing at the same time on the first layer? Besides, Virginia is also under his command, and the races under his command match those conquered by Felix. Several vampire viscounts dressed in black were gathered together, looking extremely ugly. They were originally ordered by Grand Duke Yirun to sneak into the first level of the abyss. Relying on the foundation preserved by the Empire over a long period of time, it is not difficult to hide the aura in the first layer of the abyss and resist the invasion of the abyss aura for a period of time. He originally planned to hide and take advantage of the time when Felix and Leacock were fighting. It would be best to catch them both injured and then kill them both. Then, their leader, Osteler, would absorb the breath of the abyss and transform into a fallen abyss vampire, and take over the authority of the first level of the abyss. But what they didn't expect was that some time ago, before they could find any trace of Felix. But news came that a human army with various beauties from 7 races actually killed Likic and his demon generals. Good news. They now know that Felix is actually a human in disguise, and is most likely the enemy of the Empire known as Lin Jiuan. Once the news gets back to the Empire, not only Lin Jiuan himself, but also Isabella and even the Blood Moon Queen will suffer heavy losses. Bad news. They can't go back now. Although Yurun had many secret treasures handed down from his family and stolen, there were obviously no secret treasures that returned from the abyss. We can wait. Aztala thought for a while and said, He will definitely leave the abyss. Then we will ambush and kill the Lord of the Abyss that he supports, take over the authority of the first layer of the abyss, and then return to the Empire. That's all we can do now. The expressions of several vampire viscounts changed, but they finally agreed to Aztalar's method. With the various equipment given to them by Grand Duke Yurun, it is not impossible for them to raid and kill an Abyss Lord in the first level of the Abyss together. In this case, we can only hide here now. Aztala looked at the only female vampire among the 6. Brenda, I'm leaving the task of purchasing supplies and gathering information for a long period of time to you. She was a beautiful vampire woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, about 30 years old. Now that Lin Jiuan had killed Likic and all his demon generals, the 7 tribes under his command were completely released and began to slaughter in the abyss, causing massacres wherever they went. Only some beautiful female demons can survive. Following the massacre by the 7 legions, the remaining abyss demons who heard the news had already fled into the mountains and forests. Only some female demons who thought they were good-looking and those half-demon women who had accidentally fallen into the abyss and their ancestors dared to stay in the town. Then, Aztala was a little worried again and said, Once it's done, you will take the credit. I am doing this for Grand Duke Yurun. This is what I should do. Besides, Brenda G smiled self-deprecatingly. Even if I fall into their hands, I probably won't die, but will be stripped naked and given to that damn human, right? Hearing this, Aztalar, who was worried that Brenda G might betray and join Lin Jiuan, was relieved a little and laughed at himself for being so suspicious. The 6 of them were all carefully selected by Grand Duke Yurun. They were blood nobles whose families had served Grand Duke Yurun for generations, so their loyalty was absolutely guaranteed. And they have all left children and heirs in the outside world, and their descendants and families are in the hands of Grand Duke Yurun. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Chapter 367, The Blood Clan's Betrayer. Until Brenda G's figure disappeared in the cave for a long time. A vampire viscount couldn't help but ask, Aztal, will Brenda G? Will you betray Lord Yurun? Aztal asked before he could finish. Of course I wouldn't, but it's nothing. We have been favored by Master Yurun for generations. When we decided to enter the abyss, we were ready to repay Master Yurun with our own death. How could we possibly betray him? Aztalar asked nonchalantly. If you are really afraid of death, you will still fall into the abyss. Besides, they are all vampires carefully selected by Yurun. Not only are they loyal to Yurun, but they also have a very harmonious family, either with a lover they love deeply, or with their children, parents or other family members who have a very good relationship. This ensures that the family and descendants are in Yurun's hands. If they die, then their descendants can still ensure prosperity and wealth, and the family will continue to exist. But if they betray, no matter what, their family, lovers and descendants will all die. Even if they survive at that time, everything the family has built for thousands, tens of thousands of years or even longer will disappear into thin air. However, Aztalar did not say these words. He just paused and then scolded. In short, that kind of thing can happen. Don't say such things that are not conducive to unity anymore. When Brenda arrived in the city, this place has almost become a deserted city. There were no people on the streets, and the occasional ones were beautiful, anxious-looking female demons and aliens. Brenda G did not try to cover up and walked naturally on the street. At this time, covering her face actually attracted attention. After purchasing some supplies and asking for information as usual, Brenda G just walked out of a store that was no longer managed by demons, but heard the anxious cries of female demons coming from the street. Look, they're coming! Brenda's heart skipped a beat, and she looked up at the sky in the direction the female demons were facing. Just see it at the end of the sky. Huge, pure white cloud boats were approaching them. However, Brenda G did not turn around and run away with the purchased supplies. Instead, she stood there, staring at the approaching cloud boat, her eyes flickering. And when those cloud boats were approaching this almost empty city, from the cloud boat, female feathered creatures with pure white wings on their backs and exuding a powerful aura flew down. They descended towards the city like angels. When the female demons on the street saw them, they all trembled and knelt on the ground to show their submission. The female demons who were originally in the houses also came to the street and prostrated themselves. Several female feather tribe members landed on the street where Brenda G was, glanced at the kneeling female demons, and then their gazes fell on Brenda G, with a hint of disgust clearly flashing in their eyes. Disgusting vampires. As creatures of light, they naturally hate creatures of darkness. To them, vampires are as disgusting as sewer bugs. Except for the high-ranking members of the Feather Clan who are accustomed to sleeping with the female vampires, the middle and lower-ranking members of the Feather Clan still hate those vampires. Among the other 6 races, their disgust for vampires is second only to that of those brainless female wolves. Put your hands up, or I'll target you as a potential threat. Brenda G raised her hands and said calmly, My name is Brenda G. I am the Viscount of the Blood Moon Empire and one of the vampires sent by Grand Duke Yurun to assassinate your master. I know where my companions are now, and I want to see your master. Brenda G had just said a few words. The faces of those female feathered tribe members changed instantly. Almost instantly, they assumed a fighting stance and flapped their wings to keep a certain distance. After hearing what Brenda said, they relaxed a little, but their expressions were still very alert. We can't handle what's happening here. Let's go find the adults. Yes. A female feathered clan member flew quickly towards the cloud boat in the sky. Not long after, a female feather clan member who was exceptionally beautiful and holy came over and looked at Brenda G with a serious expression. You are Brenda G, the Viscount of the Blood Clan? Yes, who are you? My name is Alyssa, and I'm the princess of the Feather Tribe. Hearing this, Brenda G's expression relaxed a little. Looking at Alyssa's serious and slightly wary expression, she said, I can tell you the location of my companions now. After you send your men to deal with them. No, just follow me. After Alyssa finished speaking, she turned and flew towards the largest and most luxurious Feather Clan cloud boat in the sky. Brenda G did not hesitate. A pair of blood wings appeared behind her, and she followed Alyssa into the sky. My lady princess? All the way on the cloud boat, Brenda G felt less nervous when she heard the female feathered people address Alyssa respectfully. I followed the other party deeper into the cloud boat, and reached the room at the highest point. Alyssa knocked on the door and said respectfully, Father, Mother, Alyssa has something important to see you about. Come in. An elegant and pleasant mature female voice came from inside. The door opens. Brenda G followed Alyssa in and saw several extremely beautiful female Feather Tribe members kneeling on the ground. And on a long sofa facing the door, a female Feather Clan member who looks about 70% similar to Alyssa and is obviously related to her, but is older and looks more mature and beautiful, is nestling in the arms of a young and handsome male human. As for the beautiful girls from the Feather Clan, whose faces were only slightly less pretty than the mother and daughter, they were either lying on the sofa or kneeling on the ground trying to please the man. The moment their eyes met, before Alyssa could speak, Brenda immediately knelt on the ground and made a gesture of submission. I was filled with fear and terror. Although she had never seen the other person, she could guess that the person in front of her was definitely Lin Jiuan. But why is he here? Obviously, the 7 different tribes under his command were attacking in different directions, so why did he choose to attack the Feather Tribe? Was it a coincidence? Or had he discovered their tracks long ago? Viscount of the Empire, Lady Brenda, greets His Excellency. A moment. All eyes fell on Brenda G. Vicomte? Lin Jiuan looked at Brenda G with interest. The moment the sight fell on her, Brenda G felt as if she was being stared at by a terrifying monster. Although her body was tense, she still felt the fear and powerlessness of no way to resist in her heart. Finally, she almost knelt on the ground and trembled. Just saw it was sent in error. The previous chapter was originally 366, but it jumped to 367, so it was changed back. Chapter 368, Surrender, Massacre, Abyss 5. It was a long time later. Until Brenda G was sweating all over and could no longer hold back her sobs and whimpers. Lin Jian said calmly, "You are the vampire sent by Yurun to kill me?" He already knew from Christine that the vampire viscounts were here. However, when Christine first gained the power, she only sensed the location of these blood clan viscounts for a moment, and then she could not sense their specific location. So, Lin Jian followed the Feather Clan Legion that was appointed by Yvette to carry out the cleaning work, here to take a look. I had originally planned to just clear out the place if I couldn't find any, or at worst, blow up all the places I saw where they could hide. I didn't expect the other party to come to my door himself. "Yes, but I came to surrender to you." "Surrender? I hope to join your army and serve you." Brenda G pressed her forehead to the ground and said sincerely, "Please give me a chance to live. In return, I can tell you the exact location of my other 5 companions and offer you my eternal loyalty." "Eternal loyalty?" Lin Jian sneered and did not comment. These vampire viscounts who were sent to the abyss by Yurun to carry out the mission of assassinating him are definitely loyal people who are deeply trusted by Yurun. But even in this situation, this female vampire took the initiative to surrender and flatter him after hearing the news that he killed Likik. It can be seen that loyalty is actually useless most of the time. Bingji, Virginia, Yvette, Christine, and even Alexia, who was now in his arms with a loving look on her face. Which of these women is truly loyal? Lin Jian had no doubt that, not to mention that his strength was not strong enough to crush them, when the huge resources in the small world that could provide them with the needs for cultivation were cut off, some of them would probably consider stabbing him in the back. "Since Yurun can send you here, he can prevent you from rebelling, right?" "Yes, the families of our 6 blood clan viscounts have all followed Yurun or his high-ranking nobles for generations and have been supported by them. And the 6 of us all have family backgrounds in the Empire, and we have very good relationships with our families. For example, my husband and I have a very loving relationship, my son is very talented, and our family has a harmonious relationship. If I betray him, my family, my lover, my children, and my family will all die." "But—" After a pause, Brenda G looked up at Lin Jian, her eyes full of desire for life. "I want to live. No matter how good your relationship with your family is, that is something you can only enjoy if you are alive." Brenda G admitted that what she did was shameless. But that was her advantage. She felt that if the 5 people traveling with her were all women and beauties like her, then at least half of them, if not all of them, would make the same choice as her. Half a quarter of an hour later, I saw that Brenda G had not returned yet. The vampire viscounts in the cave became increasingly anxious, and an indescribable atmosphere spread among them. "Ostler, we can't wait here any longer." A vampire viscount couldn't help but say, "Brenda G hasn't come back for so long. She must have been captured or betrayed. We must leave here." Ostler's face looked a little ugly. He didn't want to admit Brenda's betrayal, because this would lower their already low success rate and survival rate even more. But now Brenda hasn't come back, he has to face the reality that Brenda might betray him. "Let's get out of here first." Ostler's expression changed, and then he stood up and said, "Leave a signal here, and then evacuate to other places." Before Ostler could finish his words, footsteps were suddenly heard at the entrance of the cave. "Who?" Ostler shouted coldly. "It's me." Brenda G's voice came from the cave entrance. "There was a little accident and some time wasted." Ostler and other vampires did not relax at all and looked towards the cave entrance vigilantly. Not long after, Brenda G's figure appeared in their sight. Seeing Brenda G alone, Ostler relaxed a little. "Why did it take so long?" asked Ostler. "Because my master has been pampering me for a while," Brenda G said with a smile on her face. "Owner?" Ostler was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and gritted his teeth and said, "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious what I mean?" Brenda G snuggled in the man's arms, and only then did Ostler and the others see that in the dark cave, right next to Brenda G, stood a young man who looked no more than 20 years old, with his arms around Brenda G's slender waist. The moment he saw the other person, Ostler felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and all his strength seemed to disappear from his body. Lin Jian? The words fell. The bodies of the 5 vampire viscounts suddenly seemed to be compressed by a heavy object, and exploded into pools of blood. The 5th level of the Endless Abyss. Christine, you are a running dog of humanity! A traitor! The Abyss will never let you go! With a final scream filled with anger. The Abyss Lord of the 5th layer, Crocodile Spider Otis, could no longer withstand the pressure of collapse, and turned into a ball of paste with a bang. Master, you are so amazing! Christine smiled charmingly and hugged Lin Jian's arm. After doing all this, Lin Jian didn't even look at Christine, who was happily wagging her tail, but glanced at the battle situation in the city below. Alexia, Bingji and the others are leading their respective tribesmen to fight against demons in various areas. At the 5th level, although the Lord of the Abyss was still powerful enough at the Imperial level, he was completely different from Likik, the Lord of the 1st level of the Abyss, who had been killed instantly by him before. The other party had been able to hold out against him for a while. Alexia and the others no longer have the ability to fight against the Lord of the Abyss. Even the demon generals under the Lord of the Abyss have the strength of the Imperial level. So, at this point in time, Lin Jian had to go down first to deal with this group of Imperial level Abyss demons, and then hand it over to Alexia and the others to clean up the battlefield. He also had to keep an eye on them while they were cleaning the battlefield, to prevent some powerful late-stage Imperial-level Abyss demons from hiding and attacking Alexia and the others. After looking for a while and sweeping the city with his spiritual sense to confirm that no powerful Abyss demons survived, Lin Jian brought Christine into the palace. Go ahead. The previous chapter was posted in error. It was supposed to be Chapter 366, but it was published as Chapter 367. So it was changed back. Chapter 369, Christine's Breakthrough, Half-Step Saint Realm. Same as the previous layers. Christine sat on the Abyss throne, which symbolizes authority, on the 5th level of the Endless Abyss. A huge amount of blessing from the Abyss poured into her body. Lin Jian stood at the entrance of the hall, looking at Christine sitting on the throne, silently feeling the changes in her strength. After experiencing the activities of the first 4 levels of the Abyss Lord's authority, Christine's strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, with the acquisition of the 5th level of the Abyss authority, and the blessing of the Abyss, her aura is not rising like before. Instead, it seemed as if it had reached a critical point and continued to accumulate. Is it going to break through? Lin Jian waved his hand, and countless rare breakthrough materials used for the Imperial level appeared in the hall. As the law of blood was activated, those materials were integrated into Christine's body, further enhancing her aura, which had already been condensed to the extreme. Then, like a pent-up flood breaking through a floodgate, the aura around her suddenly exploded. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions with the 5th level Abyss throne as its center. Christine on the throne also slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of joy in her eyes. Half a step to the Holy Realm. After devouring and integrating the authority of the 5th level of the Abyss, she finally broke through to the half-step Saint Realm. Feeling the surging power in her body, Christine looked at the only person in the hall besides her, Lin Jian. With my current strength, even he wouldn't be my opponent, right? Feeling the power of the half-step Saint Realm, this idea emerged in Christine's mind. But this thought only flashed through my mind for a moment. Seeing Lin Jian looking at her with a half-smile, a charming smile quickly appeared on Christine's face. She stood up from the throne that represented the authority of the Abyss, then lay on the ground and crawled all the way to Lin Jian. She completely lacked the dignity of a strong man who was half a step away from becoming a saint. She rubbed her increasingly delicate and beautiful face against Lin Jian's calf, trying to please this man whose strength was only in the late imperial stage. Master, you are so kind to me. Lin Jian squatted down and stroked Christine's head like he was stroking a dog. With a half-smile, he said, I thought you were going to kill me. How is that possible? I will always be the most loyal puppy to my master. Christine rubbed Lin Jian's palm coquettishly. She did have this thought for a moment just now, but it was only a moment. Christine knew that with her own qualifications and strength, there was no way she could stand out in the trial field of all races. The only way to survive and get a chance was to do as the succubus lord said. Relying on the advantages of succubus, she attaches herself to strong men. The gap between the great perfection of the imperial level and the half-step saint realm is huge. Lin Juan's strength is not as strong as hers now. Christine feels that she will definitely win if they really fight. But so what? After defeating Lin Juan, he obtained the opponent's huge resources and the female subordinates of the 7 tribes, which would allow him to live a comfortable life for a while. But as time went on, when stronger races came and high-level abyss lords came down, he would still become the pet of the stronger ones. As for other strong people, would the human male in front of them be nice to them? He gave me the authority of the 5th level of the abyss and such a huge amount of resources for cultivation, and I was no match for him in that aspect, so I always ate my fill. Even if there is another strong man who dotes on her in the future, who can treat her as well as Lin Juan? Let's not talk about this. Apart from being Lin Juan's dog to please him, what else is he not satisfied with? What else is missing? I'll get more after defeating him, but I can't use them. So, instead of retaliating against Lin Juan, enjoy some freedom and then find a new master. It's better to rely on Lin Juan all the time. As long as he keeps getting stronger, he can always rely on him. Although the other party is not as strong as himself now, the trial field of all races has only been open for 10 years, and the other party has already been promoted from an ordinary person to the point where he can now suppress the Lord of the 5th level of the Abyss. I believe that it won't be long before it becomes stronger than me and feeds me again. Yeah? Lin Juan moved his hand, which was touching Christine's hair, down to her face. Looking at Christine rubbing her face in a flattering manner, he suddenly grabbed her snow-white neck. The sudden huge force made Christine's breathing stagnate. She opened her beautiful, blurry eyes and looked at Lin Juan with pity and confusion. Master, why? Christine. Lin Juan looked at Christine's eyes full of pity and grievance, and said in a cold tone, I don't like the way you looked at me just now. Feeling the hand squeezing her neck more and more tightly, Christine's face turned pale. But she did not argue or resist. She could only look at Lin Juan pitifully, letting his hand pinching her neck more and more tightly. Finally, just when Christine felt that her vitality had been slipping away for a while and her consciousness began to blur, Lin Juan let go of her hand, and Christine collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. But as soon as she regained some consciousness, Christine ignored the pain in her neck and climbed up and hugged Lin Juan's legs. She sobbed, Master, I'm sorry. It was Christine's fault. But Christine has no intention of hurting the Master. Christine just wants to monopolize the Master. Just think about it. Lin Juan did not comment. Through the law of blood, the law of soul, and the art of blood oath, he was able to sense his woman's general thoughts. I also know that Christine really didn't think of killing me just now. It was just as she said, she just wanted to defeat me and then be on top. Everyone has the desire of greed. Lin Juan had seen this kind of little emotion many times and generally didn't care about it. Besides, Christine quickly suppressed her desire and worked harder to please him. But considering her current strength, Lin Juan still gave her a warning to prevent her from causing any trouble in the future. And if she really had the thought of killing him just now, even if it was just a fleeting thought, Lin Juan would have killed her directly. Don't go to the next level of the abyss for now. Lin Juan touched Christine's head again. Relying on the Book of Faith, various enhancements, and the influence of the Blood Oath, Lin Juan was still confident that he could deal with the succubus who had just entered the half-step Holy Realm, had not yet stabilized her realm, and had no combat experience. This was also the reason why he allowed Christine to obtain the 5th level of authority. But if he could reach the 6th level and completely consolidate his half-step Saint Realm, Lin Juan would not be able to guarantee who would win or lose. Under Lin Juan's gentle touch, Christine's trembling body gradually calmed down, but she still hugged Lin Juan tightly. Christine always listens to the Master. Although the next level of the abyss can be taken with my current strength. But Christine still nodded obediently and looked at Lin Juan pitifully, like a puppy who had done something wrong and was afraid of being abandoned by his owner. Repeatedly, Christine obeys the Master in everything. Chapter 370, Invasion, War. The 5th level of the Abyss. Succubus Queen, in Christine's palace. Lin Juan was lying on the soft big bed. While feeling the soft and smooth silky skin of Christine's back with my hands, I listened to Yvette's story. After Christine completely mastered the authority of the 5th layer of the Abyss and was promoted to the half-step Saint Realm, the Abyss demons in these 5 layers almost completely surrendered to Christine, and Lin Juan no longer allowed his 7 tribes legion to continue slaughtering demons. There is no other reason. This place is too poor for other races. Anything produced by the Abyss is tainted with the strong breath of the Abyss. To creatures that are not of the Abyss race, it is tantamount to the most poisonous poison in the world. The succubi in these 5 layers are so few in number that they are almost non-existent because they are at too low a level. Up to now, they have only looted a few succubi, and their quality is far inferior to that of Christine and Lilith. They have also slept with countless male demons. Although Lin Juan likes young women, he has no interest in taking the bus. For Lin Juan, the only use of those succubi was to drink the water of Zimu River and produce a large number of little succubi for him. How's Lilith? Now I have reached the perfect king level. There was still an air of amazement in Yvette's tone that was difficult to conceal. Lilith's improvement speed is really too fast. It has been less than half a year since I broke through to the king level, but I am about to break through to the emperor level. This speed is even faster than riding a rocket. Let her relax once in a while and not be so anxious. She has always wanted to break through to the saint level as soon as possible, Yvette said with a smile. Christine also chuckled twice when she heard this. This child. Lin Juan shook his head and laughed. Now Lilith's complete form has grown into the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old girl, but Lin Juan has never eaten her. The reason is because of issues related to the origin of the succubus. According to what Christine heard from the Lord of the Succubus, if Lilith has not yet lost her virginity, it would be best not to do so before she reaches the saint level. If she does, although her breakthrough speed will be faster because she has an additional path to practice, she will also lose her original essence, which will affect her breakthrough to the saint level, which is not worth the loss. And if you preserve the essence of the succubus, you will get a lot of benefits when you break through the holy realm. Fortunately, Lin Juan did not rush to eat Lilith, but prepared to wait until she reached the holy realm before making plans. But this made Lilith a little anxious. As a pure succubus born in the abyss, she was not a chaste woman and had strong desires. For her, that kind of thing was almost equivalent to eating. In addition, Lilith could no longer hold back because she could see her brother being intimate with other women from time to time. After trying to act cute with Lin Juan for a long time without success, Lilith simply went into seclusion and concentrated on practicing in order to break through the saint realm as soon as possible. The gate to the abyss is about to open, right? Well, in these few days, the door to the 10,000 races trial field on the first level of the abyss will be completely opened. Christine lazily nestled in Lin Juan's arms. Master, what are your plans? Lin Juan thought for a while, his eyes flickered slightly, and said, Just do what you should do normally. Under the cover of the blood moon, a pitch-black gate engraved with ancient runes stands quietly on the ground. Around this gate to the abyss, a large number of vampire troops were fully armed and staring at it nervously. As many vampires watched, countless evil auras from the abyss rose from the ground and spread to the door, slowly opening the crack in the door. Moment. A tense and panic-stricken atmosphere spread among the vampires. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, yet it seemed like just a short time. Just when the door to the abyss that exuded a dark and evil aura was opened to a gap large enough for a person to pass through, they heard a shrill howl. An abyss demon rushed out from the gate of the abyss and rushed towards them howling. Whoosh! A blood arrow pierced straight into the demon's head, nailing it to the ground. They are just a bunch of scum from the bottom of the abyss. What are you afraid of? A young vampire noble put down the longbow in his hand and said coldly. Seeing this, the tense bodies of many vampires gradually relaxed. The gate of the abyss seemed to be afraid of the strength of the vampires. Until the gate of the abyss was completely opened, no abyss demon emerged from it. Just when many vampires had breathed a sigh of relief, an incomprehensible scream was heard. Countless abyss demons swarmed out from the gate of the abyss, waving their weapons and rushing towards them. Blood Moon Empire. Blood Moon Imperial City. The Blood Moon Queen stood alone and quietly beside the huge sand table map. Looking at the territory that originally belonged to the Blood Moon Empire, but was covered with dark flags of the abyss, no emotion could be seen on that beautiful and cold face. "Your Majesty, the Varangian area has also been captured. Count Bogon is seriously injured, Count Isabella is trapped and his life or death is unknown, and Count Naples died in the battle." Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door, followed by an anxious voice. The Blood Moon Queen was silent for a while, and quietly took down the flag that belonged to the Blood Moon Empire in the Valangan area. He said calmly, "I understand." There were sounds of leaving footsteps outside the door. Until the footsteps outside the door disappeared, the Blood Moon Queen could no longer suppress her emotions. She exerted force with her hands, and the corners of the sand table were crushed. Snap! Damn it! The Blood Moon Queen's beautiful bright red eyes were filled with anger and powerlessness. Neither Felix, who was first sent in, nor the subsequent waves of vampire teams are anywhere to be found. It has been some time since the Gate of the Abyss was fully opened. The Empire and the Abyss demons were locked in a long tug-of-war, with countless news of casualties and lost territories coming from the border every day. The top leaders of the Empire have begun to impeach her. As the situation worsens, more and more nobles who originally remained neutral have turned to Yerune's side, and those nobles of the Empire who were originally loyal to her have died, been injured, or been sentenced for betrayal in the battle against the invasion of the Abyss. The situation, which she could barely maintain, has deteriorated to the extreme. But what she could not accept the most was her best friend and most staunch supporter whom she grew up with. Isabella. Now I am trapped in the enemy camp, and I don't know whether I am alive or dead. The Blood Moon Queen's expression changed several times, and finally she seemed to have made up her mind. She turned and walked out of the hall. Chapter 371 Isabella's Defeat. Gradually regaining consciousness, Isabella opened her eyes blearily. "Master, she's awake!" Hearing the strange yet familiar voice of the woman, Isabella's memories quickly became clear. "When I was leading the army to resist the invasion of the Abyss demons, I was besieged by the Abyss demons, and then..." Isabella suddenly sat up from the bed and looked around vigilantly. She was in a spacious and luxurious bedroom, and in the direction of the sound was a succubus with a sexy figure and charming appearance. Isabella remembered her. The master of those Abyss demons, the succubus queen, Christine. Although she was besieged by several Abyss demon lords, she still had a chance to break through with her powerful bloodline and combat power. But just when she was about to break through, this succubus suddenly came and knocked her unconscious. And now, the arms of a human man like a kitten. "Who are you? Don't you know who I am?" Isabella was silent. Combining all the past events, she did have some guesses about the identity of this human male who seemed to be the master of the succubus, but... Felix? See, I knew she could guess it. "Master, you are so awesome!" Christine looked at Lin Jian with admiration. "What do you want to do?" Isabella felt a little dry in her throat. She and the Blood Moon Queen had actually long suspected the identity of Felix, and had thought that the other party might be Lin Jian's man or even Lin Jian himself, but the extent of the deterioration of the situation and the other party's current actions were beyond her expectations. "I want this island, can you give it to me?" Isabella said coldly. "Give up on this idea. Even if I die, I will never betray your majesty." "How loyal!" Lin Jian sighed, looked at Isabella with interest, and said, "Since you are not afraid of death, you should not be afraid that I will strip you naked and throw you to the front line, right?" "You!" Isabella's face changed drastically. She stared at Lin Jian with anger on her face. "Of course, I also know your loyalty to your majesty, but even if you don't consider your own face, you have to consider your majesty's face. You know, your majesty is not in a good condition right now. If the entire empire is united, it would not be impossible to suppress or even counterattack the current scale of the Abyss Demon's attack. However, now the Yerune faction and the neutral faction are conserving their strength, and only your majesty is pushed to the front and has to resist the invasion of the Abyss Demon. Although the creatures in the Abyss are extremely terrifying to normal creatures. Whether in terms of vitality, combat power or combat experience, an Abyss creature of the same realm can beat several vampires. But after all, they are just the lowest level of the Abyss creatures. Facing the huge Blood Moon Empire, if the Blood Moon Empire is really determined to solve the problem of the Abyss, then it is not impossible to counterattack into the abyss and forcibly close the gate of the abyss when the upper levels of the abyss have not yet been opened. But the current situation is that the abyss is winning victory after victory, while the vampires have suffered heavy casualties. Now your Majesty's men are either dead or injured. His strength was originally inferior to Yeroon's, and now it's even worse. Tell me if I give you to Yeroon. That's enough. What do you want to do? Look, you're anxious again. Lin Jiuan spoke calmly. And Christine climbed up from Lin Jiuan's arms. She walked barefoot on the soft carpet with sexy cat steps and came to Christine's side. Like a beautiful snake, she went behind Isabella and hugged her. Let me go! Isabella struggled continuously, but she didn't know what had happened to her body, and she couldn't use any strength at all. Be good, little one, if you're not good. Isabella could hear Christine's hot breath. She felt her body temperature rising and her breathing became heavier instinctively. You witch, what did you do to me? Isabella said through gritting her teeth. It's a punishment for naughty children. Christine breathed sweetly, hugged Isabella from behind, leaned over and looked at Isabella's profile charmingly, one hand around her slender waist, and the other hand on her face, stroking her tender skin. Her hands seemed to have a strange magic, and Isabella felt her body temperature rising rapidly where her fingers passed. If you touch me, I will kill you! Isabella looked at Lin Jiuan. Although she had never eaten pork, she obviously knew why Christine did this to her body. Can you listen to me now? Isabella bit her lower lip and stared at Lin Jiuan. Her body was stiff for a moment, and then she leaned weakly in Christine's arms. It is impossible for me to betray His Majesty. No, you're not betraying her, you're helping her. Isabella didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Jiuan with a resentful look, saying, I want to see what you can say. Is your queen in a bad condition now? A lot has been said just now, and Lin Jiuan is too lazy to explain further. Isabella is not a fool anyway. Straight to the point. I can help you. As long as you and your queen become my women, we will deal with Yeroon together. At that time, this empire and this island will still be ruled by your queen. Isabella was breathing slightly. She didn't know whether Christine had done anything to her body yet, but she felt that her current condition was not very good. Looking at Lin Jiuan sitting on the sofa, her mind kept thinking about things that she had never thought about in the past. After panting for a long time, Isabella said with difficulty, As long as you are willing to help His Majesty, I can become your woman. Don't you know that you are just a free gift? Lin Jiuan didn't give Isabella any face at all. Isabella's face showed shame and anger. She gritted her teeth and stopped talking. She even tried hard to suppress her weak body. All right. After staring at her for a while, when Isabella's eyes could no longer maintain clarity, Lin Jiuan seemed to give up and said, Then I'll take a step back. You become my woman. I will now order the Abyss demons to stop their attacks and keep their existing territories from expanding further or invading the Blood Moon Empire's territory. As for your queen's matter, how about we talk to her later? Isabella opened her cherry lips with difficulty, and a light pink color appeared on her face. Under the magic of Christine that continued to invade her body and arouse her lust, her thin cherry lips were trembling constantly just by the movement of opening them. If you dare to lie to me, I will never ever let you go. Chapter 372 The Blood Moon Queen Visits Ryan Fortress. When the Blood Moon Queen arrived at this fortress city, which was already on the front line. But I found it exceptionally peaceful here. Not to mention the corpses outside the city, even the smell of blood was much lighter, as if no one had died in a long time. His Majesty! Even the Marquis of Rhine, who was guarding the fortress here, had already heard the news that the Blood Moon Queen was coming to the front line, and had led his men out of the city to welcome her. But when he saw the Blood Moon Queen arriving with his own eyes, his face changed drastically. How can you, with your precious body, come to a place like this? Although restrictions have been further lifted now, and the power suppression of the descending races has been reduced to the level of imperial perfection, the suppression is still severe. As for a top-notch half-step Saint Realm powerhouse like the Blood Moon Empress, although she can easily fight against many enemies alone and kill them one by one even if they are suppressed at the Emperor level, the chance of her capsizing in the gutter is much greater than when she is in her prime. Therefore, These beings usually stay in their own nests and communicate with the outside world through avatars and projections. The Blood Moon Queen did not answer but asked, "How is the situation recently? I don't know what's going on with that group of abyss demons. They haven't launched any attacks in the past half-month. They are shrinking on all fronts. Any news about Isabella?" "Your Majesty, I mourn for you." Marquis Ryan lowered his head and said, "I am incompetent. At that time, I only saw the Succubus Queen personally take action and capture Duke Isabella. I am afraid that now, the Abyss Demon can no longer be called a dark creature. As a child of the Abyss, those who live in the bottomless abyss are synonymous with tyranny, killing, lust, greed, and other negative emotions. There are almost no rules and order in the bottomless abyss. Killing is going on every moment. The strong win and the weak die. As for the Abyss Demons, they never take prisoners, and there are only two outcomes for those who fall into their hands. One is death. The other was used as a tool for sexual gratification and then was disabled before dying." The Blood Moon Queen said nothing. Although her expression remained as cold as usual, people around her could sense a sense of oppression, and they lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Just at this moment, a faint sound came from a very far distance. The Blood Moon Queen and Marquis Ryan first looked towards the east, which was the territory of the Abyss Demon. A succubus flew towards them from the sky. "His Majesty? Let her come." "Yes." With almost no obstruction, the succubus flew all the way to the Blood Moon Queen. "Greetings to Her Majesty the Blood Moon Queen." The succubus smiled and pulled out a gilded invitation from her plump chest and handed it to the Blood Moon Queen. "Our Queen would like to invite you to the Abyss to discuss the future together." "Your Majesty, you can't go!" Marquis Ryan's expression changed, and he interrupted. The Blood Moon Queen just looked at the succubus coldly. She did not accept the invitation but asked, "How is Isabella now?" "She is doing well now. I believe she will be very happy if you can come." After a long silence, the Blood Moon Queen reached out and grabbed the gilded invitation. "Tell your queen that I will go to see her. But if I knew anything happened to Isabella, I would kill her." "Of course." The succubus bowed slightly. "The queen awaits your arrival." It was not until the succubus turned and flew away towards the abyss that Marquis Ryan could not help but ask again, "Your Majesty, you—" "That's enough, Marquis." The Blood Moon Queen seemed to have lost some strength. She sighed and said, "I'm tired." "His Majesty, if Yurun and I continue to fight like this, even if the Empire is not destroyed by the invasion of the Abyss, it can only survive. I don't know when it will collapse like those races destroyed by the Empire. But the Imperial family of the Empire will always be you." "All right." The Blood Moon Queen didn't seem to want to continue talking and interrupted Marquis Ryan again. "If I don't come back and the Abyss invades again, there's no need to stay here. Yurun will naturally send someone to take over all this." After saying, the Blood Moon Queen walked straight towards the Abyss. "Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following three options. Reward 1, Bloodline, Bloodline Improvement. Reward 2, Crystal Cloud Blood Sandstone. Reward 3, Bloody Dark Spear, Legendary Weapon. Crystal Cloud Blood Sandstone is a very rare and special mineral. It can be used to manufacture equipment and weapons, and even if the craftsman has excellent skills, it is not impossible to make heroic equipment. Unfortunately, none of the 7 races in Lin Jian's hands are good at forging. After Lin Jian took a quick glance at the 3 rewards, he directly chose Reward 1. Immediately, Lin Jian felt that the blood in his body was visibly improving, from the original Vampire Earl to the Vampire Marquis. And as his bloodline improved, his realm naturally broke through to the Imperial level of perfection. It's almost time to try to break through to the half-step saint level. Why don't you go back and take a look sometime? Now that the Abyss is acting as a thug to delay the Blood Moon Empire, Lin Jian doesn't even need to do anything here. He just needs to keep the 2 forces of Blood Moon Queen and Yurun restrained from each other so that they cannot fight against the Abyss with all their strength. This is also the reason why Lin Jian did not allow the Abyss Demon to continue attacking. Now, due to the factional dispute between the Blood Moon Queen and Yurun, all the factions of the Blood Moon Empire, big and small, are trying to preserve their own strength. Facing the invasion of the Abyss demons, a large number of Blood Clan nobles are watching from the other side and conserving their strength. Only the Blood Moon Queen and the vampire nobles whose territories were invaded are truly resisting the Abyss demons. This is also the reason why the Abyss can win victory after victory. On the one hand, it is true that the Abyss demons are a group of strong individual creatures, and they are also a group of lunatics who are not afraid of death. But the most important thing is the internal problems of the Blood Moon Empire. However, if we continue to go deeper into the heart of the Blood Moon Empire and make them feel that they are under serious threat and unite, then these Abyss demons will be no match for us. Even if the Blood Moon Empire really wanted to be ruthless, it would not be impossible to kill Christine, even though she had already broken through to the half-step saint level. Tattoo. There was a knock at the bedroom door, and then the door was opened directly. Christine walked in with a smile on her face. Her gaze stayed on Isabella, who was lying dazed on the bed, for a moment. Then she came to Lin Juan, who was standing by the window, and snuggled in his arms. Master, I have a bad news and a good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lin Juan opened his arms and hugged her. Good news. A noble and beautiful lady is coming to see you. What about the bad news? That beautiful lady is the Blood Moon Queen. Chapter 373 Dinner, Habit Becomes Natural. Blood Moon Queen? Lin Juan was stunned, and then couldn't help frowning. What is she going to do? Christine told Lin Juan exactly what happened at the Rhine fortress on the front line, including the fact that she asked her men to invite the Blood Moon Queen to the Abyss for a chat. Master, you won't blame Christine for acting on her own, right? Lin Juan didn't care either. In fact, he didn't really care about these things. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to enjoy yourself? Regarding the war between the Abyss and the Blood Moon Empire, since the legions of the 7 races under his command did not participate in this war at all and Lin Juan did not care how many Abyss demons died, Lin Juan handed over these matters to Christine at the beginning of the war. Is she crazy? Probably. Christine glanced at Isabella, who was sleeping on the bed. Lin Juan naturally noticed Christine's eyes, and his expression became even more strange. He couldn't believe that someone who sat on the position of the Lord of the Empire could go crazy to this extent for a close friend who grew up with her. According to the normal plot, shouldn't he be ruthless and cruel, and backstab his good brother for the sake of profit? Nightfall. Isabella was dazed when she heard the sound of running water. Opened my eyes confusedly. I saw myself lying on a jade bed, and several maids were washing my body with the shower heads and wiping the dirt off my body with their soft and boneless hands. Ma'am, you're awake. A maid saw Isabella open her eyes and whispered. The master said that he would take you to see a guest tonight, so let us help you clean up. Guest? We don't know. Isabella didn't ask any more questions after hearing that. She closed her eyes and let the maids clean her body. In fact, she has a mild mysophobia. When he lived with the Blood Moon Queen in the past, he never let the maids dress him, help him bathe, or touch his body. He did almost everything by himself, or together with the Blood Moon Queen. When you grow up, you won't need the service of a maid at all. I have always lived alone. However, since she became Lin Juan's woman, over the past half-month, she has almost gotten used to this kind of life where she can't get out of bed every day, and has to rely on maids to serve her in everything. No way. Lin Juan was born like an animal. Isabella felt as if she had not had any time to be awake and alone at the same time in the past half-month. The only things she could do every day were eating, and sleeping. No matter how strong the mysophobia is, it can be suppressed because of exhaustion and the body being too dirty, and the maid has to help clean the body. Thinking about these things, Isabella fell asleep again in a daze. Isabella didn't wake up again until the maid called her name softly. Isabella got out of bed with the help of her maid, wiped her body, and changed into a simple yet elegant beige dress, which perfectly set off her tall figure and cold temperament. When Isabella returned to the bedroom, she saw Lin Juan sitting on the sofa, reading a book and drinking wine. I'm done. Lin Juan put down his wine glass after hearing the voice, looked up and saw Isabella in a dress. His eyes lit up. Although she has worn various clothes in the past half-month, this is her first time to wear a dress. The light-colored long skirt matches her cold temperament, which makes people. Isabella watched Lin Juan stand up and walk towards her, and naturally put his arms around her waist. Over half a month had passed. From the beginning, when she used to feel hairy and nauseous when being slightly touched by the other party, Isabella had now gotten used to the other party's active contact. She leaned naturally into his arms and asked in a calm tone, "Who is the guest?" "You'll know in a moment." Isabella frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. She let Lin Juan hug her and walk out of the bedroom. It might be because of the time she had been with Lin Juan, who was always not very honest. Now, he didn't bully her, which was a rare occasion. Isabella was not quite used to it, but at the same time, she began to enjoy the quiet atmosphere. Her slightly tense body completely relaxed. When she arrived at the restaurant and sat down, Isabella was still a little bit in disbelief when she saw that Lin Juan only asked her to sit next to him instead of on his lap. "Is this man impotent today?" "Yes." Isabella was stunned when she saw Lin Juan handing her his spoon. He asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" "You feed me." "No." Isabella looked disgusted. "Then I feed you?" "Isabella. Feeding comes second." She felt that if she really let this man feed her, she wouldn't know what she would be eating. Isabella wanted to enjoy this rare rest time for a while longer. After taking a deep breath, Isabella picked up the spoon and resisted the urge to smash it on the donkey's face, and fed him food mouthful by mouthful. I had just fed him a few bites when I heard footsteps in the corridor. It sounded familiar, but Isabella didn't care. As the number of times increased, she gradually found the rhythm of feeding Lin Juan and his preferences. She used the spoon to scoop some rice, meat and vegetables, mixed them together, and put it to Lin Juan's mouth. At this time, the door of the restaurant was opened, and Lin Juan's attention seemed to be attracted by the door, and he did not open his mouth. Isabella did not turn around to look at the person who came in from the door. It was nothing more than Lin Juan's woman or the maid who came here to work. She didn't want to have any contact with either of them. She just raised her hand and felt a little helpless when she saw that Lin Juan didn't say anything. "Ah." Isabella made sounds like she was coaxing a child to open his mouth. Lin Juan couldn't help but glance at Isabella, pursed his lips and tried hard to suppress the curve of laughter, then opened his mouth. The Blood Moon Queen, who had just entered the restaurant, paused. Looking at Isabella feeding Lin Juan as if no one was around, and the intimacy between the two of them, she felt relieved but also a little weird. Even though they grew up together, she had never seen Isabella like this. Then, the Blood Moon Queen did not call her, but walked over and sat down next to Isabella. Isabella didn't even turn her head when she heard the sound of someone sitting down. She likes quietness and doesn't want to have any contact with Lin Juan's other women. When Lin Juan gets tired of her and stops looking for her, she thinks it's good to live alone, so she continues to feed Lin Juan food as if no one is around. "I wonder why your majesty has come to visit so suddenly?" As Isabella finished feeding the bibimbap in the bowl, Lin Juan looked at the Blood Moon Queen and asked. Hearing Lin Juan's address, Isabella was stunned, but then she didn't care. Could it be that the Blood Moon Queen came here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 374 Persuasion. Isabella continued to eat half a bowl of fresh rice brought by the maid and mixed a few dishes until, "I just want to make sure my friend is safe." Listening to that voice that is so familiar to me that I thought I would never hear again in my life. Isabella's hands trembled. The spoon in his hand fell to the ground, but his hand still maintained the posture of serving rice. It was not until the maid knelt on the ground to pick up the fallen food and spoons and clean the floor that Isabella finally realized what was going on and raised her head, but she was afraid to turn around. "What's wrong?" Lin Juan looked at Isabella's shocked and nervous expression with amusement. "Don't you recognize her?" Isabella then slowly turned her head and looked at the cold, arrogant and beautiful face sitting next to her. Your Majesty, Your Majesty?" Isabella only felt her throat become extremely dry, and her hands, which were still raised, were shaking slightly. "Why are you here?" Looking at Isabella, a rare smile appeared on the cold face of the Blood Moon Queen, just like the early spring when the ice and snow melted and all things revived. Even Lin Juan couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. "Nothing, I just think it's boring." "Why are you here?" Isabella seemed to be provoked by something. Her beautiful eyes turned red as she stood up and said angrily, "What will happen to the Empire if you do this?" "Just give it to Jeroen," the Blood Moon Queen said indifferently. "That's yours, it belongs to your family. Are you just going to give it up like that?" "So what?" Facing Isabella, who got angry at her for the first time, the Blood Moon Queen also got angry. His voice rose several pitches as he asked, "Then what do you want me to do? Continue to fight with Jeroen, watch the abyss wreak havoc on the Empire's territory, and watch the Empire decline and perish in my hands?" Isabella's body trembled, she gritted her teeth and looked at the Blood Moon Queen with tears in her beautiful eyes, then she turned around and walked out of the restaurant. The Blood Moon Queen looked at Isabella, who disappeared at the door, and then her expression became cold again, as if nothing had happened, and she just enjoyed the food. "She's just mad at herself." Linnan, who was watching the fun, said, "I think you came here because she was captured by my men." The Blood Moon Queen said coldly, "I grew up with her and know her better than you do." Linnan suddenly had no idea who was in whose territory. "Why is this woman so arrogant?" "Actually, you don't need to give up the Empire," Linnan said. "I can help you." "Unnecessary." The Blood Moon Queen didn't even look at Linnan. "I can be your woman, but I will never help you enslave the people of the Empire." Linnan felt that he was a little confused about this woman's train of thought. "Even if Jeroen took away everything that belonged to your family? At least he is a vampire." The Blood Moon Queen looked at Linnan with a sneer on her face. "Besides, when the Empire was first established, his family was the Grand Duke of the Empire and made great contributions to the creation and continuation of the Empire. This is what he deserves." "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and Isabella?" Linnan asked curiously. The Blood Moon Queen didn't say anything, but threw the dinner knife in her hand directly into the plate in front of Linnan. The knife and the porcelain plate collided with each other, making a crisp sound. "Kill me, Linnan. There is no doubt that this woman is not afraid of death at all. Yes, even if she is afraid of death, she would not give up the glory and wealth of being an empress and come here. This is no different from seeking death. Besides, Isabella is now content to be his woman, and she hasn't done anything out of line. He can't kill her, and he can't bear to kill her. After dinner, the maid will take you to your room. Please wash up and wait for me." Linnan was too lazy to say anything more to her. He took the dinner knife and threw it back in front of her, then stood up and left the restaurant. After asking the maid in the corridor, Linnan found her in her bedroom. Isabella had already gone to bed and seemed to be asleep. Linnan naturally took off his clothes, got on the bed, and hugged Isabella. And Isabella was like a corpse, motionless. "I still say that. I won't betray her." "Now it's not about whether you betray her or not, but whether you think what she did is right?" Linnan asked back. "Isn't she angry now?" On the side of the Blood Moon Queen. "That woman is even more stubborn than Isabella. Isabella has been sleeping for more than half a month and still doesn't fall asleep. She still insists on doing her own thing. Linnan doesn't think he can convince her easily. In contrast, it would be more feasible to let Isabella persuade the other party." Isabella was silent for a long time, suddenly grabbed Linnan's mischievous hand and opened her eyes. Her beautiful red eyes seemed to still be filled with tears. Isabella took a deep breath to suppress her uneasy emotions and looked at Linnan. "What do you mean? Don't you understand clearly?" Linnan, on the other hand, buried his head in Isabella's arms, as if he didn't care. "In the end, please help me convince her to cooperate with me. I will help her unify the Empire and let her continue to be the Blood Moon Queen. Or should I hand over the Empire to Jeroen, and let him and I decide between life and death? By then, either I die or the Blood Moon Empire is destroyed. There will be no third option. If you also think the latter is better, then just ignore what I said. Don't let me destroy the Blood Moon Empire and make you hate me instead." Having said that, Linnan stopped talking nonsense. Concentrate on enjoying Isabella. The Blood Moon Empire is very useful to him, but it is not a necessity. If the Blood Moon Queen can help him create a divided Blood Moon Empire, then the Blood Moon Queen and Christine alone will be able to hold back his enemies in the Blood Moon Empire. On the contrary, if the Blood Moon Queen is determined to give up everything, the Blood Moon Empire will become a unified entity under Jeroen's integration, which will cause him a lot of trouble. But now, relying on Christine and the Abyss Legion under her command, they can completely disgust the other party for a while, and it will only cause trouble at most. However, he is afraid that he still cannot go back to see Guiru, Cui Yishur and the others during this period of time. Instead, he has to continue to stay in the Abyss to prevent the vampires from sending people to raid and close the gate of the Abyss until he finds a way to solve the problem of Jeroen. Isabella didn't say anything, and didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. She was immersed in the joy with Lin Jian. After a long time, the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Isabella, who had switched places with Lin Jian, raised her full chest for a long time before she said, "How do I know you're not lying to us? How I treat my woman, haven't you figured it out during this period?" Isabella was silent, and after a while, she buried her head in Lin Jian's arms. He whispered, "I know." Chapter 375 The Elves Arrive. Blood Moon Empire. Near the entrance to the Abyss. Dark clouds obscured the blood moon in the sky. Christine's temporary palace stood quietly under the dark clouds. Lin Jian stood in the square in front of the palace. Christine snuggled into his arms. Isabella and the Blood Moon Queen stood together on his other side at a distance. The two elf saint sisters, Nina and Neve, stood on the other side, but they were much closer to the Blood Moon Queen, and Sister Nina was holding Lin Jian's empty arm. "Here it comes!" There was an obvious fluctuation in the space. Nina screamed excitedly. The girls looked up and saw that the space above them was spreading out like the surface of water, and then in an instant, a luxurious and huge cloud boat appeared above the square. "Is this the cloud boat that can move through space?" The Blood Moon Queen looked carefully at the slowly descending cloud boat. Although the Blood Moon Empire has countless secret treasures, even a super long-distance portal that can be established in both directions can be built, but that requires the other side to be stably occupied, and once it is destroyed, the transmission channel that has been built with huge resources will collapse. The Blood Moon Empire does not have such a means of transportation that can instantly carry multiple people for ultra-long-distance positioning and transmission. If it had existed before, the Blood Moon Empire would not have fallen to its current state. "Little Sheila, little Veronica, Bernice, everyone is here." A boat full of elves. Except for the elf saints of all generations on the elf island. Cecilia and Carolina's daughter, Defelia, also came, as well as Brother Lin. The spacecraft has not landed yet. A petite figure came down from the cloud boat and threw herself into Lin Jian's arms, rubbing against him. "Of course I miss you so much. Why are you here too?" Lin Jian looked at the girl in his arms who was rubbing against him like a kitten in surprise. At this time, the cloud boat had already landed. Cecilia walked over slowly and said softly, "Ranran's strength has reached a bottleneck. The Mother Goddess thinks that this is a good opportunity to let Ranran out to gain some experience. Otherwise, if he only has strength but no experience in fighting, there may be some problems in the future." Only then did Lin Jian notice that Ranran's strength had reached the great perfection of the imperial level. They are all stronger than him. It's not just Enran. "Bernice? And little Sheila? Little Nika? How did you all become so strong?" Hearing Nina's exclamation, Lin Jian sensed something a little. Except for Nina and Neve, who had been by his side for a long time, the other 34 elven saints from all generations had come, and each of them had reached the level of imperial perfection in strength. "Is Nimue okay?" Lin Jian couldn't help but ask. Although this was expected. After all, he had the island of elves in his hands, and almost all the other sky islands had fallen into his hands thanks to the Qiming cloud boat, and he had obtained an unknown amount of resources. Plus, there is the guidance of Nimue, the powerful elven goddess, and the resources that can be fully utilized there. In a few years, it is not impossible for these elven saints, who are the most talented in history, to be able to reach the imperial level. But Nina and Neva looked a little pitiful. They were the first to regain consciousness, and were the strongest. Now they were following Gu Qin. Although they had enough resources, they had only cultivated to the late imperial level, and suddenly became the weakest among the 36 sisters. "Okay, stop being so cute." Just when Nina was whining that she and her sister had become the weakest among the sisters, A gentle-looking female elf spoke softly. The female elf had long burgundy hair, braided in a plait, which fell from the left side onto her towering chest. The corners of her eyes are slightly drooping, her appearance is beautiful, and she gives people a gentle feeling. She was wearing a white shirt with a black cape, a purple diamond-shaped gem necklace on her chest, a pair of black leather long gloves, a black high-waisted pencil skirt, and black over-the-knee boots on her slender legs. Just like her gentle expression, her voice was also very gentle. I don't know how many sisters envy you for being able to stay with the master all the time, but you are here taking advantage of it. Nina stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, Senior Conivia, you're awake too. Conivia? Lin Jian looked at the respectful looks the other elven saints gave the female elf and felt a little confused. Don't be fooled by the fact that these elven saints appear to have a good relationship on the surface. But in fact, as the most favored daughters of heaven among billions of elves in each generation, they all have their own pride and are unwilling to submit to anyone else. As far as Lin Jian can remember, Nimue is the only elf who can make all of them show such an expression. As for these elven saints of all generations, before coming, those who had regained self-awareness, Lin Jian, remembered everything, but for those like Conivia who were still confused and could only follow orders, he only remembered. I slept with this female elf. After seeing her. Senior Conivia is the strongest saint among us. Seeing Lin Jian's confused look, Neve explained softly. The space and time magic that Nina and I learned, as well as Sheila's ice and snow magic, Bernice's soul magic, etc., are all works written by Senior Conivia. Works? In other words. Lin Jian's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the beautiful female elf with an extremely gentle expression, he was a little bit unconvinced. You can't chew too much. Generally speaking, even these talented elven saints only specialize in one type of magic. Just like Mew specializes in space, Nina specializes in time, Sheila specializes in ice and snow, and Bernice specializes in souls. No matter how talented each elven saint is, none of them specializes in a second kind of magic. I don't know about the other sisters, but when it comes to magical attainments in time and space, Senior Conivia is far superior to us. My sister and I only have a vague understanding of many of the magics written in Senior Conivia's books. I'm not as good as Neve said. A lot of what's written in the book is just my guess. After a few more pleasantries, Nina suggested cheerfully, let's not just stand here. Master, let's go to your world and introduce the sisters to those guys. Over the past few years, the number of other races under Lin Jian has been increasing. However, the elves, as the largest race under his command, did not have such a convenient carrier as the small world in their bodies before coming to Blood Island. Therefore, only the two sisters Nina and Neve followed him. This also caused the elf sisters to always feel a little depressed, and they were often bullied and despised by women of other races, both openly and covertly. Now that the war situation has stabilized, the sisters have all come over, and Nina, who is lively by nature, can't wait to take revenge. Chapter 376 Dephilia's Provocation. Walked in from the portal opened by Lin Jian. The group came to the holy mountain of the small world, to an empty square in front of the main hall. And at this time, Yvette, Virginia, Evelina, Alexia, Alyssa, Snake Jade, Ice Princess, Night Ning, Shayuna, Elaine, Likala, Yolanda, Inaya. Almost all the 6 races that thrive in this small world, whether they are well-known bigwigs or strong men of the younger generation, gather here. Your Majesty? The moment she saw the Blood Moon Queen, Virginia couldn't help but exclaim. This is the first time for Blood Moon Queen and Isabella to come here. Although they found it hard to believe that Gu Qin controlled the small world, they had actually guessed it before. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in it was still beyond their expectations. After hearing this and seeing Virginia and those vampire women, they smiled bitterly in their hearts. I am no longer the queen. If I have to say, the reason why Lin Jian has grown to this point. Isn't it all her fault? Because of the fight with Yurun, she deliberately allowed Lin Jian, an unidentified guy, to rely on the Blood Moon Empire to develop rapidly. But then again, if she were given another chance, the Blood Moon Queen felt that she would still do so. She was at a disadvantage in the factional struggle with Yurun, so she had to win over Lin Jian at that time. Moreover, she could never have imagined that Lin Jian would grow so fast and possess this kind of portable world that only existed in legends. Virginia looked at the Blood Moon Queen with a complicated expression. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be surprised that the Blood Moon Queen had fallen into the hands of his master, or be worried that the Blood Moon Queen would seize his power. But Yvette didn't have so many thoughts. As the lowest-ranking baron and lady among the vampire nobles, the most she and her late husband had ever seen were viscounts. Even if they had any loyalty, it was to the high-ranking noble lords to whom they belonged. As for who the Blood Moon Queen was, she had no idea and didn't care. This is also the thought of most low-level noble girls. Like Evelina, she has only one master, and that is Lin Jian. The venue is ready. Master, sisters of the elven race, please follow me. Then everyone entered the main hall. The banquet had already been prepared in the hall. Lin Jian sat in the main seat. Christine had never separated from him and sat naturally in his arms, while Isabella and the Blood Moon Queen were led to sit on the left. The remaining 7 races were divided into 7 areas and sat down in an orderly manner under the guidance of Yvette's maids. Yvette knew that Lin Jian didn't like this kind of formal gathering very much. The food has not yet been served. Then he smiled and said, "Which sister will come first?" These women have been following Lin Jian for some time and are all aware of Lin Jian's preferences. Virginia looked at Evelina beside her, and Evelina immediately understood, and was about to get up. On the orc side, Lakala had already stood up. "I'll do it!" Speaking of, Lakala looked at the elves over there, who were in a relaxed atmosphere and full of laughter, with fighting spirit in her eyes. "I have always heard that you are the first to follow the Holy Lord and are also the Holy Lord's favorite race. Then let me see if you are really that strong. We were not the first to follow the Master." Defelia smiled at Lakala. The tone is gentle. After not seeing each other for a few years, this girl who used to have a rather straightforward temper has matured a lot. She has the gentle charm of a mature woman, and her tone of voice is neither hurried nor slow, making people feel like they are in the spring breeze and want to be convinced. Although some of her girlish demeanor can still be vaguely seen, she is very close to Lin Jian's impression of her mother Carolina, who is now the Pope on the Elf Island. It's the mermaid clan. But those sisters are not good at fighting on land, and there are some things over there that need them to do, so they didn't come. As for the Master's favorite, our elves? Defelia looked at Lin Jian lovingly and said softly, "I don't deny this." "All right. This kid is far worse than her mother." Hee, Master, I like this cute little elf." Christine giggled, and Lin Jian couldn't help feeling helpless. Originally, because of the isolation between the two sides, the 6 races that had been fighting under him over the years had been hostile to the elves, who were said to be his favorite and the strongest, but had never been seen before except for Nina and Neve. This led to what happened today. As a result, Defelia said, there was a burst of laughter among the elves, and the atmosphere was very happy and relaxed. But there are 6 other races. Even with the exception of the straightforward orcs, the other 5 races that could have maintained superficial harmony all looked at the elves with extremely unfriendly eyes. Although they had long heard that the elves were Lin Jian's favorite, most favored, and most powerful race, and they knew that this could not be changed for the time being, Defelia actually said in front of them, "Yes, the Master likes us the most." These were words that even those stupid orcs couldn't say. And coming from the mouth of an elf who is naturally elegant, noble and proud, it can only prove one thing. These stinky elves didn't even take them seriously. Lakala snorted coldly. "If you have the guts, come out and fight with me. I'm a clergyman, not a fighter." Defelia chuckled and shook her head. "Clergymen cannot fight at will. You are a worthless piece of trash." That's what Lakala wanted to say. But she thought of Lin Jian sitting there watching, and Sha Yuna constantly reminding her to be careful with her words and actions in such occasions. Ever since Sha Yuna pulled her to become Lin Jian's woman, the Night Cats and the Orcs, which were originally the most hostile to each other, have become the 2 races with the best relations. "Coward! Well, do you really want to fight me?" "I don't dare, so forget it." Lin Jian looked at Lakala in surprise. When did this silly girl finally grow some brains? "You even use the method of provoking others?" Could it be that his thing can promote the reproduction of brain cells? But no matter how much it promotes reproduction, it seems that it cannot create something from nothing, right? Oh well. Dephelia still had that standard compassionate Madonna smile, almost exactly the same as her mother, the Pope. But the words came out of her mouth. But at the same time, it makes people want to slap her in the face, and at the same time, they can't help but wonder if she is really the daughter of Carolina, who loves to stab people in the back and eat them without leaving any bones. If you lose later, don't cry. Chapter 377, Holy Word, the Defeat of the Six Clans. God said fall down? Holy Mountain. On the empty square outside the main hall. With her white hair flying and her body emitting an indescribable golden glow, Dephelia uttered 4 words softly with her cherry lips. Boom! A huge pressure came down from the sky. The ground is sinking. Licala felt as if a weight of tens of millions of pounds was pressing down on her. She was already seriously injured and could no longer hold on. She vomited a large amount of blood with a wow sound, and fell directly to the ground, sinking into it. Compared to Licara's miserable appearance, Dephelia was still wearing the platinum saint robe. Even the corners of his clothes weren't dirty. The cute little face had a holy smile that made people want to fuck her to death. Dephelia wins. What is her ability? Lin Jiuan asked curiously. Sister Nimue taught her and Aunt Carolina. And Ranran had already run out of the elves by this time, and was competing with Christine for space in his arms. It's called Holy Word, which is the ability to make your words come true. Sister Nimue said it's very suitable for elves like her and Aunt Carolina who have developed in religion to learn. Nimo? Christine's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. And at this time, Dephelia had already walked in front of Licala. God said, God so loves the world. As Dephelia finished her words, the injuries on Licala's body recovered visibly. Licala, who had fainted, also supported herself on the ground. She got up in a daze and was startled to see Dephelia standing in front of her. She then wanted to take action. That's enough, Licala, you've already lost. Elaine couldn't help but speak at this time. It's so embarrassing. As a strong man who was close to Lin Jiuan and could be ranked in the top 4 of the younger generation among the 6 tribes, he was knocked unconscious without even touching the corner of the clothes of this foul-mouthed elf. But if you want to play again, I can accompany you. Dephelia held the saint's scepter in her hand and said with a gentle smile, God loves the world, so I will satisfy all your requests. Licala resisted the urge to punch the other person in the face, lowered her head and said unwillingly, I lost. Although she didn't want to admit it, she did lose. The loser had no ability to resist at all and couldn't even get within 1 meter of the opponent. Woo-woo, you're crying, you little wolf, so pitiful. Licala. Elaine. Lin Jiuan. Lin Jiuan ignored Christine, who looked curious. He looked at Ranran in his arms with a strange expression. This guy, when did he become so mean? And Ranran was silent for a while, then said, Maybe Sister Dephelia just revealed her true nature, right? Has her mouth always been so smelly? Is there really an elf who can treat her as a saint in this state? Looking at Licala, who was being mocked and whose beautiful eyes were beginning to well up with tears, and who was almost unable to control herself and was fighting with Dephelia, Lin Jiuan felt that he had to think about the church. After Carolina abdicated as pope, would he still push Dephelia to become pope? Or should I find a more suitable elf? It's okay. Sister Dephelia is still very good at pretending when it's time to pretend. The next few battles ended in the same way. Shewina, Evelina, and Alyssa, these 3 challenged Dephelia one after another after Licala was defeated. As a result, she defeated them one by one. Except for Alyssa, who had a few rounds back and forth with her. Shewina and Evelina both suffered a miserable defeat. Among them, Evelina suffered the most. As a dark creature, she was completely restrained by Dephelia's holy word and the power of faith. Just a range of holy light made Evelina lose most of her combat power. She wailed and screamed. Although her strength was similar to that of Alyssa, she lost much more miserably than Licala. Anyone else wants to challenge me? Is there no one left? There are so many of you, but only these 4 can be produced. Oh, sorry, it seems that these 4 can't be produced either. Okay, come back. Lin Juan's mouth could hardly hold back the smile. You are really not afraid of death. Lin Juan felt that if he let her continue talking here, the other 6 tribes might send people to assassinate her tonight. Hee, I always listen to my master. Defelia quickly put away her saintly smile that looked like she was pitying and compassionate. He laughed, and trotted directly in front of Lin Juan, grabbing in Ranran's neck. Ranran, hurry up and get up. You have been lying in your master's arms for so long. It's my turn now. No, Sister Defelia, please find another place. Defelia looked left and right, then looked to the left at Christine, who was nestled in Lin Juan's arms. Christine. Defelia. Christine. Defelia. Oh my God, you found me here? Christine was a little confused. After looking at Defelia for a while, I found that she was just staring at me with burning eyes without saying a word. No, I acted too hot. Did you think I was harmless? I am a succubus. Okay, give her a seat. Christine gave up her seat to Defelia reluctantly. Looking at Defelia, who was nestling happily in Lin Juan's arms, she felt so angry that her teeth were itching. This little girl is not cute at all. Oh, master, I miss you so much. Although her mouth stinkier than before, she is a lot cuter now. Below, seeing Lin Juan hugging 2 elves on his left and right, Virginia, Bing-ji and other girls looked at each other, and all felt a strong sense of crisis. We can't go on like this. Originally, they proposed to Lin Juan to fight with this group of elves because they were dissatisfied with the elves and wanted to prove to Lin Juan that they were more worthy of his favor than the elves. But now that they have fought like this, it has been proven that the elves are indeed stronger than them. A little female elf was able to defeat the geniuses of several tribes. The hot-tempered Elaine was the first to stand up. Lord Holy Spirit, I want to challenge her. Lin Juan looked in the direction where Elaine's finger pointed. Cecilia, who was being pointed at, tilted her head in confusion. Since entering the hall, she had not been as arrogant as those elven saints and the elves of Sky Island. I have always kept a low profile and don't quite understand why it was suddenly directed at me. However, after glancing around, Cecilia understood a little bit. The main reason was that among all the elves who had reached the royal level, except for the 34 elven saints and in Ranran, she was the only one left. The 34 religious saints were all mages, only she. Cecilia looked at Lin Juan and said nothing. Although she is the general of the Elf Empire and commands all the troops of the Elf Empire, she herself does not really like fighting, especially this kind of fighting between colleagues that will not bring her any benefits even if she wins. Are you sure? Although Lin Juan understood that the 6 tribes did not want to lose too badly, considering that they might suffer more if they won, he suggested. Why don't we just forget it? Chapter 378 The 6 Clans Raped. Lin Juan didn't know how these unlucky kids were so good at choosing people. Now, the Elf Kingdom led by Romeia and Niana, and the Elf Holy Church led by Carolina have merged into one, forming a huge empire centered on the Elf Island. A huge population, inexhaustible resources, and the existence of Nimue, the Elven Mother Goddess. Even without mentioning the Elven Saints, Cecilia, and Ranran and Defelia, the female elf leaders favored by Lin Juan, even the younger generation of elves, relying on the dozens of perfect training methods set by Nimue that are suitable for almost all kinds of elves and can directly lead to the holy level. Their strength is not comparable to that of these 6 tribes. But with Lakara's strength. Although she probably couldn't defeat half of these elves, as long as she didn't pick on Defelia and those elven geniuses, she could at least hold on for a while relying on her talent and Lin Juan's training of her during this period. As a result, she insisted on picking Defelia. As Carolina's daughter, Defelia's talent is only stronger than Lakala's, not to mention her status, which makes Nimue focus on her training and even give her personal guidance often. When the two fought, even though their strength was in the late Imperial level, Lakala was not killed instantly by Defelia because Defelia showed mercy. As a result, now the smaller one cannot beat the bigger one, and Du Qing can understand that he wants to get back at them. Why do you have to pick a fight with Cecilia, who is sitting in the front, and those elven saints? Don't you know that when they are not on a mission, they are in the temple almost every day to receive Nimue's cleansing, blessing and teaching? Listening to Lin Juan's tone that sounded somewhat ruthless, it was as if he was sure that she would lose. Elaine couldn't stand it any more and knelt on the ground. Please, Lord Holy Spirit, give Elaine a chance. Okay. Half a minute later. Everyone fell silent as they watched Cecilia kick Elaine away as soon as she arrived on the field, and then nailed her to the ground with an arrow. Even Isabella and the Blood Moon Queen looked at this group of calm female elves in doubt and surprise. Although there are so many powerful Emperor-level masters, the Blood Moon Empire has, even much more than this. But the problem is, aren't the individual combat capabilities of these female elves quite formidable? At least, judging from the fighting power displayed by Defelia and Cecilia, the Blood Moon Queen had to admit that among the same level, no one in the Blood Moon Empire could beat them in a one-on-one situation. While observing the expressions and communications of those female elves, the Blood Moon Queen even discovered something horrifying. Some of them are stronger than Defelia and Cecilia. Anyone else want to challenge them? After Cecilia came back carrying the dejected Elaine, Lin Jian looked around. Let me do it. Virginia stood up and said. Although she was very strong before, she might not be able to beat someone weaker than herself in a life-and-death fight. But now, after following Lin Jian to fight in many places, her strength has also improved a lot. Today, it is considered the strongest among the 6 clans. When Cecilia was about to turn around and go out again, Sheila stood up and said with a smile, Sister Cecilia, leave this to me. Cecilia looked at Lin Jian. As you please. This time Virginia held out a little longer. Relying on the secret technique of burning blood, he held out in the cold wind for more than a minute before being frozen into an ice sculpture by Sheila. Then the clan leaders and several powerful high-ranking officials of the 6 clans went to challenge the elves one by one, but without exception, even the one who lasted the longest could not last more than 3 minutes against the elves of the same level. As Veronica, with an indifferent expression, and Bing Ji, with a pale face, returned to the hall, Lin Jian took another look. Anyone else you want to challenge? No one answered. That's it then. According to the previous plan, Cecilia, I will transfer both the Blood Clan and the Abyss to your command. You are fully responsible for the war against the Blood Moon Empire. All the elves who came here have already registered in Nimue's kingdom. The vampires, on the other hand, have a resurrection blood pool. None of them are afraid of death. Lin Jian felt more at ease using it as he didn't have to have them hit him from the front, while he had to watch over him from behind. As for you, Lin Jian glanced at the 5 tribes who were hanging their heads and looking lonely. Stay here, I will send some elves to guide you in matters of religion and practice. Yes, Lord Saint. After the apparent conflict was resolved, Lin Jian looked at Ranran. And Ranran immediately took out 6 recording stones and 6 not-too-thin booklets from her space ring. Lin Jian handed them to the maid and assigned them to the patriarchs of the 6 races one by one. This is an advanced version that the Mother Goddess of the Elves has improved based on the practice you are currently practicing. Almost all of them can cultivate to the saint level. Although Nimue is an elf, her experience and past strength are there after all. If you understand one law, you will understand all laws. Faced with the alien martial arts that were at a similar level to her past, Nimue might be confused, but she could still deduce the martial arts practiced by those races that were only at the royal level and whose physical shapes were not much different from the elves. Mother Goddess? Christine asked curiously. At the same time, the 6 clan leaders also looked puzzled after taking over the skills. Lin Jian still ignored Christine. After that, I will send 2 elven saints from each race to teach you how to practice and about religion. Defelia will take the lead on this matter later. The reason why the elves came here on the Qiming Cloud boat. On the one hand, letting them take over the war with the Blood Moon Empire can be considered as some experience. If one wants to break through from the great perfection of the Imperial level to the half-step upgrade, it will take a long time to complete the task behind closed doors even if one is extremely talented. It is better to go out for a walk. On the other hand is, Lin Jian plans to let Defelia establish a sect in her own world. A church that included not just the elves, but all the subjugated races in his world. This makes it convenient for him to collect the power of faith while brainwashing the middle and lower level people of various races whom he cannot reach. Hearing this, although Virginia and other high-ranking officials of various tribes were somewhat unwilling to be commanded by the elves, they had just suffered such a terrible defeat at the hands of the elves, and they knew Lin Jiuan's temperament well, so they couldn't say anything. Having followed Lin Jiuan for a long time, they all understand Lin Jiuan's style. He usually smiles at everyone, never seems to get angry, and always speaks in a negotiating tone. But when he really makes a decision, if they still think that Lin Jiuan is bargaining with them, then they should prepare to be punished. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Jiuan left the main hall. Took Ranran and Defelia back to his room. It was about dark when Lin Jiuan put down Ranran and Defelia, who were fast asleep. He asked the maid to prepare some dinner and then came to the fireplace, listening to the crackling sound of the burning firewood and admiring the city scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tattoo. Come in. The door opened and Cecilia and Conivia walked in. Want a drink? Cecilia shook her head. She never drank when things were serious. I want a cup. Conivia didn't have any concerns about this. Lin Jiuan poured a cup for Conivia and handed it to the female elf who he remembered he had slept with while still unconscious. Then he sat on the sofa and asked directly, "How is the situation over there recently?" Chapter 379, The Threat from the Beaming Dragon Clan. It's pretty average. Cecilia sighed softly and said, Recently, there have been more and more conflicts between the Beaming Dragon Clan and us, but they are at the bottom of the sea, and we can't do anything about them. The Beaming Dragon Clan only appeared after Lin Jiuan entered the abyss. There are many races like this that enter the ocean survival world, and every once in a while many races die out and enter. Under Nimu's leadership, Chueishir and Romeia have been developing in an orderly manner. Even when they encountered some hostile races during the expansion, they relied on their strength to crush and eliminate them. But this Beaming Dragon is a bit strong. In a short period of time, he conquered many races in the deep sea with his powerful strength. Although it relies on the suppression of the world's will, it cannot unleash too strong combat power. But the problem is that as a deep sea race, they have a natural advantage in this ocean survival world. The elves on Chueishir's side were simply unable to go down to the sea to fight. The mermaids were able to go into the sea to fight, but facing the Beaming Dragon Clan, the mermaids, who had little background, were completely at a disadvantage and suffered heavy casualties. Recently, with the help of Nimue and the fact that the elves had previously taken over a sky island with extremely strong water laws with the help of the Qiming Cloud Boat, the mermaid queen Ainu relied on these strengths to break through to the imperial level. Otherwise, the mermaid clan would not be able to withstand the attack of the Beaming Dragon Clan. But even so, the mermaid clan could only barely maintain the basic sea areas that Lin Jiuan originally occupied. They lost control of most of the sea areas that they had captured when Lin Jiuan was away in those years. We can only rely on the portal to guard the land island by island. Both sides are now in a stalemate. One side cannot enter the ocean, and the other side cannot get on land. The two sides are in a stalemate, and neither can do anything to the other. And because of this, these elves who are of no use in the battle with the Beaming Dragon Clan come here, thinking of resolving the war here first, and then focusing on dealing with the problems of the Beaming Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan? Forget it, let's think about these things later. What do you think about the Blood Moon Empire? Cecilia said. My suggestion is to surround them as much as possible. After taking down the Blood Pond Temple, we can learn from the Blood Moon Empire's previous approach and rely on the high mobility of the Qiming Cloud Boat to conquer the alien races in the nearby waters to enhance our own strength. The men sacrifice to the Blood Pond Temple to increase their strength and potential, while the women stay behind depending on the situation, just like these 6 tribes. Lin Jiuan nodded and shook his head. I asked Isabella. Unless we can invade the core area of the Blood Moon Empire, only the royal family of the Blood Moon Empire can open the Blood Pool Temple on the periphery. The core area is where the high-ranking nobles of the Empire who are half a step away from becoming saints reside. Although their strength is suppressed by the will of the world, that is outside the area that restricts them. In the area of their daily life, they are fully capable of exerting their full strength. If they go in there now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Conivia suggested. I personally have some knowledge of torture and the soul. Lin Jiuan couldn't help but look at her. Is there anything you don't know? Conivia pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Due to my limited ability, many studies cannot be carried out in depth after reaching a certain level, so I often change the aspects of study to make my life less boring. Lin Jiuan understood. To put it in fantasy terms, this woman is the typical example of someone whose understanding far exceeds her aptitude. You can understand something at a glance, and you can easily comprehend it after studying it in depth for a period of time, but your own cultivation cannot keep up with the speed of your comprehension. Think about it this way. The tree did one good thing. The 5 elements are fine, she can easily master the most profound laws of all, such as soul, time and space. If this evildoer Conivia was allowed to learn in this way, with the longevity of the elves and the talents of the elven saints of all generations, after tens of thousands of years of training, if there was no obstacle from the tree, Lin Jian didn't dare to imagine how powerful these elves would be when he landed on the island. Lin Jian sighed in his heart and shook his head. Give them some time. Cecilia, you should deal with these vampires outside first. If normally the other party is only willing to be his woman but not willing to do things for him, he will not force her. But in the current situation, both the Blood Moon Empire and the Beaming Dragon Clan are in trouble, and the Abyss is also uncontrollable. If possible, Lin Jian still wants to solve one or more of the problems as soon as possible. Therefore, he had no aversion to torturing the Blood Moon Queen and forcing her to surrender. But in that case, the Blood Moon Queen would be fine, but Isabella, who is now willing to follow him, would definitely get into some trouble. I'll see if I can get something similar while she's pregnant. If you have occupied those areas that can be occupied, and the matter of the Blood Pond Temple has not been resolved, I will hand her over to you. As they chatted, the maids brought up the freshly prepared meal. Let's have a meal together, take a shower, and sleep at my place tonight. Lin Jian looked at Cecilia and Conivia and suggested. The 2 female elves immediately showed anticipation in their eyes. It's pretty fast. Listen to the system prompts coming from my mind. Lin Jian let out a long sigh and temporarily gave up the idea of continuing. Instead, he leaned against the head of the bed and pulled the Blood Moon Queen over. The queen who was once high and mighty was now nestling in his arms in a daze. This period of time. In the beginning, he accompanied in Ranran, Cecilia and the holy ladies of the elven tribe almost every day. After more than half a month together, when everything was almost ready, Cecilia and Conivia set out with their men to formally declare war on the Blood Moon Empire. And he stayed here, and whenever he had time, he would take the Blood Moon Queen and Isabella to get rewards. Originally, Lin Jian was prepared for the fact that when everything with Cecilia was over, the Blood Moon Queen was still not pregnant. After all, the Blood Moon Queen's life level is too high. She has noble blood, strength of half a step to the Holy Realm, and is a long-lived species with a low fertility rate. As her strength increases, it is normal for her not to conceive a child for several years. But I didn't expect. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Primal Blood. Reward 2, Blood Moon. Reward 3, Gift of Blood, Hero Equipment. Chapter 380, Blood Moon Queen's Reward. Lin Jian looked at the system reward. The original blood of Reward 1 refers to a drop of blood from the first vampire born in the world. After fusion. For the bloodline of the vampire clan, future breakthroughs will no longer be restricted by bloodline. The Blood Moon of Reward 2 surprised Lin Jian a little. Not the building, but the field. After unfolding, it can pull the opponent into an area with a blood moon in the sky. Under the shining of the blood moon, Lin Jian's strength will be enhanced, while the opponent will be attacked by the blood moon's mental attack and his attributes will also be reduced. As for the gift of blood, it is a giant sword. Pick Reward 1. After thinking for a while, Lin Jian directly received and integrated Reward 1. Although the blood moon domain is not bad, he now has too many domains. One more or one less will not make much difference, and it will not bring about a qualitative change in his strength improvement. As the fusion of blood was completed, Lin Jian felt that a mysterious shackle seemed to have completely disappeared. It is worthy of the blood of the original place. Compared to the previous bloodline, the physical fitness and vampire abilities are at least 10 times stronger. And this seems to have a suppressive effect on the vampires? Lin Jian felt that he was now confident enough to fight even against a powerful vampire who was half a step away from becoming a saint. But just think about it. It would be fine to jump one or several small levels to kill someone occasionally, but Lin Jiuan had no interest in jumping a large level to fight an enemy. The gap between the perfection of the Imperial level and the initial entry into the half-step Saint realm was many times greater than the gap from the initial Imperial level to the perfection of the Imperial level. Pity. We haven't found a way to get the Blood Pond Temple yet. Although the original blood is very strong. But it is still useless for the urgent need of the Blood Pond Temple. Lin Jiuan lowered his head, looked at the Blood Moon Queen's cold face which was full of fatigue and satisfaction, and pinched it with a headache. Isabella had been trying to persuade her all this time, but although this woman was indifferent about other things, as long as he took the initiative, she would acquiesce to do it almost any time and in any posture. However, when it came to these things, she was like a mute. Even when Lin Jiuan told her that the elves under his command were slaughtering the vampires of her Blood Moon Empire, the former Blood Moon Queen remained unmoved. You don't want to. Just as Lin Jiuan was muttering, the Blood Moon Queen opened her eyes dazedly, looked at Lin Jiuan's hand pinching her face, then looked up at Lin Jiuan with the same cold look as when they first met. Did it wake you up? The Blood Moon Queen did not answer, but lowered her head and looked at something unknown. Then she raised her head and looked at Lin Jiuan again, but there was a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. I am pregnant? Lin Jiuan pinched her face and said with a smile. For the sake of our child, do you want to reconsider it? After a moment's silence, the Blood Moon Queen suddenly sat up and looked at him seriously. Looking at the other person's appearance, Lin Jiuan's heart moved. In fact, he didn't have any hope at all. He just wanted to tease her. He didn't even expect her to give in. Now he was hesitating whether to hand her over to Conivia or simply not pursue the Blood Pond Temple. Unexpectedly. Does what you said before still count? Certainly. Lin Jiuan gently stroked the belly of the Blood Moon Queen. As long as you promise me, you will still be the queen of the Blood Moon Empire, and our daughter will also be the next queen of the empire. The Blood Moon Queen lowered her head and said nothing, as if she was making a decision. Lin Jiuan didn't ask in a hurry. He gently held her in his arms and stroked her belly. Although he actually had no interest in their children, the Blood Moon Queen seemed to be acting like this because of the child? Then he wouldn't mind pretending to value their children. Isabella, who was standing by, also woke up in a daze. Seeing the two of them like this, she was stunned at first, then realized something and gave Lin Jiuan a puzzled look. Seeing Lin Jiuan nodded and touched her belly, Isabella couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. She then stood up and crawled to the two of them and grabbed the Blood Moon Queen's hand. Loris. Loris is the name of the Blood Moon Queen. When Lin Jiuan heard it from Isabella's mouth for the first time, he didn't realize that Isabella was calling the Blood Moon Queen. It was not until the Blood Moon Queen responded to Isabella's name that Lin Jiuan confirmed it. The Blood Moon Queen, who always has a cold face and acts high and mighty, is named Loris. Even if it's for me and the kids. Why do you say this as if you two are husband and wife? Lin Jiuan didn't know what to say, and what made him speechless was. Hearing Isabella say this, the Blood Moon Queen seemed to have made up her mind completely. She sighed softly and looked at him. I promise. Lin Jiuan. Are you really doing this for her and the child? No matter what. As the Blood Moon Queen agreed to work for him. The vampire front, which was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer be sustained under the top-notch combat power of the female elves and the fearless charge of the abyss creatures. Even though the Blood Moon Queen had delayed for some time, and the female elves and the abyss creatures adhered to the Three Lights policy, they killed, robbed, and burned all except those female vampires who were pretty enough, causing many vampires to be extremely hostile to them. But the empire lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, and there were still many royalists. In addition, many vampires were scared of being killed by elves and abyss creatures. As the Blood Moon Queen gave a call, many vampires surrendered, and the outer areas of the Blood Moon Empire fell in large areas. The speed at which Lin Jiuan's elves took over those fallen areas could not keep up with the speed at which they surrendered. And the internal area. A large-scale, life-and-death conflict immediately broke out between the royalists and other factions, mainly Yuruns. Although at the suggestion of the Blood Moon Queen, Lin Jiuan did not immediately announce the Blood Moon Queen's surrender, but instead asked the Blood Moon Queen and Isabella to secretly contact the royalists. Many vampires were killed and injured in the sudden conflict, and the remaining ones were led by the Blood Moon Queen to the outer area. It's a long story, but it only took a little over a month in total. With the mutual help of both sides, Lin Jiuan successfully took over the outer area of the Blood Moon Empire, which was originally estimated to take at least a year or even longer. The Blood Moon Queen also led the remaining royalists to set up a temporary royal court in the outer area. At the same time, he also brought out the Blood Moon Empire's sacred object, the Blood Pool Temple. Chapter 381 Alliance Retreat. The temporary palace of the Blood Moon Queen. Lin Jiuan followed the maid all the way to the Blood Moon Queen's bedroom, and saw Isabella standing at the door with a worried look on her face. "What's wrong? Come in first and talk." Lin Jiuan followed Isabella into the room and saw the Blood Moon Queen lying on the bed. Her face was pale, a strong aura of death was wrapped around her body, her beautiful eyes were closed, and she was in a coma. "How did you get hurt so badly?" "It's a long story." Isabella sighed. He quickly explained what happened. Basically, there is a royalist faction hiding in the dark, hiding in Yurun's camp. And just 2 days ago, the other party risked being discovered and sent a message to the Blood Moon Queen, saying that many vampires including him had gathered together on Yurun's side, and there seemed to be some big move. However, the contact was suddenly cut off after the vampire noble entered the city. The Blood Moon Queen was worried about the other party's safety, and was also afraid that Yurun would secretly do something big, so she sneaked into the place mentioned by the noble, wanting to confirm the life or death of the Blood Noble and confirm what Yurun was doing. When Loris came back, she looked like this. "Why didn't you tell me about this beforehand?" Lin Jiuan had a headache. "Can you go in and see this kind of thing?" Not to mention whether this was a trap set for her by the other party who was instigated to defect. Even if it is true, in this life and death confrontation between the two sides, you sneaked into the other party's hometown? Isabella lowered her head, a pitiful look of a child who had done something wrong appeared on her cold and beautiful face. She stammered for a moment but said nothing. "I know you two sisters have a good relationship." After a pause, Lin Jiuan sighed. "Forget it, what did she say to you before she fell into a coma?" "Before I passed out, I told you to come over. I had something very important to tell you," Isabella said as she was about to step forward and wake Isabella up. "Let me do it." Lin Jiuan grabbed Isabella, walked to the bed, and placed his hand on the Blood Moon Queen's chest. The power of life or death. As the power was activated, the death energy that had severely injured the Blood Moon Queen was slowly peeled off, and was replaced by a majestic breath of life that poured into her body. As time passed, the chaotic aura of the Blood Moon Queen gradually calmed down. The pale face seemed to regain a bit of color. Her faint breathing was steady, and through her plump chest, I could seem to faintly feel the faint heartbeat. "Wow!" The Blood Moon Queen suddenly turned sideways and spat out a mouthful of black blood onto the ground. "Loris?" Isabella hurried forward and supported her. "How are you?" "Isabella?" The Blood Moon Queen's eyes were a little confused, but she quickly regained consciousness. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but then she saw Lin Jiuan standing next to her. "Yurun, he wants to build a super long-distance portal." Although she had been treated by Lin Jiuan's omnipotent treatment, the Blood Moon Queen was too badly injured. Her breathing was obviously unstable, and she had difficulty speaking. And a dragon. The Beiming Dragon Clan? Yes. Queen Blood Moon looked at Gu Qin in confusion. "You already know?" "No, it's just that the Beiming Dragon Clan and my men have been fighting for a long time, and I thought of this when I heard you talk about the Dragon Clan." "That makes sense." The Blood Moon Queen had also recovered a little from the fatigue she had just experienced. Thinking of what had happened before, a hint of anger could not help but appear in her eyes. "That guy Yurun is crazy. He gathered many nobles and civilians, slaughtered them, and used their lives to build a super long-distance portal to teleport the Beiming Dragon Clan over." A solemn look appeared in Lin Jiuan's eyes. Although he is now completely suppressing Yurun on Blood Island with the help of the powerful elves and the inexhaustible cannon fodder of the abyss, he can only be stuck here. Yurun had the upper hand in high-end combat power, but those half-step saintly warriors were reluctant to come out, and fought desperately with them while being suppressed to the great perfection of the Emperor level. But if the Beaming Dragon clan joins, being attacked from both sides by two powerful races, he couldn't bear it any longer. He could rely on the small world, put all the people in it, and then escape on the Qingming cloud boat, or enter the abyss, but it would be almost impossible to fight back. After all, it is impossible for Yurun and the Beaming Dragon clan to know that he has the Qingming cloud boat and then drive him away and separate, right? Although the Blood Pool Temple can be moved, it cannot be taken away from the Blood Island at present. By then, when Yurun integrates the Blood Moon Empire and takes back the Blood Pool Temple, he and the Beaming Dragon clan can use the reverse ultra-long-distance portal to reach the Elf Sky Island. If the situation gets worse, he will give up his foundation outside and let them enter the small world and run directly into the abyss. How long will it take? Before, Yurun summoned a small group of vampire nobles that he didn't fully trust to a city to slaughter the civilians and vampire nobles there to accumulate the blood essence he needed. But after I discovered it, he must have sped up the process. Furious, the Blood Moon Queen coughed twice before she said with difficulty, "About half a month. Isabella, gather all the nobles of the temporary imperial court, and protect Loris to move her to the entrance of the abyss." Isabella nodded and looked at the Blood Moon Queen. She was more inclined to listen to Lin Juan, but she also knew that her good sister had always been a little stubborn. "I know what to do now." Although she was very unwilling, the Blood Moon Queen also knew that this was the most correct choice under the current circumstances. At least giving it a try was better than Lin Juan asking everyone to enter the small world and directly giving up the fight for the Blood Island. Late at night, next to the entrance to the abyss, the Blood Pool Temple stands under the dark clouds. There was a twist and turn in the air, and the Qingming cloud boat appeared in the sky. Then, Cecilia jumped off the cloud boat, and her beautiful legs wrapped in light golden over-the-knee boots landed lightly on the ground. "Juan, what happened?" As soon as they landed, Cecilia frowned and asked, "Why did you suddenly gather your troops and withdraw, and call back all the sisters? The Blood Moon Empire and the Beaming Dragon clan have cooperated." "What?" Cecilia's face changed. Before she came to Blood Island, she had fought against the Beaming Dragon clan for a long time as a general of the Empire, and she knew very well how difficult those dragons were. The small fish and shrimps of the subordinate races are easier to deal with. But the individual strength of that group of dragons is extremely terrifying. In addition, since they are in the ocean's home turf, even if they are fighting on an island, they can still have the blessing of the ocean. Under the same state, even if she and the elven saints who follow Nimue to practice, the chance of winning against them can only be said to be about 50-50. There were even a few Beaming dragons with powerful bloodlines that had to be suppressed by Canivia and Shurmingyao. Chapter 382, The Fall of the Dwarves. At this time, the Qingming cloud boat also landed safely. The elven saints led by Canivia got off the cloud boat with solemn expressions. Lin Juan and Cecilia did not lower their voices when they talked just now, and with their abilities they could easily hear it on the Yunzhou. "What happened?" Veronica couldn't help but ask. Lin Juan quickly told Cecilia the details of what happened. "The area of Blood Island is very large. If we abandon the coastal areas, my sisters and I can delay the attack of the Beaming Dragon clan." A hint of worry also appeared on Canivia's face, which always exuded a gentleness. He said slowly, "But if the two sides cooperate, then those high-ranking nobles who are now hiding inside the Blood Island will definitely launch a counterattack. Under the attack from both sides." Canivia paused, looked at Lin Juan and said, "Juan, what do you think? I told Visher to take the initiative over there, and see if we can delay the Beaming Dragon clan for as long as possible. As for this, I got some coordinates of the alien race from Visher. Although alien races are rampant nowadays, the area of the ocean survival world is really too large. There are still many human forces still existing. It's not just human forces, because they hold many important resources, plus the area is radiated by several sky islands. Adhering to the principle of making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones, Chueisher has also reached cooperative relations with many alien races that are so far away that there will be no territorial friction for a long time. You take the Qingming cloud boat to hunt down these aliens and bring them back as sacrifices to the Blood Pond Temple. I'll try to see if I can break through to the half-step Saint realm before the situation gets completely ruined." The Empire of Ganassia. The capital of the Dwarven Empire sits atop a mountain range of mineral rock. The steppe city is surrounded by a variety of powerful artillery and equipment made by dwarf craftsmen. At this time, this once prosperous dwarf imperial capital was engulfed in war. The cannons standing high on the walls fired continuously until they exploded, and countless green-skinned orcs on the hillsides on all sides were rushing towards the imperial city fearlessly. Damn it, how did these damn green-skinned orcs get around here? Emperor of the Canasian Empire. Andrek angrily threw the battle report in his hand to the ground. As dwarves, their individual strength was only average compared to those truly powerful races, but with the various war and auxiliary equipment they built, the territory of the entire empire was protected as indestructible as a fortress. The Nadiga line, in particular, is the treasure of the entire Ganasia Empire. Since arriving at the trial field of all races, the Dwarf Empire has spent countless efforts to build this ultimate line of defense. Previously, several races more powerful than the Dwarf Empire tried to attack this line of defense, but all ended in failure. Some races even spent too much manpower on this, and were destroyed by the dwarves and other races. But just a while ago, this group of damn, brainless green-skinned orcs somehow bypassed that line of defense and rushed out from the Gordon Forest on the side that spanned most of the Ganasia Empire. Before the three subsequent fortress cities and generals in the outer, middle and inner circles could react, they had already rushed to the capital of the empire. Has the reinforcements not arrived yet? All forces are rushing to the imperial capital to provide assistance. General Demps, who is the closest, may need more. Andrek stared at the general kneeling in front of him and asked, "How long will it take?" 3 days. Andrek slapped the table next to him, and the power of the imperial level directly crushed the table into powder. He laughed in anger and said, 3 days is enough time for those damn green orcs to break into the city 3 times. Father, your safety is more important. Let's transfer by airship. No, your majesty. If we leave now, those traitors who already have ulterior motives will definitely take this opportunity to establish their own regime. Queen Mercedes immediately advised. We can still try to hold on for 3 days. Andrek's face was uncertain. Just as he was hesitating whether to hold on or move the capital first, another burst of hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Your Majesty! Good news! Your Majesty! What good news? Andrek asked immediately. A group of elves suddenly appeared outside the city to reinforce them. They killed all the orcs. Elf? The dwarf emperor was stunned. After arriving at the trial field of all races, he did sign offensive and defensive mutual assistance agreements with some countries, but that definitely did not include the arrogant elves. As a superior race, they were famous for their arrogance. Sometimes, even when faced with a desperate situation, they would not ask for help from those lower races, in their eyes. But now, thinking rapidly in his mind, Andrek was about to go out to check the situation. There was a noisy sound outside. Andrek looked towards the entrance of the hall and saw several tall and beautiful female elves walking into the hall. Andrek's heart sank, knowing that the person coming was not friendly, and he quickly stood up and said, I wonder if you guys. We have limited time, so we'll give you 2 choices. Cecilia looked down at these gorgeously dressed dwarves with indifference. 1. The country was destroyed and all the dwarves died. 2. To all the men in the country and 90% of the female dwarves. Put. Just as the general of the late imperial rank stood up angrily, a cold light flashed in Sheila's beautiful eyes beside Cecilia. Moment. An ice crystal pierced his head, blood splattered everywhere, and his body fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Screams were heard everywhere. As the Emperor of Ganasia, I cannot possibly agree to. Andrek hadn't finished yet. At the side, the dwarf queen, who was wearing luxurious robes, suddenly asked, If I help you, will you protect me and the rest of my people in the future? You. Andrek glared at his wife, but before he could finish his words, Sheila and Veronica attacked at the same time. Just a few seconds later, Andrek's body fell to the ground. By the way, all the men within sight in the entire palace turned into ice and ashes. Cecilia looked at the dwarf queen, who was staring at her with fear in her eyes but still gritting her teeth. After sizing up and down the young and beautiful dwarf queen, she nodded. As long as you listen. You will be the new ruler of this country, and you will be our sister. We will provide you and your people with shelter and sufficient resources. Of course, you also need to fulfill your obligations. Chapter 383 Black Dragon Realm. Sisters? Mercedes was startled when she heard this. They didn't quite understand why these extremely arrogant female elves, who had never taken them seriously since they came in, would say this word. What obligations? Mercedes decided to ask another more important question. Please be loyal to our master and offer everything including your body and soul when he needs you. Is your master a man? Cecilia nodded calmly. Mercedes heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. The union between her and the dwarf king was originally the product of a marriage alliance. Now, for the sake of her own survival and wealth, it was not unacceptable for her to serve another man. On the contrary, in this way, their safety is completely guaranteed. What do I need to do? Blood Pond Temple. As the last drop of blood essence in the blood pool was absorbed, Lin Juan slowly opened his eyes, frowned as he felt the change in his own breath. Not enough. These few days, Cecilia, Canivia and others conquered and slaughtered those alien races almost without rest. Although living bodies are more effective, fresh corpses can also be used for sacrifice. Therefore, Lin Juan has been practicing in the Blood Pond Temple, while they have been consuming a large amount of resources using the Qingming Cloud Boat to continuously teleport and kill. After killing all the aliens and filling their storage rings, they will quickly return to replenish their essence and blood to the Blood Pond Temple. Even women of those races were not left. It was simple and clear. Either everyone dies, or only 10% of the women will be left. Most of them naturally chose to resist, so Cecilia and the others naturally slaughtered all of these aliens, and Lin Juan didn't care about those things at all at this time. However, after practicing until now, Lin Juan has only just broken through to the imperial level of perfection. On the one hand, his current foundation is too strong, and the resources required for his corresponding cultivation are much more than those of a normal emperor-level person. But relatively speaking, his cultivation speed is also very fast. But that's the other side of the problem. With the blessing of the original blood, of the Blood Clan, Lin Juan didn't dare to say how good the qualifications and talents of other races were, but in terms of the Blood Clan, his qualifications were definitely many times higher than that of the Blood Moon Queen, which allowed him to absorb the essence of the blood pool very quickly. Although Cecilia and the others killed very quickly. But it was a bit behind the speed at which he absorbed it. Where can we find the sacrifice? Looking at the empty pool of blood, Lin Juan thought for a while. Although now, because of the Blood Moon Queen, there are also many vampire men on the territory of Blood Island. But the Blood Queen would definitely not let him use them for cultivation, and Lin Juan was not yet so cruel as to do that. It doesn't matter whether the Abyss creatures live or die, but the problem is that the Abyss creatures are the purest chaotic evil creatures, and they have a strong aura of the Abyss. If they are sacrificed to the Blood Pond Temple, it is hard to say whether it will have any impact on the Blood Pond Temple. The blood essence they condense has a strong breath of the Abyss. That thing is different from the power of the Abyss blessed by the Abyss when one masters the authority of the Abyss. Not to mention him, even Christine and Lilith dare not absorb it. Oh, and there is also the Jiaozhu. Lin Juan immediately checked the space ring and found the prop he had forgotten for a long time in the corner. After giving an order to the elf maid outside the pool, Lin Juan channeled his mental power into the Jiao Pearl, and then the Jiao Pearl burst into brilliant light, wrapping Lin Juan inside. When I opened my eyes again, what I saw was an endless plain. His spiritual sense expanded, and when he sensed the fluctuations of life, Lin Juan immediately retracted his spiritual sense and activated his wind-controlling power, rushing towards that direction. But a few minutes later, Lin Juan saw a city. It was a city built on a huge island surrounded by the ocean. Countless sea creatures walked out of the water and entered the city. That's quite a lot. Lin Juan sensed the general situation as soon as he thought about it. There are probably tens of millions of people, including humans, various sea creatures, and some with obvious powerful aura of the Jiao clan. But this so-called strength is only the strength of the middle stage of the imperial level. The next moment, on the calm sea surface surrounding the city, walls of water suddenly emerged. The wall is dozens of meters high, wrapping the city on the isolated island in the sea in the center on 8 sides. "Who are you?" An angry roar rang out from the center of the city. A pitch-black dragon emerged from the city lord's mansion and flew over the city. Its huge eyes swept coldly across the water walls in all directions. "Dare to come to me!" The words have not been finished yet. Under the watchful eyes of the people below, whose panic had turned into relief, the pitch-black dragon seemed to be under some heavy pressure. Its huge body instantly fell from the sky to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and there was no sound anymore. Suddenly, the city fell into deathly silence. And in the next second, a young human figure stood in the void above the city, just where the black dragon had just flown, looking down at the city residents below who were filled with shock and fear. "Where is your emperor?" Black Dragon World, Imperial Capital. It was a huge island standing above the sea, with its end stretching as far as the eye could see. Under the starry sky and bright moonlight, the Imperial Capital is brightly lit, prosperous and bustling. And in the very center is the Black Dragon Imperial City. In the main hall, the 5,000-year-old birthday celebration of the Black Dragon King is being held. A beautiful dragon girl in a red dress was dancing in the hall under the gaze of all the officials and the Black Dragon King. Countless beautiful clam girls danced around her like green leaves, highlighting her beauty and charm to the fullest. "Father!" On the danchi, a beautiful woman was nestling in the arms of a middle-aged man with a dignified face and sleepy eyes, who was wearing a dragon robe. She said in a tender voice, "You has become more and more beautiful." The Black Dragon King uttered a hum. He gazed greedily at the beautiful dragon girl dancing gracefully. "Soon. The dance is over." "Ha ha ha, come here, let your father see how big you have grown." The red-skirted dragon girl blushed, looked at the Black Dragon King shyly, and then slowly came in front of the Black Dragon King. Just as the Black Dragon King stretched out his big hand and was about to hug the red-dressed dragon girl in his arms, the red-skirted dragon girl also naturally fell down and fell into the arms of the Black Dragon King. But just as she was about to fall into his arms, the red-skirted dragon girl's soft and boneless little hand suddenly turned into sharp claws and grabbed directly towards the heart of the Black Dragon King. Chapter 384 Black Jade. The defenseless Black Dragon King was pierced in the heart by her claw, and then the aura all over his body exploded. The dragon woman in red skirt flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Protecting the Emperor? No problem." The Black Dragon King waved his hand. There were only a few bloodstains left on the torn clothes on the chest. Casually pushing the pale-faced beautiful woman in his arms aside, the Black Dragon King stood up and walked towards the pale-faced girl in the red dress with a grim smile on his face. "As expected of you, he is your mother's offspring. His personality is very similar to your mother's." "You are not worthy of being my mother!" The red-skirted dragon girl gritted her teeth and looked at the Black Dragon King with only hatred in her eyes. "This look is very similar." The Black Dragon King's eyes showed nostalgia, and he looked at the stunning red-dressed dragon girl with a playful and greedy look. "Don't worry, I will treat you like I treat your mother." "So what if you hate me?" "I will make it so that you can't even die, you can only watch me ravage you, get pregnant with my child, and then—" A look of despair appeared on the face of the red-skirted dragon woman, and she was just about to bite open the poison sac in her mouth. A huge pressure came over her, and the red-skirted dragon girl's face turned pale. She couldn't even move her teeth or her fingers. She could only watch in despair as the Black Dragon King squatted down and reached out to grab the collar of her clothes. At this moment, an armored guard suddenly walked quickly into the hall and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory has reported that the human holding the Dragon Pearl has entered our world." Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon King looked delighted. "Ha ha ha, finally this Emperor has waited for something." He had previously spent a huge amount of money to send his black dragon into the trial field of all races. Originally, if the other party could successfully break through the Imperial level, then the passages between their Black Dragon realm and the 10,000 races trial field would also be officially opened. During that period of time, their entry into the 10,000 races trial field would be a dimensionality reduction attack, and they could wreak havoc for a while and gain a large amount of resources. He could also successfully break through to the Imperial level that had been holding him back for thousands of years and reach the half-step Saint level. But in the end it was destroyed by a damn human. As the price of failure, their Black Dragon realm will not be able to enter the 10,000 races trial field until that human uses the Dragon Pearl. If they can successfully seize the Jiaozhu, they will have the opportunity to enter the trial field of all races. However, after waiting for many years, the human did not use the Jiaozhu. Finally, although it's been a while, it's not too late now. Immediately notify the city lords and commanders of all places to find this damned human. I want that. No. The Black Dragon King was startled, and subconsciously wanted to find and kill the man who dared to interrupt him. But soon, the Black Dragon King realized that something was wrong. How come this voice came from behind? The Black Dragon King turned around suddenly, and saw the throne that originally belonged to him. There sat a young human man with black hair and black eyes. Not only was he sitting in his seat, he was also hugging his queen, his hands caressing her slender waist. Are you that human? The Black Dragon King didn't care about the other party humiliating his queen. As the strongest person in this world, things like political marriage would never happen to him, and the Black Dragon realm was just a place where he could do whatever he wanted. The queen is just something that is replaced every once in a while. Although this daughter, once his most beloved one, has been the queen for nearly 1,000 years, he has become tired of her recently, and has long wanted to change her. Lin Jian ignored the Black Dragon King and felt the Black Dragon Queen trembling with fear in his arms. Patted her face gently. What are you afraid of? Can I eat you? The other party trembled even more violently, looking at the Black Dragon King with tearful eyes. Father, father! The next second, the man who was hugging her disappeared from her side. The pupils of the vigilant Black Dragon King shrank sharply, and dark dragon scales immediately appeared around his body in a defensive posture, but... Puff! The Black Dragon King only felt a pain in his chest. Lowered his head. Looking at his own hollow, bloody chest, the corners of his mouth oozing blood trembled in disbelief. He raised his head and looked at the human who was holding a bright red, still beating heart, and playing with it. This is impossible. The moment he finished speaking, the Black Dragon King suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, without a sound. So weak. Lin Jian activated the law of blood and quickly pulled out the heart. He threw it on the ground, walked back to the throne on the steps under the terrified gazes of many sea creatures, sat down again and hugged the beautiful and plump Black Dragon Queen in his arms. I will only keep 10 people. The numerous sea creatures looked at each other, and someone suddenly shouted. Revenge for His Majesty! The once prosperous imperial city was reduced to ruins. The corpses of sea creatures can be seen everywhere on the ruins. The ground was covered with blood. Looking at the Black Dragon with despair in its eyes under his feet, Lin Jian exerted force and the dragon's head exploded instantly, splashing red and white all over the ground. Is there anyone else who wants revenge? Lin Jian looked at the sea creatures who were either kneeling or lying down, filled with fear. After a while without answering, Lin Jian shook his head and said, Then continue. I don't like too many men around me. The remaining black dragons and sea creatures looked at each other again, but unlike before, this time their eyes were full of suspicion and murderous intent. Looking at the sea creatures fighting each other, Lin Jian turned and headed towards the throne that still stood on the ruins. Walking to the Black Dragon King's corpse, Lin Jian stopped and looked at the dragon girl in the red skirt who was kneeling beside the Black Dragon King's corpse, staring at it blankly. Why, are you stupid? The dragon girl in the red skirt then looked up at Lin Jian, her cherry lips moving slightly. Thank you. Do you have a grudge against him? The red skirt dragon girl nodded and said with a complicated expression. He killed my mother. My mother was originally his daughter, extremely talented, even more talented than him, but I have no interest in your past. I just want to ask you one question. Can you manage the Black Dragon clan for me? The Black Dragon clan. Lin Jian plans to stay for a while. The main reason is that the only sea creatures he can fight now are the mermaids. This time, when facing the Beaming Dragon clan, the disadvantage of having too few sea clans was revealed. The mermaid clan was not a race good at one-on-one combat, and facing the Beaming Dragon clan, which had a large number and stronger individuals, it was difficult for them to even defend themselves. Abel. The red-skirt dragon girl paused and said, I don't have any supporters, but if you are willing to support me, I will give it a try. Even if I have to kill all the male black dragons and most of the female black dragons? I swore that whoever kills this beast will own my life. The red-skirted dragon girl said without hesitation. Even if you let me destroy the Black Dragon clan and then let me commit suicide, I will do it for you. Very good. Lin Jian squatted down and touched the head of the red-skirted dragon girl with satisfaction. May I have your name? Black Jade. Chapter 385. Another Dragon Pearl. Black Dragon surrenders. Black Dragon Palace, Underground Treasure House. Lin Jian and Mou followed the Black Dragon Queen along the long corridor. The Black Dragon Queen is called Mou Rao. Like Mou, she is the daughter of the Black Dragon King. Dragons are inherently lustful. The Jiaolong has further developed this characteristic of the dragon. Originally, the Black Dragon King was nearly invincible in this world. He had been unable to break through to the half-step saint realm for thousands of years, but he enjoyed himself wantonly and indulged in sensual pleasures to the extreme. 3,000 concubines is just an exaggeration for the emperor of the world, but it is a measure for the Black Dragon King. Since he ascended the throne, he has brought almost all the famous beauties in this world into his harem, no matter they were rising foreigners, talented girls from his own race, beautiful women who were famous in the area, or the beautiful wives and daughters of his princes and ministers. He would take into his harem anything he saw or heard. And as time went on, he became more and more aggressive. He also often did not let go of the beautiful women born for him in the harem. Mou Rao. Mou's mother is one of them. Among them are those who are obedient, like Mou Rao, and those who are rebellious, like Mou and Mou's mother. What a beast! Lin Jian, who is also a beast, sighed. No wonder I was so unhappy with the Black Dragon. It turns out that birds of the same species repel each other. While Mou Rao and Mou were talking about their own stories, the three of them also arrived at the entrance of the treasure house. As Mou Rao opened the Black Dragon's treasure house, a dazzling array of golden light shone. The Black Flood Dragon King has ruled the Black Flood realm for thousands of years, and the Black Flood clan has been the overlords of the Black Flood realm for a long time. Coupled with the Dragon clan's greed for money, this treasure house encompasses almost the entire Black Flood realm. There are countless magical weapons, magical plants, and fruits. Mou and Mou Rao were both attracted by the huge resources and couldn't take their eyes away, but Lin Jian showed no interest after just a glance. Anything special? Although there are many treasures in the treasury, let alone the wool he has plucked from the Lord of Life. When he worked for the Blood Moon Empire before, the races he destroyed all got much more than this one. Oh yes! Seeing that Lin Jian was not interested, Mou Rao immediately said, There is also a Jiaozhu in the innermost part. He spent countless resources to refine it in order to teleport the Black Dragon that you killed into the 10,000 races trial field. It is a pair. I only saw it once. Even though he occasionally brings us here to party, no one is allowed to enter there. Once, there was a concubine who was very favored by him, and she was also my sister. She got drunk and accidentally went there. She only went to the outskirts. When he found out about it, he executed her. Hearing this, Lin Jian didn't have much expectations. Perhaps the fusion of the two beads could allow one to enter the 10,000 races trial field? Or in other words, if the Black Dragon that tried to break through the Imperial rank had really succeeded, the black beads on both sides could have successfully opened a two-way channel. Let's go and have a look. Lin Jian waved his hand and collected all the things in the treasure house into the small world. Yes. Following Mou Rao inside, Lin Jian collected the treasures here. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the treasure house. Lin Jian saw that in the center of a separate room, there was a bead similar to the Jiaozhu he used to travel through time. Lin Jian walked directly towards the bead. The magic circle protecting the room shattered as he approached. When he arrived next to the bead, Lin Jian took out his own bead from the space ring. Attention, the fusionable world. Black Dragon Realm has been detected. Will it be merged with the Holy Mysterious Realm? The Holy Mysterious Realm is the name of the small world inside Lin Jiuan's body. Looking at this system prompt, Lin Jiuan was startled, then thought this should be a good thing, frowned and asked tentatively. Fusion? Fusion failed, insufficient conditions. What are the conditions? 1. One world fusion number is required, not met. 2. Need to thoroughly master both worlds, unsatisfied. Please note that during the world fusion process, all creatures that have not evacuated from the fused world will die. Lin Jiuan's frown finally relaxed, and he turned to look at Mou and Mo Rao, who were looking at him anxiously. Originally, he wanted to find a puppet, and then let the 5 tribes in the Holy Xian realm come out to help him capture the remaining lives in this world to sacrifice to the Blood Pool Temple. But from the looks of it, it seems like he has one more job? Blood Pond Temple. As he absorbed the essence and blood in the light and blood pool, Lin Jiuan opened his eyes and felt that he was still in the realm of imperial perfection. He shook his head. It's still not enough. Several days had passed since he killed the Black Dragon King and took control of the Black Dragon realm. During these few days, almost every day, the elves would send him many sacrifices. At the same time, his 6 tribes in the Black Dragon realm would also send him a large number of sacrifices. But even if he absorbed them all, it would only make his imperial realm more perfect. There is still some distance to go before a breakthrough. On the front line, news had already come yesterday that the Beiming Dragon clan had appeared at the border. The vampires also began their formal counterattack. Many marquises, dukes, and high-level blood clan nobles whose strength was at the half-step saint realm even came out to fight with them, relying on their strength that had been suppressed to the perfection of the imperial level. The elves had to disperse some of their forces to help the abyss, and the vampires loyal to the Blood Moon Queen defend the border. At least delay them for a while. But this slowed down the collection of offerings. Owner. The girl's soft and weak voice sounded. Lin Jiuan withdrew his thoughts and looked towards the edge of the pool. A lot of furniture had been placed next to the blood pool, and some beauties with black dragon horns on their heads were kneeling around the pool. The one who spoke was a petite and plump black dragon girl. That is Mo Rao's daughter, Mo Ning. It seems like she just came of age yesterday? Over there in the Black Dragon realm. Because the Black Dragon Emperor liked to collect beauties, he even built an island within an island in the imperial capital to house his beautiful concubines. There were hundreds of thousands of beauties in total, including those he had slept with and those he had not. Among them, there were many female geniuses from the Black Flood Dragon clan. They were all good-looking, and after they became famous, they were forcibly taken into the harem by the Black Flood Dragon Emperor. These beauties were quite sensible when they heard that he had killed the Black Dragon King. They all obeyed him obediently. This was convenient for him. This saves his subordinates the time of having to find him lackeys who are willing to be loyal to him. Mou and Mo Rao selected a number of top-quality dragon women for him and sent them here to serve him, including Mo Rao himself. After Lin Jiuan finishes absorbing the essence of blood, while waiting for a new batch of sacrifices to arrive, he will favor these dragon girls and give them rewards. Until now, there is still no dragon woman whose belly is satisfactory. Are you going to favor us? Facing the expectant and somewhat nervous gaze of Mo Ning, who was leaning against Mo Rao, Lin Jiuan put aside the mixed thoughts in his mind, stood up and walked towards them. Chapter 386 World Fusion. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, 1 chance to merge worlds. Reward 2. Reward 3. After seeing Reward 1, Lin Jiuan took the remaining 2 rewards without even looking at them. During this period, most of the high-level leaders had been killed by him, and the leaderless Black Dragon realm was almost unilaterally slaughtered by his men. Even if there were some black dragons at the perfect imperial level, they could not withstand the siege of the Black Dragon harem who had surrendered to him and the 5 tribes under his command. The second condition for world integration has been completed. And now, condition 1 is also complete. Father! Lin Jiuan was just standing up when Mo Ning, who had been nestling in his arms, hugged his arms tightly and whispered to him. Looking at Mo Ning's delicate and pretty face as she fell asleep tiredly, Lin Jiuan pinched it. He handed her to Mo Rao, who was standing beside him, took out the dragon pearl, and teleported into the Black Dragon realm with the thought. Owner. In the Black Dragon Palace. As soon as he arrived, Lin Jian saw Mou walking towards him quickly with a respectful look on his face. How is it now? Sisters from other tribes have already sent back several batches of blood food. Lin Jian took a few storage rings and checked them, then said, Let them all come back. I will take you away after I finish absorbing the blood food. Yes, master. 3 days later. Lin Jian sat lazily on the throne of the Black Dragon Palace, which had just been simply repaired. Mo Rao and Mo Ning were nestled in his arms. Just as he was enjoying the service of the 2 Black Dragon beauties, one big and one small, footsteps were heard outside, and Mou and Yvette walked in together. Master, the last group of Feather Tribe has returned to Xingxian realm. Are you sure everyone has returned? Master, each clan has been counted 3 times, and all the sisters who came to this world before have returned to the Holy Xian world. Lin Jian looked at Mou. The tribesmen have all migrated into the Holy Xian realm. The number of black dragons is much smaller than that of other tribes. At most, there are only a few 100,000 of them, and many of them are dragon girls who originally lived on the small island where the Black Dragon King's harem is located. Together with other beauties from the Sea Clan who surrendered with the Black Dragon, there are only a few million people who migrated there from the Black Dragon realm. Among these, 99% of those with average combat effectiveness have already entered the Holy Xian realm in the past few days. Later, they all returned with the other 5 tribes. Are you used to living here? Everyone is fine, Mou said slowly. They just complain that the sea is a little small. Almost 99% of the Black Dragon realm is sea, and less than 1% of the area is islands. Although the Holy Xian realm has an ocean, its overall area is far smaller than that of the Black Dragon realm, and the ocean only accounts for 1/3 of it. This makes the Black Dragon clan and the beauties of the Black Dragon clan's affiliated sea tribes, who are used to living in a planet covered by ocean, somewhat uncomfortable with this. Don't worry, it will be big by the end of today. Lin Jian waved his hand, and a portal appeared in the hall. Let's go. Several people entered the Holy Xian realm one after another. As the portal closed, Lin Jian took out the 2 dragon beads. Attention, the fusionable world. Black Dragon realm has been detected. Will it be merged with the Holy Mysterious realm? Fusion. This time there was no system notification of insufficient conditions. The 2 dragon beads gradually merged into one under the pull of a strange force. Then it suddenly drilled into the ground. Then, there was a not so strong, but very noticeable ground vibration. The Holy Mysterious realm is devouring and merging with the Black Dragon realm. Current devouring fusion progress, 0.01%. The image of the Black Dragon realm seemed to emerge in Lin Jian's mind. The world collapses. The ground was broken, the sky collapsed, mountains roared, tsunamis swallowed the world, underwater volcanoes erupted, and all kinds of world-class disasters occurred almost at the same time. The lives still remaining in the Black Dragon world were fleeing desperately. And relatively. The boundary of the Holy Xian realm is extending outward visibly to the naked eye. As the ground continues to expand, the ocean and the ground extend as the land beneath our feet expands. The sea creatures who had been living in small oceans overcame the initial panic and cheered when they realized that it was not a life-threatening crisis but that the ocean was expanding. At the same time, it seems that a lot of life is born from the seabed. One world dies and another is born. Looking at all that, Lin Jian seemed to have sensed something, and in a flash he came to the core of the underground spiritual vein under the holy mountain. He closed his eyes, watching the collapse of the Black Dragon realm, feeling the expansion of the Holy Mysterious realm, feeling the birth and destruction of the world. The aura of the power of life or death lingered around him, forming the colors of yin and yang. Blood Island. Stanlow Fortress. This was once a fortress city that the Blood Moon Empire used to guard against possible creatures that might appear in the Abyss Gate in the future. It was built quickly not far from the Abyss Gate in advance. After the invasion of the Abyss, it soon fell into the hands of the Abyss. It was then repaired and constructed by Lin Jian's men, connected to the Gate of the Abyss and built into a larger fortress, and was reinforced again by the dwarves who surrendered not long ago. And at this moment, the inscriptions carved on the fortress walls continued to shine, resisting external physical and magical attacks. The magic energy cannons on the city walls roared continuously. Magic shone in the wasteland and sky outside the fortress. A snow-white dragon was soaring in the clouds. The blood giants and abyss creatures, whose original forms were revealed and had wings on their backs, were fighting in the open field. Cecilia stood on the city wall. After keeping the bow bent for a long time, he seized an opportunity and shot an arrow. The arrow, shining with pale golden light, almost shot through the heart of the Blood Count, who was fighting with an abyss demon 1,000 meters away at the speed of crossing space. The brilliant energy in the arrow exploded its body the moment it hit. After killing a vampire earl instantly with one arrow, Cecilia still slightly frowned as she looked at the battlefield where creatures from the abyss and vampires died every second, as well as the white dragon gate in the sky that was constantly bombarding the city with magic cannons, protective arrays and mages' spells. After briefly pausing to look at the dwarves and elven wizards who were repairing and maintaining the city wall magic array and the magic cannon, Cecilia turned around when she heard footsteps behind her. "No news from Joan yet?" "No. The small world inside the body is very convenient for carrying people and things with you. Several legions can be created in an instant. But the disadvantage is that once they lose contact, they really can't get in touch with them. Without Lin Jian, they can't even contact the people in the Xinxian realm." Veronica, who had just returned from a half-day rest at the rear, paused and asked, "What's the situation here?" Chapter 387, Demon Devouring Blood Formation. "It's still the same. I can barely hold on for a while. The defense of the fortress has been going on for almost a month. The number of troops transported by the Beaming Dragon clan was beyond their expectations. They seemed ready to abandon the sea area they had occupied near the Elf Island. They moved almost 2/3 of their combat power here, and the remaining 1/3 was also completely gathered in the sea area around the portal, showing an attitude of giving up other territories and defending the ultra-long-distance portal. This gangster look. Romeia and Chui sure had no way to deal with these white dragons. Although they are over there. There are also the souls of the successive elven heroines who originally belonged to the Elf Forest clan on the side of Romeia. In Nimu's Kingdom of God, with the help of Nimu through the Elf Temple on the Island of Elves, they are resurrected one by one and break through to the late Imperial level and perfect Imperial level. But faced with the Beaming Dragon clan, who were determined to give up 99% of their territory and defend the portal to the death, there was nothing they could do. The frenzy of the vampires' counterattack was beyond their expectations. Those marquises, dukes, and even Grand Duke Yirun all took part in person, completely disregarding the possibility of capsizing in the ditch, and all rushed out as if they had come out in full force. Even though they had already withdrawn their troops in advance, they were still caught off guard. Canivia, the elven saint who had shined in the past with the White Abyss Dragon clan, was given special attention and was besieged by Yirun and several of his Grand Dukes and White Dragon generals. Several elven saints who were accompanying him fought desperately to protect him. At the cost of their return to the arms of the Elf Mother Goddess, Canivia escaped with serious injuries. Afterwards, due to the previous failures, nearly 10 elven saints returned to the arms of the Mother Goddess. In addition, Canivia was seriously injured, and the external arrangements to delay time were almost ineffective. At the same time, the Beaming Dragon clan spent a huge price to set up a large space-disrupting formation, which also made the Qingming Cloud boat unable to perform long-distance space transmission, completely isolating the two parties. They were unable to get any support from there for the time being. That's why. In less than a week after the war began, they were attacked and arrived at the gates of Stanlow Fortress. Fortunately, on the one hand, the fortress was almost captured by them. We reinforce it layer by layer, day and night. With the addition of dwarves for further modification, it has now become impregnable. On the other hand, although the elven saints encountered a surprise attack, some returned to the Mother Goddess's kingdom and some were injured, but they relied on their super-individual combat power and their fearless and desperate fighting style when in desperate situations. As Nimmo's followers, they are indeed not afraid of death. After death, he returned to Nimu's elven kingdom. Enjoy happiness in the kingdom of God and the state of heroic soul. After resurrection, With the power of Nimue and the blessing of the Elf Temple on the Elf Sky Island, his own strength, talent, and development will not be affected in any way. The Beaming Dragon clan was fine, as they had been fighting the elves for a long time and knew how crazy these crazy women were. Plus, they are more accustomed to long-range combat than close combat, so it's not so difficult to deal with. However, the high-ranking nobles of the Blood clan suffered heavy casualties in the face of the almost crazy fighting style of the elven saints, and even if they surrounded one with many, several high-ranking nobles would often be taken away. But it won't last long. The resources are not available. There are enough creatures from the abyss, but the sisters can't hold on any longer. Cecilia sighed. I am worried that Jian will not come out after the city is captured. It's easy for us. At worst, we can return to the embrace of the Mother Goddess. But Loris, Isabella, and the dwarves can't follow Christine into the abyss, right? Indeed, Lady Canivia is discussing this matter with them. The abyss is a place where any non-abyss creature cannot stay for long. So difficult for strong people like Loris and Isabella who are at the half-step saint or perfect emperor level. If they enter the abyss and don't go through high-intensity battles and absorb the abyss aura, it won't be a problem for them to persist for a few years, more than 10 years, or even longer. But the weaker vampires and dwarves will degenerate into abyss creatures within 2 years. And they also didn't believe in Christine, the succubus. It's easier with Lin Jian here. If Christine really took them into the abyss when Lin Jian was not around, and then closed the door to the abyss, then even if Lin Jian came back he would not be able to enter the abyss for a while. They did not dare and did not want to gamble on what Christine, the succubus with no bottom line, would do. Currently, Sister Canivia is discussing with them what to do when the city is about to be lost. If Jian hasn't come back yet, we will protect Loris, Isabella and the others and try to break through the formation restrictions so that Loris and the others can evacuate on the Qingming cloud boat. That's all we can do. Okay, think positively, Jian will definitely come back. Veronica squeezed Cecilia's hand comfortingly. Go and rest first, leave this to me. Cecilia was indeed feeling very tired. Her mind and body had been in a tense state for a long time, and her magic power had been depleted. What she wanted to do most now was to have a good sleep. Just as she was about to walk down the city wall, suddenly a strange magical wave came from outside. Cecilia looked back toward the outside of the city. From the far end of the field of vision, you can see a blood-red beam of light rising into the sky. What is that? Devil-devouring blood formation. Cecilia turned her head and saw that the Blood Moon Queen, Isabella, Canivia and others had come to her side at some point, looking at the blood-colored beam of light in the distance with serious expressions. Devil-devouring blood formation? That is the secret technique of my blood clan. It requires the sacrifice of a large number of lives to open it. The Blood Moon Queen looked extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, its function is to ban all the magic power in the formation. Hearing this, the faces of all the female elves changed drastically. Although the Beaming Dragon clan and their elves both tend to be more inclined towards magic. But without magic power, the elves' bodies are weak. Even elf archers like Cecilia and elf assassins like Carol rely on magic power to move. No more magic. Their combat effectiveness will plummet. Although the Beaming Dragon clan also mainly relies on spells and magic to fight, they are naturally physically strong as a dragon clan. Although their physical strength is definitely not as good as that of other dragon clans, they can definitely crush the elves. And once there is no source of magic power, these magic cannons, magic circles defending the city and inscriptions will all lose their effectiveness. By then, the abyss alone will not be able to stop the vampires and dragons. Chapter 388 Debate Return. Even if we really shut down the demon-devouring blood formation, how will we be able to defend the city afterwards? But if we hold on for a while, Jian will come back? Besides shutting down the demon-devouring blood formation, do we have any other options? We can take this opportunity to try to break out. Their focus must be on protecting the demon-devouring blood formation. Break out? Break through where? Do you know how far this place is from the edge of the empire? Looking at the quarreling elves and vampire women in front of her, Christine felt a little tired. Because of the demon-devouring blood formation, the joint offensive of the Blood Clan and the Beaming Dragon Clan came to a halt. This also gave the elves and high-ranking vampires guarding the city a chance to gather together to discuss how to solve the problem of the demon-devouring blood array. But it was obvious that each of them had their own differences. But no one asked for her opinion. Although she has left the Abyss and no longer has the authority of the Abyss to bless her, she is still unable to display the strength of a half-step saint. But you are the leader of the Abyss camp after all, the strongest and the one with the highest status here. Shouldn't you ask for the opinion of this queen? I have a better idea. Christine couldn't stand it anymore and said. All the women just glanced at Christine, then looked at each other and started a heated argument. Damn, I'm so angry, these bitches. Christine understood the concerns of these elves and vampires. She was worried that after entering the Abyss, without Lin Jian's restraint, she would turn against him. Well, she did think so. So many high-quality elves and vampires are definitely worth a lot of money, and the goddess will definitely be very happy if I give them to her. But it's just a thought. Christine could still tell the difference between a full meal and a full drink. During the time she followed Lin Jian, he had never been stingy with the cultivation resources he gave her, and she had so many that she could never use them all up. Moreover, the other party's ability in that aspect was also very strong. Although he was weaker than her, he could always feed her to the point of being full. The quality of the food was also very high. She would benefit a lot every time she absorbed it. Although she had never tried others, Christine felt that the quality of the other party was definitely not inferior to that of a half-step saint, and even the saint realm was not impossible. But the most important thing is that he is like a small electric motor. No matter how powerful other half-step saints are, there will be a day when they will be killed. But this guy seems to have no idea how to do it. Succubus ecstasy. If you want to know why succubus have such a lewd reputation, isn't it because men are too useless? If a man stays with her for too long, even if that man is much stronger than the succubus, he will be completely ruined. If a succubus can get by with a man and always satisfy him, why would they go to the trouble of looking for other men when they have nothing better to do? In terms of needs, desires, cultivation resources, etc., Lin Jian has satisfied himself. Christine knew very well that it would be impossible for her to be so generous even if her biological parents came. If possible, Christine would rather stay with this man for the rest of her life. Of course, if the situation is not right, she will definitely not cling to this man. But it was obvious that these vampires and elves did not believe her. Christine understood, too. Let's not talk about the desperate vampires. After death, these elves can return to their mother goddess's elven kingdom and be resurrected. But if they follow me into the abyss, after death, their souls will be pulled into the endless abyss or imprisoned by the powerful abyss lord of the middle or high level at his whim, and they will not be able to return to the mother goddess's elven kingdom. In this situation, even if they trust me 100%, there is no way they will go back to the abyss with me. No matter what you decide, I will only send out this last wave of troops. Seeing that the discussion was not yet finished, Christine said directly. Although the abyss is not short of soldiers, it still takes time to produce new abyss demons. During this period of time, the fifth layer of the abyss has been almost emptied by you. My suggestion is that the vampires follow me back to the abyss. As for you elves, since you can be resurrected, you can help cover the rear. Impossible. The Blood Moon Queen refused flatly. Not to mention that she didn't believe in this succubus at all. With so many vampire civilians under her command, it would be impossible for her to lead them into the abyss. Although Lin Jian's Xingxian realm absorbed a lot of vampires, they were all high-quality vampire beauties without exception. The remaining men and most of the women were still outside. If they entered the abyss, they would not be able to survive until Lin Jian arrived, and those vampire civilians would be infected by the abyss and turned into monsters. That's not what I'm considering. Christine also didn't give the other party face, and sneered. Anyway, I'm leaving this to you. At most, I will give you another wave of soldiers, and then I will return to the abyss. You can do whatever you want. It's up to you. The Blood Moon Queen also sneered. Seeing the two women confronting each other, Conivia spoke softly and acted as a peacemaker. Okay, stop arguing. The situation is now very clear. How about this, Loris? We elves will obey your command. It's up to you whether we want to break out, destroy the demon-devouring blood formation, or just hold on and wait. The Blood Moon Queen fell silent. She knew that her next decision would determine the life and death of all her tribesmen, including Isabella, who were willing to follow her. After a long time, the Blood Moon Queen closed her eyes in pain, and finally slowly opened her eyes and was about to speak. A voice suddenly sounded. Maybe there is a fourth way. Who? Hearing the sudden sound, everyone present looked towards the source of the sound, which was behind Christine, who was sitting in the main seat. Then I saw Lin Jian appear there at some point. Owner? Jian? All the girls showed joy on their faces, and Christine, who had a cold face just now, threw herself into Lin Jian's arms in surprise. When did you come? Just now when you were quarreling. Lin Jian hugged Christine and sat in the main seat. Looking at the pale faces of Conivia and the Blood Moon Queen, Lin Jian asked curiously. Conivia, how did you get hurt? It was my fault that I didn't think it through and got ambushed, causing several sisters to return to the arms of the Mother Goddess. A look of shame appeared on Canivia's face. The Blood Moon Queen looked at Lin Jian suspiciously. Have you made a breakthrough now? Not yet. Probably in superposition. Superposition? Lin Jian didn't say anything, but raised his hand. The extremely pure breath of life and death spread and circulated in the house. The Blood Moon Queen and Conivia felt that the serious injuries in their bodies that would take several years or even longer to heal were visibly peeled away, and their condition quickly recovered to their peak. That's about it. Chapter 389, The Avenue of Life and Death. I see you have the ability to become a saint. Is this the Avenue of Life and Death? Oh? Looking at the surprised Conivia, Lin Jian asked curiously. Do you know anything? This was what he realized from observing the destruction of the Black Dragon Realm, and the expansion and rebirth of the Holy Profound Realm as it devoured the Black Dragon Realm. It was also the reason why he had not come out for such a long time. Further understanding of the laws of life and death, and the power of life or death, has reached a deeper level. The Saint Order must follow its own path. The Blood Moon Queen spoke at this time. The look is complicated. Only by turning the laws into the avenue can one enter the saint stage. That is why the half-step saint stage exists. To put it simply, our strength has reached the saint level, but our understanding of the laws is not enough to comprehend the Tao, which is why we are stuck at the half-step saint level and cannot break through. Once upon a time, as the princess of the Blood Moon Empire, her talent was rare among the royal families of the Blood Moon Empire. Otherwise it would have been impossible for her to obtain the position of crown prince as a woman. Before entering the trial field of all races. In less than 1,000 years he broke through to the half-step saint level through his own practice. But after that she was stuck at the half-step saint level for thousands of years, and was unable to comprehend her own abilities to the level of Dharma and Tao. As a result, she was stuck at the half-step saint level and could not break through. However, Lin Jian realized the great way of life and death when he reached the perfection of the imperial level. It can be said that he is now only a matter of time away from breaking through to the saint level. As long as the spiritual energy he absorbs accumulates enough, breaking through to the half-step saint level and the saint level will be a natural thing for him. Lin Jian nodded slightly. He really didn't know much about these things. I had originally planned to go find Nimue to learn more when I was about to break through to the half-step saint level, but I have been confused until now, and have not had the chance to go back to find Nimue. After a few more brief chats, everyone turned the topic back to the current war, and everyone looked at Lin Jian. Since they like to set up formations, let's do it too. Haven't those elves made any moves yet? In front of the battle, a middle-aged man with white hair and beard and a burly figure asked. The man was about 2 meters tall, and had a strong build. He looked like a normal human, except for the 2 white dragon horns on his head that betrayed his identity. Bai Zhan. The strongest person sent by the Beiming Dragon Clan this time, the Dragon Clan General, has the strength of half a step to the Saint Realm. There is no movement except shrinking inwards. Bai Zhan couldn't help but laugh and said, Have these elves given up? Still need to be careful. Standing next to Bai Zhan, Yurun, who was wearing blood armor, said in a deep voice, That woman Loris has mastered some reversal techniques. Although she is seriously injured now and cannot use many of them, she can reverse some areas so that the elves can use magic. Baijan remained noncommittal. So what if it's a trick? Are we just not going to go just because they might be using an empty city trick? Jeroen remained silent, frowning slightly. At this point, we can only wait until the demon-devouring blood formation is completed and then drive them into the abyss. Then we will cooperate with each other to get rid of those damn elves, mermaids and humans first. In the future you and I will have 2 tribes, you have land, we have ocean. Isn't that beautiful? After hearing this, Jeroen nodded with a slightly relieved expression. Although I don't know why Lin Jian hasn't shown up yet, it doesn't matter anymore. Even though the other party seemed to have a small world that could accommodate all people, they did not think of killing all these guys. Not to mention the damn elves who could be resurrected after death, just the gate to the abyss and the Lord of the Abyss and the succubus queen who were cooperating with Lin Jian for some unknown reason would make it absolutely impossible for them to capture Loris and the others in one fell swoop. But it doesn't matter. All they have to do is drive them into the abyss and close the door of the abyss. By then, Lin Jian would not be able to leave the abyss for a while. They joined forces to destroy the elven kingdom of those damn elves and get rid of all of Lin Jian's subordinates. By then, even if Lin Jian found a way to leave the abyss and return to the trial field of all races after a few years, it would be useless. While they were talking, the blood-red beam of light that had been rising into the sky behind them for several days suddenly burst out with an even greater amount of energy. The blood-colored shield completely enveloped the fortress, and all of them. Suddenly, Jeroen, Baijan and others felt that the magic power in their bodies was like being stuck in a quagmire, and the flow rate became extremely slow. Baijan showed a grim smile on his face. Let's go, I want to see what surprises those elves can give me. Jeroen said nothing and led his men into the city. There was no obstruction on top of the high wall, and the area below the wall and in the outer city area was empty, without even a single person. When they reached the core area, what Jeroen didn't expect was that there was no reversal formation and strong resistance as he had expected. It was still empty, and even the city gates were still open. Could this be a trick? Jeroen frowned. What kind of trouble can they stir up now? Baijan shook his head with some regret and said, According to my guess, they just escaped into the abyss with their human master. Jeroen thought so too, and he mobilized almost all his troops, while the Beaming Dragon clan also dispatched a large number of high-end combat forces. Even if there is an ambush, they can easily counterattack with their current strength. On the contrary, he hoped that the other party would not give up and set an ambush, otherwise they would all escape into the abyss, which would be a big trouble in the future. Send someone to search the city and turn it upside down. Don't leave any corners where people could hide. After giving the order, Baijan and Jeroen continued walking towards the inner city. All the way to the core area, Jeroen's frown gradually relaxed, but Baijan's brows furrowed instead. Something's wrong. Why did those elves run away too? Just as Baijan was muttering, a white dragon vanguard suddenly ran back quickly. General, the group of elves are in the hall ahead. Baijan and Jeroen looked at each other, a strange look flashed in their eyes, and they immediately moved quickly towards the hall. When they arrived outside the main palace, Baijan and Jeroen stopped and saw that the palace gates on the countless steps in the distance were open. A human youth with black hair and black eyes was lazily lying on the throne, with a glass of wine in one hand. In one hand he held a gorgeous succubus with a heart-shaped tail and an extremely beautiful appearance. Seeing them, the young man smiled and drank the wine in the glass in his hand. It's so slow. Chapter 390. Compete with me in close combat? Jeroen quickly glanced around, and it seemed that there were only these 2 people in the huge hall. I don't know whether I should call you Felix or Lin Jian. Don't look for it. We don't need an ambush to deal with you. Lin Jian threw away the wine glass, withdrew his arms around Christine's slender waist, stood up, walked down the steps step by step, and came to the door of the hall. One by one or all together? It's a dead end. Baijan sneered. Walked straight towards Lin Jian. Although the Beaming Dragon clan is not a race that excels in physical strength among the Dragon clan, as a Dragon clan they still possess physical strength that is top-notch among the superior races. It's just that they have stronger magical talents and have never needed to display their physical strength. When he was 20 steps away from Lin Juan, Baijian stomped on the ground hard. Bricks and stones flew everywhere under his feet, and Baijian rushed to Lin Juan in an instant. The right fist he swung seemed to turn into a dragon claw, and the grim smile on his face seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Juan's head being smashed by his punch. Next second, Yurun felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears, followed by a loud bang that pierced through the building. Looking at Lin Juan, who was standing still and even his movements were so fast that they were difficult to see clearly, Yurun narrowed his eyes. Kill him! As soon as Yurun finished speaking, the vampires behind him pounced towards Lin Juan. The originally noble and elegant vampires revealed their true forms and turned into humanoid monsters 2 or 3 meters tall. It's so slow. Lin Juan's figure flashed, and as if shrinking the distance into an inch, he appeared in front of a vampire marquis who had just transformed. He punched his huge and ugly head, instantly turning it into a bloody mist. Then he grabbed the hand that was hitting him, swung it up and smashed it hard on the ground. The vampire immediately started bleeding from all 7 orifices and was killed on the spot. With the blessings of the primordial blood, the wild blood body refining technique, the 5 elements and 5 methods rules, etc., although Lin Juan's current realm is still at the great perfection of the imperial level, his physical strength has already caught up with the saint level. These blood clan nobles whose strength was suppressed at the imperial level were no match for Lin Juan, and almost none of them could survive more than 2 moves from him. Die! Just at this moment, an angry roar was heard. A white dragon suddenly rose from the ruins, knocked away the vampires and dragons blocking the way, and pounced in front of Lin Juan. The huge and sharp dragon claws seemed to tear the space apart, and grabbed towards his head. But the next moment, everything seemed to stop. Bai Long looked in disbelief at Lin Juan, who stretched out one hand and held his hand. It seemed as if his claws contained 1,000 pounds of force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pull his claws out of the other person's hand. Is that all the strength you have? Lin Juan sneered, grabbed his palm and swept it hard. Bai Zhan's dragon body suddenly turned into a long whip, which was used by Lin Juan to sweep away the surrounding vampires and Beiming dragon clan. How is this possible? Looking at the slaughter scene where Lin Juan was carrying Bai Zhan and smashing him everywhere, Yurun's eyelids twitched and an indescribable sense of absurdity emerged in his heart. This human's body is so strong? The other vampires and dragons are fine, but Bai Zhan is, after all, a general of the Beiming dragon clan. Even under the suppression of the rules of the trial field, his physical strength alone is close to that of a half-step saint. Even if he faces him, the outcome is unpredictable. As a result, Lin Juan used it as a whip? Yurun subconsciously took a step back, his face uncertain. Just at this moment, a huge dragon body suddenly smashed towards him. It brushed past him and landed heavily on the ground in front of him, sliding for dozens of meters before finally stopping. After taking a closer look, Yurun realized that the dragon body was Bai Zhan, but at this moment, he did not have the demeanor of the once mighty general of the White Dragon clan. Instead, he looked like a dead dog. He fell to the ground covered in blood, looking miserable, and even one of his horns was broken. Yurun, what the hell are you still standing there for? Bai Zhan is indeed a strong man who is only 1 step away from entering the saint level. Although he was beaten badly by Lin Juan, he still managed to get up, roaring wildly with bloodshot eyes. If we don't kill this guy today, we will all be killed by him in the future. Can you still fight? Yurun asked. This kid's body is a little weird, but he can still hold on for a while. Yurun's expression changed for a while, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, You and I will work together to hold him back, and send people to shut down the formation. Although once the formation is closed, the group of elven saints who are now hiding somewhere unknown will become a trouble, but at least it is better than being beaten by this human. After all, the main purpose of the blood-sucking demon formation is to capture this fortress. Now that the fortress has come in, the formation's function has been largely accomplished. Even if the group of elven saints showed up at that time, without the protection of the fortress and the formation, and with their 2 strongest fighters, Loris and Canivia, both seriously injured, the number and quality of their strong men would be far inferior to that of the combined Blood clan and the Beiming Dragon clan. Bai Zhan roared. He pounced directly at Lin Juan again. Yurun no longer hesitated and immediately transformed into his true vampire form, even burning his blood and essence. He displayed his strongest posture and pounced towards Lin Juan. Lin Juan grabbed Bai Zhan and threw him away along with several blood nobles and beaming dragons who were rushing towards him. Then he reached out and grabbed the fist that was thrown by Yurun. Yurun suddenly felt as if his hand was clamped by a pair of pliers, unable to move forward or backward. His face suddenly changed, and his left hand turned into a sharp claw and grabbed towards Lin Juan. So weak. Lin Juan grabbed his hand again with a grim smile, then stretched out his hands to hold down his shoulders and exerted force to both sides. Ah! Yurun screamed in pain as if his chest was torn apart. The fear of death made him constantly burn his blood and essence, and his physical strength and power continued to increase, in an attempt to fight against the force that was tearing his body apart. When Bai Zhan saw the vacant rear area behind Lin Juan, he roared and pounced over. The sharp claws stabbed straight towards Lin Juan's back. Go to hell! Seeing that Lin Juan didn't move at all, his attention was all on Yurun. The dragon claw flashed white light and pierced Lin Juan's back. But the feeling Bai Zhan felt in his hand was not the sensation of piercing flesh, but rather it was as if his attack had hit a solid wall, leaving only a faint white mark on the opponent's body. How is this possible? Tear! At this time, Lin Juan had already used all his strength to tear Yurun into two halves and threw them on the ground. He turned around and looked at Bai Zhan, who was full of disbelief, and grinned. Are you tickling me? Chapter 391 Despair, the girl of the Beaming Dragon clan. Looking at Lin Juan, who was looking at him with a grim smile. Bai Zhan instinctively took 2 steps back, and a look of fear finally appeared on his arrogant face. Monster! This human is a monster! As a general of the Beaming Dragon clan, he is of noble blood and believes that even if he faces a powerful enemy with a high probability of death, he will not retreat for the glory and interests of the Beaming Dragon clan. However, this existence in front of him. It's impossible to win. His back was empty, and the full force of his physical body only left a shallow scratch on the opponent's body. Yurun, who had similar strength to him, was torn to pieces by this monster. Almost instantly, Bai Zhan made the most instinctive reaction. Turn around and run! Even though the formation suppressed most of the abilities, Bai Zhan was still able to fly thanks to his dragon talent. But as the white dragon's real body took off, a grabbing force came from its tail. No matter how Bai Zhan struggled and swung his tail, he could not free his tail from Lin Juan's hand. He could only watch helplessly as he felt his body being dragged back bit by him. Ah! Thinking of Yurun's miserable condition, Bai Zhan screamed in fear. He struggled harder and harder, but he was unable to break free from the demon's grasp. The vampires nearby had already dispersed with Yurun, and the remaining Beaming dragons had already been slaughtered by Lin Juan, especially Yurun, who was torn apart by his bare hands. Now they were frightened by beating Bai Zhan into this miserable state. No one dared to step forward. This human is a devil. No, even if he is a devil, they, as the proud Beaming Dragon clan, will not be afraid of him. But this guy is definitely an abyss tyrant that can only be found in the higher levels of the abyss. He is a monster so terrifying that he can tear Yurun apart alive. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, as the proud Beaming Dragon clan, they would kill this human and save their general, but the problem was that they could not see this opportunity at all. The only outcome of going up now was to be torn apart by this monster human. Stop! At this moment, a loud angry rebuke suddenly rang out. A snow-white figure rushed out from the group of dragons, and rushed to Lin Juan's side like a white shadow, stabbing towards Lin Juan's neck with the spear in his hand. But just as the gun was about to pierce his neck, it stopped. It was not voluntary, but a big hand grabbed the front end of the spear, making it impossible for the attacker who was holding the gun with both hands to thrust the gun even a centimeter forward even if his arms were trembling. Lin Juan turned his head and looked at the attacker with interest. She was a tall woman, about 1.78 meters tall. She has waist-length hair that looks like the snow on the unvisited mountains, snow-white skin, an oval face, delicate features, and a heroic air of a young girl. The snow-white armor makes the skin look even whiter. The legs are long and graceful. On her body, Just like the elves, the armor exposed her slender waist that could be held in one hand, and a lot of skin below her thighs, as if the armor was not for defense but only for decoration. But in fact, almost all women from races that specialize in magic wear armor like this. It's because their magic level far exceeds their forging skills, and their defense mainly relies on equipment enchantments. Even if the armor is more sexy and beautiful, revealing some skin, those parts all rely on the overall armor to have complete defense. The defensive power brought by that enchantment would even far exceed the defensive power of the armor itself. After all, most magical races had no talent for forging, and not every magical race had a good relationship with the dwarves. On the contrary, those higher magical races generally look down on the ugly and short, inferior race such as dwarves. That's what the elves are like. If you have never fought against the elves, and you have spent a huge amount of money to shoot at their skin that is not covered by armor, if you hit it, you will find that there are defensive magic runes there that are more solid than armor, and people often suffer great losses because of this. This also results in the fact that the lower the status of the elves, the sexier their armor is. Often expose a lot of skin on the collarbone, waist, abdomen, calves, arms, etc. The higher the status of the elves, the more conservative and beautiful their armor is, because they can afford to spend huge amounts of money to hire a master blacksmith to specialize in forging high-end armor with both physical and magical defense. Of course, because of Lin Jian, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Now these high-ranking female elves also prefer sexy-style armor. Even Cecilia has a set of close-fitting armor enchanted with advanced magic that can cover all skin, but no one knows whether she will use it. Anyway, ever since he took her in, Lin Jian has never seen Cecilia wearing that armor in front of him. Instead, they wear portable armor that exposes their collarbones, abdomen, and thighs. On the one hand, he is absolutely confident in his own strength and the enchantment of his armor, and on the other hand, he wants to seduce Lin Jian. And the girl in front of me? The Bai Ming dragon clan's physical bodies and highly developed magic level are their best defense. Even if they cannot defeat the enemy, they can still transform into their true dragon form. Too high-end armor will affect the process of their transformation into their true dragon form. And no matter how good the armor is, the strength they exert will not be stronger than the true dragon form. At this moment, the girl from the Beiming Dragon clan had an expression of astonishment and horror on her face. Because she just watched. This man actually grabbed her full-strength spear with one hand, and grabbed her father's tail with the other hand. No matter how her father struggled, he could not break free from the restraint of the other's hand. How is this possible? The girl, who had always regarded her father as an idol, felt as if something in her heart broke when she looked at her father who was caught by Lin Jian with one hand. For a moment, she even suppressed her fear of this monster. When Lin Jian looked at this beautiful dragon girl whose appearance was no less beautiful than Cecilia and the others, his mind became much simpler. While the other party was still shocked by all this, he had already exerted a little force with his hand, directly pulled the spear, and pulled the girl who was holding the spear with all her strength towards his position. The other party immediately staggered forward a few steps uncontrollably, and fell into his arms. Lin Jian just put one arm around her slender waist and held her father's tail with the other hand. "May I have your name?" Bai Linglong came back to her senses. "I really wanted to fight this man, but when I looked up I saw him and my father who was still struggling. A man who is just like this devil." Bai Linglong, who had just arrived after being sent by her father to perform a mission far away from the central battlefield, realized why her father's men did not dare to step forward. Feeling the big hand that easily broke through the protection of the magic runes and caressed her waist unscrupulously, Bai Linglong could not feel any charm. Will this monster break his own waist with just one squeeze? The courage and anger in his heart had disappeared after being easily blocked by Lin Jian. When Bai Linglong thought of that possibility, her throat became dry and her body trembled slightly. "From the heart," he said. Bai Linglong. "What's the connection with him?" "Daughter." Chapter 392. The villain Lin Jian. "Daughter?" Lin Jian let out a regretful tisk, grabbed her father's hand and shook it hard. Suddenly, the struggling Bai Zhang was thrown out, and he stopped only after he knocked down a bunch of Beiminglong clan soldiers and hit his people. Lin Jian, on the other hand, hugged Bai Linglong, whose eyes were filled with tears from fear, as if no one was around. as the daughter of the great general of the Beaming Dragon clan. She has been well protected by her father since she was a child. When she went out on missions, she was assigned tasks that were not dangerous at all. She had never encountered any twists and turns since she was a child, but now she suddenly fell into the hands of this demon. Bai Linlong didn't know when this demon would suddenly kill her by touching her hand. "Let go of Linlong!" Seeing his daughter's horrified expression when she was molested by Lin Jian, Bai Zhan, who had just tried desperately to escape, rushed over with a roar. But the next moment, when Bai Zhan saw Lin Jian's big hand on his daughter's neck, he stopped. He looked at Lin Jian with bloodshot eyes, a mixture of anger and fear in his eyes. "This has nothing to do with my daughter." "Nothing?" Lin Jian sneered. One hand was around Bai Linglong's slender waist, holding her close to his arms. The other hand went up from her snow-white neck to touch her face that was wet with tears. "Are you afraid of me?" Bai Linglong sobbed and cried even harder. She regretted it so much. The girl who had always complained that her father treated her like a child and protected her too well finally realized her father's good intentions in the past. The girl who longed to become a great general like her father now just wants to go home. "Let her go, we can do it one-on-one." "One-on-one?" Lin Jian found it even more funny, wondering who wanted to escape just now. "But do you value this daughter very much?" Lin Jian grabbed the girl's face, forcing her to look up and look at you. "Your father values you very much." Bai Linglong cried even harder. Looking at his daughter's frightened expression, Bai Zhan's eyes turned bloodshot, but he had no idea what to do. His wife died early and he never remarried, leaving her with only one daughter. He transferred all his love for his deceased wife, and the guilt he felt for not being able to take care of her and her daughter when she was young to her. It can be said that the other person's life is more important than his own. But now, let alone saving his daughter, Bai Zhan now knows that he is no match for this monster human. If he is not careful, his daughter, himself and these men will die here. Damn Yarun, after spending so much time with this guy, doesn't he know his strength? A bunch of Blood Clan trash. It would be a pity if such a beautiful little female dragon died, what do you think? Lin Jian looked at Bai Zhan with a smile. He felt like an evil villain now. But sometimes I play the villain. No, it seems like I am the villain from the beginning? Thinking about how he first forced the mermaids and elves to submit to him, and later slaughtered hundreds of millions of people from multiple races including humans, night cats, feathered people, snakes, etc., and forced the remaining women to submit to him, all the extra thoughts in his mind disappeared. Isn't this just your normal operation? What do you want? Bai Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked just like the heroine's father who was being coerced by the villain. The next second should be the protagonist appearing, saving the heroine, defeating the villain himself, and winning the beauty home, right? What do I want? Lin Jian revealed a malicious smile on his face, grabbed Bai Linglong's neck and lifted her up. Stop! Seeing his daughter kicking her legs in pain and fear due to suffocation and sobbing helplessly, Bai Zhan's body was shaking with anger. Stop? The malice in Lin Jian's smile became even stronger. Anyone who saw it would regard Bai Zhan as a decent guy and Lin Jian as a villain. But unfortunately, the little female dragon who was not saved by the protagonist had her beautiful eyes turned white, and her struggle became weaker and weaker because of the big hand that was tightly grasping her neck. Seeing his daughter almost unable to hold on, Bai Zhan could no longer control himself. With a roar, he pounced towards Lin Jian without caring about the huge physical gap between the two. But obviously fatherly love is not included in infinite love. He cannot instantly increase his combat power like Li Xiaoyao and kill the villain instantly. Instead, Bai Zhan, who rushed forward, was kicked away by Lin Jian because he was eager to save his daughter. It seems that you don't really want to save your daughter. Lin Jian's face turned cold, and he gripped Bai Linglong's neck even harder. After struggling to get up, Bai Zhan completely collapsed as he looked at his daughter who had begun to twitch unconsciously, drool, and was obviously going to die if he exerted a little more force. Let my daughter go! Bai Zhan fell to his knees with a thump. At this moment, he was not the great general of the Beaming Dragon clan, nor was he the hero of the Beaming Dragon clan who was not afraid of death, but just a father who was deeply trapped in pain and despair and hated his own lack of strength to save his daughter. "Let my daughter go. Is this your attitude of asking for help?" An evil smile appeared on Lin Jian's face again. The Beiming Dragon clan members under Bai Zhan all showed expressions of humiliation and anger, and looked at Lin Jian with eyes that seemed to wish they could devour him completely. If possible, many of them must have wanted to die together with Lin Jian and save Bai Linglong. But in the face of the absolute gap in strength, they could only watch it all happen. Bai Zhan hesitated for a second, and looking at his daughter who was in so much pain that her throat was emitting desperate groans, and even the amplitude of her convulsions had weakened to nothing, Bai Zhan's last psychological defense completely collapsed. "Please, please, let my daughter go, she is innocent, come to me if you have anything to do, let my daughter go." "Very good." Looking at Bai Zhan, whose face was filled with despair, and those members of the Beiming Dragon clan who had gloomy expressions, Lin Jian smiled and let go of his hand. Bai Linglong fell to the ground, breathing in fresh air in big gulps without any sign of survival, still twitching in pain. It was obvious that the force just now had completely clouded her consciousness. After a long time, she barely regained consciousness. She was gasping for breath after surviving a disaster and looked at Lin Jian in fear. But when she saw her father kneeling on the ground, Bai Linglong was stunned. A look of shame appeared on her face, and she wanted to say something, but a foot had already stepped on her head. The guilt on Bai Linglong's face was instantly replaced by fear. Even without looking, she knew who the person was who stepped on her head. The pride of the general's daughter had long disappeared, and the words Bai Linglong was about to say turned into tears. "Save me, Dad." Chapter 393, The Cancelled Demon Devouring Blood Formation, The Return of Irun. "What do you want to do?" Bai Zhan's voice was hoarse, and his tone was as completely decadent as a defeated chicken. "What?" Lin Jian stroked his thumb across his index finger. A crack appeared, and a drop of crystal-clear blood emerged from the wound on the fingertip. Under the control of the law, the drop of essence blood floated in front of Bai Zhan. "Submit or—" Lin Jian slightly increased the force with which he stepped on Bai Linglong's head, and immediately Bai Linglong's fair and tender face pressed tightly against the ground, and she let out a cry of pain. The beautiful eyes that were originally filled with struggle because of that drop of blood were now filled with fear again. She naturally knew the meaning of that drop of blood. It would be fine if she swallowed it, but if she did not resist and allowed the other party to let the blood flow into his limbs and bones, then her father would completely become the other party's puppet and would have to be at the other party's mercy from then on. But she didn't want to die. Having just experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death, Bai Linglong was completely unable to utter the words, "Leave me alone!" But she was also unable to say, "Save me!" and could only look at her father pitifully. "Great General! General! You can't listen to him!" An expression of extreme pain and anger appeared in Bai Zhan's eyes. He could accept exchanging his own life for his daughter's, but becoming the other party's puppet. "A soldier can be killed, but not—" "Ah?" Before Bai Zhan could finish his words, he heard his daughter wailing in pain. Lin Jian stepped on her head harder and harder, moving it slightly, leaving no doubt that if the movement was a little bigger, her perfect little face that inherited her mother's beauty would be ruined. "Dad!" Bai Linglong cried out in fear, tears streaming down her face again. "One last chance?" Lin Jian smiled and said, "If her face is damaged, you and your daughter will have no value to me." "Dad?" Thinking of that scene, Bai Linglong began to tremble with even more fear. Although she hated being thought to have relied on her father to get to where she is today, and hated being called a vase even more, every woman loves beauty, and Bai Linglong was very proud of her face which she inherited from her mother. She doesn't want to die. Don't even ruin your own face. But despite all the words she said, Bai Linglong was unable to utter a single word of pleading as she looked at her father's painful and angry expression. Instead, a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes that were wet with tears. "I'm sorry, it's my daughter who is useless." "Goodbye, Dad." "No!" Bai Zhan, who was struggling painfully between daughter and betraying the Beiming Dragon clan, suddenly realized something was wrong after hearing this. He looked at his daughter in fear and saw a bright white light emerging from her body. That was a precursor to self-destruction. No! Looking at his daughter's face, which finally showed an apologetic smile, Baijan seemed to see the scene of her mother's death. A desperate sound like that of a wild animal. But in the next moment, the light of self-destruction on Bai Linglong disappeared. Instead, there was a shrill wailing that made your scalp tingle. Ah! Lin Juan's foot, which was stepping on her head, had already stepped on her lower abdomen. Looking at Bai Linglong, who was filled with the power of death and wailing in the most extreme pain in the world, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You want to die with me, are you worthy? Let my daughter go, I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you. Baijan was completely unable to think. He felt relieved when he saw that his daughter's self-destruction was prevented. But when he saw her extremely painful appearance, Baijan felt like his heart was about to break. He shouted loudly and swallowed Lin Juan's blood bead in one gulp. The blood dripped down the throat into the body and flowed into the limbs and bones. Feeling the raging blood beads, Baijan gritted his teeth tightly, suppressing the urge to control his body and destroy the blood beads that were gradually taking control of him. Only after completely controlling him did Lin Juan take back the power of death that remained in Bai Linglong's body. At this moment, Bai Linglong, who had been tortured by the power of death for more than 10 seconds, was covered with fine beads of sweat, and was lying on the ground twitching like a dead dog. Lin Juan leaned over and picked up Bai Linglong. With the activation of his fire ability, the sweat that almost formed a river on the other person's body evaporated instantly. Holding her slender waist, he injected the power of life into her body, repairing her body which was twitching in pain. Soon, under the comfort of the force of life, Bai Linglong's body convulsions gradually weakened, and her consciousness returned. She looked at the man who was hugging her, her eyes full of fear. He opened his mouth, but saw the other party speaking to his father. Tell your men to kill Yurun's people. Looking at his daughter, Baijan took a deep breath. He looked at his men. Just wanted to speak. The pillar of light in the sky that supported the demon-devouring blood formation suddenly disappeared, and the restrictions that suppressed the magic power in their bodies also suddenly disappeared. General? Suddenly, strange looks appeared in the eyes of the generals of the Beiming Dragon clan. A hint of struggle also appeared in Baijan's eyes. Just surrendered. On the one hand, it was because of his daughter, and on the other hand, it was because there was no hope of winning. Even if he refused to surrender, what would happen if his daughter was killed? He and his men would still die at the hands of Lin Juan. But now it's different. The demon-devouring blood array's suppression of magic power has been lifted. The restriction on magic power has been lifted. Even though the opponent's body is extremely powerful, in terms of magic, their Beiming Dragon clan is definitely stronger. Although if he took action at this time, he would definitely be affected by the opponent's blood and essence, and would not be able to use his combat power. But with so many subordinates under his command, even if they surrounded Lin Juan, they could kill him, right? But his daughter would be dead. Just as Baijan was hesitating, countless bloody figures flew over from the sky. The one in the front was none other than Yurun. Yurun looked at Lin Juan's figure with a cold gaze, and almost in an instant he crossed countless distances and arrived above the crowd. The spread blood wings covered the sky like a dark cloud, shrouding everyone in his shadow. Although he was torn off by Lin Juan's hands just now, as the Grand Duke whose status in the Blood Moon Empire is second only to the royal family, he naturally has props to save his life and resurrect. In addition, after Lin Juan killed him, his attention was focused on Baijan. That's why. After taking advantage of the opportunity to be rescued by his men, he immediately went to dispel the demon-devouring blood formation. Now that the magic power in his body is boiling again, this is his chance to avenge his previous shame. Die! Yurun stood high in the sky, and as his words fell, a sea of blood and corpses seemed to erupt in an instant. Chapter 394. You can't do it either. Everyone present only felt a bloody wave surging. And the center is Lin Juan. Hope and excitement flashed in the eyes of the Beiming dragons. Although they always looked down upon their dirty and lowly blood clan allies, at this moment they hoped very much that these blood clan allies could kill Lin Juan. If Bai Linglong had not been still under Lin Juan's feet, they would have wanted to cooperate with Yurun to kill Lin Juan. But it also seemed to fall with his words. A circular formation similar to the Tai Chi Bagua appeared under Lin Jian's feet. It spreads visibly in all directions. Life, death. The mixed field of the two enveloped the vampires and beaming dragons present almost instantly. Yurun's terrifying attack that was infinitely close to the half-step saint realm was instantly eliminated, and the breath of death enveloped all the vampires present. In front of this holy avenue, the vampires who were at the great perfection of the imperial level were suppressed in strength and had almost no room to resist. All the life force of the vampires was instantly drained away, the aura of death filled their bodies, and they turned into ashes amidst painful wails, along with the rich and pure life force that proved their final existence. It flowed into the realm of life and into the body of Lin Jian, the leader. Even Yurun. He also felt the rapidly ebbing vitality and the thick aura of death surrounding him, and an expression of disbelief and fear appeared on his face. This is No! The magic power in the body seemed to have returned to the time when it was suppressed by the demon-devouring blood formation. Not only the magic power, but even the body's original strength was being continuously drained. The speed at which the vitality was drained away was so fast that Yurun couldn't help but reveal a look of fear and anger on his face. He struggled hard, but Yurun found himself so weak that he couldn't even struggle here. It was like a person who hadn't eaten for several days and nights, and he didn't even have the strength to walk to the cafeteria. He could only watch the sumptuous dishes in the cafeteria and starve to death. Everything happened in just a moment. It seemed like just a blink of an eye. Baijan and the white dragon saw Yurun and the vampires he led being killed instantly. His eyes were full of shock. It would be fine if his physical strength was ridiculous, but how come after the demon-devouring blood formation was lifted, this guy became even stronger? Afterwards, the resentment and anger in the eyes of the beaming dragons turned into fear. Feeling Lin Jian's gaze sweeping over them, they lowered their proud heads. Go ahead, Lin Jian said casually, picking up the little female dragon on the ground and walked towards the main hall. As Lin Jian walked into the hall holding Bai Linglong, all the surviving white dragons looked at Baijan. General? What should we do next? What else can I do? Baijan silently looked at the place where Yurun died without even leaving ashes, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. As a powerful man who was only one step away from breaking through to the saint level in his prime and had reached the great perfection of the half-step saint realm, he naturally knew what Lin Jian had just done to kill Yurun and the others in seconds. That is the avenue. It is not just a great way, but a great way that perfectly blends life and death. These veteran strong men who are half a step away from the Holy Realm are still desperately searching for a great way that can allow them to break through to the Holy Realm, but this human has already accomplished a feat that is even more terrifying than comprehending two great ways. The two avenues are perfectly integrated together. Not to mention them, even if a powerful saint came here, he would probably not be a match for this monster, right? Only the super geniuses among the top saints can fight this monster? Just do as he says. As he said that, Baijan took the lead and walked outside, but in his mind he was thinking about his daughter who was brought into the hall by the other party. I don't know either. Is this a good thing or a bad thing for Linlong? Lin Jian carried Bai Linlong all the way to the throne and threw her to the ground in front of the throne. Master, you are so awesome! Christine came over at this time, hugged his waist coquettishly, and almost pressed her body into his arms. Keep an eye on the outside, those white dragons dare to cause trouble. At this moment, a wave of magical power suddenly erupted. Lin Jian paused, but didn't care. While waiting for Yurun and Baijan here, he asked Cecilia, Canivia and the others to wait in advance. When Yurun solved the demon-devouring blood formation, he would prepare to secretly reverse the demon-devouring blood formation and activate another formation. A formation that allows entry but not exit. Just to make things easier for follow-up, all these beaming dragons and bloods are blocked here. Now it seems that Cecilia and Canivia succeeded in stealing the house. After all, the reason why the coalition of the Blood Clan and the Beaming Dragon Clan was able to crush the enemy was because in terms of high-end combat power, the two strongest people on his side, namely the Blood Moon Queen Loris and Canivia, had been seriously injured before the fight. With a serious gap between the mid and high-end combat power, the top combat power was also useless. Naturally, it is impossible to defend it. But now, Baijan and Yurun were both destroyed by him, and many high-end combat forces of the Blood Clan and the Beaming Dragon Clan were also killed instantly by him. Even though there are still a lot of them left, if Canivia and Loris want to do something together, the rest of them can basically not be stopped. Owner. Christine looked at Lin Jian with resentment, clearly acting like a scumbag who had forgotten his old love just because he had a new one. When others think you are, you better be. It just so happened that Lin Jian was not a good guy. He didn't care about Christine's resentment at all. Instead, he waved his hand in disgust. Go if you are asked to. Christine pouted, her expression becoming more resentful, but seeing that Lin Jian didn't even bother to look at her, she obediently went outside to monitor the situation. Lin Jian walked up to Bai Linglong, who was lying motionless on the ground and seemed to be unconscious. Like to pretend to sleep? After hearing this, Bai Linglong opened her eyes pitifully and looked at Lin Jian with fear and pity on her face. He curled up with his little hands covering his neck. What are you going to do? Lin Jian grabbed Bai Linglong by the back of her neck, scaring her so much that her whole body was shaking like a sieve. However, due to the huge gap in strength, the little female dragon could only be afraid and did not dare to do anything to resist. She looked at Lin Jian with fear as he picked her up, and tears welled up in her red and swollen eyes again. It was not until Lin Jian sat on the throne and held her in his arms, wantonly feeling the tender skin on her waist and thighs, that Bai Linglong's trembling gradually subsided. Tell me about it. What's the situation with your Beaming Dragon Clan? Chapter 395 Bai Linglong's Reward. Bai Linglong looked up at Lin Jian and pursed her lips. She actually didn't want to betray the Beaming Dragon Clan. She had previously believed that she was not afraid of death for the sake of honor. But when she thought of the man who had just tortured her and almost killed her outside, Bai Linglong still spoke from the heart. Wait, drink this first. Looking at the drop of blood flowing out from Lin Jian's fingertips, Bai Linglong was not nervous or resistant, but instead felt relieved. As long as I drink it, I will become the other party's dragon, and the other party should stop torturing me, right? And by then I could say that I was forced to betray the Beaming Dragon Clan. After all, I'm being controlled by the other party's essence and blood, so there's nothing I can do about it. Bai Linglong thought about it, and looked at the drop of blood that had been on Lin Jian's fingertips. She naturally understood what Lin Jian meant. Her face turned slightly red, but she still took the initiative to bite it and suck the drop of blood into her mouth. Until that drop of blood turned into countless molecules and dissipated into her limbs and bones. Bai Linglong then raised her head and looked at Lin Jian. That pitiful and fawning look was completely different from the heroic female white dragon warrior just now. So good. Lin Jian touched her head with his free right hand. Bai Linglong seemed to be greatly encouraged and said vaguely, The Beaming Dragon Clan is a true holy clan. The ruler of the Beaming Dragon Clan, Beaming Dragon Saint, is a veteran saint-level powerhouse. There are many saint-level powerhouses in the clan, but due to the restrictions of the trial field of all races, those saint-level powerhouses cannot enter the trial field at the current stage even if they suppress their own strength. Therefore, the strongest one who comes here is only a half-step saint-level existence. And now Bai Ming Longxing has been stuck at the third level of the saint stage for a long time. Each level of the saint rank is a hurdle, and breaking through the third, sixth, and ninth levels is even more difficult. In addition, the Beaming Dragon Clan has been passed down for who knows how many years, but the strongest ones are stuck at the third level of the saint rank and cannot break through. And if he cannot break through to the fourth level of the saint rank and increase his lifespan, Bai Ming Longxing will not live long. He has many children under his command. Currently, those who have the greatest hope of becoming the next Beaming Dragon Saint are the 3rd Prince, the 5th Prince, the 11th Prince, and the 8th Princess. If Lord Longxing cannot take this opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the saint rank, the next generation of Dragon Saint will emerge from these 4. Among them, the 5th Prince is the strongest, and the 8th Princess is the weakest. Who is coming this time? Lin Jian asked. The 8th Princess. Bai Linglong hesitated for a moment and said, She is also the one my father and I pledge our loyalty to. Isn't it said that the 8th Princess is the weakest? Lin Jian was a little surprised. Logically speaking, shouldn't coming here be popular, and everyone should be scrambling to get it? Bai Linglong shook her head and said, I don't know how many races are competing in the 10,000 worlds. The hope of becoming the final winner is too slim. The greater probability is that I will die here. Even if you win temporarily and rule one side, and rely on the huge wealth you gain here to have a foundation comparable to those top saints, you will eventually be besieged by those newly arrived and more powerful alien races, just like you are now. For us, we only hope that we can make further progress. Lord Longxing will break through to the 4th level of the saint rank, accumulate foundation, and allow our clan to make further progress. After a pause, Bai Linglong said, I also heard it from my father. I heard that the other 3 princes did not seriously compete for this opportunity, and because the 8th princess was weak, she wanted to rely on this opportunity to see if she could turn defeat into victory. It is true that the trial field of all races is a treasure trove of infinite opportunities for all races. After all, we are here. There are endless opportunities. Not only can one have the chance to obtain natural treasures that can enhance the foundation of a race, but the speed of cultivation is also greatly improved. Haven't you seen how Cecilia and others, who are in 4 digits in age, have been stuck in the king level for many years? But after entering the 10,000 races trial field, less than 10 years have passed, and Cecilia and the others are almost at the half-step saint realm. But at the same time, the death rate here is also extremely terrifying, just like those subordinate races under Lin Jian. If they had not participated in the trial field of all races, they would be the overlords in their respective worlds, and act tyrannically. But it was because they came to the trial field of all races that their race was wiped out to the point where only 1 in 10 survived. Not only did people die, but the princess, queen, daughter and the like have now become his pets and playthings, and are loyal to him. As for the Beaming Dragon clan, their purpose was very simple, which was to take advantage of this opportunity to try to find natural treasures that could help Dragon Saint break through to the middle stage of saint level. It would be even more perfect if they could find some saint-level treasures that could support their race's foundation to reach a higher level. They did not think of becoming a big shot in one go and breaking through to the top saint or emperor level in one fell swoop. I see. Lin Jian took out his fingers, rubbed them on Bai Linglong's face, and looked at her body. Bai Linglong's face flushed with nervousness, but under Lin Jian's gaze she still stood up and placed her hand on the snow-white armor. Sir, please let Linglong come and serve you. Congratulations, a new life is born. You have received a gift from the Lord of Life. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Reward 1, Bloodline of the Beaming Dragon Clan. Reward 2, Dragon Palace. Reward 3, Sea Dragon Spear. The Dragon Palace is similar to the royal palace he had previously given to the mermaids and elves. It can upgrade autonomously, and become more powerful as the race grows, whether it is increasing the user's combat power or gathering spiritual energy, improving the owner's cultivation, and so on. The Manhwaedit Dragon Spear can greatly enhance water-based abilities. After hesitating between Reward 1 and Reward 3, Lin Jian finally chose Reward 1. Although the Manhwaedit Dragon Spear is quite good and can greatly enhance his combat effectiveness in the ocean at this stage, with his current strength, he actually does not really need the Manhwaedit Dragon Spear to improve its strength. What's more, the most important thing is that the blood of the Beaming Dragon clan can also improve their combat effectiveness in the sea, and blood is useful at all times. However, because his strength is increasing too quickly, equipment items such as the Manhwaedit Dragon Spear will be useless after a while. Woo! Bai Linglong sensed a strange aura and looked up at Lin Jian in a daze. Although she has completely become his woman, Bai Linglong is still a little afraid of him because he almost killed her and tortured her with the power of death. But as she felt the familiar aura on him, the fear on Bai Linglong's face turned into confusion. Grown-ups? Bai Linglong whispered. Why did she feel that the other person seemed to have become one of her own race? Turned into a white dragon? Chapter 396, Princess of the Beaming Dragon Clan. Blood Pond Temple. As the blood pool was completely emptied, Lin Jian felt his own strength and let out a long sigh. Finally broke through to the half-step saint level. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the half-step saint level and becoming even stronger. Congratulations, sir. A woman's voice, either soft or charming, was heard. The dried-up pool. Mo Rao, Mo Ning, Bai Linglong and many other beauties from the Black Flood Dragon clan who had charming looks and voluptuous figures knelt outside, prostrating themselves and shouting in delicate voices. Lin Jiuan stood up and walked out of the blood pool, looking at Bai Linglong who was kneeling at his feet. Has everything been resolved with Loris and your father? The problem has been preliminarily resolved. Her Majesty the Blood Moon Queen is working on conquering the Blood Island, Bai Linglong said respectfully. Although Lin Jiuan assigned the task of cleaning up the mess to the Blood Moon Queen and the others, the Beiming Dragon clan rebelled again. But the mess that Yurun brought about was a bit too big. As the saying goes, it would take several days and nights to kill tens of thousands of pigs, let alone tens of thousands of people. As for those enemies, Blood Moon Queen and Baijian could not just capture them and send them to the Blood Pool Temple like Cecilia and the others did before. They still had to distinguish between the loyal and the treacherous, so a lot more time was wasted. It took quite some time. The Blood Moon Queen had barely managed to clean up the mess and lift the restrictions of the formation. Lin Jiuan has been hanging out with the little female dragon and the little female dragons these days, and practiced through the Blood Pond Temple. Although the Beiming Dragon clan surrendered, the Blood clan has the Blood Moon Queen. But on the one hand, although Baijian managed his subordinates well, there were still many people from other princes' factions mixed among them. There were also some Bai Minglong who were dissatisfied with Baijian's surrender to humans. When Baijian saw that his daughter had become Lin Jiuan's woman, he had no mercy on these people. They were all killed and thrown into the Blood Pond Temple for Lin Jiuan to practice. As for the vampires, the Blood Moon Queen did not let go of those Yurun factions even if they surrendered. They were thrown into the Blood Pond Temple without blinking an eye for Lin Jiuan to practice. Relying on these, Lin Jiuan broke through from the great perfection of the Imperial level to the half-step Saint level. However, for Lin Jiuan, it was almost not difficult to break through to the Saint level from now on. The only thing missing is the accumulation of spiritual energy. One more thing. Her Royal Highness the Princess has learned what happened here and has sent an envoy to see you. Main Hall. When Lin Jiuan brought Mou and Bai Linglong to the main hall, there are already some people waiting here. The envoys from the Beiming Dragon clan were all women without exception, and they were all young and beautiful women. They were standing in the hall with respectful expressions. I heard Linglong say you wanted to see me? Yes, sir. Her Royal Highness the Princess is deeply sorry for what happened before, and would like to give you a gift as an apology. Gift? Lin Jiuan looked at the box beside them with interest. The box is very big. He had also heard that these so-called embassies would not let his men check what was in the boxes, nor did they talk much about the negotiations with his men, just waiting for him to give them the gifts. Even without seeing what was in the gift, and knowing that the box had the ability to isolate auras, Lin Jiuan could still guess roughly what was inside. Go and take a look. Lin Jiuan patted Bai Linglong's buttocks. Sir, Her Royal Highness the Princess hopes that you can open it and read it when no one is around, the woman leading the delegation said immediately. Lin Jiuan didn't care about this behavior that was obviously against the rules. Then you can get out. Yes. As the Beiming Dragon clan delegation left the hall, the door of the hall closed. The maids also left sensibly. In the hall, only Lin Jiuan, Bai Linglong and Mou were left. Bai Linglong and Mou looked at Lin Jiuan, wondering whether they should leave. Open it. Lin Jiuan nodded at Bai Linglong while kneading Mou's little face with his hands. As the Black Dragon clan in the Holy Xian realm was completely settled, Mou, the current queen of the Black Dragon clan, became a hands-off boss and wanted to stay with Lin Jiuan. However, Lin Jiuan liked these dragon girls very much, so he simply let Mou stay with him. Apart from his unsatisfactory stomach, he is obedient, sensible and fun. Perhaps it was because the Black Dragon realm had been ruled by the Black Dragon King for quite some time, these dragon girls knew just as many tricks as Christine. And because there were so many dragon girls, they could play many games that Christine, a succubus, couldn't perform. Upon hearing this, Bai Linglong came to the box and opened it. Seeing the things inside, Bai Linglong was immediately shocked. Your Highness? Inside the box was a young woman. A woman draped in a light golden tulle and nothing else. The small and delicate dragon horns on her white hair proved her identity as a member of the Beiming Dragon clan. The girl's appearance was exquisite and beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. She stood up slowly, and even though she was only wearing a light golden gauze, she was still full of noble and elegant temperament. He is about 1.7 meters tall. She is obviously half a head shorter than Bai Linlan, but when the two of them stand together, it gives people a feeling that the shorter girl is taller and more noble. The body beneath the light golden gauze was faintly visible, with curves in a perfect S shape, as if it was carved according to the most perfect proportions of Roman sculptures. She didn't care about Billa's shocked expression. Instead, he slowly knelt on the ground facing Lin Jian with no expression on his face. Even the kneeling posture of submission looked extremely elegant. Your Highness, you. Bai Linglong subconsciously went to support Bai Genie. The other party was none other than the person she and her father were loyal to, the 8th princess of the Beiming Dragon clan, Bai Genie. Bai Genie shook her head at Bai Linglong, gently broke free from her support, and knelt down in front of Lin Jian like she was sitting down on the ground. Bai Genie, meet Mr. Lin. Interesting. Lin Jian looked up and down at the little female dragon. Although he had already guessed that this might be the case, and had also heard from Bai Linglong about the absolute beauty of their princess, when he actually saw her, Lin Jian still couldn't help but be amazed. Needless to say, this little female dragon's appearance was stunning. Even though he was used to seeing the stunning beauty of elven saints, succubi, and female vampire nobles, he still couldn't help but be amazed when he saw her. What is most attractive is her noble and elegant, yet ethereal temperament. Even though she is now covered in light golden gauze, she does not look erotic at all. Instead, she looks more like a perfect work of art. Chapter 397 Bai Genie. Lift your head. Bai Genie obediently looked up at Lin Jian. There is a diamond-shaped red dot on her forehead, her skin is snow white, her dark eyes are as clear as spring water, and her facial features are so delicate and perfect that she seems to have walked out of a painting. There is not much expression on her face, and she looks like a fairy who is not of this world. Lin Jian loosened his arms around Mou. Mou felt a little jealous and resentful, but still stood up obediently and gave up his place. Come over. Upon hearing this, Bai Genie obediently stood up and walked towards Lin Jian. The bare jade feet stepped on the carpet made of fur and fluff of some unknown animal, and walked all the way to Lin Jian's front. The beautiful little face with little expression rarely showed a rare faint pink color. Please have mercy, sir, Bai Genie whispered, her voice as pleasant as a spring in the forest. Lin Jian didn't say anything. Bai Genie's face turned even redder. She pursed her pink lips and took the initiative to move forward and snuggle in Lin Jian's arms. The girl's body was very cold, and she trembled slightly the moment she touched Lin Jian's hot body. Lin Jian stretched out his hands and hugged her slender waist, feeling her delicate body that was like the finest jade, and he couldn't let it go. Lin Jian took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to kill her on the spot. What do you want? I hope Mr. Lin can support me and help me become the dragon saint of the Beiming Dragon clan. Just like a fairy being dragged into the mortal world, Bai Genie's ethereal voice had a slight tremor. He whispered, In return, Genie will pledge her loyalty to you, sir. In the future, Genie and the Beiming Dragon clan will follow your orders. You know me very well. Lin Jian couldn't let go of the beautiful jade in his arms. He suddenly understood why so many people like to touch jade and play with walnuts. Bai Genie's breathing, which was almost inaudible, became a little rapid. There was also some mist in her beautiful eyes. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, before making contact, you naturally need to know more about them, Bai Genie said intermittently. What's more, Lin Jian doesn't hide anything at all. From the composition of the women under his command, Bai Genie knew that Lin Jian was a very lustful person. During the war, the two sides inevitably had some exchanges. Bai Genie also learned a lot about Lin Jian from the captured prisoners, and knew that the queens of the mermaid and elf tribes were all Lin Jian's women. That's exactly why. When Bai Zhan, a general under her command, was captured alive and betrayed by Lin Jian, and when she was harassed by the generals sent by her brothers, Bai Genie immediately chose to go to Lin Jian in person, hoping to get his support through this method. On the one hand, she really had no way out. She had come here originally just to give it a try, but now that Bai Zhan and his main force had betrayed her, she had almost no cards left to play. Although there were 3 other generals besides Bai Zhan, those 3 were sent by her brothers to monitor her. Not to mention helping her, they took the opportunity to make things difficult for her and fight for power. On the other hand, it was not difficult to accept Lin Juan's surrender. After all, she had gotten to know him over this period of time, and realized that this man was very good to his woman. As long as you listen to him, he will be your best supporter. Sir, can you help Jeannie? Bai Jeannie tilted her little face upward. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with autumn water. There wasn't much pity on his face, but he was particularly lovable. This is a female dragon who knows how to use her advantages. Lin Juan raised his finger, and a crystal-clear blood bead appeared on his fingertips. Bai Jeannie held the drop of blood gently in her mouth without any hesitation. Any ideas? Lin Juan asked as he manipulated the law of blood to control her body. Do you have the aura of our people? Lin Juan did not hide the mixed aura of multiple bloodlines on his body. He was the kind of person that would give people the illusion that he was a member of the vampire clan, the elves clan, or the Beaming Dragon clan. Lin Juan did not comment. He directly transformed his aura, and the blood of the human race and other races were instantly covered by the Beaming Dragon clan. In the eyes of Bai Jeannie and Bai Linglong, he had completely turned into a Beaming Dragon clan. You are. That's my talent. With complete control over her. Lin Juan put his arms around Bai Jeannie's slender waist and held her in his arms. When facing the new female dragon, Lin Juan did not hide his talent of the gift of the Lord of Life at all. There was actually nothing to hide about this kind of thing. On the contrary, telling them directly will make them more aware of the value of staying with you and will prevent them from doing stupid things that they shouldn't do. How much of your people can you control? Lin Juan was still quite envious of the Beaming Dragon clan. The main problem is the lack of combat power at sea. Although the Black Dragon clan was subdued, the remaining Black Dragon clan were only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. Although some of them were quite powerful, when it came to a bloody battle, Lin Juan was reluctant to let them fight because they did not have the means of resurrection like the elves and vampires. After all, unlike the mermaids, Aini directly joined him. All the mermaids under her command were there, and most of the people fighting in the war were men. Lin Juan didn't feel sorry no matter how many died. And if he could rescue the Beaming Dragon clan, this problem would be basically solved. This is also the reason why he deliberately did not kill Bai Zhan. The strength of the mermaid clan is still too weak. Even with the great resources invested by Cui Yishe and Enai Miao in their training, relying on various resources and opportunities, the strength of Yini and her mermaid clan has been greatly improved. This former royal family is now considered to be quite good among the royal families. We can fight against most of the sea creatures nowadays. But there is no way, this time we are facing the Dragon clan, one of the top overlords in the ocean. You know, sir. Bai Jeannie's snow-white face became increasingly rosy, and she breathed slightly hot air. Whether they are humans or dragons, they all fear death and power and pursue profit. The space seemed to be torn apart, and a shadow different from the surrounding area clearly emerged. Then, a huge cloud boat suddenly appeared in the sky and slowly descended. As Lin Juan walked out of the cabin, a figure threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Looking down, the girl in my arms seemed strange yet familiar. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, and was somewhat similar to Shi Mengyao, except that she had a more ethereal aura. She was looking at him with an extremely resentful look. Although he hadn't seen him for a long time, Lin Juan recognized him at first sight. This is his and Shi Mengyao's daughter, Lin Meng. Chapter 398 Return, Dragon Tribe Movement. You've grown so big. Lin Juan rubbed her head with a smile. Things on Blood Island are basically over. The gate to the abyss is still maintained. Christine took the abyss creatures back to the abyss. The time for her breakthrough was too short, and she relied on the blessing of the abyss to break through. For her, the most urgent task is to consolidate her strength of the half-step Saint realm as soon as possible. The Blood Moon Queen and Isabella were busy recovering the territory of Blood Island. With the death of Yurun and his nobles, the Blood Moon Empire has now basically returned to the hands of the Blood Moon Queen. It is only a matter of time before she takes over the entire Blood Island again. Considering that they had not returned for a long time, Lin Juan took the elves and white dragons back on the Qingming cloud boat. It's been 3 years. Lin Meng looked unhappy. Dad is so annoying. Sorry, but Manga can always follow Daddy if she wants in the future. Really? Certainly. Now that he has the holy mysterious realm with him, those women who were previously unable to follow him because of their lack of strength can now move into the holy mysterious realm. But the only problem is that the holy Xian realm and reality are not interoperable. Lin Jiuan could anchor a fixed entrance, so that others could enter and exit the holy Xian realm through that fixed entrance, but in that case, he would not be able to carry the holy Xian realm with him. Women like Guiru, who don't have any important jobs in reality, can enter the Xingxian realm. But Nimue and those female elves definitely cannot give up the elf sky island. As for Cui Yishe, due to practical business problems, it is certainly impossible for him to enter the Xingxian realm as a hands-off boss. At this moment, another figure came from a distance and threw himself into his arms. You are already an adult, and you still act like this in front of your daughter. Lin Jiuan looked at Shi Mengyao with amusement as she was competing with his daughter for a seat. Cui Yishe and other girls also came over one after another. He did not tell them in advance about his return, he just informed them before activating the Qingming cloud boat. Therefore, most of them only knew about Lin Jiuan's return now. Shi Mengyao just stared at him with tears in her eyes and said fiercely, Do you know how I have been living these 3 years? Okay, I won't do this again. Lin Jiuan coaxed Shi Mengyao like he was a child. The other women looked at Shi Mengyao with envy as she acted coquettishly in Lin Jiuan's arms. But on the one hand, they are all mothers now, and the youngest of their children is 3 or 4 years old. On the other hand, they know that they cannot compare to Shi Mengyao, who has the ability to be so favored by Lin Jiuan. Okay, Jiuan is back now, let's go inside first, we can't stay outside all the time. Hearing what Cui Yishe said, Lin Meng and Shi Mengyao, mother and daughter, reluctantly got up from Lin Jiuan's arms. Although Cui Yishe's ability is average, not only Shi Mengyao, but even Lin Meng listens to this stepmother. In fact, Lin Meng listens to Cui Yishe more than her biological mother Shi Mengyao. After entering the room, Lin Jiuan chatted with the women for a while. Okay, Mengyao, Qingge, don't you want to cook for Jiuan? It's getting late, go prepare dinner first, and we can talk later. Hearing this, the girls immediately left the room obediently. Only Lin Jiuan and Cui Yishe were left. Where's Yiru? Since coming back, Lin Jiuan hasn't seen Gu Yiru. She's with Lady Nimue. Lin Jiuan was startled and asked curiously. I remember she didn't want to become an elf? When did she change her mind? It's not about turning into an elf. I got something a while ago that can upgrade Yiru's talent to S level. It just so happens that I'm going to practice with Lady Nimue during this time. Lin Jiuan couldn't help but smile when he heard that. The older you get, the more nostalgic you become. Although it would take Lin Jiuan thousands or tens of thousands of years to reach old age with his current strength, Lin Jiuan still misses the people he first met, especially Gu Yiru. Especially the time when Gu Yiru and I depended on each other on the raft. After chatting with Cui Yishe for a while about Gu Yiru and the women on the island, the two turned the topic to the Beiming Dragon clan, and then Lin Jiuan took Cui Yishe directly into the Xingxian realm. The number of female dragons of the Beiming Dragon clan under his command is relatively small, so they do not have their own territory, and all live with Lin Jiuan. When Lin Jiuan brought Cui Yishe to Baijini's room, Baijini was sitting quietly at the table next to the floor-to-ceiling window, reading a book and drinking tea. The morning sun shone on her, making her look like a fairy. 2 white dragon maids were on both sides of her. When they saw Lin Jiuan and Gu Yiru come in, they immediately bowed. Owner. Baijini realized someone was coming when she heard this, and she stood up immediately when she saw it was Lin Jiuan. Husband, why are you here? I just happen to be free, let me introduce you to each other. Baijini and Cui Yishe looked at each other. Baijini? Cui Yishe? Do you know each other? Baijini smiled softly, walked forward with admiration and hugged Lin Jiuan's arm. After being with Sister Yishe for so long, if I don't even know her information, Jini is not worthy of working for my husband. Seeing Baijini like this, Cui Yishe looked a little strange. Although she believed that, as long as Lin Jiuan comes back, everything will be fine. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? The princess of the Beiming Dragon clan, who had always been a major concern for her, the elves, and the mermaids, actually became Lin Jiuan's woman? Lin Jiuan pulled his arm out of Bai Jini's arms and sat on the sofa. Bai Jini naturally sat in his arms, and she looked like a darling young wife in love, and Lin Jiuan also put his arms around Bai Jini's slender waist without any hesitation. This little female dragon doesn't say anything else. Even Lin Jiuan rarely sees such a clear understanding of his own positioning. Ever since she slept with him, she immediately put herself in the shoes of his wife, and her every move was as intimate as if she were a newlywed who had just married and was on her honeymoon after a passionate love affair with him. You have seen the current situation. You two can discuss the details. As he spoke, Lin Jiuan patted Bai Jini's slender waist and said, Okay, stop being so annoying. Go talk to Yishur. Lin Jiuan has never bothered to care about matters such as territory, management, and conflicts of interest. If his abilities were not related to women, and there were indeed too many women nowadays, requiring enough territory and resources to support them, as well as enough men to serve them, he would still prefer to be a lone ranger. Bai Jini and Cui Yishur obviously also knew Lin Jiuan's character, so they sat on the sofa next to them and started talking. The two young and beautiful white dragon maids, signaled by Bai Jini's eyes, came over and knelt beside Lin Jiuan, serving him gently. Chapter 399 Decision, Elves. Cui Yishur and Bai Jini talked for a long time. As the master of two major forces. Although Bai Jini could only be considered a refugee now and had no ability to make the Beiming Dragon clan surrender to Lin Jiuan, she still talked to Cui Yishur as the future master of the Beiming Dragon clan. As for the Beiming Dragon clan, it is definitely one of the top combat forces at this stage. In addition, the other party is also Lin Jiuan's woman, so Cui Yishur did not make things too difficult for them. Mainly because she is too rich. Relying on the large amount of resources accumulated by Lin Jiuan in advance, after completing the rapid accumulation of original capital, she quickly expanded and operated the Chamber of Commerce. Now it has become the leading chamber of commerce in the world of ocean survival. Not only the human race, but also other alien races have business dealings with her Chamber of Commerce. It is no exaggeration to say that she is now the richest person in the ocean survival world. In addition, Lin Jiuan, relying on his talent, constantly fleeces the Lord of Life, and has inexhaustible resources that even the powerful ones who have reached the great perfection of the Emperor level or the half-step saint level are drooling over. Therefore, Cui Yishur has always been very generous towards his own people. After a brief chat and testing each other's attitudes, Cui Yishur and Bai Jini were very satisfied with each other, so they brought the topic back to the most critical issue. How can I help Bai Jini regain control of the Beiming Dragon clan and then make them submit to Lin Jiuan? Finally, the topic returned to Lin Jiuan. Bai Jini and Cui Yishur looked towards Lin Jiuan at the same time. At that moment, he was holding a grape in the air, teasing the two white dragon maids who were looking up with their heads and mouths open, waiting for Lin Jiuan to feed them. Jiuan. Husband. Bai Jini and Cui Yishur looked at each other subconsciously, and a smile appeared in their beautiful eyes. Even though they had fought to the death before, after a brief conversation just now, the man and the dragon were very satisfied with each other, and they could be considered to respect each other. As for their men's lust, both of them were quite accepting. For women in their position, it is actually the most acceptable thing for their men to be lustful. After all, Lin Jiuan really met their expectations in other aspects. He is powerful, gentle, and generous to them. Although they are a little lustful, as long as they serve him well and have no ulterior motives, he will generously give them all the power, will not ask what they do, and let them satisfy their desires and pursuits to their heart's content. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuan threw the grape up. The two white dragon maids immediately started fighting for the grape, but in the end the one on the left was unable to squeeze past the one on the right, and the fallen grapes fell into the cherry lips of the white dragon maid on the right. Looking at the white dragon maid who was looking up at him expectantly, Lin Jiuan smiled and rubbed her head. What do you want? I want the master. Okay, follow me later. After pinching the little face of Bailong's maid, Lin Jiuan looked at Bai Jini and Cui Yishur. What's wrong? Husband, Sister Yishur and I feel that the war should still be fought. But I still have some old subordinates in the Beiming Dragon clan, and my father wants a breakthrough and longer life. As long as you can help Genie deal with the subordinates of Genie's brothers, Genie is still confident that she can control them. How strong is it? Similar to General Bai Zhan. Okay, when? It's better to be early than late, Bai Genie said. Genie still has some old subordinates there, and they have a certain amount of power, but if it takes too long, they may be wiped out by the men of several brothers. Lin Jian looked at Cui Yishe and promised to stay with them for a while. Cui Yishe smiled and said, "It's okay. I will explain it to Meng Yao and the others. I believe they will understand. Besides..." Cui Yishe paused, looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window of this world, and said, "Just let them live here. I'm talking about you." He was not worried about Shi Meng Yao, Jiang Qingge, Yun Wan and other women. No matter how anxious he was, he could always accompany them for dinner today. Even if he left tomorrow, he could just let them live in the Xinxian realm so that he could see them every day in the future. But Cui Yishe cannot enter the Xinxian realm because she is the manager here. Not only humans, but also elves, mermaids and other races need her to adjust. In a sense, her status is more important than that of the queens and popes of the elves and mermaids such as Romeia, Carolina, and Aini, and is second only to Nimue. Therefore, she absolutely could not follow him into the Holy Xian realm. Cui Yishe was stunned for a moment, then she stood up and walked to Lin Jian, snuggling into his arms. "Then you have to make it up to me tonight. The sooner the better." However, Lin Jian still stayed with Cui Yishe for several days. The reason is that Bai Genie still needs to contact her subordinates in the clan first to confirm the situation over there. After all, she can't just rush to the Dragon Clan base camp with Lin Jian without knowing the situation clearly, right? Lin Jian is indeed strong, but he is not yet strong enough to be invincible in the Dragon Clan's base camp. While waiting for a reply from Bai Genie's men, Lin Jian took the time to go see Nimue after feeding those hungry human women. The Qiming cloud boat slowly descended from the sky onto the square of the elf royal city. "Welcome home, master." As soon as Lin Jian walked out of the deck, he heard the pleasant voice of an elf girl. On the road leading from the square to the palace, 2 rows of countless beautiful elf girls were standing on both sides of the road, extending all the way to the entrance of the palace. Queen Romeia, Grand Princess Miana, and Pope Carolina were all standing in the front. Romeia didn't look much different from before. She used to be the queen of the elves, but she looked more noble, more perfect, and very confident. Miana and Carolina are obviously more plump and mature than before, especially Miana. After not seeing her for a few years, she has completely changed from the scheming elf girl to a beautiful elf woman who has been in a high position for many years. Her every move is full of more noble and elegant aura. "Where are Iru and Nimue? Master is so partial." Carolina's beautiful eyes showed just the right amount of resentment. "You haven't come back to see us for so long, and the first thing you say is Mother Goddess and Sister Iru." Romeia chuckled and said, "The master likes Sister Iru the most, you know that. Sister Iru is currently practicing with the Mother Goddess. It's a critical period and it's not convenient for her to leave," Miana explained. "Then let's go find Nimue first. I just happen to have something to tell her." Lin Jian smiled and said, "There are still some things to do at the Beiming Dragon Clan, so I don't have much time. I will accompany you when I come back." Chapter 400 Method of Breakthrough, Invitation from the Female Heroic Spirit. Nimue's residence remained the same as before. An entrance to her elven kingdom was created in the core area of the imperial city. When Lin Jian came here surrounded by Romeia and other girls, he saw an extremely beautiful elven girl guarding the door. "My lord, you are here." The elf girl bowed slightly, with a gentle and slightly respectful smile on her face. "Mother Goddess is busy with something and cannot leave. Please allow me to take you in." Lin Jian nodded slightly and followed the elf girl in. Romeia, Carolina and the others followed in as well. By now, Nimue's kingdom of God was not as far away from them as before, and it was no longer a secret for them as they were also female elves of Lin Jian. "She looks familiar to you?" Lin Jian asked, looking at the female elf leading the way. He felt that he should have seen the other person before. The other person was very beautiful, and her looks were no worse than Romeia and Miana, but she didn't have the elegance and noble temperament of the ladies who had been in high positions for many years, which Lin Jian liked the most. Instead, it is more inclined to the ethereal and otherworldly life of living in the forest all year round. Of course, this kind of temperament can be cultivated. For example, this female elf living in the kingdom of Nimue may have been a heroic elf general like Cecilia, or a noble elf princess like Romeia, or even an elf queen before entering the kingdom. But after living here for a long time, the old temperament has gradually been replaced by the ethereal feeling of being with nature all year round. And when Romeia gets tired of the life of power full of interests and lies, and passes the throne to Miana and comes here to live, she may become like Erica. My name is Erica, you may not remember. The female elf named Erica smiled and said, I was the one who entertained you when you first came here. It turns out to be you. Lin Jian suddenly realized. At first, he was very envious of the beautiful female elves raised by Nimue. Unfortunately, these female heroes were only souls at that time and had no real bodies. Even if Nimue agreed, he could not get any reward. Lin Jian did not take direct action or sense the other party's current condition, even though it would be okay for him to do so given his identity. You all have bodies? Thanks to you, Mother Goddess has granted us sisters a second life over the years. As if she had sensed Lin Jian's thoughts, Erica moved lightly to Lin Jian's side and stretched out her hands to hug his arms. Mother Goddess said that you want to break through to the half-step saint realm? Yes, but it lacks some accumulation. This is not the mysterious realm of cultivation such as Confucianism and Buddhism in those fantasy novels. No matter what your previous strength was. Even if they are just ordinary people, once they attain enlightenment, they can instantly become invincible and overturn mountains and seas, without considering whether the body of an ordinary person can withstand such a huge force in an instant. This is equivalent to a pond. For ordinary people, the pond is very small, and the only way to increase the capacity of the pond is to keep filling it with water and gaining insights. This is the stupid method that almost everyone uses to improve their strength. Once you attain enlightenment, it is like instantly expanding the originally small pond countless times. But even if you have attained enlightenment and reached a certain level, the pond is still empty. You have to fill it with water to have the corresponding strength. Lin Jian's pond is now in a state where the size has expanded to the holy level, but the amount of water stored in it is still at the imperial level. This accumulation of water still needs to be poured in little by little using a pipe. The Blood Pond Temple is authoritative in this regard. As long as there are enough sacrifices, the essence and blood produced by Lin Jian in the blood-sucking pool temple will be enough. But that's not very convenient now. The main issue is on the Blood Island. Loris and Isabella are still busy recovering the territories of the Empire. Everything has to wait until they unify the Empire again. It is unreasonable and unacceptable for Lin Jian to stay there and not help but let the elves capture foreigners for sacrifice. Besides, the biggest problem now is that there are not that many alien races. At least near the Blood Island, they were captured and sacrificed every day, and almost all the alien races near the dozen or so sea areas were captured. What can Nimue do? Erica's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her voice a few degrees and said, Mother Goddess said that you have the skills in that area. Hearing Erica's vague answer, Lin Jian was stunned. Fortunately, he was not a virgin, and he immediately understood what Erica was talking about. You mean the Yin Yang secret book? Indeed, but isn't it too slow? The secret book of Yin and Yang is indeed a good practice in this regard. But for Guqin, the speed of relying on that to improve strength is too slow, so it is more important to improve the bloodlines and strength of his women. However, Lin Jian can't get much benefit from his women by relying on the Yin Yang secret book. Mother Goddess said that your method is wrong. Erica said softly. The ladies have been with you for a long time, and if you practice with the Yin Yang secret book, your Yin essence is gone, and the gap in strength is too great, you will naturally not get any benefit. Everything is best the first time. The same is true for cultivation. You mean? Erica smiled with a red face and hugged Lin Jian tighter. We, the elves who serve the Mother Goddess, have now broken through the imperial rank. Many of us have even reached the late imperial rank. We have been pure-hearted for many years, and our bodies have been rebuilt recently. Our vital Yin is rich. If you use us to cultivate, not only will we be able to break through to the half-step saint realm, but our elven bloodline will also be further enhanced. Lin Jian became interested, but also a little helpless. He wants to be a good person. Why did all these women teach him to be a jerk? I have to deal with the Beaming Dragon clan's affairs in a few days, so I may not be able to make it in time. It's all right, sir. Erica seemed to have imagined what was going to happen, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a shy mist. The saints obtained a holy object related to time from the Sky Island that they conquered some time ago. Mother Goddess used that holy object to set up a time stand in a specific area. If you don't care about the loss of resources while practicing in there. It's been several months inside, but only one day outside, so... Erica tilted her little face up, her beautiful eyes misty, looking at Gooch and expectantly and shyly. Looking at such a stunning invitation, Lin Juan sighed. It's really not that he is lustful. This is all for the sake of becoming stronger, for this crumbling home.